Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The monsters were torn apart. They all ran towards the protagonist. The enemies were rapidly approaching. But Lucas easily repelled their attacks. His eyes were glowing. The giant crystals that the magician created tore the enemy apart. Soon the nearest monsters were defeated, but new ones appeared. They looked at the man and asked who he was. The young man rose into the air and was surprised that they had not heard of the Apostle of Justice who fought against the evil that brought the world into chaos. The blonde folded his arms across his chest and declared that this was him, Lucas Trowman, the strongest master of humanity, who had 9 stars. The enemies got angry and shouted that some man did not dare to resist them. In response, the guy thanked them for this hackneyed phrase. With an impudent smile, the hero said that people like him, after making their dreams come true, always want to help the rest of the world. With a calm face, Lucas added that it was something like volunteering. The villains were even more furious that some weak person thought he could defeat them. At that moment, the magician activated a huge seal. The young man squinted and asked what of it. He waved his hand. An explosion thundered below. From above, the blonde looked at the enemies who had recently bragged. The guy, frowning, said that the people were by no means weaklings. Then the hero turned around when someone behind him said that he was putting on airs. A bright flash of light flared in front of Lucas. He had to cover himself with his hands. He did not understand what it was. The stream of light knocked the magician down. A huge figure appeared before the young man, who called himself the law of this world, and those who opposed the disorder in it. The creature who called himself the demigod explained that he was the one whom people considered a god and praised. The blonde raised a finger up, and reminded that, in fact, he did not praise anyone. The demigod didn't move. He said that he couldn't watch a man destroy the orders and laws that had been built over a long time, to which he laughed. The guy leaned forward and asked how a world with orders could be like this. The figure extended its hand and said that the hero's abilities were much more developed than other people's, but still, a man will always remain just a man. Lucas shuddered. 2 huge palms grabbed him. The mage tried to resist, but realized that the mana was not concentrated, and in his head he heard that it was a sin to resist a god. The blonde's eyes widened when he heard that a man was not allowed to do this. A bright light blinded the guy, and the voice again said that his actions were a mortal sin. The hands pulled the hero down, and the demigod advised him to make friends with the impenetrable darkness inside the abyss, but never trust it, suspect it, and continue to doubt it. Eventually, he will begin to suspect himself. The deity was returning him to the void, so that he would make friends with endless suffering and regret his existence. Hands covered Lucas's face while he listened to what kind of punishment was given to a man who dared to challenge a god. In the present, a certain young man hit his back against the wall. Fry slammed into him with all his might. The hooligans flexed their fists, cursing that they were not some kind of beggars, and wondered why their victim carried some pennies with him. The boy breathed heavily, while the enemies made fun of the financial state of the 3rd son of the noble Blake family. The redhead shook a stack of bills in front of Fry, declaring that his status didn't change anything. Unlike his successful brothers, this boy was just an incompetent piece of trash. He grabbed his classmate by the hair, adding that he still liked that about him. While the others watched, their leader continued to make fun of the boy, that not only was he a disgrace to his family, but he had also been the recipient of all the hatred since the Academy's founding, as its greatest mediocrity. Fry looked at the offender with tears, when the latter was surprised that he was still alive. The redhead leaned towards his classmate, and declared that in his place he would have killed himself a long time ago. Tears were streaming down the blonde boy's cheeks, but his gaze was stubborn. The villains noticed this too. One of them decided that he was just asking for it. The leader grinned, preparing to tell him about the best things. Then he punched his classmate in the face with all his might. The bully said with a satisfied look that no matter how much he was beaten, it never got boring, and it was perfect. The redhead continued to beat Fry. Again he grabbed him by the hair, and they kicked him at their guys like a ball. The fat boy kicked his classmate with his foot. Then they both kicked the blonde with their feet. Finally, the villains stopped. Fry was lying face down on the pavement. Huddled up in a ball, the young man begged them to leave him alone. But his face was smashed into the stone. With a grin, the redhead reminded them that tomorrow afternoon there would be a magic lesson. His face expressed delight when he clarified whether it was true that they were in a pair. The blonde opened his eyes when the bully promised that he would not overdo it, because everyone knew how kind he was. The leader's face twisted with gloomy triumph when he announced that he would make sure that the loser would remember this day for the rest of his life, because from tomorrow he would not be able to walk on his own 2 feet. As he left with his friends, the red-haired man advised his classmate not to hang around anywhere, but to quickly go home and get a good night's sleep so that he could have fun with them tomorrow. Frey's fingers trembled when he realized that the scoundrel enjoyed beating him so much, and they clenched into a fist from their laughter. But the young man did not have the strength to get to his feet, and only one thought was beating in his head: I want to become strong. Lucas opened his eyes. It seemed to him that he heard something. The prisoner glanced to the side, then to the other. However, in such a place it was not worth being surprised by hallucinations. Here you could go crazy. In the abyss in which he was imprisoned, the protagonist looked at his shackled hands and wondered how long he had spent among these corpses, hundreds, or rather thousands of years. Lucas sighed tiredly. Someone's voice came from the void, calling to the god for strength, and the magician thought that this was fear. The young man looked down, thinking that maybe these were not auditory hallucinations but his own consciousness speaking to him, and he did not know that he was such a weak and insignificant person. Fry looked at his father in horror, not understanding his words. The guy was kneeling in front of the throne, and asked him to repeat what he had said, to which the head of the Blake family reminded him that he had ordered him to disappear from his life. Frowning at his son, the man added that he could not allow him to constantly undermine the honor and authority of their family. A mask of horror froze on Frey's face. He lowered his head. The young man asked if being weak was really such a serious sin. The father stood up and said that it was enough. Moreover, he had no right to answer this question. As he went down, the head of the family added that the Blake family did not accept those who could not become strong. Fry looked up when he heard his name. His father towered over him when he said that he was not going to acknowledge his existence, and he was no longer his son. Moisture appeared in the boy's eyes. The man walked away, and tears rolled down the blonde's face. Later, Fry returned home. He stood in the middle of the room and looked at the bottle in his hand. The boy thought that the time had come. The bottle of sleeping pills trembled in his hands. His face expressed despair, but death really scared him. At this time, Lucas was again attracted by someone's thoughts. Then the hero looked up when he heard a familiar voice telling him to doubt, and doubt again. The boy's eyes widened. A demigod appeared before him. He said that in the end, a person will doubt his own existence. The blonde angrily demanded him to shut up. Breaking free from his bonds, the boy screamed that he did not believe that a god could approve of such an absurd world. Lucas gritted his teeth and declared that he understood why this world was so ugly and saw the one who brought him to this state, and that is why he should never give up. The boy's face showed anger as he screamed at the demigod that if he could experience such a life, he would gladly endure this hell. At that moment, blood gushed from Frey's mouth. The mage's face showed shock. A bright flash of light blinded him. The boy on the floor pressed his palm to his stomach. Looking at the pool of blood in front of him, he thought that it would be better to die. Lucas heard these thoughts and did not understand who entered his mind. He blinked in surprise when he heard that an unfamiliar voice did not blame anyone. Despair appeared on the protagonist's face as he listened to how a bird without wings was doomed to die, as nature intended, and did not understand what the voice was saying. Frey's whole body was shaking. Thoughts were spinning in his head that it was all his fault. It was his fault that he was not born with wings. Tears were running down his cheeks as the boy thought that it was his fault that he could not become stronger. Fry collapsed to the floor without strength. People condemning him were spinning around in his mind's eye. Over and over again they told him that he was a disgrace to his family and the academy. The last thing that flashed was the grin of the red-haired scoundrel, who said that in his place he would have died long ago. The boy lay surrounded by shadows while Lucas wondered who the hell was judging him. But soon the hero saw the boy lying on the floor. The hands holding him began to weaken. While the seals were releasing the boy, he could not understand what was happening. Looking at the boy lying there, the blonde thought that at the moment when this child entered his consciousness, it seemed to him that he was illuminated by the warm sun. Tears froze on Frey's face. Touching the boy's face, Lucas wondered who he was. The boy opened his eyes. He thought about what he would do at all costs if he were reborn. A tear fell to the floor while Frey's thoughts told him that he was going to push off the ground with both feet, fly to the highest point in the world and look down at the whole world with his own eyes. These are the largest and strongest wings. Lucas's eyes widened. He sat up abruptly on the floor, looking at his own hands. With surprise, the hero realized that they did not belong to him. The magician looked straight ahead. The bruises on his face were gone. The blonde stood up. The guy froze in place, not believing that he had finally returned. Lucas looked at the calendar and realized that 4,000 years had passed. Pills scattered across the floor, and the hero realized that Fry Blake was the weakest man on Earth. The young man began to let down his hair, reminding himself that he was Lucas Trowman, now the most powerful magician in the world. The ribbon finally gave in. Heading forward, the wizard reasoned that from now on they were one and the same. The guy went to the window, thinking that this child had given him freedom. And throwing open the curtains, Lucas promised to give him wings in return. The hero pushed the window's sash. He looked out into the street. He inhaled the air. Then he pointed his finger at the moon, mentally addressing the demigod who called himself a god. Looking determinedly at the indicated point, the young man asked to wait a little, and he would devour him in one bite. The mage's eyes lit up when he promised to pay a visit to the demigod soon. That same night, on an abandoned farm near the academy, the protagonist was glowing. Lucas was driving mana through his new body. The mage was tense, he realized that with Freya's current body he could not fully control his power. The young man accelerated, deciding to first replenish his energy. It was also necessary to lay the foundation for the absorption of mana. The blonde clenched his teeth. He realized that in order to fight the demigod, he had to restore his previous strength as soon as possible, and even become more powerful. All his movements were connected to his memories. The guy extended his hand, convincing himself that he should not be greedy. He got this chance after waiting 4,000 years. Lucas closed his eyes, telling himself that he should cast aside his recklessness and tame his anger. By dawn, the hero decided that he must now do everything in his power. The sun illuminated the young man. He opened his eyes. His body was enveloped in mana. The wizard examined his strengthened body and decided that with this he had reached the level of 5 stars. But suddenly he felt sick. The blonde simply threw up. Crimson liquid splashed onto the ground. The guy coughed. He realized that these were toxins that had been accumulating in Frey's body and mind for years. Lucas clenched his teeth. The protagonist released a stream of mana, shouting that he must completely cleanse himself so that nothing remained. At this time, the school day was starting at the academy. The fat man caught up with David and asked why he had come so early. He answered with a grin that he was looking forward to today's sparring matches. Jack chuckled, assuming that his friend just wanted to tear Fry to pieces once again, and asked him to be careful, otherwise they would not have the opportunity to kick his ass anymore, to which he doubted that there was any living place left on him after yesterday. The fat man raised his eyebrows and said that he saw the loser in the infirmary the other day. He grabbed a can of sleeping pills, and then ran away. The guys continued walking towards the building, discussing that their victim decided to finally commit suicide, and would definitely succeed in this, and everything ended with a bet on 10 food stamps. At this time, Lucas was breathing heavily, standing in a puddle of toxins. The hero breathed quickly, trying to understand how much he had already vomited. He glanced down. The toxins began to evaporate in the sun. The young man could not believe that all this came out of the teenager's body. Then he tiredly looked at the clouds. Looking around the academy building, the mage assumed that the child had been through a lot, although not as much as he had. Suddenly, the mage realized that he was extremely hungry. So he went to the academy cafeteria. Many students looked around in surprise. Fry was eating his portions so greedily that everyone thought he hadn't eaten for a week. But the guy didn't care, because he was hungry and all of the food seemed incredibly tasty. However, while Lucas was chewing another portion, he admitted that after 4 decades, anything would taste great. And while he was enjoying himself, the students didn't understand what was happening. The hero walked down the corridor in a stream of students, and thought it was a joke that at his age he had to mess around with these appendages. The young man frowned, deciding that there was nothing he could do about it. His body was not 4,000 years old. The mage squinted, deciding that he had to figure out how this world worked. After all, even in the shadows, the blonde saw the image of the demigod. The boy exhaled calmly and decided that there was no need to rush. After which he entered the classroom. Everyone turned to look at him. The gaze of a group of hooligans in the back row stood out especially. David immediately turned around and shouted that of course his classmate did not do it, and won 10 food coupons, to which his friend was indignant that the loser could not even kill himself properly. Only Lucas did not understand anything while the boys argued that it was worth being a little more smart. The hero looked down. They were trying to trip him up. But he stopped in front of the red-haired impudent man in time. The scoundrel looked at the one who entered with a grin, and said that he was waiting for his friend. The young man looked at his classmate, trying to understand the truth of his words. His attention was drawn to the fact that someone called his name. Jack put his hand on the magician's head and demanded 10 food coupons from him. Then he swung and said that it was because of him that he lost his coupons, and he had to pay for it, while the blonde was trying to understand what was happening. Looking at the distorted face of the fat man, the guy realized that they were not friends. In any era you could meet such scoundrels. But then Lucas's eyes widened. While Jack pinched the hero's cheek, he realized that he was shaking. He could not believe that he was shaking because of some idiot. The fat man could not stand it, and shouted that he told the loser to give up his food coupons. And swung at him with his other hand. Just one maneuver. And Jack flew to the floor. David's face expressed shock. However, no one in the class could believe what was happening. Especially the red-haired girl at the very end of the audience. The confused fat man got to his feet. At this time, the wizard remembered that these guys were the same hooligans who tried to force Fry to give up her life. Jack frowned and cursed. Rubbing the back of his head, he noticed his classmate's gaze. After which he tried to strike again. Mana flew apart from Lucas's hands. He didn't even move to throw the villain away from himself. The fat man flew into the wall under the dumbfounded looks of his classmates. Jack remained lying by the wall. Blood was running down his face. The protagonist remained in his place. The young man put his hands in his pockets, while the others tried to understand what had just happened. But then the wizard's eyebrows twitched. He covered his face with his hand. He felt embarrassed that he had just done something like that to a child, and advised Fry to think of it as a special favor from the strongest Archmage of humanity. The blonde headed towards the fallen man under the surprised looks of his classmates. David was still standing with his mouth open. Looking at the boy's back, the bully did not understand whether it was really Fry. It was impossible that a weakling like him could do something like that. The others were no less confused. And the cheekbones of the red-haired girl turned pink. At that moment, someone entered the classroom and asked what the noise was. Professor Duel was standing at the door. The boys awkwardly answered that Jack had suddenly fallen and was not moving. The professor was surprised. He examined the lying boy and noticed that there were traces of mana use on his body. The man was puzzled. He turned to the class, thinking that none of the professors had the ability to use such a skill. But no one could explain anything. Soon another teacher entered the classroom and said that while Professor Dio was taking care of Jack, he, Professor Kevin, would be in charge of this class. The boy had simply lost consciousness, and there was no immediate threat to his life. Since he would wake up by the evening, the others did not need to worry about him. The man looked around the class, looked the other way, and his face reflected incredible happiness, because the air in this classroom was truly delightful, and all because there were many female cadets in this room. He found Isabella, the quiet redhead, especially charming. The old man, his face red, remained silent for a few more seconds. Then he suddenly came to his senses. His attention was drawn to the offspring of the Blake family. At this time, the girls were discussing their hatred of Professor Kevin, calling him a lecherous pig who ran around among the younger students. Lucas looked at the professor in surprise. He put his hands in his pockets, and was surprised that Cadet Fry came to class today. Kevin was smiling. The hero looked back at him. After which the cadet sighed, and while the professor was surprised, he thought that he would have assessed his new personality as a complete bookworm, based on his skinny figure, but it seemed he was a juvenile hooligan. The young man smiled sweetly and asked to forgive him, because he was very busy. Kevin was shaking so much that even the girls came to the conclusion that Fry did not show up for class because the teacher was annoying. The teacher grinned and asked if there could be more important things to do than his lesson. To which the wizard smiled and said that this was natural. After all, he was now at the peak of his youth. Kevin shuddered again as the others whispered that the Blake scion was asking for trouble. The professor ducked his head and confirmed the boy's words. His face twisted in anger as he added that he did not think that his lesson was unimportant. The classmates watched as the professor began a tirade about advancing in academic knowledge. Isabella looked on in surprise as the professor decided to ask his classmate a few questions. Raising an eyebrow, Kevin added that if it happened that the cadet could not answer any of his questions, he, as a student of West Road Academy, would have to admit his defiant behavior. Lucas was even more upset when the professor announced the first question. With a smirk, the man asked the student to list the 3 main weapons of the evil warrior King Cassian. The hero's eyes widened. Kevin raised his eyebrows in surprise when he was asked to repeat the question. The boy's look reflected shock, because the name was familiar to him. The wizard recalled the events of 4,000 years ago. The morning fog was rising over the mountains. Cassian had stood on a cliff then. His back was tense. The fighter called mana to his palms, and he clenched his fist with force. He had been training, using the energy to strengthen his body. An energy wave swept over the forest. The king aimed for the mountain. The wave's blow caused the peak to crumble into crumbs. It seemed that even the fog had been drawn into the whirlpool. Cassian exhaled. The guy who had come up from behind asked his friend to calm down, otherwise there would be nothing left of the mountains. He didn't want to leave all the local animals here to starve as soon as he destroyed their homes. The fighter recognized Lucas. Looking at the man's stern face, the hero noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Soon they returned to the house of the strongest fighter. The young man watched the owner of the house with a bored face. The mage's face was displeased. He asked if Cassian would really continue training when he finally met his old friend after so many years. But the man didn't even think about finishing, offering his guest to drink tea and not be shy. The guy took the cup in his hands and grumbled that this ignoramus knew nothing except training, and therefore never got married. The fighter stopped. Lucas pointed his finger at his friend, and in response to his statement that a woman's heart was as impossible to understand as his, he yelled that he had no problems. Heading towards the guest, Cassian noted that love for women had a sinister purpose of destroying someone's self-control. And bending over the hero, he added that desire made the indomitable man unable to stand on his own feet, and in response he heard a demand to stop before his ears withered from his speeches. The fighter straightened up and said that warriors should be motionless, like a rock, in front of women. The young man looked at his friend darkly when he asked if it was different from mages. The boy's eyes met. Then the wizard said that if he were a girl, he would date a stone, if it turned out to be beautiful enough, and reminded him to drink that damn tea. In the present, the protagonist barely held back his laughter. He pounded his fist on the table, not believing that his old friend had succeeded in life. If after 4,000 years he had become a celebrity, the same idiot who knew nothing but training. Kevin raised an eyebrow and asked the cadet what had happened. Couldn't he really answer that question? Isabella was writing something in her notebook, while the others were discussing that the professor had caught Fry, because it wasn't even in the textbooks. The girl's face darkened, while in the clothes it sounded that the old pervert was simply using the loser to boast about his knowledge. And she stood up, addressing the teacher. Isabella put her hands on the desk and said that she didn't think this question was related to their magic lesson. Her classmates looked at the redhead in shock. Even Lucas opened his mouth, noticing the military tone of this pretty girl. Kevin looked at her questioningly. When the teacher called her name, he curled his lips. Isabel leaned forward and reminded that Cassian was a real warrior. He only used mana to help himself during training. How could he be considered a mage? The redhead's face was serious. Rising to her, Kevin admitted that the warrior king was not a mage. The professor approached the student closely. Leaning towards her, the man clarified whether she really wanted to insult those who followed the path of a magical warrior. Isabel was a little embarrassed, but replied that this question was simply not the essence of their conversation. The class closely followed what was happening. Lucas turned around and said that the teacher himself had insulted the warrior king. The hero remembered his friend and thought that the real Cassian would have killed anyone who called him a magical warrior. Kevin drew his eyebrows together. The girls shuddered when the teacher said that this would be a rather funny discussion. The villain grabbed the student by the shoulders and offered to continue discussing this issue in his office alone. Isabel threw off his hand and demanded to explain her behavior. Kevin looked at his palm in surprise. Then he looked gloomily at the girl and said that at first it seemed to him that she was not like that at all, but she had no manners to say so. Isabel looked at the teacher in fear. Leaning towards her, the man demanded that he answer the question asked earlier, and heard from behind that Cassian's weapons were the gloves of King Ho, the belt of the giant, and the necklace of the storm. The teacher froze. Then he turned around in surprise. Lucas put his hands behind his head and added that the warrior king didn't use anything except those 3 items. Putting his elbow on the back of the chair, the hero muttered that his friend didn't listen to him when he advised him to be a little more fashionable, especially the necklace, that ugly thing he wore everywhere. But then the young man came to his senses. Everyone present was looking at him with wide eyes, and he even thought that he was wrong. The professor frowned and said that this was the correct answer. Raising his fist, the magician happily declared that he couldn't answer it wrong. His classmates thought that Fry was acting a little strange today. Kevin looked at the student. Then he turned back to Isabel and declared that it seemed that she didn't know the rules of conduct in the classroom at all. The teacher grabbed the girl by the hand. With an unpleasant smile, Kevin declared that the student should immediately go to his office. Isabel's face noticeably paled. The protagonist frowned at what was happening. Then he suddenly asked if the professor knew that Cassian had a habit of saying certain things. His classmates looked at the boy in surprise when he told him that the warrior king always said that the love of women had an evil design, destroying a person's self-control. Isabel's eyes grew wide when the classmate continued that Cassian also claimed that a warrior must be as still as a rock when approaching women, because this desire for an indomitable person makes him incapable of standing on his own feet. The professor's eyebrows rose when the student finished, that someone who fails in these aspects is no better than an animal. Kevin looked at the insolent cadet and asked what the meaning of his words was, and in response he heard that it was just like that. Closing his eyes, Lucas admitted that his friend was a little mistaken in these aspects. After all, Professor Kevin stood perfectly well on his own feet. The man's face distorted as the meaning of what was said sank in. The entire class was terrified when the professor barked out the student's full name. He clenched his teeth in anger. Isabel's mouth dropped open in surprise. Pointing a finger at the cadet, the teacher asked if he had gone crazy after answering one measly question and suggested that they see how far this troublesome individual would take him. Kevin's face showed confidence when he reminded him that if the boy got any of the questions wrong, he would have to take responsibility as an academy cadet. But Lucas only smiled, expecting the next question. The professor turned pale and began to sweat. The other students' mouths dropped open in shock. David looked surprised too. Isabel raised her hand to her face. The protagonist smirked, looking straight ahead. Kevin stood at the desk, saying that this was the right answer. The man opened his mouth wide and thought that it was impossible, because even the professors of this academy did not know the history of the era of light. Lucas clapped his hands and announced that it was time for lunch. The teacher flinched in fear when the boy slammed his hand on the table and called him. The cadet asked with a slight smile if he had any more questions, because he was hungry and wanted to leave. The professor was shaking, sweating. He did not understand how a young guy could know in detail the history that was 4,000 years ago. The protagonist's face looked relaxed. Kevin clenched his teeth tightly. Then he lowered his head down. The student immediately ran out of the office as soon as the teacher said that it was enough for today. The man looked down, still shaking. Isabella's eyes widened in amazement. There were white clouds in the blue sky. Lucas walked through the grounds, humming a cheerful song about food. Suddenly he turned around when someone asked if he was going to lunch. His friend was standing behind him. The guy looked at her seriously. The girl blushed slightly, waiting for an answer to her question. Then the protagonist turned around and walked away, ignoring her. She lowered her head, looking after the student. Then she took a step forward. Isabella came closer to the magician. She followed him, but he did not pay attention to her. Then the young man touched his face. He turned around abruptly and rudely asked why this girl was following him, and she answered that she was also going to lunch this way. The protagonist raised his hand and said that she was talking strangely, but the student explained that this was her family custom. The cadets entered a large building. There were many plates with delicacies on the table. Isabella opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked if the guy could really handle all this alone. They sat at the same table, and Lucas said that after a 4,000-year hunger strike, he now worshipped every meal. He took a bite of meat. The girl asked what he meant, and he replied that she continued to pester a very hungry man. The student looked at her tray and explained that she simply could not find a more suitable place to eat. There were large windows behind them, and the witch asked how the boy knew the history of the era of light. The other cadets walked around the dining room while the student said that 4,000 years ago, the era of the four greatest people began, and it is called so because they were the greatest magicians in history. Lucas chewed his food vigorously. Then he closed his eyes and mentally told himself to just sigh. He looked at the girl and thought that several millennia had passed, but magical development had only degraded. He frowned and assumed that this was the work of demigods. Isabella silently looked at the protagonist. She imagined the face of the warrior Cassian, who was one of the greatest people who became luminaries in the history of magic. Then she imagined the sage Shuhei Weissman. After that, the student remembered what the Black Witch Iris looked like. The boy opened his mouth in shock when she said that her idol was the strongest mage Lucas. She held up cutlery in her hands, saying that this man was truly great. The protagonist choked when the student said that she would ask him to marry her if he were alive. Then the mage began to laugh, and she asked why he had such a reaction. The boy wiped the tears from his eyes and replied that the girl was still so young, but was already getting married. Isabella blushed. The mage said that he was not interested in children, and she screamed that she did not ask him to marry her. The other cadets turned to their screams, not understanding what kind of strange company they were. The boys glanced at each other, discussing the way the girl was following Lucas. The young mage's sweat dropped and asked if this was the same smug girl who had recently competed for the top spot in the academy. He crossed his arms and added that even David had been rejected by this student more than once. The boy furrowed his brows in anger, and his friends quickly explained that they didn't mean that at all. The boy turned away from them. Lucas and Isabella were chatting actively. The boy said with an angry expression that the protagonist was really annoying him today. The girl carefully cut a sausage and mentioned the last question that Professor Kevin had asked. She fell silent, watching the protagonist absorbed in his meal. Then she put a piece in her mouth and explained that she was referring to the 3 directions of research of the sage Shuhei. The student closed her eyes and said that the boy had answered that question by mentioning assimilation, evolution, and conflictology. She chewed carefully, saying that before that she had only known about assimilation and evolution. The boy looked at her tiredly as she slapped her hand on the table. She asked with a serious face what the sage's latest research was. The mage took a bite of bread and put another plate aside, asking what the girl's current research level was. She looked straight at him and said that she was at the 3-star level. The mage's cheeks were full, and he replied that it was quite good for her age. Isabella looked straight at him, saying that it was not the first time she had noticed that Lucas spoke like a man who had lived a long life. The protagonist picked up the plate and said that his life had been long, nasty, and long. He then drank from the plate, and the student asked if they were the same age. The boy wiped his mouth and replied that it could be true or false, and the girl did not understand what he was talking about. Dirty dishes were piled up on the table. The protagonist leaned back in his chair, saying that he was very full, and Isabella stood up, surprised that he had already eaten everything. He picked up his huge pile of dishes and replied that the girl was eating too slowly. She put her hands on the table and reminded him that he still had not answered her question about the essence of studying conflictology. Lucas looked at her skeptically and advised her to read books, because he was strong in practice, not theory, so he could not be objective. The student's eyes widened. She leaned on the table and asked if the boy had any experience. A bead of sweat appeared on her cheek. The protagonist walked away without answering her question. In the open-air arena, many cadets gathered to practice magic through battle. David sat at a distance while the professor said that the fights would be one-on-one and to make things fair, only first-term magic was allowed. The boy furrowed his brows and looked away. He gritted his teeth in anger. Isabella sat next to Lucas, asking what their conflict was. The professor named Jane raised her hand and said that everything else would be like a real fight, including their injuries. The girl turned around when the mage turned his attention to the teacher. She looked at the boy and asked if he was talking about that woman. The protagonist blushed and said that Jane was beautiful. Isabella jumped up from her seat and screamed that the protagonist was crazy to say such things about an adult teacher. Lucas smiled slyly and said that she was beautiful and that his friend should learn from her about feminine beauty. Jane crossed her arms. Isabella looked at her comrade in shock and replied that he simply had a fetish for older women. David and Lucas entered the arena to have their first fight. The protagonist looked calm. His opponent looked at him with malice in his eyes. The boy took a step forward. He raised his hand and asked how the mage was feeling. Lucas passed him when the opponent added that he had been looking forward to this so much that he had not even been able to sleep. David's mouth fell open in shock. He turned around and saw the young man walking towards the professor. All the students were also amazed by this behavior. Lucas hugged the woman and said that he had been asleep for a long time, but now he knew the reason for his awakening. He smiled and asked her not to worry. Isabella turned pale when the boy said that he was still young at heart. The protagonist approached Xian and asked if she wanted to share a meal with him tonight. The teacher pushed him away sheepishly and told him to go back to his seat. The students raised their hands in horror when the boy said that the professor would treat him to dinner if he won. He had a sly grin on his face. David stared at him while the other students shouted that he couldn't beat this guy. The woman winked at the student and agreed to such conditions. The protagonist turned around, saying that he remembered her promise. The woman's legs were twisted. Her cheeks were burning, and she sighed heavily. Lucas looked at her with a smile, and she thought that this was not right. The boy turned away and fixed his hair, and the woman thought that her heart was not right to flutter because of such a young mage. David clenched his hands into fists and asked if the protagonist was crazy. The boy silently looked at his opponent, who added that he did not expect that he liked this. The young man asked with a grin if he had asked the woman to cancel the fight. Lucas began to massage his shoulder, saying that he didn't need it. His enemy's eyes were bright red. He placed his hands on his waist and said that the protagonist still didn't understand the situation he was in. He smiled creepily and threatened to rip out his vocal cords first. While the protagonist picked his nose, David said that he would then crush his limbs. He raised one finger and added that this day would be the last day the young man would stand on two legs. Lucas looked at him silently. With a serious face, he replied that with the magic of the first star, the enemy would not be able to inflict such damage on him. The red-haired guy raised his hand and said his name. The professor extended her hand forward and shouted that the fight was beginning. All the students raised their fists up and shouted loudly. David smiled slightly and used the Stone Rage skill. Then, huge boulders grew from the ground. The student raised his hand up, causing the stones to float. The students watched the fight closely, shocked by this move. One of the students crossed his arms. Isabella's eyes widened. She turned to Professor Xian, asking if she said that only first-tier magic could be used. The woman turned around and replied that David was not breaking the rules. The girl opened her mouth wide, asking how that was possible. The mage frowned and said that this was a secret technique that was passed down only within his family. The boulders were floating in the air, and the young man added that although this technique was strong, if all the conditions were met, even a first-tier mage could use it. Lucas stood in front of him, saying that the secret technique was a symbol of the family, and his opponent was using it to mock a person. David stretched out his hands and asked if he was scared. The protagonist raised his hand and answered in the negative. A magic missile appeared in his palm. All the spectators froze in surprise. Isabella's mouth opened and she began to sweat. The protagonist looked at the object and said that it was quite a bright color. His opponent laughed loudly. He was in the air, asking if Lucas wanted to stop the Stone Rage with a magic missile. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. Then, he suddenly extended two fingers. The ball slammed into the red-haired guy and blew him away. David opened his mouth wide, his eyes turned white. He flew back. The student raised his hands and threw his head back. Then, he fell to the ground with a loud sound. Small stones flew into the air. The magician lay on the floor shaking, while foam flowed out of his mouth. The students opened their mouths in horror. One of them gritted his teeth and sweated. Isabella froze in surprise. Xian touched her face, watching the fight intently. The protagonist put his hand on his waist, looking forward. David was lying on the floor, gasping for breath. Tears were flowing from his eyes. Lying on the floor, he said that it was very noisy here. Two boys were sitting in the stands. One of them closed his eyes and said that this was a practice fight using C-class magic. His friend was holding a rock in his hand. The protagonist walked up to the enemy and said that he should be ashamed of using secret techniques for such a purpose, because he was tarnishing his reputation. White foam was flowing out of the guy's mouth. The protagonist smiled and asked what the boy said before. The blue ball was shining brightly. The guy took it in his hand and asked if his enemy said that he planned to crush his limbs. David's eyes widened in fear. The magician stood in front of him. He began to beg him to forgive him. The boy was crying, looking at the strong opponent. Lucas threw a rocket forward with his finger. The red-haired guy screamed loudly in pain. He closed his eyes, squeaking loudly. Then he raised his hand, trying to protect himself. The protagonist smirked and said that he himself chose this scenario, But now he was clearly not happy. Isabella covered her mouth in horror. The boys were in the arena, and she said that this was too much. The girl turned to the professor and said that the winner had already been decided, so it was time to stop the fight. But Jae-in replied that David had not yet announced his surrender. The woman crossed her arms, loudly calling out the name of the student. She looked sternly at the girl. While David was lying on the ground, the teacher said that the opponents should fight as if it was a real fight. She looked straight ahead and added that the path of a magic master cannot be walked by relying on hesitation in a dangerous situation. Isabella looked at her silently. Then she looked down sadly. Lucas's eyes were shining brightly. His opponent was lying face down on the floor, while the protagonist assumed that he did not like the role of a victim. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that the world is getting worse because people like David call themselves magicians. Then he gritted his teeth and said that his rival should never do this again because it would be better for society. He took a step forward. Then the guy leaned closer and said with a smile that he was joking and that he did not really mean to break the loser's limbs. Then the magician turned around and said that he was kind, so he would stop at David's legs. The guy was sobbing, looking after the magician. Then he closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The protagonist turned around. When he started to speak, the guy's eyes opened wide. He froze, and Lucas said that he had 2 legs. The magician smiled and summoned a magic missile. The loser's eyes widened in fear. In Lucas's palm, a ball was shining brightly. This object was reflected in his opponent's eyes. The protagonist raised his hand up, and David sat up, gesturing for him to stop. Then he opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. His friends stood to the side, saying that the protagonist was not bad at all. The blonde magician looked down silently. Then he turned around. They walked towards the castle. There was a crowd of students inside, discussing the fight. Students were standing outside, saying that David's leg was broken, so he was sent home. There were also many cadets in the auditorium, saying that he deserved it, because he was quite nasty, and now the atmosphere in the academy was nicer. The young mage looked away, seeing someone. Lucas was walking down the hallway, while the other students thought that he might have made a deal with the devil. Suddenly, a stranger approached him and asked his name. The protagonist looked at him and asked who he was. Duman smiled slightly and replied that he was a 4th year. The mage, with an impartial expression, noticed that he was his senior. His gaze was intense. The 4th year's eyes were shining brightly. He raised his hand and invited him to the Trowman Brotherhood. Lucas looked at him, stunned. Duman touched his face and guessed that the protagonist must have heard of them since he was a student at this academy. He introduced the group of students that represented West Road Academy. There was a ring on the boy's finger. He said that not everyone gets the chance to become one of them, because only those who were chosen by them can join. Duman explained with a smile that it was a rune ring confirming membership in the Brotherhood, and the decoration was personally done by Master Proteus. The protagonist sweated and thought that they were using someone else's name as they wanted. Then he turned around and touched his face, thinking about how he had no lineage now. Duman closed his eyes and said that this was not all. He raised his hand in shock when the protagonist refused his invitation. The boy turned around when someone asked him to stop, because Lucas was not the type to be tempted by this. The youth suddenly turned around when he heard an unfamiliar voice. The mage's face was calm. Duman bowed to him. The protagonist looked at them in bewilderment. The stranger remained silent, not taking his eyes off Lucas. Then he walked forward and introduced himself as the leader of the Trowman Brotherhood, Pierre June. The guy extended his hand to the side and said that he supported his friend's desire to see Lucas with the Trowman rings. The blonde smiled mysteriously. The protagonist looked at him silently. Then he lowered his head down. Pierre put his hands behind his back, and the mage thought that he was young, but he had a good level. Then he waved his hand and said that he did not want to join, but asked what he would become when he joined. Then he turned around and added that he would not take anything from them, so he offered to live in harmony. Duman clenched his hand into a fist in anger. Pierre turned around, stopping him with a gesture. The guy sweated and apologized. The leader of the Brotherhood carefully watched Lucas leave. There were people in festive clothes near the building. There was a lot of food on the table. The professor rested her cheek on her hand and said that she had fulfilled her promise, but she did not understand why there was suddenly one more mouth. The protagonist looked at Isabella and said that he told her to leave. The girl looked down and said that they could ignore her, because that was not what she came here for. The protagonist jumped up from his seat and shouted for her to leave already, because they should at least understand a little bit about the situation she was in. Xian smiled when the student said that she could not find any information related to that battle anywhere. She ate, asking what she should do if the woman did not tell her anything either. The professor opened her mouth wide and asked if Isabella was talking about Casagen's training method. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and asked if the teacher knew about it. Jean closed her eyes and replied that she had heard a little about it at a magician's research conference. She remembered herself in the library and added that no matter how much she looked for this information among the manuscripts, she could not find anything. The professor smiled and said that she would also be interested in hearing about it if the protagonist knew about it. Lucas took a sip. Then he got up from his chair and walked forward. The woman's cheeks immediately turned red. He hugged her from behind and said that he could tell her something better. The guy smiled slyly and asked her to meet him in her room after dinner. He leaned towards her, and she thought that something was wrong with her. Suddenly their lips were too close, and the teacher thought that her head and heart were working separately. They shuddered in fear when Isabella slammed her fist on the table. She opened her mouth wide and screamed that the boy could not do such a dirty trick to the teacher. There was a full moon in the sky. The protagonist stood by the fence. He looked down. The academy was protected by a barrier. The protagonist thought that the traces and reminders of the demigods had completely disappeared. He stood alone, thinking that even after 4,000 years, the information about them remained unchanged. He put his hand on his cheek and assumed that now there are those who fight in the name of the four great ones. Suddenly, his girlfriend approached the guy. He silently looked forward. The girl blushed, her eyes wide. Lucas turned around, and she froze in embarrassment. The lantern was shining brightly, and the young man said that he wanted to ask the girl something. She looked away, and Lucas asked who was the strongest in this academy now. To which Isabella, with a tear on her cheek, said that Lucas was just like a kindergartner. He raised his finger and asked who was the strongest among them all, including the students and teachers. The student closed her eyes and reminded him that he still hadn't answered one of her questions. The protagonist leaned on the fence and said that if she told him, he would answer too. Isabella smiled happily. There were glares from the light on the water, and the girl said that among the students, Pierre was the strongest, among the teachers, Professor Dio and Adelia. Then she raised her hand and added that her aunt was still the strongest. The protagonist turned around, hearing someone say that it was the director of the academy, Sire Eyes. Xian crossed her arms. She looked ahead and said that Sire Eyes was a 6-star mage, whom everyone in the kingdom called Eternal Ice. The young man opened his mouth in surprise when he heard her level. He placed his hand on the fence, and the teacher said that theoretically, mages could reach 9 stars, but the last one to reach that level lived about 3,000 years ago. The woman introduced the mages from the past and added that there were many speculations about whether it was true or not, but even mages with 8 stars were less than 10 in the entire world, so 9 stars could be considered just a legend. The boy turned around. There was a transparent dome above the academy, and the protagonist asked if this protective magic was created by the director. Jaein looked away and answered that she was not sure, but most likely yes. The boy looked away and thought that this did not look like 6 stars. He remembered Pierre inviting him to join Trowman Rings. They were standing at the fence, and the boy thought that there was something fishy here, and that Sire Eyes might know something. Isabel looked at the protagonist when he called her. He looked away. She was standing next to him, and the boy thought that he would not tell her yet, because he did not yet know how things were with the demigod, and he could not drag an ignorant person into all this. Then Lucas looked down and said that he probably needed to level up to 7 stars. The professor looked at him and said that it would take at least 10, maybe 20 years. The protagonist closed his eyes and noted that if he tried hard enough, he could finish it during the holidays. The woman smiled and said that his wishes could come true someday. The student turned around. Jaein flinched when he looked at her. The guy hugged her from behind and said that not only did he have big dreams, but his love too, and asked if she wanted to check. They turned around when Isabella made a loud noise on purpose. She raised one finger and said that they should be careful, because she might tell her aunt everything they did here with the teacher. The guy frowned angrily. Then he walked up to the railing and said that he didn't like brats. The woman turned away and agreed with the boy, and the girl screamed loudly in rage. She approached Jaein and asked her what she meant, but she did not answer her. The lanterns illuminated the embankment. The magician leaned on the railing and thought about how he would not rush, because he needed to do what he could do right now. He looked straight ahead. The full moon was shining in the sky, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was the surest way. 2 weeks later, someone on crutches walked down the hallway. The students turned around, hearing loud screams. David walked past them, screaming that he could not lose to a talentless person like Lucas. He was ready to kill him. The classroom door suddenly opened. The protagonist was reading a book, while his former rival screamed loudly that he would not get away with this. He clenched his teeth and screamed that he would make him regret being born into this world. David's eyes turned red, and he declared that he would call all the guys to deal with Lucas. Suddenly, the protagonist summoned a magic missile and fired it at the villain. David flew a few meters and fell to the floor. The students looked down at him. The guy was lying on the floor. His nose was broken, and he returned home again. In class, student Professor Kevin noted that David wanted to perfectly raise his broken nose. The protagonist walked along the corridor of the academy and thought that this was a trifle. There were many students around, and he thought that he did not expect much from these boys, but they must have at least some level. After all, this is a prestigious institution, the elite West Road Academy. Then he looked to the side and thought that this was a problem, because in order to get used to using mana in his new body, he needed to fight more. The young man stopped when a male voice was heard behind him, who asked if he was the man who turned David into a rag. Lucas turned around, and the stranger offered him to go out. The villain smirked and asked if he was good at magic. Alex and Lucas stood opposite each other. The other cadets stood to the side, watching them. The students surrounded them. The bully raised his hand and said that people like Lucas just pissed him off. He glared at the protagonist and insulted him for what he did to his brother David, whom he cared about very much. The boy sweated in embarrassment when Alex asked how he was going to answer for David's broken leg and nose. He turned around and asked if Alex was scaring him now or not. The bully raised his hand and asked how dare the protagonist talk to him so rudely. Lucas grimaced in anger and thought that they were brats. The bully gritted his teeth and asked if the protagonist thought he was all-powerful after defeating David. The boy yawned when Alex said that he rose in the last Platinum Magic competition. He raised his hands and added that today was the protagonist's funeral. They stood opposite each other and Lucas said that Alex had brought a poor first year into this crowd of people and was now bragging to him. The protagonist raised his hand and the bully told him not to be afraid and that they were just watching. He frowned and noted that he wouldn't need a crowd to deal with the pathetic worm. The young man immediately summoned a magic missile and threw it at Alex. The bully flew several meters away and knocked down 3 students. He fell down, and everyone around him too. The students gritted their teeth, looking at their comrade. The villain lay on the floor, not moving. The students surrounded him and shouted that they shouldn't attack when someone is talking or transforming. Lucas raised his hand and said that he just suddenly found it funny what he was doing here with brats like them. The students glared at him, shouting at him to watch his language. One of the villains furrowed his brows and shouted that he was the eldest son of the Gilad family, and his name was Gokurex. The other guy gritted his teeth and said that he was the second son of the Pinalak family, and his name was Frix. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and called himself a magic missile. He then threw it at the guys and knocked them down. The students ran forward to catch the mage. The protagonist summoned another missile. A blue light appeared in the room. Lucas sat on the body of one of the guys and said in his head that they were brats. He closed his eyes and thought that there were only weaklings here, and at this rate, he would sink to their level. The academy building was visible. The boy was lying on the table. He opened his eyes when someone asked what he was doing here all this time. It was Isabella who came up to him. The girl placed her hand on his waist and asked if the protagonist knew that because of his frequent use of the magic missile, the other students nicknamed him the Death Missile. The boy's cheeks turned red and he thought that they embarrassed him. He slammed his hands on the table and shouted that he had no chance of using anything stronger. The girl looked at him in surprise. The mage's long hair was shining and she noted that he was very cute. The student dropped her book when Lucas asked why she came. He looked at her in confusion when she replied that she did as he asked. Isabella introduced the monster and stated that she knew that troll blood was effective in sealing, but if you mix it in a ratio of 7-3 with magic water, the result will be simply incredible. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that if it came to that, then the blood of a half-troll would be even better, since their energies were mixed in a special way. There were other students in the audience. Isabella declared that the result was simply incredible. Her cheeks turned red. Standing in front of the boy, she asked what he would teach her this time. The boy stood up. The student looked at him hopefully. The protagonist gave her a piercing look and thought that he did not remember starting to teach her. While Isabella looked at him, he thought that she was quite capable and if she was trained well, she could even reach 8 stars. Lucas turned to Isabel and declared that he would tell her about the battle. The boy put his hand on her cheek. The girl's eyes widened when he called her. Lucas looked at her and said that this time he would tell her about the battle. The girl smiled happily, but the protagonist immediately said that it would be during the holidays, and for now he would go train. She widened her eyes in surprise when he said that if she followed him, she would be able to see the battle she wanted to know about for herself. He closed his eyes and added that it was a dangerous journey that could cost her life, so if she was unsure, it was best to say so. His sweat dropped in shock when the girl interrupted him and declared that she would come with him. The student looked at the boy seriously. There were mountains beyond the academy, and Isabella asked her to come with her to his training. Isabella, who had a huge backpack on her back, looked nervous. The protagonist looked at her with displeasure. When Lucas pointed at the huge backpack and asked if Isabella was going on a hike, she screamed shrilly that girls need a lot of things, and the boy would not understand. She blushed, her eyes shining, and asked where the protagonist was going. The mage closed his eyes and said that he needed to think about it. They were standing between the houses, and when Lucas said that he was going to the mountains of Hispaniola, the student screamed loudly in shock. She imagined high cliffs and said that it was such a dangerous place that it was called a paradise for monsters. She threw her backpack on the ground, saying that the boy seemed to be trying to catch her off guard all the time. Isabella unfolded a large map, and with red cheeks and an open mouth, she looked at it along with the protagonist. Looking at the drawing, the girl said that even using the teleport from Hispaniola, the journey would take about a quarter of a day, and besides, there would also be a huge number of terrible monsters along the way. The student put the backpack on her back again. Lucas asked if she was afraid, but she asked him not to underestimate her. She turned around and said that she never expected that the journey with the protagonist would be calm and safe. In response, the guy only pursed his lips. They walked forward and he asked about the teleporter, and the girl said that it was something that could be used to travel long distances. She turned around when the protagonist blurted out that such a thing did not exist 4,000 years ago. The young man thought with a serious face that magic was still the same, but industry had developed greatly, and there was obviously a reason why the students were so weak. Birds were flying in the sky, and Lucas thought that creating a teleporter was indeed a tempting idea. The student blushed slightly and said that the disadvantage of a teleporter was that it was expensive. They were walking down the street, and she said that it would be expensive because it was quite a distance from Cosmphony to Hispaniola. The protagonist's mouth dropped in horror when he heard that it would cost about 10 gold pieces. The girl looked at the mage in bewilderment, who began to rummage around in something. The protagonist found only 1 coin on himself and thought it was strange, because the owner of his new body was an aristocrat. The young man opened his eyes wide and thought that his companion was also an aristocrat, so she must definitely have a lot of money. Isabella looked at the protagonist and asked if he was feeling unwell. The magician spun around and asked with a sly smile how much money the girl had with her. The apprentice blushed and admitted that she did not take the money. She closed her eyes and added that a rich life makes people lazy. She asked if she needed to take money for travel in order to accompany the guy. Lucas raised his hand and shouted for his companion to go home right now to get money, and she shouted that their journey began with earning money for travel. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, shouting that she was talking nonsense when she herself brought such a lot of stuff. The apprentice closed her eyes and answered that it was different, because girls need a lot of things. Then they continued on their way, and Lucas thought that they would probably think of something when they got to the capital. The sky was blue. The guy asked the girl if she had ever worked, and she said no. The port was visible. The student stopped, looking straight ahead. They both opened their mouths in surprise. In front of them was a huge ship. Lucas frowned and asked if it was free, to which Isabella replied that it was only free for the academy students. There was a line to the ship, and the guy said that now he understood why there were so many cadets there. He raised his hands and suggested that the food was delicious too, and the student confirmed that she had heard about it too. The protagonist closed his eyes and blushed with pleasure, and then said that he adored their academy. They approached the controller, who stopped them and said that there were no more places. The man looked at the students, and added that they had to wait 4 days until the next ship. Isabella caught the protagonist, who immediately fainted. They looked at the ship, and the inspector offered them Cortesco. The students' faces were tense. There was another ship nearby. The man raised his hand and said that they would be in Cosmphony in 5 days, and that too would be free. The boy scratched his head and thanked him. The bandits were sitting at a table where there was a plate of chicken. One of them grinned and said that they were ready. The pirate captain raised his eyebrows and said that they would do the deed tonight. The third hooligan took a bite of meat and laughed. The captain pointed at him and asked why he had torn out his eye. The man raised his hand and said that being one-eyed was a symbol of piracy. They were sitting at a round table, and another hooligan asked if there was anyone normal left among their bloody robbers. The captain pointed his finger at the map. A lantern was shining brightly in the hold, and the man said that their goal today was a ship that was sailing to Ziotanbel. The one-eyed pirate grinned and said that they were going to have a real good time today. The leader gritted his teeth and said that this ship was filled with rich kids and was called Cortesco. Isabella and Lucas climbed aboard. Mac put his hand on his chest and introduced himself as the captain of the ship. The girl walked up to him and said hello. While the sailors were preparing to leave, the apprentice asked if there was a reason why such a magnificent ship had so few passengers. The man raised his hand and said that this ship was sailing near the Oskal Islands, where pirates appear. The apprentice's mouth fell open in fear, and Mac told her with a smile not to worry. There were 2 more ships sailing near the ship, and the captain said that they were guarded by 4-star mages. A woman was seen with streams of water around her, and Max said that they were trained in the magic tower of the Battle Master. The man was surrounded by a red light. The mages looked tense, as if they were ready to fight at any moment. Lucas yawned when his companion said that then they were really safe. The captain smiled and said that if the pirates had a head on their shoulders, they would not dare to attack a ship that was protected by the Empire's warships. Suddenly, Mac turned around sharply. The girl's mouth fell open in fear. The pirates had boarded the ship. There was fog around the ship. The man was covered in sweat from fear. Isabella's eyes widened. The protagonist frowned angrily. There were streams of wind above the ship. The warships were sunk. From the deck of the pirate ship, the sea robbers were looking at the passengers and crew of Cortesco's ship, readying 5 cannons. Their captain, with a mohawk and a thick beard, laughed madly, opening his mouth wide in anticipation of the attack and plunder. A few minutes before, the pirates had spotted 3 ships on the horizon through a monocle. The one-eyed pirate gritted his teeth and asked what they were going to do. The leader looked away and said that someone would take care of everything. A monster stood in the distance, and the captain explained that it was their special guest, whom he had invited with difficulty today. The undead opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly in an incomprehensible language. The monster then took 2 blue balls. There was a fog of mana on the ship, and the leader explained that it was a lich named Duller. The one-eyed bandit opened his mouth in shock and began to sweat. He hid behind his leader, screaming in fear. The pirate leader gritted his teeth and said that he was acting like a child. There was a purple mist around the lich, and the bandit said that seeing this monster was so scary that it was like a nightmare. He raised his hands and said that he thought their captain was really crazy to go to Cortesho, to which his leader replied that he talked too much. Then the bandit turned to the chief and called him a true pioneer who could open a new page in the history of pirates, as he would sign a contract with Duller. The monster raised one hand. It opened its jaws wide. Its eye sockets glowed brightly as it summoned an ice spear. Suddenly, ice blocks emerged from the sea water. The sorceress from the magic tower, guarding one of the 2 warships, froze in shock as she watched the ice weapon appear in the air. The mages on both warships accompanying Cortesho raised their heads to the sky, wondering in horror what was looming above them. The dark-skinned sorceress quickly activated her blue mana, wanting to strike at the ice weapon in the sky. The muscular mage followed suit, also activating his powerful fire power. The sharp ice chunks were already starting to fall, heading straight for the 3 ships. The woman raised both her hands up, using her skills. Suddenly, she closed one eye and screamed loudly. The ice shards fell straight onto the ships. The pirate leader opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, shouting that now they would go and make some money. His subordinates raised their hands up, shouting in approval. The robber approached the lich and said that it was simply incredible how he blew up those big warships at once. The monster turned around and said that it was strange. The captain shuddered and thought that he was very scared. There was a purple fog around the lich, and Duller said that there were 3 of them. He turned away from the man and added that he definitely summoned 3 ice spears. The ships sank, smoking, and Duller asked why the 3rd ship remained unharmed. The robber put his hands together and reminded them that they had warned the lich beforehand not to touch this ship. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he added that they were to use these people as hostages. The monster turned around and the man even squeaked in fear. He looked down and thought that this little skull was very nasty. The monster looked at him and said that he did it with the intention of blocking them, and it would be quite annoying if they tried to run away or fight back. But the blow was not strong enough to sink the ship. The pirate looked at Duller in confusion and asked what he meant. The lich's eye sockets glowed brightly, and he said that there was something on this ship. Max stood in the middle of the ship, shouting for the cadets to calm down and follow the sailor's instructions. A boy sat in the distance while the others ran. His face was hidden in the shadows and he laughed. The protagonist and Isabella looked away. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she saw that the warships were destroyed. The boy looked at her seriously. He then patted her head and told her to calm down because they were just pirates. He looked at the water and said that he was more worried about something else. The ships were sinking and Lucas said that there were definitely 3 ice spears, but the one that was supposed to fall on this boat disappeared along the way. The girl looked straight ahead, asking if the protagonist did this, but he said that it was not. He then lowered his head down. He imagined the monster and thought that he felt a wave of mana approaching, but he was unable to stop it. The boy remembered the encounter with the enemy and thought that when he looked at the demigod like that, his mind went blank for a moment, and it seemed that he was still in the grip of those memories of being locked in the abyss for 4,000 years. Lucas furrowed his brows angrily and began to sweat. His hand was shaking and he mentally told himself to calm down. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and thought that it was the mana of the undead, not a demigod. Isabella came up to him and asked who stopped the attack then. The protagonist touched his face and closed one eye. The stranger was sitting to the side and the guy said that he didn't know who it was, but they should definitely meet. Suddenly, a shell hit the ship. The cadets screamed loudly in fear. The robbers quickly jumped onto the ship. The ladder fell down. The villains were holding weapons in their hands, screaming loudly. The pirates attacked the passengers and crew. Lucas and Isabella stood in the middle of this chaos. Suddenly, someone loudly stomped their foot on the floor. The entire crew of robbers stood on the ship. The villain grinned and said that he found it funny because this ship was burning hotter than he thought. Mac raised his sword, standing in front of the students, while the bandits shouted that they would be able to play and eat forever if they succeeded. The leader smiled widely. Behind him stood his subordinates, and he asked how the rich and dreamy cadets were doing. Mac, holding his sword in his hand, asked if they knew what kind of ship this was. The pirate leader, grinning, replied that it was a treasure ship, filled to the brim with the descendants of ancient houses. It was visible how the bandits, with their jaws open, laughed loudly. The boy, approaching the robbers, exclaimed that how dare these dirty pirates. The captain of the bloody marauders narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. It seemed that the young man was standing with his hands down. Clenching his fist, the student noted that it seemed to him that they did not realize their situation, because those on board the ship were students of the academy, who in the future would become excellent magicians. The teenager opened his mouth wide and added that unfortunately for them, they had picked the wrong ship to hunt. Mac's eyes widened and he asked to stop. A moment later, the student raised his elbows and cast a spell. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. The boy's pupils narrowed sharply. A knife flew past his neck. The pirate leader, grinning evilly, said that he thought he hadn't fully grasped the situation and then asked if he thought anyone would give him time to get going. Sweat began to run down the boy's face. The student looked at the dagger in fear. The protagonist, holding his hands in his pockets, quietly laughed. Lucas, squinting, thought that someone had slightly deflected the trajectory of the knife flying towards his neck, and he also heard a question about why he needed all these people. Noticing the mysterious guy in the hood, the protagonist wondered if this was the guy who had prevented the attack. The student opened his mouth in surprise. The mysterious young man approached him and said that this opponent was too strong for him, and therefore he should sit still and not stick his head out. The assistant to the pirate leader raised his palms and asked if he could now hit the only target, to which he received the answer that he had deliberately calculated everything, because it was a potential bag of money. The captain, looking ahead, said that the jokes were over, and this time he would show how it should be done. Looking at the frightened guy in glasses, the marauder decided that he would be perfect. A second later, the teenager fell to the ground. His pants quickly got wet. Scratching his nose, the robber asked if their brat had wet himself. The leader offered to wash it clean, and at that very moment the hooligan, approaching the student, answered positively. A moment later, the man put the student on his shoulder. Pierre, his mouth wide open, was angry. Suddenly, the young man was thrown into the water. It was clear that the boy was trying not to drown and calling for help. Boards and a barrel were floating near him. A second later, the young man sank into the depths. The student, raising his eyebrows, said that the orc from the second class had just been killed hard. At the same time, the captain was scratching his ear. The magician, pulling the bowstring, called the pirate scum. Looking at his finger, the marauder noted that it was too noisy here. Suddenly, the sorcerers released bright energy. Magic projectiles hit the opponents. Dark power was circling near the pirate leader. Unexpectedly, the man repelled the attack. The guys, through the sweat on their faces, were puzzled. It seemed like the captain was grinning slyly. A moment later, the marauder released dark energy. The young man abruptly jumped to the side. The students began to fall off their feet. Red eyes were visible. The student, sitting on the floor, said that this could not be. A second later, Duller appeared. His gaze was fierce. Isabella, with her mouth wide open, asked if it was really a lich. The protagonist calmly looked forward. Extending his index finger, Mac clarified whether they had made a contract with the undead. The skeleton's eyes glowed red, and at that moment the captain exclaimed that those who do not fear death do not deal with the living, and this only means that they are being used. The pirate leader, raising the corners of his lips, replied that they were only interested in money, because they were pirates. One of the students clenched his fists, and it was audible that the opponent was crazy, because it did not matter how attractive the money was. It was seen how the girl hugged the protagonist, to which he objected that she was too close, and doing this in the middle of the ocean was too much. Sweat trickled down Lucas's cheek. His classmate abruptly closed her eyes. The student, standing in front of the undead, said that they were not just pirates, and then clarified that they were not in a dangerous situation. A dark force circled above the ships, and it was heard that the minimum level of Duller was 5 stars, and now it was clear why 4-star battle mages could not get close to him. The marauder turned his gaze to the side in confusion. The man looked closely at the skeleton. The lich, opening his jaw, said that the one who managed to stop his magic was here, and therefore let him come out. The monster added that he knew he was here, which made the captain's eyes bulge in surprise. Duller's pupils glowed red, and he said that he should show himself. The lich sharply raised his palm. Sharp crystals appeared in the sky, and at the same time the undead explained that if he continued to hide, he would kill everyone right now. The students opened their jaws in fear. Sweat was running down Mac's face. Magic projectiles were visible hanging above the ship. The pirate leader, looking at the skeleton, tried to object. The monster looked at him menacingly. Scratching his head, the bandit muttered that he was really nasty and scary. Suddenly the guy's legs appeared. The hooded youth stood in front of his opponent. Duller, looking ahead, asked if he was the one who stopped his magic. Pierre opened his mouth and answered positively. The blonde clenched his fists, and the lich asked for his name. Then the leader of the Brotherhood, Trowman, began to take off his hood. The guys opened their jaws in surprise. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, recognized this guy. Squinting, the teenager said his name. Isabella, hugging the protagonist, repeated his nickname, and he asked if she knew it. It was clear that Pierre bit his lips, after which the girl said that there was no one in their academy who did not know him, and in addition to the fact that he is the head of a prestigious club of noble gentlemen, he is also a full-fledged offspring of the June family, one of the 3 most influential families in the empire. Opening her mouth wide, the student added that his grades are simply excellent, and therefore they constantly compete with him for the highest places in the top of the academy. Turning his head, Lucas asked if she was bragging now, to which he received a negative answer. The guy's face was stern, and the student said that although they had almost the same grades, he was on a completely different level. The girls, blushing sharply, asked what brought Mr. Pierre here. Clenching their fists, the guys shouted that they were saved. Opening her jaw, Isabella said that he possessed magic that sometimes went beyond their understanding, and in any case, one could safely hope that he, at least in such a situation, when suddenly she was interrupted and said that he could not cope. The student, turning her gaze to the side, asked again what he said. The main character, noticing how the blonde was breathing heavily, noted that he could barely stand on his feet. The protagonist, squinting, exclaimed that the Lich's level was definitely higher than the 5th. At the same time, a dark force was circling around the undead, and then the strongest master of humanity said that her friend Pierre, as she called him, understood this and seemed to have toned down his arrogance. A blue aura surrounded the young man, and Lucas added that his strength would barely be enough for the 5th, but no more. Sharp crystals were visible from afar, and at that moment the protagonist noted that the fact that he managed to reflect magic higher than his level and not die was a real miracle. The teenager raised his hands up in anger. With bulging eyes, the girl asked him if he really wanted to say that he possessed a higher level of magic than the Lich. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist answered negatively. Turning his head, the strongest master of humanity asked her to let him go, because he was hot. Biting his lips, the blonde wondered why he got on this particular ship. Pierre lowered his hands and muttered that he did not want to be conspicuous, and so he chose the one with fewer students, and now he was taking the rap. His fingers were shaking, and he added that today was clearly not his day, because after reflecting magic, his body seemed very fragile. Clenching his fists, the student realized that he was not his opponent. Suddenly, Duller, standing opposite the guy, noted that today was his day. Opening his mouth, the monster added that he expected to find excellent material with his help. The head of the Brotherhood, Trowman, opened his mouth in bewilderment. The pupils of the undead glowed red. A moment later, Pierre closed his eyes. The captain was asked what the purpose of all this was, which made him look ahead in surprise. Grinning menacingly, the pirate replied that nothing special. Putting his palm on his chest, the marauder said that he understood that it looked dangerous, but their beautiful and beloved youth had to go through this test, and therefore let them sit quietly and resign themselves. The bandit raised his hands and exclaimed that he would guarantee to deliver them to their destination, Port Cows, safe and sound at top speed, because they were all friends. The man smiled and told the captain that it was a bad trait to meddle where one was not wanted. The pirate leader narrowed his eyes and remarked that only if they paid well for them. Lucas sighed heavily, realizing that in the end it all came down to money. It was visible how the blonde looked thoughtfully down. Suddenly the guy, holding out his palm, said that he had an offer. Opening his mouth, the young man asked to take only his. Picking his nose, the marauder listened that for the amount he would receive from his family, June, he would be able to buy 2 such ships, but only on the condition that he let the others go. Turning around, the bandit asked if he was a fool, since they had the immortal Duller on their side, and why should he listen to him if he could get money for all of them. The teenager said that the pirate was right, which made him narrow his eyes sharply. Looking at his opponent, the student noted that he was no match for the Lich he had hired, and would most likely die. Suddenly, the student's eyes lit up blue. A powerful aura enveloped the leader of the Trowman Brotherhood, and he said that he thought he could drag him to the grave with him. Then sweat began to flow down the man's face. The protagonist thoughtfully touched his lips. Looking at the serious young man, Lucas muttered that the more he liked this guy the more, and also added that, after all, young people are crazy. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that this country has a great future, and Isabella asked if he had even heard him. Opening her mouth, the undead refused. Releasing dark power, Duller said that with his mana level, this was nothing more than bragging. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise. A powerful energy quickly approached him. Stretching out his palm, the Lich explained that it would absorb him completely, and turn the remaining empty body into undead, and use it as a storage for spare limbs. Magic threads enveloped the teenager's body, and at that moment the monster exclaimed that he already belonged to him. The leader of the pirates, clenching his jaw, said that the negotiations were over. The man ordered to grab everyone and drag them to their ship, after which the robbers rushed from the spot. One of the students' eyes bulged in confusion. It was visible how the marauders grabbed the guys. The girl, opening her mouth wide, asked them to stop, because she was going to throw up. The hooligan, grinning contentedly, laughed loudly. Lowering his eyebrows, the pirate wondered what could happen to him too. Isabella opened her jaw in fear. The enemy, approaching the student, invited her to go play with him with dolls, and also added that she should not worry, because he was a good person. Lucas frowned menacingly, hearing that he should step aside. The main character turned his head sharply. Then the protagonist looked at the student. Squinting, the guy clarified whether this was said to him. Grinning, the robber asked who else, and whether he saw another such frail guy here, and then exclaimed that only his head was sticking out. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man asked what kind of manner of speech this was. Opening his mouth, the man clarified whether he was a nice boy, and at the same time said that it was late, and it was time for him to sleep. Warming his fingers, the pirate added that he would punish him. Looking forward, the strongest master of humanity exclaimed that he should come closer, and also asked how he even had the audacity to talk like that. The tied-up students were visible, and they noticed what made them even angrier. Opening his mouth wide, the student shouted that the protagonist didn't see what was going on and should curb his arrogance, to which he replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how he was doing. Suddenly, the robber bit his lips menacingly. The pirate angrily kicked his foot. Holding a saber in his hand, the bully said that he seemed to want to get it more than anyone else here. The guys opened their jaws in surprise. Pierre opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist's face was calm. Swinging a sharp weapon, the enemy objected that he had completely forgotten his place and would now show him. Isabella closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, the enemy's teeth flew in all directions. Lucia powerfully threw the marauder back. It was visible how the robber fell to the ground. Opening his mouth, the guy replied that he knew his place perfectly well. A powerful splash of water appeared on the waves near the ship. The bandit's eyes widened in confusion. The student lowered his jaw and asked what had just happened. People did not understand whether the main loser of their academy had done it, while Lucas pushed Isabella away with his hand. The heroes stood alone in the middle of the deck of the sea vessel. Pierre opened his mouth in alarm and thought about these movements. Remembering the blows that the protagonist had dealt to the enemy, the head of the Brotherhood, Trowman, realized that with the help of mana he had accelerated many times and struck the enemy, but his speed was amazing, because even he had not managed to see his movements. The protagonist slightly tilted his head forward, and the heir to one of the three most influential families of the Empire reflected on the fact that he knew that he was hiding some powerful abilities, but he could not even think of such a level of use of mana. Putting her palms to her chest, the girl called out to her classmate. The schoolgirl's eyes widened in fear. Placing his hand on his friend's head, the strongest master of humanity in another body asked her not to worry about it, and then added that this pirate was clearly stronger than her. Looking down, the third son of the Blake family explained that he had simply gotten rid of the inequality, and then asked if Isabella understood him. The classmate bit her lips in embarrassment. To the right of the guy, in the distance, stood the marauders. The student lowered the corners of his lips in humility. A question could be heard about what they should do now, while the bandits surrounded the tied-up schoolchildren. Putting his fingers to his head, the bully muttered that he was just showing off, and then added that he wanted to show off his skills to the girl and that he would now die because of it. In that same second, Lucas was right next to the man, which surprised him greatly. Opening his mouth wide, the pirate did not understand how he did it. Streams of magic flew out of Duller's mouth. A bright light was visible in his eyes, and the lich realized that this had to be done quickly. A moment later, pieces of black matter flew into the air. The bandit's eyes turned white with fear, and he began to scream. With a loud scream, the marauder began to fall to the floor, and the protagonist noted that it would be better for him to agree to Pierre's offer. The strongest master of humanity frowned angrily and said that, unlike him, he was not so kind. The guy said that in that case, everyone would have remained safe and peacefully dispersed, but now there was nothing to be done, when suddenly the pirates grabbed their weapons and began calling for the bosun. Black liquid was running down the bandit's face, while the student said that they didn't look very human anyway. The marauders rushed towards the protagonist, and shouted that they would now tear out all his white hair. The young man's pupils, filled with mana, glowed brightly. At the same second, Lucas grabbed one of the opponents by the neck. The hooligan, in whose body a hole had formed, did a somersault over himself. Powerful energy flows emanated from the protagonist's palm. In a burst of magic, the marauders' bodies were torn to pieces. With their mouths wide open, the enemies shouted that they would attack together. Suddenly, their faces were illuminated by beams of magic. A protective barrier surrounded the student's body. The protagonist stood with his arms outstretched. The captain dropped his jaw in disbelief and said that he couldn't believe his eyes. At one point, the boy was attacking two enemies with his hand and foot. A vortex formed around him, sucking in all his opponents. The men screamed from the pain in their legs, while the student's mouth opened wide in surprise that he had defeated so many pirates at once. The bandit grabbed the girl by the arms and asked who the kid was, while she screamed to be let go. Suddenly, the hooligan's pupils noticeably decreased. At the same second, the protagonist took off. A bright white trail was visible behind him. The Apostle of Justice frowned angrily. A moment later, he kicked the pirate. They shouted at Lucas that they were going to kill him, when suddenly he jumped high into the air. The man's cheek was flattened by the pressure of a boot. The protagonist turned upside down while the enemies screamed loudly. The bandits fell to the floor, and one of them screamed that the idiot cut him, and he said that he did not mean to, he was just too fast. Opening his mouth wide, the marauder exclaimed that he would kill him. A bright magic sphere appeared in the hands of the third son of the Blake family. Looking up, the hooligans did not understand what he was doing, and his comrade asked him to wait. Powerful streams of air flew under the protagonist's hands. The bandits opened their mouths in fear and began to scream loudly. At the same second, a flurry of magic hit them right in their place. Not a trace remained in their place, except for weapons and broken boards. The protagonist began to take one step forward. Suddenly, his hair flew up. Hearing a loud sound, the third son of the Blake family looked away. The big guy grabbed his classmate captive and shouted for the monster to stay where it was, and then added that after one move, she would be finished. Dropping his jaw, the man said that he couldn't even try to move his fingers, otherwise the girl's throat would immediately turn purple with blood. The protagonist turned down the corners of his lips in displeasure. Opening his mouth, the guy asked him again. A moment later, the pirate's pupils noticeably shrank from fear. Directing a stream of magic into her stomach, Isabella began to cast the spell. A bright glow was visible in her eyes. The villain looked down in alarm. At the same second, a lightning strike pierced the enemy's body, and he began to scream loudly. Teeth began to fall out of his jaw. A moment later, the marauder fell to the floor with a crash. The people on the ship dropped their jaws in surprise. Pierre stood to the side, tied with black ropes. The captain's pupils widened as he stood next to Duller. Isabella touched her hair with her fingers. The girl began to approach her comrade. Putting her hand on her hip, the student asked if he liked her skills. Winking with one eye, Lucas noticed that this little girl was still showing off. It seemed like the man was putting his palms together. The student's eyes and mouth widened in bewilderment. The captain bent his arm at the elbow and noted that it was cool, and praised the white-haired youth, and then added that judging by his movements, he was a guard pretending to be a student. The pirate leader spread his fingers and admitted that this surprised him, after which he began to laugh. Lucas narrowed his eyes. The leader of the bloody marauders clenched his teeth uncertainly. Raising his palm, the man offered to make a deal. The captain stood opposite the protagonist, and said that he had already realized that this was no ordinary man, when he suddenly asked whether he thought it would be too hard for him to cope with all his boys alone. The strongest master of humanity lowered his chin slightly and, sighing heavily, told his interlocutor to speak. Smiling broadly, the head of the pirates said the word half. Schoolchildren tied with ropes appeared on board, and the leader of the marauders explained that he would take only half of everyone on this ship, and in his opinion, that would be fair. The protagonist looked away. The student, closing his eyes, was crying and saying that he did not want to die. The man looked up and noted that, no matter how you look at it, this was a good offer, after which he added that this guy would also become a hero, and they would not be left without a piece of bread. Grinning maliciously, the captain declared that everyone would win. The third son of the Blake family, his jaw dropped, noticing that his interlocutor was already rotten to the core, and then asked what the gain was, since one could count how many people had already been lost. The pirate leader, spreading his arms out to the sides, replied that it was a small loss. One of the bandits grabbed the schoolgirl's body with his hands, and their boss asked Lucas to think about the fact that the rest would be at his complete disposal, so he should choose who he liked himself. With her mouth wide open, the student began to speak. Rushing forward, the girl screamed for the strongest master of humanity to take her. Touching the guy's chest with her palm, the student begged him to choose her. Frowning furiously, the interlocutor exclaimed that she would pay him well, but asked him to name the amount, after which she offered 100 gold. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek, and the girl noted that if that was not enough, she could ask for anything, as long as she wanted to go with him. The blue-haired student raised the corners of her eyebrows in alarm, and her classmate shouted that he needed to be picked up too. The students rushed straight to the third son of the Blake family, shouting that they would pay him 150 gold if he chose them, while others offered 200. The young man hung his jaw tiredly, wondering what he should do. Lucas wondered what Isabella would say, since this way the trip would pay for itself, to which she clenched her fists tightly, and shouted that she would never agree. Suddenly, the protagonist's lips closed. Raising his hand, the strongest master of humanity declared that 200 gold had been called, and asked who would give more, while his companion did not understand what kind of auction he was holding here. The student's eyes widened in alarm, and one could be heard shouting that he should be chosen because his life was worth more than all of them put together, while another objected that he should be taken because he was the eldest son of the Galleon family, and a third was indignant that this was ridiculous because a place in the government of this country had already been prepared for him. Isabella's eyes widened in bewilderment, while the students were talking about how if Lucas took them, they would put in a good word for him too, so he should think carefully about who would be more useful to him. The protagonist ordered all the hypocritical degenerates to shut up, when suddenly they turned their heads in his direction in fear. The girl grabbed his hand while he was talking about what it was like to listen to them. Pushing the student aside, the protagonist exclaimed that she was also too close, and he was hot, because there were already a lot of people here, and there was this sea humidity. The guy noted that they had been taught from infancy how to properly throw money around, but then he asked if it was their gold, which their parents had earned through hard work, to which Isabella's mouth dropped open in surprise. The student's pupils widened in fear as Lucas spoke about how these future mages only trembled for their pathetic souls, and it disgusted him to look at them, and then asked a question about what would happen when they grew up. Putting his finger forward, the protagonist declared that they heard him, and that a mage is first and foremost a hero who protects the weak. The student could be heard saying that no matter how great the danger that loomed over his life, he first of all thinks about saving others, and Isabella slightly bowed her head and called out for the strongest master of humanity. The protagonist exclaimed that he once again asked everyone to think about the amount, to which his companion furiously closed her eyes and wondered if he suffered from bipolar disorder. The captain and the lich stood near the side of the ship. The man frowned in displeasure. At that very second, Duller turned away from him. The monster's eyes were shining brightly, and the pirate leader thought about how he was silent as if he had water in his mouth, and did not understand if there was anyone who would be able to defeat him, even though he was just a skull on legs. Slightly opening his jaw, the undead asked him not to doubt, because such a person had not yet been born. Biting his lower lip, the leader of the marauders thought about how this was mind-reading, but then why did he have to be so meaningfully silent? The monster said that he was just curious, and the man turned his head to the side and thought that now he would also have to watch his thoughts. Lucas stood in front of his companion and talked to her, and the lich said that he had a level of mana that he had never encountered before, because he was literally glowing with it, so this was a very beautiful example. A drop of sweat was running down the protagonist's cheek, and Duller noted that most likely he had a maximum of level 5. Suddenly bright spots appeared on the monster's body, and it declared that it would not be able to become a worthy opponent. Chunks of dark flesh flew off the undead, and the captain exclaimed that he agreed with him. Isabella opened her mouth in alarm. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, and it explained that it could not pass up such a beautiful body like his, so it wanted him to die, after which it added that he should renounce life and become its property. Rubbing his shoulder, the protagonist said that they were all very tactless here, and also spoke in clichés. A dark aura splashed in the air. Releasing magic blades from his body, Duller said that it was a living rocket. With bulging pupils, the girl screamed that she recognized this magic. Pulling his hand back, the lich exclaimed that it was time for him to die. Sharp tentacles rushed towards the protagonist. The strongest master of humanity dodged the opponent's attack. The pirates tried to bend down and began to scream loudly. Sharp knives were raised high into the air. A moment later, the weapons began to fall down. Opening her mouth wide, Isabella shouted that Lucas should be careful, because this is homing magic that will pursue him to the very end. Pushing off the floor of the ship with his foot, the protagonist cried out that he knows it. Narrowing his eyes, Pierre thought that this was dangerous. Streams of magic wrapped around Duller's body, and the head of the Brotherhood, Trowman, thought that if this is homing magic, then it will rush after the target without any external control, and did not understand what other secret methods this monster has. Dark streams appeared from the lich's mouth, and he said that this is a cursed right hand. The protagonist ran forward, trying to avoid a collision with magical beams. Undead hands appeared from a hole in the floor. Humanity's strongest master looked away through the energy beams. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably enlarged. The monster hands began to chase him. Smiling widely, the captain cried out that he was caught. With her mouth wide open, the girl tried to call her comrade. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred on board the ship. An explosion of purple energy occurred. Isabella put up a blue magic shield to the groans of her allies. People tried to save themselves from the blow. The hero's classmate held her hands parallel to each other, casting a spell. Her eyes were wide open. In the clouds of dust, she tried to see Lucas. There was a hole in the wooden wall, and water began to be visible through it. The girl called her friend again. She stood, holding one of her hands to her chest and excitedly repeating the hero's name. Pierre frowned and cursed. Spears were flying from somewhere. Duller was confused. The weapons were aimed in his direction. The spears hit the purple field. This defense was put up by the lich. He looked ahead in confusion. The energy that was holding him back began to dissolve around the air. Duller went on the attack. His hands were hidden in spherical energies. He attacked, crossing them. Scraps of energy flew in the air. Someone was reasoning why he was here, because their target was enclosed in a sample with white hair. The eyes glowed red, standing out, and the thought continued that if the target suddenly disappeared, they should evaporate on their own, but then it was unclear how they would do it. A blurry silhouette of a man appeared behind the lich. Isabella and Pierre were impressed. The guy's eyes glowed blue. The question of whether Lucas was okay sounded again. The undead leaned forward, perplexed. Duller looked around, not understanding how the protagonist had avoided an attack from 4 sides and then appeared behind him, to which the protagonist mockingly said that he liked the undead skull better. The lich jumped up. He looked at his opponent from above, concluding that he was capable of unusual maneuvers that required him to make at least 5 calculations at the same time, despite the rocking of the ship. The monster opened his mouth, realizing that he himself was not capable of such a thing, and even more so, such skill could not be available to people. Lucas looked at him confidently. Isabella, standing a little further away, asked if everything was okay with her friend. He turned to her. She stood and looked at him in surprise. It seemed as if this was the past Lucas. Her mouth slightly opened in surprise. She saw her classmate and the warrior standing behind him. Cold sweat ran down her temple, and her eyes widened. She called her friend's name again. Pierre looked up at the spinning ball of energy the Lich was creating. While it was in the purple sphere, the boy shouted to his allies that this ice spear magic was intended for use in the Navy. The students looked up in alarm. The monster, launching the weapon, decided that he should trust his bad feeling and destroy the entire ship. An explosion was heard and clouds of dust began to rise into the air. The Lich regretted that Pierre had missed, but decided to play it safe. He adjusted his vision and stopped in confusion. The ship was protected by a huge disc, and the undead did not understand what kind of barrier it was. One hand held a shield. Lucas stood without much effort holding the protective disc above his head. Duller did not believe his eyes. Pierre, in a cold sweat, noted that he almost lost consciousness because of one such thing alone. Isabella, standing motionless, did not understand who was standing in front of her. The monster created a huge weapon that resembled an iceberg, angry that he could not do anything with a pathetic little man. The air, looking at what was happening, shouted that the spear was huge. The undead sent the weapon straight to the target, wishing death to the enemies. Lucas prepared to jump. His foot pushed off the ground. A column of light rushed from the ship to the huge spear and destroyed it. Duller recoiled, as he could not believe what he saw. In the blink of an eye, the enemy appeared before him, breaking the last remains of the huge spear. Isabella and Pierre held the protection over the ship. The fragments began to fall into the water, leaving the ship unharmed. The Lich, bowing his head to the enemy, shouted that some youth, barely reaching the 5th level, cannot become a worthy opponent to him. The guy, confidently and calmly looking at the enemy, clarified that he already knew the way. They were in the air opposite each other. The monster asked what the guy meant. Did he really want him to show him the way above the 5th level? The hero, putting his hand on his belt, advised the enemy to pull himself together, saying that he had not used anything stronger than magic missiles for a long time, so the undead made him happy. The enemy, clenching his hands into fists, asked how dare his opponent say such a thing, and who he even was. The guy, opening his palms, introduced himself as an eternal loser from the West Road Academy, adding that this is what they call him. Then, looking seriously at the enemy, he said his true name, adding that he returned after 4,000 years to teach such scumbags as his opponent a lesson, then reminded that he is the strongest Archmage in the world. Those watching what was happening on the ship wondered what the opponents were talking about, annoyed that they were too far away and nothing could be heard. Isabella put her hand to her chest. The monster furiously screamed that this was impossible. The smoke from the explosion appeared in front of him again, and he added that the man had died while preparing to attack the enemy again. The opponent appeared behind him, again mockingly noting that the enemy had a more advantageous view from behind. There was a flash of light. Lucas had torn out the giant's heart. It occupied the entire palm of the magician, who called it a life machine, explaining out loud that if it was not destroyed, the enemy would not die, noting that everyone had their place. But now there was no time to look for a suitable one. The Lich furiously demanded to stop. A transparent ball formed around him. The skull was fractured. He himself began to disappear. All that remained of his heart was a light blue haze at the level of the enemy's hands. Lucas was still looking ahead. Isabella was completely dumbfounded. Pierre noted that their ally had indeed defeated the enemy, and it had been too easy for him. The pirates, also watching what was happening, realized in horror that their turn had come. The captain screamed in surprise that the Lich could not die, because he was immortal. Lucas suddenly appeared behind him when he was about to run away. The man turned around, hearing the words of the enemy that he had better remain silent because the negotiations were over. The protagonist, looking at him confidently, said that they would all die here. There were many bodies lying on the deck. All of them were dead. The captain's body had a weapon sticking out. Lucas stood with his back to the dead pirate. The hero ran his finger through the air, and looked carefully in front of him. Silent witnesses of the events stood around. Isabella looked at him with wide eyes. The ship was moored to the shore. Lucas was walking accompanied by his girlfriend, when admiring words about his incredible strength were heard behind him. The couple stopped and turned to Pierre. The guy looked at his hero and again noted that he was delighted. He turned away without a word and went his own way, under the uncomprehending gaze of his girlfriend. But suddenly something made him turn around. Pierre bowed, saying that he was alive, thanks to him. Isabella felt awkward and began to ask the heir to raise his head. Lucas was surprised by what he saw. He closed his eyes and exhaled. Then, putting his hand on his belt, he asked how the rescued man was feeling, explaining that after destroying the Lich's magic, there was probably a feeling that everything inside was twisted. The guy, smiling slightly, replied that everything was fine and that he, on the contrary, felt relieved after the accumulated blood came out. The interlocutor, winking, caught him in a bluff. Behind his back his girlfriend considered it disrespectful. There were port houses around when Lucas was asked what really happened to him. Several people were walking along the street. The voice clarified the question, saying that the guy dealt with the Lich too easily, which was too tough even for the royal magicians. The acquaintances walked past fish shops. The heir noted that he had heard about him as the most talentless student in the entire history of the West Road Academy. The guy stopped and looked at the magician, saying that he had been showing his talents for the last 2 weeks, asking if he had really been hiding his abilities all this time. The protagonist waved it off casually, replying that even if it was true, he didn't see anything special in it, because there are different situations in life. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise. The protagonist answered him with a calm and confident look. Pierre spread his hands. He turned to continue on his way and, under the surprised look of their companion, said that this was also true. Then, suddenly, he turned around, offering to visit their clan sometime, explaining that he would like to thank his savior. Isabella opened her mouth in surprise, noting to herself that this was a personal invitation. She, delighted by this turn of events, eagerly awaited her friend's consent. But he, scratching his cheek with his index finger, said that he would accept the invitation if he had time for it. The girl, standing in front of him, began to scold her companion. She shouted that he was crazy, since he did not accept the invitation from the June clan itself, because so many aristocrats tried to find at least some thread to contact them, and he said that he would accept the invitation if he had time. The guy, slightly raising his head up, suddenly remembered something. He turned to the saved man and asked to lend him some money, explaining that he needed 20 gold. While Isabella turned black with rage, he calmly asked what else she needed. They turned to face each other and began to quarrel over money and inappropriate behavior. Pierre raised his hands, palms up, explaining that there was no problem with this, but he needed to know why the hero needed money. He, holding his girlfriend, who was trying to strangle him, casually replied that he wanted to use the warp place in Kazanfan, and it was very expensive. Then Pierre picked up his bag and unzipped it, noting out loud that he now understood why his companion was heading towards the capital. Lucas and his girlfriend's mouths dropped from the amount of money the man they had saved had given them. The hero was holding 300 gold pieces and 3 coins. Then he extended his palms to Pierre and said that he didn't need that much and could make do with 20, but the heir protested, explaining that he didn't have any small coins on him, so his friend should take this. He smiled and silently called him a bourgeois. The guys continued walking down the street when Pierre said that if he had the opportunity, he would invite his hero right now, but at the moment, preparations were underway for the wedding and he probably had various preparations waiting for him at home. Isabella was examining the goods, and the magician, cursing, asked the heir if he was really proud of this. The guys were walking ahead when Pierre answered his interlocutor that he shouldn't say that, because it wasn't such a fun activity. Lucas was silent for a bit, and then suddenly turned to face his companion, forcing him to turn around as well, and asked the most awkward question about whether his fiancée had a sister. Pierre tried to create distance with his hands, explaining that this man was from the kingdom of Grenoble, but his companion said that it did not matter, adding that his aunt would also do. The heir continued on his way, saying that his fiancée was the daughter of the Awkward clan, and he did not understand whether she suited him, although people said that many outstanding knights came from there. The guy sighed, continuing that if they only knew that the groom was very weak in magic, they would be disappointed. Isabella, winking at him, complimented him, calling him one of the first in the academy and noting that he was not weak at all. Lucas called him by name, and the guy turned around. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder, telling him not to lose heart, because he was handsome. The hero approached and, lowering his voice, repeated that if the heir's bride had a sister or aunt, he simply had to tell his savior. Isabella pounced on her companion, calling him a blockhead and shouting that his head was filled with nothing but bad thoughts. Pierre grinned. The friends turned around, hearing the laughter. The guy adjusted his hair and noted that he hadn't laughed like that for a long time, calling his companions funny guys. They looked at him in confusion. The sky above the stone bridge turned golden. 3 travelers stood on the bridge. Pierre was saying goodbye to his companions. Looking at his savior, he asked him to definitely visit their clan so as not to make him look like an ungrateful fool. The magician repeated his previous answer, plunging his companion into a rage. Pierre looked at him silently. The protagonist responded with the same silent look. Isabella also watched them silently. She blushed slightly and thought that they looked great, like old good friends. The heir turned around and waved goodbye as he left. The protagonist, looking after Pierre, noted that their new acquaintance was a normal guy, and aristocrats should be exactly like that. The protagonist, grinning, added that, among other things, he spent a lot of money. The guy noticed her state when she was already starting to boil. The two were standing on the bridge in the moonlight, and the girl's cry of apology for not taking a penny with her could be heard a mile away. Isabella posed in armor, throwing her weapon over her shoulder. She tried on another outfit and asked if it was beautiful. Lucas made a displeased face and asked rhetorically if it wouldn't be better for her to go naked. The hero began to scold her in a raised voice. Was she really going to the mountains in such loose clothes? Let her choose something light, so that nothing would get in the way and there would be an opportunity to change quickly. Isabella got angry and seemed to start to boil. A moment later she exploded with shouts that she knew everything herself. There were just a lot of beautiful things that she would like to try on at least once, to which Lucas asked incomprehensibly what she was angry about. The shop employee diluted the atmosphere with an awkward laugh and noted that the hero's fellow traveler was not quite used to such hikes, to which he thought that he really should not have taken her with him, and the girl stood there all red. People were chatting in the city and the fountain was making noise. Lucas and Isabella were walking along the road. The guy picked up a bag in his hand and said that, no matter how you look at it, this thing is cool. He shook it and continued that with the help of magic it was possible to stuff objects much larger than the bag itself into it, to which his girlfriend interrupted his thoughts by saying that it wasn't such a novelty. The hero glanced sideways at her and noticed that she didn't seem to be in the mood, to which she indifferently asked what it mattered to him. Lucas exhaled and continued to look at her. And then he turned his gaze to the noisy city and thought that after all, technology was more advanced here than in his time. Take the same warp stones, and the population had clearly increased. They looked around and the guy thought that such progress was not particularly beyond his imagination, and small changes over 400 years were natural. Lucas remembered the sorcerer Duller, and thought that the demigod deliberately interfered with the development of civilization. The hero looked down and thought, was he really not sure that he could cope with humanity, which would become stronger as a result of evolution? This could not be, they consider people to be bugs. Isabella brought him out of his thoughts, asking what he was thinking so intently about, and added that they had arrived at the place where the warp stones were. Lucas turned his head, thinking. He looked around the square, decided that he would find out everything during a personal meeting. The guy from the tower shouted that the warp would soon begin and asked not to go beyond the magic circle. The hero noticed with sincere surprise that they had separated the ceremony. He looked at the artifact and said that it was a good decision to replace the required amount of mana with stones. The sky around him began to shine in drawings. The guy with an all-knowing smile warned his partner that those not accustomed to the warp could feel sick, which made her angry, saying that she knew about it, and he should stop acting like a country bumpkin. Suddenly, the girl opened her mouth with a cry of surprise. A blue halo of light shone in her eyes. The energy from the sky was mesmerizing and surrounding. A portal formed around the gathering place of people. In the center, between the stones, it was quiet. Suddenly, the building began to rise sharply. People stood around and silently watched. Lucas watched what was happening, fascinated. They moved to the mountains of Spain. The guy looked ahead. At that moment he thought that there were places that hadn't changed a bit even in 4,000 years. The hero turned around to call Isabella, but didn't have time to finish. The girl leaning against the wall felt sick, and Lucas commented that he said that it would be like that from being unaccustomed. The girl wiped her mouth with her hand and replied that she simply hadn't eaten anything since the morning. Lucas looked dejectedly at the girl who was trying to justify herself, not understanding why he took her with him. The lights were already being turned on in the houses. Men had gathered in the bar. The bartender was wiping bottles. Suddenly, he was called out and asked to give bread and meat for 5, especially more meat. Lucas moved his chair back and added a mug of beer to the order, which surprised Isabella. She sat down next to him and began to complain about ordering beer. The guy closed his eyes and calmly replied that she couldn't even imagine how long it had been since he had drunk it. The girl perked up when she heard the question of why the academy didn't sell beer. While the bartender was bringing out the food, Isabella explained that the students were underage, so they weren't allowed to drink alcohol. The man put a plate on the table and asked if the boys were mercenaries. There was fragrant, freshly cooked food in front of them. The bartender, frowning, continued to say that, judging by the fact that they were going to the mountains of Spain, they were new to this business. While the hero looked ahead with a thoughtful face, the man asked if they didn't think that with their new chain mail and sword they could catch a dragon right now. Lucas took a sip from his mug. The old man sighed and added that it wasn't so bad, because courage was for the young. He turned his back on them and finished by telling them to go back to where they came from after dinner, because the mountains of Spain were too tough for kids like them, and the hero laughed. Isabella looked at the man and said that according to rumors, this place is called a paradise of monsters, so they assumed that it was quite dangerous there, and the man asked again with displeasure. The bartender turned around in anger and asked what they knew. Isabella's eyes opened in surprise. The men from other tables whispered about the heroes, their trip to the mountains of Spain, about how they probably had a dozen spare lives. Lucas just ate food from 2 places with pleasure. The bartender wiped the bottle and apologized, saying that he had a son similar to them. Memories were spinning in his head, and he told how his son had said since childhood that he would become a mercenary. He was so stubborn, did not listen to his father at all, So when he saw them, he remembered his story too. Isabella, watching the interlocutor, carefully asked the man what was wrong with his son now. The girl fell into a stupor when he answered that he died in the mountains of Spain. The old man continued to wipe the bottles of alcohol and explained that his son had been entrusted with guarding a mother and daughter who had gone to collect medicinal herbs. But only the daughter had returned alive and told the man of her son's death. He remembered the mountains and decided that he would say nothing more bad, but that they should not go there. Even experienced mercenaries had little chance of returning from there safe and sound, because, as they say, it was pure hell. Sweat was pouring down Isabella's face. Next to her, Lucas got angry with contented laughter and glee that he had eaten well. And then he assumed a serious expression and asked the man to tell him about the monsters that lived there. At this point, the girl decided to eat. She took a bite and thought that the food had a strange taste. The bartender sighed. The hero looked at him while he asked if they really needed to go there, even if they were doomed. He scratched the top of his head and said bitterly that he would not be able to get enough sleep today. After a while, the plates were already empty. The old man was holding a drawing of mountains in his hands and explaining something. The guys listened attentively. Isabella thought about it and realized that she was ready for anything, but not for this. Suddenly Lucas jumped up, thanked the man for the story and asked how much they owed. The bartender, looking at the guy, said that they did not need money now and it would be on credit. They would pay back when they returned alive. Lucas emotionlessly asked if this was the reason why the merchants had enough money to survive, to which the man replied that he often heard this. The moon shone in the sky, shrouded in purple clouds. The guys were leaving the tavern. Lucas thanked the owner for the dinner, especially for the sausages. He would have given his life for such delicious food, to which the man replied that many say that only the beer is tasty in their establishment, and the rest is thrown away. In the end, the old man bequeathed to remember one thing: next time he will cook them sausages tastier than today. Lucas, humbly looking ahead, answered that they will hope for it. The bartender smiled. The heroes went deep into the mountains of Spain under the light of the moon. The quick blows of the protagonist fell on the beast, which did not expect it. With the help of the blade, the protagonist cut the monster into several parts. At this time, Isabella collected a ball of energy in her hands. The girl directed it at two more beasts moving towards her. Sweat appeared on Isabella's face. She sighed. Lucas looked tiredly ahead. The comrades stood on the corpses and the tired Isabella said that they were only at the entrance, and there were already too many strong monsters. Rubbing her chin, the girl understood why she was brought here, because in such a place 1 month of training would be enough for good training. The protagonist, putting away his sword, stunned the girl, saying that this was not true. The young man stopped, explaining that he would not have brought her here to catch some small fry, but the girl did not understand why they were here then. The protagonist turned around and said that he was going to the dungeon of Shuhei. The friend stopped and asked if this was the dungeon that the great sage Shuhei created and left behind. An image of a mountain shrouded in clouds appeared before Lucas's eyes and he said that this was a dungeon, finding which one can gain the power to rule the whole world. The protagonist walked in front of her, saying that the dungeon had a character. The protagonist frowned and remembered how he was lying on the grass, and the sage Shuhei was talking about a mountain rising above the clouds, where there was a beautiful lake and a small island in it, where he was waiting for the protagonist. The girl looked at her comrade with confusion, who looked up to the sky. Lucas looked at Mount Aguamban, which could be Drake's mountain, and the boy thought that if the lake was on top of the mountain, then it was probably volcanic. Looking in front of him, the young man thought that he needed to find a small island, because this place was quite to the sage's liking. Without turning to his classmate, Lucas said that although this was a legend, there was no exaggeration in it, and it was a very dangerous place. Isabella opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that it was necessary to have at least 6 stars to fight there. The protagonist raised his finger up. Looking at his friend, he said that in 1 month they would break through to this level. A classmate, looking at him, thought that he was out of his mind. Lucas scratched his chin and thought that he needed to find a suitable place to train, and Isabella was indignant, because even if he put in all his efforts, reaching the level of 6 stars would take several decades. Ignoring his friend's words, the protagonist suggested that they try to find a safe place to concentrate their mana. The sun rose. The monster screamed from the blow it received. Isabella used all the power available to her to destroy the enemy. Still in a fighting stance, the girl exhaled. She turned around and looked at her comrade. Lucas was looking ahead, not paying attention to anything around him. The protagonist said with relief that he had found something. There was a climb up the mountain ahead. Isabella was delighted, looking ahead. The friends found themselves at a waterfall and noted how beautiful it was there. The guys noticed the cave behind the waterfall. The protagonist went inside without hesitation, and his classmate followed him. The young man used the glow technique and a ball emitting light appeared in his hands. Lucas thought about it and decided that this was the place where they would train for a month. He called his friend by name, who turned to him. The protagonist put down his sword and said that from today on he would show her the Kasajan teaching method that she wanted to learn, that is, fighting. Isabella beamed, not believing that this was true, and Lucas said that he had not shown the method before because it was very dangerous. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that if his friend thoughtlessly repeated it, she could lose her life, so for now she just needed to watch him do it. The young man raised his hand up and a glow appeared in it. Lucas took the lotus position and concentrated, dust rose, and he soared above the ground. Isabella watched this, dumbfounded. The water in the waterfall continued to flow. Suddenly, droplets of water began to sparkle. Light illuminated the water. Energy gathered around the protagonist. It turned into a ball inside the guy. Isabella watched her friend hovering in the air, which illuminated the entire cave. The young man concentrated on absorbing mana from the entire mountain of testing. The girlfriend was amazed that he was collecting the mana that was in the dungeon and the entire room. The mana formed into a full-fledged ball. It was dark outside the cave, and the water was emitting a purple color. Suddenly, everything stopped abruptly and returned to its original state. The mana ball was fully formed. The protagonist was in a state of meditation. Finally, he opened his eyes. Still in the lotus position and above the ground, he declared that this was the end of the preparation. The protagonist looked at his classmate. Isabella repeated this technique and absorbed the mana into herself. At first, the protagonist was dumbfounded. But then he sighed with satisfaction. The guys stood opposite each other and Lucas told the girl that her abilities exceeded all his expectations. Moreover, she had a thirst for knowledge. The classmate opened her eyes. The protagonist was smiling from ear to ear. He put out his finger and wanted to touch Isabella, but she pulled away, not understanding what he was doing. His girlfriend looked at him in surprise. The protagonist grinned and offered to eat. The girl looked at her comrade with embarrassment. The protagonist opened the bag, on which a magic circle appeared. With its help, the protagonist's entire inventory appeared. Among all the things, he chose food and took it in his hands. Leaving the bag, Lucas began to eat and treated his girlfriend, but she said that she was not hungry, offering to keep it in reserve. Chewing his portion, the protagonist said that it was filled with mana, so it seemed that he felt full. The girl took the food in her hands and looked at it when Lucas said that she needed to eat, even if she had to force herself. The comrades settled down on the rugs and continued their meal. Isabella's cheeks were burning with embarrassment when she ate. The protagonist did not pay attention to anything, continuing to chew. The classmate stopped eating, thinking that she had never imagined that they would live like this. She folded her hands on her knees and looked at the protagonist. She felt an unusual energy in him, although she was an inexperienced student, but for some reason she saw his virtues and strong will. Isabella smiled. Lucas sat relaxed when the girl said that he had not been himself lately. The friend looked at the protagonist with admiration, stating that he seemed to know exactly where to go. There was not the slightest hesitation in him. The guy asked with a grin where the real him was. Isabella was surprised, because she did not expect such a question. She laughed, closed her eyes and asked where the fake him was. Lucas became serious when the girl said that people do not change, they just grow. Closing her eyes, the guy exhaled. The guys sat in front of each other, and the classmate asked how it happened that they had to thank the protagonist for the change. Isabella, looking at the guy in front of her, muttered something about training together. She wanted to continue, but suddenly it dawned on her. Her friend pressed her lips into a thin line and became embarrassed, because she realized that they would be alone in this narrow cave for a whole month. Lucas stood up and, leaving, said that he was not interested in minors, so there was no need to worry about trifles. Her classmate closed her eyes and thought that she was experiencing an unpleasant feeling. The protagonist was at the entrance to the cave and summoned a magic circle, and Isabella turned around and asked what he was doing. She exhaled when she heard that he was setting up a protective field, because it would be unpleasant if monsters ran in while they were sleeping. The protagonist lay down, deciding to take a nap, and advised Isabella to get a good night's sleep too. The guy fell asleep in a matter of minutes, and her classmate watched him. Looking at her friend, she felt relieved, but for some reason she wanted to hit him at least once. The next morning, nothing had changed outside. Isabella was sleeping peacefully. She soon woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she heard the protagonist asking if she had slept enough. The girl looked at her friend, who was sitting in the lotus position. Still rubbing her eyes, Isabella asked how long he had slept, to which the protagonist replied that it had been about 5 hours. Suddenly, the guy abruptly declared that his classmate should perceive this as her last rest, because from this day on, real training would begin. With confidence, Lucas declared that the battle would begin now. Frowning, the protagonist repeated that this was a very dangerous way of training. The guys were sitting opposite each other, when the protagonist said not to follow him, but just watch. The next moment, the protagonist's eyes lit up, and the mana that had been collected before appeared again. Its color had changed. The ball split into 2 parts, after which it came together again, but blue on one side and orange on the other. The classmate watched in amazement as the protagonist divided the mana collected in his body into fire and water. In her eyes, the reflection of mana was seething, controlling and fighting itself. She imagined the images of the fire devil and the water nymph, as if their war had begun in this small space called the body. The element of water launched a blow at the fire demon. The protagonist's right eye reflected the element of water. Inside the body, the nymph suppressed the fire. But the demon was not going to give up and fiercely defended itself. The protagonist's left eye reflected the element of fire. When the demon was about to attack, Isabella thought that in order for neither side to happen to the other, it was necessary to seriously adjust the balance. She imagined a scale, where on one side was the water nymph, and on the other side was the fire demon, and it was necessary to adjust the scale so that there was no imbalance. Her friend watched in amazement as what was happening. Looking at Lucas, who was completely absorbed in the process, she realized that this was the fight. Isabella frowned. Then she exhaled heavily. She concentrated and began to repeat what the protagonist showed her. The mana inside her was divided into two colors. It seemed that they were uniting, finding balance. But the girl felt how that very struggle of two elements began inside her. Isabella screamed, spitting out blood. She fell to the floor, trying to cough up. Looking at the puddle of blood on the floor, the girl thought that if the balance was disturbed even a little, it would be incredibly painful, and she felt it. The classmate looked at her friend, who was calmly training, as if meditating. Looking at his peaceful expression, she did not understand who he was. Near the rocks, a huge waterfall raged. Isabella was swimming in the lake next to it. The girl rubbed her body with a wet towel. She went ashore and went to her bag. The woman sat down next to a large boulder. Small stones lay on it. The sorceress pushed them with her hand. The student took a larger stone in her hand. The student placed it on the boulder and thought that about 2 weeks had passed. Isabella looked back and realized that her friend had not moved during all this time. There was a crevice behind the waterfall. The girl wondered how long these terrible lessons would continue. She entered a cave protected by a barrier. The woman put her bag on the ground. The sorceress looked up. Waves of blue energy rose into the air. They enveloped the body of the meditating protagonist. The student's eyes widened in surprise and she realized that it was a materialization of mana, which meant that her friend had reached the 6th star in just 2 weeks. Looking at the streams of energy, the student thought that it was hard to believe that a person was capable of such an incredible growth rate. Lucas lowered his head. The boy pursed his lips and realized that he was moving slowly and that he needed to be faster and more efficient. Isabella sat down next to him. The girl put her hands on her knees. A ball of invisible energy appeared in front of her. It was raining heavily outside. A waterfall flowed down a high cliff. Drops of rain fell on the leaves of a plant. 3 large stones lay on a boulder. The heroes, embraced by bright mana, were meditating in a cave. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widened. She fell to the ground and coughed. The sorceress wiped her cheek and realized that she only needed to lose concentration for a moment for the entire balance to collapse. Raising her hand in front of her, the student decided that she still found it hard to believe in the possibility of such growth, and remembered that this was the so-called struggle, the Casagen method. Looking at her hands, the student thought that this technique required a huge amount of patience and endurance, and wondered if the great people of antiquity had really devoted themselves entirely to such a terrible method, because today's level of magicians was incomparable to them. Isabella bowed her head to her shoulder and asked what she smelled like. The girl turned her head to the side. The barrier began to collapse. The woman wondered if someone wanted to penetrate here from the outside. At that moment, the protective field cracked and flew into pieces. The fiery monster approached the sorceress. She widened her eyes in fear and asked what it was. The giant bird spread its wings. The protagonist squinted. Lucas rose to his feet and replied that it was a phoenix. The student opened her mouth in surprise and asked if this creature was not of the divine species. The boy placed his hands on his waist. A smile appeared on his face. The student stared at him in confusion. Then Isabella looked ahead. There were deep cuts on the animal's chest. The girl knew that there were all sorts of monsters in the mountains of Spain, but definitely not of the divine species. The boy raised his hand and explained that he was attracted by the huge amount of uncontrolled mana that was released due to the use of the struggle method. The master walked towards the bird and beckoned it to him. The woman shouted that it was too dangerous. The sorceress opened her mouth wide and said that divine monsters were not creatures that could be tamed by humans. The eyes of the phoenix sparkled. Extending his hand, the Archmage asked his friend to look at him carefully, and said that the animal came here for help. The student opened her mouth in surprise. Suddenly, her eyes became round with shock. The monster bowed its head obediently before the protagonist. Lucas placed his hand on its fiery feathers. He stroked the divine monster. The student froze in amazement, and asked how her friend could stroke a creature whose plumage consisted of flashes of flame. The guy smiled and explained that the bird did not see him as an enemy. There were scratches on its chest. The young man noticed that they were inflicted by some giant claws. Stroking the phoenix's beak, the master assumed that a little more and the enemy would have struck its heart, and concluded that the creature survived only thanks to a miracle. Isabella blushed with awkwardness. The girl opened her mouth and asked if these monsters could die. The animal lay down on the ground, The Archmage explained that, unlike other creatures, they are freed with death, but this does not mean that they are immortal. The woman raised her eyebrows in confusion. Outside, the rain continued, and the sorceress wondered what in these parts could have caused such a severe wound to the deity. The protagonist smoothed his feathers and assumed that the bird had encountered an opponent it could not handle. The phoenix raised its head, and Lucas concluded that the monster knew that he could help it. The guy confidently drew his eyebrows together and smiled. Blue light was reflected in the eyes of the divine monster. The creature closed its eyelids. A powerful purple aura enveloped it. Standing to the side, the student noticed that her friend was treating the animal as if it were a small cub. Holding his hand on the bird's head, the young man said that he could completely heal it thanks to his training. The phoenix opened its eyes. Its head fell to the ground. The master asked it to lie still, and then everything would pass. The Archmage lowered his gaze and began to watch the monster. Standing next to it, the student realized that his facial expression and even the manner of speech were completely different from what she was used to. The protagonist touched the feathers of the divine monster. Isabella smiled and felt that even the air around her became softer and more comfortable. In the memory, Lucas, standing on a cliff, asked the bird if it could do nothing because of the rain. The apostle raised his index finger and said that this should not stop him. The phoenix spread its wings and roared. The boy asked if it was angry. The heroes flew into the sky. The young man offered the animal a snack of fresh human flesh. Standing next to the monster, the master said that memories came flooding back to him and explained that he had met someone of its kind a long time ago. Light particles flew around the wounds. Soon the scratches healed. The girl smiled and wondered if her friend could achieve immortality if he developed his healing skills even more. The divine monster rose to its feet. The animal spread its wings and let out a loud cry. Stroking his head, the Archmage thanked him for the nostalgia and suggested repeating that duel sometime as were the opponents. It seemed the bird smiled. The protagonist smiled back. After that, the phoenix flew out of the cave. The monster soared high into the sky. Standing at the exit of the cave, Lucas noticed something on the ground. There was a fiery feather lying there. The guy wondered what the divine monster wanted to say with this gesture. The young man squatted down and told him that this feather could be used to heal wounds or to create magical artifacts, and it could also be sold for a very high price. The master put it in a bag and said that phoenixes are not the kind of creatures that like to remain in debt. The Archmage bowed his head and said that their behavior was different from those who did nothing but eat and sleep all day long, not helping him at all. Isabella frowned and asked if they were talking about one young student. The protagonist sat down on the rug. The girl assumed that he should have simply asked for it, like all normal people do. Lucas's body was enveloped in purple energy. The woman turned away and smoothed her hair. It had been raining outside all night. In the morning, the bright sun came out. Its rays sparkled from the dew remaining on the leaves. Next to the plants lay a large boulder. There were already 4 stones on it. The heroes were sitting in a cave. The sorceress wiped her chin and thought that 4 weeks had already passed. The guy closed his eyes. The student noticed his emaciated face and realized that he had not eaten or drunk for a whole week, devoting himself entirely to meditation. The student pursed her lips and became worried about this, since it actually looked dangerous. A violet haze hung in the air. On the other hand, his image evoked a feeling of the presence of something mystical, or even divine. Isabella frowned sadly. The girl closed her eyes and mentally called her comrade strange and completely ill-mannered. In her memory, the guy kicked the scoundrel. The woman decided that sometimes he seemed cold-blooded and calculating. The sorceress imagined the young man stroking the phoenix and called him gentle and soft. His past incarnation appeared behind the master. The student concluded that this man evoked conflicting feelings and was more like a wise old man. The student opened her mouth in amazement. Isabella opened her eyes wide, because the essence of the Archmage showed itself to her in all its glory at such moments. The girl put her hand to her chest and realized that she loved with all her heart and respected her master. The main character opened his dry lips. The woman looked at him with admiration. Streams of blue energy surrounded Lucas. The boy opened his eyes. He rose to his feet. The sorceress looked at him, puzzled. Closing her eyes, the student realized that he had managed to do this in just a month, and congratulated her friend on reaching the 6th star. The young man looked closely at his hands. The student opened her eyes wide and decided that this sight was hard to believe, even looking at him point blank. Hugging her shoulder, Isabella remembered that the youngest mage to reach the 6th star was 35 years old, and realized that the world would turn upside down if it became known that an academy student had done the same. The master raised his head to the light. The Archmage closed his eyes and thought about how he now had the ability to gather mana with just his breath. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. The girl rushed to him when his legs gave way. The woman put her hand on her friend's chest and helped him stay on his feet. Lucas said that he had not eaten anything for a week. The sorceress took his arm and offered him some dried meat for a snack. The guy opened one eye and said that it would be better for them to hunt. Clouds floated above the waterfall. The student asked if her friend was okay. The young man asked her not to forget who she was talking to. The student's mouth opened in surprise when they went outside. There were corpses of monsters on the ground. Isabella asked what happened here. A dead bull stuck its tongue out of its mouth. Scratching the back of his head, the master assumed that a phoenix did it, and concluded that this was why the monsters did not bother them during training. The girl smiled and said that this was how the bird protected them. In his memory, the Archmage stroked the divine beast and promised to heal it. The protagonist smiled and thought that this short phrase left a mark on his soul. Lucas looked back and said that now they did not need to hunt, since they could eat the monsters and go further into the dungeon. The heroes were standing in a clearing when someone's scream was heard. The guy looked away tensely. The woman turned her head in fear. Mountains were visible behind the forest. The young man concluded that the scream came from somewhere nearby. The master put his hand on his belt and complained of unbearable hunger. Gusts of wind swirled around him. The Archmage jumped high into the air. The sorceress opened her mouth wide and called out to him. Standing at the edge of the forest, the apprentice wondered what she should do now alone. The dagger pierced the bark of a tree. The man cried in horror and asked for mercy. Robbers stood next to him. The bodies of people were stabbed with knives. The marauder raised his hand and laughed at his accomplice for missing. He asked if he was ashamed. The bandit looked back and said it was all because of a hangover. Juan snatched the knife from his hands and said it was his turn. The scoundrel, sitting nearby, asked them to stop playing. The killer asked if he could try again. Lawrence wiped his mouth, gave him his permission and asked when the woman would come, since more than a month had passed. Sitting by the fire, the villain asked how long they would have to sit in these mountains. The bandit picked up the dagger. He raised his other hand and called his comrades to look at the work of a true master. The man tied to the tree groaned in fear. The marauder threw the knife at him. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed. The tip of the dagger approached his face. At that moment, an unknown force threw him aside. The knife flew into the air. Then it fell to the ground. The bandits opened their mouths in confusion and asked what had just happened. Victor put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that the wind was not on his side today. Juan clenched his fists and got angry. The scoundrel suggested that he go get some fresh air. The killer looked around and noticed someone next to him. The villain returned to the protagonist and asked who it was. The robber grabbed a sickle and ordered him to answer the question. The marauder squeezed the dagger in his hand. Lucas squinted and concluded that these people killed all the merchants passing by. The guy looked to the side. Knives were sticking out of the corpses. The young man thought that they were also alive until they became a target for darts. Their companion was tied to a tree. The master decided that they were more candidates for the role of villains. The bandit approached him and asked if he could talk. Juan looked to the side and only managed to notice a quick movement of his hand. Victor's severed head flew into the air. His lifeless body fell in front of the heroes. The bandit opened his mouth in horror as blood spurted. His accomplices watched what was happening in bewilderment. Lawrence looked up from his meal and frowned tensely. Someone's hands appeared from the air whirlwind. In them was a snow-white braid. At that moment, it dissolved into thin air. The villain opened his mouth in shock and realized that this was 5th-level magic. The Archmage smiled. The protagonist frowned decisively and said that it was time to teach them a lesson. Isabella came out of the bushes. The girl's eyes widened and she began to breathe heavily. The corpses of the bandits lay around Lucas. The guy looked down sadly. The woman approached him and asked if her comrade had really killed everyone here. The young man replied that he had left only one alive and cast a psychic spell on him. The heroes looked down. Lawrence was lying unconscious on the ground. The master assumed that he was just a henchman, which meant that they had a leader. The sorceress raised her eyebrows and asked if her friend was going to burn everyone. The Archmage placed his hand on his belt and explained that he could not just close his eyes and pretend that he did not see how they killed innocent people for no reason. The eye of the supreme deity lit up. The protagonist wondered if he really enjoyed seeing people kill and hate each other and wished to scatter those ashes. Lucas frowned and thought about how it did not matter how trivial the things were that made a demigod happy, because listing them was disgusting. The boys looked around when the tied man called out to them. The merchant frowned sadly and asked if they were going to save him. The boy turned his head and replied that he could not take him with them because he had lost too much blood. The stranger cried out for help with tears in his eyes. The young man turned away. The wanderer cried out that he could not die here like this. He clenched his teeth and said that he wanted to apologize to his father before he died. The master looked back and gave him a stern look. Clouds of dust rose above the mountains. Someone asked if the 3rd platoon had been captured by a ghost. A group of people were in the forest. Sitting on the roots, the pirate asked if his comrade was drunk. The robber threw up his hands and said that he had seen it with his own eyes and that it was true. In the memory, the Archmage waved his arms. The bandit said that he had very long disheveled hair and that he appeared suddenly and silently, bringing down all his anger on them. Karls frowned tensely when the marauder said that the man was so well versed in battle that it was impossible to approach him. The man with glasses pursed his lips. The scoundrel added that in an instant all the members of the group became corpses and flew in different directions, that only he managed to escape. The captain thoughtfully scratched his chin. The commander lowered his hand and concluded that it was a magician. His accomplice agreed with this theory. The villain frowned and suggested that the attacker was capable of a double throw. The pirate narrowed his eyes and declared that it was a battle magician. The robber lowered his gaze and confirmed this. Karls rose to his feet. The bandit clenched his fist and ordered the others to strengthen the borders and give a signal as soon as this ghost appeared. The marauder frowned and added that they would have to take measures in advance and attack at the first report. The scoundrel asked if this magician was really hired by the Aquarid family. The captain smirked and said that this snobbish knightly family could not hire a magician as a bodyguard. The commander pointed at his subordinate and asked who they were playing human darts with. The man scratched his head and replied that they were very bored and that they were ordinary mercenaries who accompanied two women who were collecting herbs. The villain looked down and decided that they were not the kind of people who would hire a battle mage. The pirate's eyes widened and he wondered who this man really was. In front of the forest was a broken cart. Dead knights lay around. Weapons were sticking out of their bodies. The robber grinned and asked his opponent not to look at him like that, and said that he had been looking for him for a long time. In front of him stood the eldest daughter of the famous Aquarid knights. The bandits pounced on her. Sonia parried the axe with her sword. She managed to carry out a successful counterattack. The blade of the blade appeared right in front of the marauder's eyes. One swing of the sword cut off his head. The girl squinted and began to breathe heavily. The tip of the blade crashed into the ground. The woman lunged forward and wished death on her enemy. The man in glasses parried her attack. A sly smile appeared on his face, while the knight looked tense. The villain threw her back. The swordswoman plunged her weapon into the ground and managed to stay on her feet. The warrior leaned on the blade and tried to catch her breath. Karls opened his mouth in surprise and declared that it was impressive. The pirates surrounded their target. The captain concluded that the fire sword from the kingdom of Ronoble was not just a boast. The nuns began to cry and turned to their mistress. The fighter leaned on his sword and called out to her. Sonia lowered her weapon and looked up. The commander grinned maliciously. The maid put her hands to her chest. The out-of-breath warrior looked up worriedly. The villain licked his lips. The girl clutched the sword in her hands. The pirate said that the rumors were not lying about her beauty and that it was worth waiting in the mountains for more than a month. Pointing his finger at the enemy, the bandit was surprised that not only was she born the eldest daughter of such a prestigious family, but she also had more talent than any other male heir, and remembered that the king had granted her the title of Torrential Rain. The woman looked around and thought about how all the accompanying knights had been killed. Her servants were sitting on the ground. The knight frowned and realized that she was the only person willing to fight, because Luther had long since retired. There was a crowd of bandits in front of her. The swordswoman realized that they were all very talented, and concluded that this was the worst-case scenario. The bandit frowned and asked where their battle mage was. The warrior lowered the corners of her lips and asked what they were talking about. Opening her mouth wide, Sonia shouted that the knightly house of Aquarid, which had a long history, would not hire a mage, and stated that all wizards in their day were weak. The marauder looked away and made sure that the killer of his subordinates had nothing to do with her. Karls put his hands on his belt, curious to know what kind of ghost it was. The man promised not to kill the enemy right away. The girl frowned and asked what that meant. The captain licked his lips and wanted to know her guesses on the matter. The commander smiled broadly and asked if the enemy really wanted to be told what was about to happen. The woman looked at him, puzzled. The villain began to drool. The pirate explained that this was a very rare opportunity to get a chance to frolic with the respected daughter of a noble family. The knight clenched her teeth in anger. Standing in front of her comrades, the swordswoman declared that she would rather bite her tongue right now than become their toy. The robber narrowed his eyes and said that her servants could also end up in her place. The nuns covered their chests with their hands in fear. The bandit put his hands in his pockets and added that his men were very hungry because they had waited over a month to catch them. The marauder scratched his chin and concluded that the enemy would not die gracefully. The warrior frowned angrily and understood why they had left only them alive. The maids hugged each other and trembled with fear. Sonia looked back when they said that they would not drag their mistress down. The sisters looked at her resolutely. Luther rose from the ground and declared that it would be an honor for him to die for her. The man frowned sternly. The girl cast a sad look at him. She closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Then the woman looked forward. The knight lowered her hands and asked for forgiveness for the fact that her incompetence led them all to death. The cleric smiled and said she had nothing to regret. Her friend added that they had grown up healthy thanks to the help of the esteemed house of Aquarid. The swordswoman nodded. The scoundrel frowned in displeasure. Sitting behind their mistress, the nuns asked her to end their lives with her own hands. One of them closed her eyes and explained that they would not be able to meet in heaven with dignity if they were defiled. The warrior clutched her sword and wished for their heads to be held high, and their chests to be full of pride when they were reunited in the other world. Karls raised his hands and asked what they were talking about. Sonia opened her mouth wide and shouted that she was acting in the name of the honor of the two maidens and for the honor of the house of Aquarid. The girl swung her sword and promised to gratefully accompany her servants on their new journey. The captain pointed his finger at her and ordered his subordinates to stop her immediately. The blade of the sword flashed in the air. The woman struck. The bandits opened their mouths in shock. The knight began to cry with grief. The swordswoman opened her eyes. Suddenly they became round with shock. The maid sat on the ground untouched. The warrior looked at her hands in fear. They were empty, her sword was gone. Sonia clenched her teeth in anger. The bandits froze in place. The girl could not believe that they were so skilled. The woman raised her trembling hand and realized that she would have to endure the most terrible humiliation of her life anyway. The sister opened her mouth in horror. The knight apologized for not being able to provide them with a dignified death. The swordswoman lowered her head and ordered them to bite their tongues in the name of the eldest daughter of the Aquarid house. The warrior looked away when someone's voice was heard. The commander smiled and was glad that the enemy had finally revealed himself. The protagonist held the sword of the frightened Sonia in his hands. The heroes stood by the cliff under the blinding rays of the sun. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. The maids looked up tensely. Luther frowned with concern. Isabella held the wounded mercenary by the arm. The pirate grinned and said that he had heard some rumors and asked if this was the man who had taken care of his men. Lucas threw his sword aside and asked if this was their leader. The woman caught her weapon and stared at it. The bandit frowned with displeasure. The boy lowered his hands, waiting for an answer. The bandit raised his index finger and asked if he had come from above. The path led deep into the forest, where their base camp was located. The marauder narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked what the enemy had done to his men. The young man smiled and replied that he had taken good care of them. The scoundrel clenched his teeth in anger. His subordinates rushed to attack when Karlst ordered them to kill the enemy and not give him time to use magic. The villains approached the master. Blue energy appeared around him. The captain decided that against such a number of people he did not have a chance to win. The Archmage frowned sternly. A powerful gust of wind tore the bodies of the pirates to shreds. The commander held his sword in front of him and was able to defend himself. His hands trembled. The pirate did not understand what it was. Suddenly, the bandit's eyes widened in amazement. A hail of energy balls fell on him. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The heroes opened their mouths in shock. The knight frowned and asked who they were and what their goal was. Isabella closed her eyes and smiled. The girl looked up and replied that they had no reason to worry now. The bandits' feet hit the ground. The marauder reflected the enemy's shells one after another. The villain swung his blade and thought that the enemy would not be able to hold out for long, since wizards have a certain cycle of magic spells. The whirlwind swirled around the protagonist. Karlst realized that he was his only target, judging by the number of spells. Fighting off the attacks, the man decided to check what would happen faster. Either his opponent would fall from fatigue, or his men's weapons would get to him first. The villain clenched his teeth and mentally promised to cut off his head. Suddenly, the corpse of his accomplice flew past him. A huge hole gaped in his chest. The pirates who tried to escape were quickly overtaken by energy balls. The captain opened his eyes wide and said that this could not be. Looking at how the explosions threw his comrades into the air, the commander asked how the enemy could use so much energy at once. The robber opened his mouth in horror and realized that no one could use magic for so long. Lucas's eyes lit up. The powerful attack threw the bandit back. He fell to the ground. The villain opened his mouth wide and began to greedily gulp air. Karlst raised his hand and asked his opponent to stop. In front of him stood the barely alive members of the gang. The man's brows were furrowed tensely and he began to breathe heavily. Some fell to the ground, exhausted. The captain leaned on his sword and asked why their enemy had not fallen yet. Pointing at him, the commander shouted that he had run out of mana and ordered his subordinates to grab him immediately. The pirates somehow got to their feet. The bandit explained that they would all die if they did not kill him first. Raising his sword, Sonia asked if the savior had run out of mana and decided to help him. The guy raised his hand. The young man summoned a fiery magic circle and asked her to get out of the way. The stones lying on the ground shook. The bandits looked ahead in amazement. The villains opened their mouths in horror. Karlst spread his arms and wondered what was happening. Cracks appeared under his feet. The villains fell to the ground. Rock fragments rose into the air. They crushed the falling pirates. People tried to get out from under the boulders and begged for help. The captain screamed when the rocks pinned him from both sides. The heroes watched this spectacle from the side. The girl opened her mouth in shock and declared that this was simply unbelievable. The woman looked at the crevice that appeared in the middle of the rocks and realized that one person had just destroyed all the bandits. The knight approached the place where the earthquake occurred and concluded that it was the magic of the 5 stars. Isabella smiled and explained that her friend was buying time, using these spells as a distraction in order to use a control attack later. The warrior imagined a storm of light arrows and asked if it was just a distraction. The sorceress blushed and said that she had never seen anything like it either. The student turned her head and added that only he was capable of such a thing. The master's hair was fluttering in the wind. The swordswoman stared at him in shock and realized that he was a battle mage. Clouds of white smoke were coming out of the ground. White cumulus clouds were floating above the mountains. A broken carriage was lying nearby. Sonia approached the savior and thanked him on behalf of the awkward family. The Archmage looked away and said his name. The girl was indignant that he was speaking to her so informally. The woman narrowed her eyes in displeasure when the protagonist stated that she spoke the same way. Isabella approached him and apologized for his bad temper. The knight covered her nose with her hand. The sorceress asked why her friend couldn't be at least half as nice as he was with the phoenix. Watching them argue, the swordswoman thought about how they didn't look homeless and assumed that they were hermits who lived in the mountains. Luther stepped forward and realized that their savior was from the Blake family. The warrior asked if he knew about them. The man smiled and replied that they were one of the strongest families that supported the Castjao Empire. Lucas pouted in displeasure when the student began to lecture him. The fighter said that the man's father was ranked 7th among the 8 ranks and was considered one of the strongest. Isabella began to wave her arms. The guy asked where they were going. Stepping forward, the bodyguard replied that they needed to get to the nearest city, and remembered that there was a city nearby called Espanyol. Smiling, the young man said that they were heading there too, and asked permission to accompany them. Suddenly, the escort shuddered tensely. He turned his head and looked to the side. On the ground lay the corpses of his comrades. Luther explained that they needed to retrieve the bodies of the mercenaries, and said that it would be better for the guys to go without them, as it would take some time. The master put his hand on his belt and asked if they were really going to bury them here. The man replied that they had no choice because they couldn't transport them all to the city. The Archmage raised his hand and declared that he could do it. The bodies of the people immediately flew into the air. The protagonist raised his other hand. The wooden fragments flew up. They joined together, and the cart was like new. Sonia's mouth opened in shock and said that it was incredible. Lucas put his hand on the cart full of corpses and asked if they were ready to go. The fighter's eyes widened in surprise and confirmed it. The nuns giggled. The road led to a coastal city. The cart hovered above the ground. The girl raised her eyebrows in shock when she learned that her savior was only 20 years old. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's cheek. The young man put his hands on his belt and declared that age was not that important. Walking next to the cart, the master said that it was great to be young. The woman asked what the hell she was talking about. The Archmage looked away and asked if it wasn't suspicious that those bandits were waiting for them and ambushed them. The knight scratched her chin and remembered that they had waited for about a month to capture them. Following her, the bodyguard decided that this coincided with the time they had departed from Lunable. The escort crossed his arms and said that he had no idea who it could be, because the awkward family had many allies and just as many enemies. The swordswoman lowered her head and stated that even in this case, the enemies were very skilled mercenaries. The warrior imagined a crowd of bandits led by Karlst and concluded that the person who hired them must be very powerful. Sonia leaned towards the savior and reminded him that for him, it was a real trifle. The girl narrowed her eyes. She looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked how he had acquired such power. Lucas raised an eyebrow when the woman explained that she thought all mages were weak and that her opinion had changed only today. The knight gave him a stern look. The boy raised his index finger and said that it was all about effort. The swordswoman froze in place, amazed. The setting sun painted the sky orange. There were ships at the pier. People were loading carts onto the vessel. The nun hugged her mistress and burst into tears. The sister waved her hand to her friend who had boarded. The heroes watched the ship sail away into the distance. The academy students stood next to each other. Luther bowed and thanked them for allowing them to return to their families. The young man smiled and said that he was glad to help them. The master waved his hand and wished his comrades a pleasant journey. Suddenly, the warrior grabbed his hand. The Archmage looked back and asked what had happened. Sonia looked away shyly and asked if she could thank him. Smiling, the protagonist asked her not to do it, and explained that they should help each other. The man closed his eyes and said that if they just left, it would affect the honor of the awkward family. Lucas scratched his head thoughtfully. He looked at his companion. Isabella closed her eyes and smiled. Clouds floated over the city. The guy said that he would not mind having a snack, and added that he knew a place where they made very tasty sausages. The heroes approached the tavern. The girl covered her nose with a handkerchief when she smelled a strange smell. Visitors were smoking right at the tables. The woman concluded that this was not the most suitable place for an aristocrat. The young man smiled and called this sloppy and dirty restaurant the best place. The master looked away when someone asked him again. Holding a tray in his hands, the owner of the place was surprised that he managed to return alive and said that he was very happy to see them. The Archmage closed his eyes and said that there was another person who managed to survive. A wounded mercenary appeared on the threshold of the establishment. The man opened his eyes wide. Isabella helped the bodyguard inside. The tray with food flew into the air. The old man trembled and called his son by name. The owner of the tavern bandaged his hands. Standing next to them, The protagonist said that he needed to rest for a couple of days and added that they had no reason to worry. The fighter burst into tears. Lucas told about how he was taken hostage. The owner of the establishment put his hand on his son's cheek. The guy called him not such a spoiled person. The mercenary closed his eyes and apologized for yelling at his father and running away. Then, the man replied that everything was fine. The sorceress smiled, watching them. The student approached her friend and asked how he knew they were related. The young man replied that they were similar. The master smiled and concluded that the ballast was amazingly talented in healing magic. The student gave him a furious look and asked who he was talking about. The Archmage answered indifferently that he meant her. The protagonist stepped forward and announced that he had come here to visit with his company. But the restaurant was already crowded with other customers. Standing behind, Luther assumed that this tavern was actually good, since there were so many people here, and realized that they would have to look for another place. The old man trembled when Lucas apologized for wasting their time and said that the sausages here were simply delicious. The people shuddered in fear when the owner of this place ordered them to stop eating. The owner of the restaurant frowned menacingly and announced that they were closed today. The customer shouted that it was too early to close. The man threw the food off their table and said it didn't matter. The old man kicked the customers towards the exit and added that he wouldn't even charge them. The doors were bolted shut. A closed sign appeared on them. The owner spread his arms and asked what they were talking about and noticed that there was no one there anymore. The guy smiled slyly. The tavern owner said that he hadn't shown him his skills for a long time and promised to cook everything. The full moon was shining outside the window. Sonia was sitting in the bathtub. The girl raised her hand. She waved it, dispersing the steam from the hot water. The woman looked tiredly out the window. There was a plate of meat and a basket of bread on the table. The heroes' mouths opened in surprise when the man brought another dish. The young man stuffed several loaves of bread into his mouth at once. The knight went down to the dining room. Holding a mug in his hands, the master said that he hadn't waited for it and had already started eating. The swordswoman raised her eyebrows in confusion. The warrior froze in front of her savior. The Archmage asked her to sit down. The protagonist looked at her worriedly and asked why her face was red. Sonia pulled out her chair and noticed that he became more manly when he washed off all the dirt. Suddenly, the girl stumbled. Lucas jumped up from his seat and caught her. The woman opened her mouth in fear. The guy looked up. The young man saw scars on his ally's arm and asked what they were. The knight waved him off. She hugged herself to hide the wounds. The swordswoman's eyes widened in amazement when the master said that it was cool. The Archmage pointed at her and said that these were traces of effort. The warrior's cheeks turned red. Isabella smiled awkwardly and asked what the awkward family's final destination was. Sonia hung the blanket on the chair and answered that she was heading to the June family. The boys shuddered when they heard this. The image of Pierre appeared in their heads. The boy winked and said that the awkward clan had produced many outstanding personalities. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror, and the sorceress realized that this was the very daughter of the awkward family. The girl pointed at herself in confusion. Luther raised his eyebrows and asked if they knew Pierre. The student raised her hand and explained that he was their friend and that they had heard about this marriage from him. Lucas turned his head and asked if this aristocrat was their classmate's fiancé. The woman frowned tensely. The boy closed his eyes and called his comrade a lucky man. The lights were on in the rooms. The heroes gathered outside early in the morning. The student smiled and wished the allies a safe journey. The young man looked up. The knight blushed and suggested that he visit the June family when he was done with his business. The master looked away. The Archmage looked back and promised to think about it. The swordswoman smiled broadly and said that she would wait for him. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Isabella concluded that Sonia liked worthy people of noble birth. Walking along the mountain path, the protagonist agreed with her and asked if Pierre had not been lucky all his life. The girl narrowed her eyes and denied it. Looking back, Lucas asked what was wrong with her face and thought about what if women lose their wits when they fall in love with men and stop controlling themselves. The guy looked ahead and said that they were there. Ahead was a tower containing the entrance to the Schweitzer dungeon. The woman's eyes widened in amazement. Winged monsters circled under thick clouds. The young man explained that this huge mountain was called Drake, because monsters of the same name lived here. The beast spread its wings. These were the largest and most powerful predators in the world. The sorceress raised her hand and asked if they would have to fight them when they entered the dungeon. The master pointed down and asked if that was all she was going to do. The student looked where her friend was pointing and opened her mouth in shock. There was a giant footprint in front of them. The Archmage explained that the Drake King was tens of times larger than normal. The student fell to the ground. Isabella trembled and said that she had never heard of such monsters. Standing next to her, the protagonist asked her to pull herself together, because these were the mountains of Spain. Lucas summoned a cloud of light and said that no matter what happened, there was nothing strange about it, which is why this place is called the Mountains of Hell. The guy pointed his hand at his companion. The girl asked what was going on. A powerful gust of wind threw her back. At that moment, the giant monster hit the ground with a tree trunk. The young man jumped to the side. The woman landed on her feet. The sorceress looked up and asked if her comrade had gone mad. A cloud of dust rose around the monster. The student opened her mouth wide and shouted that it was an ogre. The master frowned and realized that it was too dangerous. The beast had red skin and 3 eyes on its head. The Archmage grinned and concluded that the tavern owner had not lied when he said that mutants lived in this mountain range. The monster bared his teeth in displeasure. The monster growled and ran towards the student. Isabella put her hands in front of her. Light energy swirled above her head. A fireball flew forward and hit the target. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and noticed that his friend's strength had grown much more than he expected. A cloud of smoke rose into the air. A bright purple eye flashed behind it. The ogre spread his arms and roared. The girl grabbed her head and realized that her magic was useless against him. Lucas thought that she did not even suspect the level of her power. The guy came up to her and explained that the enemy's skin was now resistant to fire magic. Looking at the mutant, the woman asked what they should do now. The young man asked what they were talking about. Ice blocks appeared from the magic circles. The master explained that if fire does not help, then they need to use its opposite. The sorceress folded her arms across her chest. 2 small ice spears appeared in the air. It felt like even the season had changed. They hung in front of the owner. The student thought that her friend reminded her very much of the great apostle. The Archmage waved his hand, and the arrows flew forward. They crashed into the monster's body. The protagonist lowered his hand. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened in surprise. The monster dealt a powerful blow and made them jump back. The student opened her mouth in amazement and shouted that it was impossible for such an attack not to pierce the enemy's skin. Ice fragments were sticking out of the ogre's body. The guys ran to the side to avoid his hand. A fireball appeared in Isabella's hand. Flames fell on the mutant's head. The beast bared its fangs furiously and growled. The monster spread its arms and looked around. The monster gritted its teeth in displeasure, not understanding where its prey had gone. Lucas hid behind the embankment and was surprised that evolution had given their enemy not only distinctive features, but also skin and a skeleton that were stronger than steel. The girl said that this was not the best moment for admiration. The woman frowned and suggested that in such a situation, relying on fire would be more effective. The guy grinned and reminded that his skin was resistant to fire. The sorceress slammed her fist into her palm and suggested burying him with an earthquake like last time. The boy asked since when she was acting so recklessly. The ogre was smashing trees. The master asked if such chaotic magic would not attract the attention of all the drakes in this area. The student noted that it was already noisy enough. The Archmage lowered his head and decided that in this situation they would have to resort to the most effective strategy. The mutant looked back when the protagonist called out to him. Lucas summoned several ice blocks and asked why his opponent was so angry. The student shivered from the cold and asked why he would use this magic again. The boy explained that once he took on a task, he needed to finish it. Isabella narrowed her eyes in irritation and asked what that meant. The boy raised his hand. The spears were aimed at the beast standing in the distance. The monster clenched its fist in rage and growled. The monster rushed to attack. The master asked him to be more restrained and not to shout so loudly. The Archmage put forward his index finger. The arrow pierced the ogre's eye. The mutant began to shake his head from side to side. He ran forward. The girl shouted that it was not working. The woman turned to her comrade and asked him to use another type of magic. The protagonist asked her to be quiet and not to knock him down. Lucas closed one eye and raised his finger. A new block of ice pierced the previous one. Another spear pierced it. The beast raised his fist when another arrow flew into his eye. The monster staggered and stepped back. The guy confidently frowned and declared that this was the end. The last projectile headed for the target. Shards of ice flew into the air. The spears pierced the monster's head through and through. The sorceress opened her mouth in shock. The young man blew on his finger. The last attack knocked the ogre off his feet. His body fell to the ground. The master pointed at him and said that following through was a great tactic. The boys looked around when they heard a strange sound. Drakes were circling above their heads. The reptiles bared their fangs. The Archmage was indignant that they had flocked to the noise. The beast opened its mouth wide and roared. The student spread her arms in fear. The protagonist declared that a new round would soon begin, and decided that they had no time to be bored on this journey. An explosion tore a tree out by its roots. The heroes took cover from the stream of fire under a protective barrier. The boys ran, but the dragon flew after them. The student waved her arms and used an ice arrow. The projectiles crashed into the enemy, but did not cause any damage. The monster spread its wings and prepared to belch flames again. The monster opened its eyes wide. Lucas jumped high into the air and pierced it with a giant ice spear. The boy frowned tensely. The drake looked away in fear. The fire in his eyes went out. The corpse fell to the ground, and the boy landed next to it. A cloud of dust rose around the dead reptile. The master looked back when he heard a scream. A giant beast towered over the forest. Isabella wanted to say something, but the Archmage covered her mouth with his hand. The protagonist hid behind a tree and asked her to be quiet. Smoke was coming out of the monster's mouth. Lucas explained that he could not cope with such an opponent right now, so they needed to wait until he left. The heroes bowed their heads. The Drake King opened his eyes furiously. The boy looked up. The girl looked away in fear. A huge paw hit the ground next to them. The reptile spread its wings. The beast went towards the mountain valley, leaving destruction in its wake. The woman opened her mouth wide and coughed. A giant footprint appeared in front of them. A river was visible behind the mountains. The boys were sitting on a large boulder. Light energy enveloped the young man. The sorceress put her hands in front of her and used her magic on him. The student closed her eyes and said that she had finished healing him. A butterfly landed on his finger. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, the master thought that his mind had completely synchronized with this body because they had been fighting monsters for the past 2 weeks, and it was worth coming to this mountain range. The butterfly fluttered into the air. The Archmage realized that he still had to decide the most important question. The student picked up her backpack when her comrade said that it was time for them to go. Not far from them was a cliff where a dungeon was hidden. The heroes flew across the river with the help of magic. The protagonist flew up to his friend and asked her not to let her guard down, because it would be logical to assume that monsters lived in this body of water. Isabella looked back and asked how her comrade knew that the dungeon was here. Lucas looked ahead and said that Shuhei had a bad habit of talking a lot. Flying over the lake, the boy explained that the great sage wanted to live on top of the mountain that pierced the clouds. The girl squinted and asked how he knew all this. The young man ignored her and said that they were there. The guys landed on the other side. The woman looked around and admired the local scenery. The sun's rays illuminated the island. The sorceress called it simply beautiful. The student looked up when the master called Shuhei a scoundrel. A smile shone on his face. The island was in the center of the crater. The Archmage concluded that the dungeon was underneath it, and many times larger than it. The student spread her arms and asked what this meant. The protagonist explained that this island was just an entrance. Isabella opened her eyes wide. Lucas looked down and said that it looked very much like the great sage. Clouds floated above the trees. The heroes walked along the path. A giant tree with a crevice appeared in front of them. The guys approached it, and the guy said that anyone could guess that this was the entrance. There was even a staircase leading down. Magic crystals illuminated the tunnel. The heroes went down the stairs. All this time, the embarrassed girl was watching her friend. The woman opened her mouth and wanted to say something. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. The sorceress lowered her gaze and assumed that she was simply having 2 stupid thoughts. The guys continued their way down. The crystal emitted a bright light. The heroes descended from the last step. Their faces were illuminated by a blue light. In front of them was a tall door. The young man put his hand to it. Standing next to her, the student asked if she could open it. The student's eyes widened in amazement when the master explained that this was a magical technique that would immediately blow them up if they tried to use their power. The Archmage approached the crystal ball. He put his hand on the sphere. A huge amount of mana burst out. A cloud of white smoke rose into the air. Isabella opened her mouth wide and asked what it was. The smoke began to take shape. The child placed his hands on his waist and introduced himself. The boy smiled widely and asked if he could be heard. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked what was going on. Suddenly, her eyes became round. The protagonist trembled from an excess of emotions. Clapping his hands, Shuhei greeted the wanderers and expressed confidence that these were true mages who had come here to get something. Lucas extended his hand to him. It passed through the great sage. Looking at her comrade from the side, the woman assumed that this was a greeting recorded with mana. The guy called him frivolous. The sorceress looked at his back in confusion. The young man smiled and asked how old he was to behave like that. The ghost furrowed his brows in determination, and the master said he was very glad to see him. The apprentice widened her eyes and asked if this was the owner of this place. The spirit crossed his arms and asked what the guests wished to find here. The Archmage called out to his old friend with tears in his eyes. The child spread his arms and explained that he only said what he could say because it was automatic. The boy grinned and said that the travelers could have whatever they wanted because this was his dungeon. The protagonist opened his mouth wordlessly, but he immediately pursed his lips. Lucas lowered his head and asked how Shuhei died. Flying next to him, the great sage said that he was not going to let them in just like that, and explained that they would have to answer one of his questions to get into the dungeon. The boy trembled, and the ghost added that they had to be careful because they would never be able to get out if they made a mistake even once. The spirit smiled. The boy thought about how he had the same voice and the same accent, as if they had returned to the time when they were happy, chatting and laughing together. The master lowered his hands and realized that he was in fact the only survivor. The Archmage clenched his fist and called himself the only one left. In the memory, a demigod loomed over him. The protagonist realized that everyone he loved turned to dust over time, and those who made them like that still reigned in this world. Lucas frowned menacingly and promised to crush them all. Isabella looked at him worriedly. Floating in the air, the child offered to begin and asked who or what he hated the most. A smile lit up his face. The boy narrowed his eyes in disdain and answered that it was a demigod. The boy spread his fingers and declared that this was the right answer. At that moment, Shuhei dissolved into thin air and the doors opened. The boy walked forward. The girl opened her mouth to say something, but she immediately closed her eyes and pursed her lips. The woman followed her comrade and asked how he managed to guess. The master looked back. The heroes froze in place, looking at each other. The sorceress opened her mouth again to express her guess. The Archmage lowered the corners of her lips and asked her not to be so absent-minded. The student opened her eyes wide. The protagonist turned away and reminded them that they were in a dungeon. Magic crystals were burning ahead. Lucas explained that he did not know what traps awaited them, because the great sage loved everything unusual. The student stood and looked at his back. The guy said that in order to become stronger, she needed to cast aside all distractions and focus on her eyes. Isabella frowned and agreed. The young man climbed the stairs and said that this was the vestibule between the beginning and the end. A green stone was visible in the golem's head. The boys approached the next doors. The master put his hand to the sphere. Powerful gusts of wind enveloped him. White smoke swirled into a whirlwind. A new Shuhei appeared in its place. The girl realized that this time it was a teenager. The Archmage raised his eyebrows and concluded that he grew every time they crossed the threshold. The great sage frowned and suggested moving on to the second question. The protagonist asked if this was some kind of quiz. The ghost spread his arms and said that it was too late to explain anything. The guard leaned on his hands. The spirit told him that the deeper the travelers went into the dungeon, the more amazing the rewards would be, but they could only take one of them, because otherwise the golems would be very angry. The boy raised his index finger and asked the guests to be careful not to make a mistake. Lucas' eyes widened when he heard the name of his old friend. Shuhei crossed his arms over his chest and was indignant that he could never understand what Iris was thinking. The boys looked at him in confusion when the great sage stated that even though they were fighting to save the world, her mind was always occupied by men, regardless of whether the continent was on fire or not. The boy looked down. The woman realized that she was talking about the Black Witch. The young man narrowed his eyes and remembered her. The witch with black hair and an enigmatic smile sat on a broom. The master wondered if there was a person in the world who could fall in love with her, and realized that he had never met someone as attractive as her. The Archmage smiled widely and blushed. The protagonist looked up when the ghost said that he hated the apostle even more. The spirit closed his eyes and asked how he could not know that he was the whole world to Iris. Lucas widened his eyes in shock and asked if that was true. Standing in front of him, the boy explained that a woman can't take care of everything at once. The sorceress noticed that her friend looked a lot like an apostle. The guy nervously pursed his lips when the teenager said that even his golem guessed faster about the Black Witch's love. Shuhei introduced the six-armed demon that the sorceress served. The great sage raised his index finger to ask a question, but the young man interrupted him and called the name Azura. The ghost congratulated him on the correct answer and turned into smoke. The student was surprised that her friend guessed the answer without even listening to the end of the question. Various decorations lay on the stand. The heroes passed by showcases with artifacts. They looked ahead tensely. The man smiled and decided to ask the next question. The student scratched her chin and noticed that the spirit had grown older again. The master frowned and made sure that his friend was becoming more and more mature with each new door. Standing at the next gate, the Archmage realized that this place was a personal diary. Shuhei smiled confidently. The protagonist wondered for what purpose and for whom he created this dungeon. Standing in front of him, Lucas asked himself what he wanted to convey in this way. The doors opened when another riddle was solved. The next doors were also easily opened. The guys took a step forward. Heading towards the source of bright light, Isabella called her companion amazing. The guy scratched his chin and noticed that the further they went, the more questions that had nothing to do with magic. Following him, the girl was surprised that he managed to answer all these questions at all. The heroes entered a new hall. The old man opened his mouth and said that this was the last room. The young man frowned worriedly. The ghost leaned on his staff. The spirit smiled and turned to the apostle. The master's mouth fell open in surprise. Standing in front of him, Shuhei called him a great teacher of all mankind who rose to the top at the age of only 40, and declared that friendship with him was the greatest pride and happiness. The woman looked at her comrade in amazement. The Archmage burst into tears and replied that it was mutual. The sorceress's eyes widened in shock. The great sage folded his hands on his staff. The man looked up and asked the wanderer to tell him his real name. The protagonist frowned and thought that the more questions there were, the more mysterious they sounded. Looking at his old friend, Lucas realized that he was the only one who could answer all the riddles. The guy narrowed his eyes and said his comrade's real name. The student stared at him and wondered why he had a different last name. The old man smiled broadly. The ghost disappeared into thin air and asked the guest to come in, because everything here was prepared for him. The young man opened his eyes wide and asked him to stay. Shuhei closed his eyes and wished for the apostle to return quickly. The master raised his hand and asked him to stop. The great sage turned into smoke. The Archmage's hand trembled. Isabella opened her mouth in surprise and realized that the dungeon master had just called her companion by the apostle's name. The heroes entered a room that looked more like an office. The girl approached the table and noticed that here, unlike other rooms, life could be felt. The protagonist opened the chest and said that he had found what he was looking for. In his hands was a small flask. The woman asked what it was. Lucas brought the flask closer and replied that it was the ice river. Light was shining into the cave. According to legends, it was oil, a drop of which could be found in the dungeon only once every 1,000 years. It could cause an explosion of mana throughout the body, so that even an ordinary person could reach the level of 4 stars in the shortest possible time. The boy smiled and was surprised that his friend knew so much. The sorceress grabbed his hands and said that she thought it was just a fantasy. The young man looked at the oil and said that he needed the icy river to get to the level of the 7 stars. The apprentice sat down next to the chest and understood why they came here. The student took out the earrings and asked what they were. The master raised his eyebrows in surprise. The decoration glowed. Isabella called this design tasteless. The girl brought them to her ears. The Archmage was indignant that Shuhei left such an insignificant thing in the last room. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and explained that he made these earrings himself. Lucas lowered his hand. The woman asked how it was possible for something made by him to end up in the dungeon of the great sage. Closing his eyes, the boy admitted that he created them 4,000 years ago and explained that he was just bored then. The sorceress opened her mouth in shock. The young man was surprised that these earrings were so dear to his friend that he decided to leave them here. The apprentice pursed her lips. The student approached her comrade and asked him to explain everything in more detail. The master gave her a stern look. The Archmage opened his mouth, trying to find the right words. Isabella's eyes widened in amazement. The protagonist looked down and said his real name. The girl stared at him in shock. Lucas imagined the underworld and told him about how he fought with the demigod 4,000 years ago, and how he had to go through trials all this time. Hands grabbed his body. One day the darkness receded, and the boy heard someone's voice. Fry opened his mouth wide and called out to the apostle. The boy grabbed his stomach and cried. For some reason their consciousnesses became synchronous at that moment. The boy looked down and responded to his call. The young man put his hand on the child's head. The master pointed to himself and explained that he received this body from Fry. The woman pursed her lips. The sorceress looked down. The master shuddered tensely. The Archmage scratched his cheek and said that he thought his companion would not believe him. The student replied that this was actually an absurd story. Looking at the earrings, the student reminded him that a lot had happened so far and concluded that it made sense. Isabella knelt down on one knee and greeted the apostle. The protagonist frowned sadly. Lucas took the earrings from her hands. The guy sat down next to his friend and asked her to call him Fry, because it would be easier for him to achieve his goal. The girl looked away when the young man asked why she did not behave as before, and was indignant that he would soon develop an allergy to her strange actions. On the table there was a candlestick with a burning candle. The master examined his earrings. The Archmage asked what his friend said about the tasteless design. The woman took a bracelet out of the chest and called it stylish, deciding that her friend had made it too. The sorceress smiled awkwardly when the protagonist said that Shuhei had made it. Lucas explained that it was the staff of a great sage. The student looked away and asked if it wasn't a bracelet. The guy snatched the jewelry from her and said that she would not be able to handle the mana if she put it on and would be greatly exhausted. The young man put it on his hand. He hung earrings on his ears. Blue energy swirled around him. The student's eyes sparkled with admiration. Isabella smiled widely and was surprised at how huge the mana increase was. Looking at the bracelet, the master said that using magical artifacts was not his style, and reminded him that it was the property of his friend. The girl reached out to the chest and asked what it was. The woman took out the golem core and asked her companion to look at this concentrated mana. The Archmage took the stone from her hands and asked her to take it easy. In the corner stood a work table. On the candlestick stood a candle that never went out. The protagonist said that Shuhei had always been a big fan of such nonsense. The sorceress approached the table and said that she still felt the warm heart of the great sage, which greeted them as if he was still alive. Lucas opened the book. Suddenly, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. On one of the first pages it was written that the apostle had disappeared. Holding the diary in his hands, the young man read that the Lord was involved in this. The master frowned menacingly. Shuhei wrote that no one except him could get rid of the apostle without leaving any traces. There was an open book on the table. The great sage wondered what he should do now, because his comrade was the key that could bring them all together. So with him, the last hope of humanity disappeared. The Archmage pursed his lips. The diary continued to describe the events after his disappearance. Cassijan and Rushid went their separate ways. A conflict occurred between them. Iris stood in front of the towers towering above the ground. Soon the Black Witch disappeared. The man stood in the middle of the fire. Since the influence of the demigod had already penetrated deep into the continent, he could not trust the people around him. The locals smiled and pretended to admire the hero, quietly observing the situation in order to pounce on him at any moment. Weapons appeared in their hands, the diary recorded every day of the fierce struggle. The protagonist narrowed his eyes tensely and thought about how his friend, who had no one to rely on, continued the difficult struggle alone. The book said that the apostle was an independent person. Another page said that no one else could replace him. Lucas trembled when he read that Shuhei tried to take on his burden, but with each passing second, the mana left his body, leaving only a growing emptiness. Isabella covered her mouth with her hands. Sitting at the table, the old man apologized to his comrade and admitted that he was too weak for this role. The boy placed his fist on the open pages. With tears in his eyes, the young man realized how lonely the great sage was. The girl frowned sadly and called out to him. Standing at the work table, the master declared that he now understood what it was like to be alone. The Archmage touched the paper and declared that he would inherit not only his loneliness, but also his will. The protagonist frowned menacingly and wished for Shuhei to see him smash the demigod's head. The woman stood behind him. The sorceress bowed her head. Suddenly, her eyes widened and said that there was something else written here. Lucas looked away. On the last page, there was a wish for whoever read the diary to complete Anastasia. The heroes bent over the book. The student read that Anastasia was his greatest masterpiece. The guy put his hand in the bag. The student asked what he thought it was about. The young man took out the golem core. It emitted a red light. Magic crystals hung on the tree. Walking up the stairs, the master said that the great sage was an unrivaled puppeteer. Climbing higher and higher, the Archmage said that Shuhei was proud of being his greatest masterpiece, and wondered what Anastasia was. Isabella looked up. The protagonist froze in place when the girl asked if he could complete the golem with this core. Lucas frowned tensely. The woman asked what was wrong. In the memory, there was an awkward robot on the ground. The boy asked his friend to look at his first golem. The great sage pointed at it and laughed, calling it a strange thing. The boy said it was an avant-garde design with a cubist approach. Shuhei smiled widely and asked his comrade to never do that again. The master frowned in displeasure. His friend said that even his failed golem would be much better than this thing. The boy clutched his stomach and said that this situation brought him to tears. The Archmage summoned a fireball and threw it back as revenge. The protagonist trembled. The sorceress called out to him. Lucas stuck his hand in the bag. The boy looked at the core and explained that when they were done, the history of the unwritten gaps would be revealed. The student raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The boy headed for the exit and replied that he meant the history of what happened while he was in the abyss. The master stood on the step and froze. The Archmage tensely pursed his lips. The student stopped behind him and asked what was wrong. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked her to return to the city as soon as they left here. Drakes were flying in the sky. The guys stopped at the edge of the cliff. Isabella trembled with fear. On the rock in front of them sat the king of the drakes. Lucas narrowed his eyes and assumed that he had been waiting for him all this time. The monster's eyes lit up. The monster folded its wings. Looking up, the boy called it to account and said that he knew it had intelligence. The beast's eyes widened. The dragon narrowed his eyes and called his prey funny. The reptile bared its fangs and asked how the man dared to enter the kingdom of Torkud without fear. The young man frowned and asked why he noticed them in the forest, but pretended not to see them and walked past. Standing behind him, the girl realized that she had never seen her friend so tense. The king of the drakes opened his mouth and said that he was waiting for the man to come out of there. Behind the heroes was the entrance to the dungeon. The monster explained that the sage who went there had one good thing. The master presented a bottle with an icy river. The monster spread its wings. The Archmage realized that it hunted people near this dungeon and eventually became ignorant. The protagonist clenched his fist and concluded that the enemy meanly used the dungeon, which his friend treasured so much, as a trap to fill his belly. His eyes lit up. Lucas declared that he had to punish the villain. The beast raised its head. The dragon's eyes widened in fear and remembered that look. In the past, the reptile was lying on the ground. Iris ordered him to stay there. The Black Witch put her hand in front of her and promised to kill him if the drake followed her. The king lowered his wings and said that he did not like that look. The guy frowned and asked his girlfriend to run away from here. A bright light illuminated them. The young man shouted that he was not sure that he could handle it. The woman said that this was the reason why she should not leave here. The monster summoned a fireball in its mouth and called them very tasty to look at. The monster rushed forward and wanted to eat the heroes. The master raised his hand. The Shuhei staff appeared in it. The Archmage swung it with all his might. The stone fist hit the beast in the chest. The dragon turned its head and roared. The protagonist looked back and asked if his girlfriend did not understand what was happening here. Lucas opened his mouth wide and asked her to get out of the way. The sorceress's eyes filled with tears. The apprentice pursed her lips tensely. The student jumped into the air and promised to return soon. The reptile summoned gusts of fire again and called her prey too insolent. A huge amount of energy enveloped her head. An explosion was heard on the battlefield. The boy ran back and turned around. The Drake King was chasing him. The monster belched several fireballs. The young man jumped to the side and dodged the attack. The master shuddered and looked forward in fear. Several small drakes appeared in front of him. The earrings began to emit light. The staff sparkled. The Archmage summoned ice spears around himself. Streams of mana swirled in his hand. They increased in size and turned into a whirlwind. The monsters opened their mouths wide. A powerful beam of energy pierced their bodies. It flew forward, past the rest of the beasts. At that moment, they flew apart. The protagonist rushed forward. Lucas furrowed his brows and realized that he would have to fight them off for a long time. The dragon flew across the sky. The boy thought that this would not end as long as their leader was alive. The young man stopped in front of him. The master summoned a magic circle and decided to take the enemy's speed and calculate the direction to prepare a spell. Another circle appeared a few meters away from him. Another circle appeared right under the reptile. A bright light illuminated the king of the drakes. The Archmage opened his eyes wide. An explosion thundered right in front of the monster. A wave of fire engulfed the monster. The beast covered its head with a wing and laughed. The protagonist looked at him in fear. The dragon spread its wings and declared that its opponent was not so bad. Lucas hung in the air in front of him. The reptile was surprised that he managed to calculate its speed in such a short time and cause an explosion. The Drake King smirked and explained that his approach was good, but his strength was terribly limited. The monster swung its tail and called the enemy an annoying insect. The boy held his staff in front of him and realized that this enemy was too big. The monster opened its mouth wide. Its minions blocked the prey's escape. The boy hung in the air and concluded that he had no other choice. The master frowned and wondered if he should drink the ice river he had received in the dungeon. The Archmage had looked back a while ago when Isabella asked why he didn't drink the oil right now. The girl raised her hand and reminded her friend that this was his goal. The protagonist took out a vial and asked if she understood what kind of nutritional tonic it was. Holding the ice river in his hands, Lucas explained that he would need a week to stabilize its energy. Walking down the corridor, the boy said that they could not stay here without water and food. The sorceress agreed with him. The young man cut off the dragon's head and thought that taking the oil now would be akin to suicide. A wave of energy killed 2 more reptiles. The master turned around. Suddenly, something made his eyes widen. The king of the drakes appeared right in front of him and opened his mouth wide. The Archmage saw his sharp fangs and clenched his teeth tensely. Suddenly, a powerful wave of fire hit the monster in the side. The protagonist looked away in shock. A phoenix appeared next to him. The bird grabbed one of the drakes with its claws. Another monster was in its beak. The divine being dealt with them. The corpses of the dragons fell to the ground. Lucas smiled and was glad that his friend was okay. It seemed that the phoenix smiled back at him. The beast spread its wings and asked what it was and ordered the scoundrel not to interfere with it. The boy clenched his teeth tensely. The reptile pounced on them. The young man asked the bird to fly away from here, because they would not be able to cope with such an opponent. Its wings were enveloped in fiery energy. The divine creature flew out to meet the enemy. It rammed the Drake King. The monster opened its mouth wide and said that it tickled. Raising his hands, the master asked his ally to stop and explained that their enemy was resistant to fire. The monster bared its fangs. The Archmage wished for the phoenix to fly away from here. The Archmage furiously opened his mouth and asked his friend to listen to him. The bird looked at him with shining eyes. The heroes stared at each other. The protagonist assumed that the animal just wanted to help him, and wondered if it was trying to buy him time. The eyes of the divine creature emitted bright energy. The beast attacked him with fireballs. Lucas wondered if he was being asked to run away from this fight. The boy lowered his head and thought about how weak and helpless his current body was, how his teeth were chattering with fear. The boy hung in the middle of the battlefield, and wondered if Fry was the problem. The master frowned and suggested that it was because magic had brought him back to the world after 4,000 years. The phoenix dodged the Drake King's attacks, and the Archmage realized that his determination was not enough. Flying away from the battle, the protagonist apologized to the bird and decided that he had something to learn from it. Lucas flew into the nearest cave. The boy landed on his feet and thanked the divine being for reminding him not to stop anymore. The boy took out an icy river and concluded that death for him was just another chapter in life. The master drank the oil and asked his friend to give him some more time. The empty vial fell to the ground. The Archmage knelt down and looked at his hand. His face was wrinkled in tension. His white hair was fluttering in the wind. The protagonist spread his arms and screamed shrilly. Blood spurted from his mouth. Streams of blue energy filled the cave. The rocks shook under their impact. Lucas hit the ground with his fist. The guy bent in half and began to breathe heavily. The phoenix opened its beak wide and let out a battle cry. Rising above him, the Drake King realized that they knew each other and remembered that they had seen each other a few days ago. The monster grinned and concluded that today was a very lucky day for him. The bird frowned sternly. The monster declared that the escaped man was good, but her inexorable life force was much more valuable. Tongues of fire embraced the divine being. Some time ago, the phoenix fell to the ground. The beast noticed that he had almost no strength left. Smoke was coming out of his mouth, the dragon offered the enemy to surrender and become his food. With the last of his strength, the bird opened his eyes. She opened her beak and screamed loudly. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the reptile. The king of the drakes threw himself into the fire and declared that it was useless. There was no one in the place where the divine creature lay. The monster called him a real rat. The monster landed on a high cliff and declared that he had nowhere to rush anyway, because no one would escape from him in the mountains of Spain. Gusts of wind rushed past the trees. They tore the trunks into splinters. The phoenix fell to the ground. The bird trembled and raised its head. It lay on the shore of a lake, into which a waterfall flowed. The protagonist approached him and assumed that the divine creature was fighting a strong opponent. The animal narrowed its eyes tiredly. Lucas smiled and said that he was ready to help him. The boy put his hand on the phoenix's head and admitted that it reminded him of old times. A purple aura enveloped the bird's body. The boy said that his friend had the same look as hers. The divine being closed his eyelids. The word friend sounded in his head. The animal opened its beak furiously. The phoenix rushed straight at the Drake King. The monster turned around, and the bird put forward its sharp claws. The monster angrily closed its jaws. The beast hit the enemy with its tail and called him a pathetic insect. Blood spurted from the beak of the divine being. Ice blocks emitted a bright glow. The protagonist sat in a cave, throwing his head back. Lucas opened his mouth wide and thought that he was not sure that it would be so difficult. His hands went numb. The boy realized that he turned the acquired life into a soap bubble. Falling to the ground, the young man concluded that this tragedy was caused by his arrogance and complacency, and mentally declared that he was very sorry. Lying in the cave, the master realized that he had no strength left for his body to absorb this elixir, and wondered if it was physical exhaustion or lack of determination. Fire energy appeared around his hands. The Archmage felt his strength returning to him. Sitting next to him, Isabella asked her friend to lie still, because her energy recovery was not strong enough yet. The protagonist asked what she was doing here. There were food and water nearby. The girl reminded him that in order to absorb the icy river, one must eat well. Lucas asked if his companion was really in the city. The woman narrowed her eyes and remembered how he said that he was alone. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Some time ago, the young man bowed his head and said that he understood Shuhei's loneliness perfectly well. Holding her hands above him, the sorceress explained that she believed in him, even without knowing what he needed in this world. The apprentice closed her eyes and said that she no longer wanted to hear words about her friend being alone. The master tried to raise his hand and realized that he could not even take care of himself. The Archmage closed his eyes and thanked his companion. A powerful aura enveloped his body. The protagonist realized what he had been missing all this time. Lucas opened his eyes wide and decided that it was not despair or lack of determination. The guy flew into the air and concluded that he needed to trust the people who surrounded him now. The phoenix and the drake froze opposite each other. The king of the drakes turned his head. Staring at the cave, he asked what kind of terrible cold was coming from there. The eye of the phoenix flashed. He abruptly attacked the enemy. Blood burst from the monster's eye, forcing him to curse. He grabbed the phoenix with his mouth. The king raised his opponent. Torquato, angry, felled his enemy. Dust rose from the fall of the divine bird. Opening his mouth, the drake called the bird a damned little thing that mocked him. Phoenix barely opened his eyes, it seemed to smirk. Torquato's claws rushed towards him. Cold steam came out of the cave. Suddenly, a wave of mana flew out of the cave. The drake king turned. He flew up, dodging the mana sickle. The sickle, passing by him, cut through the rock. The drake's eyes flashed. Staring at the ice cave, he tried to understand what was happening there. Suddenly, a stream of mana burst out of the cave. Torquato cursed as the wave of mana hit his subordinates. The small drakes froze, bound by the ice. They began to fall. As they fell, they shattered into pieces. The drake, opening his mouth, froze. As the ice particles scattered, Torquato said that he had never felt like this in the last 1,000 years. His instincts were telling him to run. Maybe this was fear? The protagonist left the cave. The drake flew up. Rushing away, he said that he, the king of the drakes, could not run from a man. Opening his mouth, Torquato said that no matter how hard they tried, a man was a man. They had to wait until his eyes recovered. Suddenly, the young man appeared right in front of him. Flapping his wings, he stopped. Lucas's eyes glowed, frightening the king. Ice spears formed near the young man. A moment later, they struck the enemy. Drake flew back, struck by the spears. His body trembled with anger. Flapping his wings, Torquato said that he was only a man. The shards of ice, scattered, began to fall. Lucas suddenly disappeared, saying that he was so overconfident that he even relaxed. A 1,000-year-old fool relied only on his eyes. Drake froze, hearing his voice. At that moment, Torquato realized that the boy was in his blind spot. He was on the side where his eye was hit. The boy formed an ice spear. With a wave of his hand, he pierced the spear into the monster's eye. Drake, opening his mouth, roared. With a blow of his tail, he threw the boy back. His body broke through several rocks. Soon, The protagonist crashed into a mountain. Torquato, opening his mouth, laughed. Suddenly, his remaining eyes widened in shock. His tail was enveloped in ice. The smoke that rose from the collapsed rocks began to dissipate. Lucas walked forward. Torquato exhaled steam, asking the boy if he was really a man. The protagonist, who did not have even a scratch, stared intently at the enemy. Mana began to swirl around the boy. Opening his mouth, the Drake King asked the boy what he was. Isabella carefully approached the battlefield. Her mouth was open in surprise. Looking at Lucas's back, she said that he could fall at any moment, and this would not be surprising at all, because being in such a state for such a long time is very dangerous. The boy formed a huge structure of ice. The protagonist frowned, looking at the target. Torquato's eye lit up. He asked if he really wanted to defeat him that much. A moment later, the Drake gathered flames at his mouth. Looking at the boy who raised his hand, Torquato mentally said that he did not know what changes had happened to this man, but he could not stand it. He could not believe that his fire breath would not work on him, because even the phoenix could not resist him. A stream of flame rushed towards the protagonist. Lucas's hand dropped. Ice and flame collided. Isabella had to cover her head from the shockwave. She opened one eye and said that the entire mountain range was shaking from the force of the blows. The magic of ice and fire, clashing, looked beautiful. The entire mountain range was shaking from their confrontation. Flames continued to be released from the Drake's mouth. Ice slowly pushed forward. Suddenly, the stream of flames began to win the confrontation. Isabella's mouth dropped open in horror. She saw Lucas slowly losing, and she couldn't do anything to help him right now. The fire began to envelop the ice. The girl froze with her mouth open. The girl looked at the magic circle, but didn't see the guy. Torquato, who was hovering above, laughed, saying that he was about to fall before him. A human being could never jump above his own head. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Isabella screamed in surprise. The monster's head separated from Torquato's body. Lucas reached out. With a huge ice scythe, he cut off the enemy's head. The body of the Drake King began to fall. As he fell, he raised a huge amount of dust. Isabella clenched her fist. She couldn't believe what she saw. Approaching Torquato's head, she was convinced that the 1,000-year-old king had fallen. Looking at the protagonist floating in the air, she wondered what Lucas Trowman's true strength was, since he was fighting with half his strength. Suddenly, the boy began to fall. The girl, seeing him fall, screamed. Flying up, she was able to catch him. The boy barely opened his eyes, while the girl asked him if he was okay. Isabella froze with her mouth open when the boy said that they needed to find the phoenix. The lady, carrying the protagonist on herself, said that he was truly amazing. He, hearing her, said that he defeated the king of the Drakes only because he was inexperienced. The girl looked at him in surprise. Isabella, flying over the mountains, said that this king had lived for 1,000 years. The boy, thinking, said that killing and combat experience are two different things. She should always keep that in mind. Opening his lips, Lucas said that in battle, it is necessary to build a strategy and tactics to defeat an equal opponent. The boy deliberately caused an explosion of mana to seem like he was giving his all in this attack. But in fact, standing behind, he only used 80% of his power. After that, he moved to the rear of Torquato and created an ice scythe, striking with a force of 20%. The girl, slightly accelerating her flight, said that this was a valuable lesson. The feathers of the phoenix lay on the ground. The protagonist sadly looked at the divine bird. Isabella covered her mouth and became sad. Looking at the bird in front of her, she said that the phoenix seemed to be already dead. Lucas touched the phoenix, saying that it saved his life. The bird's body flew up. Looking at the head of the phoenix, the boy said that he was going to save it. Soon Lucas dragged the phoenix to the body of the Drake King. Isabella's eye lit up as she saw the flame energy from Torquato's heart being absorbed into the body of the divine bird. A huge amount of flame energy was pouring into the phoenix. The protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, said that the phoenix should be resurrected once it absorbed all of his power. Looking into the distance of the mountain range, he said that Torquato was the ruler of this mountain range. With his disappearance, a power struggle would begin between the monsters to decide who would rule these mountains. The monsters would arrange a bloodbath here. Looking at the head of the phoenix, the boy said that he would become the new ruler. Smiling, the young man told him to follow in Torquato's footsteps, to become the ruler of this mountain range, to protect his friend's dungeon. Looking at the moon in the sky, he prayed to the phoenix, saying that he would look forward to their next meeting. Soon, they arrived at Cosmphony. The crowded streets were full of everyday noise. The protagonist watched the passers-by. His face looked sad. Lucas shuddered when he was told that they had reserved places on the ship. Isabel handed the can of juice to the young man, saying that, as expected, there would be no ships at all today, but he still praised her. The wizard took a sip, and when asked how he felt, he replied that he needed to try to gain weight. The companion turned to the blonde, and noted that Shuhei's armor from the nest of Torquato turned out to be very useful. The powerful fire properties of the salamander mantle kept the cold of the icy river, and he agreed with her. The girl placed her palm on the spatial bag, and clarified whether he really needed to take all the weapons from the nest, because he had become very heavy. The boy raised his eyebrows and explained that he might not need them, but he couldn't let his friends' things rot in a place like that. The travelers enjoyed their drinks in silence for a while. Isabel looked at the kin with embarrassment, and noted that a new semester was coming soon. It had been a very long vacation, she felt like a whole year had passed. The hero closed one eye and reminded them that they had only been in Hispaniola for a week. The companion turned to Lucas and suggested visiting Pierre's mansion. They would have to stay here today anyway, and he was just nearby. After a while, the travelers approached the gates of the mansion. They were both shocked by his appearance. One of the guards asked what brought the young people here. The young man asked with a smile if Pierre was at home. The man asked for his name, and the wizard said that he was a friend. The guard wearily explained that he had asked for a name, and to himself he thought that this boy was still very young, but was already behaving so insolently. The blond man's face became guilty, and he gave his name. The man immediately remembered how the young gentleman had warned him that his friend might come here before the end of the holidays, that his name was Fry, and he was one of the 3 sons of the Blake family. Then he added that if the named one visited the mansion, he should be as polite to him as to himself. The guard even opened his mouth, while the rest of the order sounded in his head, to greet the young gentleman's classmate with the utmost courtesy. While the boy scratched his forehead, the guard could not believe that he was a friend of the master's son. Suddenly, there was the sound of wheels. The second guard announced that the lady was returning home. The carriage stopped near the gate. The guests looked at the carriage. The door opened. A fair-haired girl came out from inside and asked what was the matter. The guards looked at Lady Lilia with admiration. The guard pointed to Lucas and explained that the young gentleman had a friend come to see him. The girl turned to the confused young man and was surprised that it was her brother's friend. But understanding immediately appeared in her eyes. Lila smiled, greeting Mr. Fry, about whom she had heard so much from her brother. Turning to his companion, the girl called her name too. Isabel was embarrassed. Lila returned to the carriage and offered to take them to the main building. The classmates looked surprised. The redhead noted with admiration that Sister Pierre was a very beautiful girl, although she was also a woman, but her beauty took her breath away. Lila turned around when one of the guards reminded them that they had not yet confirmed the identity of the guest. The young lady's gaze reflected laughter, and the guard blushed. He saluted the girl, asking for forgiveness. And so the carriage moved deeper into the mansion. Lucas folded his arms over his chest, noting that despite the fact that they were riding in a carriage, he still hadn't seen the main building, and wondered how big this mansion was. Lila studied the boy with her eyes, and she was embarrassed when the hero asked why she was looking at him like that. The wizard raised his eyebrows and asked if she had anything to say. The young lady folded her hands in her lap, and admitted that the interlocutor was a little different from how her brother described him. His hair was white, although she heard that it was gray. The boy tugged at a lock of his hair, and replied that a lot had happened since then. Lila leaned forward and asked him not to speak to her so formally, because he was a friend of her brother, and also a child of the Blake family, and Lucas agreed. The girl's face darkened. The hero looked at her in surprise, and was surprised, because she herself asked him to stop acting formally, and Isabel shouted at him. The confused young lady changed the subject, remembering that the teenagers had studied with her brother at West Road Academy, and asked how they treated him within the walls of the educational institution. The young man tilted his head to the side and said that he didn't even know Pierre was a second-year student, so he hadn't had to deal with him yet, and Lilia realized that he was only 2 years younger than her, and then there wasn't much of a difference between them. Her gaze became confused. While the guests were bickering with each other, the young lady couldn't believe that her brother was friends with such a guy. By midday, the travelers arrived at the main building. Lila led them to the doors. Pierre himself met them on the path. The young man's face expressed joy when he asked his friend why he had arrived so late. The young gentleman patted the wizard on the shoulder, asking if he had finished his business, and in response he heard an affirmative. The young lady watched the conversation in surprise when her brother noticed that his friend had changed his hair color. Pierre greeted his friend with a happy smile. Lilia's eyes widened. She had never seen her brother so excited. The girl closed her eyes. Her sister folded her arms over her chest and reminded him that she was there too. Lucas was shocked when his friend turned to his sister and stated that there was no way he hadn't noticed the princess. The young man frowned as he continued to ask the girl about her party. Lelia turned around and advised him not to worry about it and have a good time. Pierre rubbed his chin with his fingers. He apologized to his friend and admitted that he still did not understand why he had upset his sister. The wizard looked at his comrade gloomily and made a remark that it was even more incomprehensible to him how he could call his sister a princess without any remorse. When they went inside, the young gentleman admitted that he did not think that he was heading specifically to the Helm Mountains, and the young man was surprised that he knew about it, although he did not remember telling him anything. Pierre put his hands behind his back and explained that he heard this from his fiancée, whom his friend saved in these mountains, which surprised the interlocutor. Isabelle turned and explained that he was talking about Madame Sonia, and the wizard was glad that they had arrived safely. Pierre exhaled with a smile. And he said that the girl was still busy with fencing training. She was such a hard worker, so at her age she fully deserved the title of Torrential Rain. Sonia made a sharp lunge with her blade. Beads of sweat appeared on her hand. Lucas laughed and said that it was a waste of time for his friend, and he did not get the joke. They continued walking along the corridor, and the hero clarified where they were going, and in response he heard that there was one urgent rule in the house. First you need to greet the family members. Pierre smiled warmly. Stopping in front of the door to the dining room, the young man asked permission to introduce them to his father. Soon the guests found themselves at the laid table. Casual conversations were taking place at it. The ladies drank tea. The servants poured drinks for the hosts. Shepard extended his hand to the guests, said that he was pleased to meet him, and asked how Count Blake was doing. While his companion was in a state of shock from the impressive energy of the man, Lucas with an embarrassed look admitted that he looked healthy. The hero looked away, because he only borrowed Frey's body, and had never met his father before. Then he looked closely at the head of the June family. The young man remembered that Shepard was a 5-star mage and master of the 4th tower, and in the Empire there were only 5 such outstanding people. The wizard's eyes lit up when he thought that the man sitting opposite could have the keys to the demigod's riddle. Shepard put the cup on the table, and noticed that the 6th tower was quite far away. He frowned slightly, and added that this was why he only saw the Count once a year at meetings. Lucas let his eyebrows go, expressing regret in this, and the interlocutor remembered that conversations with his father were always pleasant and meaningful. The wizard looked at the magical tattoo on the man's face, mentally expressing confidence that it was made by Shuhei. Continuing to smile, the head of the June family remembered that the young man took care of not only his son, but also his bride, for which he wanted to express his sincere gratitude, although he admitted that it was already unnecessary. Shepard looked at the guests with curiosity, wondering what kind of work he could have in the Hell Mountains. Isabelle looked at her friend, and he admitted that he had personal business there. The man frowned, clarifying the question, and the hero replied that it was just a trivial question, of no interest to Milord. He folded his hands on the table, grinned, and agreed. Then he asked his son how the preparations for the banquet were going. The young man replied that everything was in full swing. The Lord raised his eyebrows, reminded him that this was a banquet at which many important people would be present, and asked to follow everything carefully. Pierre nodded while his younger brothers yawned. When his son extended his hand to his friend, offering him to come with him, the man seemed to have just remembered him. Shepard raised his hand and said that there was magic he had been personally working on lately. He was curious to hear the guest's opinion. Pierre looked at his father suspiciously when his classmate objected that he was not sure he could help, and his father replied that it did not matter. The man spread his hands and explained that he needed new perspectives and incentive. He would like to hear the opinion of a young mage like his interlocutor. Lucas looked at the Lord uncertainly. The others began to disperse. Pierre invited his friend to meet later in the banquet hall, and the latter wished him luck. The hero turned to his companion and asked Pierre for help, and she nodded. And so they were left alone. Shepard looked straight at the young man and said his name. The wizard waited tensely. The man's eyes lit up when he said that he was getting to the point. The boy's eyes widened when he was asked what he was planning. Lucas stared at the Lord in surprise, not understanding what he was getting at. Shepard frowned. The man straightened up and clarified his question. Why did a man from the Trowman Brotherhood come to his home? The protagonist, confused, assumed that there was some kind of misunderstanding. The Lord leaned over and admitted that it was smart to use his son to get here, because it was from him that one could find out that he would be home at this time. While the boy tried to understand what the head of the June family was talking about, he continued that it was too reckless, and did not believe that he came with them. The wizard flinched when Shepard mentioned the Taipun earrings. The boy tugged at the artifact, and mentally wondered if the Trowman Brotherhood was not a club at the academy, led by Pierre. Lucas lowered his hands and said that he had no idea what the interlocutor was talking about. Those earrings that she found in the mountains of Spain were his personal thing. The Lord frowned and clarified whether the hero really was not a member of the Brotherhood. He confirmed this. Shepard's eyebrows crept up when the young man added that his son once asked to join it, but he refused. He did not like being in such groups. The man suddenly jumped up and shouted that he was not talking about his son's club. But then it dawned on him. The Lord sank back into place, realizing out loud that the man in front of him was just a wanderer. Head June covered his face with his hand, and admitted that he had misunderstood everything, and promised that the boy could no longer be afraid of anything. Lucas grinned and said that only after him. Shepard removed his hand from his eyes and called the interlocutor an impudent boy. The Lord pointed at the wizard and asked where he thought he was, and he replied that he was at a friend's house. The man was surprised by this answer. Lucas frowned and added that he had simply come to see his comrade. While Pierre was giving instructions to the cooks, the hero expressed regret that the Duke did not even want to understand this. Isabelle helped set out the drinks. Shepard pursed his lips. Then he said okay. The man clasped his fingers together, and said that he still did not completely trust the boy, but was willing to explain the reason for his rudeness. The Lord looked straight at the young man and promised that he would not treat him like a stranger since he had those earrings, but while he wore them, he also could not think that he had nothing to do with them. The wizard's eyes widened when Shepard asked who he thought the ruler of the continent was. With a gloomy look, the man answered his own question. The Castco Empire was the greatest of human nations, however, it could not lay claim to more than a tenth of the land of this continent. Lucas lowered his head and continued the thought of the interlocutor. As he said, the first thing that came to mind was the power of the intellectuals who lived on the nameless continent. Conditionally, the hero took 10 fingers for this. Among them, human power took at least 3, and there were a lot of people who said that they were the masters of the continent. But then the hero clenched his fists, because there was only one real ruler, the Lord who controlled the continent from the shadows. He shuddered when he heard the beginning of his own thoughts from the man. Shepard frowned at the young man, calling the name demigod. The wizard shuddered with his whole body, and his gaze expressed shock. The Lord, rubbing his face, called them super beings that surpassed ordinary people. Lucas stared at the man as he added that they were the true predators that dominated human society. Shepard rested his hand on his face and continued that it might seem like a silly conspiracy theory to his young friend, but it was obvious what was going on behind the scenes in this world. The man then noticed that the boy was shaking and asked what was wrong. But the boy was lost in the memory of how there had only been 5 of them, only 5 people who had risked their lives fighting against the demigods. Now, 4,000 years later, the world was under enemy control. Without the awareness of the already corrupted order and discipline, it seemed hopeless. As Shepard tried to ask the boy if he had said something strange, the boy realized that the humans were after all following the same goal as he, and their numbers were steadily growing. Lucas clenched his fists again. It dawned on him that all over the continent, people who knew of the demigod's existence held their breath, never giving up, waiting for the right moment. The hero smiled, and the other asked why. The young man did not look up. How could he not smile if for the first time in this era he saw a ray of hope? The Lord folded his hands on the table and asked if the boy knew anything about the demigod, and was surprised to hear that he did not know much. The wizard exhaled and decided that he needed to calm down, even if he had found a like-minded person. The boy touched the earring, mentally deciding that since they were allies, he should not reveal his identity, and said out loud that when he got to the artifact, there was a note from Shuhei next to him. Shepard jumped up again and asked if he still had it. Lucas nodded. The Lord froze for a moment. Then he closed his eyes and decided that first the boy should find out the information that he himself had. Hejun lowered his head and admitted that in fact, they knew very little about the demigods, how many of them existed, what their ultimate goal was, why they acted in the shadows, without showing themselves. They did not know any of this. Shepard sat down and continued that one thing was clear: they were strong enough to destroy all races with a simple whim. The hero thought about it when the man said that in fact there had been several such attempts in the past, because he knew the most significant facts of history. The young man closed his eyes. He was sure that there were few of them. Their number did not exceed 100. But each of them was a god, although no, these creatures were like a catastrophe. Shepard began to talk about the events that happened more than 4,000 years ago. The man's eyes lit up when he continued that 5 heroes fought against the demigod. They were great people, everyone knew them: Supreme Sage Shuhei, Warrior King Kassajan, Swordsman Jerusid, Black Witch Iris, and Archmage Lucas. But after the disappearance of the latter, the relations between the others began to collapse. A conflict arose between the Warrior King and the Sword Master, and the Black Witch disappeared altogether. Only the Great Sage remained alone and fought to the end, but it was not enough against the demigod. So their names disappeared from history. Silence fell. Lucas remembered that everything was as it was written in Shuhei's diary, and he knew for sure that it was not written in history. The information of this man seemed reliable. Shepard closed his eyes and explained that their circle was an organization that inherited the will of the heroes. The tattoo again caught the protagonist's eye. When the boy asked about the circle, the Lord answered that he called it as a whole, but in fact it was chaotically divided. Years passed, and the will that was one whole was divided. Now they kept each other in check. The wizard tiredly rested his face on his hand when Shepard told him that the circle was broken into many others, and was going to name the largest force right now, and he thought that, be that as it may, when more than 3 people gathered, they played politics in their own interests. The Lord listed the circles: Strawn Neckles, Fistban Amlet, Rushid South. These 3 had great power. The wizard's face showed sadness, realizing that the factions used the names of the 5 heroes. But he did not hear his and Kassajan's as the other continued that he did not know about the other circles. But it was said that things were not going well in the Trowman Brotherhood. Lucas's face twisted involuntarily when he heard that there were rumors that the master had died and half the leaders had moved to another circle, and he reminded himself that politics was evil. The boy asked what happened to the successors of the Warrior King, and Shepard replied that according to rumors, the legacy of the Kassajan King was passed down one person at a time, but there was no way to know where the heir was. The hero raised his hand and asked if they were separate from the clubs led by the Academy cadets. The names were the same. The Lord folded his hands behind his back and admitted that the clubs at the academy were created for fun. The man poured some wine and added that sometimes when they found worthy talents, they approached them first, and the cadets did not even know about the existence of their circles. Lucas came closer to the interlocutor, while he continued that there was nothing wrong with them having many similar names, because it reduced the chances of being caught. Handing the guest a glass, Shepard added that, after all, the eyes and ears of demigods could be anywhere. The hero looked at the wine in the glass and wondered where they would hear this. The man headed for the exit, admitting that he had been eyeing his son's friend for a long time. He showed up with the Taipun earrings, a relic of Lucas. He had no choice but to think that in front of him was a member of the Trowman circle, who had a strong sense of belonging to their circle, and came to declare war on them. The Lord did not turn around when he said that was all he could tell him, and now it was the boy's turn. He glanced at the wizard. Lucas wondered how to answer the question of how he got the earrings. Shepard asked with a serious look if the boy really got them in the mountains of Spain. The man explained that he had heard rumors that the artifacts of the heroes were there, but of those who went there, only a handful returned alive, and none of them could prove it. The hero looked sadly. It was natural, because it was impossible to determine the location of the dungeon so easily. And even if they were lucky to find it, Torquato would not let them leave. The wizard continued to look at the wine, and lied that he was just lucky. He got into trouble, because of which he went in an unfamiliar direction. Shepard's face lengthened in surprise when he heard that the boy accidentally stumbled upon the Shuhei dungeon. The boy only nodded. The Lord's mouth dropped open in surprise when the other added that the written content was almost identical to what the Duke had told him earlier. The man rushed to the hero, begging him to tell him how to get there, but he only apologized, reminding her that he had gotten there by accident. Shepard looked down. The head of June spread his arms out to the sides, and admitted that he still could not completely get rid of his doubts about the boy's identity. Lucas's eyebrows rose when Shepard asked to see the earrings in action. The hero put the glass on the table. The earrings began to glow. A wave of wind spread from him across the room. Recalling the ability, the young man asked if this was enough. The man looked dumbfounded, then closed his eyes. The wind gradually died down when the Duke concluded out loud that this was not the worst option. Shepard frowned and said that he was afraid of the guest not because he mistook him for a member of the Trowman Brotherhood. There was a more serious reason for this. That same evening, the banquet was in full swing. People were laughing and chatting with each other. They were all rich people. Lucas chose to stay away from the crowd. Watching the dancing, the hero thought that he had found people who knew who the demigod was, but things were getting more complicated. The young man looked at the wine in his glass, thinking that it was nice to know that circles were named after them and that there were people who inherited their will. They were all in the same boat. He needed to learn more about the circle, calm the energy of the icy river, and also finish Anastasius, the Shuhei golem. Clutching his head, the wizard realized that a mountain of trouble had suddenly fallen on him. Isabel noticed the boy when he was trying to figure out if synchronization with Fry was just a coincidence. He flinched when the girl addressed him. And then she showed off her new dress that Lady Lelia had specially prepared for her, and asked if he liked it. Isabel blushed when Lucas suddenly stated that she was very lucky to just live without worrying about anything. Looking at her friend's gloomy face, the redhead demanded an explanation. He took a sip of wine and remembered asking the Count about a more serious reason. At that moment, his eyes widened when the man answered that a month ago at the tower meeting he heard that someone had come into contact with the demigod. Lucas leaned forward and asked to say who it was. Shepard looked at him sullenly. The hero's eyes expressed fear, especially when the Count answered that this person was Isaac Blake, the boy's father. In the banquet hall, conversations continued about the widespread rumor that Patrick's sword skills were inferior only to ordinary knights of the kingdom of Luenbel. Someone laughed that a person should focus on one path, because it is so natural. Patrick himself turned to Guspa's friend, offering to definitely come to their family banquet next time. The young man smiled amiably, and thought to himself that it was quite easy to deal with such people. A little flattery, and this little rascal was already on the hook. While the son of the Teoside family laughed, his interlocutor was sure that everything was going according to plan, because this was the only way he could join his family's banquet. Guspa looked around the hall. The aristocrat was drinking wine, and was thinking about how there were so many pretty girls here. But then something caught the attention of the schemer. He saw that puppy. At that moment, the protagonist was attracted by the appeal to him. Sonia appeared in a magnificent dress. Isabel took her friend by the hand to find out if everything was okay, and she asked a counter question. Then Sonia noticed that Lucas was staring at her, and asked what happened. He looked away and admitted that the dress suited her very well, to which his companion was indignant that he had not appreciated her. Pierre's bride blushed while the friends argued about the objectivity of the judgment, and that Isabel lusted after him. Finally, the magician noticed that Sonia was embarrassed, and asked if she wanted to say something. The girl looked down and replied that she did not. The friends looked at their interlocutor in confusion. While Lucas offered Sonia a drink, his red-haired friend thought with disappointment that he did not even guess. But then someone else addressed the main character by name. Guspa noted with a smile that he would never have thought that he would be able to see him here. The magician looked at the stranger, and when Isabel asked if they knew each other, he answered that it was hard to say. The young man rubbed his chin, trying to remember the aristocrat's name, while he continued that they had not seen each other for so long. And then Lucas' eyes widened when he heard Guspa express surprise at meeting a loser from the Blake family in such a place. The scoundrel's face looked mocking. The wizard exhaled. He didn't even need to remember, this was another bully. Guspa began to question whether a loser like Fry could attend the banquet hosted by Pierre just because he was from the Blake family. The nobleman narrowed his eyes. After all, he had put so much effort into attending this banquet. He believed that this was no place for a bastard like Fry. After all, the banquet hosted by Pierre June was at the top of the capital's society, a battlefield for the nobility and a perfect opportunity for them to interact. The bully continued mockingly, a person like Fry, who was not as good as him, could not just enter West Road Academy. But then Lucas told him to disappear. Gus's eyes widened. The hero came closer, said that he would not repeat himself twice, and again demanded that the aristocrat disappear. The wizard's face expressed irritation when Isabel noticed that he had already said it twice. The bully clenched his teeth and asked if Fry was crazy. Sonia looked at the guy and asked if he knew Fry, and he replied that he certainly did, and he was not the type of person who usually behaved like that. But then Guspa froze with his mouth open. He realized that there were two dazzlingly beautiful girls present. The aristocrat had known before that Pierre's parties were held with pretty girls. But these two were unmatched. And the bully did not understand why these chicks were standing with a guy like Fry. Guspa noticed that the loser was staring at him. And with a smirk, he realized that he just wanted to look cool in front of the girls. But then Patrick approached the group, wondering what was going on. The aristocrat turned to him. The son of the Teoside family leaned forward. He bowed to Sonia and introduced himself, asking her to state her name. Guspa gritted his teeth. These bastards were like hyenas. He talked to them to make friends, and they, under the pretext of hooking on a girl he noticed first. Sonia lowered her gaze and said her name. The bully flinched when he heard it. While Lucas teased his friend that she was popular, Guspa realized that the girl was just a foreigner, therefore she did not know who Fry was. Which meant he had a chance to humiliate him. Sonia looked up at the guy, who clarified whether it was true that she was the eldest daughter of the awkward family, awarded the title of Heavy Rain. Guspa bowed to the girl, and admitted that it was impolite not to recognize the bride of Mr. Pierre, and Patrick was very surprised by this. Sonia looked back at the hero. She blushed and told the wizard that the engagement was not yet a done deal, and he could not understand why she was telling him this. Guspa smiled insolently and said that the care for the guests, as the bride of the banquet organizer, was certainly worthy of admiration, but Fry Blake was not the guy to whom Lady Sonia should respond. The girl's looks instantly became unkind. Then Patrick smiled stupidly and realized who was in front of him. And with a grin, he said that he knew his brothers Michel and Haney, and they were both wizards of the tower. Lucas looked gloomily at his interlocutor, and when he said that his elder brother had recently become the master of the tower, he asked, "So what?" Patrick arched an eyebrow and reminded him that Count Isaac had banished his youngest son, and he understood perfectly well why. The hero calmly listened as the aristocrat continued that he found it hard to believe that he had inherited the same blood as these great people. Suddenly, Isabel stepped forward and snapped that the boys were talking too much. The girl pointed angrily at the bullies and screamed that she didn't know who they were. But no matter how brave they weren't worthy of Frey's toes. The redhead continued to rage, demanding an apology for the insult, while the wizard tried to calm her down. Patrick, however, threw up his hands and declared that as the eldest son of the Teoside family, he was not going to humiliate himself. The bully looked at the girl menacingly, assuming that she was joking. The nobleman pointed a finger at Lucas and added that the one who invited a person to a party who didn't even fit in with the atmosphere should apologize, and asked who invited him. The boys behind him began to laugh. Guspa also joined in. But then Pierre appeared. The host of the evening came up from behind the bullies and expressed his regrets. Pierre, smiling, said that it was he who invited Lucas. Guspa turned around and looked worried along with Patrick. The young man approached Patrick and said that he was very sorry for disappointing them so much. He didn't know before that he needed permission from the Teoside house to invite a friend. Wasn't he thinking too much because it was a party in his name? The protagonist, Isabella and Sonia, stood to the side and watched the frightened nobles in surprise. Patrick raised his hand and turned away, asking for forgiveness. Guspa bowed when the young master told him to relax and enjoy the party, for this was his house and they were guests. Pierre's hand fell on the fat man's shoulder. Guspa's whole body trembled. The blond man opened his eyes abruptly and said that if they weren't guests, they would all be dead by now. The four nobles ran away from the party screaming and asking for forgiveness. The young master waved his hand after them. Lucas smiled, saying that his character was much worse than he thought. The young man responded by saying that he had personally observed him. The protagonist, hearing him, said that he was probably joking, for he was very dazzling and gentle. Pierre, opening one eye, asked if he was looking at himself in the mirror. Sonia and Isabella laughed when Lucas said that he could not see his face in the mirror because it was too bright. His interlocutor, hearing him, said that he was most likely blinded by the shine of his bald spots. The two guys were standing in the middle of the hall. The gray-haired one turned his head when Pierre called him an eccentric. The young man looked at the juice in his glass. Remembering how Lucas fought on the ship, he said that if what happened on Cortestio became known to the general public, no one would dare to call him a loser. The world around him seemed to disappear when the protagonist said that real men don't brag about things like that. Pierre turned his gaze to his friend. Turning his head, he asked what he had talked about with his father. The boy gripped his glass tighter when his friend said that his father seemed to suspect him of being a member of the Trowman fraternity. He saw Lucas bow his head. Drinking his juice, the boy asked if he was finally interested in joining their club. Lucas smiled and said that it was unlikely. The boy became dejected and looked down. Shepard, standing in front of the boy, said that he could dispel his doubts not only because he could use the Taipun earrings. There was someone who confirmed his identity. Parting his lips, Lucas asked who it was. His eyes widened when he heard his brother's name. Frowning, Shepard said that he, like him, was a man of the Straw Knuckles Circle. The protagonist stared at the man who said he knew what his family had done to him. The wounds he had suffered were countless, and he was in no position to argue, but he should let him say something presumptuous. Lucas' world went dark. He heard the man say that Heinz was different from Count Isaac and Michelle. There was a reason he agreed to his exile. The boy bowed his head. Back in reality, the boy told Pierre that he was not going to return to the academy. Isabella turned around abruptly, hearing his words. Looking at the protagonist's back, she heard Lucas say that he had no reason to stay there any longer. The girl wanted to approach, but froze. The protagonist turned his gaze to her. Isabella's eyes were wide. The boy looked away from her. The whole world disappeared for Isabella. She did not know what to do if Lucas did not return to the academy. Pierre, raising his hand, asked his friend what he was going to do. He answered, saying that the Duke recommended the third tower to him. The girl put her glass on the table when Pierre, the protagonist, said that the curriculum at the academy was nothing special, and the number and quality of specialized books stored in the third tower surpassed all the others. Sonia, approaching her friend, said that he had turned pale. Night had fallen outside. Isabella was walking along the corridor of the castle. Sadly looking at the floor, she said that Lucas would go to the tower tomorrow, and she would return to the academy, each going their own way. Sadly, she bowed her head and said that ever since she learned that her friend was Lucas Trowman, she had been expecting this day to come. The girl put her hand to her chest. Stopping in the middle of the hall, she asked herself what she should strive for, what she should achieve and what she should learn, walking in Mato's path. The lady raised her head. The light from the half-open door caught her attention. Inside, the room was richly decorated. While Pierre poured himself tea, the protagonist said that thanks to him, he had a good time. It was a magnificent banquet. Smiling, the guy said that he had an excellent reputation, for he was a genius born in the June family. The boy was silently pouring himself some tea. The protagonist opened his eyes as his friend chuckled. Barely moving his lips, he said that he might be a genius. Picking up the tray, Pierre said that he first felt mana when he was 5 years old. As he began to sit down, Lucas said that he shouldn't brag like that. As he began to drink his tea, the boy mentally said that Pierre's feat was amazing. Even he and Shuhai first felt mana when they were 7 years old. The blonde picked up the cup, drinking the tea. Putting the cup down, he said that when he was 17, when he reached the 4-star level, usually it was achieved at 20 years old. Lucas's mouth dropped in shock. Opening his lips, Pierre told Lucas that he was the only one he could tell this to. For the first time in his life, he wanted to open up. His eyelids drooped in sadness. Only the boy knew that he was cursed by his talent. The friends froze, looking at each other. The protagonist frowned slightly and bowed his head. Pierre opposite him was sad. Opening his lips, the young man said that he had a teacher. His teacher was the owner of the 5th tower, a 6-star wizard. He was a wise old man with a long white beard. The old man with a kind smile and looking at the boy's head answered his questions. Pierre was so happy about this that he began to ask him even more questions and began to study harder with a wide smile on his face. The magician was a real guide who taught him the joys of life and magical science. Most often they sat near the tree. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Pierre opposite him bowed his head. Imagining his mana circles, the young man said that when he reached the 4th star, everything changed. One day he asked a question that even his teacher could not answer. The teacher, looking at the structure, was very embarrassed. The student's eyes widened. His teacher was furious and called him a monster. Looking closely at the old man's face, Pierre then realized that the tears and the strong expression meant that he was not angry. He was filled with horror and fear. The teacher had been watching the boy's meditation the entire time. He frowned, seeing how the student was developing at an incredible speed at such a young age. An ominous feeling began to arise in his heart. Soon the boy was confused. Books and tomes were scattered on the floor, and although he still liked studying magic, But every time he really immersed himself in it, it was as if something was piercing him. The protagonist touched the back of the chair, listening to his friend's story. Pierre clenched his fist and, gritting his teeth, said that the teacher's face appeared before him like a curse. Thousands, tens of thousands of times a day he cursed his talent. Lucas did not move, listening to the boy. The young man, with tears in his eyes, said that he would prefer to be ordinary, then he could study magic with more joy and enthusiasm. If that were the case, he would not be called a monster. The young man stood up. He touched his friend's shoulder. Pierre raised his head. Hugging the blonde, the protagonist said that he was overestimating himself. Pierre's eyes widened, he froze. After thinking, Lucas said that there was a place that could not be reached so easily, even if he was called a genius. Talent alone was not enough, he could not reveal the true meaning of magic without climbing the steps of books, of knowledge. Stepping aside, the guy said that this was not the world that a guy could get into, who was at a loss when meeting a bad teacher, and the teacher, in turn, felt some jealousy and envy towards his student. The young man opened his mouth and called his friend. The protagonist turned away, swearing that the next time he met him, he would already be several times stronger than now. Pierre closed his eyes and said that he was too self-confident and vain. Lucas smirked and said that he should do the same. The boy raised his eyelids. His eye widened when his friend said the name of the demigod. When he approached the window, the blonde said that he already assumed that he also knew about his existence. The young man looked into the distance. Looking out the window, he said that the one who dominates not only human beings but all the minds in the world is a false god who changed the rules of this world. Putting his hand on his hip, Lucas said that being led by him and not even realizing it is stupid. Looking at the night city in front of him, he said that this is also an opportunity for humanity to never give up and try to change this world by defeating it. Opening his lips, the young man said that this is a task that only humans can do. If he wants to pretend to be a god all his life, then he can continue to live like this. Turning around, the protagonist said that if he wanted to defeat the demigod, his goal was to discover the true meaning of magic. Frowning, Lucas said that he would prefer the latter. Which would he choose? Pierre stared at his friend in shock. The boys froze, looking at each other. The noble sighed and raised his hands, saying that a guide is not always just a teacher. Isabella stood near the door, eavesdropping on the conversation. Pierre, raising his eyelids, asked if he followed the principle. Compete with your rival and make your own path. The protagonist turned away without answering him. He remembered how he stood back to back with his friend. The Archmage closed his eyes. Putting his hand on Pierre's shoulder, he said that he would always be one step ahead. Lucas stopped when the noble called out to him. Turning his head, he said that when they met again, he would be standing in front of him. The Archmage grinned and said that he was like his friend, so he trusted him. Isabella was shaking in the hallway. Tears were pouring from her eyes. The events take us to the forest the next morning. The protagonist threw a duffel bag over his shoulder. Looking at the forest, he said that today was the perfect day to set out. The young man looked back when the girl asked him if he was going to take his ballast with him. Isabella approached Lucas with a huge duffel bag. The Archmage moved his lips and said that he had no ballast. Smiling, the girl said that this disappointed her, and he himself called her ballast. The guy, raising his eyebrows, asked if she would really go with him. Leaving the academy, she answered, saying that she went to the academy to learn the art of magic. Raising her hand, she said that right in front of her was the greatest magician in history. No one could compare to such a teacher. Lucas, parting his lips, said that she would regret it. Passing by the young man, she said that she would not repeat herself. Even if this road was very difficult, she would be with him until the very end. The protagonist curled his lips and raised his eyebrows. He involuntarily grinned. Then Lucas followed Isabella. The events take us inside the mansion. Patrick, standing in front of the table, was telling Michel that Pierre and his brother had a very unusual relationship. Raising his hand, he said that Pierre declared Lucas his most honored guest, so that everyone in the banquet hall could hear. Michel frowned, asking why he was telling him this. Raising his hand and getting excited, Patrick said that he thought he should know. Michel said that he did not need to know who his brother had become close to. The nobleman raised his hands in fear. Sweat began to roll down his face. So there were only two brothers left in the hall. The elder, looking at the candles on the table, said that friendship with Pierre was amazing. As they say, even a snail can crawl, but what trick did Lucas use? Narrowing his eyes, Michel asked Heinz what he thought about it. The young man, leaning against the wall, said that he was not interested, since they studied at the same academy. There was nothing strange in their closeness. The elder brother stood up. He grinned, mentally saying that he could not wait to tell his father about this. Perhaps there was something they could use. Heinz looked after his brother. He narrowed his eyes, looking at his evil brother. Then he turned away and looked out the window. Picking up the badge, the girl asked what it was. The protagonist who was walking next to him said that he got it from Duke Shepard. It was like a qualification to take the entrance exam to the circle. Isabella, looking at the sign in his hand, said that it was best to join the circle to learn more information about the demigod, and she had never even heard the name of the demigod. The young man involuntarily turned his gaze to her. As he imagined the 5 heroes, Isabella said that she had never even heard of the 5 heroes he was a part of. She only knew that they were great people who tried to fix the system of this world, but their opponent, who they fought and lost to, was a demigod. If he hadn't told her, she would have thought it was some kind of wild conspiracy theory. Lucas imagined his old form. Parting his lips and looking into the distance, he said that the truly scary power is the invisible power. Looking at the people on the streets, he said that they can't think for themselves and plan their future. People only eat and drink what they are given. Walking down the street, he said that all people, driven by a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment of duty, are all happy slaves who do not even realize that they are under control. Such was the current state of humanity. The girl looked at the guy in surprise when he called out to her. He suddenly approached and, bending down, said that he had not lost at all, he would win. Soon the couple found themselves in front of a huge tower. Isabella, surprised, opened her mouth, saying that this was the first time she saw a magic tower. It really exerted a lot of pressure. Lucas raised his head, thinking that in half a year he would be able to join the circle, and until then he would train here to stabilize the icy river and restore his original state. The protagonist looked at the gate and the guards near it. The guy smiled. Closing his eyes, he said that it reminded him of old times. The magic tower was a place where he really focused on learning magic with his friends. Isabella looked at her teacher. Suddenly, a crowd approached them. The couple immediately turned around. A group of dark elves was approaching them. The protagonist and the girl looked at the approaching crowd. Lucas involuntarily opened his mouth in surprise. He winced when Isabella said that he shouldn't be so surprised, because elves and dwarves are races that travel freely among humans. The boy parted his lips and said that if you think about it, he read about it back in the academy, but it was amazing to see it with his own eyes. Looking at the group, he said that 4,000 years ago he couldn't even imagine such a thing. As the elves passed him, the boy mentally said that if you think about it, the elves have achieved great unity. All the dense forests in the far north are their land. Suddenly, the dark elf narrowed his eyes, looking at Lucas. The protagonist looked at him calmly. Soon, the group passed the boy. A lonely tower of magicians rose in the middle of the city. Inside the tower, many people were practicing their strikes and stances. The magicians used their magic. The hall was divided into 2 parts. On one side the warriors were training, on the other the magicians. Isabella, sitting on the floor, concentrated mana between her hands. She slowly opened her eyes. Standing up, she said that she had already gotten used to the combat training technique. The girl turned her head. The protagonist's hand seemed to be floating in the air. Lucas seemed to be dancing. Isabella did not move, watching him. The man approached her and said that rumors had already begun to circulate in the tower about her friend. He dances all day and then hangs out in the library all night. Looking at the dancer again, the man said that many call her friend strange. At first glance, the young man's actions looked strange. However, now the girl could read the flow of energy. Studying the combat technique, she carefully looked at the guy. He delivered huge blows that were hidden in his movements. Lucas did it with such a huge speed that it is impossible to catch with the naked eye, and when he puts his hands and feet in place, it looks like a smooth dance. Isabella, not paying attention to the man next to her, told herself that Lucas really has an amazing level of martial art. The warrior fell to the floor. Raising his hand, he declared his defeat. The dark elf froze upon hearing his words. Sighing, he said that the humans were too weak. His mentor approached him, saying that it was a very rude remark for someone who admitted defeat. Frowning, Camilla asked if this was the warrior's virtue he spoke of. Liam-san, looking down, said that it was not so. The elf helped his opponent up. He frowned sharply upon seeing someone. Liam-san turned his attention to the dancing youth. The elf narrowed his eyes. Isabella, seeing the dark elf approaching Lucas, immediately recognized him. The protagonist froze as the elf approached and asked him if he was a battle mage. The boy, raising his head, said that he was only an ordinary mage. Liam-san frowned, mentally wondering if these were the movements of an ordinary mage. The protagonist, hands down, turned to the elf. Parting his lips, he said his name. The elf moved his lips and said his name. Pointing to himself, he offered to fight him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, staring at him. Scratching the back of his head, the elf said he meant a fight. Camilla approached and said that her student meant sparring. Isabella approached Lucas. Putting her hand to her chest, Camilla introduced herself and said that she was looking forward to working with him. Raising her hand, she said that she would also be pleased to work with the young girl on the sidelines. Isabella bowed and introduced herself. Pointing at Liam-san, the elf said that he interrupted them during training, and for this they apologized. They should forget about what that idiot said. The guy screamed, saying that he just wanted to spar with him like a real warrior, because his movements were unusual. The mentor heard him, said that warriors do not impose themselves so stupidly. Isabella, standing next to the guy, asked Lucas what they were talking about. Suddenly, the elves turned around sharply, hearing the young man speak Elvish. The protagonist, parting his lips, said that he was always glad of any battle. Liam-san, pointing pointing at the guy, asked if he could really speak Elvish. He answered, saying that he only knew how to speak it a little. Smiling, the warrior said that the more he looked at him, the more interesting he seemed to him. Lucas parted his lips and said that they, elves, were surprisingly studying human magic. Standing in a stance, the elf said that he spoke just like them. The people, seeing how Liam-sun stood in front of the guy, realized that a new sparring was brewing. The members of Liam-sun's group approached the crowd. The dark elf enveloped himself in an aura. The protagonist's eyes involuntarily widened. He saw complex movements inherent only to dark elves. They were like night predators. The enemy was above him in an instant. Lucas blocked the elf's blow. He frowned, seeing this. The young man began to dodge each blow of the enemy. Having dodged another blow, the guy turned his attention to the enemy's foot. It was the basis of the technique of Shadow's silent step. The foot rushed towards the protagonist. The young man easily parried the elf's blow. He swung his hand sharply. The elf, bending over, was able to dodge the fist. Afterwards, he jumped back several times. The protagonist, smiling, told Liam-sun that his movements were like those of a wild animal. The elf grinned, saying that it was entertaining. The guy suddenly became serious and stopped smiling. The collision of the two opponents created gusts of wind. The people watching the fight were surprised. One of them said that he could not believe his eyes. One of the dark elves, raising his hand, asked who this gray-haired man was. His comrade, after thinking, said that this warrior's kick was equivalent to Liam-sun's kicks. The protagonist swung his leg. His opponent also bent his leg. The collision of their legs created a strong flow of wind. The two opponents simultaneously crouched on the floor. Camilla, crossing her arms under her chest, said that the muscle mass of the young man was not like that of a magical warrior. She frowned, not understanding how the guy could withstand Liam-sun's attacks. The elf, angry, screamed. He jumped up and started throwing punches. The protagonist stood up and started parrying the punches. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that Lucas was incredibly precise with his mana distribution. He looked like he was only 20 years old, but it was unclear who he was. A sweaty Liam-sun turned around when Camilla said that was enough, because this sparring was pointless. Giving a thumbs up, the elf said that his movements were great. The protagonist, wiping his sweat, said that his movements were also great. Lowering his hand, he said that if the battle took place on the street on a dark night, he would not be able to resist him. Besides, he himself was not used to fighting with bare fists. Liam-sun shuddered, hearing the guy's assumption. His lips stretched into a grin. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Lowering his head, he asked how long he would be in the tower. The young man, taking a towel from Isabella, said that he would be here for about 6 months. When Camilla approached him, Liam-sun said that it was nice to hear that. While Lucas wiped away the sweat, the elf said that he showed great skill. She couldn't believe that he was really human. She noticed his earrings. Camilla narrowed her eyes. The guy, putting the towel down, asked why she had suddenly stopped talking. Parting her lips, she asked why the third tower? Raising his hand, Lucas said that he had an elixir that he wanted to finish, so he chose the place with the most advanced literature. The elf thought about it and said that now she understood why he always stayed in the library at night. The people standing aside were amazed that the young man was talking so casually to the head of the dark elves, and they thought that he was just a strange dancer. Lucas, hanging a towel around his neck, said that he thought that it was a waste of time. He looked through all the books in the library, but still did not find the information he needed. The elf, parting her lips, asked what about reading magic grimoires. Looking at the bookcases, the girl said that the only books in the library were third-class books. The first class can only be viewed after being recognized by 3-floor guardians through a qualification test for reading magic books. The boy parted his lips and asked when the test would take place. Camilla smiled and said that the test would take place tomorrow. Thus ended another sunny day in the town. The events take us to the next day, to the hall of the Tower of Magicians. People, noticing Lucas in the middle of the crowd, began to discuss how he fought with Liam-sun. Looking at his back, some tried to understand why the battle mage was taking this exam. The couple turned around sharply when they were called out. Liam-sun, walking next to the mentor, asked the protagonist if they were also taking the exam, and Camilla, smiling, said that she was curious about what would happen if he took part. Pointing to the student, she said that she brought him with her because she was bored alone. Lucas, smiling and pointing to Isabella, said that this child was here for the same reason. The elf approached the boy and offered to fight when it was all over. The boy nervously smiled and asked if he meant sparring. The tower doors opened. 3 floor masters came out of the gates. Camilla, slightly squinting, said that they were the floor managers of this tower. The old man with glasses was an influential man named Mikkel. Mikkel raised his hand and said that they did not want to waste time on unnecessary chatter, so they would start the first exam right now. They should create energy balls. The magicians began to create magic balls. Many of them created spheres above their palms. The professor, squinting, said to try to concentrate them. The magicians began to compress the mana spheres. One of the men, smiling, said that it was easy. His comrade, looking at him, said that it was just the first exam, so the task was not too difficult. The old man put his hand in his sleeve and praised the magicians. He took a bead in his hand. Holding it in his hand, Mikkel said that they now had to make it smaller than this bead to pass. Many people gaped in shock. Sunlight was streaming into the tower through the windows. The floor masters walked between the rows and disqualified the participants who failed the test. The man gritted his teeth and trembled all over. He fell to the floor when Mikkel disqualified him. Sweating heavily and breathing heavily, the guys said that it was simply impossible. The energy ball could not be reduced to such a size. Isabella trembled, having compressed the sphere to the size of a bead. Looking at the sphere, the floor master said that it passed the test. The girl immediately sat down on the floor from fatigue. The old man stopped, seeing something. Seeing how much Liam's son had compressed the sphere, he praised him. Approaching the elves, he said that they no longer had to pass the exams, he would personally allow them to read the magic grimoires. Mikkel turned around when his colleague asked the participant what he was doing. The man approached the protagonist, trying to see his sphere. Mikkel turned to them and said that he could not believe it. The man looked at the professor and asked what he meant. This young man seemed unable to create a sphere. Looking closely at the young man, the old man said not to rely on sight, they needed to feel the mana. The energy was so densely concentrated that it was not visible. Only weak streams of mana indicated the presence of the sphere. Mikkel stood in front of the boy. Noticing Trowman's earrings, he said that he did not need to take any more exams. Coming closer, he asked the boy his name, who, upon hearing the question, introduced himself. The owner frowned, saying that he would allow him to read the magical grimoires, but they should have a little chat. Soon they found themselves in the office of the tower's owner. Standing by the window, the old man asked how he got to the third tower. The protagonist answered by saying that Duke Shepard helped him. Introducing the Duke, Mikkel said that their story would be quick. Looking out the window, he said that he had probably already reached 5 stars. The young man, after thinking, did not deny it. Looking at his interlocutor, he decided that he did not need to know that he was about to reach 7 stars. The old man, standing motionless by the window, asked if he knew anything about the demigod. The guy, parting his lips, said that he knew a little about them. Mikkel smiled involuntarily and said that not long ago, traces of the demigod were found near Yushiano. A surprised cry from Lucas was heard from the tower. Then the old man said that, to be precise, they found the sign of the apostles. The apostles were people or beings chosen by the demigod himself to use his divine power, and the demigod's fanatics were already crowding around the apostles. Lucas' eyes widened. He couldn't believe that a demigod was using people. He had never heard of such a thing. 4,000 years ago there was nothing like this. Parting his lips, he asked Mikkel what he wanted from him. When he approached the window, the old man said that Yushiano had come under the jurisdiction of Honor, the leader of the tower. At this rate, some cities would evaporate in an instant, and they, the mages, should immediately investigate. Mikkel put his hands behind his back and asked Lucas if he would agree to accompany him on this matter. The boy agreed without hesitation. The mage turned his gaze to the young man. The young man looked back at him. The old man, turning his head, said that this was a dangerous mission and he would give him a little more time to think. The young man raised his head and said that in that case he would only ask one question. Why him? Suddenly the old man pulled at his sleeve. A bracelet appeared on his forearm. It was Iris's relic. Lucas's eyes widened, and then he said that it must belong to the Amulet Circle. The old man, looking at the artifact, said that after the Circle's master Trowman was killed by the demigod, the enemies became even more aggressive, so the Circle was forced to act more covertly. The dark elves in the tower were part of the Black Fang's reinforcements that they asked for. Mikkel parted his lips and said that he could not believe that he was getting so old, and he had just noticed them by chance. Raising his hand, he said that he was referring to the type on earrings that he was wearing. The protagonist, touching the earring, mentally said that he had never thought about it, but these earrings were surprisingly famous, and out loud he asked when they would move out. Looking out the window, the old man said that they would need a week to prepare. Mikkel, frowning, asked the boy why he needed the grimoires. He, moving his lips, said that he needed to make an elixir, so he wanted to study alchemy. The old man shuddered when he heard him, and then said that in that case, it would be more effective for him to ask her for help than to look for a suitable grimoire. Soon, the protagonist found himself in the corridor. He had a tired expression on his face. The girl, opening the door, asked him what he needed. When the door was completely open, the young man introduced himself and said that Mr. Mikkel sent him to her. Professor Adelia stared at the boy. She was known as a genius professor at West Road Academy, but Lucas himself saw her for the first time. Entering her office, Adelia said that now she understood who the old man was talking about. Sitting down in the chair, she told the young man to sit down for a minute. He looked around and asked where he should sit. Lucas was a little confused by the animal organs in the vials. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she should clarify something for him. She was very busy, very tired and had very low blood pressure, so he should spare her the details and convey the essence in 5 words. The protagonist turned his head. Turning to the professor, he said that he needed to create liquid mana. The girl, looking at the young man opposite, said that he was not very talkative. He responded by saying that he fit into 5 words, as she asked. Adelia adjusted her glasses, saying that he was a rather nice, but impudent guy. But what kind of liquid mana? Lucas put the vial on the table, asking her to take a look for herself. The girl, picking up the vial, froze. She frowned sharply and screamed, saying that there was too much concentrated mana in here. The young man moved his lips and said the name of the Drake King. The professor pointed at him sharply and shouted, demanding that he start speaking normally. The protagonist, imagining Torkud, said that it was the heart of a 1,000-year-old drake. The estimated mana energy was about 100,000. Could she make an elixir out of it? Adelia froze with her mouth open. Suddenly, she smiled widely. Raising her hand, she said that the recipe was quite complicated, but she could do it. The problem was only the ingredients. Scratching her head, she said that she needed something that she couldn't get. The guy asked her what she needed. She answered by saying that she needed a phoenix feather. The protagonist froze with his mouth open. He immediately put the feather on the table. The girl froze with her hands outstretched. Raising the feather, she said that she also needed a good assistant who could distribute mana, good enough to be able to shrink the energy ball to the size of a fingernail. Lucas created a mana sphere above his palm. A huge sphere formed above his palm. A moment later, the sphere shrank, surprising the professor. After that, Adelia began to conduct experiments with a crazy smile on her face. The protagonist glanced back when she asked him who he was. The girl shook the flask and said if his father was Count Isaka. She often heard the names Michel and Heinz, but never him. Like the ability to distribute mana, he is very well versed in alchemy. It is a bit old-fashioned. Lucas bowed his head and shuddered. He mentally terribly regretted his knowledge of 4,000 years ago. Adjusting her glasses, the professor asked why she had not heard his name before. She grabbed him by the clothes sharply. The guy stared at Adelia in surprise. Slightly hunched over, she said that he would be her assistant. The guy, looking away, refused. The girl grabbed his legs, saying that she would pay him an hourly wage. The professor's scream was heard in the lab. She said that he would not be able to learn this anywhere. Wherever he went, she would teach him everything. Soon she sat on the floor, mentally saying that if this child were her assistant, she would be very comfortable. She parted her lips and asked why he kept calling her professor. The boy turned his head and asked if he hadn't told her. He turned around completely, and said he was a student at West Road Academy. Adelia smiled, silently saying that she could use the points and his employment as an excuse to threaten him. Lucas turned away and said he had already left the academy. The girl screamed, saying that he was making fun of her. He had made her happy and then let her down. He had said it to let her down. The boy asked Adelia if she knew anything about golem production. She closed one eye and said that it wasn't her specialty, but she knew it better than those who called themselves puppeteers. She nodded and asked if he really wanted her to teach him, if he really wanted to become her assistant. The boy looked at the flask in her hand and asked if she could make a golem if she had 1,000,000 mana core. She closed her eyes and said that it was crazy. Lucas turned his head and asked if she meant that it was insanely tempting. She replied that she didn't mean that. She extended her finger and said that first of all, such a core couldn't exist, but even if it did, without an orichalcum body and a nervous system cast from mithril, he would never be able to control it. It had to be made of a mineral that only existed in legends. While warming up, she said that if we were talking about the casing, it would obviously be much more difficult to design the body, compiling a formula and inputting commands into it to form its ego. The boy narrowed his eyes. He remembered his friend's diary, who had asked him to complete Anastasia. Sighing, the protagonist mentally said that in the end, Shuhei's task was much more difficult than he had imagined. Adelia parted her lips and asked why he was asking that. Did he really have 1,000,000 mana energy core? The young man smiled and said that he didn't have one. Then he couldn't help but glance at the travel bag on the table. The dark elf was sweating heavily and breathing heavily. The protagonist did a sweep and struck at the same time. A weak gust of air signaled Leomson's fall. Sitting up on the floor, he said that he had lost for the first time. Lucas, helping him up, said that he now had a full understanding of his movements, who, hearing him, told him not to talk nonsense, because he was just a little distracted. Both of them turned around abruptly, hearing the screams. The group of dark elves thanked Isabella. They distributed the mana according to her instructions, so it became so easy to control. Camilla approached Lucas and said that Isabella's lessons were detailed and easy to understand. The dark elves opened their hearts to her. The girl soon approached the boy, asking if he had finished the elixir. He replied saying that it would be completed tonight. Isabella smiled, saying that the 7-star level was now very close. The young man nodded and wiped his sweat, saying that he was just standing at the entrance now. Camilla hugged herself and thought. Raising her hand, she asked the couple if they would like to learn spiritual skills. Signing a contract with a spirit that will be close to them will add great power to them. Isabella and Lucas smiled upon hearing her proposal. The elf herself also smiled, saying that they taught her children the distribution of mana, so in return she will teach them this. This spiritual skill is passed down from generation to generation and is inherent only to the Dark Elves. When the protagonist came to Adelia, she said she was glad to see him, as the elixir he asked for was finally complete. The girl, holding a vial in her hand, asked if he was really going to drink it. The boy, slightly tilting his head, asked if she had failed. His eyes widened when the professor answered, saying that it was the opposite, the potion was made too well. Holding the potion between her fingers, she said that the potion was twice as strong as his mana energy. If he drank it incorrectly, it would melt his body, leaving not even his bones. The boy snatched the vial, saying that he was pleased to hear that. Adelia narrowed her eyes. Turning away and waving her hand, she said that he could do whatever he wanted, it was his life, so she should not interfere. Closing her eyes, she told him not to come to her in her dreams when he became a ghost. The girl sharply turned her head when the boy, holding out a necklace, said that it was his small token of gratitude. Taking the necklace and blushing, she asked what it meant. Lucas answered by saying that it was Age's necklace. The boy narrowed his eyes and was dumbfounded as the professor screamed, asking what he was thinking. Clenching her fists and closing her eyes, she said that she was a professor and he was a student, and there were things in the world that could not be done. Looking at her smiling face, Lucas said that he did not understand what she was talking about, that if she put it on, she would improve her concentration. Suddenly, Adelia turned around and ran away, saying that he could not do that. The boy froze with his hand raised. He lowered his hand, saying that he could accurately measure the mana energy. Looking at the ceiling, the boy said that the more he saw it, the more strange it seemed to him. Cold mana filled the room. Lucas stood in the middle of his room. He took a handful of ice ore in his hand. The boy scattered it around the room. Soon, a cold air spread throughout the room. Steam formed with each breath. He sat in the middle of the room and began to meditate. The guy uncorked the bottle, after which he drank the potion. The protagonist's eyes opened and shuddered. A powerful stream of mana burst out of his body. Camilla, resting her head on her hand, asked Isabella to explain to her how great the power of the 7 stars was in the human world. Sitting opposite the girl, she said that they had just begun to study human magic, so it was difficult to feel it now. Lost in thought, the dark elf at the table asked if magic in the human world was really like a status class. Isabella, stroking her chin, said that if we talk about archmages, then only great wizards are called archmages. In any country, the title and address of the count will be guaranteed, and his name will be written on the stone tablets of the imperial palace. In other words, the name of this person will forever remain in history. Camilla, smiling, asked if this meant that Lucas had already succeeded. Isabella shook her head, denying this and saying that the master was only at the entrance. The protagonist roared, enduring the flow of escaping mana. The girl bowed her head, saying that Lucas's goals are amazing. His path is very difficult, because his goal is a demigod. The elf's eyes widened in shock. The young man's hair flew up. He stood up, calming the raging mana. The boy's pupils sparkled. He reached the 7 stars. The sky was filled with gray clouds. A group of 5 people arrived in the town. The protagonist, walking ahead, said that this is Hall Bridge. This is where the traces of the apostles are, and this city is smaller than he thought. The girl turned her head, saying that the city was radiating an ominous energy. Smoke covered the houses in the city. Lucas, parting his lips, said that there was a divine power here. The girl, opening her mouth, asked what it was. The guy pursed his lips. He hadn't felt such energy for a long time. The protagonist frowned deeply. He felt that disgusting energy that made him sick. Mikkel turned his head when the boy said he was curious about something. Continuing forward, Lucas asked what kind of power the demigod gave to people. Camilla, Liamson, Mikkel, Lucas, and Isabella arrived at a small town of 500 people. Liamson, walking to Michael's left, said that using the apostles was a good ploy. Mikkel looked at the boy walking to his right, and reminded him of the danger of this mission. He looked back at Isabella and asked if she was okay. The Archmage turned around, looking at the girl, and told Mikkel not to worry, as the little one had a role to play. Isabella, looking ahead, noticed a man in the distance and reported it. A man came out to the approaching group and asked what brought them to such a wretched place. He raised his hands and introduced himself as the mayor of Hall Bridge. Mikkel stepped forward and greeted the mayor, turning to Aladir and asking him if anything had changed in the city recently. The mayor was surprised by the old man's question, not understanding why he was asking about changes in the city recently. Near the 2 two-story houses, Mikkel and Aladir could be heard talking. He was asking if there was anything unusual, if the way of life of the townspeople had changed, or even ordinary things, general feelings. The trader, gesturing with his raised hand, answered, assuring that nothing had happened, and they were doing the same routine every day. The old man lowered his gaze, accepting the answer of his interlocutor. Suddenly, Lucas stepped forward and asked Aladir about the whereabouts of all the townspeople. The guy, putting his hands in his pockets, asked the mayor where the rest of the people were, because it was already the middle of the day, and there were no people at all, as if they were in ruins. Aladir scratched his head and reported that all the people were working in the forest nearby. The former mayor suddenly opened his eyes wide at the words of Lucas, who reminded him, as he had just said, that every day here is the same routine. A shadow fell on the face of the Archmage. He looked with an emotionless gaze at the traitor, who was trying to find an excuse. Lucas turned to Liamson, who was standing behind him. As soon as the young man asked the elf to check the city, he rushed to the side to check. Mikkel looked at Lucas, not believing that the high dark elf listened to him. Liamson jumped from the roof of one building to another. Soon he landed next to Lucas. The warrior approached the Archmage and informed him about the absence of people in the city. When Aladir heard Liamson also reporting about the blood spilled around, he began to transform. The traitor, cursing everyone, turned into a huge monster. Mikkel screamed in fear, saying that all of Aladir's people and himself had been transformed into the demigod's creations. Humanoid monsters with fangs stood in front of Lucas's group. The monster ordered everyone to be killed, opening its mouth, saying that they needed to take care of the wizard first. Two monsters opened their mouths and pounced on Mikkel. Isabella suddenly stood in front of the old man. The girl's eyes glowed brightly. The moment she raised her hand, a wall of fire rose right in front of them. The demigod's creation screamed in pain, burning right in the epicenter of the wall of fire. But suddenly, the monsters together stretched their hands forward, blocking themselves from the fire. Two monsters broke through the wall of fire. Suddenly, Lucas's voice rang out, after which the head of one of the monsters was cut off. The Archmage raised his hand using wind magic. Aladir stood there, looking at the falling body parts of his kin, denying what he had seen, not believing that those who had received the power of a demigod were killed so easily. He turned around and started to run. Liamson, holding a spear in his hands, suddenly appeared next to the fleeing monster, and in an instant, Aladir's legs were chopped off by the spear. The elf, holding a spear in his hand, ran past the traitor who fell on his back. The spear in his hands began to dissolve. Lucas stepped on Aladir's chest with his foot. The youth stood over him, ordering him to tell him everything he knew. The monster opened its mouth wide and said that it knew nothing. The Archmage, parting his lips, said that he should not joke with him. Camilla approached Lucas and said that she would find out everything herself, which puzzled the guy. He looked at Camilla and listened as she prepared to use her spiritual art. This was a great opportunity, so she advised him to watch more closely. Camilla opened her mouth and began to pronounce strange words in an incomprehensible language. The elf's cloak began to flutter from the mana emanating from her. Streams of black energy began to emerge from her shadow. A spirit of darkness emerged from Camilla's shadow. Isabella approached and asked what it was. She answered by saying that it was the spirit of darkness Goran. No one steals information like him. Goran looked around with a huge eye. Camilla, smiling wildly, ordered him to take control of Aladir's mind. Goran climbed onto the monster's body, which began to resist, trying to push Goran away with his hands. Suddenly, Goran's body began to be sucked into Aladir's mouth. Lucas and Isabella, who were watching this, were horrified by this scene. The girl bit her lower lip in fear. Mikkel couldn't say a word, staring in shock at Camilla, whose body was emitting pitch-black mana. The old man looked at Aladir and decided to never go against the dark elf again. The monster's throat was badly swollen. Camilla crouched in front of the former mayor's body, asking where the city's inhabitants had gone. He answered by saying that they were dead. She looked at him, slightly confused, and ordered him to clarify the information. Michael's mouth fell open in surprise and horror after Aladir told how they had made humans an offering, killing everyone. Lucas' pupil lit up. He realized that it was a sacrifice. The traitor, kneeling in front of Camilla, said that they had done this in order to create a creation and release the power of the apostle. After that, he suddenly fell silent. The elf continued to stand in front of him, waiting for his further story. Suddenly, the monster's eyes sparkled. Camilla spun around, screaming for everyone to get out of here immediately. A huge explosion occurred in the middle of the city. Mikkel closed his eyes and covered his face with his hand from the explosion. Camilla held her hands out in front of her face. Trowman's earrings in the Archmage's ears began to glow and float. Lucas, Camilla, and Isabella stood with their hands outstretched, forming a barrier around the entire group. Mikkel, thinking about the situation that had just happened, which did not look good, leaned forward and suggested that the group return today. The old man, sitting on the ground, looked at the back of the young man standing in front. He warned him, saying that if there was an apostle skilled enough to create such creatures, they would not be able to deal with him. Lucas looked at Mikkel, refusing his offer, because they had to go forward. He closed his eyes and said that they had already been spotted, and if they lost sight of the apostle now, they would not have another chance to kill him. Mikkel was shaking with fear. He tried to convince the Archmage to go back and wait for honor. The whole group stood on an elevated piece of land. Looking at him, he told about honor, a 7-star mage, without whom, in his opinion, meeting a powerful apostle was tantamount to suicide. Lucas looked down at Mikkel and said that he would take honor's place. He, looking at him, said that he was in no position to be so arrogant, because a person with 7 stars is capable of merging incompatible phases. Camila, who was standing next to Liam-sun, asked about the fusion of incompatible phases. Mikkel looked at Camila and said that they should know, when elements with opposite properties meet, a large explosion occurs, and a 7-star mage is able to control these natural elements and combine them. Lucas raised his hand clenched into a fist, saying that his words were not bragging. The youth extended a finger. A moment later, pillars of ice and fire appeared near him. Mikkel raised his hand and screamed in alarm. Lucas brought his hands together in front of him. As the old man screamed for him to stop, the fire and ice began to intertwine behind him like 2 snakes. A tornado of ice and flames began to spin as Mikkel screamed at Lucas that this was not something a young man like him could achieve. The man's eyes widened in shock. Mikkel stood up, shocked by the flames that unfurled like a snake on the pillar of ice. The entire group looked at Lucas, not believing that he could combine the elements into such a huge force. He approached the Archmage with his hand outstretched and asked if he had reached the 7 stars. He separated his hands and firmly said that he would replace honor. Camila, Lucas, Mikkel, Isabella, and Liam-sun walked through the ruined city at night. The elf called out to Lucas, asking him to come over. The boy stopped because of her scream. Camila crouched in front of the corpse. The body was completely burnt. Mikkel approached the corpse and suggested that the owner of the apostle was a demigod who controlled lightning. Lucas, starting to massage the back of the neck, said that for them, a person who used the power of a demigod was clearly a problem. Lucas glanced at Mikkel, who was saying that the existence of the apostles was not entirely disadvantageous to them. He asked what Mikkel meant. The old man remembered a battle with an apostle long ago and began to tell about it. It was their first enslavement of an apostle that happened in Castkal. Then something happened that they could not have foreseen even in their wildest fantasies. Lucas' eyes widened in shock when he heard Mikkel say that after killing the apostle, the demigod that controlled him disappeared. The Archmage asked how it could have disappeared. Mikkel raised his hand, saying that this did not happen every time, so they still did not know how it happened. The young man frowned as the old man spoke of his belief that if they eliminated the apostles who had gained the power of demigods, it would affect the demigods themselves. He looked at the burnt body lying on the ground, wondering why demigods would use apostles if it put them at such risk. Lucas remembered how 4,000 years ago there was no such thing as an apostle. The events take us to a dead forest. Lucas and Isabella walked next to each other. The group led by the Archmage stopped. He looked around, but he could not feel any life force in this forest. Liam-sun, behind Isabella, looked at the forest, called it dead. The huge trees in front of Lucas's group intertwined with each other, creating impassable steps. But the trees and animals were dead, even the insects were extinct. Camila looked away. The lady, gritting her teeth, said that all the life force of the forest was absorbed. She did not understand why someone did this to nature. Isabella reached out, touching the soil with her hands. The girl, crouching, said that there was a powerful barrier erected here. Most likely this forest was a trap. After she stood up, she screamed, hearing the boy suggest destroying the forest. Camila watched silently from the side, as Isabella tried to dissuade Lucas, since the forest was already dead and if it accidentally caught fire, the flames would reach the neighboring villages. She closed her eyes and agreed with Isabella's words. Mikkel approached her, starting to say that if they tried to destroy such a complex barrier, it could take at least 2 days. Lucas closed his eyes and extended his hand, touching the tree next to him. After he crouched, Camila, who was watching his actions, asked what he was doing. Isabella answered, saying that he was scanning the barrier to destroy it. The elf, smiling, said that he was very similar to the dark elves. He preferred to act immediately rather than think for too long, just like them. Camila, with her hands on her hips, came up behind Lucas and assured him that he could focus on studying the barrier and that they would have his back. He turned his head, signaling the end of the process. The girl screamed in shock. The entire group gathered around and looked at Lucas, who began to emit mana. A small blue ball began to concentrate in his palm. Storm wind magic spread out from the boy. The wind tore and shredded all the trees and vegetation in its path. Giant wind cutters snapped the trees in half. Michael's mouth opened wide in amazement. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The entire group was inside Lucas's spherical barrier, the magic of which destroyed the entire forest near them. Mikkel and the others looked at him from the front. He was the master of the floor, but today he was hardly useful. It made him wonder if it was time for the next generation to replace them. Lucas glared at the man in front who had finally revealed himself. The old man behind him noticed something. In the middle of the destroyed forest, a figure of a man was approaching them. Mikkel was stunned, his face frozen as he recognized the identity of the apostle. Seeing the man who had enveloped himself in divine energy, he began to scream in denial. Michael's emerald eye looked straight at the apostle, asking him how this could happen. Honor was approaching them with a smile on his face. He stood up with a smile on his face as Mikkel screamed, asking why he had become like this. Lucas glared at him with fury and asked the trembling Mikkel if Honor was really an apostle. The apostle, looking at the group in front of him, asked the old man if he hadn't told him to wait a bit. Mikkel, with his mouth open, shouted, denying Honor becoming an apostle. He hoped that what was happening was just a small misunderstanding, because in his opinion, a person like him could not become like that. Honor, stroking his chin, expressed his pity for Mikkel. In his opinion, he should calm his curiosity. He raised his hand. A huge amount of mana was concentrated in Honor's hand. Lucas jerked his hand sharply. The lightning flying straight to Michael's head was blocked by him. The apostle froze with his hand raised. He was a little surprised. The old man collapsed due to an excess of emotions. Mikkel bowed his head. He was still trying to deny what he saw. For him, Honor was not just a boss, but also the head of the circle. Lucas had his back to him, but he clearly understood his state and said that he would have to pull himself together, because this man was not the one he knew, but the Archmage himself clearly felt how Honor moved of his own free will. Lucas, standing in front of him, asked why he betrayed the circle. Honor asked, a little surprised, if the Archmage was a member of the circle. The apostle opened his mouth, saying that Lucas had disgusting manners. He fanatically raised his hands and told how he learned the power of a demigod. The Archmage's face distorted with rage. He listened to him admire the power of a demigod, calling people bugs. Lucas remembered how in the past, when he was still in his old body, he fought monsters, trying to find a way to defeat the demigods. Lucas clenched his fist. Mana flared up throughout the guy's body. He said that people were not pathetic bugs, it was just Honor who chickened out. Isabella looked at the Archmage in front of her. She had never seen the protagonist so angry. It made her think about what he had been through in these 4,000 years. The man raised his hand, saying that the apostle was not afraid at all. He recognized the Archmage. The protagonist, enveloping his body in mana, asked why everyone else in the circle, knowing about the transcendent power of the demigod, would continue to fight him. Lucas remembered his old friends, Kassajan, Shuhei, Iris and the King of Knights. They were desperately trying to get up without dropping their knees, step by step, time after time, all of them trying not to give in to what was happening. The boy's strand of hair flew up. The Archmage clenched his teeth in anger, because they were all fighting to protect what they loved. Honor, with his eyes closed, did nothing, listening to the boy's tirade. The Archmage frowned deeply and shouted, saying that it was the nobility of a man that the traitor had abandoned. Suddenly, a pillar of lightning struck the apostle. The man, concentrating mana in his hand, said that this was not nobility, but rather stupidity. Isabella raised her hands, trying to cover her head from the wind. The red-haired girl's mouth opened in amazement. She was surprised how the traitor, without even uttering a spell, used magic with one finger. The pillar of lightning fell directly on the apostle again. The man, spreading his arms, laughed madly. The lightning around him was pure. It was lightning that could not be created with magic. There was not even a need for training, no need to conduct research, and there was no headache. It was enough to simply accept the power of a demigod. The old man looked at the guy with a mad smile on his face, saying that this alone gave him more strength and power than any 7-star wizard. Dark clouds in the night sky swirled around the stream of lightning. Camila approached him and asked if it was possible to do this with human power. Liamson frowned and answered the dark elf, saying that it was not human power. Honor was floating in the air. A stream of lightning was constantly hitting the old man. Liamson, whose cloak was fluttering, asked the warrior about their next steps. The protagonist, looking at the sky, said that their plan was a diversion. Immediately after the Archmage's words, a spear formed in the warrior's hands. He ordered the dark elf to take the front line and not to forget that he had 3 lives. Camilla's hands glowed from the mana gathered in them. The protagonist asked the dark elf to cover the dark elf and support the back magic circle. She agreed to this role with a wide smile. Mikkel raised his wand and immediately formed a spherical barrier around him. The old man asked him to stand behind them, but not to do anything dangerous. He just needed to cover them. Lucas turned to Isabella, who had her hand on her chest and was waiting for his words. The Archmage approached the girl and leaned over. The guy whispered her task into the red-haired girl's ear. Isabella's mouth dropped open in shock. The girl immediately began screaming about the danger of this idea to the guy, who had already turned around and was leaving. The protagonist raised his hand, activating the bracelet. He told the red-haired girl that they would talk when they survived, and he would listen to her even all night. Lucas summoned the Shuhei staff in his hand. The Archmage and the warrior rushed forward with a cry towards the apostle. The traitor extended his hand, surrounded by arcs of lightning. A terrifying bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere from the dark clouds in the sky. Several times, the pillars of lightning tried to hit the dark elf, but the warrior dodged every time. The dark elf jumped towards the apostle, trying to break through the barrier. Liamson frowned. The dark elf jumped back sharply, dodging the stream of lightning. The Archmage with the Shuhei staff in his hand jumped over the warrior. The Archmage flew towards the apostle, around whom lightning still continued to sparkle. Swinging his staff, the boy used the spell of burning earth. Mikkel, hiding behind the barrier, was shocked by what happened. The old man stood, looking at the raging stream of flames still falling on the traitor. Honor was floating in the air. the old man's hair fluttering from the stream of wind he created. The Archmage noticed something strange below, something that made the boy surprised and look at the apostle warily. The protagonist instantly dropped to the ground, running away from the arcing lightning strike. Strange red tattoos appeared on the apostle's outstretched arm. A lightning barrier formed around the traitor, who was hovering with his arms outstretched. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said that no matter how strong they were, human strength could not break through this lightning barrier. The apostle, smiling fanatically, began to praise the power of a demigod. The Archmage did not listen to the old man and ran up to the traitor with his staff raised. With a wave of his staff, the boy threw a fire explosion magic straight at the apostle. The Archmage swung Shuhei's staff again. After the boy's swing, the ice cover spell sealed the traitor in a thick layer of ice. The ice began to crumble and fall to the ground. The traitor crossed his arms over his chest. Camilla, who was standing next to Isabella, was cursing at the current situation. While the Archmage was dodging the lightning of the apostle standing in the barrier, the dark elf was complaining that the plan had failed, because it was for the guy to attack him while they were attracting the traitor's attention, but now all his attacks were focused on the Archmage. At this rate the protagonist could soon run out of steam. Camilla turned around sharply after the red-haired girl's words. The dark elf asked not to worry about it. Isabella's eyes were looking at the battle in the distance. The girl told the dark elf that everything was going according to plan, at least for now. The red-haired girl remembered how the Archmage came up to her and whispered in her ear about the futility of the diversion plan, because the old man was trying to understand his strength. If they split up, he would believe that their group was just bait and that the apostle would attack the guy from behind. The protagonist asked Isabella to look at the storm in the sky. He told about the unlimited supply of energy that the traitor received from the storm. While it was there, he was invulnerable. The girl then looked in shock at the guy's lips, saying that the guy would get rid of the storm. Leaving then, the protagonist said that she, Camilla and Mikkel would help him together. While the Archmage was bait, she was responsible for everyone. Isabella watched the guy leaving, who trusted the red-haired girl with his life. Isabella opened her lips, turning to Camilla and Mikkel. The girl asked them to collect as much mana as possible, as much as possible. Mikkel nodded and closed his eyes, starting to collect mana around himself. Camilla raised her hands, also starting to collect mana. The dark elf stood in a stance, starting to collect mana around herself. The outcome of this battle was decided by them. The protagonist dodged the pillars of lightning. The boy swung his staff. Enormous spikes of ice appeared around the apostle, but they were unable to penetrate his lightning barrier. A strange red circle began to spread in the apostle's chest, while the old man, shrouded in lightning, mocked the boy and called his magic weak. The Archmage flew into the sky above the traitor. The apostle understood that this overwhelming power of the boy went beyond the 7 stars. Without the barrier of the demigod, he would have already turned to dust. The traitor's eye glowed brightly. While the old man looked at the boy who did not look older than 20 years old, this made him doubt himself, so the man decided to kill him immediately. He could not let the protagonist interfere with their plans for the future. The man extended his hand with the staff, turning the fire behind the boy into fiery arrows. The barrier calmly reflected all the arrows, while the man tried to understand why the boy attacked despite the fact that he knew the futility of his actions. He abruptly turned around and looked back. Honor suddenly realized that Lucas was trying to block his view. He saw Camilla, Isabella, and Mikkel gathering a huge amount of mana around themselves. Their goal was clear to him. They were going to destroy the storm above him. Honor extended his hand, concentrating the lightning in it. He asked with a shout if they thought he would allow such a thing. The girl's eyes widened and froze in shock. A huge pillar of lightning, writhing, hit exactly where Isabella's group was standing. Lucas, who saw this, screamed in rage, calling for Isabella. As the smoke began to clear, Isabella, Mikkel, and Camilla were visible, lying on the ground, grunting in pain they were in. Honor raised his hand, forming a ball of lightning right above his palm. To him, Isabella's group was just a bunch of sneaks, whose throats he would simply slit. Lucas flew straight at Honor, shouting at him that he was his opponent, while Lucas cursed internally at Honor's quick thinking. Honor had already waved his hand with a smile on his face. Lucas couldn't stop the spell that would follow. But suddenly Liam's appeared in front of Honor and blocked Honor's hand with his spear. The protagonist frowned and screamed. Liam's gritted his teeth, his whole body shaking due to Honor's blow that he blocked. Liam's swung his spear, throwing Honor back. Lucas flew towards Isabella, who was sitting on her knees. He shouted, asking about her well-being. Suddenly Lucas stopped approaching Isabella and stopped in midair, all because of Isabella's words. She shouted at him to focus on the apostle and not look at them. Isabella's entire group stood up and began gathering mana again. Camilla, who had one eye closed, said that they would get rid of this storm. At this time, Liam's jumped right onto Honor's barrier, attacking him with his spear. Liam's jumped back and swung his spear again. Honor was standing behind the barrier. He saw another blow from Liam's spear come down on him with a gust of wind. In an instant, Liam's neck was grabbed by a hand made of lightning. Honor was standing behind the barrier with his hand raised. It was he who shaped the lightning barrier into a hand and grabbed Liam's son by the neck, all because Liam's son was getting on his nerves. The old man parted his lips and asked why, being so young, they were in such a hurry to die. The elf frowned deeply. Liam's son subtly intercepted his spear with his foot. He decided to act and leaned his other foot on his spear. Liam's son used his legs to swing his spear, breaking Honor's lightning barrier and injuring him. Liam's son landed on his back. Honor looked at his wound, which had already begun to regenerate. Liam's son started to stand up, holding his throat and coughing. The old man approaching asked him to stop exhausting himself. Streams of fire touched the ground, illuminating everything around him. Honor turned around, looking up. Honor looked in shock at Lucas in the sky, flames raging around him, and behind him was a huge magic formation. He had never seen such a huge amount of mana energy in one place. Lucas crossed his arms, for magic circles appeared in the flames behind him in an instant. Lucas opened his glowing eyes, realizing that now was not the time to conserve mana. He had to use every last drop to become a shield for everyone. The old man, standing in his barrier, said that it might be a little dangerous. The boy opened his mouth and screamed, telling the elf to run. Liam's son understood Lucas in an instant, and grabbed his spear and jumped up, trying to run as far as he could. Honor raised his hand, shielding himself from the light emitted by the flames. A powerful explosion thundered, its shockwave reached the forests. A huge pillar of flame rose up. The protagonist was thrown back by the shockwave. Soon, he was able to stop in the air. The boy frowned, saying that he now had no mana left at all. Liam's son gritted his teeth, resisting the shockwave. A huge crater formed right in front of him. The elf frowned. He saw a figure of a man in the middle of the smoke. Honor, who had lost his arm, cursed, calling the protagonist a piece of shit. Opening his mouth, the apostle screamed, saying that he will pay for everything, he will immediately finish him off now. The Archmage sank to the ground. It seemed like he had run out of mana. The man gathered the lightning in his hand, saying that he couldn't believe that he had burned all his mana in the fight. Now he would clearly show him the difference in their experience. The boy barely got to his feet, asking how he dared to say anything about experience. The old man gritted his teeth and froze. Taking a stance, Lucas said that he did it because he could fight without mana. Liam's son, parting his lips, said that the apostle was not going to give up. The young man himself frowned, mentally saying that Honor's barrier had become unstable. He couldn't give him time to recover. With a wave of his hand, the apostle sent lightning forward. The boy easily dodged the lightning. Finding himself in front of the enemy, he struck him. Honor screamed in pain. The protagonist struck with both hands. The old man's body rolled on the ground. Smoke rose after the boy's strike. He stood up and asked if he was really the same person as him. A shadow covered Lucas's face because of the enemy's question. Clenching his fist, the boy told Honor that he was no longer a person, he was just a demigod's mutt. The old man gritted his teeth in horror. He stood up abruptly. Soaring into the sky, the apostle said not to make him laugh. The man raised his hand. Concentrating lightning above himself, he said that as long as there was a thunderstorm, his mana was endless. Forming a barrier around himself, the old man said that no matter how he resisted, he would still remain an ordinary fly. As soon as his mana was fully restored, he would burn him to ashes. The elf's foot struck the old man's face. With one kick, he sent the enemy down. The apostle fell to the ground with a crash. The three mages closed their eyes, concentrating their mana. Isabella pursed her lips. The two guys began to press on the enemy, not giving time to create a barrier. The apostle's eye glowed brightly again. Enveloping himself in lightning, the man began to curse. Liam's son screamed in pain. Lucas, closing his eyes, also screamed. The bodies of the two guys were thrown away from him. The guy opened one of his eyes. He frowned sharply and became wary. The apostle, standing in front of him, said that he would tear him into pieces and roast him to death. The lightning strike made the young man scream in pain. The man, opening his mouth, also screamed. His eye widened as he heard a strange voice. He turned around to see mana surging around the three mages. Camila was frowning from the tension. Mikkel raised his wand, gathering mana. Isabella opened her eyes. A huge pillar of mana shot straight up into the sky. It hit the clouds in the sky. The clouds began to disperse. Bright rays of the sun penetrated the clouds. The apostle turned around, frozen in shock. His body began to dissolve due to the sunlight. The Archmage parted his lips, telling Honor that he had lost. The man's body began to melt like iron. The three mages were breathing heavily. Mikkel, sweating profusely, called out to the apostle. Almost half of the man's body dissolved. His eye glowed as he begged the demigod to save him. Rays of the sun penetrated the clouds. Most of Honor's body was destroyed. Now a scorched corpse stood in the middle of the battlefield. Frowning, the old man asked his friend why he betrayed them. He crouched in front of his corpse. Then Honor said that the demigod lord promised him to save humanity. Lucas twitched when he heard his words. Opening his mouth, the burned man said that the demigod told him that he would free humans from illness and limited life through evolution. They were the ones who hindered the development of humanity. The protagonist, concentrating mana in his hand, said that if he said everything, then it was time for them to finish. Mikkel screamed, asking him to wait for him. Narrowing his eyes, the guy said that they needed to finish him right now. Trembling all over, the old man said that it would not take long. Turning his head to the almost corpse, he said that he understood that he could not change his mind. Honor himself abruptly interrupted him, asking if he really felt sorry for him. Trembling, the mage said that this was the wrong way, but they were all trying for the sake of the people. But could he not fight on their side again? The apostle touched the old man's hand. He bowed to him. His eyes snapped open. Honor grabbed Mikkel and exploded his body, asking for forgiveness. He had gone too far to retreat. The protagonist rushed forward, telling Mikkel to step back. A bright light flooded the old man. An explosion thundered right in front of the group. After the explosion, only a crater remained. Not even dust remained where the crater had been. The young man grabbed Isabella, who rushed forward. The girl cried, saying that this could not be. Someone who intended to do good could not die like this. The protagonist, hugging her, said that she was right, something had gone wrong. Hugging the crying girl, he said that everything in this world had gone wrong, so they must return everything to its place. Camilla closed her eyes. Everyone knew that next time, any of them could be in Michael's place. Lucas imagined his friend Shuhei, saying that they must endure even if they were alone, until the very end. The events take us to the city. The protagonist was lying on the bed. He turned his head. Isabella came inside, saying that Lady Camilla had left to visit Fizban Amlet. The boy, taking the crystal in his hand, said that he understood her. The crystal in his hand came from the body of an apostle. Depending on how you use it, you can have its power. The girl sat down next to the boy. The boy, frowning, asked her if she was still thinking about that incident. Isabella, without moving, said that this was the first time she had encountered the death of someone who fought side by side with him. Sitting on the bed, she said that she heard that the gentleman was a member of Fizban Amlet, but apparently there are not only witches there. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. It was a little surprising to learn that Mikkel was a member of Fizban Amlet. Mikkel turned around. Lucas, who was following him, said that he had previously thought that his circle was made up of only witches. The old man responded by saying that although it was called a secret society, they were constantly lacking members. Anyone with the ability could join, and someone like him would be welcomed. The Archmage smiled. The old man, with his hands behind his back, said that in their circle, indeed, most of the people were contracted troops, so compared to other circles, their scope was much smaller. Touching the tree, he said that the influence of their circle was incredible, because Lord Alton, who was a master, had made a pact with Barbatos. The protagonist, who was standing behind him, shuddered. He smiled nervously, asking if he was not the prince of the demon world. Mikkel smiled, saying that he seemed to be interested in demons as well. The great princes of the demon world were incredibly proud. They treated humans like insects, which made the chances of making a contract with them almost zero. With the exception of Iris, Lucas had not seen anyone who would make a deal with them. Now, lying on the bed, the young man tried to understand what kind of person Alton was. Isabella turned to him when he said that they needed to find out as much as possible about Fizban Amlet. Both of them turned their heads sharply when they heard a knock. Opening the door, the guy saw Adelia. The professor waved her hand and said hello. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was just about to meet her. He abruptly closed the passage when Adelia, noticing Isabella, asked if he really had a guest. The girl, sitting on the bed, was surprised to see the professor. Playing with her hair, the professor told the boy that Mr. Ilian, the head of this tower, was looking for him. The boy smiled nervously when he heard her words. When they entered the head's office, he greeted them, saying that it was the first time they had met him in person, and he had heard a lot about him. Ilian opened his lips and introduced himself. The young man smiled and said that he knew that he was a very respected person. Adelia, who was standing to the side, realized that he had not even understood who she was talking about when she said the head's name. Standing up, the man said that he had read the report he had sent about the incident that had happened 4 days ago. It was good, because it clearly and distinctly described the abilities of the apostle. Approaching the window, Ilian said that he was very sorry about what had happened to the owner of the floor. Mikkel was a loyal person. Isabella bowed her head. When the protagonist approached the man, he said that the report did not contain any personal information about the apostle. Did he really not know him? Hearing his answer, Ilian turned around, saying that they were too hasty. After all, they had to wait for the tower master before leaving. Isabella and the protagonist froze. Turning away, the tower master asked what the last moments of Michael's life were like. The youth pursed his lips. Looking at the birds in the sky, he said that the old man did not lose his faith and devotion. It was an end filled with faith and worthy of honor. Ilian raised his head in thought. Lucas stood motionless, looking at him. Turning around, the tower master asked the youth to continue Michael's work and become the new floor master. Adelia flinched in surprise. The tower master turned around when the boy asked him if there were floor masters like him. The man raised his hand. Lucas answered. He told how Michelle of the Blake family became the floor master at the age of 26, so it was assumed that the Archmage would be the youngest floor master. The head of the tower approached Lucas. He noted that there were quite a few geniuses in the Blake family. Ilian told Lucas that his father would be very proud of him. The protagonist looked at Ilian sadly after his words. Ilian, smiling, said that this was not an offer worth thinking about. If he became the owner, it would be much more convenient for him to do any business. Isabella and Adelia stood aside, listening to the man listing various benefits after the protagonist became the owner of the floor. Among them was a personal mansion, a research lab, and of course, colossal support. His scientific and technical developments would become much better and more complete. The professor raised her hands, rejoicing and smiling, listening to how Yulian even offered to supply hard-to-find materials and magical devices depending on the boy's success. But even after hearing so many benefits received after becoming the guardian of the floor, the young man refused. Adelia suddenly froze in shock. The protagonist did not move, listening to the screams and indignation from the professor. The man, standing in front of the protagonist, assumed that the reason for the Archmage's refusal was that he wanted to join the circle. He asked him about it. But Lucas explained that the reason for his refusal was not only this. The man frowned. The voice of the owner of the office was heard in Ilian's office. He decided not to pester the Archmage with his offer anymore and expressed respect for his decision. Climbing the stairs to the upper floors of the tower, Adelia actively shouted, gesturing with her hands. From her point of view, she saw for the first time an idiot who refused the offer to become the owner of the floor. Although he was going to join the circle, the protagonist could be the owner of the floor at the same time. Besides, this was too serious a status. The professor herself could continue to live here only thanks to her position as an academy professor. Lucas, who was walking ahead, became despondent. Listening to Adelia's furious screams, he already thought that his ears would bleed because of her incessant screams. Adelia stopped shouting and squinted at Lucas, who called her. The protagonist turned around and, winking, turned to the professor with a request. In Adelia's office, various jars with monster body parts lay on the shelves. Adelia trembled with delight, looking at the glowing crystal. On the table lay a bright red apostle crystal. The professor reached out to the crystal, asking Lucas if they really killed the apostle. The guy sitting on the nightstand opposite her reminded her how he had already said this. The girl took the monocle. Adelia picked up the apostle crystal, actively examining it through the monocle. The professor brought the crystal closer to the monocle, saying that it contained all the supernatural powers of the demigod, although in this form they were just beautiful trash. But if you perform a few machinations on it, the crystal will become an incredible secret potion, incomparable in power to the heart of a drake. Adelia lowered the monocle with the apostle crystal when the young man asked if he could ask her about it. Lucas closed his eyes and smiled weakly at Adelia. Adelia's gaze became serious. She asked if he wanted her to make a potion. A little nervous and drooping, the Archmage looked away. Adelia's lips stretched into a wild grin. She clenched her fists in joy, speaking about the madness of this idea. The protagonist, taking her words and behavior as consent, then said that he was counting on her. The young man, accompanied by Liamson, stood, looking at the group approaching them. Camilla took off the hood from her head, while behind her, the people she accompanied approached. The Archmage, smiling, greeted her. Camilla approached him. She, looking at the old man in the cloak, warned Lucas in the elven language, saying that this disgusting-looking old man fas annoying Tujinsjar from Fisban Amlet, and it is better to be careful with him, because his character is as unpleasant as his face. Fas extended his hand, pointing at Camilla, commanding her to speak in human language. Fas removed his hood from his head. He furiously asked Camilla if she would continue to whisper like a rat. Fas then pointed his finger at the Archmage, calling him a little brat who went with Mikkel to fight the apostle. Fas frowned, commanding him to tell everything that happened in the battle with the apostle. Lucas, ignoring Fas' raised fist and rude behavior, began to recount the report he wrote, but the Amlet representative interrupted him. Fas waved his hand like a madman. He began to shout, demanding Lucas to tell him the details that were omitted from the report, then called him an idiot. Liamson began to approach the man, but the Archmage raised his hand and stopped him from doing anything further, asking him to calm down. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled as he reminded Fas that he was not a member of the Fisban Amlet, but the Amlet representative's cries were heard in response, insisting on his own. The young man, angry, opened his eyes and threatened him, saying that he had no reason to tolerate his disdainful attitude. The man pointed his hand at Lucas and was about to approach him, but his partner grabbed his hand, asking Fas to stop and saying that he would end their conversation himself. Fas snatched his hand from his partner's grip, seeking to punish Lucas. Suddenly, the man's pupil narrowed due to his partner's voice calling his name. The ash-haired boy in black robes asked if the Amlet representative had to repeat his words twice. The man, looking at his interlocutor, became nervous and decided to abandon the idea. Heinz approached the Archmage and removed his hood. The boy's lips parted as he greeted Lucas. The protagonist looked at his brother, expressionless, and he greeted him back. Heinz Blake stood right in front of his younger brother, his lilac pupils looking at Lucas. Soon, the two brothers were in the protagonist's room. The boy turned his head, telling him about the rumors he had recently heard about him, asking about the truth of his friendship with Pierre of the June clan. The boy did not answer. Only when his brother said that he had changed, did he look at him. The boy approached Lucas and said that he had awakened after all, thanks to the blood of the Blake family flowing through his veins. The protagonist looked up at Heinz. Lucas looked at the boy in front of him, lost in thought. Heinz Blake, the second son of the Blake family, and the boy's second eldest brother, he was the one who was his guarantor for Shepherd June. Heinz closed his eyes and turned away from Lucas. The young man raised his hand as he left, advising his brother not to stir up a fight with Foss. The Archmage had not been too serious with him before. Despite Lucas's status, Foss occupied too strong a position in the circle. Giving in to emotions and stirring up a fight was not the wisest decision. The protagonist turned his head to the boy when he said that a man from their clan would come for him soon. The young man looked at the back of the boy's head, who said to refuse the man from the clan. Standing with his back to his brother, he said to refuse the guest. Frowning and angry, the young man said that now in their clan it is too dangerous. Lucas remembered his meeting with the head of the June clan. The protagonist then looked at Shepherd in shock while he was giving him information about his father. Then it turned out that at the meeting of the Tower of Mages there was a person who had contact with the demigod, and it was Isaac Blake, Lucas's father. Lucas came back to reality and, opening his lips, asked Heinz what he was doing. The guy turned his head sharply. The protagonist, starting to massage his shoulder, said that for the first time he acted like a brother. Continuing to massage his shoulder with his hand, Lucas remembered the guy, how he did not even consider him a person. The young man calmly looked at the Archmage, not reacting in any way. The protagonist lowered his hand, mentally saying that although this is not the despair that the guy felt, his memories still live in him. This person was one of the reasons that made him disappointed in himself. The protagonist and Heinz looked at each other in silence, not saying a word, although Lucas is not so loyal to Lucas as to complain about him. But he really dislikes the fact that the man who calls himself an older brother suddenly changes his attitude when in front of someone who has risen in strength a little. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Opening his lips, the boy's brother said that he does not regret how he treated him in the past, but he hoped that he would not study magic, and he says this sincerely. The two brothers froze, looking at each other. The boy raised his head and asked him about the meaning of his words. Heinz did not answer, looking away. Heinz turned away and began to walk away. Despite Lucas's cries to stop, the boy finally advised him not to trust the circles too much. The protagonist frowned deeply. After a while, the butler of the Blake family arrived. He greeted Lucas, calling him young master. The Archmage stood in the hallway opposite Alexander. The protagonist stood there, silently looking at Alexander. It was the butler of the Blake family, although he had confirmed everything thanks to Heinz, but the butler had arrived faster than he thought. Lucas remembered how Heinz stood there, warning the protagonist of the danger in the Blake family. Lucas' eyes narrowed at these memories. The youth bent down a little and awkwardly scratched his head, pretending to be the same uncertain and pitiful Lucas of old. Alexander looked at Lucas in front of him, not reacting to his behavior. His gaze dropped. Looking at the guy clutching his head and getting nervous, Alexander noticed that, apart from the Archmage becoming a little taller, nothing else had changed. It seemed that he was either friends with Pierre June or communicating with pirates was complete nonsense. The butler turned away from Lucas, saying on the go that the head of the Blake family had called, and that he would immediately escort the protagonist to the mansion. The butler stopped abruptly when the guy said that it would be a little problematic. Turning around like a predator, Alexander stared at Lucas, who seemed not to notice anything, refused to follow the butler, complaining about other things he had to do. Then he asked to tell his father that he was very sorry and that he would visit him soon. The butler, glaring at the guy, said that it was an order from the head of the family. Lucas, still holding his head with his hand, awkwardly said that he still had some things to do here, and it was very, very important. It was hard to even put it off. Alexander closed his eyes and nodded. He was a little surprised, realizing that the Archmage had changed a little. The butler turned around, leaving. He said that he would wait for him at the Blake estate. The young man did not move, waiting for the man to leave. When Alexander's back was almost out of sight, Lucas straightened up, stopping pretending. He looked calmly at the back of Alexander as he left. The professor put 2 vials on the table, saying that she had a very difficult time. Adelia leaned back in her chair. Gesturing with her hand, she told Lucas how she spent several hundred gold to pick out a crystal and equipment for this. The protagonist smiled, saying that he would pay her all the expenses, along with the reward. Adelia brushed off the offer, saying that she couldn't take payment from a student, although if he was so grateful. She abruptly jumped up from her chair, offering the protagonist to become her assistant, but the Archmage refused her offer. The professor sat down at another table, despairing of making Lucas her assistant. The protagonist turned his head when the girl asked him if it could be considered a clot of extracted lightning energy. Looking at the flask in his hand, the young man said that there was no word that would describe it more accurately. the professor agreed, saying that if he just opened it, big problems would arise, because she put everything there by force. Adelia, holding a mug of tea in her hands, said that she suddenly had an idea that Lucas could use this cloud of energy in the future. The young man was sitting in his room, meditating. Lucas uncorked the flask with the potion. He picked up the potion and began to drink it. Instantly, the energy spread out from his body. Smoky energy flowed straight into Lucas's chest. Soon, all the steam around the Archmage's body transformed into drops of water. The protagonist was sitting in a meditative pose. His eyes were closed. The young man opened his eye when he completely absorbed all the energy and mana around him. The protagonist tensed his arm muscles, clenching his palms into a fist. The sensation after absorption was better than he imagined. His abilities improved so much that he could now use his entire body as a mana storage. The crescent moon illuminated the night sky of the park. The girl, putting on a white robe, came to the park after Lucas called her. A black cat sitting on a bench meowed cutely. Isabella clutched her heart. She had a heart attack from the excessive cuteness of the cat. The girl approached the bench, saying that this animal is so cute that it can be harmful to her heart. Lucas picked up the cat, calling him the spirit of darkness Darkin. Isabella snatched Darkin from the guy's hands. The girl asked how Lucas made a contract with the dark spirit, because it had not been long since he began studying the art of spirits with Lady Camilla. Isabella looked closely at the spirit. She would never have thought that the spirit of darkness could have such a cute appearance. Isabella stretched out her hands, in which she held Darkin. She decided to try to summon the spirit as soon as possible. The girl, sitting next to the guy, said that he calmed the energy of the icy river and achieved a significant result with the demigod. Stroking Darkin's head, the girl said that he also mastered the spirit technique. What goal will he set next? The guy, closing his eyes, said that it was time for them to get ready and leave here. Isabella closed her eyes, understanding his words, and soon wanted to start preparing. The protagonist turned his head when the girl asked him which circle he was going to join. The moonlight illuminated the Tower of Magicians. The boy, sitting on the bed, took out his cloak from the spatial bag. Lucas's eyes widened, feeling something. He turned to the door. A strange feeling coming from the other side of the door worried Lucas. The protagonist walked up to the door and reached out his hand to the doorknob. He understood that there was no enemy behind the door, just a man overwhelmed with emotions. The boy opened the door. The girl with green hair asked the boy if his name was Blake. The boy's pupils dilated. On her collar was the icon of the Trowman circle. The girl began to remove her hood and introduced herself as Benian Argento. Putting her hand to her chest, she introduced herself as the head of the Trowman circle. The protagonist set the table, asking why the head of the circle had come to visit them. The three sat down at the table. Benian raised her teacup and said that she wanted to invite them to join her circle. The girl parted her lips and asked if they shouldn't take the exams. But it wasn't as she thought. The head of the circle, Trowman, said that after learning that a newcomer with incredible abilities had appeared, all the circle representatives had arrived at the tower, and the half-dragon wanted to get closer to them before anyone else. At the moment, the circle representatives were sitting in the living room and would come to them soon. The girl smiled and glanced at Lucas. He was the incredible newcomer. Isabella looked at Benian again after she said that it concerned her too. The half-dragon's words made Isabella remember their battle. It turned out that all because recently the news of the battle with the apostle had become the main topic of discussion in all the circles. The leadership was interested in the successes they showed and the triple strength. The girl raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture, trying to deny what the head of the Trowman circle said. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking at the cloak. While Benian, who was sitting opposite, was talking about something, the Archmage examined the cloak on her. It was the one he wore 4,000 years ago, and although it was changed with the help of magic, he was absolutely sure of it. When the girl raised the mug, Lucas realized something. It interested him. Lucas, taking the cup in his hand, asked the head of the Trowman circle if she was a dragon. The cup fell from Benian's hands after Lucas's question. The half-dragon jumped up from her chair and trembled. The protagonist and Isabella, who were sitting on the chairs, looked at the trembling head of the Trowman circle. In their heads they simultaneously described her as cute. The young man, closing his eyes, said that dragons do not have a vessel for mana. It was exactly like that. The dragons were literally glowing from the excess of mana. Because the dragon heart was a mechanism that surpassed it in itself, it could use mana immediately, without the need to collect it from the environment. The girl, her mouth open in shock, listened to the Archmage tell how he sensed the purest mana in her, even though she had a mana vessel. The protagonist lowered his cup, explaining to Benian, who was standing in front of him, that he knew about it from the information he had read in the book. The girl turned her head and looked at the guy. She remembered how he said that 4,000 years ago, when he was Lucas, his mentor was a dragon. The young man and Isabella looked at the girl with a question, who said that she was only half a dragon. Benian folded her hands in front of her and with a smile on her face said that she was a half-breed, born from the union of a human and a dragon. When the girl left, she said that she would wait for the couple until they finished their preparations. After that, the girl turned around and left. In Lucas's room, 3 candles burned brightly, illuminating the room. The protagonist stood in front of Isabella. The girl bowed her head and said that she was very impressed by how desperate the Trowman circle was now, and how the leader spoke about everything directly, without hiding anything. It would be logical for her to come to persuade the man to join her organization. The protagonist lowered his hands, agreeing with Isabella's opinion. For him, Banyan was perfect for the role of the circle leader. The protagonist shuddered when the girl said that something surprised her. The girl, packing her travel bag, said that she was surprised that he first asked her for permission to inspect the Trowman circle. He, upon hearing her, said that the situation can only be found out by visiting in person. Isabella threw her travel bag on her back, asking Lucas if the girl interested him. Opening his lips, the guy said that he was not going to get into politics. The protagonist threw the spatial bag over his shoulder, saying that the only thing that mattered now was how to gather all the forces in one place. The girl stopped after the guy's answer. She looked at his back. Then Isabella, who was holding the straps of the bag, realized that Lucas was not looking for a circle that would become his strength. All this was done in order to find a center in which the circles scattered here and there would be gathered. She remembered Shuhei's diary, in which it was written that the Archmage Trowman was the only center of attraction. Isabella's lips stretched into a weak smile. Isabella followed Lucas down the corridor, understanding that a truly great person, like an Archmage, would not change his words. The protagonist and Isabella went to the stairs. Fawn's voice was heard in the hall, who with hostility in his voice asked Banyan if she was too quick to try to find benefits and recruit newcomers. Lucas and the girl looked down at what was happening below. Isabella asked what was going on there. The old man, clenching his fist, asked if he hadn't told her something wrong. Fawns turned to the protagonist, mocking his personality, calling him a great man who had come to them. But before the old man could continue, 2 representatives of other circles approached Lucas. Jerome Bernoda of Rushid South, parting his lips, introduced himself. Stephen Jayak of Straw Neckles followed his example, introducing himself with a weak smile on his face to Lucas. The man turned around, watching along with Banyan the dialogue between Lucas and the representatives of the circles. They regretfully told Lucas that they were one step behind the girl. The old man, whose gaze was fixed on the Archmage, asked if he wanted to join the Trowman circle. The protagonist looked at the old man and did not answer, but asked him in response a question: what would he do if it turned out to be so? Banyan pursed her lips and froze in horror. Lucas, who was standing nearby, noticed the girl's trembling fist. But the protagonist immediately switched to Stephen's voice, who asked him to come to them after examining the Trowman circle. Stephen approached the Archmage and handed him a scroll, saying that it was a teleportation scroll with the entrance to Straw Neckles' secret office marked on it. Lucas thanked Stephen for the scroll. Jerome approached Lucas immediately after Stephen left, asking for forgiveness for the lack of a teleportation scroll. Jerome said that Lucas could come to them in Rushid South when he was in the kingdom of Ronoble, Zyaudible or Silkid. The Archmage answered Jerome, saying that he would think about his offer. Soon Jerome and Stephen turned around together, heading for the exit. The protagonist turned around, looking at Fawns again. The old man stood motionless. The boy asked him if he had come to hire him. The old man looked back at the people walking along the corridors and told the protagonist to follow him, away from prying eyes. Fawns pulled his hood over his head and turned to Banyan, saying that she could stay here and wait. The boy and Isabella followed the old man. A bead of sweat rolled down the girl's face. The boy looked at the girl after she called out to him. The half-dragon told them to be careful with a smile on her face. The boy stared at her silently. The protagonist told his friend to stay here. The girl parted her lips and obeyed him. The protagonist addressed Banyan, who stood with her hands folded in front of her, like a master. The Archmage smiled at her, asking her to wait a little, because he would return soon. Banyan's emerald eyes widened in surprise. The events take us not far from the tower. Lucas followed Fawns into the forest. The old man stopped abruptly in the middle of the road. The young man, looking around, asked the man if this place was too bad to invite someone into his circle. The old man took off his hood, surprised by the boy's impudence, because in fact he was not going to invite him into his circle, considering him a rogue. Lucas looked at Fawns, weakly laughing at his words. He decided to ask what he was going to do. The old man's legs did a 180-degree turn when he asked Lucas how someone like him could defeat the apostle. Green mana wrapped around the amulet representative. He decided to personally test the boy, so he shouted at the Archmage to show him everything he was capable of. Fawns stomped his foot with force. A cloud of smoke rose from his blow and roots burst out of the ground. They rushed straight to the main character. The plant enveloped the motionless Lucas, who was asking the enemy what he would do if the apostle was really killed. The amulet representative stretched his arms forward, gathering energy, and declared that the protagonist could not handle him, thinking that all 7 stars were the same. The guy closed his eyes and agreed with the enemy. With one stream of energy, he destroyed all the roots of the plant, declaring that all 7 stars were different. Fawns was amazed that the hero added his mana to the ability. The roots of the torn plant flew straight to the man. In his energy, he tried to hold back the flow when the protagonist declared that the enemy had no right to be called a 7-star. Franz was angry when he heard that he simply shamelessly seized incredibly powerful mana, but everything else was unattainable for him. Lucas stood calmly, while his opponent thought that this was impossible. After all, he did not lift a finger. The amulet representative stretched his hand forward and formed a magic circle. Screaming, the man used a wave of flame. Franz was surprised, because nothing happened next. The circle cracked. Cold sweat ran down the man's face when he realized that the protagonist had cancelled his attack, meaning that he had seen through the enemy's next attack. The amulet representative presented the knives and thought that it was more difficult than perfectly predicting the direction of the flying blades and making them fall. Lost in his thoughts, he did not notice how his legs were gradually covered in ice. Franz looked down in shock when he was almost completely trapped. The man accepted his situation and bowed his head. He waited, not knowing what the protagonist would do now. Lucas closed one eye and said that he had a better idea than killing the enemy. The man looked at the youth in shock when he heard that he was going to test him, and clarified that tomorrow the ice would lead him straight to the hands of death. Looking at the trap, the protagonist said that if Franz's soul and body could be reborn again to match the 7-star, then he would be able to melt the ice, otherwise he would die. The man started shouting angrily, not understanding the grounds on which they were going to check him. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said nothing. Franz, looking at the guy, did not understand what kind of feeling he was experiencing, because he was still a very green kid. The true form appeared behind the protagonist, and the enemy felt that the guy seemed huge to him. The amulet representative opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that he needed to kill his past self and bury him in his heart. The protagonist, standing half-turned, advised him this sincerely. Lucas, leaving, added that he really hoped that the man would cope. Benian and Isabella were waiting for their comrade. The protagonist came out of the forest, and the girls called him. The half-dragon asked how everything went, and Lucas apologized with a smile for making them wait. Now they could move on. The classmate looked at the unhappy protagonist, asking if everything was okay. Lucas was surprised when he heard that Isabella was worried not about him, but about the life of Mr. Franz. The protagonist looked away and said that he would not die. Lucas remembered the man trapped and thought that by tomorrow the ice would melt and disappear, but then Franz would be tormented by a feeling of shame, more terrible than death. Benian poured soup into a bowl, not knowing whether the companions would like it. Lucas looked at the food with admiration. The guy immediately began to eat, and Benian passed the plate to Isabel. The guys sat by the tent. Isabel said that the master was accustomed to sleeping in the open air, and the half-dragon replied that this was her daily life. The protagonist with an innocent face asked for another portion, and Benian was surprised by his speed. Taking another spoonful of soup, the protagonist noted that the master of the Circle of Great Ancestors was called Asal Argento. Benian was surprised to answer the question of whether it was her father. Lucas asked with a serious look which demigod killed her father, and the girl froze. Isabella decided to intervene, because her comrades suddenly began asking such detailed questions. Benian raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture. The girl looked at the fire and smiled. Looking at the soup, she said that demigods also have a hierarchy of status. The young man frowned and remembered his previous body and fall, when the half-dragon said that at the very top is the Lord. Isabella and Lucas listened attentively to Benian, who said that among the demigods standing below the Lord, they are outstanding in their strength. They are called Apocalypse. The girl raised 3 fingers in the air, saying that they have studied the powers of 3 and from them. Looking at her hand, she said out loud that it was a sword, poison, and death. The half-dragon closed her eyes and pressed her hand to her heart, saying that about 2 years ago, her father died at the hands of a demigod who controlled death. The protagonist did not say a word, and Isabella expressed her condolences. Lucas frowned, thinking about the apocalypse. The protagonist imagined the appearance of a man who controlled poison, but he was not sure that the old man was incredibly strong. When dawn came, the companions continued their way through the forest. Lucas and Isabella walked behind Benian, who said that this is where the Francisco forest begins, where the Trowman rings live. The protagonist passed by the barrier, noting how high class it was, and asked if the girl had installed it herself. The half-dragon summoned a magic circle, saying that he could only repair the barrier if it broke, and that her father had installed it. Lucas looked at the girl's back and thought that the master of the great ancestors was at least an 8-star mage. The boy frowned, thinking that Benian must be about a 6-star, because she was trained in human abilities. The girl looked ahead, and the protagonist thought that it would have been much better if she had been born an ordinary human. Lucas put his hand to his forehead, not understanding what he was thinking at all. The comrades passed by the barrier, when the protagonist thought that it was impolite to sympathize with her power level. In front of them appeared an area with several houses. The people living here turned to look at the guests, and the protagonist did not believe that this was the place where Trowman Rings lived. The locals looked at the newcomers, and the half-dragon said that the place did not look good, considering that this was the main place of the circle. Suddenly a scream was heard and the girls turned around. A breathless Gisellen appeared in front of them, who said that while they could not contact Benian, they were attacked again. The girl was stunned when she heard that the relic was taken. It was done by the basilisk tails. Isabella looked in surprise, and Lucas with sympathy when they heard that it was the basilisk tails. The girl closed her eyes, saying that it was not very peaceful here now. The protagonist was surprised when Giselian raised his hands, turning to him and asking for forgiveness for the fact that they could not prepare a greeting for him. Benian and his henchmen turned away from the protagonist, and the girl asked what religion they took. It was a red ring. The protagonist remembered the 7 rings that he made himself, but did not remember where he left them last time. The guys were walking forward when their path was blocked. Antoine and his henchmen smirked when the guy said that they came to say hello, but Benian was not there. The girl frowned, noting that they have been seeing each other quite often lately. Antoine raised his hand, saying that her words were upsetting and they felt that she had too much baggage, so they decided to lighten the load. The bandits turned away and Anitin said that he would like to drink tea, but they were busy right now. Lucas looked at the angry Banyan with pity. The girl looked up at the sky and said that they showed a side of themselves that they were ashamed of, although they invited comrades to join their organization, but now their authority has fallen a little. The protagonist, standing behind, asked what the relic fight meant, and Giselian, scratching his head, replied that it was a competition with a heroic relic at stake, which the winner receives. Lucas laughed. Passing by a tall house, Giselian believed that the guests were wondering what they were doing with such precious relics, and said that it was a custom that appeared as a desperate measure for the friendship of circles that find it difficult to restrain each other. Giselian spread his arms, stating that he had changed a little now, and Lucas asked curiously if he could refuse. The man frowned, saying that on the surface it still looked like a way to make friends, and if their reputation was tarnished and they were called intractable, it would be even more difficult to manage the circle. The protagonist, looking ahead, roughly understood the situation and summed up that the basilisk tails were a group of hyena-like people who were stealing relics from the weakened Trowman circle. Giselian presented a map and stated that all the medium and small circles around them had already united, taking advantage of the moment when Master Benian or the rest of the leadership was absent, and showed up here about once a month. Giselian turned to the protagonist, and said that he already knew that the Trowman circle was not doing so well. The man turned away and said that things were much worse here. The boys were going down the stairs when Giselian said that the current scale was 1/10 of what it was at the time of the circle's heyday, and the small number of members of the organization were leaving on long-term missions to gain skills, and if they did not do this, the circle would disappear. The classmates walked along the streets of the city, and Giselian thought that all he did was complain. He was ashamed to look his friends in the eyes, but Master Banyan ordered him to tell the whole truth. Isabella turned to the surprised Lucas. The comrade stopped in front of the statue. The protagonist saw himself with a raven on his shoulder. He ran his hand over the plate where his name was written. Lucas stood by the statue for a long time without removing his hand. The protagonist looked back when he heard someone ask if the protagonist liked Mr. Lucas. He turned around and saw a smiling guy in front of him. Lucas looked at the statue again and answered the boy's question in the negative, who laughed at that. The young man put his hand on his heart and introduced himself as Fian, an honor from Trowman's circle. The friends also introduced themselves, and the men shook hands. Fian said that he had heard a lot about them. The protagonist looked at the statue and asked if he could find out something that was not very polite to ask during an introduction. The guy looked at Lucas and said to ask whatever he wanted. The protagonist with a serious expression asked why he remained in the almost collapsed circle. The young man was dumbfounded, and the protagonist noted that he was not the only one. Looking at the sky, he listed all the remaining people. Bowing his head, Lucas said that with abilities like Fian's, he would be welcome in any other circle. The hero was curious why they remained in the sailboat that had settled to the bottom and scooped water out of it with ladles. Fian was very surprised and did not immediately find what to answer. Isabella covered her face with her hand and repeated Lucas' choice of words. And Honor Fian laughed, noting what a perfect comparison he came up with. The young man said with a smile that he understood what the protagonist was talking about. Standing in front of the protagonist, Fian looked away and said that they all knew this very well, that dispersing would be a much more convenient and better way. Frowning, the guy said that they could not do this, because then the Trowman circle would be wiped off the face of the earth. The guys stood in front of the statue, when Fian said that the basis of each circle is respect for its founder, even if it is a little boring, and everyone does not want to lose their roots. The protagonist looked at the young man with pity, who asked if his friends knew why Lucas Trowman is the only one in history who is called an Archmage. The protagonist became embarrassed, and the others looked at him in surprise. The protagonist frowned when Fian said that it was because Lucas was the forerunner of all those who walked the path of magic. A memory of hieroglyphics appeared before the hero, where 4,000 years ago, mages and mage warriors ignored and hated each other, from time to time fighting to the point of losing their lives. Then Lucas remembered hieroglyphics where people burned Viduma, which they called occultist, banished, and no one considered her a comrade. Before his eyes appeared the true form, Lucas Trowman, who was different from everyone else. In the next hieroglyphics, Lucas said that all people walking the path related to magic are comrades for each other, aiming to develop magic. Warrior mages, witches and even ordinary mages considered Trowman a rival, but he did not stop showing perseverance, endured and overcame all difficulties and eventually created a world in which everyone was kind to each other. Fian looked ahead, saying that this was the true calling of their circle. The friends listened attentively when Honor said that despite their current weakness, they would never give up until the scattered forces united as one, just as Lucas Trowman said. The protagonists listened attentively when the young man said that they believed that if he were alive, he would definitely do exactly that. Fian, scratching the back of his head, apologized, thinking that he was only talking about something useless. Lucas smiled. Isabella closed her eyes and chuckled. Fian looked at his friend sadly, and the protagonist said that Lucas would be very happy. Honor Fian saw Isabella smiling in front of him and Lucas Trowman, who said that he was glad that he had such great followers. The boy looked ahead in shock, not believing what he had imagined for a moment, confused by the protagonist's words. Classmates came up to say goodbye to Banyan and Giselian. Everyone bowed to each other. The guys looked after their friends and Giselian asked where Lucas was heading, but the girl did not know the answer. Giselian turned to the half-dragon in surprise when she stated that the protagonist asked her about the location of the basilisk tails and some rules established between the circles. The man exhaled, realizing that Lucas was more interested in their group than in the weakened Trowman circle. He advised Banyan not to take it to heart, because something even better would await them. The girl, scratching her chin, said that she was worried about the question that the hero asked her last. The companions had gone far enough when Banyan said that the protagonist had asked if a stranger could apply to fight for the relic. People were visible inside the cave, and it was heard that they had fallen but could not fly up again, and did not these words perfectly suit the current circle of Trowman? Antoine, smiling broadly, suggested taking advantage of the opportunity to suck everything out of them to the last drop, because if they did not have Master Banyan and Isaac, then the rings of Trowman would belong to them. Suddenly, his assistant, stretching out his index finger, said that some tramps had come to him. The guy added that they said that they wanted to fight them for the relic, to which the leader, closing one eye, noted that he would meet all sorts of crazy people, and ordered to hit them a little on the head and drive them away. Suddenly Lucas, holding his hands in his pockets, asked that didn't the rules prohibit refusing to fight. The marauder, opening his jaw, asked how he managed to break the barrier and pass through it. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist replied that there was something there. The protagonist added that it was so weak that he thought it was an insect screen, after which the man, frowning, asked him again. Antoine lowered his eyebrows menacingly. The guy's face was calm, and the leader thought that he looked young, but did not seem such a simpleton, and about a 6-star. Grinning, the man asked if he said that he wanted to participate in the fight for the relic, and what he would bet on it, because he started all this, some kind of bet. Suddenly, Kungnel's dagger appeared near Antoine's feet. Opening his mouth, the young man noted that if he had eyes he himself could guess what its price was. The bandit, his jaw wide open, exclaimed that it had a mithril engraving that revealed a secret technique, and that it was a relic of the Age of Light, and there could be no mistake. The leader stood up abruptly, laughed, and added that an amazing guy had come to see them. Coming close to the teenager, the warrior said that he liked him and asked him to follow him. It was clear that torches were illuminating the cave, and at the same time, the bandit asked if he knew the rules for fighting for the relic. Stretching out his palm, Antoine explained that it could not be refused, and there were restrictions of up to 3 times a day, and also by mutual agreement, the number of items placed could be increased. Closing his eyes, the strongest master of humanity said that it was not yet necessary to bear responsibility for killing an opponent, and the leader said that he was well informed. The man squinted and muttered that he was even curious about what else this guy had hidden in his hidden space, and then said that they would put this red ring, and also decided that they would take everything from him after they killed him, covering themselves with a fight. Opening his mouth, he exclaimed that Ellen should go, to which he responded positively. A moment later, his opponent stood in front of the apostle. The enemy was waving his fists. Lucas, looking ahead, clarified whether he was a warrior mage. Taking a fighting stance, the enemy asked a counter question about his focus, after which the protagonist said that he was a mage. Grinning, the warrior asked if a mage who only memorized his spells wanted to fight him. Clenching his fingers, the man muttered that they say that the ignorant die young, and therefore he will kill him with one blow. The guy, opening his mouth wide, shouted that they began. Suddenly, the enemy fell to the ground. The bandit's eyes widened in confusion. It was clear that the enemy had opened his jaw, and no one could understand what had happened. The protagonist's face was calm, and Antoine thought that he was sure that it was an ice arrow, but he was able to make Ellen fall with some 2-star technique. Looking at the mage in confusion, the leader realized that it was a secret technique, and added that if this was so, then there was no need to memorize the spell, and it became clear where such power came from. The young man adjusted his ring, and at that moment the man thought that the mana consumption for using a secret technique was incredibly high. Raising his palm, the teenager noted that he had had a good time. Sweat was running down the bandit's cheek. Antoine stood up abruptly, thinking that although he was pretending to be calm, he had actually used up too much mana, and so he wanted to leave quickly, and then asked the boy to wait. The corners of humanity's strongest master could be seen lifting up. Holding the boots in his hand, the leader asked where he was going after causing a ruckus, and at the same time said that this time they would place the Kelvin stone and the wing boots. Turning around, the apostle replied that there was nothing he could do, and then placed the Kungnil dagger and the red ring. It seemed like the bandit grinned slyly. A moment later, the man approached Killa. Lowering his gaze, Antoine said that he was trying to start the fight quickly, and all because he had used up too much mana for the secret technique. Closing one eye, the leader explained that this meant that he would naturally win if he dragged out the fight a little. Lucas was seen yawning, and the rogue added that as soon as it all started, he should focus on creating a barrier to protect him, and make him use up all his mana. The mage, holding his staff in his hand, replied that he shouldn't worry, because no matter how strong he was too young and therefore would not be able to overcome the difference between their experience levels. Winking, the wizard noted that victory would be theirs. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist clarified whether they had finished the meeting to discuss strategy, to which the wizard objected that he was impudent. A second later, Killa pulled his staff forward. Then an ice arrow appeared. The tip of the staff glowed brightly. Suddenly, the mage put a barrier in front of himself. Smiling widely, the wizard realized that he had blocked it, and therefore they had won. An unexpectedly powerful projectile knocked the mage off his feet. Killa's pupils turned white with pain. Sweat was running down the bandits' faces. It was visible how the magician parried in midair. A moment later, the wizard hit the ground. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked if there was only one left. Antoine, baring his teeth menacingly, shouted that he no longer knew what his secret was, but whether he thought it would work on him, after which he added that he would be his last opponent. The guy waved his palm and gave the command to begin. Suddenly, a barrier appeared around the leader. The young man swung his hand sharply. An ice arrow flew towards the enemy, and he thought that he had used the secret technique 3 times, and no matter what kind of monster he was, his mana should have reached the very bottom by now. It seemed like the bandit broke the ice with his fist. Many fragments flew in different directions. The man's eyes widened and he said that this was the end, because he was weakened. A second later, 2 sharp projectiles appeared. Suddenly, their number increased greatly, and Antoine said that this could not be. Clenching his fist, the leader asked if this was secret magic. Raising his palm, the teenager asked in return what he was talking about all this time, and then noted that it was a very ordinary ice arrow. The bandit, opening his mouth wide, objected that he should not laugh, because such a low-level magic as an ice arrow could not be so strong. Squinting, the strongest master of humanity explained that everything was simple, namely, either he was too strong, or his opponent was incredibly weak. Then the man bared his teeth furiously. Suddenly, Antoine ordered to grab the girl, causing her eyes to bulge in fear. The apostle sharply turned his head. Opening his jaw, the leader exclaimed that now was the right moment. A powerful explosion was heard in the distance, and it was heard that they would finish him off. Looking at the bright flame, the bandit shouted that they just needed to kill them and take everything, and not fight for the relic. Opening his mouth wide, the man added that the dead did not need any objects. A thick smoke was visible. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared, and at that moment he turned to Isabella. The magicians, opening their jaws in surprise, said that this could not be, even after all these blows. Lucas, squinting, asked if he knew what it would be called if he killed all these guys now. Lightning surrounded the enemy's body, and the girl asked if he was making a task out of this. The protagonist's classmate, with her mouth slightly open, said that it would be called self-defense. The boy answered with a wink that it was true. Antoine, with his eyebrows lowered, asked what kind of nonsense that was, since they wouldn't be able to defeat them all together, and whether he was going to send his henchmen again. The young man extended his index finger and asked how an idiot who, in any dangerous situation, was only busy trying to quickly hide behind others and save his own life, could become a leader. The leader furiously opened his jaw and shouted that he had been turning a blind eye to everything. Suddenly, a cut appeared on his neck. An unusual aura parried in front of him, and he wondered if it was a wind cutter, and then added that he was not casting a spell. Sweat was running down the leader's cheek. The teenager lifted the corners of his lips with satisfaction and said that he really had almost killed him. A moment later, the bandit fell to the ground. The girl's shoes appeared and she asked what was going on here. Suddenly, the warriors began to bow to her. Felix's face was menacing. Opening his mouth, the strongest master of humanity recognized the master of the basilisk tails. The lady, looking at him, asked if it was too rude for a first meeting. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. Standing in front of the apostle, the girl could not understand what it was, because there was a pressure here, as if squeezing the heart. Closing her eyes, Felix said her name and asked for what purpose he came here. Raising the corners of his lips, Lucas replied that he wanted to ask the same question. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked what the purpose of this circle was. Antoine, baring his teeth, objected that how dare he, and his comrade noted that he treated the master as an inferior. The leader lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. Suddenly, the lady sat down and explained that they had to free people from demigods. The lady looked down, and a question could be heard asking how she could kneel before this boy. Standing next to the lady, the protagonist clarified who the demigods were. Lowering her head, Felix answered that they were those who could destroy an entire city with one wave of their hand, as well as the strongest creatures whose strength went beyond human understanding. It was visible how the master closed his eyes, and at the same time the guy noted that it turned out that she knew everything perfectly well. Raising his eyebrows, the young man added that she knew everything very well. A moment later, a powerful aura appeared around the warriors, after which the teenager said that she was only building up her power anyway. The men, opening their jaws, shouted that the ground was frozen. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl ordered no one to move, explaining that otherwise their limbs would turn into pieces of meat. A second later, the lady touched the ground with her hand. Leaning down, the lady said that she would do whatever he told her, and asked him to at least leave their circle, even if it was without people. Opening his mouth, the strongest master of humanity said that he should give him his life then. Sweat suddenly ran down the lady's cheek. Sitting on the ground, Felix replied that if only he would allow the circle to continue to exist, he would be happy to. Then a bright aura swirled around the apostle's hand. The men opened their jaws and were dissatisfied. It was visible how the master's head was shaking. A moment later, Lucas extended his palm. The girl abruptly closed her eyes. It seemed like the protagonist narrowed his eyes. Clenching his fist, the protagonist noted that their master was not so bad. Many warriors were lying on the floor. It was heard that the ice had melted, and they were alive, causing the lady to open her mouth in surprise. The lady listened attentively, raising her eyebrows, to bring everything they had taken from the Trowman circle here right away. Looking at the boy, the lady replied that she would do it as soon as possible, and he said that he needed something else. The young man grinned slyly. Then Felix bulged her lips in bewilderment. Small bridges over the gorge appeared, and at that very moment the teenager asked to tell him about the location of the medium and small circles nearby, and about all of them without exception. After some time, Banyan was visible. Giselian, raising her eyebrows, explained that she could catch a cold. Opening her mouth, the girl asked if the main character had managed to safely reach the basilisk tails. The boy, turning his head, replied that he should not worry so much, because someday he would meet another fate, a better one. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled and asked if he thought she was being counseled on love affairs. The young man looked sharply at Lucas and asked if he hadn't left them, to which he replied that he couldn't have done that without telling them. The leader of the circle, Trowman, clasped her hands and asked where he had been then, after which the strongest master of humanity asked the counter question, could it be called an easy walk? Then it seemed like the guys were sitting at a table. The guys were looking sideways attentively. The leader, raising his eyebrows, asked the apostle if he had said that he had important business, and what it was. A moment later, Lucas opened his mouth. Opening his jaw, the protagonist replied that he was going to wipe the demigods off the face of the earth. Fian, with his eyes bulging, was surprised by such suddenness, and then the protagonist added that he would need strength for this. Sitting on a chair, the teenager noted that it did not seem that he could rely on the circles in the form they were in now, because not only did they not combine their forces, but they were holding them back and thinking about how to absorb each other. Benian, sighing heavily, said that she agreed with him, but they had no choice. The strongest master of humanity, looking forward, said that he would like the Trowman circle to become the center of attraction. The girl's eyes widened in shock at the apostle's words that he would fulfill the role of leader not only of the small and medium, but also of the 3 strongest circles. It was heard that if it were possible, they would also want it, when suddenly Lucas hit the table. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist explained that he only wanted to hear whether they were ready to do it or not. Taking the bag, the protagonist added that this would be followed by incredible pain, comparable to cutting bones, and they would see hell. Opening his mouth, the guy said that it would be hard to the point that they would even miss the current sad times. Then the young man threw the artifacts. The items glowed brightly, and the teenager said that if they said that they were ready to cope with this, then he would do everything to ensure that they achieved their goal. The members of the Trowman circle, looking forward, clarified that weren't these the relics that were taken from them earlier. Isabella smiled contentedly. It was seen how the guys were sitting opposite each other, and it was also heard that the strongest master of humanity had already subjugated the 6 nearby small and medium circles, and they promised to unite with the Trowman circle and obey him. The boys stood up abruptly, saying they couldn't believe it, and then asked if it was true, and if it was only for one day. The leader looked at the apostle and asked if they were really giving them the relics so they would accept his offer, to which he responded by asking if he would do that, since the relics originally belonged to them. The leader listened attentively through the sweat on his face, saying that it was just a small reward for being nice to them. Lucas raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. The girl pursed her lips, and the protagonist noted that they needed some time to make a decision. The protagonist turned his head and said he would wait one day. Benian placed her palms on the table and exclaimed that she didn't need time, and asked for an answer to one question. Looking down, the girl asked if it was really possible for the Trowman circle to become the center of attraction for all circles. Looking to the side, the boy swore and added that he would put everything he had on the line and make it happen. After a while, the leader could be seen standing on a high barrier, turning to the members of the Trowman circle and saying that they had an important message today. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, said that he was curious about the message, and his comrade noted that it was from early morning. The man, with sweat on his face, asked that they would not fall apart, to which he received the answer that he should be careful with his words, because it could bring trouble. Benian's gaze was stern. The girl extended her palm and introduced the new deputy master of the circle. The young man opened his jaw in surprise. The protagonist, biting his lips, listened to the questions that he had not come to them for an excursion the day before yesterday, and then everyone realized that this was true. With his hands in his pockets, Lucas gave his name and explained that he would be the deputy master of this circle from that day on, and he thought there would be many who would not like the fact that suddenly some kid had taken the job. Fian, squinting, muttered that it was true, because if they told everyone that such a young guy was being appointed deputy master of the circle, the discontent of the circle members would know no bounds. The blonde wondered how he was going to act, even though he had confidently told them that there would be no problems, and at that moment the protagonist, opening his mouth, said that he would only tell them one thing. Looking down, the protagonist said that they had no right to do so. Banyan raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. The boys widened their eyes in bewilderment. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the teenager noted how much there was a lack of strong participants here, that the place of the deputy master of the circle was given to a newcomer who had joined the circle only yesterday, and therefore they really should think about it. One of the members of Trowman, clenching his jaw, asked who this idiot was. A moment later, the apostle jumped down. Then it seemed like Lucas landed on the ground. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that he would be glad to all those who were dissatisfied, but they would not resolve all the indignation with words. Smiling, the protagonist explained that if there was anyone who could tear his clothes even a little, not only would they immediately vacate the position of deputy circle master, but they would also give him the relic, the Taipun earrings, created personally by Lucas. Fian, with sweat on his face, could not understand what he was thinking. Giselian, with his mouth slightly open, believed that he had two intentions. It was visible how the guy pointed his finger at the apostle, and at that moment the magician said the first intention, namely, he wanted to personally test the abilities of the participants of their circle. But even if so, was it really necessary to provoke them so much? The leader, looking straight ahead, said that it seemed to him that he was going to collect all the discontent existing within the circle onto himself. The girl added that he must be worried about those who would make such a choice, after which the strongest master of humanity, raising his hand, asked who would be the first. The daytime sky was visible. Pio, getting into a fighting stance, said his name, to which Lucas asked him to begin. The mage's face was serious. The wizard asked if the protagonist was sure of his position, and then he, opening his jaw, answered positively and asked what was wrong. The protagonist noted that he should not worry, because if he turned out to be better than he thought, he would get his hands, which made the wizard bite his lips angrily. A bright flame appeared in Pio's hands, and he objected that the apostle was too arrogant. A moment later, the mage released fire towards the strongest master of humanity. A powerful force quickly cut through the air. The apostle, standing still, repelled the enemy's attack. The man, his eyes bulging, was very surprised that he did this without even casting a spell, and the guy exclaimed that this was at least a 6-star. The young man, with sweat on his face, said that he was about his age, and then thought that the size of the ball and the power of the fire were all identical to his, but he could not understand how he could make it so similar. With his hands in his pockets, Lucas said that he thought Pio specialized in fire magic. The wizard, looking forward, replied that it was so. Standing in front of the sorcerer, the protagonist asked what its merits were, and he explained that it was destructive power. The protagonist's face was calm, and he noted that this was true, and also added that if you compare it to other types of magic of the same level, then fire magic would have a more distinct destructive power. Extending his index finger, the strongest master of humanity said that from the level of completion of his fireball, one could tell that he really continued his training day and night. Opening his jaw, the sorcerer thanked the apostle, and the latter said that he was spending too much energy maintaining its shape. Looking at the boy, Lucas explained that the destructive power would not become stronger with the achievement of the ideal spherical shape, and it would be better for him to focus on increasing its power. With his eyes bulging, the magician asked how he could increase it. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist replied that he should know fear. Introducing the young man surrounded by powerful flames, the protagonist said that a long time ago, among his acquaintances, there was a magician who received a very severe burn of the whole body. With his mouth slightly open, Pio listened attentively to how everyone thought that he would not be able to recover as a magician, but in the end he managed to overcome this and become a very authoritative fire magician. It was visible how the apostle stood next to the magician. The members of Trowman widened their eyes in surprise, and at that very moment, the strongest master of humanity spoke about power and risk, good and evil, negative sides hidden behind the positive ones. Sweat trickled down the teenager's cheek, and then Lucas said that it was the result of his having personally experienced the duality of fire. It seemed as if Pio smiled happily. The protagonist, tapping his forehead, exclaimed that the most important thing was imagination, because he would see the way when he clearly pictured the essence of the flame in his head. Leaning forward, the magician thanked him for the precious instruction. The boy narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. The young man, looking at the magician, asked how the loser could return with such a shining face. Raising his thumb, the sorcerer replied that he should try and find out, because this gentleman was not only strong, but also smart. Biting his lips, the apostle listened to him as he was able to determine with complete accuracy what he needed in one blow, and give practical advice, and therefore he felt as if his soul had been revealed to him, and the gentleman knew the right path. The warrior grinned and asked how he could boast that he had realized his weakness, then exclaimed that he should watch carefully, because he would set a good example. A moment later, the swordsman stood in front of the strongest master of humanity. Suddenly, a fist rose from the ground, knocking the boy down. Extending his thumb, the young man said that the master knew the right path, to which Pio noted that he thought so. Then the evening sky appeared. It was visible how Lucas explained something with his fingers, and it was also heard that in just one day he was able to completely win the hearts of the circle members. Fian, smiling contentedly, said that this was true. Suddenly, the boy raised 3 fingers. The protagonist, leaning on the table, said that in 3 months he would raise the abilities of the members of the Trowman Circle to a new level, and of course he would include Master Benian, and Giselian, and Fian in this list. The protagonist added that in 3 months they would hold a competition to celebrate the beginning of friendly relations with the nearest small and medium circles, to which Fian, with his mouth slightly open, asked again about a friendly competition. Looking ahead, Isabella replied that it would not be a fight for the relic, but a competition, the purpose of which was the possibility of becoming friends with them, because they had already entered under their leadership. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said that, however, they would have to show a force far ahead of them. The guys looked attentively at the apostle and listened to what they had to show a victory, after which all these circles would not dare to even be dissatisfied with their position under the Trowman Circle, and let them think of it as the first step to creating their foundation. The blonde, closing his eyes, said that it seemed almost impossible, after which he was interrupted and told that everything would be possible. Grinning, the strongest master of humanity noted that he said that they would see hell. After a while, a stone structure appeared. Lucas, crossing his arms, asked Benian to activate her magic. A moment later, a magic circle parried over the girl's palm. Looking at her, the protagonist said that as he thought, it meant that she had specially created a mana room inside herself. The leader, through the sweat on his face, explained that she had been told that she would not be able to use magic without it. The daytime sky was visible, and then the protagonist explained that dragons did not need to create such rooms and accumulate mana in themselves, because they could directly use mana obtained from nature. Touching the back of the leader of Trowman, the guy said that first she would need to destroy it. The young man added that first of all, she needed to get rid of all the mana that was in her, which made Benian widen her eyes in bewilderment. Suddenly, a powerful aura swirled around the guys. The girl fell sharply to the ground. Then the leader opened his mouth wide. The apostle crossed his arms and explained that it was only her imagination that she felt some kind of heaviness, because it was a side effect of her creating an unnecessary mana room. The strongest master of humanity abruptly placed his palm on the lady's back. Standing behind the leader of Trowman, Lucas said that he was about to destroy her, and she should focus on not letting the mana remaining inside her interfere with him. A moment later, the protagonist closed his eyes. Benian looked back in confusion. A bright aura appeared near the guys again. A magic ball was visible inside the girl's body. A blue crystal appeared. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist muttered that she was more durable and resilient than he thought, and then said that it would hurt a little. Suddenly, the magic stone cracked. The leader clenched his fingers in pain, and the guy thought that it would take a long time, and also wondered if she could withstand it. Tears were streaming down the lady's face. The leader of the Trowman was clutching his pants. The corners of the young man's lips were visibly lowered. Sitting behind Benian, the apostle decided that he was worrying about this in vain, because Benian was the master of the Trowman Circle. After some time, the girl, lying on the ground, asked if he had finished. The strongest master of humanity replied that he had only finished today, which caused the leader to ask him again, sharply opening his jaw. Wiping his mouth, Lucas explained that they would have to spend at least a month on this, after which the leader of the circle objected that this was impossible and asked if he wanted her to die. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist noticed that he had said that they would see hell. A second later, the lady began to cry. A stone structure was visible from afar. Fian spread his fingers wide in front of him. Lucas's hair flew up from the air rushing past. Circle member Trowman was striking, taking various fighting stances. A moment later, the boy could be seen swinging his fist. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his fist with his palm. Frowning menacingly, the warrior cried out indignantly. At the same second, the young man was about to attack the apostle with his foot. In response to this, the protagonist threw his opponent back with one movement of his hand. Opening his mouth wide, Fian began to scream loudly. The strongest master of humanity blocked each of the attacks with one hand, and his opponent did not understand what it was. A wall appeared in front of the guy, and he thought that it seemed to him that he was attacking a rock. A wooden ceiling appeared, and someone was heard saying that it was time to stop. Circle member Trowman wearily lowered his hands and sighed heavily. The protagonist noted that his skills were worse than those of a second-rate warrior, to which he slightly tilted his head down. The young man stood there, clenching his fist tightly. The apostle assumed that he had hurt his pride, when suddenly Fian's pupils noticeably enlarged. Extending his palm forward, the strongest master of humanity said that in that case he was calm, because it meant that he would be able to become stronger. Pointing his finger at the boy, the apostle remembered that he had said that his technique was called 100 royal strikes, and then asked why warrior mages liked to add the word royal everywhere, to which he clarified whether it sounded cool. Slightly lowering his chin, Lucas explained that as far as he understood, this was an ordinary basic combat ability, and there was no special or unusual technique in it. Rubbing his face with his hand, Fian noted that his interlocutor was right, after which he added that therefore, if you use it for a long time, the opponent quickly understands the attack pattern, and the fight becomes much more difficult. The protagonist explained that it was because he was weak, to which the other man pressed his lips together in alarm. Slightly lowering his jaw, the strongest master of humanity said that his technique was great because it was basic, and then added that he needed to carefully watch his opponent and determine his weak points, and only then would he be able to destroy him with one blow. Sweat dripped down the face of the member of the Trowman circle, and he asked how he could become stronger. Pressing his arms to his body, the protagonist asked if the boy thought there were shortcuts for warrior mages, after which he added that it was done step by step, and he would have no choice but to gradually climb them. Tilting his head forward, the teenager replied that he thought so, when suddenly the interlocutor interrupted him. Smiling widely, the apostle said that he could make it so that he could climb this ladder quickly, and then drawled that it would be possible to do it very quickly. Tears began to flow from Fian's eyes and he began to cry loudly and shout that he had to stop. A moment later, a stream of water poured onto his head. Holding a bucket in his hands, Lucas asked if the boy had slept the night before, since he lay down at every opportunity. With his mouth wide open, the member of the circle, Trowman, muttered that he wanted to be killed, and the protagonist advised him not to pretend. The strongest master of humanity told him to get up, since they still had half of the training to finish, while he lay on the floor with his eyes closed. A pink sky appeared at sunset. The protagonist came to Giselian, who was sitting in the middle of the forest. The apostle called him by name while he was wiping his cheek with a towel. Holding the blade in front of him, the protagonist declared that from now on, he needed to use this item. Taking the weapon in his hands, the member of the circle, Trowman, asked him again, to which he replied that it was the dagger of Kung Il, namely an artifact of the era of light. The strongest master of humanity said that several techniques were sealed in it, and it was made of mithril, so as a dagger, it could not be faulted, while the man carefully examined the new item. Squinting, Giselian objected that he was a mage, to which he said his name. The protagonist put his hands on his side and asked how long he had had to use the sword, and then suggested that by now he had not forgotten all the techniques he knew. Giselian, bewildered, widened his eyes, indignant at his words, and Lucas noted that just by looking at his hands and the calluses that did not disappear from them, one could immediately tell how experienced a swordsman he was. Turning his head to the left, the protagonist said that he was going to help him develop as a swordsman mage. Turning away from his interlocutor, the strongest master of humanity noted that although his magical skills were only 5 stars, if he could use this dagger properly, he could hope for rapid development. The man lowered the corners of his lips in confusion. Running his fingers along the blade of the knife, the member of the circle, Trowman, decided to focus on this, but admitted that he was not very confident in himself. A long earring was visible on the protagonist's ear, and he explained that there was no need to worry about this. The apostle grinned and said that he would take care of his self-confidence as well. A small dome-shaped structure appeared in the forest. A tired Giselian burst into the door of the room. Bowing his head forward, the man muttered that this was hell. Lying on the table, Fian asked if his comrade had arrived, and then apologized, saying that he could not turn his head. At that moment, the member of the Trowman circle fell to the floor with a thud. Giselian raised the corners of his eyebrows and said that his arms couldn't move. Suddenly, Banyan entered the room while her subordinate was talking about how he couldn't even take his pants down in the toilet. Putting her palm to her body, the leader muttered that he had been digging around in her stomach all day. A moment later, the girl fell to the ground next to her comrade. Lying on the floor, the man noted that he didn't have the strength to go to the toilet, and the leader of the Trowman circle said that she wouldn't forgive him if he did it here, to which he replied that he was jealous that she had the strength to joke, although it turned out that it was not a joke. Throwing open the door of the room, Lucas called out to the people, and then shouted that they could leisurely eat for about 5 minutes, and then go to evening training. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and asked if they were feeling bad, while they thought that it was all because of him, and called him a devil. Suddenly, someone called out to Benyan and said that he had returned from completing a mission, to which the strongest master of humanity looked back. The boy opened his mouth in alarm, not understanding what was going on here. The master raised her eyebrows tiredly and called out to Isaac. The young man became alarmed because he thought that it was an assassin, while the protagonist looked at him in confusion. Grabbing the hilt of his sword with his fingers, the young man shouted that he didn't even have a weapon, so it was unclear how he dared to come here, and the girl thought that she should stop him, but she didn't have the strength to say anything. Opening his mouth wide, the Trowman circle member was indignant at how he dared to deal with the entire leadership of the circle while he was away. In the same second, he struck the apostle. Surrounding himself with a protective barrier, Lucas asked who it was. Frowning menacingly, Isaac cried out that this was not the work of a dirty assassin. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed Professor Adelia, who adjusted her glasses with her fingers and exclaimed that this was the strongest master of humanity, and Isabella, and the guy wondered if the woman knew them. Lying on the floor, Benyan muttered that this was the person they sent to another place because of a certain mission, and his name was Isaac. Closing his lips, the protagonist cried out that he understood who it was. Curling her lips into a tube, the leader asked her subordinate to lower his sword so that she could formally introduce them. The girl said that they were the new deputy circle master and his assistant, to which Isabella's eyes widened in confusion, and she wondered what she had been called. The young man dropped his jaw in bewilderment, surprised that they were so young. Adelia suddenly clenched her teeth. In the middle of the forest, a small structure was visible, from which the professor could be heard complaining about Lucas becoming deputy circle master. After shaking the protagonist's hand, Isaac apologized for not knowing that he was the new leader and was very rude, to which he replied that there was no need to worry, because he would have done the same in such a situation. After hitting the strongest master of humanity on the chest with her finger bones, the woman asked him what suddenly made him become the deputy master of the Trowman circle, to which he replied that it just happened that way. Grinning, the protagonist asked if it was true that if you think about it, the teacher is also a member of the Trowman circle. Frowning in displeasure, Adelia was indignant at his words. The apostle stated that he now outranked her, after which he clarified whether she was going to speak to him respectfully, to which she put her hands in front of her and did not understand whether he wanted to die. While the teacher was waving her palms up and down, Lucas said that he was joking, and Isaac noted that the new guy was very young. The young man sat down at the table and said that after they went to search for traces left by the successor of the king of warrior mages, then in the lands of the elves, near Reynolds, they found a clue about his whereabouts. Circle member Trowman explained that because of this, they immediately tracked him down and caught up, which made Banyan's eyes widen in alarm. Giselian folded his palms together and asked about the outcome. Isaac bent his head down in confusion. At the same second, the guy took off his clothes and said that he was completely in no mood to join the circle, which surprised everyone. Holding the suit in his hands, circle member Trowman said that he was not going to talk to the dogs from the rotten circle. The young man noted that he also already knew about the demigods, but it seemed that he was not interested in either the circles or the battles, when suddenly the circle master opened her jaws wide. The warrior remembered that he had said that the main thing for him was to check the magical effect, after which Lucas frowned angrily. The heroes were sitting at a large table. The protagonist called out to his assistant, who turned her head in his direction at something. Putting his chin to his fingers, the strongest master of humanity asked how long it was from here to Reynolds. Folding her palms under the table, the girl answered that first you need to go along the southern road to Grad, and then move to fill it using a teleportation stone, and this will take about 3 days. Grasping the bottom of his face with his hand, the protagonist thoughtfully said the name of one of the places, and his companion confirmed his words. An elegant estate appeared, and Isabella noted that this was the Blake family, and in other words, this was the place where his family was. Slamming his palm on the table, the apostle addressed Master Banyan. Getting up from his chair, Lucas declared that he himself would go and meet with the successor of the king of warrior mages. Opening his jaws in fear, Isaac shouted that his abilities were dangerous, and the leader said that she understood him. Suddenly, the guy's pupils noticeably decreased in anxiety. Turning her gaze to the main character, the girl clarified with him about when he was leaving. The strongest master of humanity put his hand in his pocket and replied that he would do it right now, to which she asked him to be careful. Looking to the side, the young man thought about how much the head of the circle trusted him, and did not understand who this guy really was. A full moon shone in the sky. The light from the window fell into the room where the protagonist and his companion were sitting. Suddenly, the apostle slightly raised his chin. He called out to Isabella, who was sitting with her head down. Opening her mouth, the girl said that she knew everything. The protagonist looked out the window, and his assistant clarified whether he wanted to say that he would go on this journey alone. The clouds in the sky seemed black, and Lucas explained that they were now on the steps, when the foundation of the circle had only just been laid with great difficulty, after which he added that they could not be sure that while he was gone, there would not be unrest. Taking a step forward, Isabella asked him not to worry. Folding her palms in front of her, the assistant said that she would temporarily take his place so that he could concentrate on a larger matter. Suddenly, the girl bit her lips in frustration. Turning away from the interlocutor, she asked him to send her news about him more often. His partner's face was hidden by her hair, and she noted that if anything happened, she would immediately run to him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if she had grown much. At the same moment, the strongest master of humanity slightly lowered his eyelids. While Isabella was crying heavily, the protagonist expressed words of gratitude to her. The moon in the sky emitted a bright light. Standing in front of Banyan, the apostle said that he was leaving, and she asked him to be careful. A moment later, Lucas began to open the front door. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. On both sides of him, members of the Trowman circle stood in a row. The strongest master of humanity walked past the people while they shouted words of encouragement. Wiping their faces from tears, the citizens asked him if he really had to leave so suddenly, and what they would do without him. Winking with one eye, the protagonist asked everyone not to pretend, because now such hell would begin that they would forget even him. Putting his hand on Isabella's head, the apostle exclaimed that although she looked simple, but once she got angry, she would show all her terrible character. The girl grinned contentedly. Hugging his partner by the neck, the guy loudly asked what they would have there in a month. With their mouths wide open, the students shouted that there would be friendly battles with neighboring circles. Turning his head to the left, Lucas asked if they knew what would happen if at least one of them lost. The leaders of the Trowman circle smiled happily, while the people cried out that they would sweep away everyone in their path as soon as they were ordered. It seemed like the young man tightly clenched his fist. The others repeated the movement after him, and the main character said that he would look forward to their next meeting with them. Someone was heard saying that he was looking forward to their next meeting with him, when suddenly a small body appeared in a huge crater. The green eyes of the creature instantly widened. The girl had tousled red hair on her head. She spread her fingers in front of her face, and was surprised by it. The body of the phoenix, who had turned into a human, was surrounded by a bright glow. Suddenly, a sharp wind blew, shaking the hair. The creature in the human's body stood with its feet on the ground. The moon illuminated the orange silhouette, and someone was heard saying that the phoenix should rule. The girl raised her eyebrows in disappointment, and the moon asked her that the second and third Torquads not invade her friend's dungeon, and also asked that she become the ruler of this mountain range. The creature in the lady's body put its palms to its chest. In that same second, the phoenix spread its majestic wings. A moment later, it rushed high into the air. In flight towards the moon, the wings detached from the body. The city of Grodd appeared. Lucas looked at his reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, an unusual aura appeared around the protagonist's palms. Then, the protagonist wiped his face with magical power. Suddenly, his body changed. The boy, smiling slightly, thought of the name Cain, as well as the C-rank mercenary. A small token was visible. It was heard that he was 26 years old, lived in the southernmost city of Temigoya, and was known as a 3-star magician in the mercenary guild. Isaac, lowering his eyebrows, asked why he wanted to take a fake ID with him, to which he received the answer that it was because the territory of Philip belonged to his family. The young man asked the hired killer if he knew the rumors about Isaac, which made him open his mouth in surprise. The swordsman asked if he was talking about the rumors that said he was likely to be connected to demigods, after which the apostle, shuffling his legs, answered positively and added that at least someday he would have to go and restore order in the Blake family, but now he wanted to avoid conflicts. It was visible how the bag of the strongest master of humanity was being inspected by security. The man, stretching out his palm, said that everything was correct. Smiling, Lucas thanked him. A moment later, the main character walked through the gate. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. Tall houses appeared, and the guy muttered that this was Frey's hometown, and he had a surprisingly familiar feeling, and it was also possible that Frey inside him was reacting. Then the young man approached a small building. At the same time, the men, with their jaws open, were discussing something. The girl was standing at the bar. The teenager was walking around the establishment. The stranger, noticing the apostle, asked what the master magician was doing in such a slovenly eatery. His companion, opening his mouth wide, asked if that didn't mean that their volcano's status had become so high. A moment later, the strongest master of humanity approached the table. The girl, holding out her palm, asked what he would like to order. Biting his lips, Lucas thought that the mountain road from Philat to Demilim was incredibly long and dangerous. In the past, Isaac, looking at the protagonist, said that he should use the cart to save strength and time. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if it could reach the very heart of the mountains. Extending his hand, the hired killer said that there was a group of merchants who made deals with the elves every month, and that was why they recruited high-class mercenaries. Putting the token on the table, the guy remembered the words that he should become their guard as a mercenary. Closing his eyes contentedly, the young man explained that he came to get a job. The barmaid, holding a glass in her hand, asked what kind of job he wanted, to which the teenager said that he wanted to be the guard of the merchants who would go to Raynals. Looking at the mage's badge, the receptionist asked if he was C rank, and then noted that only C rank and above were accepted for that task. Raising the corners of his lips, the apostle exclaimed that he would then sign up for the rank promotion exam. The girl, taking out a notebook, asked what day would be convenient for him to take the exam, to which she answered that right now. A moment later, the barmaid put a pencil on the paper. Waving her index finger, the receptionist asked him to follow her, and also added that the registration fee was 10 silver, and let him remember this. The guys could be seen going down the stairs. The strongest master of humanity was looking around. Lucas continued to follow the lady. It seemed as if the protagonist directed his gaze forward. A man was sitting on the chair. The gentleman, with his mouth slightly open, asked what was the matter. With his hands behind his back, the lady explained that he hoped to increase his level, after which the leader said that she could deal with such people herself, because his head was splitting due to a hangover. Extending 2 fingers, Irene said that there are 2 types of exams for rank promotion, namely, assignment and confirmation. The leader placed his palm on his forehead, and at that moment the girl explained that assignment would mean that he would receive a task from the examiner, and, having completed it, he would confirm his abilities. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist listened attentively to what, having chosen confirmation, he would have to demonstrate his abilities while standing right in front of them, but in the last 10 years, no one had managed this method. Blowing up a balloon from chewing gum, the receptionist added that it was all because they were very picky in choosing people. Extending her palm, the administrator clarified what he would do, and then the guy interrupted her and replied that he would choose confirmation. Sweat suddenly ran down the lady's cheek, and the young man said that he did not have time, and therefore suggested starting right now. It was clear that the man was looking ahead attentively. Raising the corners of his lips, the leader noted that such an interesting specimen had not visited them for a long time. After some time, the guys found themselves in an empty room. Opening his mouth, the teenager asked what he needed to do and whether it was easy to fight them. Closing her eyes, the lady said that they did not want to waste their strength in vain, after which she asked if he could use his magic on this wall once. Raising her fingers, Irene said that she did not need to worry, because it would not collapse, because their only 5-star mage in the entire guild had cast several layers of protective magic on it. Smiling, the girl said that even if this drunkard stabbed her with all his might, it was not a fact that it would break, to which he objected that how dare she call her boss that. The apostle asked the boss if he was an A rank, and then he raised his eyebrows and answered yes. The strongest master of humanity closed his eyes contentedly and asked if that meant that if he destroyed it, he would also become an A rank. The receptionist and the leader looked at him in confusion. Leaning over, the lady laughed and asked if he was cute. Wiping away her tears, the lady heard the question if she could move if she had finished laughing. Turning around, Irene said that she should try. A moment later, a bright flame swirled above Lucas's palm. Opening her mouth wide, the girl said that this was 5-star magic. The protagonist abruptly raised his fiery hand up. Opening his jaw, the man asked the receptionist to lie down. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. The lady could be seen lying on the floor. Then a thick smoke appeared. A huge hole formed in the wall. The lady and the chief, sitting on the ground, exclaimed that they recognized. The guys congratulated the protagonist on becoming an A rank, which made him happily spread his palms. The man, smiling, exclaimed that he was good at such a young age. Approaching the guy, the leader said his name and asked if he had already joined any mercenary group, to which he explained that he was not going to join anything yet. Opening his mouth, Domke noted that he was in a hurry to raise his level, and at the same time clarified the reason. Scratching the back of her head, Irene said that he wanted to protect people heading to Raynals. The boss asked at what time, after which the young man, raising his eyebrows, asked in return if there were any problems. Biting his lips, the teenager listened attentively that such abilities as his could be trusted, and therefore he would pass this on to the people who were connected with the expedition. After some time, the man sitting at the table exclaimed that perhaps Count Iska would resign as the head of the 5th Tower of Magicians, and his comrade noted that he had also heard about this from his friend Hans, who worked there, and then the gentleman said that if you think about it, then he really did stay in his estate too long this time. The stranger, holding a large glass in his hand, said that the position of the head of the Tower of Magicians could not remain empty for too long, and at the same moment asked that it was not obvious that he was most likely fired. Suddenly, the apostle, smiling contentedly, greeted his senior colleagues. The mage pulled back his chair and explained that he hadn't been in this world for long, and that the situation there was pretty dark, and then asked if he could listen to some of their teachings if they didn't mind, to which he received a counter question about who had allowed him to sit down. Raising his hand, the strongest master of humanity exclaimed that he was treating them today, and asked the waiter to bring them beer and snacks, and lots of them. Lucas's face was joyful, and it was clear that he seemed to know the basics. After a while, several plates of food appeared on the table. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist said that he really wanted to be in the Blake family's security, after which the man remarked that it was cool, because the salary was good and there was stability. Chewing his food, the big guy added that there were a lot of beauties, and therefore this job was blessed by God himself. Smiling, the protagonist asked if they had any information about the Blake family, because he wanted to know something, even if it was frivolous. The stranger, holding out his palm, said that his friend Hans said that he saw several carriages approaching the estate, to which his friend said that for that huge mansion, even a simple delivery would require several carriages. The man, squinting, noted that this was a little strange, because there were too many of them, even for a delivery. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the guy listened to what seemed to be human voices coming from inside, as if someone was screaming. Then the young man frowned menacingly. Sitting at the bar, the young man wondered what kind of creepy stories were these, and also thought that every aristocratic family should have one. Looking down, the teenager thought about the sacrifice. Suddenly, he was asked if he was Cain, causing the mage to turn his gaze sharply to the side. Alcon, raising the bottle, said his name and said that it was nice to meet him, and also added that he was the leader of the guard heading to Raynell's, and the apostle asked him to take care of him. Turning his head, the leader of the guard said that he heard from Domke that he was a very talented mage. Opening his mouth, the leader exclaimed that Domke was very picky about people, and therefore he could not wait to see him in action. Biting his lips, the strongest master of humanity listened that although this was a simple defense mission, it was better to always be on guard. Looking at the protagonist, the man explained that last month, everyone heading to Damelin died, to which he asked whose hands it was. Alcon replied that it was done by immortals, causing Lucas' pupils to dilate sharply. Sitting near the bar, the leader of the guard said that recently immortals have been appearing on the continent every now and then. The protagonist's face was thoughtful, and at the same time the leader added that although they almost never teamed up with anyone, their appearance was not such good news. Remembering the evil duller, the boy muttered that it was very strange. The lich's eyes glowed red, and the young man thought that immortals were those who were driven only by hatred for the living. It seemed like the teenager bit his lips. The night sky was visible, and then the magician decided that it was completely useless to think about it now, and he should only focus on what was right in front of him. Then the man drove the carriage. There were several magicians inside. The apostle looked forward in surprise. An old man was sitting in front of him. Raising his eyebrows in shock, the strongest master of humanity wondered what he was doing here. After a moment, the magician turned his head. Holding his chin, Lucas thought that everyone had their own reasons. Suddenly, Alcon, smiling, asked the protagonist how he was feeling, to which he replied that everything was fine. Closing his eyes, the leader of the guard said that he should rest well, because as soon as they entered the forest, everything would begin for real. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked who the old man was. The magician held his staff with his hands, and the leader explained that he was another 5-star magician, and his name was Shyax, an A-rank mercenary. The man added that he was quite famous in their circles and was called Shyax of the Green Wind, to which the boy, raising the corners of his lips, muttered that it suited him. After some time, the camp came into view. It was possible to see the young man sitting on the boxes. Chewing his food, the teenager heard a question whether he minded if he sat there. Then Shyax approached him. The apostle waved his palm. The old man, sitting down, said his name, after which he clarified the name of the strongest master of humanity. Closing his eyes, the magician said that he was worried that if an old man interrupted the meal of a young man like him, then it might seem a little annoying. Raising his eyebrows, the wizard asked what was wrong with him. Holding a spoon in his hand, Lucas replied that nothing special and asked him to continue. Opening his mouth, the sorcerer clarified whether it was possible that he was a summoner, because he felt the energy of a very rare spirit from him. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he was interested in him because of Drachman's energy, which meant that he had not guessed about his illusion magic. Raising the plate to his mouth, the protagonist asked if he was a summoner, to which he received the answer that one could say so. Wiping his lips, the boy explained that although he had signed a contract with a spirit, he was not a summoner. The young man, raising his eyebrows, asked how he managed to sense his energy, after which he added that an ordinary person would not be able to guess anything. The A-rank mercenary opened his jaw in confusion. Stretching out his palm, the teenager noted that if he could not tell him, then he should just keep quiet, but in return he would like to know something. The apostle clarified why Shyax joined this quest, and then he, holding the plate in his hand, answered that it was because he was concerned about immortals. A dense forest was visible, and the mage said that they were said to almost never appear near Raynell's, and at least they had not been here for the last few millennia. Sitting opposite the wizard, the strongest master of humanity, said that he spoke as if he had lived for several thousand years. Sweat was running down the old man's cheek, and at that moment, Lucas said that he should eat quickly, or the soup would get cold. Looking at the sorcerer, the protagonist muttered that using illusion magic indicates that the person is hiding something. The protagonist's eye appeared, and he whispered that in his case it was a person. Suddenly, Shyax's body changed into an elf, and the guy wondered what he wanted to hide. The man was hurrying to the head of Alcon with a message about big problems. Coming closer, he said that a group of immortals appeared in the direction of 7 o'clock. The leader responded by asking if this was the direction they were heading. He looked away, doubting that they would be able to avoid a collision. Lucas and Shyax turned to his voice, explaining that they needed to go on a reconnaissance mission and asking for help in enchanting weapons for the reconnaissance party. The subordinates set to work. Lucas looked at the hands of his new body, concluding that he felt a weak holy power and wondered if he was now a demigod. Continuing to enchant the weapon, he rejected this thought. The party moved along the forest road. Soon the warriors covered their faces with their hands, smelling the rotten smell. From behind the trees, people screamed, announcing the presence of immortals. The leader of the party and his servant raised their weapons. Alcon commanded to go forward. A gust of wind cut through the air. The warriors rushed to the attack with a cry. But suddenly they stopped. Around them lay the corpses of the undead, and the people who saw this wondered what had happened. One of the subordinates, still in shock, said that it was impossible, because half an hour ago the creatures were still alive. Lucas knelt down next to one of the corpses. He looked closely, and under the surprised look of the chief, he concluded that this was the work of one person. Looking down, he added that the warrior spent no more than 10 minutes on this. The guy was still in the same position, and the leader of the squad and the subordinate discussed among themselves who it could be. Suddenly, the observer, smiling slightly, said that he found the answer. He looked again at the corpse of the immortal in its entirety, and noted out loud that he was sure that it was the successor of the warrior mage king. Alcon turned around. He and his servant were more surprised than before. A black bird was hovering above the tree. Lucas, standing behind the leader, suggested that he leave. The heads of the immortals flew. One of them was struck by a huge energy ball. The warrior stood with his arms crossed. His face was not visible. Suddenly he opened them, launching a destructive wave. The head of one of the immortals rolled to the feet of the witnesses. The leader of the squad looked at what was happening in surprise. The fighter stood with his back to them. Then, he slightly turned his head, looked at his observers. And then, he took a few steps forward, intending to leave, but Alcon called out to him. He took a few steps towards the guy, asking who he was and why he was doing this. But he turned around and threatened to kill them if they did not leave him alone. The leader of the squad froze in bewilderment. The warrior left. Lucas watched him go, realizing that by his build he could only be a warrior mage. The leader stood next to him, and the subordinate, turning to him, noted that they could not just leave that guy. They watched him go, and the mage continued his speech, saying that this was a road that a trading organization constantly used and circumstances did not allow them to leave such a monster here. Alcon, looking somewhere at the ground, finished the sentence for him, that this was not the one they could fight. His gaze was still lowered when the interlocutor suggested following that man. Without waiting for an answer, he moved forward, saying that he would simply follow and return when he found out if that warrior was dangerous. But the leader forbade him to go alone. The latter, upsetting the leader, calmly replied that he was confident in his concealment powers. And pushing off from the ground, he disappeared, saying at last that he would soon provide a report. Strange sounds were heard in the forest. Another immortal was defeated. The warrior, clenching his fist, rushed into the attack, cursing at the monsters that appeared without stopping. His hand pierced space. He used the spell of the bladed fist and a protective sphere formed around him. One of the creatures jumped on his back. Then it sank its teeth into the flesh. But then it froze. The immortal unclenched his jaws, from which his teeth fell, under the taunts of the warrior. He shook off the undead with a slight movement, and exhaled, after the fight. Then he noticed the witness. Looking at him irritably, he asked who was in front of him. The stranger took a few steps forward, and the warrior passed by, asking how long he had been studying the art of the warrior mage. The interlocutor asked through clenched teeth that in front of him was another dog of circles. The stranger turned around and confirmed, calling his circle Trowman. The stranger's fist attacked. There was a strong blow. It raised a column of dust. The warrior concluded that this circle did not understand the first time. He looked at the stranger, enclosed in a protective circle, explaining that he warned their leader that he would kill the one who came to him again. The guy, smiling, corrected the mangled name of the leader, calling his opponent a name. He lost his temper and grabbed the uninvited guest by the shirt. Then he lifted him off the ground. And frowning, he began to shout for him to back off, because he does not mess with the mongrels from the circles. The opponent, looking down at him, asked in surprise why he did not want to mess with the demigods, although he himself had adopted the powers of a warrior mage. He, clenching his teeth, clarified that the circles were trying to get rid of the demigods. And pulling the opponent towards himself, he said that the circles were places where brainless pigs cared about their bellies, and not about killing demigods, and it was unclear why he should enter such a pigsty. The uninvited guest surprisingly agreed, and he slightly loosened his grip. The sky began to cover with clouds, and the guy continued that now all the circles were busy with internecine strife and restraining each other, which did not fit in with the defeat of demigods. He looked down at the opponent's hand and added that a pigsty was too innocent a name for them. The moon appeared in the sky, and the magician added that he was going to change the situation. He was still in the air and continued to say that corruption was a big problem, but without circles it was impossible to harm the demigods, so an update was necessary. The warrior, having moderated his ardor, concluded that the opponent was going to unite the scattered circles, and he let the guy go, pushing him away. He hit him with his fists, saying that he wanted to check if the alien could say such a thing. Lucas, adjusting his cloak, concluded that the introduction was too long and he was looking forward to the enemy's attack. His teeth clenched. The magician dodged the attack. He quickly covered the distance. The fighter was barely catching up with him. Lucas threw a taunt at him about his noisy movement. Then he stopped in the air and used a number of spells, ice spears and a storm wind. Then he took an open pose, under the heavy running of the opponent. He beat off the spears with his fists. Golden energy splashed out of his eyes. The warrior noisily dodged the attacks. The magician compared his opponent to Cassian. Then, raising his hands up, he used Frost Breath. The opponent looked up. He did not have time to repel the attack, and two icy hands grabbed his legs. The man was immobilized. The fighter crossed his arms over his chest, and his eyes lit up with golden fire again. The magician responded with a stone shield. And finally, he sank to the ground. Then he offered to talk to the enemy again. He was immobilized. His gaze flashed. And in a moment, the warrior was able to break his shackles. His foot hit the ground. He tried to attack. His fist was already close to the enemy's face, and he joyfully shouted that he caught the enemy. A gust of wind cut through the space. The warrior found himself on the ground, and the opponent was right behind him. Stars were visible in the sky. The brute, lying on the ground, realized that the bullpen had been used against him and did not understand how the enemy knew him. The magician extended his hand to him with satisfaction, noting that he was finally ready to continue the conversation. But the warrior stood up abruptly, hitting his opponent in the lower jaw with his head, and then turned his head slightly to enjoy the result. The magician rubbed his chin with displeasure. At that moment, the opponent suddenly ran forward, and Lucas was puzzled by what had happened. He rushed after him, shouting curses. But the opponent moved forward without stopping. Lucas caught up with him. The warrior looked intently ahead, and his interlocutor realized that he was simply leading him somewhere. The guy, without taking his eyes off him, reasoned that he could have warned him. The brute turned his head to him and said that he used the jester's step and knew the bullpen, which meant he had studied these techniques. He, without stopping, added that all this could only be passed on to one person and asked who he had studied with. But the magician did not give an exact answer. Then, slightly lagging behind, he asked the name of the opponent, who said Ivan. They were moving on par again, and the guy introduced himself in response, asking where they were going, but the interlocutor did not say. There were cliffs ahead, and the magician decided that he would find out upon arrival. But the warrior objected that this would only happen if he could follow him to the end. The two found themselves in front of a wooden house. The magician noted with disappointment that this place was only his companion's house. He, having caught his breath, yelled Ricky's name at the top of his lungs, announcing his arrival. Everything around shook. Lucas covered his ears, cursing at his new acquaintance. He was about to pounce on him, but the latter explained that otherwise the one they needed would not wake up. The magician asked who he was talking about, but the interlocutor only repeated his name again, and he began to lose his temper, trying to get an explanation. The warrior shocked his companion by saying that they had come to see a demigod. Both guys looked at the house. A smile flashed on their lips. Sounds were heard behind the door. The magician's eyes widened. The owner appeared opposite the guests, asking Ivan about his friend. The owner gaped. Lucas, looking at him, could not believe that he was seeing the incredible power of the demigod. An image of the old man who used poison appeared in his head, and the magician involuntarily compared him to his new acquaintance, realizing that he also belonged to the level of the apocalypse. Ivan pointed his finger at his companion and explained that he came from the circle. The eyes of the demigod did not express emotions. He turned to the warrior, while the magician stood a little further away, asking if he had done the job. The fighter answered positively. After that, the owner turned away and went towards the entrance, inviting the guests. He explained that it was time to move on to the next stage. Lucas watched him tensely. He added that the guy could come in too. The magician was behind the warrior. But suddenly he grabbed him, squeezing his clothes. He appeared in front of his face and stopped his companion, demanding an explanation. He, looking down at him, suggested that he leave him alone for a start, but Lucas did not calm down. He drew his eyebrows together, saying that depending on the answer, he could kill him right then. The brute smiled, not taking the threat seriously. He pushed Lucas away, saying that the reason was simple. And without turning around, he added that Ricky was a traitor, and his goal was the extermination of demigods. At these words, his companion's eyes widened. The magician, taking a few steps forward, shouted that he did not believe it. The warrior, turning his head slightly, said that he had time to decide after listening to the owner of the house. The two found themselves at the entrance. Lucas entered. In front of them was a long corridor, and the magician asked his companion what this was a distortion of space. Ivan, walking forward, said that he did not understand the question. His interlocutor explained that this was an expansion of a limited territory using a distortion of time and space. Lucas turned his head in all directions, trying to examine everything, commenting out loud that this was an incredible ability. A person who did not have access to this place would not be able to understand where he was. Ivan exhaled loudly, asking what he was even talking about. The demigod was sitting on the floor, peeling an apple, and invited the guests to settle in. The warrior, putting his hands on his hips, said that he didn't think the teacher would let a new acquaintance in so easily. He ordered him to look at the guest, and the fighter turned his head. The teacher, bringing a piece of apple to his mouth, explained that such a look does not happen to people who have lived only 100 years, and this time the student brought a really interesting person. Lucas, looking confidently at the demigod, asked him point-blank about his betrayal of his brothers. Ricky, without looking up from his work, agreed. The magician, looking down, asked why. The demigod, squinting, replied that he did not need to know. The owner of the house was still peeling the apple, saying that he invited the guest here not to win his trust, but to get help. The guy was standing opposite. The interlocutor said that if the apostle was killed, the demigod would fall into hibernation. These words struck the magician. Ricky held the knife to his chest, continuing that at this point it would be easy to kill him. Lucas imagined the immortals, while his new acquaintance told him that their number had increased due to the appearance of the creating apostle and that they were trying to egg him on by saying that Ivan was destroying evil spirits. The creatures did not disappear, and his new acquaintance added that the one they needed was somewhere in Reynolds de Millim. The magician was surprised. Ricky extended the image of the enemy to Lucas. He saw an elf, and the owner of the house called him Oiden, the apostle of the demigod who controlled death Nazdak. The magician, holding the image in his hands, mentally repeated what he had just heard. Ricky, looking closely at his interlocutor, concluded that he and Ivan should destroy him. He, meeting his gaze, clarified that at this time the new acquaintance would deal with the demigod. All three sat on the floor, and the owner of the house praised him for his intelligence, comparing him to Ivan. The brute was furious, and the guy added that he was more distrustful than his subordinate. The magician, looking at the image once again, asked the demigod why he did not do everything himself. He, closing his eyes, explained that it would be too noticeable. He put his hands on his knees and continued that the creation of an apostle is directly connected with the demigod, and he can only kill the demigod himself, because if the betrayal is revealed, the plan will burst like a soap bubble. Lucas looked down tensely, thinking to himself that by killing the apostle he can get rid of the demigod who is capable of single-handedly destroying the city. Then the guy looked at the photo, not believing that there is a simple way to solve such a problem. Ivan changed his pose. Then, looking at the interlocutors, he said that they speak a complex language, but the magician objected to him. Ricky looked closely at the speaker. He said that it is not as simple as it seems, and once he already killed the apostle who controls lightning. Lucas, putting his hands on his feet, informed the listeners that although he was not an apostle of the apocalypse, it was difficult to fight him, but the owner of the house interrupted him. The guy, falling silent, looked at him, and he clarified that he was talking about the apostle Indra. Then, looking into the eyes of the interlocutor, he continued that only this one is able to control lightning and decided to find out if the new acquaintance could prove his words. The interlocutor began to rummage in the bag, annoyed that he had no physical remains left. Having handed the owner of the house a bottle of purple liquid, he asked if a clot filled with lightning energy from a crystal would do. Ricky took it in his hands and confirmed its authenticity. Then, taking hold of the weapon's hilt, he said that he had come to trust his interlocutor faster than he had expected. Turning his back on the guests, he warned that he would be back soon. Then he looked at the wall appraisingly, and swung his sword. The space opened up, and the demigod came out. The crack immediately collapsed. Lucas looked in bewilderment at the place where the crack had just been, asking where the owner of the house had gone, to which Ivan replied that he would be back soon. The two sat in silent anticipation. Suddenly, the demigod appeared in the room, jumping out of the same portal. The magician was shocked. Ricky was holding the head of the demigod Indra in his hand. The guy jumped up, not believing what was happening. He looked closely at the head and realized that it was true. The owner of the house, having taken a comfortable pose, noted that it was simple, adding that they had the same goal and they understood each other well. Lucas stood there, confused. The demigod smiled and asked if his interlocutor had any reason not to join forces with him. The severed head flew into the air. Ricky sliced the air. This divided it into many pieces. His guests jumped to the side, protecting themselves from the explosion. Lucas bent his arm at the elbow. Then he looked at the host and asked why the demigods needed apostles. A memory of one of his battles appeared in his head. The interlocutor bowed and explained that the power of the apostles was not comparable to the power of the demigods, which meant that it was dangerous for them to create such subordinates for themselves, so there was no choice but to reduce this risk. He stood in front of the listener, continuing that over the past few thousand years, his fellow tribesmen had destroyed too many lives, although they themselves did not think so. Ricky slightly inclined his head forward, adding that if he personally did this, he could completely disappear from the face of the earth. Lucas, putting his hand on his belt, expressed doubts in his words, asking who could interfere. The ally seemed to breathe out the word God. The magician looked at him with distrust. An image of the universe appeared before his eyes, under the words of the owner of the house that he did not mean God as an omnipotent patron, but as the great law governing the world. The guy put his hand to his chin, clarifying that this was similar to the law of causality. The demigod's hand took another apple. He continued that it was something like a cloud of energy that maintains the balance of this world, and the demigods are small parts separated from it. Lucas spread his hands, grinning that this was similar to an offer to join a new religion, if this were said to others. Ivan, towering over the teacher, asked if there were at least a couple of demigods who really disappeared. He objected. Ricky, lowering his gaze, said that only those he knew, about 20. The listeners were surprised, but continued to listen. The host of the house finished his speech by saying that his guests would meet again in a month, not only with the family, but also with the 5 highest beings of the apocalypse and with many demigods. He hospitably pushed a plate with sliced apple pieces towards them, adding that before that moment they had to destroy Oiden. The magician asked why. To this, Ricky, pointing to the plate with the treat, again offered to try. The guests settled down on the floor. The host continued that the purpose of the meeting would be to cleanse them of traitors. An image of the meeting place appeared in his head, and he continued that over the past few decades he had neutralized several demigods, and if his entourage did not consist of fools, then they would understand that this was one of their own. The demigod introduced Oiden, continuing that all the demigods with their apostles would gather in that place, and the one they needed would also be there. There was a high probability that after that he and Nasdaq would hide. Ricky pulled a piece of apple to his mouth, adding that in that case he would no longer have a way to find them. Ivan devoured the treat. And without chewing, he reminded him of the request not to speak in such a complex language, clarifying the teacher's words that now was the only chance to destroy the apostle. Lucas, sitting sideways to him, added that for this they needed to find a way to penetrate Damelin, but the interlocutor suddenly noted that it was easy, because his ally could fly. He looked at him in confusion. The brute, showing a victorious gesture, said that they could simply fly up and land in the necessary place. The magician, getting to his feet, asked what next, at which the warrior became embarrassed. He looked at the interlocutor in confusion, and he continued that if they got there by air or underground, entering without permission, they would immediately become invaders. They sat in a circle again. Ivan hesitantly explained that from now on they simply could not be caught. Lucas, pointing his finger at the owner of the house, asked if he really was going to catch the apostle with such a person. He answered that his interlocutor's agreement to help calmed him down a lot. To this, the magician turned to his future companion with an explanation. An image of a tree appeared in his head, and he began to tell that in the village of the High Elves there is a huge tree in the center of the world, supporting Raynol's Damelin. It is life itself, connected to all trees, and the goddess of this place is also spiritually connected to them, so they will be able to calculate the invasion. Ivan, angry and clenching his arm at the elbow, shouted that he did not understand what they wanted from him, asked if his new acquaintance had another plan. He thought for a moment, then announced that he did. Fires had already been lit in the camp. The warriors, having dinner, reasoned that they were already ready to die, when suddenly it was decided to make a halt in front of the village. One of them, sitting on the ground, said that there was nothing to do, because people cannot enter. The other replied that he did not like elves anyway. Shayax, out of the corner of his ear, heard these conversations, that the detachment arrived very quickly and without incident. Someone assumed that it was thanks to the guy they met. The old man was already heading towards the forest when he heard words about the high elf and the beauty of his race. The leader appeared before the team and said that tomorrow there would be a deal with the elves and they should have a good rest. The mercenary concluded to himself that elves and people everywhere have such specimens. Clouds were crawling across the sky. A lone figure was visible on a thick tree branch. The girl was standing with a staff in her hands. Her gaze was directed to the tops of the trees, and she concluded that the forest was groaning. Someone was standing with her back while she was thinking that the situation was not the best, and if immortals continued to appear and disappear here, the lands would come to an end. The elf heard a sound behind her and became wary. Then she turned around and saw a silhouette. Then she turned into an old man. And seeing the uninvited guest, she calmed down, recognizing him. Shayak saw a guy from the squad in front of him and expressed joy that he returned unharmed. The mercenary looked at the newcomer and asked about the warrior. An unknown man appeared next to his acquaintance. Ivan asked his ally if this was the old man they needed. The stranger began to approach and Sheiks asked what was going on. The brute leaned towards him and yelled that he had to take them to Damilim. And drawing his brows together he threatened. But Lucas stopped him. Finding himself in front of the mercenary, he politely voiced the same request. The old man, looking up at the guy, pointed out that he had not shown respect for his elder. The guy put his hands on his shoulders. And approaching said that now was not the time for a show and this matter should be resolved as soon as possible for both parties. Sheiks' eyes widened when his interlocutor said that he knew from the very beginning that he was a high elf. Lucas put his hand to his face. And he appeared in his true form. The old man was surprised, and the guy continued that he was the same. Lucas stood and seriously looked into Sheiks' face, asking for help. Shayax looked at the hero with tired eyes. He closed his eyes, blue energy enveloped him. The spell dissipated. The young elf, in the place of the mercenary, asked about what everyone needed so much. The battle mage was stupefied with surprise. He did not expect to see a young girl, doll-like in appearance, in the place of the decrepit old man. Lucas and Ivan asked the girl if she knew anything about demigods, because she was concerned about immortals. But the mercenary only knew that these creatures were superior to others and close to God. She, looking ahead, wondered if this could apply to the necromancer in the forest. The protagonist noted that the man could be a subordinate of the demigod. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The hero warned the elf that it was dangerous to leave the necromancer just like that, because he was now in Damilim. The girl waved her hands and objected. It was impossible, because Damilim does not let people in from the outside, even if you force them in, to which the hero added that the goddess would immediately find out about it. Shayax tensely remembered that the necromancer was different from the others, but what could that mean? Lucas remained silent, looking at the girl. Ricky's words sounded in his head. He said that the girl was the same high elf as Oiden, so it would be better not to reveal information about the apostle now. The protagonist turned around, saying that he did not have time for detailed stories. He looked towards the girl, adding that only they would be able to track down the necromancer. Shayax agreed, closing her eyes, asking to answer not a single question. She asked the question to the hero's back, how he was able to make a contract with the spirit, because he said that he was not a summoner. The guy said that he learned this from a close friend of the dark elf. The girl did not believe how a dark elf, hidden from everyone more than they were, handed over the technique to a human, but to the hero they seemed like quite friendly guys. Shayax opened her mouth in surprise hearing about the hero's friend, named Camilla, with excellent personal qualities. She opened her eyes wider, talking about Panther Camilla. The girl remembered that there was no one in Damilim who did not know her, but as the strongest panther in the world, she recognized an ordinary person as a friend. Shayax believed and agreed to take Ai to the village. A purple flame ignited in his hand. Oiden, holding the flame in his hand, asked the interlocutor what he was worried about. The dark smoke gathered in one point. The haze formed the figure of a skull. The skull announced that Inda had died, and this time the opponents left no trace. The young man, covering one eye, clarified whether this was the traitor Nasdaq had spoken of earlier. The demigod, looking at the clouds of aura, told the apostle to be careful until the next meeting. The young man smiled in response, saying that he would do everything as Nasdaq wished. The interlocutors perked up when a knock sounded at the door. Oiden ordered them to enter, at which time the skull disappeared from the smoke. The elf who entered the room told the apostle that the goddess was waiting for him. The guy, slightly turning to the servant, asked him to tell him that he would come soon. The elf disappeared, leaving the apostle alone in the large room. The guy, looking around the room, thought about the words of the demigod, to be careful. He grinned, and his eyes lit up purple. He wondered if there was a fool in Rhaenys Demilim who would dare to contradict the queen's own elder brother. Meanwhile, the hero and his comrades reached a large tree on which there were many houses. Ivan was surprised to see the immense size of the world tree, and Sheiks added that they called it Kruhurl. The battle mage did not understand what pronunciation this was, but the girl clarified that it was the language of the elves. The guards at the high gates noticed that Sheiks had returned earlier than they expected. The girl touched her palms with Pfeifen, asking if something had happened, but everything was calm. Ivan and the hero looked at the girl's dialogue, in which the battle mage did not understand anything. Pfeifen looked sadly at her comrades. The girl asked who they were, if they were people, to which Sheiks introduced the comrades with whom she cooperated. She said that the men helped her in her search for the necromancer, that's why they cooperate. Pfeifen pointed at the guys, saying that in any case, people from the outside can only enter after they greet the goddess. But the battle mage still did not understand what the elf was saying. The girl told her friend that she would send them to an audience, specifying whether they were heading straight to Kruhurl, for which Sheiks thanked her. A tense Ivan asked how everything was going. The comrades went inside and headed towards the goddess to greet her, as this was the rule. The brute noticed that they passed much easier than expected. Suddenly Sheiks stopped, causing Ivan to wave his hands in surprise. Looking at the girl's back, he asked why she stood up, if she wanted to go to the toilet. The mercenary said without turning around that the goddess was the heart of Damilim, and the audience with her would not last long. The battle mage did not understand what the importance was. The girl turned around and looked angrily at the man. She insistently shouted, demanding that the men behave decently. Ivan turned away, offended, but noticed that he was cold in life, because perhaps the girl had a prejudice about the man's rudeness, but Shayax insisted that it was not a prejudice. He confidently put his hands on his hips, saying that the technique of the fighting king is an art that tempers the mind and body, like the rules of decency are his second name. The protagonist and the mercenary looked at the battle mage cheerfully striding forward, humming something to himself. The girl shuddered. She felt agitated, as if she was marking time, with no way to avoid unfavorable energy. Lucas chuckled and said that this guy was a copy of Cassigen to the marrow of his bones, but the girl clarified what that meant. The guy looked at the starry sky, remembering how his friend constantly talked about meeting women, but as soon as they appeared, he froze like a stone. Warriors with spears stood at the gates and walls of the beautiful room. A voice asked if they were the comrades helping Shayax. A group of elves were sitting on their knees, lifting leaves to fan themselves, when a voice greeted them in Demilim. Ivan's mouth dropped open in surprise. A girl appeared before them on a golden ornamental throne and introduced herself as Snow de Fridikvad, the queen of all elves. She looked at her comrades kindly, with a slight smile. Ivan instantly froze. Luca humorously pointed out to the mercenary how the battle mage had amusingly froze. Lucas looked at the elf queen and thought, because Oiden had the same last name, which meant that the apostle was her blood relative. The hero, standing in the huge hall, mentally understood why Oiden could easily spread his wings on the territory of Demilim. However, he looked at the girl sitting on the throne and noticed that she was not a high elf, and elf queens are usually high. At that moment, Shayax fell to her knees, bowed her head and informed the queen that the first daughter of Anred had requested an audience. She pointed to her companions, telling them about their help in her task and asked to allow them to stay for a few days until they set off again. She looked at the petrified battle mage, and irritably wondered how long he planned to remain a stone. Ivan wondered if this was really a person in front of him. He looked at the queen, comparing her skin to jade, her movements to butterfly wings. Her voice was graceful and stunning. The words beautiful were not enough to describe her. He looked at Shayax, who looked like a goblin in his eyes. The girl reminded him that he needed to introduce himself quickly, and he came to his senses. The queen looked at the guests. Ivan turned away, because every time he saw her face, he could not connect a word. This girl did not let him pull himself together. He closed his eyes, ordered himself, as a man walking the path of a warrior, to pull himself together and look at the woman. He turned around and exhaled sternly through his nose, crossing his arms over his chest. Shayax looked at the brute with irritation, and Lucas noticed how the guy was trying. One of the courtiers pointed out the mage's rudeness. The queen waved her hand. She looked at the courtier from under her brows. The man apologized and took a step back. Snow looked at her interlocutors, listening to the wishes of warm sunbeams illuminating the sky and eternal mercy of the forest. Lucas introduced himself as a caste-caw mage named Frey and greeted the queen, bending one knee. The queen noted that despite his human origin, the hero was well aware of elven etiquette. The protagonist bowed his head, closed his eyes and thanked her for the remark. Snow gave her permission for her comrades to stay and ordered them to leave only after full recovery. Shayax excitedly babbled that they would do everything as the queen said. The comrades turned around and headed for the exit. Snow looked after them carefully. She paid special attention to Fry. Afterwards, the men indignantly asked what Shikas had prepared for dinner, pointing to a basket full of greens. Ivan irritably noted that even goats eat better, but Lucas reasonably replied that there was no rib meat in the elven village. He held out a handful of strips of dried meat, offering to replace the meat delicacies with this. The battle mage was pleased. He liked his friend's preparedness. Strongman asked where Shikas went after she took them to this place, to which the protagonist assumed that she had a lot to report on. Ivan asked if the hero liked it, and he noticed the freshness in the taste. Lucas, sitting with his back to his comrade, thought that everything was happening a little more complicated than he thought. The battle mage, who was reading the mental message, asked to speak out loud, but the hero drew his attention to the surveillance, because the elves' hearing is 10 times sharper. The guy turned to the window. Spies were hiding outside the window of their overnight stay. The mage mentally asked if the reason for this was that the elf queen and Eden were related, to which he received the answer that without direct evidence they would not be able to conduct an interrogation, because they would be accused of rebellion. The men continued to eat, mentally discussing that according to Ricky, the apostle and the apocalypse needed a mediator. Ivan, continuing to chew, mentally clarified what kind of mediator, but out loud noted what delicious dried meat he was eating, as if made from a whale. Lucas chewed the greens and passed on to his friend a guess that when Oiden tried to contact the demigod, they would feel the holy power, albeit a little, but perhaps they would be able to find a mediator by following it. The magician, chewing, asked his comrade when this event would happen, and whether they would have to sit and wait for the enemy to appear. The hero, still sitting at the table, assumed that everything would happen today or tomorrow, but the guy's confidence greatly surprised his strong friend. He noted that his comrade had been destroying immortals for over a week. The protagonist introduced a fiery-eyed demon with a black smoking body, specifying that Oiden was a demon addicted to killing. He flashed his blue eyes at his friend, wondering how long a blood-starved beast would last in a village that smelled only of grass. The door opened, and a voice announced its arrival. Shayax appeared in the doorway, exhausted, and her friends asked what was wrong with her. She staggered past the men, telling them that she had been walking here and there all night, so she had not been able to sleep a bit. Lucas looked tired when the girl told them not to wake her, leaving the worried boys behind. The mercenary collapsed exhausted onto her bed, and the voices of her guests could be heard from the room, wondering if the girl was being too cautious, considering that she had brought the men to her home herself, but she probably saw men of the human race as cats or dogs. Lucas stood up and pushed his chair back, saying out loud that he would be leaving for a while, on business, but his friend mentally asked where he was really going. After all, they had even eaten, why not fight? Ivan looked at the hero seriously when he mentally asked him for a favor. The protagonist looked at the empty basket, sharing that he wanted to send a message to one of his friends, to which the magician clarified who. Outside the settlement, behind the fence, the protagonist took a meditative pose. He joined his hands, closed his eyes and concentrated. His hands were wrapped in rags of blue energy. His entire body was surrounded by a flow. His subtle body separated from the physical. The guy flew above the settlement. Suddenly, he saw a bright light behind him. The protagonist looked back to see the source. It was the world tree Hyrule, supporting Damalim. The hero realized that there was a person who knew the answer to his question. His thin body rushed to the tree in the hope of finding out what happened 4,000 years ago, and what happened to his friends after that. Lucas extended his hand to the light, thinking that he was missing something. His hand fell through a thick wall of light. Soon his whole body was drowned in light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The hero found himself in his native form. He looked at his hands, realizing that he had transformed into his original form, entering the world of the soul, and noticed how long he had not felt such peace. The protagonist perked up when he heard a voice that said that it was waiting for him, calling him Fry. A beautiful woman appeared in front of the protagonist, clarifying that perhaps she should call the interlocutor Lucas. The guy and the girl hung in space, and the protagonist met her Hyrule. He was surprised when he saw her. Tears of pity were streaming down the girl's face. Lucas stared straight ahead as her Hyrule said that he had endured all the hardships that had happened during this time well. A long journey filled to the brim with suffering and loneliness. He had endured everything that was beyond the strength of any ordinary person. The protagonist was at a loss for words when the girl stated that he had indeed endured well. Her Hyrule wiped away her tears. With a smile, she asked what the protagonist wanted to know. The boys stood opposite each other when the woman said that she was currently limited by the powers of a demigod, but she would tell him everything she could. Lucas, with a serious expression, stated that he wanted to know about the last minutes of his friends' lives. Her Hyrule closed her eyes, agreeing when the boy said that she was connected to all the lands of this world, so she should know about everything. The girl opened her eyes. She abruptly waved her hand in front of her. A moment later, the boys found themselves in a different place. Lucas looked around in shock, and the girl stated that it would be a long story, so they needed to get comfortable. Her Hyrule sat down at the table and poured tea. The protagonist pushed back his chair, sitting down, and the woman told him that the king of warrior mages Kassajan met his last moments in the Amakan desert. The young man frowned, thinking about her words. Before his eyes appeared the image of that very desert, and his friend lying on the ground. After a long battle, lasting about a week, with one demigod, they disappeared together. The protagonist bowed his head, realizing how similar this was to his comrade. Lucas looked ahead with sadness when her Hyrule said that the sword master Reshad died along with his homeland, Icolium. The interlocutors sat opposite each other, and the protagonist asked what happened to Shuhei. The woman sipped her tea and said that she doubted whether to tell the truth to the protagonist. When Lucas took his cup in his hand, the girl closed her eyes and said that there was something in this story that was better left unknown. The protagonist looked at the tea and declared that he was now going out to fight against the self-proclaimed gods. The young man looked out the window and declared that no matter how cruel reality was, he could not miss anything that had happened. Her Hyrule, without opening her eyes, understood that the hero had already prepared for this. The girl put her hand to the dumbfounded Lucas's face and said that it would be better to see everything with his own eyes, so that he would not have any prejudices. The protagonist's eyes widened, and the next moment he found himself in a completely different place, on the mountainside. The protagonist was surprised, not understanding where he was. His eyes widened when he heard someone screaming. The protagonist turned around and saw Shuhei lying on the ground. The sage was talking with the woman he called a traitor on his last breath, and the young man looked at him in surprise, not understanding anything. Shuhei, lying in blood, looked ahead and understood everything. He said that this is why the relationship between Reshad and Kassajan had deteriorated so much. His divine appearance appeared behind the protagonist. The guy turned around abruptly when he heard giggling from the side. He saw Iris, with her arms folded across her chest. Looking at the dying man, the girl asked with a smile if he believed her for even 1 second. Iris's eyes glowed red as Shuhei replied that he did not. After which the dying man said that Lucas believed her friend. The protagonist looked at the girl, who said with a smile that she also believed, but not everyone, only Lucas. In the middle of the mountain, the protagonist listened as the sage said that the girl did not know what she was doing now, because Lucas's cherished desire throughout his life was to destroy the demigods, and she betrayed him. Iris stretched and said that in the end, everyone is the same, because the sage's limitations led the protagonist to this end. The man laughed, asking if the girl was offended by them, and she answered with a smile that she did not feel anything for them. Looking at the dying Shuhei, the friend said that she was a little angry at how he decided to completely take Lucas's empty place. The man looked at the sky, agreeing with the girl, because he was not enough to become a replacement for the protagonist. Iris laughed, asking the sage not to pretend to be calm. It made her sick. The protagonist continued to watch this picture from the side, when the man turned to his friend, asking why she united with the demigods. The protagonist became angry when he heard this. Looking at the girl, with a calm expression on her face, he did not believe that she could do this. Shuhei winced in pain, but continued to say that if Lucas saw this, he would be very disappointed in Iris. The sage said that he could, and fortunately, the protagonist died, which angered the girl, who claimed that the protagonist was alive. She looked at the dying man with hatred. Lucas looked at his friend in surprise. Shuhei also did not take his eyes off her. The angry girl tried to calm down. The next moment, she put a smile on her face. But then, Iris raised her hand up, calling for magic and addressed the sage. The girl directed all her power to finally finish off Shuhei, and she even felt sorry that she had to do it. Blood splashed around the area when Iris said that she was sincere. The protagonist shouted the sage's name, not believing in his death, and her friend said that she would fulfill Lucas's dream and the dying man should not worry and better have a good rest. The girl spread her arms, saying that in this age, it is impossible to resist demigods, it is necessary to wait until some time passes. Shuhei looked away when the girl said that she was waiting until they were sufficiently cornered. Looking at the retreating figure, which said that it might be necessary to wait about 4,000 years, the sage thought that in the end he could not do anything. Now he couldn't even move his hand. He thought that he hadn't gotten rid of the demigods, hadn't improved the relationship between his friends, hadn't even prevented Iris from becoming a traitor. Lucas sat down next to the dying man, who thought that he hadn't prevented the protagonist's death. Looking at the sky, Shuhei thought that he had lived a useless life, and didn't understand why he was called a great sage, because he lived in endlessly repeating failures. With his last breath, the man asked for forgiveness from the protagonist, who stood up, grieving over the loss of his comrade. There was a snap of fingers. The protagonist found himself in front of Hyrule, sitting at the table. Lucas looked at his hands in pain. The girl looked at the young man with sympathy. The protagonist looked out the window. He looked away, staring into space. He covered his face with his hand. Not believing what he saw, he sat down at the table. With sadness, the guy remembered the culprit of all the troubles, Iris. Her Hyrule, closing her eyes, said that the girl was alive. The woman, bowing her head, did not guarantee that this was the girl the protagonist knew before, but the guy was only thinking about the fact that Shuhei asked him for forgiveness with his last breath. The protagonist looked into the void, thinking that the sage's last word was "I'm sorry," but it is not for him to say so. Her Hyrule did not dare interrupt him, and the guy said that his shortcomings turned into an apology spoken by a friend. The girl said that he was very strict with himself. The young man clenched his hand into a fist, turning to her Hyrule. Sitting in front of each other, the guy warned that today in the forest it would be a little noisy. The demigoddess smiled. The next moment, the room dissolved. They again found themselves in emptiness. The woman stretched her arms forward and blessed the young man, carrying him to another place. The protagonist returned to his meditating body. The young man stretched his shoulders, thinking that the day flew by unnoticed. Turning around, he realized that he was still being watched. Ivan was in the room, doing push-ups on one finger, keeping count. Suddenly, the guy got confused and decided to start over. He looked up, hearing a noise. Continuing with his business, he asked the protagonist when he returned, to which the latter replied that the meditation was a little delayed. Lucas looked at the guy who passed on what he asked for. The girl said that she would come when the sun completely set. The protagonist thanked him, passing by. Ivan looked at the protagonist with incomprehension, who said that he had enough of practicing. The battle mage froze in shock when the protagonist said that he was going to finish with Eden tonight. Ivan did a somersault and landed on his feet. With a smile, he decided to go wash himself. Night fell. Lucas continued meditating in his room. The guy opened his eyes when he heard someone say how he surprised him with every action. The man in the cloak, looking at the boy sitting in front of him, said that out of the blue, a disciple of the self-proclaimed king of the warrior mages contacted him and said that the protagonist was looking for him. The protagonist smiled when he heard the man say that he didn't think they would meet again in the village of the High Elves. In front of him, with her arms folded, stood Camilla, greeting him. The girl sat down on the bed, and the protagonist stood up. The dark elf looked at the protagonist. The boy looked into space with a detached gaze, and Camilla laughed, covering her face with her hands and thinking about Eden. The boys looked at the situation around them, when the protagonist said that he was surprised because the apostle turned out to be a blood relative of the queen, but Camilla said that this is not true. Lucas looked at her, not understanding what this meant. The girl closed her eyes and behind her appeared the image of Queen Snow, who was adopted, and the dark elf said that since ancient times, queens came from the Fridikvad family, but this time they did not have a daughter, and they could not pass this place to Oiden, since he was a man. The protagonist, covering his face, said that he knew that the queens belonged to the High Elves, but when he saw that Snow was not a High Elf, he was very surprised. Camilla raised her hand up, declaring that she was an Ice Elf, a small race living in the snowy regions of the north. Other elves stood outside the window, eavesdropping on their conversation, when the guys came to the conclusion that the story had many complex twists. Sitting on the bed, Camilla asked when the hero was going to start acting. Looking ahead, he answered that today. The dark elf looked at her feet, asking what was required of her. She thought that she needed to silence the observers presented to the protagonist. Lucas looked at her with a smile, stating that she understood everything from a half-word. Cold sweat came down the protagonist's face when Camilla said that in order to get here, she had to quietly go around 8 observers. Besides, he did not come to her personally, but asked another person for a favor, so it was obvious that he had some kind of request. The girl stood up and said that she was also here as a guest, so they should not cause a noise. The dark elf approached the protagonist, threatening him with her finger, that if they were caught, she would say that he threatened her, and she had no choice. The comrade smiled when Lucas said that he did not know how many people would believe that the strongest panther on earth was afraid of human threats. The main character looked into the girl's eyes and thanked her. She exhaled with a smile. Looking at him, Camilla asked where he left Isabella, and the protagonist raised his finger and said that she was replacing him as an instructor for the members of the circle. The young man laughed when the dark elf asked how this gentle child became an instructor, but the guy said that no one knows what will happen. The comrades imagined a picture where the girl discovers previously unseen abilities in herself, yelling at the men so that they do not show weakness. The friends laughed. Camilla turned away, realizing that it was time to disappear. The protagonist looked at her with a smile. Leaving, the girl asked him to be careful, because Oiden is a summoner, so he has very good abilities. Half-turned, the dark elf said that when a mage becomes an apostle and receives powers, he loses the ability to use magic, but the ability to summon does not disharmonize with the abilities. The protagonist frowned, thinking that these were not just the abilities of a demigod, but of someone who had the powers of the apocalypse. At this time, Oiden was sipping tea, when the protagonist realized that Camilla wanted to say that he was very different from Lucas. Her Hyrule, humming a melody, poured more tea. She looked at the guy with interest. Oiden was approaching her, and she asked what he wanted. An unexpected blow stunned the girl. The man plunged a knife into her heart. The guy stared at the woman, who did not understand why he did this to her. With a sharp movement of his hand, Oiden pulled out his sword. A mad smile appeared on his face. Suddenly the introduction disappeared, and the guy looked ahead in shock. Her Hyrule bowed, asking if she could go. The apostle looked at her in surprise, letting her go. The young man was left alone in the room. He pressed his lips together, veins appeared on his face. Throwing the cup, which immediately broke, he thought that this was his limit. The apostle grabbed his head, thinking that due to the powers of the demigod controlling death, he was completely unable to suppress the overwhelming desire to kill. Late at night, the elf walked along the trees. The girl was in complete silence. She did not notice how Oiden appeared behind her. The guy's gaze was mad. He looked at the girl's back. The youth's pupil shrank, his heart began to beat quickly. The elf turned around, greeting the master. The man smiled, saying that he was glad to see her, and the girl asked why he was walking at such a time. Smiling, Oiden said that she came here after such a long time, and was tired, doing all the endless things. The girl replied that she had to do all this, since she brought people from outside with her. The guys stood opposite each other, when the apostle, laughing, asked how the case was progressing in the pursuit of the necromancer. The girl covered her face with her hand, saying that the matter was a little strange. The gentleman was surprised to hear that a necromancer was hiding in their village. The girl looked at the surprised guy. Oiden, bowing his head, was thinking about how to kill Shyax, but said out loud that they were in big trouble. The guy touched the girl's chin, calling her. Suddenly, the lady was pushed away. She flew to the ground, and Ivan appeared in front of Oiden. Shyax rubbed her leg, which was hurting. Looking at the newly arrived guy, the girl did not understand what he was doing. Was he really behaving like this just because she fed him one herb? Ivan turned to her, ordering her to shut up, because if not for him, she would have died. The girl looked in front of her and saw a green flame. Shyax turned to the gentleman, behind whom the image of a demigod who controlled death appeared. She looked at the image of the high-level wind spirit Stonia, realizing that Oiden was trying to attack her. The guy chuckled, saying that he was a little surprised. Ivan assumed a fighting stance when the apostle said that he did not think that the stranger the girl brought would be a warrior mage who destroyed his immortals. Ivan got angry, not understanding what kind of nonsense he was talking, thinking that since he was from the queen's family, he could do anything. Oiden, smiling, did not want to say anything, but since everyone was going to die anyway, there was no point in holding back. Ivan did not listen to his speech, and began to attack. The demigod's apostle recoiled, dodging the blow. He jumped onto a tree branch. The man turned to the guy, saying that his head worked on its own, so it needed to be fixed. The gentleman got angry and said that he had better be careful with his words, because he was a lone man who did not dare to say anything to a member of the most noble family of elves, Fridikvad. Shayak stood up and stood next to the man who was telling Oiden to stop making the neighbor's dogs laugh, because he was nothing more than a demigod's lackey. The girl did not understand what was happening. The apostle put his hands forward, preparing to use magic, smiled, saying that it was impossible to reason with Ivan normally. The ground under the man's feet began to shake, and he confidently began to attack, dying from the desire to kill someone. Ivan frowned, preparing to attack. Shayak still did not understand what was happening. A crack appeared in the ground. Monsters began to crawl out of it. The girl did not believe what she saw in front of her. She looked in front of her, seeing how the gentleman Oiden was calling on immortals, realizing that he was the same necromancer. Ivan rushed into battle, and Shayax couldn't understand how he did it. An immortal appeared behind her, about to attack her. Ivan saved her by destroying the monster. The girl covered herself with her hands. The man looked at her, asking how much longer she would stand there like a pillar. Shayax looked at Ivan, who was eager to fight, and thought that these immortals were much stronger than those she saw outside, and there were unusually many of them. At this rate the village would be in danger. Ivan destroyed another immortal with his elbow. The battle continued, when the man said that he didn't think that the master was so sensitive, and would reveal himself so easily. Shayax looked at Ivan's back with incomprehension, who was preparing for a new blow, who said that she would witness that Oiden's apostle. The guy shouted that Lucas said that if they attacked the queen's brother without a single proof, then not only they would suffer, but the girl as well. Shayax's face began to sweat when she realized that Ivan had deliberately provoked the master because of this. She wondered if it was just because he had such a character. Oiden jumped down to the ground. The young man stood surrounded by the summoned immortals. Smiling, the boy spread his arms, declaring that the monsters were cute and friends, emitting a wonderful scent of death. After tearing off the head of one of the skeletons, Ivan declared that the beasts really were very similar to the apostle. The young man frowned when he heard that their disgusting faces were especially similar, which made him want to vomit. Oiden did not notice the magic circle beneath him, declaring that Ivan was becoming more and more impudent, asking him to die as soon as possible. The boy looked at his feet, not understanding what was happening. An explosion was heard, throwing him and the immortals into the distance. Oiden landed on the ground. The boy looked ahead in surprise. Sitting on the ground, he watched the huge flames, thinking that this was an incredible level, maybe even a 7-star. Behind the surprised gentleman, Lucas appeared, apologizing and saying that he wanted to say hello. That's why they say you need to watch your step. Ivan folded his arms across his chest, asking why the protagonist came so late, and the latter, scratching his head, said that he was delayed in the toilet. The protagonist turned around, declaring that it was not for nothing that they say that appearances can be deceiving. Oiden looked ahead emotionlessly when Lucas said that he was much more disgusting than he thought, maybe because he was dirty, although it was a little better than living, pretending to be white and fluffy. The guys laughed from the gentleman's face, when the girl behind him realized that this was not a provocation, but their true characters. The apostle got angry, saying that he would destroy them. Blood gushed out. Oiden cut his wrist with a knife, cursing them. The red liquid began to move on its own, forming a pattern. The master and friends were separated by a magic circle. Ivan took a fighting stance, realizing that Oiden had gone crazy. Not only did the summoner become a minion of a demigod, but he also signed a contract with the devil. The protagonist looked at the sky, not thinking that he would see it here. Asur, the demon of war, appeared before his comrades. Ivan swung his fist. He dealt a powerful blow to the living dead. The man frowned menacingly and asked his ally not to get in the way. Shayak said that she had nowhere to go. The girl narrowed her eyes in displeasure when the fighter sent her to the queen. The warrior blushed and asked her friend to tell Snow about everything and ask for help. The woman asked if his heart really beats faster even when he just remembers her. The elf made a dash forward and promised to return as soon as possible. The battle mage looked up and asked if this was the rumored great prince. Azura raised his hammer. Ivan doubted he could handle it, and concluded that they were in some trouble. Oiden pointed at the demon and ordered him to finish off these people. The monster raised its head. Its eyes lit up. The monster asked if this was the land of the elves. Standing next to it, The apostle asked what he was muttering and ordered him to deal with the enemies. The Prince of Darkness called the contractor too noisy. Azura looked back and asked if the fact that they made a contract with his worthless abilities made him a servant. The necromancer opened his mouth in shock. The demon promised to kill him if his attitude did not change. The heroes looked up. The monster said that he did not have any feelings for them, because a contract is a contract. The monster raised its leg and wished them away. Suddenly, the Prince of Darkness raised one eyebrow tensely when Lucas asked if he was called the Lord of the Hell of Horrific Deaths. A huge foot crashed into the ground right next to him. Cracks appeared under the heroes. An earthquake threw the living dead into the air. The villain jumped back. The boy stood calmly in the middle of the rubble. Azura removed his leg and concluded that this man knew him. The young man smiled and said that his memory had become very bad. The demon squinted and thought that this look seemed familiar to him. A ball of purple energy appeared in his hand. A bright light engulfed the master. Ivan extended his hand to him and asked what was happening. The Archmage opened his eyes wide. The man asked him to come to his senses. The heroes teleported to the dead rocks. Ghosts flew around the main character. The spirits bared their teeth and rejoiced at the appearance of a living person. The monster spread his arms and asked the guest who he was. Lucas pointed at himself and said that he asked him about it first. The monster grinned and called him quite stupid. They stood on top of a high cliff. The Lord of Hell assumed that his opponent still could not understand where he was and what this situation was. The boy sternly knitted his eyebrows. Standing at the edge of the cliff, the young man replied that this was a hell of horrific deaths, adding that here the Prince of Darkness could move one finger, and then not only his body but also his soul would disappear. Azura gripped the shaft of the hammer when the master said that he understood the situation perfectly. The demon swung the weapon and was glad that his enemy would die, knowing the cause of his death. The shock wave flew out of the cliff. A powerful attack destroyed the ground and threw debris into the air. The monster frowned when the Archmage said that he had lost his grip. Sitting on the hammer, the protagonist identified himself as the person who helped him observe everything that was happening from the very top. The monster narrowed its eyes. Lucas asked if it really did not recognize its savior just because its appearance had changed. The guy sat waiting for an answer with a smile on his face. The Lord of Hell smiled widely and laughed. Ghosts began to circle in the air. The Dark Prince narrowed his eyes slightly and said that during the time they had not seen each other, the apostle had become a very fragile person. The young man jumped to the ground. Azura asked what had happened and told him that, according to rumors, he had died in battle. The master frowned and explained that he did not have time to exchange greetings. The demon pursed his lips in displeasure and asked if his old acquaintance had simply come to collect a debt. The Archmage looked up. The monster was outraged by his irritating behavior. The monster spread its arms and promised to fulfill any one wish. Standing in front of him, the protagonist reminded him that they had once made a contract with Iris a long time ago and asked where she was now. The Lord of Hell lowered his head and replied that, unfortunately, he did not know. The Dark Prince placed his hands on his belt and told him that the Black Witch had unilaterally broken the contract with him after uniting with the demigod. Lucas' eyes widened in shock and said that it couldn't be. The demon sat down on the rocks and said that he was sure that it was true, because at that moment Barbatos and Japar were also present. The girl stood in front of the Lord and negotiated with him about something. The monster assumed that his contractor called them in order to take the most advantageous position in the fight of energy. A smile shone on her face. The woman looked quite adequate, and there were no signs of control over her. The monster concluded that she simply changed her position. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked when it was. The Lord of Hell narrowed his eyes and answered that it happened almost immediately after his disappearance. The young man scratched his chin and concluded that it was 4,000 years ago. The Prince of Darkness was surprised that so much time had passed. Azura placed his hands on his knees and remembered a man with silver hair and golden eyes. The master realized that they were talking about Shuhei. The Archmage frowned when he heard that Iris was probably looking for his tracks if she was still alive. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement when the demon said that his contractor wanted to find his core. A glowing golem core appeared in the memory. The Black Witch folded her arms across her chest. Anastasia was the name the great sage gave the golem, which was the masterpiece of his entire life. Lucas wondered why the girl was looking for her. The guy closed his eyes and concluded that in order to put everything in its place, Anastasia needed to be created, so he had no time for anything else. The young man looked at the monster and suggested that his debt was paid. The master pursed his lips when the monster called him not an ordinary person. The Lord of Hell rose to his feet and was surprised that his old acquaintance did not ask to hand over this entire world into his hands, but wanted to know the location of his ex. The Archmage noted that they had not actually met. The Dark Lord called it incredible that a man who would be killed could continue to speak so confidently. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked what they were talking about. Azura reminded him that the contractor wanted to destroy him. Lucas opened his mouth in shock and realized that he had completely forgotten about it. The demon turned around and walked away. The boy asked if he was not going to pay off his debt. The monster looked back and asked if they had not agreed that there was no more debt. The monster turned and spread his arms. The young man offered to make a contract with him. The Lord of Hell looked down and said that he thought his old acquaintance was skeptical about all kinds of contracts. The master raised his hands and explained that he would soon have to go through terrible trials. The Dark Lord frowned and asked what he could give him in his current state. The Archmage flashed his glowing eyes and offered him the last minutes of the demigod's life. Azura placed his hands on his waist and asked if the man still had vain hopes of winning. The protagonist asked if it wasn't obvious. Lucas narrowed his eyes in disdain and said that the demon could do anything with his soul if he failed. The monster looked down sadly. The ghost darted through the air. The monster concluded that such a man was worth making a contract with. The boy's mouth opened wide when the Lord of Hell agreed to lend him his power. Ivan grabbed his friend by the shoulders and asked what happened to him. The young man put his hand to his head and replied that he had gone somewhere for a while. The man asked what they were talking about. The fighter raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that his comrade was in hell. Oiden stood next to the Prince of Darkness. The apostle opened his mouth in horror and asked what this meant. Azura looked down at him and said that he couldn't kill the man because they had made a contract with him. The demon turned away and said that it was time for him to go back. The necromancer shouted that he didn't give him permission to do that. A beam of bright energy shot his hair. A stream of ominous mana flew past him. It left only destruction in its wake. The monster raised its index finger and asked the contractor to focus on surviving here. His body began to melt. The monster called the man a pathetic puppet. The Lord of Hell turned into clots of black energy. A huge pool of blood appeared around the villain. The fighter pointed at him and asked what just happened. The master replied that he went to hell and bribed the Prince of Darkness. The villain gritted his teeth in displeasure. Oiden waved his hands and called on dark energy. It seeped into the cracks in the ground. The living dead began to crawl out from there. The zombies headed towards the heroes. The warrior asked if there were even more of them this time. The Archmage frowned and noticed that it wasn't just their number that had increased. A huge hoof hit the ground. It was a rider on a bone horse. The cavalry stepped forward. The battle mage froze in place and asked how they differed from ordinary ghouls. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and explained that it was a bloody darkness that disintegrated above the darkness of death, which meant that these monsters were several times stronger than those who had been before. Ivan frowned with displeasure and pursed his lips. The man stretched his arms and concluded that they were just slightly more powerful sandbags. Lucas opened his mouth wide and shouted that things were bad for them. The guy saw the enemy jump into the air and was outraged that he had decided to run away. Flying over the trees, the apostle hoped that Krohiro would help him, because in this case he would be able to throw the enemies outside the village. Having hit his fist against his fist, the fighter promised to deal with the living dead and asked his friend to go in pursuit. Standing behind him, the young man asked if he really would not be lonely. The warrior asked him not to joke like that. The master put his hand on his fists. They were enveloped in a blue aura. The Archmage asked his comrade to be careful. The battle mage happily looked at his hands and said that this was not bad at all. Ivan began to crush the monsters and suggested that they arrange a real dance floor here. The main character flew into the air. He went in pursuit of the necromancer. The villain saw him and angrily clenched his teeth. The heroes landed in a clearing. They straightened up and looked at each other. The villain clenched his fist and was indignant that some man dared to make a contract with Azura. The villain raised his hand to the sky. A giant magic circle appeared in the clouds. A bone dragon flew out from there. Lucas summoned a staff in his hand. The monster turned into a block of ice. Its red eyes lit up. The monster fell to the ground. The guy lowered his head and said that he was very interested in something. The elf summoned several zombies and ordered him to shut up. The living dead rushed to attack, but they were immediately covered in a crust of ice. The frozen ghouls flew in different directions. The young man noticed that his opponent could do nothing but summon immortals. Oiden waved his hand and shouted that this was the power of death. Holding the staff in front of him, the master replied that this was just a control technique. The man threw up his hands and screamed in fear. The Archmage brushed away the gusts of icy wind and called Nazdak the ruler of death. The monsters froze like statues. The protagonist explained that only a demigod can revive the dead or kill people by letting them breathe in at least a little of the purple mist emitted from his body. Ice blocks broke into pieces. Lucas added that this deity even controls ghosts, and the body of a person he touches will melt. The guy approached the enemy. The apostle asked what this meant. The young man grabbed him by the throat. The necromancer fell to the ground. The master lowered his hand and called him too weak. The Archmage raised his eyebrows contemptuously and asked if he really was an apostle. The villain's eyes lit up. The villain looked at his hands and screamed piercingly. His eye exuded a dark mist. The elf turned to his lord. An ominous aura enveloped the protagonist. Lucas looked at the swirl of black energy and wondered if it was summoning magic. He noticed that his opponent's eye was actually artificial and understood why he couldn't find it. The dark mist began to take shape. The boy took a fighting stance in front of him. The master opened his mouth in surprise and felt a pressure that made it hard to even breathe. Nasdaq himself appeared in front of him. The demigod looked down. Eden raised his head and called himself his minion. Extending his hand, the man told him that his opponent had insulted him by saying that he had no power and explained that he had summoned him to protect his honor. The deity turned away and was surprised that his bait had been discovered so quickly. The necromancer opened his mouth in confusion and lowered his hand. The apostle smiled awkwardly and asked what they were talking about. Turning to him, the Archmage confirmed his guess and concluded that the real apostle was someone else. The protagonist frowned and realized that they would not be able to kill the god, even if they got rid of the elf. The monster looked down at him and asked how he managed to guess. Lucas looked up and asked how it was possible not to recognize, when all of Damelin was filled to the brim with traces of divine power. The monster with glowing eyes decided that sometimes such sensitive guys really did meet and asked if it hadn't happened too quickly, as if someone had given him a hint. The guy's eyes widened tensely. Floating in the air in front of him, Nasdaq told him that too many suspicious things had been happening among them lately, and that powerful creatures were dying out of nowhere without anyone knowing anything about it. Pursing his lips, the young man concluded that the enemy guessed about the traitor and understood what his words about the bait meant. The villain placed his hands on the ground. He was a trap that was created to find the traitor. The demigod's eyes widened. The master stated that this was the first time he saw him with his own eyes, and thought that it was good that Ivan was not here. Grinning, the Archmage noted that divine beings were much more talkative than he thought, and realized that if the enemy showed even a little emotion, it would be the end. The monster approached him and asked who he even was. The villain lowered his head and remembered how Azura called him a pathetic puppet. Turning to the master, Wyden asked what the bait meant, and stated that he gave up everything he had to follow him. The man clenched his fist and shouted that it was impossible. Nasdaq extended his hand to him. A powerful energy swirled in it. The demigod asked his minion to be quiet. Streams of mana fell on the necromancer. His face began to age. The next second, his body turned to dust. The protagonist saw black dust fall to the ground. Only one artificial eye rolled out of it. The heroes silently looked at each other. Lucas frowned tensely when the deity said that he was very surprised. The monster, shrouded in black lightning, explained that it was rare that he could not see through the intentions of a person who had not lived even 100 years. Raising his eyebrows, the monster said that this had happened for the first time and asked if the man knew what it meant. The boy narrowed his eyes. Nasdaq replied that this was enough to start suspecting him. The demigod pointed his finger at him and said that he should take a closer look at him. At that moment, his body evaporated into thin air. A vortex of dark energy appeared above the boy's head. Without turning around, the master sighed heavily. His blue eyes lit up. The Archmage turned his head and asked how long the observer would simply hide. Someone took a step forward. Snow put her hand on her belt and concluded that her comrade had noticed her. The girl stared at him indifferently. The protagonist wondered what had brought her here. Lucas looked back and assumed that his ally had deliberately revealed her presence. The heroes bowed their heads. There was a handful of ash on the ground. The woman was glad that her friend had allowed her brother to rest. Looking at her back, the guy wondered if they were relatives. Frowning, the queen said that she should have done it herself and expressed her gratitude. The young man asked if she knew that Eden was a puppet of the demigod. The elf closed her eyes and confirmed it. Snow looked back and said that she had known about it for a long time. A sword glimmered on her belt. The master assumed that her Hyrule had told her about it. The girl denied it, and explained that the world tree also depended to some extent on the influence of the demigod. The Archmage narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked how she knew this. The woman smiled. The queen pointed at her comrade and said that she learned about it from the same person who told him. The protagonist grinned and concluded that his ally was trying to deceive him too ineptly. Lucas's eyes widened when he heard that it was Ricky. The elf raised her eyebrows and said that she was on his side, so he had nothing to worry about. The guy looked at her puzzledly and asked who she was. Snow put her hand to her chest and asked if he didn't know the answer to this question. The young man said that he meant something completely different. Suddenly, the ground shook under his feet. The heroes looked around and wondered what it was. The master approached the fence and looked ahead. A huge magic circle appeared in the forest. The Archmage asked what was happening here. A fireball exploded the head of the bone dragon. The monster's corpse fell in front of Ivan. The man placed his hands on his knees, surrounded by many dead monsters. The fighter wiped his chin and complained of extreme hunger. The warrior looked back and heard screams from the village. Standing in front of the magic circle, the girl concluded that Nasdaq had implanted a seed into her brother. A bright purple light illuminated her. The woman realized that if he was absorbing and feeding on his divine power, then someone truly indomitable should appear now. The protagonist frowned with concern and said that this magic circle was too big. The battle mage gritted his teeth and asked what it was. A giant bone dragon appeared in front of him. Ivan said that it looked like soup that would not cook in 100 years. The queen took the bird mask in her hand. The elf put it on her face. Her white hair turned black. One strand wrapped around it several times. Snow stepped on the fence and explained that the entire village could be in danger. Lucas stared at her in surprise and asked if this was a transformation. The girl turned her head and replied that it was Genki's mask. There was a huge tree in the middle of the city. The woman said that she had a very distinctive appearance. The guy realized that his ally wanted to hide her true identity. A beam of ominous energy exploded. The bone dragon belched blue flames. The wizards ran together. They pointed their staffs at the enemy and asked the wind spirits for strength. The archers pulled the bowstring. The villagers began to attack the monster. The monster rose high into the sky. The attacks did not leave a scratch on it. Looking at it from the ground, the elf noticed that they were too few to withstand such an opponent. Shayax was angry that this was happening in the absence of a guard. The beast opened its mouth and prepared a new attack. The girl opened her mouth in fear. A powerful wave of energy rolled across the ground. It tore trees into splinters. People rushed to run away from the explosion. The woman lowered her staff. Someone shouted that they all needed to leave here. The mage frowned in worry and realized that the village would be completely destroyed. The bone dragon belched another wave of flame. Suddenly, something crashed into its head. The monster fell to the ground. The mages ran up to their ally and asked what just happened. Ivan opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Standing on the monster's head, the man was angry that his skull was so hard. Shayax opened her eyes wide and called out to him. A multitude of ice spikes appeared above the beast. The fighter ran away as they fell. The elf opened his mouth in anger and asked if a large army of mages had arrived. A blue aura enveloped the staff. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and thanked her comrade. The protagonist stood next to the warrior. The battle mage frowned and asked what happened to Eden. Lucas looked ahead and replied that the necromancer was dead and that they only had to deal with the bone dragon. The monster woke up and rose from the ground. Ivan asked his friend not to speak as if it would be so easy. The monster swung its sharp claws. The man's eyes widened in horror. Snow jumped into the air and parried the attack. The girl landed next to her ally. She put her hand on the hilt of her sword. The fighter asked who she was. The warrior narrowed his eyes in displeasure when the guy asked him not to whine, because they urgently needed to get rid of the enemy. The villagers stood behind the woman. The sorceress opened her mouth wide and shouted that Lady Sadhana from the guards of Hirul had arrived. The young man approached his friend and noticed that even her second personality was very popular. The queen said that she was thinking about inventing a third one. The battle mage pointed his finger at her and asked if this swordswoman was even more impudent. The master looked at him from under his brows and explained that for now they were on the same side, although he did not understand whether he could trust her. Covering her mouth with her hand, the elf was indignant at such rudeness and asked if it was possible to introduce her somehow better. The beast opened its mouth furiously and let out a loud cry. The Archmage walked towards him and asked his ally to introduce herself if she did not like something. Snow got into a fighting stance. Ivan hit his fist into his palm. The protagonist looked up and offered to put this baby to bed. The bone dragon spread its wings and bared its fangs. The local's eyes widened in amazement. The elf approached the sorceress and asked if it was not she who brought the people who fight together with the mistress. The man dealt a powerful blow. Shayax said that she had never heard of such techniques before. Boy crushed the monster's paw. The girl swung her sword. A few swings of the blade cut the second paw into pieces. Lucas jumped high into the air. The boy pointed his hand down and used a gravity blast. A huge magic circle appeared above the monster's body. The beast opened its mouth in fear, and the woman ran up to it. The queen decapitated it with one swing of her sword. The severed head flew into the air. The elf turned around and realized that something was wrong. The beast's head was right above Shayax. The sorceress's eyes widened in horror. The fighter protected her by kicking the skull. His furious eyes lit up. The bone dragon's head fell to the ground a few meters away. The warrior opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. The girl blushed when the battle mage called out to her. Clouds of dust rose above the corpse. The battle mage asked his friend to make meat for dinner today. A week later, birds were flying over the village. The heroes gathered in the throne room. Sitting on the throne, Snow asked the name of their savior. Ivan closed his eyes and trembled. The girl asked how long he was going to stand like that. The man blushed and asked if she was being too careless. A loud voice could be heard behind the closed doors. The fighter asked how their ally could invite two people into a closed room when she didn't even have guards with her. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. His consciousness became clouded. The warrior opened his eyes. The woman assured him that her abilities were enough to protect herself. The battle mage opened his mouth in amazement when he saw San in front of him and declared that she was that ill-mannered scoundrel. The queen smiled and expressed her gratitude to the heroes. The protagonist pursed his lips. The elf thanked him for his help, since they managed to rebuild the destroyed village in just a few days. There were building materials lying near the house. Snow was surprised that a person could have such a purification technique, and said that everyone was amazed by it. Closing his eyes, Lucas suggested to leave formalities and asked her to tell him everything. The boy approached his ally and asked who she really was. The girl looked at him and answered that she was Ricky's apostle. Standing behind, Ivan asked if he really had an apostle. The boy raised his eyebrows. Introducing a mountain village, the woman explained that she was the only ice elf on the continent because all of her fellow tribesmen were destroyed by the demigod, and added that she could not even approach him due to his incredible power. The queen lowered her head and said that she had no reason to refuse Ricky's offer. The master smiled and called her too careless. Placing his hand on his belt, the Archmage said that she should not tell them her whole story, and asked what would happen if they turned out to be puppets of another demigod and wanted to betray them. Sitting in front of him, the elf asked if this was true. The protagonist replied that it was just an example. Snow lowered the corners of her lips and explained that she trusted her lord. The sun's rays broke through the leaves. The girl added that her Hyrule trusted the saviors. Lucas frowned. The woman remembered that they had met their mother in her spiritual world, and said that the world tree was very grateful to him for his feat. Ivan frowned in displeasure and said that gratitude was not something that could be expressed in words. The queen closed her eyes and agreed with him. The elf headed for the door and promised to give the guests what they needed. The man put his hand on his belt and warned her that he would not hold back if it was some kind of grass. The boy thought about how his friend had not even been able to open his eyes until recently. The heroes went down the stairs. Following his ally, the fighter asked how much longer they had to go. Snow replied that they were going to the roots. They went down to the garden. The girl explained that her guests would be the first people to get there. Bright lights flickered in the air. The heroes came out onto a wide path. The warrior looked up and asked if these were glowing flies. The boy explained that they were spirits. The master raised his eyebrows and added that it was a fantastic sight, looking at which it was hard to believe that all this was happening in their world. The boys approached a small tree. Red fruits grew on it. The battle mage asked if there was another tree inside one tree. The queen replied that it was the foundation of their mother. The elf touched the fruits and called them good. Snow picked 2 fruits and asked the saviors to eat them. Ivan took it in his hand and reminded them of what would happen if they were forced to eat some grass. The girl pointed at it and said that it was a fruit, not grass. The man shouted that they were the same thing. The Archmage looked at the fruit and said that if you eat it, you can double your mana supply in just one day. The protagonist put the gift in a bag and decided that he would need to thank her Hyrule. The woman looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really not going to eat it. The queen pursed her lips. Lucas explained that if you eat it in a human body without special preparation, then for a week he will suffer real mortal pain. Closing her eyes, the elf called him too boring and said that he should be as human as his friend. The fighter wiped his cheek and said that this fruit did not taste so bad. The boy opened his mouth in horror and called him crazy. The warrior narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The battle mage fell to his knees and screamed loudly. The young man put his hand on his back. A powerful energy enveloped Ivan. The master asked him to concentrate and explained that he had temporarily extracted some mana, but it would return to him very soon. The man frowned furiously and said that this scoundrel had given him poison. The Archmage asked him to be silent and not stop concentrating. Snow brought her fist to her mouth and laughed. The protagonist warned his friend that his insides would melt if he relaxed. The girl squatted down and concluded that the village would be quiet for a week. The fighter promised to kill her. The woman took off her mask and replied that it was his own fault. The queen approached the warrior and said that it was actually interesting to tease him. Spirits flickered around the heroes. The battle mage thought that in front of him was a monster in a woman's guise who was going to catch him and devour him. The villagers walked along the decorated streets. A musical ensemble performed on the stage. The protagonist smiled awkwardly when he was thanked for saving their lives. The elves surrounded him from all sides. The girl blushed with embarrassment and told him that thanks to him her family was able to survive the disaster, and said that they did not know how to repay him for it. Lucas raised his hand and said that their courage saved this village. The guy smoothed his hair and was indignant that the queen arranged all this, and then ran away and left him here alone. Ivan sat in the lotus position. The young man envied him. The girl hugged him tightly. The master suggested that he should have eaten this fruit and stayed with him. The Archmage looked back when someone called him a hero. Camilla folded her arms across her chest. Running up to her, the protagonist asked if she really came to talk about that urgent matter and said that they needed to leave right now. The woman asked what they were talking about. Lucas pointed behind him and asked her to cover him. The boy ran away. The locals asked him to stay, because the festival was just beginning. At the edge of the forest stood a round house. Its door opened. A trembling young man entered. Snow, sitting at the table, waved to him. Shayax bowed and decided that it was time for her to go. The sorceress went out the door. The master passed by the table. The girl told him that they had been best friends ever since she came to Rirand. The woman leaned on her hand and explained that the elf had become close to her, despite her history. The Archmage fell on the bed. The queen asked what happened to him. The swordswoman put her hand on the table and asked him to get ready to go. Snow approached her comrade and said that they should go to Ricky, The protagonist asked why they were doing this. Lucas frowned in disappointment. The girl said that they had something to discuss. The heroes walked along a mountain stream. Following his ally, the boy asked if she could leave the village like that. The woman put on a mask and explained that even if she was spotted, there would be no problems. The queen looked back and suggested that they hurry, because her lord did not like to wait. The young man put his hand on his belt and asked if his friend was really going to walk. The elf decided that fast movement was too conspicuous, so they had no other choice. The master raised his hand above the ground. A magic circle appeared under it. The Archmage put his hand on the swordswoman's shoulder. Snow looked at him and remembered that in order to use the teleport, a magic circle must also be drawn in the secret hideout. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that this was not at all necessary. The heroes evaporated in a bright blue light. A small house was overgrown with ivy. The guys appeared right in front of him. Lucas turned around and said that they were there. The girl took off her mask and realized that it was the first time she saw such a stable teleport. The guy approached the door. The woman was surprised that they were able to teleport without a second circle, just by coordinates. The door opened in front of the heroes. There was purple energy inside. The young man concluded that their comrade really did not like waiting. Ahead was a long corridor with armor. The queen raised her eyebrows when the master said that he wanted to check something. The Archmage stopped and raised his head. Ricky peeled an apple and asked the guests to sit at the table. The elf immediately sat down next to him. The man looked up when the protagonist stated that Eden was not an apostle of Nasdaq. Lucas frowned sternly and asked if he had anything to say about this. The demigod put the dish on the table and was surprised that there was such a simple method to find out. The guy stepped on a plate of apples. The heroes looked at him in confusion. Snow threw a stern look at her friend and asked him to stop. The dish was lying on the floor. The young man narrowed his eyes suspiciously and explained that they almost died because of it. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The deity raised his eyebrows and asked if he really needed to apologize for that. The master looked down and replied that it would be right. Looking at him, the woman wondered how he could provoke an apocalypse that was among the 5 strongest, and thought about how this creature could get rid of anyone by simply moving one finger. Ricky lowered the corners of his lips. Putting his hand to his chest, the man apologized and promised to check the information more thoroughly. The queen looked at him in amazement. The Archmage smiled and was glad that his ally understood everything. The protagonist sat down at the table in the lotus position. The elf cast a puzzled look at him and assumed that her comrade simply wanted to test the lord in this way. Lucas took a sip from his cup. Snow realized that he was still trying to confirm that the demigod had betrayed everyone else. Looking at her master, the girl thought that the deity would not tolerate such humiliation, and wondered what would happen if he really turned out to be an enemy. Apocalypse stuck his hand into his robe and explained that he called the guests today to convey something. Ricky placed the crystal that appeared after killing Indra on the table. The boy took it in his hand and realized that its level was different from what he had before. The young man narrowed his eyes and decided that with the help of such energy, it was possible not only to instantly reach the 8 stars, but also to take possession of Indra's characteristics. The master placed the crystal on the table and concluded that with the acquisition of new abilities, his mana would disappear. The Archmage frowned sternly and asked what his ally was proposing. Sitting across from him, the man asked him to drink this and attend the meeting of the demigods with him in 3 months. The protagonist asked if there could be anyone there besides the demigods and their apostles. Lucas raised his eyebrows when he was called. The deity looked up and offered him to become his apostle. Snow, with her mouth wide open, asked what they were talking about and stated that he would not be able to do so, although divine powers appeared with the help of a secret recipe. The girl frowned and reminded him that the Lord would also be present at the meeting. Apocalypse lowered the corners of his lips and said that demigods are not omnipotent. Ricky looked away and explained that he failed to realize that Eden was bait, so the Lord could also make a mistake in his analysis. The boy stared at him thoughtfully. The youth looked at the crystal and asked if the Lord really wanted him to drink this and go to the meeting, pretending to be his apostle. The man looked down and confirmed it. The master put the bottle on the table and refused. Sitting at the table, the deity inquired about the reasons for the refusal. The Archmage answered that he could not lose mana. The protagonist looked at his comrade from under his brows and said that for him it was tantamount to death. The Lord put his hands on his knees and asked if this was some kind of pride. Lucas said that this was the thought of a realist who wanted to destroy the demigods. Apocalypse frowned sternly. Ricky narrowed his eyes and asked what his friend would do if he could seize both mana and divine power. The guy frowned tensely and explained that hypotheses that cannot be put into practice are useless. The man gave him a serious look and said that he would be able to do it because the blood of the Blake family flows in him. The young man pursed his lips. The master closed his eyes and asked what his family had to do with it. The demigod stood up and explained that he had known about his existence for quite some time. The deity turned away and said that his guest was the 3rd son of the Blake family, who was ignored by everyone due to his lack of magical abilities, and that he entered the academy as if he had been cast out of his family. The ruler touched the bamboo and stated that the children of the Blake family spoke so strongly when they said that they would destroy the demigods. The Archmage raised his eyebrows and asked how he had such knowledge about the human race. Apocalypse smoothed the leaves and replied that there was no one in his world who did not know about this family. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise when Ricky explained that his family had always been some kind of huge experiment site for them. The man introduced the people in the capsules and said that research into the interaction of divine power and mana had been going on for a long time, and that once Rairin took control of them, they accelerated even more. Lucas frowned tensely. The girl held documents in her hands. The research had been going on for hundreds of years and was accompanied by tens of thousands of trials and errors. The sun's rays illuminated the mansion, and after that, the Blake family appeared. The boy placed his hands on the table and asked if his family really came from demigods. The deity looked back and confirmed it. Clouds floated above the castle. The Castco Empire was one of the countries that the demigods had a particularly strong influence on. The boy widened his eyes and wondered what was going on here. In the memory, Shepard clasped his hands and said that Isaka was in contact with the demigods. Then the boy looked at his brother and said that the blood of the Blake family also flowed in his veins. He looked down and hoped that the young man would not learn magic. The child lowered the corners of his lips and asked him not to trust the circles. With a sad frown, the Lord explained that people of this kind do not lose their mana even after becoming apostles, and asked the guest to become one and attend a meeting with him. Looking at him through the darkness, the master wondered how he managed to move into Frey's body, and assumed that it was not an accident, but an inevitability. The Archmage frowned with displeasure. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Lucas took the crystal and said that this was not a question that could be decided right now. The guy put the vial in a bag and asked to give him time to think. The young man headed for the exit. The Apocalypse asked him not to make him wait too long. Ricky smiled and said that he hated long waits. The master frowned sternly. In the mountains there were 3 high cliffs. The drakes flew around them, baring their teeth. The monsters bowed their heads. Someone passed them. Phoenix walked forward between the ranks of submissive monsters. The bird left them behind. The girl pursed her lips and mentally declared that she would keep her promise and become the queen of these territories. The woman turned around when she heard a sound. The divine being looked at the rocks and remembered that there was a dungeon there. Phoenix flew high above the lake. She landed on an island. The bird passed by trees. Suddenly, something made her flinch and look up. Someone was standing in front of her. Iris folded her arms over her chest. The girl wondered who it was. Suddenly, the woman closed her eyes and grabbed her head. In the memory, the Black Witch raised her hand and promised to kill the monster if he followed her. The divine being looked at her hand and realized that it was Torkud's memories. The stranger turned away and left. Phoenix followed her, trying to stop her. The heroes came out to the tree where the entrance to the dungeon was. The sorceress' eyes widened in surprise and asked if the last room was really open. The bird approached her and asked what they were talking about. Iris's mouth opened in shock and realized that he had returned. The girl extended her hand to her and asked who she was talking about. The woman frowned furiously and called her to answer. The moment the divine being tried to touch the guest, she disappeared. Phoenix's mouth opened in amazement. Black smoke appeared in the air. Standing next to the tree, the bird wondered who it was. Ivan was sitting in the lotus position and continued to meditate. The protagonist approached him and asked his ally if he could take this place for a while. Lucas looked at the crystal and explained that it would take him a week to melt all the mana. Snow allowed him to do what he thought was necessary. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked him to eat and drink the supplies she left here. The guy opened his mouth in shock and asked if these leaves were really food, because it seemed to him that something had sprouted from his comrade's sweat. The woman brought her fist to her mouth and asked if it wasn't funny. Turning away, the queen waved her hand and hoped that her friend would survive and they would see each other again. The young man sat down on the ground and wondered if a body that could possess both divine power and mana could be called human. The master squeezed the vial in his hand and suggested that he would cease to be human if he drank its contents. The Archmage looked ahead silently. The protagonist drank the elixir and thought that he was ready to do anything if it would help him destroy the demigods. Streams of powerful energy surrounded his body. The elf leaned against a tree. Snow frowned and realized that she did not understand at all what it meant to have a body that could maintain divine power and mana in harmony. Walking through the forest, the girl was glad that a man who had not lived even 100 years could amuse her so well. Ivan opened his eyes and began to breathe heavily. The man rose to his feet and said that he almost died while trying to calm this damned mana. The fighter looked at his hand and concluded that the woman had not deceived him. The warrior clenched his fists and felt his renewed strength. The battle mage looked back when someone called out to him. Chewing grass, Lucas asked if he wanted a snack. Ivan replied that it would be better to die of starvation. The man stretched his shoulders and asked how much time had passed. It turned out that he had been here for 9 days. The fighter looked away. The boy was sitting on the ground. The warrior realized that he did not feel his mana at all, as if he was an ordinary person. The young man looked down. The battle mage felt something similar to confidence and resistance to any temptations that always came from him. Ivan frowned sternly and asked if his friend had really developed. The master closed his eyes and replied that he had moved on to the 8th star. Putting his hand on his belt, the man asked how old he was, and upon hearing that his comrade was only 20, he declared that he would call him older brother. Sitting down next to him, the fighter assumed that their task was over, and thought that this was the only person who had turned out to be stronger than him. The warrior said that it was time for him to finish his business. The Archmage looked back and asked what they were talking about. The battle mage frowned sternly, and replied that he was looking for the legacy of Cassigen. Ivan presented the artifacts engulfed in flames and explained that, according to his mentor, he needed to find them to become even stronger. The protagonist put his hand on his knee and asked who trained him. The man replied that it was the king's previous successor. The fighter raised his eyebrows and added that he had a disgusting character, but incredible strength. The warrior lowered his head and asked what his friend was going to do now. Lucas told him that Ricky offered him to become an apostle and go with him to the meeting of the demigods. The battle mage turned around in shock and asked why this happened so suddenly. Bright spirits flickered in the air. The heroes sat opposite each other. Ivan narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked if his comrade was a hybrid who could simultaneously use both divine power and mana. The guy smiled awkwardly and confirmed it. The man frowned with displeasure and declared that his life was disgustingly unlucky. Lights flew around the fruit tree. The heroes met at the gate. The young man smiled and asked his friend to take care of the fighter. Shayax closed her eyes and promised to show him the way to Damelin. The girl looked away and blushed. The master turned to his comrade and called out to him. Standing next to him, the Archmage explained that in a year and a half there would be a period for the meeting of the circles and that all the most important people would be there. The protagonist slyly knitted his eyebrows and said that he was going to go there and turn everything upside down. The warrior frowned and asked what this meant. Lucas reminded him that the circles were currently in a real mess. The woman watched them from the side. The guy said that they needed to do a general cleaning, get rid of the trash, and put everything in its place. Holding onto the belts, the battle mage asked what this meant. The young man assumed that he would be bored. Ivan looked down and asked what his friend meant. The master raised his eyebrows and said that he wanted to make him a special guest. The man closed his eyes and laughed. His laughter could be heard high above the trees. The boys bumped fists and promised to see each other in a year and a half. The Archmage looked up and repeated it. The fighter and the sorceress went out through the gate. The protagonist frowned as they left. Lucas narrowed his eyes and asked what she wanted this time. Snow jumped down from the tree. The girl approached her ally and asked to call her Sadhna when she was wearing a mask. The guy explained that he could not understand her identity because the energy was the same. The woman frowned and noticed that her comrade looked completely different. The young man smiled. The queen assumed that this was the power of the crystal. The elf put her hand on her belt and asked if he was going to go to Ricky. She looked up and wanted to go with him. The sun's rays illuminated the secret refuge. The heroes appeared next to him with the help of a magic circle. The master extended his hand to open the door. Suddenly he flinched when the man asked him not to come closer. The guys stopped in front of the house. The demigod asked them to hide so that they would not be noticed. The door slowly opened. The snakes stuck out their tongues. A monster similar to Medusa Gorgon came out of the house. The guys hid behind a bush. The monster said that it was sure that it felt mana. The deity came out after him and concluded that it was a mistake. The hydra tilted its head and asked if this was true. The woman smugly licked her lips. The Archmage gritted his teeth and realized that this was another demigod. Suddenly, Snow almost fell, but the main character managed to catch her. The monster turned its head when she heard a rustle in the bushes. Looking at her back, the Lord asked where she went. The monster replied that she felt energy coming from there. Apocalypse replied that his apostle was there. Hydra raised her hand and asked if she was imagining things. Ricky narrowed his eyes and reminded her that they must hide from all their apostles. The woman remembered that the Lord told them to do so. Her eyes lit up. The demigod declared that she had excellent eyesight. The monster leaned towards her colleague and asked if his apostle was an elf. The man asked what was wrong with that. The monster pouted and explained that the bait that Nasdaq had used not long ago was also an elf. With one swing of his sword, the deity cut off her head. Hydra spread her arms and realized that this was the traitor. Many snakes burst out of her neck. They flew in different directions. The woman said that she had to report everything so that she would be praised. The overlord intercepted the sword. In the same second, the reptiles were cut into small pieces. Green blood splashed onto the ground next to the guys. Smoke came out of it. The protagonist realized that in fact it was a strong acid and a deadly poison. Standing behind the apocalypse, Lucas realized that he did not even see him take out the sword, and assumed that this was his special technique. Ricky narrowed his eyes and said that they missed 2 heads. The man raised his eyebrows and added that one of them went south. The deity pointed towards the forest and said that the second one went there. The guy looked back and said that he would take it on himself. Introducing a grinning Hydra, the Overlord said that her strength lies in her incredible survivability and ability to revive, and asked his comrades to be careful with her blood, which is a strong poison. The heroes frowned. Apocalypse added that this monster was weak to fire, and asked them to immobilize her and wait for his help. The monster broke through the trees and laughed maliciously. The head stuck out its tongue, and its eyes lit up. The guys ran after it. The young man frowned menacingly and suggested splitting up, because they still had no plan. Snow agreed with him and jumped onto a tree. The master stretched out his hand forward, trying to catch up with the enemy. His fingers were enveloped in a bright aura. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. Something flew out of the tongues of flame. The Hydra, having lost its arm, hung in the sky. However, its severed limb immediately grew back in the same place. The girl made a dash forward and chopped off its head. The queen looked up and saw the enemy. The woman spat green blood in her direction. The elf opened her mouth in fear and realized that she would not have time to dodge. The protective barrier saved her from the poison. The swordswoman put her weapon in front of her and opened her eyes wide. Dust rose in front of the force field. 2 more snakes burst out of the demigod's neck. The new heads stuck out their tongues and bared their fangs. Snow looked up tensely. The monster threw her aside. The girl realized that she had to buy time. The monster dragged her through the trees. The queen crashed into the trunk, trying to block the attack. Her feet crashed into the ground. The elf opened her mouth wide and looked away. She managed to throw the enemy away from her. The swordswoman looked at the sky and wondered if this was a force divided into 9 parts. The snake placed its hands on its belt and was surprised at what Apostle Ricky was capable of. Many snakes burst out of the Hydra's mouth. They flew in different directions. A few swings of the sword cut the reptiles into pieces. Swinging the blades, Snow realized that she would die if she missed even one snake. The girl turned her head, continuing to chop the enemies. The mask flew off her face. Looking at the rain of poisonous snakes, the queen wondered who would have thought that demigods were so strong. Her sword sank into the ground. Closing her eyes, the elf asked her friend for forgiveness and thought about how she couldn't even buy him some time. The reptiles rushed towards her from the air. A powerful blue energy threw them back. The monster looked to the side in horror. A bright sun was shining in front of her. The woman wondered if that was where the north was. Looking around, the monster noticed the real sun and asked what it was. The protagonist was floating in the air in front of a giant fireball. Lucas raised his hand and cast a spell. The boy put his hand forward and the flames fell on the demigod. A giant cluster of energy engulfed the Hydra. The swordswoman, lying on the ground, barely raised her gaze. The fire burned holes in the monster. It evaporated into thin air. The energy around the heroes dissipated. Snow wondered how her comrade could kill the demigod so easily. The girl closed her eyes and realized that she had become a burden to him. The young man lowered his hands. In the memory of being tormented by dozens of hands, the master could only think about magic as if it were entertainment for him. Sitting down next to his ally, the Archmage thought that the abilities he had achieved were impossible to use with the power he had until that moment, and decided that he could use them after reaching the 8th star. The protagonist took the woman in his arms and concluded that he could defeat the demigods. The queen opened her eyes. Lucas frowned. The elf realized that he did not feel any fatigue, and wondered if he did not have to spend all his strength even for this. Ricky came out of the portal next to them. The man looked at his comrade in surprise. There was devastation everywhere. The Lord learned that the boy was able to kill the Hydra. Apocalypse sternly knitted his eyebrows and wondered how this was possible. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The demigod suggested returning to his shelter. Night fell on the forest, where the old house was. Sitting at the table, the deity explained that he would not be able to hide the death of the Hydra for long, and that Ananta would soon learn about what happened. The young man asked who they were talking about. The heroes opened their mouths in surprise when they learned that this was the demigod who controlled the poison. The master imagined an old man in a black robe and realized that they were talking about him. Ricky turned to his friend and said that they did not have time to think about everything. The Archmage looked at him indifferently. The man understood that he had already made a decision. The protagonist took the mug and said that he drank the elixir, but had not yet tested his divine powers. The Lord asked how he managed to subdue these powers. Lucas took a sip and replied that it was not that difficult. Apocalypse sadly frowned and explained that there were 3 months left until the meeting and that he would have to train without using magic to curb his divine powers. The guy frowned and asked why he needed to do without mana. The demigod rose to his feet and said that the Lord was very clever, so he needed to completely block the remaining traces of mana in his body with divine energy. The deity placed his hand on the sword and offered to begin. Snow raised her eyebrows. Ricky asked if his new apostle could definitely withstand it. The young man asked him not to ask such stupid questions if they really did not have much time left. The heroes headed for the exit. The master looked back when the girl called out to him. White hair fluttered into the air. The woman hugged her comrade tightly. The queen blushed and explained that people do this when saying goodbye to those they trust. The Archmage smiled and said that if she hugged Ivan, the battle mage would faint. The elf said that she would miss him. The man scratched his chin and thought that he would never understand this life form. The swordswoman pitifully frowned and asked her friend to be careful. The protagonist closed her eyes and asked her to say hello to Shayax and Camilla. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. Trees flew into splinters. Lucas made a dash towards the Lord. Lightning darted around his hand. The guy released a wave of fire forward. Apocalypse looked at him indifferently from under his brows. Streams of energy went around him and did not cause any damage. The youth clenched his teeth tensely. The master jumped high into the air. The Archmage raised his hand above his head. A dense cloud swirled around him. The apostle directed his hands to the ground, and lightning fell upon it. The flow of energy split in half. The crack began to widen. Soon, the entire aura dissipated around the demigod. The deity pulled the sword from its sheath. The protagonist hung in the air, bending his knees. Lucas smiled and asked if his mentor had pulled out his weapon. Ricky raised his eyebrows and said that the training of divine powers was over. The boy clenched his fists and was happy about this news. The young man began to wave his arms. The man could not believe that he had managed to achieve such a result in just 2 months, and realized that this man was superior even to Snow. The Lord sheathed his weapon and said that no one had yet learned about the death of Hydra. The master raised his hands in surprise when the apocalypse said that he would be present at the meeting, as they planned, and that it was time for them to move. The demigod raised his eyebrows and asked if there were any problems. The Archmage narrowed his eyes in displeasure, and replied that everything was fine. A river flowed nearby. The deity told them that they needed to go to the kingdom of Ronoble, and offered to use the teleportation stone to pill it. The apostle opened his mouth in amazement. Ricky explained that his body was not able to withstand the space-time transfer. The heroes walked through the mountains. Following the mentor, the protagonist was surprised that he had to go somewhere with the demigod. Lucas looked up when someone ordered him to stop. The bandit put his hammer on his shoulder and said that they would have to pay to go further along this road. The old man opened his mouth wide and shouted that even small children, seeing them, stopped crying from fear. The guy closed his eyes in displeasure. The robber promised to spare their lives if they gave everything they had. The man's eyes widened in surprise and asked what this meant. The scoundrel pointed at him and said that the wanderer was thin as a skeleton, but he had a good sword. The Lord narrowed his eyes and assumed that in front of him were those same doctors. The young man called this misunderstanding too strange. The bandit grabbed his hammer and threatened to kill the wanderers if they did not obey him. Apocalypse looked down and explained that they had nothing on them. The master stepped forward and raised his hand. Bright lightning fell on the bandits. The old man opened his mouth wide and lost consciousness along with his minions. The villains fell to the ground. Dust rose into the air. Standing behind his ward, the demigod noticed that they were not dead. The Archmage narrowed his eyes angrily and said that he was even ashamed to kill such weaklings. The apostle stepped forward and reminded them that they did not have time. The protagonist smoothed his hair. The deity called people very interesting creatures. Ricky smiled broadly and decided that this was the most intricate life form of all. Lucas looked back and asked what it meant. The heroes continued their way through the mountains. The man replied that he did not mean anything like that. The circle members were sitting at the table. One of them, putting her hand on her head, asked if it was true that the sword had made a move. The man, looking at her, answered affirmatively. His gaze was directed straight at her. Looking at his ally, the mage knew that this was the second person in Fistban Amlet, and although she looked like a little girl, she was actually a vampire who had lived for hundreds of years, and she really did not feel right. The vampire, looking to the side, asked about the destination, and someone answered that it was Philith. They were still sitting at the table when someone asked if they were going to catch demigods with such a composition. One of them looked to the side, listening to the girl's words about how they apparently forgot about what happened during that terrible battle with Nasdaq, because the Trowman Brotherhood was destroyed in one night. One of the old men frowned, listening to someone's words about how they managed to learn only one thing after such a loss. The guy also looked away, listening to his ally explain that they now knew that the demigod controlled time. Shepard, with his mouth slightly open, said that they were not going to fight these demigods. She looked at him. The guy, looking somewhere, explained that they were planning to set up surveillance. The vampire, with her mouth slightly open, asked about the name of her interlocutor. Heinz, turning his head, introduced himself. The girl, smiling, noted that in that case this was the very same young leader of Strong Knuckles, who was extremely popular. The guy, looking at her, said that he learned about a meeting where all the demigods would gather in one place, and the ally asked how he knew about this. Immediately after, the young man looked away. The vampire, putting her hand on her face, asked if this meant that he had overheard her father's conversation. Raising her hand, she asked him not to be afraid, because there were rumors that it was Heinz who reported that Isaka was hanging out with demigods. Charles, smiling, explained that he was suspicious in a sense, because how could one trust someone who had earned his authority by selling his own father? The guy was still looking somewhere. The girl's eyes turned slightly red. The young man, closing his eyes, said that the meeting would take place somewhere in Ruinoble, which meant that the sword was going to be moved from Philip to Ruinoble with the help of a teleportation stone. Jerome, opening his mouth, noted that demigods did not need to use such stones. The guy, folding his hands in front of himself, said that this was an extremely good remark on his part, and explained that the fact that the demigod was going to use a teleport meant that he wanted to bring an apostle with him, who was unable to use space-time travel. The man, opening his mouth, asked again about the apostle. The young man, still holding his hands in front of him, explained that at this meeting, each demigod would come with their own apostle. The girl, with her mouth wide open, screamed a question about whether this information was accurate, and the interlocutor replied that this was the reason why they had to find out everything about this meeting, regardless of the possible danger. Heinz, with his mouth slightly open, explained that in history, there had never been a case of more than a few dozen demigods gathering, and it was obvious that something incredibly important would be discussed. There were burning candles on the table when the guy said that such surveillance of the demigods would be tantamount to suicide, because one small mistake could destroy the entire circle. Bowing his head, the young man began to say something about apostles. The girl, looking away, noted that in case of failure, they would just need to shut their mouths. She smiled. The city appeared and someone asked if there were any objections to waiting in file 8 and watching the sword move. The rest answered negatively. People were standing in line near the gate. The hero, holding out a document, introduced himself as an A-rank hunter, and then the guard said that the check was over. The guy, closing his eyes, thanked him. The warrior raised his hand again, asking the next person to pass him a name card. The man handed him the document. The comrade, opening his mouth, introduced himself as a D-rank mercenary. The protagonist, turning around, heard the guard say that the check was over, but he could not understand why he had made a fake document with his real name. The comrade, standing next to him, asked what was going on. The two of them walked along the streets of the city. The young man, opening his mouth, suggested that they go straight away and register for the teleportation stone. The comrade, looking away, agreed with him. They continued on their way through the city. Some houses appeared. There were several empty plates on the table, and someone's words were heard that it was already annoying that the teleport to Ruinoble would only work in 3 days. The hero, pointing his finger, noted that they could consider themselves lucky, because this was abroad and therefore if he was picky, he could end up with his hands and feet tied for several weeks. Ricky, getting up from the table, said that he would take a short walk after the meal. The guy, looking at him, asked where he was going alone. The same one answered that he was going to visit the Blake family estate. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked again. The demigod, looking away, explained that they should already know that they were here and if he did not go now, they would find him themselves. The young man was still sitting at the table, listening to his question about whether he thought that the hero would also be harassed, and also the words about how he might be able to find out Ryiren's direction. The comrade, with his mouth slightly open, explained that the protagonist's father could be this girl's apostle. The young man narrowed his eyes a little. Still sitting at the table, the hero noted that the more they had to talk about it, the less strength he had. Getting up, the guy said that the circle knew that Isaka had joined hands with the demigods, but even so, they did not suspect that he could be an apostle. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist explained that he was still using mana. Imagining a human body, the young man explained that the ability to use mana even after accepting sacred powers was a family secret of the Blake family, which was also a weak point for the circle. The comrade looked at him. Looking somewhere, the boy remembered that none other than Heinz had reported Isaac's movement to the circle, but he couldn't understand why he hadn't told them about the secret of his family. Without opening his mouth, the young man tried to figure out what this man could be planning. His comrade, coming closer, said that he would tell him something, but nothing too important. Bringing his head closer, the demigod explained that they were already being followed. The hero suddenly opened his eyes wide. His comrade, opening his mouth, said that someone was watching them with the help of tamed spirits, and the boy realized that this was precisely why he hadn't noticed this surveillance. Remembering the house in the middle of the forest, the protagonist realized that from the moment he had to be alone in the forest, someone was constantly hiding nearby and, apparently, they followed him after that barrier was closed. The hero, opening his mouth, noted that this surveillance was definitely the work of the circle. The companion, looking away, explained that this surveillance was from the leadership of the circle. Ricky, with his mouth slightly open, explained that after he had to leave, these people would try to get closer to the interlocutor, because it was much safer for them to attack an apostle than a demigod, and asked what he would do. Standing in front of him, the comrade added that if he wanted, they could kill them all right now. The young man, with his mouth open, replied that there was no need to do that yet. The guy, raising his head, explained that he was also interested in how well the members of the circle were doing their job. The companion, smiling, asked if he was going to conduct an exam and check whether they could be used in the future. Leaving, Ricky asked him to be careful. Some insect flew into the room. It flew over the guy's head. Immediately after, the creature landed on a lamp on the wall. The insect was looking somewhere. The demigod was standing on the street. Some silhouettes were visible on the town hall. The old man, with his mouth open, asked where the sword was heading. The ally assumed that it was going in the direction of the Blake estate. The young man, standing behind them, said that he would follow the demigod. Immediately after, the guy turned to the girl. Suddenly, her eyes widened. That insect appeared right away. The creature was flying after the hero. When someone asked who the person accompanying the sword was, the vampire explained that it was a mercenary who was listed as an A-rank mage, but about 2 months ago suddenly disappeared during a mission. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, said that this was enough, because in any case, this person was a fake. The ally added that they would begin the investigation from the very beginning. The vampire's gaze was directed somewhere. Charles, with his mouth slightly open, answered negatively and said that he would take care of it himself. She pulled the curtains in the room. Immediately after, the girl turned around. The vampire brought her finger to her mouth. Blood began to flow down it. A symbol was drawn on the floor with it. Something began to appear in the center of this symbol. The woman, smiling, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The vampire, squatting, explained that she had a certain request. Rillis, raising a finger, noted that she must fulfill any request. Immediately after, the girl looked to the side. The hotel building appeared and she said that there was a man spending the night on the 3rd floor of one of the guest houses, which was located in the western part of this city. Having introduced this man, the vampire ordered her assistant to spy on his sleep. The woman, opening her mouth, asked if she really called her for such a trifle. The vampire, looking up, explained that she could not leave a trace of outside interference under any circumstances, because now she could only trust her assistant. The succubus, taking her by the face, said that she spoke very nicely and asked about what she should get to know, and the girl asked her to take her hands off. Charles, with her mouth open, explained that she needed to find out if the meeting of the demigods was really going to take place and added that if it was, then she should find out the reason for such a meeting. The assistant began to disappear, saying that the vampire needed to wait just a little bit. She was sitting by the bookshelf. Suddenly, the succubus appeared next to her. Looking away, the woman said that she had failed. The vampire, looking at her, asked why she had failed to complete the task. The assistant, standing in a certain pose, asked whether the guy was even human and also explained that usually it was enough for her to move her body a little for the man to open his soul to her, but he did not even flinch, which is not typical for a person. Charles squinted, listening to the succubus's words that he could be a castrate, because perhaps that is why the guy became a magician. The summoning circle appeared as Rillis was talking about how there were rumors that if a man remained a virgin until he was 30, he would become a mage once he had unlocked his mana. But he didn't even look that old, so the girl asked to just go back. The woman, massaging her head, said that she had thought about entering there by force and then erasing the memory, but that looked too dangerous, so Charles asked again about it. Her mouth opened wide after the assistant said that the man had made a contract with the Grand Duke. The succubus, with her mouth slightly open, said that although she hadn't been able to figure out who the prince was, if she had to continue, they would definitely be discovered. The girl's eyes were wide open as she tried to understand how an ordinary mage could make a contract with the Grand Duke, while the assistant said that they should give up on matters related to that man. The young man, sitting on the bed, talked about how he almost did something bad at that age. The hero, bowing his head, noted that he had already thought about how they would try to get to him, but he did not expect that they would send the queen of the succubi to his sleep so that she would scout out all the information, and immediately thanked Azura for driving her away, because he almost had to wash his underwear in the bathroom immediately after waking up. The prince, also bowing his head, asked if the guy was not strong enough to resist her tricks on his own, because he did have incredible willpower. The young man, opening his mouth, answered negatively and explained that if he had looked at her even out of the corner of his eye, it could have been an extremely dangerous situation. The assistant, waving his arms, exclaimed that he was disgusted even by looking at this succubus, because he felt disgust immediately as soon as he saw her, because this useless devil behaved extremely frivolously, and the hero thought that the prince apparently hated her very much. Disappearing, Azura said that it was time to leave, because he should not worry about someone like the protagonist, and also asked him to be careful. The assistant disappeared from the room. Looking somewhere, the guy understood that if this someone was able to summon the great prince, then this meant that it was most likely Launder of the Circle. Imagining the image of Ivan and his words that this creature looked like an ordinary girl, but, having lived for hundreds of years in this form, her tastes became really strange and the hero immediately realized that this was the work of Charles. The young man rubbed his head with his hand. The moon appeared and the hero's words were heard that these were their future comrades, with whom they would have to unite someday, and therefore he could not harm them in any way, but even so he had no way to explain the whole situation to them. It was already morning. The comrade, closing his eyes, said that he could not get anything. Standing by the window, the demigod said that neither Ryarin nor Isaac were there. Then the young man asked why he had returned only now. Ricky, raising his hand, explained that the hero's older brother was there, who had told him everything, because he had come to the estate right before leaving. The guy, looking down, understood that it was obvious, because as soon as they saw that this man was heading to the Blake estate, they immediately sent the least suspicious hinds there. Looking at his comrade, the protagonist realized that it would be better not to tell him that his brother was a member of the circle, because even though he was Ricky, he could not fully trust the demigods. Still looking down, the guy realized that Hines was definitely entering strong knuckles and tried to figure out what shape the circle had already taken. Suddenly, his comrade turned around. Ricky, with his mouth slightly open, asked if something had happened to the guy, because the circle should have tried to approach him. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, the protagonist said that this was true, because they were apparently acting more cautiously than expected. Opening the door, the guy noted that they would probably do this as soon as the time came. The comrade watched him go. A fountain appeared in the city. The comrade, turning his head slightly, explained that they were now in Grenoble, the largest city of which was Ruffey. Many buildings appeared ahead, and the words of the demigod were heard that this was the place where the meeting of the demigods would be held. The young man suddenly looked away when he said that the meeting would not be in this particular place. Walking next to him, the guy asked why they had come to this place, and his comrade replied that he simply had business here. Ricky's gaze was directed somewhere. The demigod, closing his eyes, said that they were still being followed. The guy, also looking back, thought that they apparently did not understand how stupid it was to follow a demigod. Walking further, the comrade explained that he was not going to kill them, because, as the hero had said, they might be useful to them in the future. Raising his hand to his chin, the comrade added that they should entertain themselves in this way. Smiling, Ricky explained that he wanted to try to react like a human once. The young man, with his mouth open, asked again. Suddenly the demigod began to run away when the guy shouted that he had already thought about whether he would do this or not. Someone immediately started running. These were the 4 members of the circle. They were running through the streets of the city. Suddenly they stopped. The girl, looking away, said that they had missed them and noted that they were indeed moving extremely fast. Raising her hand, the vampire ordered the others to disperse and search, because they could not miss them under any circumstances. The roofs of houses were visible. The 2 of them were in some alley. The young man, looking away, said that although it was difficult, they apparently managed to break away, and his comrade explained that sometimes it was extremely fun to do this. Raising his hand, Ricky asked him to go inside and get a mask. This door appeared when the demigod was talking about a man in an old hat inside. Then the young man asked what kind of mask this was, and his comrade explained that it would completely restrain his divine powers. The comrade, opening his mouth, also added that in order for the hero to take part in this meeting, he must properly hide his essence. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he would come in, and Ricky answered that the man in question was the Lord's subordinate. The roofs of the houses appeared again, and his words were heard that if they went in together, the master would definitely guess that the guy was Ricky's apostle. The young man stood on a long spiral staircase. As he went down, the guy realized that he couldn't even see the end. Passing through a certain arch, the hero realized that he would never have thought that such a place existed on the other side of the city. Walking inside the building, the protagonist assumed that it was an antique shop. In front of him was some kind of invention. The guy was still looking forward, when suddenly someone greeted him. The girl, standing behind him, asked why he had come, and the young man realized that he had not felt anyone's presence at all. She smiled a little when the hero asked if she was a golem. A screen appeared, and from behind it came words that an extremely clever visitor had come to them. A man began to move the cloth aside. His eyes were covered by a hat. The man, holding a chair in his hand, said that the assistant could go, since their visitor had some business with him. Sitting on this chair, the master welcomed the protagonist to his shop and introduced himself. The young man, looking down, realized that this was the man the demigod had spoken of. Hector, taking the mask in his hand, noted that their visitor was not very talkative. Raising it higher, the master asked if this was the thing the hero had come for. The boy extended his hand to him. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. His gaze was fixed on the thing on the client's wrist, and the young man shouted a question about why so suddenly. Hector, with his mouth wide open, said that he made his living by being observant, and therefore, even without being sure what exactly it was, he would immediately be able to understand how big this object was. With his eyes wide open, the master shouted that he could no longer remember how much time had passed since he had been so delighted by seeing a magical object, and if his assumptions were correct, then this must definitely be an object of the Age of Light. The boy, closing his eyes, apologized and said that he would not sell it. The man, raising his hands, explained that he was not even sure in the possibility of creating something like this on his own and asked to show the bracelet at least once. The hero noted that it was indeed good to be overwhelmed with a thirst for research, but it would not work to give this thing. The master immediately closed his mouth. Opening his mouth, the alchemist noted that apparently nothing could be solved in this matter with words. The young man, smiling, explained that it would be better for him to give up. Suddenly, the hero's eyes opened wide. The man, bowing before him, screamed a plea to show the thing just once. The boy, closing his eyes, understood what he meant by saying that he would have to use something other than words. Grabbing the protagonist by the clothes, the merchant asked to let him touch the bracelet at least once as a souvenir. The visitor screamed a question about what was wrong with him, because if someone heard them, they could misunderstand everything. The young man looked down and realized that this man was indeed a suck-up. The girl was dusting the shelves when the boy said he had a question, and the master noted that he could ask anything. The hero, sitting in front of him, asked if he could create a golem with a core of 1 million mana. The man, with his mouth open, asked if a core with that amount of mana existed. The hero, smiling, answered negatively and explained that it was just a question. The master, bowing his head, said that it was extremely difficult. The boy, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that he knew that this would be the answer, and then the interlocutor asked again. His mouth fell open when the protagonist said that one of his acquaintances, who was the best alchemist, also said that this was a crazy idea. The merchant, smiling, asked how he could call someone the best, sitting there. The guy looked ahead, listening to his words about how there were only 3 best alchemists on the continent. Raising his finger, Hector said that one of them was the owner of the 11th magic tower. The protagonist, opening his mouth, noted that there were only 10 magic towers. The interlocutor, raising his hand, explained that there was something called the 11th, and its owner was one of the secret defenders of the Casco Empire, about whom he would not be able to tell in more detail. The hero thought that this was a typical speech of a medicine merchant. Imagining the ridges of some mountains, the man added that the second such person was the Archlich of the edge of the northern snowy lands, who, although not an alchemist, was a magician whose knowledge of alchemy was even better than that of the owner of the 11th magic tower. Opening his mouth, the merchant noted that this was obvious, because the Archlich lived for more than 1,000 years. The young man, still sitting in front of him, asked if this man was the best, but Hector replied that he would not have the opportunity to ask him for anything. Having imagined a certain cave, the merchant explained that the Archlich had locked himself in the depths of a snowy dungeon and was focused only on studying magic, and that he had an extremely bad character, so even just trying to get closer to him, he might not come out alive. The guy, looking at him, noted that he got along surprisingly well with such people. The man, opening his mouth, began to talk about another powerful alchemist. Immediately after, the master pointed his finger at himself. The guy, standing by the shelf with things, asked how much one of these things cost, and the interlocutor shouted that it was the truth. Suddenly his eyes opened wider when the protagonist explained that those who themselves talk about their incredible abilities are in fact nothing special. The hero picked up one of the things when the interlocutor said that he was right. The young man looked away, listening to his words about how it was all because he really was nothing special. The man grabbed his hat with his hand. Hiding his eyes, the merchant explained that since he was locked in this weak body and given such a sad status, it became pointless to care about his own dignity. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked if this was really not his body, and the interlocutor answered that although it looked like this, in the past he happened to belong to a truly outstanding family. The hero looked at him, listening to the words about how he had strong scales that could not be cut even by a precious sword, as well as a huge body that could eclipse the heavens and a heart that surpassed the most powerful engine. The master bowed his head and said that the demigods had taken all of this from him, and that he was able to continue living only because of his wisdom, but in reality, perhaps they intended to keep them all by their side and smile at their sad expressions. The boy's mouth fell open. The man looked up and said that he was a dragon. An image of a girl appeared in the hero's mind, saying that according to the records made at the time, the dragon's lair had already been razed to the ground and their bodies could not be found. The girl, with her mouth open, said that the only thing left in the lair was her egg. Standing in the shop, the boy knew that he found this strange, because not only the dragon's heart, which was called an excellent jewel, but also their teeth, bones, scales, eyeballs and even blood, and there was nothing unusual in the fact that such valuable dragon bodies had disappeared. But considering the whole situation, it became clear that only the demigods and no one else could have taken all of this back then. Looking at the man, the boy also realized that the dragon's corpse was of no value to the demigods. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked if he really was a dragon. The master, smiling, said that he was not discussing that in front of the apostle. The merchant, spreading his hand, apologized for such a depressing conversation and asked him to pretend that such a conversation had not happened. The hero, still looking at him, understood that if everything was as the man said and the demigods really killed dragons, then if they only subjugated their minds and made them their subordinates, then this made perfect sense. Frowning, the boy realized that this was very similar to demigods. The young man was still looking somewhere, when suddenly the interlocutor said that he really was a kind person. There was a smile on the master's face. The boy, continuing to look somewhere, listened to Hector's question about whether he had any ideas why the demigods made the merchant sit here. Lifting the mask, the man explained that this was the place that any apostle must enter to obtain this item. Turning away, the master spoke about how the great dragon was barely maintaining its life and had become a slave to the demigods, and most of the apostles smirked as they looked at it, because each of them had betrayed something of their own and decided to follow the demigods. Putting out his cigarette, the merchant explained that the demigod showed the apostles his sad appearance, thereby making them believe that they had made the right choice. Without turning around, the man noted that his current guest was different from them. The man, raising his hand, explained that the hero, instead of mocking, sympathized, although in fact he did not care whether he did it or not. The master closed his mouth, listening to the young man's words about how this was not sympathy. The protagonist, opening his mouth, explained that this was fear and respect. Introducing the dragon, the boy knew that 4,000 years ago, it was the dragons who first guessed the danger emanating from the demigods and began to fight them. Also, a frame of their battle appeared in his head and the thought that in fact it would be much more accurate to say that during the battles of those times, people only helped the dragons a little in the final part of their battle with the demigods, since only one kind of living creature was able to resist them. Having imagined one of the dragons, the hero remembered that dragons were such. The guy, frowning, said that they did not lose and were now winning. The man's mouth opened in surprise. The master, closing his eyes, noted that apparently the guest also had his own long and complicated history. The protagonist, looking at him, asked if the other dragons were in the same position. The young man bit his lip, listening to his words about several dragons in such a state, but most of them died. Hector, smiling, asked the guest not to become so serious, because it was said that his family was great in the past. Handing over the mask, the master asked to take it. The guy, looking at it, asked if the man was always here. The same one, raising his hand, answered affirmatively and explained that he was locked here. His eyes suddenly opened wider after the protagonist's request to create a body for the golem with a mana core of 1 million mana, which was mentioned earlier. The merchant, looking at him, noted that for this it would not be enough to just show that bracelet and added that he was a merchant, despite his appearance. The young man, squinting, asked what he wanted in return. The master, pointing his finger, asked him to give that bracelet forever, and the guy immediately agreed. The man silently looked at him. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked him to give him some promise in return. The interlocutor's eyes widened when the guest asked to do it in the language of dragons. The girl turned around. Hector, smiling, noted that the young man really knew them well. The guy was still looking at him when he said that the request to give the bracelet was a joke. Rubbing his head with his hand, the master explained that he was saying this not because he did not want to use the language of dragons, he just wanted to check the visitor first. The man, smiling, said that it would be enough for him to just look at him, because he was useless to him anyway. Turning around, the merchant asked if there were any details that he wanted to be paid attention to, and the hero answered negatively. The master, without turning around, listened to the words of the guy about how he only wanted the body to be able to unite with the core, and the rest did not matter at all. The man smiled again. His workshop appeared and he said that it would take at least 6 months to find the necessary materials and make it, and then he could come again. The girl, pouring tea, noted that this was an extremely unusual client. The assistant, with her mouth slightly open, also added that the owner seemed to have cheered up after his arrival. The master, smiling, said that it turned out that even being locked in the basement, such an interesting meeting could happen. The two of them were already leaving somewhere, when the man said that his heart really hadn't fluttered like that for a long time. Ricky, looking to the side, said that it took longer than expected and asked if he had gotten lost, while the protagonist explained that the place was simply too deep. The young man, walking behind, asked what his comrade was going to do now, because there was still about a month left until the meeting. They walked on cracked earth. The demigod walked forward and said that the kingdom of Grenoble, although called the country of knights, was the most corrupt of all known human states. Without turning around, the comrade explained that they still dared to lie about supporting the traditions of that man. The guy, looking ahead, tried to understand which man was being talked about, and said that it would be stranger if there was no more corruption in human society. They were standing on a certain cliff when the comrade asked the young man to look at that mountain, and he immediately noted that it seemed incredible, because most of the surrounding areas of this kingdom were plains. Looking somewhere, the demigod named one of the marquises. Introducing Dalaman, the comrade said that this man was the most disgusting old man among the aristocrats of Grenoble, because he was a scumbag who did not choose the means and method to satisfy his greed. Ricky, with his mouth open, explained that in several places on this mountain there are slave prisons created by him. The hero, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about whether these were really slaves, because a lot of time had passed since the abolition of the slave system. The comrade, looking back, noted that the guy was surprisingly naive. Having introduced the slaves, the comrade said that the ownership of slaves continues to exist secretly, and now supplies cannot catch up with demand. The companion, with his mouth slightly open, also asked whether it was true that the hero does not hesitate before killing scum. The young man looked at him intently, listening to the words that in the remaining month he needs to use as much of his divine power as possible. The protagonist, standing nearby, asked what he needs to do. Ricky, pointing his finger at the mountain, explained that he must get rid of all of the work points. The protagonist looked ahead intently. The guy, with his mouth open, noted that he will first personally look at them and decide what to do. The comrade, looking to the side, asked the hero if he doubted, because he was ordered to kill someone from his family. Jumping forward, the hero explained that he simply did not trust other people's words. A fortress appeared on the mountain. Guards stood on its walls. One of them was already yawning. The young man was sitting by a tree. Immediately after, something quickly rushed past the wall. The guy flew straight to the castle grounds. The hero's feet were already on one of the walls. The protagonist was hanging on the gate. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. In that direction, there were many cages with people. There were elves there, and also a representative of another race. He also noticed a beast man. And immediately after, he saw a monster in a cage and realized that the Marquis was really not picky about races. One of the guards carried the girl's body and said that the weather that day was simply disgusting. The second asked where he went that he returned so late. Immediately after, the man threw out the slave's body. It fell to the ground near the castle. The body lay on a pile of other corpses. When the second guard said that he was just a pervert, the first answered that he was just making fun of her a little and did not think that she would actually die. The hero, looking at them, realized that there were a lot of corpses, but could not understand why they were doing this, because slaves were still a precious commodity for them. The guard, with his mouth open, asked his comrade to tone down his ardor, because did he not know that the Marquis was unhappy that too many slaves were dying lately? The second guard, standing in front of him, noted that the master was still only concerned with expensive elves, and the comrade asked whether it was just an elf. The young man, frowning, realized that they used slaves to satisfy their sexual desires and made them tools to relieve boredom, and realized that he immediately received answers to his questions. Suddenly, the guards looked in the same direction. Looking at the guy, they tried to understand if there was someone there. Looking at him, they shouted a question about what kind of bastard this was and where he jumped out from. Two guards looked at him, listening to the question about whether Runoble was really called a country that adopted the pride of knights. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked if they had that very knightly pride. The men, grinning, asked what the man was talking about. The guy, holding out his hand, explained that it was a useless question. Suddenly, some lightning appeared in the guards' faces. Immediately after, they were torn into many pieces. Other warriors began to descend to this place, shouting that an intruder had penetrated them. They all surrounded the young man. The hero, looking at them, understood that people like them dressed up in armor and pretended to be knights. Looking ahead, the boy tried to figure out what Rushard would think if he saw this. An image of the man appeared in his head. The man was looking somewhere. Standing surrounded by many enemies, the hero made a decision to do what needed to be done instead of this man. The bottle flew into the air. It broke on the head of one of the knights and a question was heard about whether another slave had died. The guard, bowing his head, apologized for this. The old man, frowning, shouted that he gave the order for them to be more careful with the elves, because did he not know how much each of them was worth? The man closed his eyes, listening to the Marquis screaming for him to leave, because he did not want to see him anymore. Sitting back in his chair, Dalaman said that they all just needed to be fired, and the assistant asked how they should get rid of the dead elf. The cook smiled as the leader said that they should act as usual, and that he especially wanted the impersonal sauce today. The old man turned around and told him to hurry, because meat tastes better when it is cooked fresh. Someone was running towards him. A guard ran into the room and called out to the Marquis, who shouted a question about how they had killed another elf. The knight fell to one knee and said that it was not that. The man, his mouth wide open, said that they had found an intruder. The Marquis, raising his hand, shouted that they were idiots, because he did not need to report such things and should just figure it out for themselves. His mouth fell open as the knight said that he was saying this because all the knights had been killed. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in the ceiling above him. Immediately after, a multitude of fragments rained down on him. The old man fell to the floor. His eyes were wide open. The guy was standing over him as the Marquis shouted a question about who he was. The protagonist, frowning, told him to lose weight. Dalaman, looking at his assistant, ordered him to quickly kill this man. Immediately after, the warrior picked up the knives. The cook was already running at the guy. His knives collided with some kind of barrier. Some lightning began to appear near his face. Suddenly, his body began to split. The guard, his mouth open, screamed. The Marquis, raising his hand, shouted for him to stop. Suddenly, this man was also struck by such lightning. There were two corpses on the floor. The leader's mouth was open. The man, raising his hand, asked what he wanted, because if he needed money, then he should just name the amount. The guy stepped on his chest with his foot. The hero, looking at him, explained that at the moment he was a little angry and added that he would be like this for quite a long time. Lightning began to appear near Dalaman's face when the boy asked where they should start, with the tongue or the eyeballs. Lightning began to burst out of the castle and the screams of the man could be heard. The boy was standing on one of the walls. His gaze was directed downwards. Ricky, appearing behind, noted that the hero was apparently finished. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, answered in the negative. Looking at the cages, the boy explained that only they remained. The demigod immediately appeared below. After that, several swings of the blade were made. The cages immediately broke. All the slaves were freed. The comrade, standing in front of them, said that they can leave, because now they are free. One of them, looking at the man, asked about what freedom was. The slave, with his mouth open, explained that he had never experienced anything like this and asked the same question again. The wall of the castle was visible and his words were heard that his family and comrades were dead. Kneeling, the beastman explained that he no longer had a reason to live, and it would be better for them to just kill him. Ricky closed his eyes. Immediately after, the demigod put out his blade. The slaves were still sitting under the open sky, listening to his words about how everything would be done completely painlessly, and they would be released so that they would not even be able to comprehend what had happened. The young man suddenly raised his hand. The guy blocked his comrade with it. Standing in front of him, the hero said that it was dangerous. The slave was still sitting, his head bowed, when the protagonist asked whether they wanted sympathy or anger. The others were also sitting, without raising their eyes, listening to his words about how none of this would give you peace. Looking at them, the guy told them not to be mistaken, because they were saved not because they were considered pathetic. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked if they were asking to kill them and immediately explained that he could not do it. One of them was holding his head when the hero was talking about just taking them with him because he needed to use them elsewhere, and they just had a new owner. The young man, with his mouth open, said that from now on, and for 1 month, he would have to destroy those who did this to them. There were many fragments of cages on the floor when the hero was talking about how there were still many places where there were the same slaves who most likely thought the same thing. The man's eyes widened after the hero said that they also wanted to be killed. Soy in front of them, the young man was talking about how he didn't care about them or your mood, because he just wanted to kill the greedy pigs stuffing their fat bellies. Looking at the slaves, the guy also asked why they were asking him about the meaning of freedom and explained that they should go and see everything with their own eyes and decide what it was. They began to walk away. The windows of one of the rooms appeared and someone's words were heard that it was amazing. Ricky, standing by the window, noted that the young man eventually told them to try to survive somehow, although he himself looked like a villain, and asked if he wanted to become a dark hero. The hero, resting his head on his hand, explained that he was simply saying everything so that it would be easier for them to understand, because they know nothing but despair, so hope, on the contrary, can only bring unbearable pain. The comrade was still standing by the window, listening to the words of the protagonist about how giving freedom to those who know nothing about it is tantamount to a death sentence. The slaves began to rise to their feet when the guy said that what they needed now was not freedom, but time to think. The hero, opening one eye, said that perhaps while they were saving those in the same situation, they would find the meaning of the freedom that was given to them. Ricky silently looked out the window. Opening his mouth, the comrade repeated the words about the meaning of freedom. A wooden structure appeared. Suddenly one of the walls exploded. 2 knights flew out into the street. The young man put his hand in front of him. Immediately after, the slaves rushed to attack. They ran past him. They fought with these guards. Suddenly, the warriors began to run away. One of the locks broke. The slaves began to pull out the same people. Back and looked down. Suddenly, another explosion appeared. They all stood in front of a destroyed fortress. The structure was smoking and someone said that now all the slave prisons scattered across Grenoble were destroyed. The young man, without turning around, explained that they had worked hard this month and that their work was finished. Immediately after, the guy turned around. Looking at them, the protagonist noted that during this time there were many more of them. The beastman, approaching him, asked if this meant that they were free. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. The young man placed his hand on his shoulder and explained that this was something he had to figure out for himself. A smile appeared on the former slave's face. The other man, looking back, explained that he had managed to find a large family and would most likely have a lot of work to do to feed them all. The smoke from one of the castles rose high when the beastman spoke about how he would have to do this, because now he would not have to live alone. Standing in front of the young man, the slave also reminded him that he had told them to look at freedom with their own eyes and decide what exactly it meant to them. The other man began to tremble with excitement. Crying, back and explained that this was freedom. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Ricky looked at him when he asked the other man about what they were going to do next. His gaze was directed to the side when the beastman said that they were thinking about going to the mountain range, since they were going to found a village in a place where people could not approach. The hero, closing his eyes, noted that it would not be so easy, because that place was teeming with monsters that possessed incredible strength. The beastman, still crying, said that no matter how everything turned out, it would be easier there than it was here, because there could be no monsters that were more terrible than people. Raising his hands, Backend immediately explained that he did not mean the young man. The starry sky appeared and the words of gratitude of the interlocutor for such kindness were heard, which they would never forget. The two of them looked after the slaves. The comrade, looking at the protagonist, noted that they apparently found the meaning of freedom, as was said, and asked whether he knew about it from the very beginning. The young man answered negatively. The guy, smiling, explained that he only believed in the fire that did not go out inside them. Looking at the slaves, the demigod understood that they could become more evil than the devil, and they could show themselves to be kinder than an angel. Looking somewhere, the comrade realized that people really are extremely curious creatures. The protagonist, looking at his comrade, asked if it was time for them to go. The guy, opening his mouth, explained that he had already gotten rid of enough traces of his mana and the meeting would begin very soon, and if they did not go out now, they might be late. Ricky, bowing his head, noted that if he thought about it, the young man had not been told the reason for their coming here. Looking back, the comrade explained that the meeting place of the demigods was here. A certain cross appeared above their heads. The two men looked at them leaving, until someone said that the demigod and the apostle were freeing slaves. The girl, frowning, asked what they were planning. Lowering his head, Bernoda thought that he could not even imagine that such large slave farms were located right next to Rufe. Suddenly, a bright light appeared somewhere above. Looking at the sky, the hero asked what it was. The fighter opened his mouth wide and shouted that the sky was splitting. Scared, Charles asked if they had entered the barrier erected by the demigods. While everyone was looking at the sky in fear, someone said that no one would be able to leave until their meeting was over. The blonde continued to stare at the light. Looking at the two guys, the hero said that everything was fine, because while everything was like this, you can clearly hear the entire conversation, being very close. Lucas reached out his hand to his face. A bright flame was visible. Agnes looked at the people standing. Ricky, looking at the bright light, introduced the Lord of Fire, adding that from now on he should remain silent. Apocalypse was in the same position. The stranger took a step forward. Smiling, the gentleman said that he seemed to have arrived first. Watching what was happening, the protagonist thought that he could easily change his appearance to such an extent, which meant that Ricky most likely also had a Rio form. Stopping, the Lord said that he was surprised and did not think that the blonde would volunteer to come first and restore order here, to which he received the answer that he was the closest. Agnes silently looked somewhere. Turning his gaze to the one standing next to him, the demigod asked if this was his apostle, adding that he looked surprisingly like a good guy. Without moving from his place, the demigod of the sword asked his interlocutor if he had also made himself an apostle. While the man stood silently, the Apocalypse said that he had finally found someone to his liking. In an instant, the protagonist's eyes widened. Looking at the man in the mask, the mercenary wondered why he was here. Some smoke appeared in the sky. The smoke began to take on a different shape. 3 new apocalypses appeared. Surprised, the 3-star mage thought that there were too many of them in this place. Looking at one of those who appeared, the guy thought that this was a demigod in female form, whom he saw for the first time, and suddenly realized that this was Ryiran, who created the Blake family. Turning his gaze to another, the master realized that this one could be recognized at first glance. This was Nasdaq. Looking at the third, the Apostle of Justice realized that this was Ananta, and thought that she looked exactly the same as she did 4,000 years ago. Raising his head up, the blonde thought that this was an incredible old man who could not be defeated even by joining forces. Putting her hand on her belt, the demigod said that she believed that they were not late. Without changing his emotion, Ricky asked why the 3 of them came together. Standing nearby, Ryiran replied that they found something interesting and went to check it out. Looking back, the interlocutor said that he would also find out about everything soon. The hero pursed his lips. The vampire, standing in surprise, thought that the apocalypses had finally gathered and wondered if the Lord was still there. Nasdaq opened his mouth. Looking somewhere to the side, the Lord of Death said that they had invaders. Frightened, the guys wondered if they had been noticed, because this could not be, they had perfectly hidden their mana. Turning his head, Lucas wondered if the people from the circle had come for them. Opening his mouth wider, the half-box said that even if the invaders had managed to enter, they were locked in the Lord's barrier, from which it was impossible to get out. Looking at the gate, he added that the invaders were there. While the knight stood in place, the protagonist thought that he also felt the energy emanating from there. It seemed that there were several hundred of them, and they were not members of the circle. Silently looking to the side, the young man realized that this was a squad of the Black Dragon, sent to hide the traces of the slave prisons. Looking at Ricky, Nasdaq said that it was strange, because Ricky couldn't help but notice it. Opening his mouth, the interlocutor replied that he knew there were too many of them, so he was worried about God's punishment. The skeleton narrowed one eye. Flying into the sky, the demigod said that he would deal with them himself, after which he heard the phrase that with such a number, it would be difficult to evade God's punishment. Giggling, the apocalypse scratched his chin. Everyone looked at the sky. Apanta, standing behind, asked how Ricky was doing here and whether it was true that Ronoble was a territory under his control. The creature frowned slightly. Putting her hand forward, Ryiran added that it was worth paying attention to, because the Lord did not just suggest meeting here. Slightly narrowing her eye, the creator of the Blake family, said that the Lord thought that it needed cleaning. Staring at the sky, the knights wondered what kind of monsters these were. The Death Lord thrust his fist forward and said that they were very nice, so he would give them a gift. He snapped his finger. Long spikes instantly pierced all the people. Horrified, the fighters screamed in pain. Frowning, one of the warriors screamed loudly. Several of his teeth fell out. Opening their mouths wide, the people made some sounds. Smiling, the Apocalypse asked if the best gift was not death. Watching what was happening, the guys thought about how he had destroyed a nightly squad of black dragons consisting of hundreds of people with one movement of his finger. Nasdaq fell to the ground and said that it was very nice to enjoy interesting murders for the first time in a long time. Standing silently, the mercenary thought about how the Apocalypse was completely different from the Hydra. Looking at the others, the Apostle of Justice thought that there was not a single opponent among them with whom he could at least try to fight. Looking at the demigod of the sword, the magician wondered how he became so arrogant after killing 1/9 of the Hydra. Frightened, the guy heard the phrase to go inside. Lucas was standing near the collapsed wall. Light appeared near the ruins. The man turned his gaze to the side. An image of a man appeared. Opening his eyes wider, the hero thought that they finally met again. Standing straight, the Lord said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy was scared. Looking at the Lord, the mercenary thought that he was exactly the same as 4,000 years ago, the same unpleasant, unchanging face, the features of which appear and disappear in the eyes depending on the sharply changing emotions. The deity stood silently. Looking back, Nasdaq told Ricky to be happy, because now there was no need to fear God's punishment. Looking back, the blonde asked what it meant. Everyone present silently looked at each other. The creature waved its hand. Broken pieces of the wall began to fly into the air. The building began to be repaired. Everyone stood in the middle of the repaired building. Standing nearby, the Lord said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The two boys stood silently. Hugging the blonde, the Lord said that Ricky was his oldest friend. Opening his eyes wider, the strongest master of humanity wondered if they were old friends. Frowning, the demigod asked the one standing nearby what he meant by his words about not needing to fear God's punishment. The Lord extended his hand forward. Riiran folded her hands in front of her. Extending her hand forward, the creator of the Blake clan said that it was a metallic substance called illumininium. Hearing the interlocutor's answer that he was hearing about it for the first time, the Apocalypse, remaining in the same position, replied that it was not surprising, because they were the first to discover it and assign this name. The man pursed his lips, while the girl added that now it seemed like a simple metal, which had nothing special, but one had to look closely. She broke the metal with her hands. The next action of the heroine was to put one piece of metal in her mouth. The woman began to glow with blue fire. Without changing his emotions, the blonde asked if her sacred power had disappeared. Standing in a mask, Riiran laughed. Putting her hand forward, the blonde asked if it really seemed that way to him. Showing her sacred power, the mage added that this power remained with her. Looking at the interlocutor, she explained that this was the power of the illumininium. Recalling the moment from the laboratory, Apocalypse said that the original purpose of its creation was to temporarily put sacred abilities to sleep, all because the people from the circles who were pursuing them were annoying. Recalling the experiment, the heroine continued that it is unknown whether this is considered a failure or a success, because the result was different from expectations. An object appeared that perfectly hides the signs of strength, but at the same time does not get rid of abilities. Putting one finger up, the woman said that if you eat it, you can cheat God's rules for a certain time. The fair-haired man was surprised after hearing the phrase about how no matter how many living beings were killed, God's punishment will not work in the end. Lucas closed his eyes, listening to the fact that due to the fact that the research is not yet finished, the amount is still limited. In the future she is going to make it in liquid form to make it easier to take, but now the manufacturing process is too troublesome, and the materials are difficult to find. Holding the stone in her hands, the mage advised to use it sparingly. Giving the metal, Riiran said that you just need to break off a small piece and eat it. Very soon it will be possible to use it in everyday life. Silently looking at the interlocutor, Ricky thought that if it becomes a common phenomenon, the creation of apostles will no longer be necessary. Things are taking a bad turn. Looking at the demigod of the sword, the hero said that he reacted rather coldly. Looking intently, Nasdaq said that there was a chance to get rid of annoying bugs to his heart's content, and asked if he was happy. Taking something out of his sweater, the deity replied that he was not particularly happy. The Lord of Death narrowed his eyes. Looking at the young man, the Apocalypse said that he had changed a lot. 4,000 years ago, after the destruction of Ecolium, he became rather strange. Staring at those standing nearby, Lucas wondered if it was the one who destroyed Ecolium. The mercenary remembered the woman who said that the sword master Rushid spent his last moments of life with his mother, Ecolium. Frowning, the strongest master of humanity realized that Ricky had killed Rushid. The mage watched his comrade closely. Raising an eyebrow, the blonde said that 4,000 years had passed, and that immutability seemed stranger. Nasdaq, angry, said not to talk nonsense, since such perfect beings could not change. Putting one hand in his pocket, the man replied that this was where the differences in thoughts began, since they were by no means perfect beings. The demigod pursed his lips. Approaching the others, Apanta said that Hydra had died. Standing nearby, Apocalypse heard the question of when this had happened, to which he replied that he did not know, since he himself had only recently found out. The hero lowered his head. Riiran frowned slightly. Nasdaq, like everyone else, stood silently. Standing to the side, the apostle realized that everyone was suspecting someone. The two turned, hearing their names. An ominous smile appeared. The Lord smiled and said that they were of the same bloodline, and asked what they were doing now. The Death Lord leaned slightly and said that they had acted too hastily. The Lord continued to smile. After a second, the smile on his face disappeared. Standing next to Ricky, the Lord asked for understanding, since it seemed that everyone had become too sensitive. The deity held metal in his hands. Riiran sighed and thought that it was justified, since Ricky was literally like a younger brother to the Lord. Looking at the two, the creator of the Blake bloodline thought that if the first conscious part to emerge from the huge lump of energy called the rules of this world was the Lord, then the one who appeared right after him was none other than the youth. Recalling the old house, Apocalypse thought about the time when he gave up his rule over Ruinab, built a small hut in the forest and began to lead a reclusive lifestyle, and the master did not make any remark, because due to his obvious excellent attitude towards them, others had no choice but to feel dissatisfaction, be it small or large. Looking the interlocutor in the face, the man suggested getting down to business. Opening his mouth, the friend said that this meeting was held in order to identify the traitor. Looking at the two heroes, the comrade added that they obviously suspected him. Without showing emotion, the Lord said that he told them not to take everything too seriously. Ricky did not change his expression, while the interlocutor said that although there were still demigods who should come, just waiting was also boring. Putting up one finger, the master suggested playing a game of truth. Standing nearby, the girl asked again about the game of truth. The heroine was surprised after hearing the proposal to reveal their apostles to each other. Surprised, the mercenary wondered what the Lord was thinking about if he was proposing to reveal his apostles. Looking at the masked men, the magician thought that in this situation, when everyone suspected each other, revealing his only weak point, the apostle, would be tantamount to suicide. Looking at the blonde man, Lucas thought that if he was revealed now, it would be much more difficult to act in the future. Watching the emotions of the demigod, the apostle did not understand why he was so calm. Scratching his head, the creator of the family asked if now was the time for jokes. Spreading her hands in front of her, the heroine said that she did not think there was a traitor among them. Pointing a finger at himself, the Lord said that he would first reveal his apostle. Everyone was very surprised. Opening his eyes wider, the protagonist realized that this was their chance. Opening his mouth, Lucas thought that if they found out the Lord's apostle, they could kill him. Agnias, standing nearby, told the Lord to stop. Staring intently, the Fire Lord told him not to reveal his apostle. After all, he is the core of the demigods. Turning away, the Lord said that if there really was a traitor here, then he was participating in this meeting, despite all the danger, for only one reason. Looking at the two boys, he added that the reason was to find out the apostle. Turning again, the master said that he still could not avoid this alone, the first conspiracy about this, so it shamed him. Lowering his head, Apanta said that Agnias was right. Putting her hand on her belt, Riiran said that she also agreed. Scratching her neck, the Lord said that it was somehow awkward. Everyone silently looked at each other. Looking at the long-haired man, the mercenary thought that he was pretending that everything was different, but in fact, his goal was to put pressure on Ricky. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard the phrase that he didn't care either. Slightly narrowing his eyes, the young man said that if the Lord didn't show, he wouldn't open up either. Angered, Nasdaq asked if he was crazy, adding that it was really a mistake for someone like him to think that he could compare to the Lord, to which the boy said that he was thinking incorrectly. While the demigod narrowed his eyes, the blonde man continued that all demigods were equal, and the Lord was called such only to distinguish the first demigod. It had no other meaning. The hero grabbed the man by the clothes. Holding on to the clothes, the Apocalypse said that he couldn't just quietly pass by the statement, because only the Lord could cope with his duties. Without changing his emotion, the interlocutor replied that he was right, and they played roles that were beyond his control. The Lord of Death became even angrier. The master crossed his arms over his chest and said to stop. Apanta closed his eyes and said that not everyone could kill the Hydra. While the monster was looking away, someone said that there was no need to take advantage of the chance and not reveal the truth to the end. Standing nearby, the master asked not to suspect someone like him until they found out the truth. Apocalypse sighed. The deity let the man go. The monster got angry and said that what irritated him most was that Ricky, even in such a situation, did not think to try to avoid suspicion. Looking at the demigod of the sword, the offspring continued that his behavior seemed to say that he did not care about suspicion. Without moving, the master said that he understood. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the Lord continued that by the end of this meeting he would definitely find out whether Ricky was a traitor, and until he found out, he would not lift the barrier, even if they sat here for a month or even a year. Agnias, smiling, said that in that case he would be the first to reveal himself. Turning to the man in the mask, the Fire Lord ordered to take it off. The man took off the mask. Lucas looked at the hero carefully. The next second, he remembered the moment where he said that he would wait for the day of the next meeting. Remembering the dead bird, the mercenary thought that he did not think that they would meet again in such a way. Phoenix stood silently. Putting his hand in his pocket, the magician wondered for what reasons she became an apostle and whether it was her desire or someone else's. Riiran, standing nearby, said that she had an inhuman shell, but he was not sure about the insides. While the heroine stood silently, the man said that he found her near the Hispania mountain range, and this individual turned out to be several times stronger than other phoenixes. Reaching out his hand forward, Apanta said that he would reveal himself next. The man took off his mask, while Apocalypse said that his name was Genta. Nasdaq, taking a step forward, said that he was next. The creator of the Blake family was surprised. The two watched in silence. The protagonist was also surprised. The devil smiled, while someone asked how the Lord was able to summon him to this world. Pursing his lips, the protagonist realized that it was not for nothing that he immediately found it strange that Oiden somehow knew the Azura summoning circle. Looking at Nasdaq, the apostle realized that he was connected with Iris. Putting one hand forward, the man said that it was his turn. While the stranger began to take off his mask, the magician thought that he was sure that someone from the Blake family would be the apostle. In an instant, the young man was very surprised. When the man took off his mask, the master realized that it was Leisha Blake. Patting, the Lord said that it was nice to see them. Looking at the guys, the gentleman added that they all bring interesting friends with them. Turning his gaze to the others, the master also thanked them for revealing their secrets, despite the danger. Lucas stood not far from the Lord. The opponent silently looked back. Without changing his position, the ruler said that since he had arrived here first, he should know better than anyone about the structure of this fortress. Raising his head, the interlocutor asked to take the apostles to a suitable place and wait there. Standing in the middle of everyone, the leader said that everyone could rest until he called them again. The hero stretched his hand up. He stood with his hand raised for some time. Standing nearby, the Lord asked not to be offended, because there were simply too many people interested in a personal conversation. Turning away, Ricky said that he did not care. The interlocutor smiled. Sitting down on a chair, his comrade said that even now he clearly remembered the joy of the day of their first meeting. The fair-haired man turned to the speaker. Leaning his elbow on the chair, the ruler continued that when he left the support of the world and received self-awareness, it was loneliness that tormented him most of all. Recalling the same planes in space, the opponent said that everything that existed in this world was wild. Even knowing that he had the power to subjugate all of this, he still did not feel any interest, because no matter how absolute the power was, without a goal it has no meaning. Recalling the bright star, the friend added that then the support of the world released another piece that had consciousness. Recalling that bright light, the master said that Ricky did not even imagine what he felt when he first discovered it. Because the Lord was no longer alone, he finally found a goal. Looking closely at his face, the Lord said that after Ricky, demigods began to be born one by one, and they became the reason why he lives. His superior power was to protect the same, and create a world for them. Opening his mouth, the fair-haired man asked why he suddenly started talking about those times. Putting his hands on the armrests, the Lord explained that Nasdaq and Apanta's complaints were reasonable, because all demigods were equal, but one could not treat everyone equally. Slightly turning his head, the friend said that Ricky was his greatest happiness and the greatest reason to live. Remembering the old hut, the deity said that this was why he had closed his eyes and covered his ears many times, even if Ricky lived in the hut as a recluse and did not take care of the assigned territory, even when he behaved defiantly. The hero closed his eyes, adding that even when he ignored all requests. Without changing his position, the Lord also added that even when he killed their fellow tribesmen. Squinting, the interlocutor asked why he had betrayed them. The people were in some room. Leisha was reading a book. Lucas was sitting on the floor. Genta, bending over the young man, asked him to take off his mask. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked if he wanted to take it off himself. Opening his mouth, the hero asked if he thought he couldn't. The devil stood not far from them. Smiling, the apostle asked if there was anything to eat, to which he heard the answer that there was bread and beer. Pieces of bread were lying on a plate. Sitting on the floor, the monster said that the food of the human world was the best. Holding a tray in his hand, the protagonist said that it wouldn't hurt her to have a little snack too. Phoenix was slightly surprised. Smiling slightly, the mercenary thought that he had fallen, that she looked healthy. The girl cried a little. The heroine was kneeling on the floor in front of the guy. Ricky silently looked at the Lord. While the gentleman squinted, the acquaintance thought about the fact that, as he thought, he guessed about everything. Remembering the recent moment, the demigod thought about the fact that at that time he thought that his friend already knew everything, so he deliberately provoked them even more. The hero remembered the angry Nasdaq. Looking at his opponent, the young man realized that the Lord did not do this, but on the contrary, reacted as if he was sure of everything. The fair-haired man turned his head when he heard the phrase that the murder of relatives cannot be forgiven. Without moving, the interlocutor asked what was the matter, because he understood him better than anyone and had the same intentions. Opening his mouth, the demigod of the sword answered that the reason was simple. Putting his hand forward, he added that it was all because he was wrong then. The Lord pursed his lips. The eyes and mouth disappeared from his face. Sitting in the same position, Baron realized that he was still angry at the mistake made 4,000 years ago. Looking straight ahead, the Lord added that he could not forgive the fact that he interfered in his fight with that knight then. Ricky narrowed his eyes slightly. The interlocutor put his fingers on the armrest. Raising one finger up, the friend said that he would do everything as if nothing had happened. The fair-haired man was instantly very surprised. Putting his whole palm forward, the opponent repeated that he would do everything as if nothing had happened, so he could think of it as some kind of apology for having interfered with him 4,000 years ago. Frowning slightly, the acquaintance said that he had killed their relatives. Taking a few steps, the Lord said that, of course, if he now declared that there was no traitor, this would not convince anyone. Standing with his back turned, the deity said that he had promised that during this meeting, at all costs, it was necessary to figure out the traitor. The Lord bowed his head down. Without changing his position, the hero said that a replacement was necessary. Remembering the fortress, he added that there was someone in mind. This was one of the demigods heading here. Closing his eyes, the demigod said that he had changed a lot while they had not seen each other, because now he was going to falsely accuse his relative. The acquaintance got angry when he heard the question of whether he was the one who created the rule that all demigods were equal and there was no one higher and no one lower. Grinning, the Lord said that Ricky was so special to him. The long-haired man looked back silently. The demigod was scared when he heard the order to kill his apostle in front of everyone with his own hands. Clenching his hands into fists, the friend said that then he would go into hibernation for about 1,000 years. In any case, life is eternal, so it is not such a long period of time. You can think of it as a vacation, and until then he will personally take care of his safety. Opening his mouth, the leader added that in a few days a guy named Yar will come, he will become a replacement. Taking a step forward, the friend asked to do as he just said. Walking further and further, the interlocutor said at last that after that he will take care of everything necessary. The opponent was scared. Opening his eyes wider, the comrade wondered if they can really be replaced. Staring at the wall, the boy thought that if he killed Fry, no one would blame him anymore, and together with the Lord they would be able to change all the demigods, starting from the inside. Standing in front of the door, the young man thought that then he would not have to fight all of them alone. There was no more ideal situation than that the Lord would side with him. The apostles were still in the room. Sitting on the floor, Lucas heard the order to leave. Ricky was at the table near the open door. There was no emotion on his face. The mercenary silently followed. The magician continued to follow along the corridor. The guys were going down the stairs. Walking forward, the protagonist thought about the fact that Rush had killed Ricky, and realized that he could not be trusted. The guys stopped near the wall. The demigod extended his hand forward. In an instant, the wall collapsed. Looking at the various shelves, the protagonist thought about the fact that he did not know that there was a hidden warehouse with jewelry below. The two took a few steps forward. Looking at Ricky, the apostle asked where they were going. Without turning around, the blonde asked if he knew what power the Lord had. Walking further, the interlocutor answered his own question that the Lord controlled space. Following him, Lucas thought that the fact that his consciousness was locked in the abyss separately from his body also happened because of this power. Clenching his hand into a fist, the opponent asked if he understood what they were talking about. Stopping, the blonde explained that this meant that even if you reach the 9 races, you will not be able to defeat the Lord. Also stopping, the master asked why he was talking about this again. Because that is why they are hunting for the apostles. Bowing his head down, the man replied that he himself had seen the Ilianinium. Remembering the medal, the demigod said that if only they get this stone, the demigods will no longer need to fear divine punishment. That is, they will not need to create apostles. Without moving, the mercenary asked what this changes. The friend silently stood with his back. The guy frowned when he heard the apology. Slightly turning his head to the side, the interlocutor said that it seemed like it was time to say goodbye. The hero began to take out his weapon. A bright pink cut appeared behind the guy. It was possible to see Lucas fighting Ricky. The main character covered his face with his hands. Then the protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. The guy turned his head sharply. Apanta stretched out his palm in pain. Apocalypse, opening his jaw, called the young man a scoundrel, and added that he knew it. A sharp sword was put to his mouth, saying that a hobby in the form of eavesdropping is not so good. Extending his index finger, the demigod said that he thought so, that he was the Hydra. Opening his mouth, Ricky replied that it was true, because he killed her. A moment later, the swordsman cut the body of an unusual entity into 2 parts. Apocalypse's limbs flew apart in different directions. A second later, parts of his body began to evaporate. The apostle looked at the demigod and asked what he had just done. The boy's back appeared and he explained that it was a fake and that the Lord and everyone else would be coming soon, so they didn't have time. Apocalypse swung his sword sharply. A small haze appeared around Ricky. Then the boy opened his mouth wide and screamed. A powerful aura parried in front of him. The strongest master of humanity crossed his arms in confusion. Looking ahead, Lucas recognized this technique. It was clear that the demigod was gripping the weapon tightly. The swordsman abruptly lowered his head. A moment later, a magical portal appeared in front of him. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist realized that it was a crack in space and he was able to cut through the Lord's barrier with just the energy of his sword. Frowning, the boy noted that it was the Lord himself, after which he added that he had put all his strength into the blow, but with difficulty made only a small crack. Suddenly, Apocalypse pushed the protagonist into the magic passage. The teenager, looking towards Ricky, called him an idiot and clarified what he was doing. Touching the portal, the apostle asked to open it for him, and also asked where he was going alone. Closing his eyes, the demigod replied that he had already said that the time had come for them to part. Furiously opening his jaw, the strongest master of humanity objected that he should not make him laugh, and then asked who decided that it was time for them to part. Looking at Apocalypse's back, the magician exclaimed that he would wait, and that he should definitely return alive. It was visible that Lucas was on the other side of the magic passage. A second later, the portal closed. Multiple explosions surrounded the swordsman. Several strange entities stood over the boy, calling him a bastard. Scary monsters appeared, and they said that he finally showed his true face, because he dared to betray them. Agni's body was burning brightly, and he asked if Ricky was really a traitor. Looking up, the boy said that he did not see the Lord, and then clarified what happened. Nasdaq, opening his mouth, asked if he really thought the Lord would side with him even in such a situation. Frowning menacingly, the Lord of Death said that it was a pity, but he did not come, and did not say to leave him alive. The demigod sharply clenched his fists, and it was heard that his jokes went too far. Opening his mouth, the Apocalypse noted that this was indeed a little problematic. The monsters looked down, and the boy added that he said goodbye to him as if he was going to die very soon, but because of this he became the last liar. The unusual creature stood above the young man, and he said that the Lord was gone, and this meant that in the end only he would survive again. Nasdaq, opening his jaw, asked if he wanted to say that he alone could stand up to the four of them, and also said that he thought that he had finally gone crazy because he was driven into a dead end. The monster, biting his lips, said that the Lord had nursed him like a child, and therefore he seemed to have mistakenly decided that he himself had become a lord, but only the second demigod. Then the Lord of Fire appeared. The eyes of the unusual being glowed blue. Holding a sword in his hand, Ricky muttered that it was true that he was the second demigod, because from birth he was the second demigod. Lowering his weapon, the Apocalypse added that he did not feel envy or inferiority, and that what created him was emptiness and loneliness, always felt to the point of trembling in the teeth. Standing in front of the monsters, the boy said that the guys from the circle called them 5 Apocalypse, namely the strongest demigods related to the Lord. The monster, looking down, clarified that the circle had even found out this, to which he received the answer that it was incredibly angry. Grinning, the young man asked how they dared to put him on the same level as such worthless people as them. The unusual creature, holding his hands on his hips, exclaimed that the further, the worse, and then asked what all his self-confidence was based on. The swordsman's back was visible, and he said about trusting them. The creature's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Ricky, suddenly jerking from the place, said that because he did not trust them. Suddenly, Lucas appeared in the cave. Looking forward, the protagonist thought about Ricky. Then the protagonist opened his mouth. The guy approached the ancient grave. Noticing the inscription on it, the young man wondered why Rush's grave was here, because this was Ricky's space. The magician looked sharply at the sword. A moment later, the apostle narrowed his eyes and laughed. A second later, the strongest master of humanity sat down on the ground. A large sword appeared, and Lucas explained that it was Dayukid, Rush's sword. An ancient monument was visible, and at the same time, the protagonist said that the sword stuck next to his grave, which the knight used all his life, is the best expression of respect towards him. Imagining the power of the demigod, the protagonist thought that after all, a little earlier, that technique of rising of terror was Rush's technique. Lowering his head, the guy said that he did not trust Ricky. The boy's body began to shake, and he added that Rushida was for the sake of a human. Suddenly, the Lord, opening his mouth, said that it was him. The magician turned his gaze back in surprise. The apostle continued to sit on the ground. Holding his hands behind his back, the white creature noticed that it was him, a foreign body that had led the true soul of his oldest comrade astray. A bright flash appeared, and Ricky explained that the very first thing he saw was the Lord's face filled with happiness. It was seen how the white creature smiled joyfully, and then the demigod added that he told him that he finally had a reason to live. Fighting with the Lord of Death, the Apocalypse wondered what about him. In pain, the monster opened its mouth, and the boy could not understand what he should live for, because although the Lord had a reason, he had nothing. The monster waved his hand and called the young man a brat, and he said that was why he decided to follow the Lord. A moment later, the swordsman suddenly jerked from his place. A green mushroom appeared in the undead's palm. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard, and it was heard that Ricky should die. The monster was releasing dark power. A purple aura was visible. Suddenly, the demigod, swinging his sword, muttered that he considered the Lord's goal his own goal. Jumping high, the Apocalypse realized that his loneliness had only increased. The enemy opened his jaw in pain. Having delivered a slashing blow to the evil spirit, the guy said that his sword, called Power, asked him about it every time. Suddenly, 3 scary skeletons appeared. Being in a purple aura, the young man remembered the question of why he was swinging it. Then the swordsman powerfully swung his weapon and named a second question, what he wanted to get with his power. Gripping his blade tightly, Ricky explained that these questions were terrifying to him. After cutting through the clones of the Death Lord, the demigod remarked that he felt that if he found the answers to them, his blind trust in the Lord would be broken. Nasdaq, opening his mouth, exclaimed that he did not think that he was so strong, because he did not even return to his true form. The boy's hair flew in the wind, and he said that he was afraid to admit that the place he was looking at was a road different from the Lord's path. Narrowing his eyes, the Apocalypse added that one day, a man gave him the answer. In the past, Rashid, opening his mouth, said that the sword he did not trust was nothing more than cutlery. Ricky was seen standing in front of him. The demigod, smiling, asked if he wanted to say that his sword was just a cutlery, and that such words should not be said by someone who is stronger. Holding his weapon in his hand, the sword master replied that he was definitely far superior in strength, and would not be able to win this fight. Biting his lips, Apocalypse listened attentively. However, it was not a question of winning or losing, but he was senselessly weak. Suddenly, Ricky pulled out his blade. Clenching his jaw, the demigod asked not to make him laugh, because the winner was the strongest. Rashid's face was menacing. Lowering his weapon, the sword master asked if he had ever trusted his life to a sword. Apocalypse, opening his mouth, muttered that it was not the look of a man who was on the verge of death, and maybe because of his sincere eyes, he could not answer his obvious question. His pupils glowed purple, and he thought that was true, because in fact, he also already knew about it, namely, what he lacked, and what exactly he wanted to get. The boy lowered his eyebrows angrily, and Ricky explained that they were eyes that knew everything, and he was the one he could not defeat. It was seen as the boy delivered a slashing blow, saying that whether it was Faith or someone dear to him, the time would come to protect something, and he too would have to entrust his life to the sword. Leaning his hand on the ground, the swordsman said that when that moment came, he would understand what true strength was. Then a powerful explosion was heard. Agni, looking forward, exclaimed that he understood why he did not return to his true body. The unusual creature, looking at the Lord of Fire, asked what he was talking about, to which he received the answer that he was using the sword's abilities with human techniques. Ricky was seen quickly moving his legs, and it was heard that he simply could not return, because if he returned to his true form, he would not be able to use human sword techniques. Suddenly, a bright burst of flame appeared, and one of the monsters said that this did not change the fact that Ricky was strong. Fire burned brightly around Agnia, and he noted that not only did the demigod look like this, but in such a body he was not able to surpass human limitations, and in a human body he would never be able to go against his flame. Flames flew towards the guy, and at that moment the monster said that there was no need to attack him personally, because even if you just cover the entire area with flames, Ricky will melt and disappear. Suddenly the protagonist appeared and muttered that he did not think that the Lord would come here for him. Opening his mouth, the white creature said that he had done something that should never have been done, and therefore he would not see an easy death. Standing up abruptly, Lucas thought that although he was still the strongest in the world, he now spoke completely differently from 4,000 years ago, which meant that Ricky's betrayal was a huge shock for him. A bright power surrounded the protagonist's palm, and he wondered if he could win, and then decided that he had to win. Suddenly, the Lord extended his palm. The white creature's eye bulged, and the boy realized that he was going to die. A purple aura appeared a moment later, and at the same time, the young man asked to stop. The apostle looked ahead in bewilderment. Sweat was running down the mage's cheek. The girl's body appeared. The face of the strongest in the world was visible, and he asked why she was here, and asked her to step aside. Looking at the lady, Lucas muttered that although she looked different, he could recognize her at a glance. Iris, lowering her eyebrows, politely said that she should not kill this man. Opening his eye, the Lord said that she had gone crazy, and if she did not step aside, she would simply die with him. The Black Witch's gaze was stern. The pupils of the white creature sharply dilated, and it noted that if this was her wish, then so it would be. The strongest in the world suddenly extended his fingers. The girl, opening her mouth, reminded him of the promised request. The Lord frowned in bewilderment. Spreading her arms in different directions, Iris explained that the request that he said he would fulfill for her one day was hers, and therefore he should let the man go. Grinning, the white being asked if it wanted to use the opportunity it had been saving for 4,000 years now, and why. Through the sweat on its face, the black witch asked if it was possible. Lowering its hand, the strongest in the world replied that promises must be kept. Turning around, the Lord said that that was all, and when they met again, he would definitely kill him. A moment later, the lady sighed heavily. Moving its legs, the white being said that it was becoming more and more interesting, because for the sake of its protection, Iris, following Ricky, had put her life on the line. Looking forward, the protagonist heard that for the sake of the one who was doomed to inevitable death. Turning its gaze to the side, the strongest in the world noted that he was so interested in the reason for this that he was about to go crazy. An unusual aura surrounded the Lord, and he said that they would see Ricky's apostle again. A moment later, the white being disappeared. Lucas and the girl were seen standing in place. The protagonist's face was calm. Looking at the black witch's back, the boy muttered that she was alive after all. The lady sharply clenched her fingers. Standing next to the boy, Iris asked if she could ask him for something. Then the girl opened her mouth. Raising her eyebrows, the black witch asked to show her his true face. The apostle looked forward thoughtfully. The magician bit his lips menacingly. Lucas remembered how the lady was next to the defeated old man. The lady raised her eyebrows in surprise, hearing a negative answer. Narrowing her eyes, the protagonist apologized and explained that he could not trust her. Iris opened her mouth in confusion. Then the girl sadly pressed her lips. The protagonist glanced at the black witch and asked why she saved him. A moment later, a dark portal appeared in front of the lady. The lady's hair was visible, and she clarified why he needed to know this. A second later, Iris disappeared. Standing near the grave, the boy wondered why she killed Shuhei. Suddenly, it seemed like Ricky was fighting off fire. The demigod of the sword frowned menacingly. Agnias, releasing a powerful flame, exclaimed that he did not think he could withstand this flame with such a body, after which he suggested that he quickly return to his true form. Opening his mouth wide, the Lord of Fire added that in any case, he could not use his abilities and would die at their hands. Holding the sword in front of himself, Apocalypse realized that he was right, because he would not have a chance. The boy thoughtfully looked down. A sharp blade was visible, and at the same time, the young man wondered if he had ever trusted his life to a sword. Then Ricky smiled contentedly. The demigod abruptly raised his weapon. Apocalypse held back the onslaught of the enemy. The monster opened his mouth and asked if he was giving up. Biting his lips, the boy muttered that whether it was faith or someone dear to him, the time would come to protect something. Suddenly, his blade glowed purple, and he added that he too would have to entrust his life to the sword. Gripping the handle tightly, the young man said that when that moment came, he would understand what true strength was. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his nose. Furiously swinging his sword, Ricky used the rushing sword technique. A bright beam flew towards the undead. The monsters leaned back in fear. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. Suddenly, a huge portal appeared. Space was visible through the magical passage, and one of the monsters exclaimed that the heavens were cut apart, and asked what kind of incredible power this was. Apocalypse looked down and asked if it was really a human sword technique. The eye of the Lord of Death glowed green. The expression on the demigod's face was stern. Suddenly, the boy cut Nozdok's head into two. It seemed like the boy parried in midair. A second later, a huge number of blows were heard on the Fire Lord's body. Then, Agnias crumbled into many small fragments. Riiran, through the sweat on his face, was stunned. Stretching out her palm, the lady was puzzled that he destroyed three in an instant. It was seen how Ricky flew towards his opponent. The girl narrowed her eyes sharply and screamed. Apocalypse closed his eyes, waiting for the blow. Suddenly, the creator of the Blake family narrowed his eyes. At the same time, the Lord, having pierced the demigod's stomach, asked him to stop. The boy's face quickly became covered in blood. The boy's jaw dropped in pain, and the strongest in the world remarked that this was the saddest day of his life. Ricky lowered his eyebrows in confusion. Through tears, the white being asked if Ricky really had no other choice. Holding the blade in his hand, the demigod said that he should kill him. The Lord sharply clenched his jaw. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. Riiran opened her mouth wide. It was visible how the boy's hand was quickly burning. Then green blisters appeared on the other. The boy's leg was badly cut. The second leg turned black, and the strongest in the world explained that this was the first and last punishment he had given him. The defeated Ricky lay on the ground, and at that very moment, the white being said that thanks to him, he would feel all the wrath of his kin. Blood flowed from the demigod's mouth. The Lord stood above him. Tears were streaming down the face of the strongest in the world. Opening her jaw, the girl heard that if she hurried, they could still be revived, and therefore let him take care of Anut, Agni and Nozdok. Suddenly, Riiran, stretching out his palm, clarified about Ricky. It was seen how the Lord slowly left. Looking down, the creator of the Blake family asked what he wanted her to do. The lady abruptly turned her gaze to the side. Suddenly, a powerful aura swirled above her. An unusual force parried around the girl's palm. Lying on the floor, the demigod of the sword said that he should kill him, and then asked why she doubted. Riiran clenched her jaw in bewilderment. A second later, the apocalypse bit her lips. Holding her hands behind her back, the lady said that she should disappear. Through tears, the creator of the Blake family explained that he did not want to dirty his hands with a scumbag who would die anyway, and so let him go to a place where she would never see him and die quietly. A moment later, the lady disappeared. It seemed like Ricky squinted. Then the guy began to crawl forward. The Lord spread his fingers wide, and Lucas mentally said that his body did not move. Standing next to the grave, the protagonist thought about how the difference in their strength was incredible, so he instinctively sensed death. Grasping the mask with his fingers, the strongest master of humanity realized that if it were not for Iris, he would have definitely died right there. Long blonde hair fell on the back of the protagonist, and he admitted to Russia that he was ashamed, and then added that he once managed to change even Ricky. The apostle sadly lowered the corners of his mouth, and said that after 4,000 years he had not even managed to change himself. Touching his fingers to the hilt of his sword, the boy asked what he had done to Ricky. The silhouette of the demigod of swords appeared through the beams of teleportation, and he said that he had been lectured. The clothes of the apocalypse were torn to shreds when the young man suddenly called out to him. Putting his hand under the falling man, the protagonist was surprised by his wounds. The strongest master of humanity turned his head to the side when Ricky asked if he could ask him to hold his hand for a bit, because he wanted to lie down next to him. The protagonist frowned in confusion. A bright cave appeared, and the demigod of swords could be heard saying that he thought the Lord had come here. Resting his head on the bag, Apocalypse apologized for everything happening because of his carelessness, to which the other replied that he thought so, and suggested that they had neglected the Lord too much. Suddenly, Ricky began to cough, and blood flew out of his mouth. A drop of sweat ran down the apostle's cheek, and he exclaimed that he thought that he needed to take care of his wounds first. Lying on the ground, the demigod of swords quietly said that his body was different from a human's, so it could not be cured, and then added that without the Lord's power, he would have no choice but to disappear. Apocalypse explained that because of this, they did not have time, so Lucas should listen carefully, to which he clenched his teeth tightly. The creature was seen sucking the magical currents from another, and Ricky reported that he had earned them about a year of time and had fatally wounded Nasdaq, Apanta, and Agnias. The demigod flew high into the air, and the sword master stated that they would not be able to move properly until they were fully restored. The protagonist frowned in confusion, surprised that his interlocutor had defeated these three on his own. After a pause, the apocalypse closed one eye and explained that only demigods forced the Lord to act. The creature seemed to bite its lips in frustration, and Ricky noted that even despite this entire situation, he had not managed to take its life, so one could say that he was at least a philanthropist towards demigods. The swordsman stated that this was the Lord's weakness, when suddenly the strongest master of humanity looked down. Sitting on his knees, the protagonist paused and asked why his interlocutor betrayed someone like him. The face of the demigod of swords was stained with blood. Apocalypse said that a sword without trust is just a table knife, when suddenly the apostle's pupils noticeably enlarged. Moving his palm to the side, the guy became alarmed. The sword Rushid appeared, and the protagonist said that 4,000 years ago, one phrase changed everything in him. On the cliff edge, a battle between a sword master and a demigod of swords was visible, and the latter said that he was busy striving for strength in order to fill the emptiness inside himself, after which he added that in order for his sword techniques to become even stronger, he took them from other people. Ricky, in the form of an unusual creature, spread his arms out to the sides, and now said that that battle, like all the others, was started in order to take away the man's technique, and then added that, as always, his victory was becoming more and more obvious. Rushid bowed his head down tiredly, and Ricky remembered that even when he was in a fight with no chance of winning, his gaze did not drop for a second. The white creature lowered the corners of his lips, and the demigod of swords noted that the man was an incredible person, and then for the first time he was able to see fortitude with his own eyes. The opponents stood opposite each other, and the apocalypse admitted that he realized that if he did not have the abilities of a demigod, he could not even compare to his toe. Slightly grinning, the swordsman said that this was a strange thing, and that suddenly his head felt very light. Ricky lay on the ground and remembered what Rushid had told him about what was missing in his sword and what he had to fill that void with. Lowering his chin, Lucas assumed that he had been wrong about him all along, because the fact that he had killed the sword master meant that it was not done for the sake of killing, but during a duel. Opening his lips, the apocalypse denied these words. In the past, a white entity had intervened in the battle, and the swordsman explained that Rushid had been killed by the Lord. It seemed like Ricky was shaking the powerful creature by the shoulders, and now he was talking about how he had not used his powers, but had fought him only with sword techniques, so the Lord was worried that he would lose to him and got involved in this battle. The demigod of swords admitted that he was very ashamed, because he still could not forget his gaze, which did not drop even at the very last moment, to which the protagonist bit his lips in frustration. Apocalypse had his weapon next to him, and he noticed that he had asked him what he believed in, and he had laughed and begun to answer. Slightly squinting his eyes, Rashid said that he believed in friends. The sword master added that if he had comrades to whom he could trust his back, then such nonsense as death would not frighten him, when suddenly Ricky's eyes sparkled. The mighty demigod of swords pulled his hands back, and now explained that trust was not just a philanthropic shell like the Lord's, with the help of which he wanted to achieve only his own peace. Apocalypse's eyelids began to close slowly. Lying with his head on the bag, Ricky admitted that he envied the man, and only then was he able to understand why all existing life forms were precious. Out of sadness, the strongest master of humanity closed his lips and remained silent. Turning his head slightly towards his interlocutor, the demigod of swords asked the protagonist to go to the Blake estate, after which he added that it would be necessary to find clues there to prevent the production of Illumininium. Narrowing his eyes, the Apocalypse explained that if the demigods were able to use it without hindrance, then everything would be over. Mountains and trees in the snow appeared, and Ricky said that he thought that after that he would need to go north to the snowy lands and find a demigod named Elia, after which he said that she was an eccentric who was not interested in either demigods or humans, and was the only one in whose control even the Lord had given up. The demigod of swords noted that if there was someone who would agree to take his side, then it could only be her, to which Lucas lowered his head. Apocalypse grabbed the wound on his body with his hand, sighed heavily and admitted that he was glad that he would disappear after saying everything he wanted. The stone slab on Rushid's grave appeared, and Ricky explained that for demigods there is no such thing as death, because they just disappear, and then added that he was very sorry, because he would like to clash with him again in battle, at least in heaven. Lying on the ground, Apocalypse wondered what the sword master would say now if he saw him now. The protagonist declared that his interlocutor was worthy of praise, when suddenly his pupil noticeably enlarged. The strongest master of humanity was kneeling next to the swordsman. Rushid suddenly smiled and said that Ricky was a beautiful sword. With his eyes bulging, the demigod of swords was silent. Squinting, Lucas laughed and noted that this idiot would definitely say something like that. Squinting, the Apocalypse admitted that he was surprised, because at some point his interlocutor began to look like Rushid. Lowering his chin, the protagonist said that this man was a friend to whom he could trust his back. At the same second, the strongest master of humanity closed his eyes. Putting his hands on his knees, the protagonist said his real name, after which he said that he was an Archmage who returned after 4,000 years to destroy the Lord. A moment later, Ricky turned his gaze towards the interlocutor. Parting his lips, the demigod of swords muttered that this was the very same man. Holding his hand to the huge wound on his stomach, the Apocalypse noted that now everything was clear to him. Grinning, the protagonist said that he was sure that Rushid would be proud of him. Patting the swordsman on the shoulder with his palm, the apostle added that he would also be proud of him. Bowing his head forward, the guy called out to Ricky. Kneeling next to him, the Archmage said that he was a friend of the sword master, and him too. The pupils of the demigod of swords noticeably decreased, and Lucas said that he had to endure many difficulties alone, so now he should have a good rest. Suddenly, tears appeared in the eyes of the Apocalypse. Lowering his eyelids, Ricky cried and noted that everything was exactly as he said. Disappearing in the rays of teleportation, the demigod of the sword said that the last moments are not at all scary. A moment later, the protagonist sat alone, surrounded by energy flows. The strongest master of humanity tightly clenched his hand into a fist. Then the protagonist brought the limb closer to his body. In his palm lay a magic sphere, and someone was heard asking him to take care of the rest. The apostle stood in front of Rushid's grave. The guy turned away from the stone slab with his eyes closed. It seemed that Ricka's blade was stuck into the ground next to the sword master's weapon. Streams of wind flew around the daggers. The remains of a destroyed city appeared. A cloud of dust flew past the wooden remains, and someone said that this was the battle between the demigods. Charles and her team moved forward along the street. Frowning menacingly, the vampire thought that she did not know for what reasons there were disagreements among them, but this was a completely different level, and even if all the living beings in this world joined forces, they would not be able to win. The second man in fist-span amulet closed her lips and wondered what they could do against them. Suddenly, a silhouette of a guy appeared in the sky. Lucas looked down, and everyone was wondering if it was an apostle of the sword. Opening his mouth wide, Jerome exclaimed that this was their chance, and wasn't their opponent just an apostle, and then suggested that the team attack him together and get information. The man frowned angrily and shouted that he didn't think this was a matter that could be discussed so easily, since it should be left to him first. At the same second, the gentleman looked up. A moment later, he flew into the air right next to the main character. Gritting his teeth, Ally Charles asked him his name, and then assumed that he already knew who they were. The interlocutor said that he would only ask him one question, to which the strongest master of humanity closed his lips. Clenching his fists, the man asked if the protagonist was their enemy. The apostle's face visibly reddened. Slightly lowering his chin, the gentleman explained that they had already established that the man in front of him was the Apostle of the Sword. Hovering in the air, his partner Charles noticed that he had begun to cause disorder in relation to the other demigods, after which he asked if he had freed the slaves who were still here, since he did not look like the demigods and apostles they knew about. Frowning menacingly, the man asked him to answer the question of whether they should really treat him as an enemy. Suddenly, Lucas looked down. The heroes on the ground raised their heads to the sky. The younger brother of the protagonist closed his lips. The pupils of the strongest master of humanity began to glow brightly. At the same second, Heinz's eyes noticeably decreased. Magic flows appeared around the protagonist. J-Bum opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was a brat. A moment later, the knight jumped up and asked everyone to look at it. Swinging his weapon, the warrior asked if he had told his partners that. The blade of the blade reflected a splash of magical flame. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman cried out indignantly. The apostle's younger brother opened his mouth in bewilderment. The Archmage was surrounded by a protective barrier, and the enemies did not understand whether it was a lightning strike, and how he managed to use lightning. The space inside the magic sphere was filled with energy flows. Clouds of smoke began to swirl around the magic ball. Suddenly, the man began to smile. With wide eyes, Charles exclaimed that this was the ability to control mana. At the same second, a sharp fawn was visible from her mouth. Lucas's protective barrier surrounded everyone in his path, and the vampire decided that he was using space capture. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth, and the girl did not understand whether the sword apostle was a mage who had reached the 8-star level. A drop of sweat ran down Heinz's cheek from anxiety. The silhouettes of the brothers began to glow with a bright aura. The strongest master of humanity turned his gaze to the side. The young man's pupils noticeably decreased in anxiety. The second person in Fistban Amlet bit her finger with her fangs. A moment later, the deputy master of the circle clenched her jaws tightly. Drops of her blood swirled in a spiral in the air. In response to this, the protagonist let blood from his hand. The apostle swung his palms in different directions. Opening his mouth in bewilderment, the old man thought about the fact that not only did he use magic and divine powers at the same time, but he could also summon a demon. At the same second, streams of dark magic began to break through from the ground. A squall of black energy appeared from a spatial hole in the sky. A moment later, the two demons looked at each other. Rillis winked with one eye and asked who it was that was here, since they hadn't seen each other for ages. Azura opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that there was no need to make him laugh, since she had appeared in the dream of the man who had signed a contract with him just a few days ago. Putting her fingers to her lips, the succubus asked what they were talking about. The undead creature, flexing his fists, said that it was even for the best, since he wanted to beat her up properly at least once anyway. Grinning maliciously, the dark entity laughed and noted that her enemy was still talking nonsense, and then offered to help her relieve her fatigue for the first time in a long time. A moment later, the demons pounced on each other. A large magic ring formed around them. Charles, spreading her arms out to the sides, tried to protect her partners. The vampire widened her eyes and told everyone to get out of here, since they would only get in the way. Jerome's fingers wrapped around the hilt of his sword, and he called out to the deputy circle master, who asked if she really needed to be told twice. Looking back, she said that she had told them to disappear. Taking his partner by the shoulder, the man said that they understood, and then asked their leader to be careful. A moment later, the allies flew far away from their boss. Placing her hands on her hips, Charles admitted that she did not think that her opponent would just let them go. Smiling widely, the vampire noted that she thought that her opponent was quite relaxed. Slightly lowering his chin, the guy said that she was his target from the very beginning. Charles's red eyes widened. Suddenly, a bright fire appeared in her pupils. Wings began to appear from behind her back, and she asked him to tell her everything that happened between the demigods. Lucas advised the girl not to relax, when suddenly her eyes greatly increased in size. Grinning, the protagonist asked if he really looked like someone who could succumb to such a simple spell, then added that his rival had already tried it on him once, and should know it well. Gritting her teeth tightly, the second person in Fistban Amlet thought about how the soul capture did not work on him at all, and everything was happening as Rillis said. Hovering in the sky, Charles realized that the strength of this guy's spirit was not at the human level. Lowering her jaw, the vampire noted that the strongest master of humanity said that she was his target from the very beginning, and then clarified what that meant. Folding his arms, the protagonist began calling the interlocutor first a girl, then an aunt, and then even a grandmother, to which she asked him to use only one thing, otherwise he would have to be a corpse. Stretching his palm, surrounded by magic forward, the apostle asked if it was true that the powers of her kind were devoted to the connections of the higher and lower. Putting his finger forward, the Archmage said that he wanted to subjugate her and make her his servant. Smiling maliciously, Charles said that he was a scoundrel, and maybe it was because he lived too little, but still remained completely stupid. Black wings burst from the vampire's back. Streams of fire appeared from the girl's eyes. Spreading her flying limbs, the second person in Fistban Amlet created a shockwave. Numerous bats flew out of the black matter. A flock of animals pounced on Lucas. Lowering his chin, the protagonist thoughtfully said that it seemed to him that his rival liked attritional battles more than he assumed. The monsters surrounded the strongest master of humanity, creating a sphere. Suddenly, the protagonist put his fingers up. At that very moment, the apostle clenched his fist tightly. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. All the bats fell to the ground next to the Archmage. Gritting her teeth, Charles screamed indignantly. Lucas looked angrily at his opponent. Frowning menacingly, the vampire called him a bastard. Putting her palms in front of her, the girl formed magic circles. An enraged monster suddenly jumped out of the portal and began to roar loudly. The beast hit the protective barrier with its sharp fangs. Turning his head to the left, the protagonist asked if it was a hellhound. Suddenly, the strongest master of humanity lowered the corners of his mouth. The magical animal smashed the defense into pieces in a jump. The monster stopped and was ablaze with flames. At that very second, other dark entities began to approach the protagonist. Charles's loyal monsters appeared behind her. The apostle grinned and was surprised that it was an evil spirit and even a nightmare, and that was 3 demons, and then added that the grandmother was truly incredible. Putting her palm in front of her, the vampire screamed that she had warned him not to continue. A moment later, a crowd of monsters rushed towards the Archmage. A magic sphere formed between Lucas's hands. An explosive funnel appeared in the sky from his ability. The black creatures were blinded by light. The second person in Fistban Amlet opened her mouth in alarm. At the same second, an energy beam flashed in front of the protagonist's face. A moment later, lightning began to strike from the clouds, destroying everything on the ground. Stone fragments flew in different directions. Clouds of dust flew over the destroyed surface. The strongest master of humanity stood in the middle of defeated enemies. Energy streams were visible under his feet. Suddenly, someone's head appeared behind the protagonist. A grin appeared on the apostle's face. Lucas kicked the creature's body, causing it to scream. Charles closed her eyes, and the protagonist noted that she was quite skilled, but her attack patterns were too hackneyed, and then called her a granny. The strongest master of humanity asked her to stop, while tears appeared in the vampire's eye. Turning his back to the enemy, the protagonist said that he had not intended to kill them from the very beginning. Picking up the body from the ground, the girl asked what he had planned again, when she suddenly screamed that he himself had provoked them. The apostle explained that he only wanted to test their abilities and find out if they were up to the task of confronting demigods, to which the interlocutor knelt down and asked him again. Slightly lowering the corners of her eyebrows, the second person in Fistban Amlet asked if the guy wanted to say that he was going to fight demigods. The hair was wrapped behind the Archmage's ear, and Charles asked if he thought it was possible to believe in it, and then added that he had sold his beliefs and become a supporter of the demigods. Lucas said that he was not asking her to believe, but only telling her to accept it, when suddenly a drop of sweat ran down the vampire's cheek. Turning his head towards his interlocutor, the protagonist noted that he was stronger than all of them. The Lord appeared among the snowy lands. The white creature moved forward, half plunging his feet into the snow. In the distance of the frozen valley, someone's silhouette was visible. A moment later, the strongest in the world approached the woman. A shadow fell on the face of the light entity, and he said that he and Elia had not seen each other for a long time. The girl's lips were blue from the cold. In the middle of the icy cave, the demigod was heard asking whether she had warned the Lord not to break into her territory like that. The white being lowered his hands and said that Ricky had died. The woman asked him again, his pupils bulging, and he replied that he had killed him himself. The back of the strongest in the world appeared, and Elia did not understand what kind of nonsense they were telling her, or what had happened to the swordsman. Slightly lowering his chin, the white being explained that it was all because he had betrayed them. The girl raised the corners of her eyebrows in disappointment, and the Lord noted that dozens of their brothers had also died, and he had to be called as he should have been. The half-side suddenly narrowed her eye. The white being bit her lips in sadness, and the interlocutor asked why, in that case, the face of the one who had done this looked so bad. Standing in front of the woman, the strongest in the world asked her to adopt what Ricky had been doing. The girl frowned and said that he should know her answer even if he didn't say it, then added that he should leave her alone. Suddenly, the white entity lowered the corners of his lips in displeasure. The Lord opened his mouth at the same moment. A moment later, he curled his lips into a tube. Elia's eyes widened in alarm when she heard that the strongest in the world would return, and then she would have to give him the answer he wanted to hear. The white entity turned away from his interlocutor. The girl remained standing in the same place. At the same second, the ruler of the snowy lands fell down. Suddenly, the woman raised her head up. Looking at the icy rocks, the demigod wondered if Ricky was dead. Charles lowered her chin down. Azura grabbed Rilissa's limbs with his hands while she screamed that she needed to wait a minute because her head hurt, and was indignant that the enemy would still unfairly use all 6 of his arms. The vampire ordered the demon to stop and come back, to which she frowned menacingly and asked why so suddenly, because it was only just starting to get more fun here. Lowering his hands in front of the girl, Lucas asked if she was going to subjugate him, to which she replied that she admitted it, and he had the right to say such things. Slightly lowering her eyebrows, Charles declared that this was her defeat, and then added that she would now obey him. It seemed as if the second person in Fistban Amlet lowered the corners of her lips. The demon princes continued to hold each other's limbs. Rillis grinned, not understanding what to do, after which she said that she was very sorry to stop, because she had just warmed up her body a little. Disappearing in the magical flows, the demoness noted that she and Azura would see each other again. The dark creature clenched his teeth in anger. A splash of black energy was visible behind the heroes. Sitting on her knees in front of the Archmage, the vampire explained that she could not simply obey, and then added that although she looked like it, she was actually the queen of vampires. Looking down at his interlocutor, the guy asked if she wanted to say that she was going to make a contract on his blood, when he suddenly said that she was a cunning grandmother. Smiling, Lucas said that if he did not have enough skill, then she would want to make him a blood relative and subjugate him. An evil grin appeared on Charles's face, and she asked if the little boy was scared. Grasping the rope around his neck with his fingers, the protagonist replied that this was absolutely not the case, and then suggested that she try. Suddenly, the vampire rushed straight at the strongest master of humanity. Gritting her teeth tightly during the bite, the lady thought that this was his end. At the same time, the protagonist stood with his lips closed. It was visible how the second person in Fistban Amlet hung on his body. In the complete darkness, the silhouette of the apostle began to glow. At the same second, the guy looked to the side. The face of the Archmage in his true form appeared, and Charles noted that this was his true appearance. The heroes hovered in the air opposite each other. Grinning, Lucas asked what this was, and whether she had created such a place. Folding her hands, the vampire said that this was a space of emptiness, after which she added that in this place they were not affected by the time of the real world. Smiling, the lady explained that with one word she could leave him here for several hundred years until he swears obedience to her. Unable to contain his laughter, the protagonist covered his mouth with his hand. Closing his eyes, the strongest master of humanity asked for forgiveness and said that he did not intend to smile, and then added that simply if compared with the space of emptiness that he knew, then here it is very pleasant, like in paradise. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist asked the interlocutor to look at the fact that their bodies were here, and besides, all the sensations were just as active. Closing his lips, the lady did not understand what he was talking about, but did not think that he was just bluffing. The protagonist looked down at his hand, and Charles wondered if he really did not care that he was here, because no matter how strong his spirit was, he did not think that a person could spend even a year in such a place. Hovering in the air, the vampire asked who her interlocutor was at all. Finding himself behind the girl, the Archmage said that he would tell her. The boy added with a malicious grin that he would tell her who he really was. At the same moment, the pupil of the second person in Fistban Amlet noticeably enlarged. A space with abandoned buildings appeared. Many hands were reaching out to the person. Black marks from their touches remained on his body. A moment later, the fingers began to penetrate under the skin. Limbs were visible in the darkness. Charles opened her jaw wide in pain and began to scream loudly. At the same time, the girl was lying on the ground and crying, and the young man asked if she was okay, and then said that if we consider that it was only 1 year, then it turns out that he simply gave her a little taste. Lucas, holding his hand on his side, said that having existed like this for about a century, he completely forgot to continue counting time, and when he returned, 4,000 years had passed. Charles, through her tears, wondered if these were really memories of what a person could endure. The protagonist bit his lips, and the girl exclaimed that this was absolutely impossible. A moment later, the vampire put his hand on the ground. Then the deputy master of the circle blushed. The protagonist's face was serious. With her mouth wide open, the lady said that the Archmage and Master Lucas was indeed him. Touching the lady's head, the guy asked her again if he would obey him. Lowering her head, Charles answered that anything was fine and would follow any order. A second later, the young man smiled contentedly. Turning away from the vampire, the apostle said that when the sun sets, let Heinz send here, and also let him not assign an escort to him under any circumstances, to which she obeyed. Looking at the strongest master of humanity, the girl clarified whether he had returned to destroy the demigods. The lady's eyes widened in surprise. Lucas narrowed his eyes and answered positively. Then the protagonist rose from the pit. The second person in Fistban Amlet began to cry. After some time, a long river appeared. The protagonist was seen standing on top of a mountain. His cloak was fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, a flame appeared behind him. The guy turned his head sharply to the side. Suddenly, a phoenix appeared. Opening his mouth, the young man noticed that Phoenix was waiting. The mage said as he shuffled his feet that she had changed a lot since they had last seen each other, and that he had come to ask her something. In the past, there had been a group of people inside the building, and the strongest master of humanity had said that he was surprised by this, because he had never thought that they would meet again in such a place. The hair of the divine-looking monster was flying in the wind. Looking ahead, Lucas asked why she had become an apostle of fire. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist asked if it was her decision, or if there was a reason why she could not tell him anything. Rocky mountains were visible, and at the same time, the protagonist asked for an honest answer, explaining that he was going to destroy all the demigods in this world. Phoenix then bit his lips. Squinting, the guy added that therefore, depending on her answer, he might have no choice but to kill her right there. Suddenly, the godlike monster objected that he shouldn't make her laugh, which made the boy's eyes widen in surprise. Sweat was running down the mage's cheek, and the lady asked if he would kill her, and then said that if he could, then let him try, and also called him a worthless thing. Frowning menacingly, the girl noted that this was what she wanted to tell him, because since that very day she had only been waiting for the moment when she could tear his throat to shreds. The girl pursed her lips. The protagonist, frowning, realized who was in front of him. Pointing at the phoenix, he said that in front of him was probably Torquata. Putting his hands on his hips, the boy said that he had previously been sure that this form was indeed the phoenix. Torquata roared, saying that he could not die until he twisted his head. He suddenly grabbed his head. Holding his head with both hands, the king said that it hurt a lot. He himself understood everything, after which, for some unknown reason, Torquata began to apologize. Frowning deeply, Drake said that he could no longer live with this fool. The protagonist, standing in front of him, asked if he had an anxiety disorder. The guy frowned when Torquata said that when the phoenix absorbed his dead body, her consciousness also left with him, so they fiercely fought for control of this body. He abruptly sat down and bowing his head said that he lost the battle. Starting to kick on the ground, the king said that because of her, he lives in some corner, and if this fool wants, she can kick him out of here at any time. Clenching his fists, Torquata said that earlier they thanked him for sparing their lives and trembled with fear, and now they mocked him. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked why he was making a fuss now. He answered by saying that it was because he had now become a subordinate of a guy named Agnias. The protagonist stared at the phoenix's body carefully. He lowered his head and became sad when the Drake King said that the phoenix told him not to meet him directly, for they could be identified, but to act in a way that would not cause him harm. Sitting up, Torquata said that the reason he became an apostle after turning into a phoenix was because of that fool. The protagonist raised his hand and interrupted him, asking him to wait. Scratching his neck, the guy told the Drake that he always called the phoenix a fool. It was uncomfortable to listen to. Did she really not have a name? The king frowned and thought. He grabbed his head again, listening to the phoenix, embarrassed, say something to him. Understanding her, he said that the phoenix asked to give her a name. The protagonist shuddered, hearing his words. Pointing to himself, he asked if he really should give a name. Torquata, lowering his hand, said that the phoenix told him that it really wanted it. The guy, scratching his chin, said that the name Nyx would suit her. Torquata grimaced, hearing this. Looking at the guy in front of him, he said that he was very smart, calling her Nyx. Yes, he just made a shortening. The young man, hearing it, said that it was a beautiful name. Opening his lips, the king said that after his death Nyx took over all the lands. She, standing on the edge of the cliff, towered over everyone. Suddenly, someone approached her. The girl turned around. One fine day, Agnias, a demigod, appeared in front of her. Looking at his face, Torquata felt a wild fear, for the first time in his life. Nyx, having released fire from her body, was going to fight him. She put her life on the line, but Torquata knew earlier that she was stupid, but at that moment he screamed and rushed. Raising his hand, the former king said that it was at that moment that he gave advice to the phoenix. Smiling, he said that he suggested Nyx to lie low and take care of her life. The protagonist, hearing him, asked if he understood that his words and facial expression did not match each other. Standing up, Torquata said that Agnias had never seen other strong life forms, not counting demigods, so he became interested in the phoenix. Although all this is due to the fact that she absorbed his heart, in order to survive, they had to become his apostles, so they could not refuse. Lucas, after thinking, told Torquata that he used to be the king of the Drakes, and now only a servant. He abruptly turned around and shouted, saying that he himself also appeared, becoming an apostle of that idiot Ricky. Spreading his arms to the side, the Drake said that Ricky is really strong. He was able to cope with 3 apocalypses on his own. The protagonist, approaching the edge of the cliff, asked Torquata if he was always so talkative. He answered, saying that he just hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. Looking at the boy's back, he asked what happened to that demigod. Lucas, without turning around, said that he died. When the Drake in Nyx's body approached him, the guy said that Ricky was going to suppress the demigods. They acted together because they had the same goal. Standing level with the boy, Torquata said that they also joined them. He frowned and said that he shouldn't be surprised. They didn't join that idiot because they liked it. Now they knew where Agnias was. The protagonist gaped at his words. Imagining the desert, Torquata said that they would only be able to find out the exact location once they arrived in the Silkid Desert. Lucas turned his head and asked if he was that useful thanks to Nyx. Torquata got angry, saying that he would kill him. Turning around and waving his hand, He said that Agnias would need 1 year to fully recover. They had to act before then. As soon as they received other information, they would tell him everything. The young man smiled and thanked him. As he left, the former king of the entire ridge told the boy to be careful. Lucas' eyes widened. He was surprised. Torquato waved his hand and said that Nyx asked him to tell him this. The protagonist chuckled, saying that he thought so. He stared after him with a smile on his face. Looking at the mountain range, the young man said that they should also be careful. They should not go beyond the mountain ranges. Heinz was standing among the ruins. He climbed to the second floor, or rather, what was left of it. The guy narrowed his eyes and froze. Seeing his younger brother, he approached him. Lucas turned to Heinz. Standing next to his brother, the ash-haired man said that he still absorbed the honor crystal. He heard rumors that immediately after he began contacting Banyan from the Trowman circle, he began to hide his tracks. But why did he choose the sword apostle? The protagonist, without even looking at his brother next to him, said that he had heard about the secret of the Blake family, saying that it was an experimental place where they became subordinates of Riiran, researched divine powers and mana compatibility. Heinz jerked his head sharply, surprised. He frowned and looked away. The youth, with his hand on his hip, asked his brother to tell him honestly who he was closer to, the demigods or the circles. Opening his lips, the boy said that he was just trying his best to stay alive. Lucas chuckled, saying that it was a good answer. Looking at the rising sun, he asked to be taken to the Blake estate. Heinz, narrowing his eyes, asked why he needed it. He answered, saying that he needed to find something. Moving his lips, the boy said that he did not know what he was looking for. Lucas frowned sharply. Heinz stared at his brother next to him as he spoke of the Blake family's inevitable destruction. The boy's eyes twitched. Looking closely at his younger brother, he asked why he wanted to go there with him, since it was his home too. The protagonist replied that it would be strange if he suddenly returned alone. The ash-haired man's mouth dropped open in shock when Lucas called him the apostle of Riiran. The protagonist stared at him carefully, studying his behavior. Now, looking at Lucas's face, Heinz mentally asked him if this was really his younger brother Fry. Putting his hand on his hip, he said that he would do as he wanted, and Charles also ordered him to actively assist him in all his desires. Afterwards, the boy smiled and said that the vampire told him not to ask anything, but it was unclear what happened between them. How could Charles acknowledge him so easily? The protagonist looked away. He rubbed his chin and thought. Looking at the clear sky, the young man said that it was because he had the same blood type as her. Soon the two brothers found themselves at the Blake family estate. The protagonist slightly squinted and was tense. While the gates were opening, Frey's feelings inside Lucas were boiling. He felt fear. The Archmage, following his brother, mentally told Fry that he was finally able to return to the place where he had given up on his life on his own. The soldiers stood at attention and saluted, greeting Heinz. He smiled and said that they were working hard. The warrior, lowering his hand, asked about the identity of the Lord's guest. Lucas, parting his lips, asked if his face had really been forgotten during his absence. The knight froze, puzzled. A moment later, his eyes widened in shock. All the knights immediately shouted, greeting the guy in front of them. Heinz, stepping forward, said that they apparently had a guest in their estate. Pointing to the carriage, the knights said that a guest had come to visit them, Her Highness herself, the third princess. The two brothers turned and looked at the man. Then they walked down the road to the estate. Heinz, walking ahead, said that for several years now, their family has often met with the princess, although she usually only talks to her mother. The protagonist slightly tilted his head in thought. Opening his lips, he asked if the girl's name was Fiora. Heinz, looking at the relatives talking, said that her name was that, and they were all gathered in front. The third princess had pink hair. She was beautiful and wise, so she actually had influence due to the fact that the emperor loved her more than anyone. She was 25 this year, but she still postponed the wedding in order to increase her political power. Fiora turned around, noticing the boys. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that it was a pity that she was 25, but his brother immediately interrupted him, saying that such a thing could not be said about a girl her age, which had long since passed the marriageable age. Heinz froze in surprise when his brother next to him said that if she were 10 years older, it would be good. Michel waved his hand and greeted Heinz. The young man, kneeling, greeted the princess. Michel turned his head and grinned. Frowning, he asked Lucas why he had come. The protagonist said nothing, calmly looking at the elder. Isaac, stepping forward, asked his son if he had really decided to come back. The guy, parting his lips, said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. The man, looking at his son, said that now they were in front of an important guest, so they would discuss all the details later. Fiora, turning to the young man, introduced herself, saying that it was nice to meet him. Michel, parting his lips, said that she could ignore him. Isaac frowned and shuddered. The protagonist kissed the girl's hand. Kneeling, Lucas said that it was an honor to personally meet the princess, called the Sapphire of the imperial family. He smiled and said that he would be incredibly happy to personally accompany her, but his clothes were too dusty for that. The girl's mouth dropped in surprise when the guy apologized and said that he did not want to be just someone for her, so he was forced to leave this meeting first. The three members of the Blake family froze, looking tensely at the princess, who gave her permission for Lucas to leave. The eldest son of the Blake family frowned, barely holding back his anger. Hines, standing to the side, apologized to the princess for leaving so quickly. Then the two brothers left. Fiora, watching them go, said that she did not know before that the Duke had a third son. The man, smiling, said that even if he did, he was lacking in many ways compared to his brothers. Isaac stared at the princess's back when she said she didn't think so. Fiora had a slight smile on her face. The events take us to one of the rooms of the estate. Hines, standing in front of his brother, asked what he was going to do now. The guy, looking out the window, said that since he was back home for the first time in a long time, he should do what a third son should do. Lucas frowned sharply when the ash-haired one said that he had no need to act. It was better for him to be himself. Looking at the younger one with narrowed eyes, he said that, as he himself knew, rumors about him had reached here to some extent. Having suppressed the pirates, he became Pierre's friend, and even went to the magic tower. Moving his lips, the young man said that forcibly trying to pretend to be his past self, on the contrary, would look even more unnatural. The protagonist, looking out the window, said that he would take his words into account. Soon night fell. Lucas was awake, meditating in the room. He opened his eyes, hearing a knock. The butler opened the door. The man, closing his eyes, told the boy that the head of the house was calling him. Then he turned around. The butler was frowning and angry, mentally saying that the outcast had returned after all and made everyone work even harder. The leaving man froze when the boy called out to him. He turned around, wanting to teach the youth a lesson. However, he shuddered with fear with his whole body, seeing him in front of him. The protagonist, parting his lips, said not to forget to knock. Passing by the servant, he said that he would endure it once, but there would be no second time. Trembling with his whole body, the butler could not believe that he was afraid of the outcast. The servants set the table. The whole Blake family sat and ate dinner. Soon the plates were empty. As Lucas wiped his mouth, Michel asked him how he dared to show up only now, since his father had obviously sent his man to the magic tower, and not yesterday. The young man glanced at his frowning brother, mentally saying that he had completely forgotten about it due to the many things he was doing. Gritting his teeth, Michel said that he did not seem to know what it meant to ignore his father's summons. Isaac suddenly ordered his son to stop. The man, opening his mouth, asked where he had been all this time. It seemed that he had left the tower after that incident. Pouring himself some tea, Lucas said that he had returned right after going around the world. Raising his hand, Michel said that he must have become quite the boaster. Now it was clear that the stupid stories that followed him could not be true. Lisha raised her mug, drinking her tea. Isaac frowned when his eldest son asked Lucas if he had been kicked out of the tower, like the academy. Hines, who was sitting at the table, tried to ignore his brother's words. The protagonist picked up his mug, drinking his tea. He put the mug down, mentally saying that it hadn't been a quarter of a day since he returned, but there really was nothing good in this family. Even the butler looked at him like an insect because of this attitude. The family sitting at the table was tense. Parting his lips, Lucas said that he hadn't run away. Michel, grinning, asked what he had gotten while going around the world. Lisha turned her head, hearing her son's question. The protagonist grinned, mentally saying that everything had worked out very well, because he needed a reputation just to act comfortably. Grinning, he said that he had at least become stronger than him. Michel opened his mouth in shock. Lisha brought her hand to her mouth and grinned. Sitting at the table, the eldest son concluded that the trip had been worthwhile after all, and was surprised that his brother, who couldn't even look him in the eye, had become so brave. Hines raised his mug, and a loud laugh rang out. The young man grinned and guessed that his younger brother still couldn't tell the difference between self-confidence and arrogance. The protagonist raised his hand and decided to hold his tongue, as this was the first family dinner in a long time. The scoundrel placed his hand on the table and turned to his father. Isaka raised his eyebrows and said that it was none of his business. Michel stood up from the table and said that there was nothing wrong with exercising after a meal. The eldest son placed his hand on his belt and asked his brother to follow him. They headed for the exit of the dining room. The woman looked back and asked if her son wasn't coming to watch this. Hines, sitting at the table, replied that he wasn't interested. Looking at the mug, the boy thought that his brother believed that the prejudices of the family against him would hinder his future actions. The heroes walked through the night garden. The sorcerer realized that even without a fight, everything was obvious, and decided that he did not want to personally watch his older brother be defeated. Hines took a sip and hoped that everyone would remain alive. The heroes stopped opposite each other. Looking at his brother, Michel remembered that only a few years ago this boy would fall even from the slightest wind brushing his shoulders, and wondered what this calm expression was. The protagonist sternly knitted his eyebrows. The eldest son assumed that he was either hiding his feelings or actually went crazy. Standing on the opposite side of the playground, the young man asked him to attack first. The villain smirked and asked if he really thought this would be a serious duel. Lucas looked down and wondered what he should do. Leisha stood behind her husband. The guy realized that he was right in front of the apostle and decided that it would be better for him not to show more strength than necessary. A clot of energy appeared in his hand. Michel scratched the back of his head and said that he expected to see a third star, looking at his confidence. The eldest son narrowed his eyes and said that he did not think that his brother would use the first star. A ball of blue energy flew straight at him. The young man jumped to the side and dodged the attack. The powerful blow left behind a destroyed wall. The villain looked at it in amazement and wondered what kind of unimaginable speed and power was this. The master took a step forward. The Archmage quickly approached his opponent. Isaka flinched and raised his eyebrows. Michel raised his hand and used an ice arrow. The apostle swung his fist. He managed to deflect the enemy projectiles. The eldest son opened his mouth in fear, because he could not believe that an ice arrow could be deflected with bare hands. The protagonist swung his leg and tried to hit him. His blue eyes shone. Lucas grabbed his opponent by the chest. A quick jerk tore him off the ground. The man's eyes widened and realized that his son had learned the techniques of the warrior mages. The boy grabbed his brother's hand and asked how he dared to do this. His body was engulfed in intense flames. Standing in the fire, the villain asked his younger brother not to be offended and explained that only one arm was a small price to pay for resisting. Michel gaped in amazement when he heard laughter. The boy smiled and said that he did not even feel hot. The master hit his brother in the face. The attack threw the eldest son into the air. His body fell to the ground. Clouds of dust rose around him. The boy, lying on the ground, trembled and groaned in pain. There was a mark on his cheek from the blow, and his teeth were knocked out. Frowning sternly, the Archmage hoped that Fry was feeling at least a little better and mentally declared that no one would dare to treat him like an insect again. The butler rushed to his master's aid. Isaka deduced that his son had learned the techniques of the mage warriors to make up for the mana he had been missing since birth. The man raised his eyebrows and said that it was an impressive fight. The apostle approached him. Standing in front of his father, the protagonist explained that he thought it would be difficult to level up with magic alone. The head of the family decided that his mana generation level had improved significantly. The sorcerer raised his eyebrows and stated that his son had grown. Leisha smiled and said that she was proud of him. The parents looked at him with confidence. Lucas was outraged that they were so calmly talking about being proud of the child they had kicked out. Closing his eyes, the boy decided that this was just a disgusting family and thanked them. Red roses grew in the garden. Sitting in the gazebo, the woman asked if her son remembered Fiora, whom they had met earlier that day. The answer was affirmative. The sorceress poured herself some tea and explained that the princess had come here for the betrothal. The young man sat opposite her. The apostle declared that the emperor's most beloved daughter would be bound to their family. Leisha placed the mug on the saucer and told him that all of her sons were of suitable age for marriage. The woman took a sip. The master thought that she was going to contact the imperial palace. But her goal could not be just politics, which meant that something else was involved. The Archmage raised his eyebrows tensely when the sorceress asked what about him. The night sky hung over the garden. The apostle called Fiora a beautiful bride who possessed both intelligence and beauty. Leisha smiled and added that the princess was so great that she even regretted giving her to her son. The protagonist raised his hand and said that this was too sudden. The woman said that Fiora considered him a good person, and added that she immediately noticed such things. Lucas looked up. The sorceress asked him not to think about such things for too long and reminded him that he now had the opportunity to be recognized as a worthy member of the Blake family. The boy narrowed his eyes and wondered what kind of hypocrisy this was. The apostle pursed her lips. The young man asked how his life would change if he was recognized. His mother closed her eyes and smiled. A light steam came from the hot steam. Sitting at the table, Leisha decided that in this case, her son would be shared with the secrets of their family. The master took the mug and thought that it was about the Blake family being a place for practical experiments of demigods in combining mana and skills. Raising her eyebrows, the woman promised to give him 3 days and asked her son to put his thoughts in order and accept it. After that, the sorceress left. The Archmage sternly looked after her. The butler folded his hands together and greeted the young master. The apostle entered the room. The man told about how he kept the place clean in his absence. The protagonist looked around and concluded that his entire family showed themselves weak only in front of the strong. The servant asked if he was sure that nothing was bothering him. Lucas raised his hand and asked him to leave, as it was time for him to sleep. The butler smiled broadly. The boy ordered him not to let anyone into the room, as he was a very light sleeper. It was dark in the mansion at night. Drachman licked her paw. The young man lay on the bed. The cat licked him. The master asked his friend to wake him up if someone hostile approached him. His soul left his body. Frowning, the Archmage realized that he needed to act prudently, and decided that no life forms except Ryiran would be able to sense him. The apostle flew through the wall. There were guards in the corridor. The protagonist dove into the floor. His ghost flew into the room between the floors. Lucas looked down when he heard someone discussing his engagement with the princess. The boy flew down. His parents were sitting at the table. The boy approached them and wondered if this was a room for secret conversations. Lisha stated that they had no choice. The woman closed her eyes and explained that they could not send Michelle there with a completely broken nose. Frowning, Isaka asked the reason for her strong obsession with the princess and reminded her that she always maintains neutrality, so her entry into their territory could even be dangerous. The sorceress folded her arms and said that only this person could provide them with what they needed. The master spread his arms. The apostle added that Ryiran needed even more. The man closed his eyes and asked if it was a linoleum. The Archmage's mouth opened in surprise. Lisha put her finger to her lips and asked her husband not to say it so easily and stated that the demigod had ordered to keep everything in absolute secrecy. The head of the family lowered the corners of his lips and asked why it should depend on Fiora if the lady herself had created this alloy. The woman lowered her head. She silently sat down in her place and closed her eyes. The sorcerer looked at her carefully when he heard that they needed Harkon. The sorceress put her hand to her cheek and told her that the princess was the only one who could get the most important ingredient for its production in large quantities. The main character was flying next to them. The apostle explained that otherwise Fiora would guess everything and take them by surprise. Isaka scratched his chin and realized that if he made her a member of the Blake family, there would be no problems. Lucas frowned tensely and realized that the princess was their greatest weakness. Lisha flinched when the man said that he only wanted to ask one question. The woman stepped back when the head of the family asked where Ryiran was. The boy was watching his mother closely. The sorceress smirked and said that it was none of his business. After that, the apostle stood up and left. The sorcerer pursed his lips and trembled. Drachman looked back. Suddenly, the cat turned its head. The young man woke up and raised his head from the pillow. The spirit of darkness immediately jumped onto his bed. The master stroked her and thanked her for the protection. Sitting on the bed, the Archmage decided to put things in order. The apostle was standing next to Ryiran. Now they are producing illumininium in large quantities, and judging by Isaac's reaction, the head of the Blake family is Lisha, who wants to accept Fiori into her family in order to obtain the necessary Harkon. The princess looked away. She is the key to preventing the production of illumininium. Opening the windows, the protagonist wondered if the girl guessed something, and realized that first he would need to understand her train of thought. Frowning, Lucas decided to prepare a place where they could meet alone, and assumed that it would not be so easy. Clouds were floating in the sky. The guy concluded that it would be too thoughtless to sneak behind the fortress wall, and wondered how he could approach her. Fiora smiled and said that she was very glad to meet him again. The young man narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Standing at the threshold, the princess asked if she could be shown the estate. The master concluded that the chance had come to him itself. Lisha leaned towards her son and whispered that the bride was also interested in him. The girl sadly knitted her eyebrows and asked if her visit was too sudden. Smiling, the Archmage answered that it was not so at all, and explained that he was worried that they had not been able to properly get to know each other yesterday. The heroes headed to the estate. The sorceress looked after them tensely. The woman turned to the apostle and told him that she and Pierre often played together when they were children. Suddenly, the emperor's daughter twisted her ankle. She spun around, trying not to fall. The protagonist caught her by the waist and asked if everything was okay. Fiora took his hand and thanked him for his help. Lucas closed his eyes and wondered what was wrong with her and thought that her acting was just terrible, despite her good skills in politics. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes wide. The princess squeezed his hand with her fingers. The girl pulled away and remembered that she had an important meeting. The woman smiled and promised to see him again. Then she simply left. The young man's mouth fell open in surprise. The master looked at his hand and concluded that the emperor's daughter was not someone to be taken lightly. On his palm was a note with an offer to meet at 2 o'clock in the morning at the Malakid Hotel. Fiora powdered her face, looking in the mirror. Veronica approached her and realized that this was indeed an incredible person. Since her mistress touched up her makeup so late at night, the girl asked why she didn't try doing it sometimes too. The woman smiled and suggested that cool colors would suit her. The assassin asked if she really thought she could leave marks that were completely unnecessary. The princess used perfume and told her that beauty could become a weapon, and the right facial expression could suppress an enemy better than 100 spoken words. The heroines looked around when they heard footsteps. The door to the room opened. The protagonist entered the room as Cain. The emperor's daughter raised her eyebrows and noted that his changed face wasn't that bad either. Lucas narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Fiora stood up from the table and said that she had heard about his fictitious name. The girl approached the guest and said that, according to rumors, he had become the new launder of the Trowman Circle. The boy transformed back and was surprised that his ally was interested in this. Sitting on the table, the woman explained that it was all because of her mentor, and added that she knew very well that the child from the Blake family had revived the almost completely destroyed circle. The princess looked up and was surprised that he still left the circle and began to wander alone. The young man stood in front of her. The emperor's daughter assumed that he had some incredibly important plan. The master closed his eyes and replied that this was not so at all. The warrior opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was time for them to retreat. Benian raised her hand and declared that all the invaders were suppressed, so they needed to surrender and capitulate. The head of the circle frowned. The villain asked where she got so much self-confidence. The murderer was hiding on the roof of the building. The robber said that the whole world is subject to natural selection and that they are no exception. The assassin leaped forward. The villain swung his blade and wished death upon his enemy. At that moment, lightning struck him. Isabella stood aside as the bandit fell to the ground. The sorceress frowned sternly and said that the Trowman circle was different. She raised her index finger and offered the enemy to either stop being human right now or join them. Smiling, the Archmage explained that he had a good friend replacing him as a launderer, and concluded that having a comrade you can trust is much more reliable than it seems. The apostle looked down and asked if Her Highness did not think so. Fiora looked up and asked what that meant. Standing in front of her, the protagonist explained that he was hoping for a secret meeting with her alone. The girl said that this was it. Lucas looked back. The guy looked at the ceiling and assumed that the hiding person was an intruder. There was a golden pattern on the ceiling. Suddenly, Veronica appeared there. The assassin jumped at the guest. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked her to stop. The young man put up a protective barrier in front of himself to repel the attack. The princess raised her index finger and explained that this was her guard. The master closed his eyes and said that she should have said so immediately. Holding his hand in front of the assassin, the Archmage added that in a moment her face would have shattered into pieces. The knife fell from her hand. The mercenary grabbed his hand and frowned furiously. The apostle called the bride quite perceptive. The emperor's daughter sternly knitted her brows and wondered if he was really just a little over 20 years old. The protagonist sat down on the bed and suggested getting straight to the point. Lucas looked up and asked how much his ally knew about Lydias's plans. The guy said that he was not a supporter of the Blake family. Fiora pursed her lips and realized that he saw right through her. The girl adjusted her hair and told him that the Blakes wanted to annex her to their family and isolate her from the palace, and that they desperately wanted some resources from her. Veronica fell to her knees. The young man turned his head and asked why the bride thought so. Sitting on the table next to him, the woman explained that the volume of orders had more than tripled in the past few years and said that they would not be able to deceive her. The princess presented various valuable resources and said that the Blake family had skillfully increased the amount of their import. The emperor's daughter looked down and said that she could not figure out what exactly their goal was. The master closed his eyes and called her very reasonable. Fiora raised her eyebrows. Looking at her, the Archmage said that among their artifacts there was what Lisha needed. The girl frowned and thought that his appearance and style of speech were similar to a young man, but his calmness was more characteristic of a sage. The woman imagined the man in black and realized that she was having a conversation with her mentor. The princess raised her eyebrows and asked what exactly they were talking about. The apostle lowered the corners of his lips and called out to her. The protagonist turned to his ally and asked if she was really going to continue to remain neutral. The emperor's daughter straightened up and asked him not to answer a question with a question. Fiora's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that the demigods would soon begin to conquer the continent. Lucas lowered his head and explained that they had a maximum of 2 years, which meant that if they left things as they were, they could lose their lives during that time. The girl frowned tensely. Veronica lunged forward and asked how the guest dared to threaten Her Highness. The guy raised his hand, and the assassin immediately fell to her knees. His blue eyes lit up. The guard tried to say something, but she began to tremble. The woman frowned sadly. She closed her eyes. The princess bowed her head and asked if there was any proof that the demigods, who lived in peace, would suddenly begin their conquest. The young man replied that whatever was stopping them had disappeared. The emperor's daughter turned to him when the master said that Lisha needed Harkon, which could only be obtained from the royal family. Fiora's mouth dropped in surprise and she said that was her guess. The Archmage frowned sternly and added that this material would speed up their plans. The girl looked down and suggested that if she did not side with the demigods, they would intimidate her, looking for a way to get Harkon. The woman rose to her feet and declared that she understood everything. The princess folded her hands in front of her and asked if she should join the circle. The emperor's daughter's eyes widened in amazement when the apostle answered negatively and said that the circle could not protect her. The protagonist pursed his lips. Fiora asked what she should do in that case. Lucas came closer to her. The heroes looked at each other. The guy asked his ally to always be by his side and promised to be her shield. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Rose petals swirled around them. Veronica frowned in displeasure and called out to Her Highness. The woman's eyes widened. The princess waved her hand and asked if they really thought she was that stupid. The emperor's daughter looked away and wondered how her ally was not ashamed to say such a thing so easily. Fiora sternly knitted her eyebrows and explained that she was walking such a dangerous path because she was not afraid of death. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked if she really had no one to rely on. The girl backed away when the master mentioned the owner of the 11th magic tower. The woman looked up and concluded that he actually knew absolutely everything. She turned away. The Archmage said that he would like to meet him at least once, to see what kind of person he was. The princess approached her friend and asked if she was okay. The assassin replied that she did not know where to look. The emperor's daughter bowed her head and explained that it would be very difficult, because she did not know where the owner of the tower was now. The apostle narrowed his eyes and asked if she really had no way to even maintain contact with him. Fiora put her hand in her sleeve. The girl took out a magic ball and replied that this was the only way to contact the mentor, but even so, it could only be used from his side. Suddenly, the sphere soared into the air. Bright beams burst out of it and illuminated the entire room. A hooded man appeared in front of the heroes and greeted them. The protagonist frowned and realized that he could not see his face not because of the cape, but because of a special magical item that hid his appearance. Blue particles flew around the projection. Lucas assumed that this indicated his reluctance to reveal himself. The unknown man said that he heard their conversation perfectly well. The guy raised his eyebrows. The man concluded that he also believed that the demigods would begin to capture the continent within the next 2 years at most. The young man smiled and assumed that he also had some guesses. The woman raised her hand and asked him to be more polite, because her mentor was at such a high level that she could not compare even with his fingertips. Standing in front of the hologram, the master apologized and explained that he could not do this because he could not see the face of the one to whom he needed to show respect. The princess bowed her head as the tower's master asked her not to worry and said that the man was saying the right thing. The Archmage looked down, the projection concluding that he could not be judged by what his eyes alone saw. The hooded man looked up and suggested that the demigods were behind the destruction of the Black Dragon Knights company that had happened not long ago in Ruinable. The apostle narrowed his eyes and confirmed this and said that it was the Death Controller who had done it. The man bowed his gaze and said that he thought that one of the apocalypses would be the culprit, not Nasdaq. Streams of smoke enveloped the sphere. The protagonist decided that the hologram was well aware of the inner workings of the circles, and doubted that even they could be eavesdropped on with this bead. Looking ahead, the sorcerer asked what hypotheses he had on the matter. Lucas smirked and mentioned Straw's name. Raising his index finger, the boy explained that the orb was a technique that was developed in Straw about 50 years ago, and recalled that it was the time when their leader changed. Illuminated by the bright light, the master of the tower was surprised that his guest could determine so much at a glance, and admitted that he was the head of Straw 50 years ago. The youth looked at him tensely and asked why he left the circle. The master pursed his lips when the stranger asked if he knew a man named Asul. The Archmage narrowed his eyes. In the memory, Benian said that the previous head of the circle, Trowman, was her biological father. The heroes stood opposite each other. The man said that they were good friends. The elders rose above their fallen comrade. They united and got rid of him under the pretext of destroying the apocalypses, and his death became the catalyst for the decomposition of the circles. Fiora frowned sadly as the projection stated that he was unable to prevent his comrade's death, despite the fact that they wanted to save this world from the demigods together. The hologram lowered its head and said that the guest's eyes reminded it of Ocel. The young man frowned sternly. Standing in front of him, the sorcerer offered him to take the Trowman circle and join them. The master raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. The tower's master looked at him and told him that he had gathered people who had completely inherited the will of past heroes and formed an alliance with them. The girl's mouth dropped open in amazement and thought that she was seeing this for the first time. The unknown one explained that unlike the rotten circles, this was a strong alliance that focused only on a sincere goal, the destruction of the demigods. Standing in front of him, the Archmage thanked him for the offer and refused. The apostle smiled and stated that he joined the circle because he wanted to reform the rotten organization, starting from its very skeleton. The man surrounded by blue particles asked if he thought it was possible. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and replied that this question did not require determining whether it was possible or impossible to fulfill. The woman opened her mouth in surprise. Lucas explained that the circles had had that sincere goal from the very beginning, and added that when people gather and form organizations, that sincerity stagnates and rots. The guy raised his eyebrows and said that in such a case, a new faith and a new organization appears on the outside. The stranger turned his head and said that they would not rot or stagnate. Narrowing his eyes, the young man explained that they could not ignore the essence of human nature, and added that they would have a chance to escape from the hands of the demigods only when they met it face to face. The projection lowered her head and grinned. Looking down at the guests, the sorcerer again compared him to Ossel and hoped that their last moments of life would be different. The master smiled and asked him not to worry about it. The princess's eyes widened in surprise when the mentor asked her to help this man. His image began to dissipate. The master of the tower said that it was nice to meet him, adding that he was overwhelmed with emotions from the feeling of meeting an old friend again. The Archmage looked at the blue particles and asked his name. Floating in the air, Cairo introduced himself and stated that his proposal today would always remain valid, so his comrade could contact him at any time. After that, the hologram completely disappeared. The apostle opened his mouth in shock and realized that he was a direct descendant of Shuhei. The emperor's daughter picked up a stone. Clouds floated above the estate. The family was sitting at the table. Isaka brought a piece of meat to his mouth. The brothers sat opposite each other. Leisha looked away when the protagonist said that he would accept her proposal. Lucas took a bite of steak. Soon, his plate was empty. The guy looked up and declared that he would marry Fiora. A smile appeared on his mother's face. The man looked at his wife with tension. The young man narrowed his eyes indifferently. Last night, when the heroes were standing in the room, the master said that he had 3 requests. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked what he needed. A blush appeared on her cheeks when the Archmage asked her to postpone their engagement. The woman looked back when Veronica coughed. The apostle looked up and said that she did not have to look like she had no feelings at all. The princess waved her hand in front of her face and replied that acting was her specialty. The assassin thought that this was absolutely not true. The protagonist added that they would need to suspend the sale of Harkon for a while. The emperor's daughter turned to him and decided that they would need a good reason for this so that the duke's wife would not suspect anything. Fiora spread her arms and said that this was also her specialty and asked what the 3rd request was. The girl flinched and raised her eyebrows. Lucas gave her a stern look. Birds were flying over the city. The woman's hair was blowing in the wind. Standing on the hill, the guard asked if the lady was really going to do what she was asked. Looking ahead, the princess replied that she had to do it because the mentor had asked her not to refuse this man's help. Standing behind her, the bodyguard asked if everything would really happen as he said. Looking back, the emperor's daughter asked her to remember this and explained that sometimes you can only make the right decision when you go beyond common sense. The streets were empty. Fiora concluded that such people are the ones who change the world. There was a set of dishes on the table. Leisha declared that her son had made the right choice. The woman stood up from the table and said that now he too would become a worthy member of the Blake family. Heinz looked up when his mother asked him to tell his brother the secret of their family. Isaka closed his eyes. His wife said that she would wait in the underground office. There were many books on the shelves. Sitting on the couch, the boy concluded that he had nothing more to tell and suggested that his brother do something and go down to their mother in an hour. Standing by the shelf, the protagonist asked him to call Charles here. Reading the book, the sorcerer promised to convey this wish to her and doubted that she would react to it somehow. The wizard looked up when Lucas said that everything would be fine. The heroes silently looked at each other. The guy narrowed his eyes. The sorcerer wanted to say something, but lowered his eyes and remained silent. The dim light illuminated the underground room. Walking along the corridor, Leisha asked what feelings her son had after he learned the truth of this world. The young man replied that he still could not believe that it was true. The woman smiled and said that it was obvious. The Duchess pulled back the curtain and asked her son not to worry about it, because all the details would be revealed to him one by one. Suddenly, the master's eyes widened. People were tied to beds. A corpse was hanging on ropes. The butcher was wielding a saw. The Archmage asked who it was. The apostle grinned. The sorceress pointed forward and answered that these were just bodies for experiments. The heroes passed by the corpses hanging from the ceiling. The man picked up a test tube with a black liquid. He poured it into a tube leading directly to the victim's mouth. Leisha put her hand on the subordinate's back and explained that they were alchemists in the Blake family, who were also researchers. The protagonist glanced at one of them and noticed that their condition did not seem good. The woman closed her eyes and said that she had deprived them of the ability to think. Lucas asked what this meant. The Duchess looked back and asked him to remember this well. The apostle smirked and said that when managing a group, personal opinion is just poison, and the most effective and safe method is to force subordinates to follow orders as if they were machines. The guy frowned menacingly and pursed his lips. The heroes walked further down the corridor. Leisha sternly drew her eyebrows together and announced that they had arrived. There was a tall door in front of them. The young man's eyes widened in fear. The doors were enveloped in a divine energy that emanated from within. The woman looked back and asked her son to watch his words. The Duchess opened the door and said that their master was in this place. The master looked ahead in horror and wondered if he would be able to not reveal himself even in such a situation. The Archmage lowered his head and concluded that there were too many disturbing factors, such as the divine power Indra that had taken up residence in his body. Images of the mask Hector had given him and even the bead he had received from Rika appeared in his mind. Looking at his mother, the protagonist hoped that the enemy would not suspect anything and wondered why he had failed to predict such a possibility. Lucas frowned and realized that he could not give up now, because running away would cause everything to burst like a soap bubble. The boy looked up in fear when the sorceress called out to him. The apostle put her hand to his cheek and noticed that his complexion was bad. Leisha frowned worriedly. The young man thought about killing his mother before the enemy learned of his nature. Raising his eyebrows, the master replied that everything was fine and realized that he could get rid of the apocalypse with his own hands. The woman approached the door and said that everything would end rather quickly. The Archmage decided that this would have to be done in any case. The protagonist narrowed his eyes tensely and concluded that he should be able to pull this off. The doors to the secret room opened. Riiran was sitting on the throne, crossing her legs. The demigod smirked and asked who this cute little guy was. The Duchess knelt down and lowered her head. Lucas stood next to her, The sorceress asked if everything was okay with the true mistress of the continent. The guy lowered his gaze. He clenched his teeth in irritation and pursed his lips. The young man also knelt down and raised his hands. Sitting in front of the throne, the apostle explained that this was her son. The deity raised her hand to her chin and asked if she did not have 2 sons and how her errand was going. Lisha frowned in concern and replied that only half of the goal was left. The ruler opened her mouth in anger and asked if this was all they had managed to gather. Closing her eyes, the woman apologized and said that they were currently preparing for the engagement with the princess. The duchess smirked and explained that they could achieve their goal in the shortest possible time if they made her their person. Putting her hand on the handle of the throne, the Apocalypse declared that she was too much trouble and expressed indignation at Paragon's actions. Looking up, the master thought that this was the first time he had heard the name, and assumed that it was some kind of ally. Riiran leaned on the throne and rose to her feet. The demigod approached the Archmage and called him not very talkative, but quite nice. The protagonist put his hands on his knees. The deity took him by the chin. The ruler squatted down and concluded that all people had approximately the same appearance. Apocalypse approached his face and thought. Suddenly, her eyes became round. Riiran grabbed Lucas by the shoulder. With her other hand, she grabbed him by the throat. Her pupils narrowed. The guy clenched his teeth and realized that he was caught. The sorceress's eyes widened in shock. The young man realized that he had to kill her right now. The demigod knocked him to the floor. The apostle jumped to her feet and asked what was happening. The master realized that he could not do anything from such a distance. The deity with glowing eyes asked again what his name was. The Archmage tensely knitted his eyebrows and blushed. Sitting on him, the ruler concluded that good raw material would come out of him. Lisha approached her and explained that this son was even more talented than Michelle. The protagonist wondered if he hadn't been discovered. Apocalypse smiled and asked him to step aside for a while because she and his mother needed to talk. Lucas assumed that the enemy had finally figured out his true nature. Riiran removed her hand from his throat. The guy couldn't understand why she let him go. The demigod sat down next to him and asked if not only did he talk little, but also had a hard time perceiving information by ear. The young man obediently left the office. The deity waved at him and promised to see him again. The ruler lowered her hand and asked if this child had already received divine powers. Standing behind her, the woman replied that this was not the case. Apocalypse turned around abruptly. Riiran grabbed the duchess by the throat. The girl lifted her into the air and called her stupid. The demigod frowned angrily and wished to kill her right then and there. The deity threw the sorceress back. The apostle fell to the floor. The ruler reminded that only fools make mistakes. Apocalypse narrowed her eyes contemptuously and asked if her subordinate was really that stupid. Lisha grabbed her throat and answered negatively. The master drew a magic circle on the floor. Sitting in its center, the Archmage concluded that the enemy could not have failed to notice his divine power, and decided that there could only be one reason why she did nothing with him. The protagonist frowned furiously and thought that the monster simply could not do anything. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Lucas remembered that even mortally wounded demigods continue to recover, and assumed that Riiran provides the divine power they need. The boy drew a circle and realized that the enemy was stalling for time, because this body was nothing more than a weak shell. The young man raised his ink-stained finger. The master stood up and concluded that now was his chance to get rid of the deity. A thin strip of light fell on his face. Heinz entered the room. The boy opened his mouth in shock and asked what it was. The Archmage narrowed his eyes sternly and declared that he would kill his mother. His brother's eyes widened in amazement. The sorcerer covered his mouth with his hand and remained silent. Standing next to the circle, he realized that she had been the apostle all this time. The protagonist looked at his comrade indifferently. The wizard pursed his lips and looked down. Heinz glanced at his brother and concluded that it was not Fry in front of him at all. The boy frowned sternly and asked what had happened to his youngest. Lucas lowered the corners of his lips and asked what it meant. The boy grabbed his relative by the vest. The boy gritted his teeth and was outraged that he was saying these words with his filthy mouth. The sorcerer's eyes widened when he learned that Fry was dead. The master approached him furiously and said that the Blake family had killed him. The Archmage's mouth widened and asked if he could imagine how Fry had lived. Other children had beaten him. People had ignored his existence. Isaka had turned away from his crying son. Even his own family had abandoned him. The child was clutching a jar in his hands. The apostle had said that a person who had never approved of himself since birth could only give up. The wizard's mouth fell open in shock. The protagonist gritted his teeth angrily. Heinz asked if his brother had really committed suicide. Suddenly, Lucas's eyes widened. Fry approached him and asked him not to do it. The child closed his eyes and pursed his lips in frustration. The boy pushed the boy away. The sorcerer lowered his head. The young man said that he had no right to even be sad about this. The wizard trembled and confirmed this. The middle son tightly closed his eyes and said that he always hoped that at least Fry would be able to get out of this hell. Heinz unbuttoned his vest. The master stared at him in shock. At night, clouds hung over the gorge. The wind blew between the rocks. The Lord stood in the center of the magic circle on Mount Roxo. A huge scorpion was engulfed in flames. The demigod lowered his head. A surge of energy appeared behind him. The deity asked what happened. Riaren approached him and said that there was a problem. The monster looked back. The girl told him that a man with the divine power Indra had appeared. The monster opened his eyes and said the name Ricky. The woman narrowed her eyes and assumed that this was important. The Lord asked her to catch this man alive. Apocalypse raised her hand and said that it was not so easy to do. There was a skull on a piece of cloth. The demigod explained that her body was weakened because she had to use all her strength to heal them. The deity looked down and asked why she should even tremble in fear in front of a human. Standing in front of her, the Lord promised to send reinforcements. Night had fallen on the city. The monster promised to send 3 subordinates from Cascaw, but she would have to wait 3 days because they did not know how to use space-time travel. The Lord put her hand to her chin and decided that she should evacuate her apostle first. There were no lights on the manor. Heinz's body was covered in many scars. The boy was sitting on the floor with his torso bare. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock. The sorcerer explained that the physical body that embodied the harmony of divine power and mana had been used as a model for research since his birth. The wizard lowered his head and added that being born into this family with magical abilities was the same as being a test subject for the rest of your life. Lucas asked if this was true for Michelle as well. The middle son put on a turtleneck and confirmed it. A magic circle was drawn on the floor. Heinz explained that if his older brother had not been overcome by a false sense of superiority and thoughts of his own exclusivity, he would not have been able to endure this hell on earth. The boy buttoned his vest and said that he had made it so that Fry could not use mana. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked what that meant. The sorcerer imagined himself taking the younger one by the hand and remembered the day he was born. The baby smiled widely. The wizard wanted to protect him and free him from all torment, so he polluted the mana vein in his body. The young man frowned in concern and realized that this was the incompatibility he felt when he first received this body. A beam of bright energy fell to the ground. The master realized what was causing that feeling, similar to someone artificially cutting off his blood circulation. The middle son lowered his head and stated that he thought Fry could live happily outside of this damned family. The Archmage looked at him silently. Heinz told him that his brother was a kind and gentle child, but he was called the shame of the family, so he could not think of a way not to harm his family. The apostle's eyes widened. The boy called Fry stupid. The sorcerer cried and asked him for forgiveness for his inattention. The protagonist pursed his lips and felt Fry inside him crying and apologizing for his weakness. The wizard sat on the floor in front of him. The middle son wiped his tears and asked who was standing in front of him. Lucas looked down at him. The boy went to the window and stated that his brother would not believe him anyway. Heinz's mouth dropped open in amazement when the young man introduced himself to a person he did not deserve to even meet his eyes. Dark energy was seeping out of the magic circle. It flew high into the air in front of the heroes. In its place, Charles appeared. The boy's eyes widened and he thought about how it hadn't even been a few hours since he sent the message. The girl knelt before the master. The sorcerer wondered what kind of relationship they had. The wizard raised his hand and asked what it all meant. The girl replied that everything would become clear when the time came. The vampire looked back and asked her middle son to just follow the Archmage. Heinz looked down and asked why she was saying something like that. The apostle approached him and said that he had a request. The protagonist explained about the existence of Aluminum. The boy looked up and asked what it was. Standing in the middle of the room, Lucas explained that it was an item that the demigods needed to take over the continent, which Riaren obtained with the help of Lisha. The boy frowned and said that they had to find it. The sorcerer raised his eyebrows and promised to search all the places where his mother could hide the ore. The young man asked the launder to track Lisha. Charles closed her eyes and said that she understood everything. The master stroked her head and asked her to be careful. The girl blushed and said that it would be good to have a lead by which to track her. The girl folded her hands in front of her and explained that the Duchess guessed what was happening here and was hiding the presence of her energy, so it was necessary to cause at least a small hesitation. The vampire's mouth opened in surprise when the Archmage said that it was quite simple. A sly smile shone on his face. An explosion was heard in one of the towers of the estate. The protagonist was hanging in the air high above her. Lucas frowned and decided that if his assumptions were correct, then Riaren would definitely go call for reinforcements. Heinz flew into the air. They had absolutely no time. Launder spread her arms. They needed to find Ilyaninium as soon as possible. Another explosion was heard in the mansion. Isaka pointed at his son and called him an insolent man. The man opened his mouth wide and asked what was going on. The boy smiled and asked what it looked like. The head of the family frowned furiously and asked what he was thinking when he told him something like that. The boy summoned a fireball around himself. The sorcerer's eyes widened in fear and realized that his mana was not responding. The master gave him a disdainful look and asked the scoundrel not to try to pretend to be his father. Isaka fell down and realized that his son had become an 8-star mage. The man extended his hand in front of him. A stone platform appeared under him. The head of the family landed on it. The Archmage was surprised that his divine power was not the wind. His eyes lit up. A bright beam of light destroyed the stone pillar. The sorcerer fell off it. His body fell to the ground. The apostle looked around and concluded that his father was not even up to the level of a puppet. The villain gritted his teeth and asked if his son had returned here for such a purpose. The protagonist smirked and confirmed it, and asked if there was any other reason for returning to such a disgusting family. Isaka raised his hand and realized that he had made a mistake when he kicked Fry out of the manor. The man opened his mouth wide and said that he should have killed him right away because he should never have been born anyway. The head of the family raised his hand above his head, and something burst out of the ground. Huge flies surrounded Lucas. The insects hovered in the air with the help of their long wings. The boy looked around and was outraged by the way his father was talking to his own son. The monster spread its paws. The boy concluded that Ryiran had very strange preferences. The monster spat poison at him. The master summoned an ice wall that protected him. At that moment, the barrier collapsed. Jets of poison fell to the ground. The Archmage rose into the air and noticed that his spell had disappeared. The sorcerer smiled widely and asked if his son dared to think that he could use ice magic in front of him. Dodging the poisonous spit, the apostle asked if this was a form of divine power. The flies approached him closely. They surrounded the prey from all sides. Frowning menacingly, the villain declared that this was the power of divine authority, and shouted that his child would not be able to surpass him anyway. Suddenly, his eyes became round. The clouds in the sky turned into a whirlwind. A powerful explosion was heard in the air. Isaka spread his arms and asked what it was. The protagonist was enveloped in lightning. The man asked where he got his divine powers. Lucas's eyes lit up. Charles stood surrounded by a horde of rats. The girl frowned and ordered them to find Leisha. The beasts scattered in different directions. They ran out of the sewer. The Blake family estate was destroyed, so the girl could feel the energy of the vibrations. The rats were on the city street. The vampire decided that she could determine the location of the enemy if she combined with the senses of the scouting spirits. Launder closed her eyes. Many red dots appeared on the city map. Charles's eyes turned red and lit up. The woman sat in the center of the magic circle. Corpses hung around her. The sorceress spread her arms and began to chant. Her voice carried throughout the huge room. Peeking out from the shadow of a rat, the girl realized that the enemy had sacrificed living people to maximize the effectiveness of the spell, and wondered what she was trying to achieve. The runes that were drawn on the floor began to glow. Purple lightning flickered in the air. Energy concentrated around the portal. Someone stepped forward from it. The tall man stopped. The Duchess greeted him. The apostle bowed and introduced herself. Phoebus frowned sadly and called the place dirty and dismal. The monster descended to the caster. Leisha apologized for bringing him to such an untidy place, and explained that Ryiran had ordered her to hide. The monster looked at the corpses, and was surprised that she had sacrificed people to summon him. The vampire peeked out from the shadows and realized that the enemy was gathering reinforcements. The demigod thanked his subordinate for not having to travel here for 3 days. Launder ducked back into the shadows to report to her companion. The sorceress said she could bring the remaining 2 gentlemen before dawn. The Duchess closed her eyes and said their target was her 3rd son. The apostle assumed he had already begun to act. The deity turned away and asked her not to rush him, lest it become even more depressing. Phoebus raised his hand. He waved his fingers. Charles jumped out of the shadows and screamed. The girl's eyes widened in horror and wondered if she had been noticed. The man with glowing eyes asked what kind of mouse had run in here. Heinz's mouth fell open in shock. The entire floor was littered with rubble. Body bags hung from the ceiling. The boy could not believe how bad it was. Walking down the corridor, the sorcerer concluded that this was where linenum was being produced. The wizard pulled back the curtain and entered another room. He looked up and winced. There was a bookcase against the wall. The middle son picked up the book and realized that these were materials that were closely related to the ore. The pages showed how to make it. Heinz frowned in horror and called it sheer madness. A tall pillar of light appeared in the yard. The protagonist pinned his father to the ground with magic. The boy walked up to it. Holding a bag in his hands, the sorcerer said that everything he needed was here. Isaka gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked why he needed it. Lucas extended his hand to his brother. The boy opened the bag and said that there was already quite a lot of aluminum in there. The man closed his eyes and said that he could not believe that his son had sided with the Freyas. The boy raised his eyebrows when the sorcerer asked how much he knew about the materials for the ore, and replied that he only knew that it contained Harkon. Heinz pursed his lips and looked down. The brothers stood opposite each other. The boy wanted to know what power was contained in the substance called aluminum. The master turned away and asked what the demigods feared most. The sorcerer frowned tensely. The Archmage replied that they feared an invisible force that protects the order of the world. Clouds of dust rose around. The apostle said that he meant God. The wizard opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist explained that these scoundrels pretend to be gods, but in fact, they live separately from each other. Fire energy engulfed the monster. Lucas added that for demigods who commit senseless murders, there is a god who can punish or destroy them. The boy took the crystal in his hands. The young man looked at it, and said that enemies will be able to hide their divine powers and stop fearing punishment if they eat it. The middle son asked what this meant. The master put his hand in the bag. The Archmage frowned sternly and said that the demigods were going to use Illumininium to close the eyes of the gods and take over the continent. Heinz clenched his teeth in anger, as he realized that this was happening in their family. The boy clenched his fist and explained that among the ingredients for Illumininium were human hearts. The apostle's mouth fell open in shock. Isaka frowned in annoyance. The sorcerer added that it took 108 hearts to create 100 grams, and claimed to have found over 10 kilograms of ore in the lab. The estate was built on bones. That was the true essence of the Blake family. Standing before his father, the sorcerer asked how many people they had sacrificed. The man gritted his teeth and was outraged by his ingratitude. The middle son trembled and asked where they had brought such a huge number of people from. The head of the family pursed his lips. The man in black gloves took the coin from the hands of the parent who was ready to sell his children. The protagonist looked down. The villain explained that these people were ordinary slaves, after whose disappearance no one would worry, and no one would have problems because of it. Heinz opened his mouth wide and called out to his father. Isaac asked him not to be a hypocrite. The man grinned and reminded him that the blood of the Blake family also flows in his body. The boy shook from an excess of emotions. The sorcerer opened his mouth in surprise when Lucas said that this blood flows in him too. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and asked if this meant anything. The wizard looked at him in confusion. The head of the family narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The middle son turned his head and agreed with his brother. Heinz looked down and concluded that the Blake family must disappear. The villain rushed forward and screamed furiously. The young man twisted his arm and knocked him down. Frowning menacingly, the master suggested that it was time to say what needed to be said and asked where Riiran was now. Isaka closed his eyes and said that he would not say it. The Archmage twisted his wrist and explained that he would even be offended if his father said everything at once. A black silhouette flashed in the air. The apostle looked away in fear. Something threw him back. The protagonist landed on his feet. The boy looked away in horror. Lucas picked up Charles. He looked ahead from under his brows. Having gone out into the courtyard, Apheb concluded that he had some business with Riiran and said that he could tell her everything. The girl opened her eyes and asked her mentor to be careful, because this creature controlled the darkness. The guy sternly knitted his eyebrows. The girl warned him that there was no point in hiding in the shadows. Squatting, the young man concluded that they needed to leave here. The vampire said that 2 more would come here before dawn. Launder frowned pitifully. The master thanked her for her work and said that he would finish everything himself. The Archmage handed his ally over to his brother and asked him to take care of her. Heinz took Charles and asked if his comrade was really going to confront the demigod alone. The apostle turned away and confirmed this. The protagonist looked back when his brother called out to him. The boy frowned and asked him to stay alive. The man frowned sadly. The deity approached Lucas and complained that it was so dull here. The guy summoned a staff in his hand. His blue eyes shone. The monster looked down at him. Standing in front of the enemy, the monster asked if he was really a mage. The lord narrowed his eyes and decided that Riiran had become much weaker, since she was shaking with fear in front of a man. The staff was enveloped in blue energy. Ice spikes grew from the ground. Apheb spread his fingers. With one movement of his hand, he managed to destroy the boulders. The man waved his black cloak. The young man felt as if the enemy had absorbed all the darkness surrounding them. The master frowned sternly and concluded that this was power over darkness. The demigod's eye lit up. Many black balls appeared around it. The deity waved his hand and sent them forward. The strong barrier could not protect the owner from enemy projectiles. Dodging the attacks, the Archmage wondered if his opponent even ignored the laws of physics. An explosion of lava sounded in front of him. The monster wrapped itself in a cocoon made of its cloak. The monster dispersed the flames and complained of boredom. The apostle jerked back and thought that a battle with such a creature was a continuous headache. The protagonist turned sharply. The staff pierced the ground. A giant block of ice appeared from the ground. The shadow balls crashed into it. The overlord raised his hand and declared that resistance was futile. Enveloped in light energy, Lucas decided to try white magic. A vortex of energy burst forth. Apheb raised his hand to cover it. A bright flash lit up the battlefield. Holding the staff in his hands, the boy realized that this was the energy of the explosion that occurred due to the clash of light and darkness. The youth widened his eyes in shock when the man declared that it was fun. A giant hole gaped in his stomach. However, waves of dark energy immediately patched it up. The master raised his hand in front of him as the enemy began to absorb the darkness. The demigod spread his arms. The Archmage frowned and concluded that the enemy was using the darkness as a source of energy. The deity surrounded by black spheres confirmed this and explained that until the pitch darkness dissipated, his power would be close to infinite. The apostle narrowed his eyes suspiciously and remembered that when that happened, reinforcements would arrive. The monster raised his hand and asked if he had already given up hope. The monster sent its spheres forward. The protagonist rushed back to dodge them. The Lord crossed his hands. Lucas realized that one of them was responsible for attack, and the other for defense, and wondered if he would have a chance to win if he immobilized them. The boy looked around and decided that if he attacked in the darkness, the enemy would immediately recover. One of the projectiles grazed his hand. Gritting his teeth, the youth thought about the attacks becoming more and more violent, and wondered what he should do. Heinz put Charles on the ground. Looking at the rushing waves of energy, the boy was surprised that his brother fought so well and decided that this was a level that was hard to even imagine. The sorcerer looked back when someone called him a scoundrel. The bound Isaka asked what his son was doing. The wizard leaned toward the girl and replied that he was thinking about what to do. The vampire's face was covered in blood. The girl crawled towards the man. Heinz shouted that she should not move yet. Launder touched the cheek of the head of the family and declared that this was a chance to atone for the great sin of betraying this world. Charles opened her mouth wide and bared her fangs. She sank her teeth into the shoulder of the villain, who was shrouded in a red aura. Isaka raised his head in horror and screamed. Suddenly, his face withered away. In its place was an emaciated old man. The girl stood up and brushed the blood from her face. The boy approached her and asked what happened. The vampire said that she did not kill him, so there was nothing to worry about. Wings appeared behind her. Without turning around, the girl said that she had to help her mentor and asked her comrade to cover her. Launder rose high into the sky. Lisha took a step forward and explained that she was very disappointed in her son. The woman folded her hands in front of her and asked how he could have fallen for Frey's deception and betrayed his family. The apostle raised her eyebrows and said that all his words were lies. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes in disdain and said that he was disappointed in his family and himself. The Duchess frowned menacingly and concluded that they would no longer be able to agree with words. The protagonist continued to dodge enemy projectiles. Lucas gritted his teeth and thought that he would have drawn out this fight if only he had time. Charles appeared in front of him and asked the mentor to leave this enemy to her. The guy asked if everything was okay. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that she had never been so grateful to be a vampire. The young man turned around and explained that this was not an enemy they could do anything about. The girl said that she had an idea. The master looked back and asked what they were talking about. Epheb waved his arms. Launder said that they would be able to get rid of him if her plan worked. Epheb raised his hand up. The two guys were in the air. Flying down, the protagonist asked what method the girl was going to use. Looking at the interlocutor, the blonde answered that she was going to teleport to the demon world. The man frowned, hearing the phrase that you can instruct Azura, who is in his body, to get rid of the hero. Moving further and further away, Charles said that even if it is the demon world, she will not be able to do this. But she is sure that Azura will be superior to him in that place. Looking straight ahead, the vampire added that for this you will have to draw a teleportation circle, taking the summoning circle as a basis, to which the young man replied that it would be good if you draw the summoning circle right now. With her mouth slightly open, Amlet said that there was no time. As soon as it became light, 2 more demigods would arrive in this place, then there would be no more chances of success. After which the mercenary wondered if she was suggesting that they try to use teleportation to the demon world now. Turning his head, the interlocutor thought about the fact that it was impossible to do this. Even if it was possible, it would require a colossal amount of mana, after which he said out loud that it was too dangerous. They needed to find another way, then thought again about the fact that even if it was Charles, she would use up all her life energy. A second later, Lucas frowned. A memory of the girl sitting next to him appeared in the mage's head, who said that she did not know what he intended to bring to life in this world, but believed in him. A memory of how the heroine sat with her eyes closed, saying that she believed only him, so she would be glad if he no longer said that he was alone. Pursing his lips, the apostle wondered why he remembered her at such a moment. Slightly angry, Launder said that she was ready. Looking back, the opponent thought about the fact that he seemed to have forgotten about trust and support for those living in the present again. Holding a weapon in his hand, the protagonist offered to try on one condition: that she would not die, no matter what happened. The woman looked back, not finishing the phrase she had started. The next second, the vampire received a blow. The protagonist was very scared. A blow passed through the building. The blonde man stopped in midair. In an instant, the young man turned around. Epheb appeared in the sky. Opening his mouth, the man said that although he did not know what the guys were planning, he could not leave them alone. Frowning, the mercenary heard the suggestion that they should finish little by little. A half-destroyed building was visible. A man was lying in a destroyed room. The girl's hand was shaking slightly. Lying on the floor, Charles made an incomprehensible sound. Without moving, Amlet thought that because of just one attack she couldn't move a finger, because as expected from a demigod, he was on a completely different level. Opening her eyes, Launder thought that her body was not moving at all, but she definitely needed to get the Azura summoning circle from the master. The blonde looked away. The vampire continued to lie on the floor. Having risen slightly from the floor, the second person in Fistspin wondered if this was the Azura summoning circle. Closing one eye, the heroine realized that this was the master's room. Remembering the moment when she was in some room, the woman thought that when she arrived at the meeting with the master a little earlier, it seemed that he was drawing something here, after which she realized that it was the summoning circle. The man's hand grabbed the opponent's throat. The antagonist held the guy in the air, while he tried to contact Charles. Grimacing, the mercenary mentally asked his friend if everything was okay, to which he received the answer that she barely escaped a fatal wound. The blonde frowned after receiving a request to lure the demigod, because then she would complete the teleportation circle. The heroine was kneeling in the middle of the summoning circle. The magician held his enemy's hand. Looking at the building, the apostle thought that the Azura summoning circle, which he had drawn just in case, turned out to be a teleportation circle sending demons to the world. Slightly bowing his head, the enemy said that this was the protection of the right hand. The Lord of Darkness pursed his lips as soon as he heard the phrase about the attack of the left hand. Angered, the protagonist asked if it was true that if you only block the left hand, you can only defend yourself. The young man grabbed the other man's hand tighter. Magical energy ran through his body. Opening his mouth wide, the half-side shouted that this was the divine power of Indra. The divine power continued to flow through the body. The heroes were in the same position. The guy pushed his opponent. The antagonist flew straight into the destroyed building. The blonde raised both hands up. Apheb grimaced in fear. Bending over, the master shouted the second son. A large amount of power followed the enemy. Looking at the magical power, the Lord of Darkness asked if he really intended to get rid of the darkness with the help of light. A powerful blow occurred. Smoke rushed in different directions. In the middle of the darkness lay a ball. Waving his hand, the demigod said that his darkness would not disappear from the light created by some man. Opening his mouth wide, Lucas shouted to Charles that it was time. The vampire put her hands forward to the lying one. Magic power appeared around the enemy. The man bared his teeth, making incomprehensible sounds. Magic power passed over the entire area. A beam of magical energy appeared. Launder fell to the floor. The heroine lowered her head and shouted that everything worked out. A whirlpool was visible in the sky. Staring at the sky, the mercenary asked Azura to finish with him. Some kind of structure was visible. The man was falling down, making strange sounds. The hero landed on the ground with a big blow. The antagonist was lying on the ground. The enemy waved his hand as his next action. Rising from the ground, the man asked what kind of place this was. Rising, Apheb heard a phrase about the little fry and sent him here. Being nearby, Azura greeted him in the hell of horrific deaths. Sitting on the throne, the prince said that although he was a trifle, he was glad that the day had come when he would be able to destroy the demigod with his own hands. Looking back, the interlocutor asked if he was really sent to the demon world. The opponent raised his staff up. The enemy was very scared. The king used his magic power. Raising his head up, the Lord of Darkness said that it was sad. A second later, a blow passed through the ground. Some particles rose into the air. These fragments began to move further and further away. The weapon hit the ground. Holding the handle, the leader said that only one blow was enough for him, so he did not even reach the feet of the apocalypse. Lucas was still in the sky. Looking at the sky, the girl realized that the divine power had disappeared. While the protagonist did not move, Charles wondered if they really defeated the demigod. The young man opened his mouth. In an instant, the guy began to cough up blood. A moment later, the mercenary was already flying down. Frightened, the vampire called out to the master. Launder caught the magician. Holding the guy in her arms, the blonde thought that this was too much, because he was fighting face to face with the demigod, while in a human body. Opening her eyes wider, the heroine thought that the legend of Lucas within the 4,000-year history would be to some extent mixed with fiction, because it was very similar to a lie and to something that seemed like it could not exist in this generation. Throwing someone else's arm over her shoulder, her friend thought about how when she saw him with her own eyes, she realized that even a legend was enough. Looking at her friend, Amlet thought that despite the fact that he had not yet reached his original level of 9 stars, he already had such energy, when suddenly the protagonist called out to her. Looking at the sky, the master said that the day was dawning, which meant there was no time. Looking at the other guys, the protagonist said that before the arrival of the other demigods, they needed to get rid of Lisha. The young man, blocking the blows, thought about how they were on completely different levels and wondered if this was really his mother. Frowning, the apostle called out to the boy. Putting her hand up, the woman reproached him for not knowing the warmth with which he was born and raised, and he also dared to betray his mother. Surprised, the Amlet member asked if there was warmth in their family. The hero unbuttoned his jacket. The outerwear flew away. Without moving, the son said that from the moment he was born, without missing a day, they experimented on him, during which something was cut off and attached. Putting his hand to his chest, the fair-haired one shouted that she gave birth to her children only to provide material for experiments, and asked where that warmth was. Raising one finger up, Mama answered that since she said so, it must be so, and asked why he did not know that everything given for the sake of Lady Ryiran is also a path for them. Holding in the air, the boy said that he first learned about everything only after becoming an adult, that for people their parents become a symbol of love and self-sacrifice. Remembering the moment when the hero sat at another experiment, he said that for him his mother was a symbol of torment and fear. A memory appeared where they were walking hand in hand, while Heinz was talking about how, despite all this, he was able to hold out in that terrible, even more terrible than death, hell, thanks to the joy of having created the future, at least for Fry. Surprised, Lisha asked if Frey's mana blocking was really his doing. The woman was even more surprised as soon as she heard the phrase that all this seemed useless, because from the very beginning there was no way to escape the fate of the Blake family. Bowing his head, the guy continued that in the end Fry cursed himself and committed suicide with his own hands. Opening her mouth, the interlocutor asked what he was talking about, because Fry was alive. As the guys approached, they heard phrases about Fry being right, the Blake family must disappear, because the only way to open the future was to completely destroy it. Clenching his hands into fists, the kid said that she would have to die. Horrified, the mother asked if he was really saying this to his mother now. Stopping in front of her, Lucas said that he would finish everything and he would not have to get his hands dirty. Without moving, the opponent said that the mercenary looked terrible and asked where Mr. Epheb was now. Looking straight ahead, the magician asked if that was the name of the demigod. The heroine's eyes widened as soon as she heard the phrase that the Lord of Darkness was dead. Frowning, the demigoddess asked again. Frowning also, the master answered that he and Charles had destroyed him. Rising higher, the mother asked again about the destruction of Epheb and thought about the fact that she did not feel his divine power. Lisha was very angry. Putting her hands at her sides, she shouted not to make her laugh. The guys tried to stay in place. Trying to defend himself, Heinz asked if Lucas was okay. Holding on to the girl, the protagonist replied that his body was in terrible condition. In midair, the mercenary asked for 1 minute. While the apostle struck again, the protagonist said that he needed 1 minute and that it would most likely be the last spell that he would be able to create now. Grinning, the young man asked again about 1 minute. Holding his friend tighter, Charles shouted that they would gain time. Frowning, the magician said that he would definitely end her life and asked if Heinz would be okay. The blonde defended himself from the blows. Angry, the mother asked how people like them dared. Without turning around, the guy said that they had to do it. The guys were in the same position. Bursting into tears, the Amlet member added that if not them, it would be too terrible. The woman put her hands in front of her as Heinz was talking about how his mother was going to give up her human existence and hand this world over to the demigods, while she was screaming about how she needed to kill them all here for Lady Ryiran. The boy, with his mouth wide open, was saying that their role was to stop her, and if not them, her sons, then no one else would be able to stop her. The hero's face was serious. Turning around, the young man asked Charles to cover him. Immediately after, the protagonist landed on the ground. Waves of energy began to appear around his hands. Rising to his feet, the hero began to cast a spell. The woman, with her arms outstretched, was screaming a question about how long her son intended to continue this annoying exchange of attacks. The mother, with her mouth wide open, was ordering her son to stop. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Leaning over, she screamed something about a head. The boy, with his mouth wide open, tried to understand what had happened. The mother gritted her teeth and immediately used soul capture. The vampire held her hand out in front of her. The woman, holding her hands in front, screamed that their resistance was useless. Suddenly, a bright flash struck the two comrades. The woman looked at what was happening there. It was a cocoon of bats, and then the girl asked about their useless resistance. Spreading her wings, Charles noted that her opponent looked too tired for that to be true. The mother, with her mouth open, called them lousy bastards. She suddenly looked to the side. Looking at the sphere behind her, the woman tried to understand what kind of huge mana was there. Looking at the protagonist, she could not believe that they really intended to stupidly earn time during this fight. The vampire gritted her teeth. Suddenly, the image of the enemy began to blur. She found herself right behind the guy. Immediately after, the young man flew back from the blow. The hero gritted his teeth in pain. Two allies stood in front of him. Heinz once again put his hands in front of him, using some skill. The woman, dodging, said that it was time for them to admit defeat, because even if they all attacked her together, it would be useless. Suddenly, a bright flash began to illuminate her face. The vampire, looking ahead, said that their enemy had disappeared and asked if she was really moving so fast that her eyes could not follow her movements. The guy, opening his mouth, answered negatively and explained that she was just hiding herself in the wind. Energy began to appear near his hand. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. This energy began to envelop his body when she asked if he was really going to use divine power. All these particles began to diverge around. They were heading in some direction. Then they hit something invisible. The guy, coming closer, said that he finally found his mother. The woman, frowning, noted that she could not believe that her son was using this power. The fighter, with his mouth open, said that he hated using the divine rights because it felt like he had to give up being human, but if they had to be activated in order to remain human, he simply had no other choice and asked if they had given him this power not to use it. Some lines began to appear in front of the mother, as she said that he had grown a lot. They smashed everything in their path. The boy flew back from their blow. Heinz tried to cover himself with his hand. The girl hit a rock. The boy's body spun in the air after such an attack. His mouth was wide open. The woman, holding her hand in front of her, said that even if the powers were the same, she was different from her son, because she was an apostle of the apocalypse, while he was just a test subject. Suddenly, a fist appeared. The boy flew back from the blow. Heinz was already lying on the ground. The mother, standing over him, said that even so she was going to let him live, because they were relatives, but now she simply had no choice. Raising her hand, she wished her son a good journey. The girl, opening her mouth, called out to her comrade. Suddenly, there were splashes of blood. Heinz closed his eyes. Suddenly, his mouth opened in surprise. Something hit the woman's body. She looked away. The guy raised one finger. The opponent, looking at him, asked if this was divine power and immediately corrected herself, saying that it was magic. The young man, opening his mouth, explained that he had not even come up with a name for it yet. Falling down, the woman said that it was impossible that he had actually created her. Heinz, sitting next to her, called out to his mother. The fighter picked her up. Blood was flowing from her mouth. The hero, approaching, explained that she did not even have time to feel pain. The guy, bowing his head, said that this was the most he could do and immediately apologized to him. The comrade, without turning around, answered negatively. Crying, the comrade thanked him. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated them from the side. Immediately after the two fighters, something attacked. They immediately flew back. The young man, with his mouth wide open, called out to his friends. Suddenly, something struck him too. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, realized that they were too late when someone said that Phoebus was not visible and apparently died at the hands of these bugs. The two opponents were hanging in the air when the boy realized that they had already arrived. There were two more demigods standing there. They were looking in the direction of the boy. The hero, with his mouth wide open, was coughing. His two comrades were lying on the ground. The young man's eyes were closing when thoughts came to his mind that this could be the end. Suddenly, a certain rift appeared in front of him. One of the enemies, looking in that direction, asked if this was a crack in space. Suddenly, space broke. Some hands began to appear from it. They grabbed the opponents. The enemy, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about what it was. Immediately after, the young man began to fall forward. His eyes had already gone completely white. Someone caught him and said that he was glad that he was still breathing. The young man looked to the side. The girl, holding him, noted that she apparently managed not to be late. She smiled when the hero asked her about what she was doing here. Isabella, healing the wound on his back, asked if he had forgotten her words and immediately reminded him that if he was in danger, she would immediately run to save him. Many warriors came out of the cracks. The enemies, looking at them, shouted a question about who they were. One of the fighters, with his mouth wide open, said that they were from Paragon. The monster, looking down, asked again. The girl, lifting the young man, said that she would explain everything to him later and asked him to entrust her with his body. The fighter looked to the side. The whole earth was broken and the warrior's words were heard that he had heard that there would be 3 demigods here, although there were only 2 of them. 2 soldiers raised 2 allies when the leader asked if they had managed to deal with one of the enemies. Diablo, with his mouth open, said that Kair's assessment was not an exaggeration. The demigod, with his eyes wide open, shouted a question about who these impudent suicide bombers were. Suddenly, something appeared from his mouth. Immediately after, something hit the ground. The fighter hit the ground with his staff. The demigod was still looking at him. Immediately after, one of the enemies was torn to pieces. The second demigod, looking away, could not believe what was happening. Memories of their meeting and the words of the Lord appeared in his head that sometimes such amazing things happen and very rarely. But even among the bugs that would seem to be sure to die, there are extremely amazing ones. He also remembered the Lord himself and his words about how they needed to be vigilant and not underestimate their strength. An image of ancient fighters appeared and the Lord said that there were those who could pose a danger to demigods fighting at full strength. The image of the protagonist from earlier appeared. The young man, with his mouth open, was breathing heavily. The girl was leading him when the guy asked where they were, and the companion replied that they were heading towards the main base of the Paragon. The hero, looking at her, asked again about this base and immediately added that this was the alliance not in the circles that the head of the 11th magic tower had spoken of. Cairo appeared and the girl said that this gentleman had secretly visited her and said that he had met with the protagonist. Approaching the magician, she also explained that he had asked her to be an intermediary in his meeting with the Paragon, and perhaps he thought that thanks to this it would be easier to hire him into the Paragon. The young man turned his head slightly and asked if he wanted to say that the girl had quickly accepted the offer. The girl opened her mouth and said the magician's full name, explaining that that was why she had accepted his offer. The young man looked ahead. Remembering that cave, Isabella said that the hero himself had told her in Shuhei's cave that his last name was also the same as Shahai Straw's. Holding his hand, she also added that the person who might be his descendant wanted to see the boy, and that was why she felt she needed to personally observe this meeting. The young man looked at her silently. Charles, lying on the back of one of the fighters, said that Paragon was an organization that had offered her to join about 10 years ago. The vampire, opening her mouth, explained that she had refused because she was hiding too much. They all walked toward a certain house. The orc, standing in front of the door, asked only the protagonist to enter while the others waited outside. A closet appeared inside the building. The man, sitting at the table, greeted the guy in the Paragon. The two of them stood inside when the mage asked the girl to put the young man on the bed. The hero was already lying on it. The young man, turning his head, thanked him for his help, because thanks to him, his life was now safe. The man, removing his hood, explained that they were grateful, because with the help of the protagonist, they were able to get a precious opportunity to kill the demigods. Looking at the mage's face, the guy thought that he looked so similar to Shuhei that it was even surprising. The hero, opening his mouth, asked if he was sure that everything would be okay, because the enemies were two demigods after all. The mage, sitting on a chair, explained that he did not know about the apocalypse, but two ordinary demigods would definitely not be able to become opponents of Diablo, and the protagonist asked again about this fighter. The man, introducing him, explained that this was the name of the Archlich who led a group of warriors to save the young man. The guy, with his mouth open, asked if this was the same Archlich who was in the northern lands of permafrost. Cairo, slightly tilting his head, noted that such information on his part simply surprised him. The girl continued to treat the wounds when he said that he heard about it from Hector, and then the interlocutor asked if everything was okay with him. The young man, still lying on the bed, noted that he apparently knew him too and also asked if the young man was aware of the situation he was in, and the interlocutor answered in the affirmative. The man looked somewhere down. Looking to the side, the old man asked if the guy thought he could defeat the Lord after reaching 9 stars. The hero, with his mouth open, answered negatively. Looking at the man, the young man asked what it was. Cairo, closing his eyes, explained that he did not think that he would say it so firmly, because usually people especially strongly fantasize about the level that they are not able to reach. Still sitting at the table, the magician said that only those who have reached 9 stars believe that they will not be able to defeat such an opponent with this power. The girl looked down, listening to the words of the old man about how he objectively evaluates even the level that he has not yet managed to reach, and this is surprising, especially at such a young age. The man closed the book, listening to the words of the young man about how everything is really so, because the longer he had to study, the more he had to face the reality in which, no matter how many 9 stars gathered, they will not be able to surpass the Lord. Then the magician asked about whether in the end, no matter how much people kick, they will not be able to break free from the bridle of the suicide bomber. The guy, looking to the side, asked if he was afraid. Cairo, still sitting at the table, explained that they had come to the same conclusion, which was to create a level equal to 10 stars, which would be able to break free from the bridle of the suicide bomber. The hero, with wide eyes, listened to his words about a 10-star fighter. The guy, with his mouth open, asked if he would really try to carry out a plan with such a warrior. Getting up from the bed, the young man said that 9 stars is the last level that a person can reach, and he cannot not know about it. The magician, with his mouth open, answered that this is possible and the probability of this is not bad. The protagonist, sitting on the bed, listened to his words about having found some records. Then the young man asked what these records were and who created them. His eyes widened when he said his real name. The hero, looking at him, asked again. The man was still looking somewhere. Getting up from the chair, Cairo explained that this was a conversation about the distant future, and he should change the topic to the immediate plans. The old man, with his hands behind his back, said that it was in their best interest to help the young man reach the 9 stars if he entered the Paragon. The boy continued to look at him, listening to the words about how the Trowman Circle was currently facing great danger. The hero, with his mouth open, asked about how they were also still in a difficult situation. His gaze was directed somewhere when the interlocutor spoke about how the restoration of the circle was going well. The man, slightly bowing his head, explained that this was the source of his concern. The boy, with his mouth open, asked what this meant. Imagining 3 faces and a group of people below them, the magician said that Straw Naklas and Rashid Soth did not think about anything except the plate of food that fed them, but the restoration of the greatness of the Trowman rings was a thorn in their side. The hero, closing his eyes, asked to tell them that if they didn't like something, they could come to them at any time. Then the interlocutor noted that they were much more insidious and mean than he thought. Cairo, opening his mouth, explained that they would also use the technique of their ancestor, Master Ossel, again. The young man, still sitting on the bed, asked if he was saying that they would force them to participate in the destruction of the demigods and make sure that they were killed, because wouldn't it be enough to simply refuse such an offer? The girl, standing next to him, answered that Master Bennion would definitely accept this offer, because someone like her would cross any bridge, even the most dangerous, if it would help avenge her father. Isabella, opening her mouth, also added that in order to protect the circle from what seemed like the night before the storm, which had been happening lately, they needed the strength of the wounded man. The protagonist, slightly bowing his head, noted that they would probably have to warn them first. The girl, looking at him, asked what he was going to do. The guy, looking at the mage, explained that they should free Hector and asked if the man could help them with this. The old man, opening his mouth, asked again. The protagonist, raising his hand to his chin, said that Master Bennion is a descendant of a dragon, and now this is also the greatest feature of the Trowman Circle. Introducing the dragons, the guy explained that they must free Hector from the oppression of the Lord and then accept him into the Trowman Circle, since there is a need to make everyone admit that dragons are no longer a sadly losing and destroyed species. Trying to get up from the bed, the young man said that they need to leave right now, but the old man asked him not to rush, because he still needs to rest. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, asked again and noted that the Apostle Ryiran died and this should have reached the ears of the Lord by now. A hand appeared in front of him when he was talking about how if they did not hurry, they would suffer first. Immediately after, the girl pressed him to the bed with her head. The hero, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about whether they really wanted to die. The girl, with her mouth wide open, whispered that it was also necessary to resist in moderation, because could a person who had lived more than 4,000 years behave like a little boy? Isabella, looking at him, said that there would be restoration first, because this was the fastest way. The young man lay silently on the bed. The magician was still standing in this room when the hero asked her to finish faster, and also the question of how much time she needed for this, because the girl was really a beginner in this. The man, smiling, understood that he was becoming meek in front of this girl anyway, and apparently the assignment of mediation was the right answer. Some houses appeared on the hill. There were 2 guards near the entrance to one of them. The old man turned around when someone said that Diablo had returned. The Archlich was standing there. The mage, standing in front of him, noted that he was glad to see his comrade in good health. All 3 fighters were sitting in the room. The warrior, with his mouth open, explained that they had already finished destroying the demigods. They all looked at him in surprise. The protagonist looked in their direction, listening to the fighters' words that they had 5 people with serious injuries, and 2 with light ones, and Simone and Akid were also killed. Then the guy realized that the words about this mage having 9 stars were true. Cairo, standing in front of his ally, explained that they were going to save Hector right now and asked if he could join them. Diablo noted that he missed that name. The warrior, with his mouth open, said that he had no problems and he just needed to get ready. The young man, looking at the vampire, said that he would like to meet Master Fisban Amlet. Charles, opening her mouth, explained that he was not interested in worldly affairs at all and therefore he would hardly agree. The girl, rising from her chair, also added that the thing is that this man's head is filled to the brim with contracts with the demon world, and if there is no such bait, then nothing will come of it. The guy asked if this was the whole problem. The hero, looking at her, asked her to tell him that in exchange he could learn the Azura summoning circle, and his comrade cried out in surprise. The guy, straightening his back, asked if this was really not enough. Charles answered in the negative and explained that he would definitely swallow the bait of such a scale. Hines, opening his mouth, heard how he was addressed. The protagonist, looking forward, asked him to become the head of the Blake family. The fighter asked again, his eyes widening, and the young man said that even if they confiscated the entire Lininui, the information about the demigods would still be hidden in that place. The mage and the Archlich looked at them as the hero said that instead of destroying him, it would be better if the comrade became the head of the clan and studied everything. Hines, closing his eyes, expressed gratitude for the trust and explained that such a burden would be too heavy for him. Taking hold of the clothes on the bed, the boy asked him not to worry, because the 3rd princess promised to provide them with full assistance. Putting on his jacket, the young man asked him to meet her immediately upon returning, because everything would be easier to understand in person. As the hero left, he said that he was counting on them. The comrades, looking after him, understood that a whole mountain of work had fallen on them in an instant. The roofs of houses appeared. A door was visible. A light blue circle began to appear near it. 3 comrades immediately appeared in that place. The Archlich, looking towards the door, said that there were no demigods here, while the mage assumed that they most likely simply did not have time to take care of even this place. The young man, walking forward, asked them not to lose their vigilance, because perhaps someone would be inside the haberdashery. A staircase appeared and someone said that they were happy about something. The mage, looking at him, explained that he was also sorry that the dragon race came to ruin. Descending, Cairo also added that in the past they were the strongest of those opposing the demigods, and he himself could not contain his rage, thinking about how they spent the last days of their lives as slaves. Approaching the building, the hero said that such a choice was harder to make than to die, and that is why Hector now lives in hell. Looking at the door, the guy said that they needed to rescue him at all costs. Immediately after, the hero opened the door. The man, his mouth wide open, shouted that this was simply an abode of bliss. The merchant, looking away, asked Ailey to feed her cookies. The young man, pursing his lips, listened to the words that it would be better if she did it with her feet. The man opened his eyes. The magician silently looked at him. The archlich, his mouth wide open, looked ahead. The protagonist did the same. The merchant, jumping out of bed, shouted a question about who they were. The young man immediately changed his appearance. Hector, his mouth wide open, answered with relief and asked if his current appearance was real. The guy, having transformed back, introduced himself. The man, sitting on the bed, noted that he was a more impatient customer than he looked, because there was still time left until the moment appointed during the order. The guy, looking ahead, explained that he did not come here for the golem, but the magician asked him about it. The protagonist, his mouth wide open, said that he came here to rescue the interlocutor from this place. The master's mouth opened wide, listening to the boy's words about how they were sure that he spent every day in hell. The man was still sitting on the bed when they were talking about how everything turned out to be completely different. Putting out his hand, the merchant shouted for them to wait. Hector, opening his eyes wide, asked if it was true, because would he really be able to get out of this place? The young man, turning around, noted that he himself said that this place was heaven for him. A cabinet with various things appeared, and the alchemist's question was heard about whether it was true that 3 apocalypses were injured, and the Lord was most likely being treated. The man, sitting on a chair, noted that the Lord's influence had really weakened recently and asked about what happened there. The guy, looking at him, was silent. The young man, sitting on a chair, explained that there was a traitor among the demigods, and then the interlocutor asked about it again. Introducing Ricky, the hero said that he was a demigod with the power of a sword. The 2 companions, with their mouths wide open, asked if that apocalypse was true. The man, raising his hands, asked what happened to that demigod then, because if everything is as they say, then shouldn't he be their most trusted supporter? His mouth fell open when the protagonist said that the demigod was dead. The young man looked somewhere down. Sitting in front of the master, the hero explained that the current situation was a chance they received in exchange for Ricky's life, and they must take advantage of it at all costs. The old man's mouth fell open in surprise when the protagonist said that yesterday he got rid of the apostle of the last remaining apocalypse, Ryiran, and she would probably soon fall into hibernation too. The old man, looking ahead, asked again about hibernation. The 2 interlocutors turned to look at him. Hector, looking away, explained that if an apostle was killed, its demigod master would go into hibernation, and it was said that he would not be able to wake up for about 100 years. The youth, with his mouth open, said that according to Ricky, during that time, one could get rid of them with just a fruit knife. Sweat broke out on Cairo's face as he said that this was the reason why the demigods hid themselves after killing the apostle. The hero, looking away, reminded that Ricky's last words were about him getting help from Elia. The Archmage, with his mouth open, asked about the man and asked if he was talking about the demigod of the snowy steppes to the north. The protagonist, with his head slightly bowed, explained that Elia would help them. Diablo, standing next to him, remembered that this girl had contacted him 100 years ago and asked to become her apostle. The young man, with his mouth wide open, asked if he had been in the northern snowy lands at that time. The fighter, looking at him, said that he had refused such an offer, since the purpose of his life was only to reach the limit of mastery of magic. The warrior, bowing his head, explained that offering him to discard mana and receive divine powers was tantamount to delirium. The hero, looking up, said that this was a favorable decision, since he had managed to safely survive it. The archlich, with his mouth wide open, noted that this was not entirely true, since death had almost overtaken him, and he had to allocate 20 years just for one treatment. The old man, looking away, explained that this was obvious, since the demigod had decided that if Diablo had not sided with her, then in the future he could have put her in danger, but he had answered negatively. The warrior, with his mouth wide open, explained that she had simply taken out her anger on him. Introducing this demigod, the archlich explained that she was capricious, like a small child, in whom there was absolutely no nobility. They all looked at him silently. The fighter, looking down, noted that if they decided to lure Elia to themselves, they would be given assistance, because one could be sure that there would be no one as strong as her as an ally. They also looked in his direction when he said that this would be so if, of course, she became an ally. The young man, opening his mouth, explained that they came to save the merchant and asked him about what he wanted to do. The man, putting his hand on his chest, shouted that there could be no doubts, because he was waiting for the moment to get out of this hell-like place. The old man, opening his mouth, asked if he had just called this place a paradise on earth. The archlich, looking away, explained that a spell was cast on the stairs, which was mixed with the power of the Lord, so it would take a long time. The merchant, his eyes wide, said that he felt the reliability coming from these words and he wanted this man to hug him, while the hero noted that he would not be so soft. The master, smiling, said that during this time they could look at the golem entrusted to him, while the protagonist reminded him that he had previously said that it was not yet complete. The man, raising his hand, explained that although the invention was still empty inside, the body and appearance had been created, and since they had come, it would be nice to get feedback. The two comrades looked at him. Shelves with books appeared and someone's words were heard that everything really went well, because he also needed to ask Cairo for something. They entered a certain workshop. The hero, looking to the side, noted that such a wide space could fit inside an antique shop, while the master said that they were freed from the Lord's observation. The young man looked around. They went to the next room. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise. There were several golems standing near the wall. The same was on the opposite side. The guy, walking forward, asked if the golem they were talking about would be like this. The same one answered that he was a professional in his field. The man, looking to the side, explained that it was not in his competence to mix work with personal preferences. The guy noted that such words calmed him down. A certain girl appeared. The hero, looking forward, recalled that he himself said that he did not mix work and personal preferences. The master, standing next to him, explained that she was not in the form of a servant. The old man, looking to the side, asked if that was why he needed help. Looking at the golem, the guy asked if it was really possible to place the endurance he desired in such an appearance. The same one answered affirmatively. The magician opened his mouth wide in surprise when the merchant said that although she looked like this, she was made capable of easily withstanding the power of 1,000,000 mana. The old man, looking at the young man, shouted a question about whether they were really talking about a core with a capacity of 1,000,000 mana, because such a thing really existed. The hero glanced to the side. Immediately after, the boy put his hand inside his bosom. The man's eyes were wide open. In the young man's hand was a small core. Holding it, the protagonist called it Anastasia and explained that this core was created by Shuhei. The master's mouth opened wide. The man, holding the core in his hands, said that even seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard for him to believe in its existence. But still, there could be no mistake, because Shuhei was a genius, and another one like him would not be born. Raising it above his head, the merchant also added that the name Anastasia was written inside, and the magician asked again. The hero, looking at his comrade, asked if there were any problems with this. Cairo, frowning, answered negatively and added that he was simply worrying about the golem in vain. His gaze was fixed somewhere. A shelf with various things appeared. They were in the main room and one of them was talking about how at the end of his diary this man left a message in which he asked to finish Anastasia. The mage, holding it in front of his eyes, said that the core left by Shuhei could possibly pose a great danger to the demigods. The young man, looking at him, noted that he would be glad if his comrade helped Hector with the work, because if he did this, they would finish the work in 1 or 2 months. The Archmage, appearing behind, said that he apparently made them wait. The warrior, opening his mouth, explained that he had dispelled all the curses and if they wanted, they could leave right now. The mage, looking at him, noted that he was incredible, because such work was finished very quickly. Cairo, looking at the master, asked him to leave quickly and asked if he needed to take anything with him. The merchant, smiling, explained that he simply did not need anything, because the only things that were dear to him were his own body, golems that were considered his body, potions and tools that were his body. Looking at them, the master said that everything in this workshop was his body. The old man shouted a question about how many bodies he had, and the protagonist asked him to activate a huge teleport. 3 crowns were visible. 2 comrades were already sitting in this forest. The girl, with her mouth open, was saying something, when suddenly the guy interrupted her and said something about Reynolds Demelim. The friend, turning around, shouted a question about whether this was really the land of the elves, because she had heard that the penetration of people from outside here without revealing their presence was a monstrous crime. Someone appeared behind and said that she knew that they would come. The stranger, with her mouth open, noted that they had not seen the hero for a long time. Isabella, looking at the man, asked who she was. The protagonist, rising from the stump, explained that she was the queen of the elves. The man removed the mask from his face. It was Snow. The girl, opening her mouth wide, said that she was beautiful, like a saint. The queen, looking at them, asked if Ricky was really dead. The guy, looking forward, answered affirmatively. The elf, looking at him, asked who killed him. The young man, squinting, answered that it was the Lord. She was still standing in front of them. Immediately after, the queen lowered her gaze. The crowns of the trees appeared and her words were heard that her fellow tribesmen were killed by a demigod, and she later managed to find out that this demigod was Riiron. A memory of how she lay dying appeared in her head. She also remembered how the man extended his hand to her and told her that Ricky saved her dying. She remembered lying in the snow and said that she still couldn't forget the hand he had extended to her in the snowstorm that had suddenly started. The elf, her mouth open, said that the demigod was a hero who had given her a new life. The hero, looking down, explained that the same thing had happened to him. Isabella looked at him. The queen, standing in front of them, asked if they could wait here for a while. Immediately after, she began to walk away somewhere. Her friend, her mouth open, noted that she was surprised that they were calling a demigod the savior of their lives. The young man didn't turn around, listening to her words about how many different things had apparently happened during her absence. The girl was doing something with the stones. Suddenly, they both looked back. The queen, smiling, said that she had renounced the throne. The elf, raising her hands, said that she should have done it earlier, because now she felt a sense of freedom, and the protagonist asked if this was really a place where she could just leave. Snow, closing her eyes, explained that the elders pestered her, trying to stop her, so it took an hour to convince them, and the young man noted that apparently everything worked out well for her. The girl, looking away, said that their grumbling did not stop and it was decided to run away, and the hero shouted that she could not convince them at all. The elf, crossing her arms over her chest, said that she was leaving only temporarily anyway, and for now another person had been appointed in her place, and she would need to return immediately after all the business was finished, and the guy asked again about her business. She pointed somewhere with her finger. Pointing her finger at the hero, the girl said that from that day on she would act face to face in the destruction of demigods. The boy's mouth fell open in surprise. The elf was still looking at him. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Shaking her hand, the boy said that he was counting on her. Suddenly she began to hug him. Isabella's mouth fell open in surprise. Looking at them, she shouted a question about what they were doing in broad daylight. Snow asked about whether a human greeting really looked different. She pushed them apart when the queen was talking about how she was now a queen too and therefore she needed to get used to human etiquette more actively. Her comrade shouted that she first needed to correct her speech. The protagonist suggested that her friend first sort out her speech. The girl, raising her fists, shouted that people do not use their bodies like that, for no reason at all. Because did she not know that the body is so precious? Because it was received from parents. And the elf asked who she was. The girl's mouth opened even wider when her interlocutor asked if she was the hero's servant, and he answered in the affirmative. Snow, coming closer, asked who she was to the young man in that case, if not a maid. The guy, squinting, listened to his friend's words about not asking her so abruptly, because she would have nothing to answer. The queen, putting her hand on her face, asked her to answer this question. She, opening her mouth wide, tried to say something. Suddenly, her comrade removed her interlocutor's hand. Isabella closed her eyes and explained that she didn't care about the age difference of 4,000 years, and the young man said that he didn't understand what kind of crazy nonsense she was talking about. They were walking away when the elf asked about where he was going, and the hero answered that it would take him a long time to tell him about it, so she should just follow her. Some kind of tree was visible when the elf's friend shouted a question about what they did together while she was gone. The protagonist answered that he went and caught gods. The same one asked again about who this girl was. The hero said that she was just the queen of the elves. But the elf's friend explained that this explanation was not enough for her. And then Lucas noted that she was making too much noise and she should go back and return to the circle. The three of them walked through the forest. The elf, her mouth open, asked about this place. In front of them was some kind of fence. Isabella, looking ahead, explained that this place was the main base of the Trowman. Benian's mouth opened wide in surprise. The young man standing in front of her said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. His eyes were closed when the interlocutor asked if he was injured and the guy answered that everything was fine. Turning her head, the girl noted that Isabella had also tried hard. Her gaze immediately moved to the queen. Her mouth opened wide from her dazzling beauty. The leader, standing in front of them, asked who this beautiful lady was. The elf introduced herself as the queen, but the hero reminded her that she had left this post a little earlier. A certain building appeared and the words of the protagonist were heard that he had heard that the Trowman Circle was currently in a difficult situation. The girl, sitting at the table, said that she had no excuses, because it was all because she, as a master, lacked a lot. Isabella, her eyes widening, explained that this was not the case at all, since the way out of the crisis was the result of the leader raising the circle. Benian, smiling, thanked him. The elf, turning her head, explained that she really was an outstanding master, since they say that if a person standing at the top starts to lead a quiet life, it can become poison. The queen, her mouth open, explained that the master does not hide his flaws and tries to change, and therefore she understands why the guy joined her circle. The young man, turning around, noted that this girl should not be underestimated, since the leader is a dragon after all. The leader, raising her hands, said that they praised her too much. Isabella, her mouth slightly open, asked what the guy would do, since all two of their opponents are in the three strongest circles and now, when they do not have exact evidence of their ill will, they are simply not able to awkwardly provoke them. The young man closed his eyes and explained that there was no need for provocation. Opening them, the hero said that they just needed to show them properly that it was too late to contain the Trowman Circle. The night sky from earlier appeared. The two of them were standing in the forest. The queen held her hands in front of her. The protagonist, looking ahead, noted that this was all quite unexpected, because he did not know that elves also have a culture due to which they sing the souls of the dead with prayers, and his companion explained that they are all born in the forest, so after death they only return there again, so they are only imitating people. Looking at the sword in the ground in the pile of stones, the elf said that even if in the end all this was only personal satisfaction, they were still in such a hurry. That even their sword was not the one that belonged to Ricky. Suddenly, a bat flew near the guy. The girl, looking at him, asked if it was a familiar. The hero answered that it did not belong to him. Looking at her, the young man asked about what happened to Charles. She answered that Master Alton had agreed. The protagonist, bowing his head, listened to her words about him wanting to talk to him personally. Then Lucas asked about the place of their meeting. The bat, being in front of his face, said that he would come to where the guy would be, because apparently the Azura summoning circle had greatly increased his appetite. The moon appeared and the hero's words were heard that they should now move towards the shelter of the Trowman circle, and when they reached the forest to find Cisco, he would meet them. The girl, with her mouth open, heard how she was addressed. The guy, looking at her, said that tomorrow a guest he had invited would come to the circle. She asked again. The master, sitting at the table, explained that since it was the young man's guest, they should meet him accordingly. He noted that there was simply no need for this, but he would like her to come out to him with him. The girl, looking forward, agreed to his condition. The courtyard of this circle appeared. The leader, standing at the table, asked her subordinates to put the fruits on the other side and the tea leaves in their place. Turning around, she listened to the words of the young man that the guest was already there. Suddenly, her mouth opened wide in surprise. The plate smashed to the ground. She raised her hands and tried to say something. Master Alton stood in front of her. The man, with his mouth open, asked if she was a master now. Benyan immediately closed her mouth. Passing by, the leader said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young man, also passing by her, reminded her that he asked them not to worry about the arrival of the guest, and that they should not have prepared so much. The girl's eyes were still wide open. The man was already sitting at the table. The others were also sitting. The master's face was serious. Alton, sitting in front of them, noted that they should discuss the main thing and asked if the young man was going to tell him about the Azura summoning circle. The man, with his mouth open, asked what he wanted in return. The protagonist, with his eyes closed, noted that he liked such a quick conversation and that this was expected from the master of Fizz-Ban Amlet. The pupils of the young man glowed blue. Sitting in front of him, the boy spoke of an alliance. The girl, with her mouth wide open, shouted a question about what he suddenly started talking about. The leader, slightly tilting his head, noted that the rumors were probably true. They looked at him when he said that he was referring to the rumors that said that the Trowman circle was receiving pressure from Straw Nakles and Rashid Saad. The man, with his mouth slightly open, refused such an offer. Putting his hand on the table, Alton explained that forming an alliance with them in such a situation was tantamount to becoming enemies with those two circles. Rising from his chair, the master also added that he, as the leader of the circle, had no reason to sow the seeds of chaos in his circle in vain. The young man looked at him. Looking at the man's back, the hero noted that, unlike the rumor, he really was an outstanding master. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that he had heard that he was pushing the circle into the background and was only interested in the world of magic. Suddenly the man looked back. Alton, without turning around, said that they had better be well prepared, because if those two circles decided to join forces, then even if Fizz-Ban Amlet covered them, they would simply not be able to resist. The young man, with his mouth open, explained that apparently they had some kind of misunderstanding, since he was thinking about some kind of cover. The man turned around, listening to his words about how he had definitely proposed an alliance, and this was an agreement for hard work with equal conditions. The master, with his mouth open, asked about whether they were really equal. The guy, getting up from his chair, explained that from now on he was going to stop the useless battles of attrition between the circles, and those who went against each other, like Straw Nakles or Rashid Saad, would not remain in order. They stood opposite each other. The protagonist, looking at him, said that he was saying that he would be kind enough to exclude the interlocutor from this sudden mess if he promised to be on their side. Fry fell silent and looked down. The circle master looked at him and asked if there was any basis for this arrogance. The guy silently reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. The interlocutor's eyes widened. In the hands of the magician lay the crystal of the demigod he had defeated. The small sphere was cast in silver colors. The hero spread his hand. Charles stood up from the table behind him. The hero said that the interlocutor could see that this did not harm the circle in any way, such was the current power of the Trowman circle. Benyan looked at Fry with concern. Alton calmly looked at the white-haired man. It was even more difficult for him to believe in such a thing. How could he know whether he had destroyed it with his own hands or had simply received this bead from somewhere? Fry looked at him and reminded that the master himself should know that this would not work with this item. The vampire approached the speakers and said that the hero actually personally destroyed the demigod, and she was a witness who was nearby and helped him. Charles looked at the master seriously. She said that all the words of the magician were true. Why then did she start playing a connecting role for the sake of this meeting? The master looked at the vampire with puzzlement, who decided that this alliance could also become a reliable force for them. Alton thoughtfully put his hand to his face. Benian stood up. The man sighed. He came here, interested in the Azura summoning circle, but he took a step forward, not thinking that he would learn something much more interesting. The girl jumped out to the master in fear at the request. Her face was amazed. A pale hand reached out to meet her. Alton extended his hand. He accepted the offer of an alliance. The crimson jumped out on the cheeks. Fistban Amlet promised the Trowman Circle absolutely impeccable alliance relations. The handshake was done. Night Forest. The faces of Azura angrily creaked in immobility. The demigod waved his hands and shouted at the summoner that everything was wrong, and he was wondering why he had summoned him so suddenly. He began to be indignant that he was being used like some kind of street dog. A drop of sweat rolled down the master's face. He could not believe his eyes. Fry winked at the deity, who reminded him, did not the man really know that the unauthorized distribution of such secret data to third parties outside the contract they had signed? But the one who returned interrupted him and asked why the god was so serious. He had simply relied on him a little, that's all. Alton still did not take his eyes off the deity. He asked not to worry, because he only wanted to see him in person. Azura put his hands on his hips. The master promised him that he would not tell anyone else about him, but he was indignant that otherwise this idiot would do everything. Fry looked ahead and reminded that all this was for the sake of destroying the demigods. The giant frowned and, thinking, sighed. In the tent, after a while, a complete mess began. Benian ran into the white-haired man, who was huddled on the couch and complaining that everyone was scolding him all day. He spread his arms and mockingly said that everything was as people themselves had seen, and from that day on, the Trowman Circle and Fistban Amlet became an alliance. The girl looked at him seriously. The magician ordered to announce this to the members of the circle, but for her, this was not the point. Meanwhile, Charles entered the tent and reported that she was seeing off Lord Alton. Benian looked at one of the advisors in amazement. The blonde looked at her with displeasure. She spoke informally even with the master of the circle. Why does she only treat Fry with such respect? The guy smiled and said that thanks to Charles everything ended well. He noted that she tried hard. The vampire immediately blushed and noticed that the master was overpraising her. She bowed and said that she would be glad of their further cooperation. Benian looked dumbfounded as the hero stroked the girl's head and tried in vain to understand what was happening here. Thus began a new day in the village. Fry went for a walk with his friend. Isabella leaned forward and asked where the guy was going. The classmate smiled and said that Master Benian still could not fully release his power, and the very structure of dragons differed from humans, so it was quite difficult. The hero noticed something ahead and interrupted his story. A short girl appeared on their way. Isabella looked at her in surprise. She saw this child for the first time. Did she really have any business with them? The stranger looked up and asked if she could ask something. Fry studied her with an incomprehensible look. His pupils narrowed. Ivan appeared in his head, covered in aura. The girl held her hands behind her back. She asked where the gentleman learned the techniques of the warrior mage. The one who returned recoiled in amazement. The stranger looked at him and said that all this was very unusual. A shadow fell on her face. Their techniques are passed on only to one student. The classmate looked at her friend in confusion and asked again. Fry frowned. He understood that there could be no mistake. This was the same master that Ivan spoke of, the previous successor of the warrior mage techniques. Ivan looked straight into the eyes and said that the master had a fierce character and was terribly strong. It was impossible to negotiate with him. If you touched him somehow you would die immediately. The girl was the one, because of the horror of whom even Ivan was shaking with fear, the hero thought. He realized that passing on knowledge of techniques to only one single student was an old rule of the warrior magician techniques of Kazajan. He was able to master the warrior magician techniques only in passing on his own and only thanks to a strong friendship with their creator Kazajan. The girl lowered her hands from behind her back. After all, it is impossible for more than 2 people to know about these techniques. If suddenly someone finds out about them, besides the student personally chosen by the master. The girl's eyes lit up with an aura. She understood that for their protection she would have to even kill this person. She said that she chose only one person to whom she decided to pass on these techniques. Her leg was covered with a yellow outline and pressed the ground. She told the guide to speak. A powerful pillar of energy filled everything around. Isabella was thrown back by such a force. She covered herself with her hands and could not believe that such a powerful aura emanated from her spirit alone. The girl looked menacingly forward and warned that depending on his answer, she could end his life. She shuddered as soon as the guy told him what Ivan taught him. Mana disappeared. The one who returned waved his hand. He had heard a lot about the one in front of him. She was Master Ivan. Fry smiled. The girl asked again. A smile stretched across her face. She folded her hands in front of her and apologized for being rude. Her eyes slyly closed. The master was late with the greeting. Her name was Nora. The group moved into the room. The master looked at the magician and asked what kind of relationship Frey and Ivan had. She looked closely at the master. He decided to call his relationship with her student friendly. He spread his arms and told her that they first met near the Demilim. A lot of things happened there, but in the end they even defeated the Apostle Nozoka together. Nora looked ahead calmly and began to think. Frey looked at her attentively. The master noticed that the student had grown a little since they had last met. She assumed that he was now ready to accept her teachings. She looked at the couple and asked where Ivan was now. The white-haired one said that his friend was heading to Silkid. He was looking for the Kazajan weapon, following her instructions. Frey laughed when the master noted that despite all the noise he made, he listened well. Isabella adjusted her hair and quietly asked if this man was not the complete opposite of what they heard about him. Did she not only not destroy anything, but also seem to be an outstanding master who cared about her student? Nora lowered her gaze. She did not think that Ivan would teach the Archmage their techniques. Frey was taken aback and shuddered. The girl said that the techniques of a warrior magician should be passed on to only one person. She did not think that he intended to make you his student. The hero slowly raised his hand, while the girl wondered if the student was getting rid of boredom. The eyes of the returning one lit up with fear. Nora declared that it was her mistake. She looked ahead menacingly. She thought that during their next meeting it would be necessary to carve a firm rule for the transfer of the technique into his bones. A couple of classmates immediately drooped in fear. Meanwhile, Ivan ran through the desert. He wiped himself of sweat. The hero mentally asked him for forgiveness. He would be responsible for mowing the grass on his grave every year. The warrior looked around and did not understand why he was feeling chills. Nora folded her hands on her knees and asked if the couple had joined the Paragon. The mage said that they were simply in a normal alliance relationship. Nothing more and nothing less. The girl suddenly smiled and said that she too, the guy, heard that she was also a member of some circle. The master lowered her gaze and clarified that it was only like that before. Frey's face became understandingly serious. He stood up and suggested that her situation was similar to Cairo's. The current circles were rotten to the point where they could not be fixed. The master looked up. She had heard from Cairo that they intended to reform the circles of life. She added that their intention to not give up and restore them was commendable, but she saw it as the young man's blind faith in human reason. Frey turned away and just chuckled. He was not that good a person. The master looked at him carefully. A smile appeared on her face. She stood up. Her master was interested in her. She came closer and warned him that she would be watching him from the side for a while. Frey turned around warily. Nora added that she would check if his determination was real or just bravery. The couple went outside and found themselves in the bustle of the village. The man looked at the sky and sighed. How long had it been since he smelled this fresh scent of fight insides? He led the group of heroes, so they reached the shelter of the Trowman circle. Frey turned to the dragon and said that he would bring Master Benny in. The one who returned slowly walked forward. Everything about this guy was good, but there was no relaxation. It would be good to live his only life a little more leisurely. Nora looked after him attentively and said that he knew about the impossibility of returning the past time. Her eyes filled with mana. Frey continued to walk forward. Hector clapped his hands and turned to the master. He wanted to ask her for something. The hatter blushed and asked her to be his model. Suddenly, his charm began to fall, blooming only before the very blooming of flowers and the calm, but at the same time mature beauty that conflicted with this pity. He shouted that she was the perfect model for creating the appearance of his golems. The man froze and began to rub his hands. The girl asked if this would help in the destruction of the demigods. Isabella immediately intervened and explained that they were in no way connected. Frey brought his girlfriend at the moment Nora refused the offer. Bennion looked forward in surprise. Hector held the mistress's hands. The circle master asked if he really was a dragon. She put her hand on her chest and introduced herself. The hatter now paid attention to her. He smiled affectionately and introduced himself. The magician approached them. He thought that they would be able to give the master the necessary instructions. He asked to take care of them. The dragon suddenly hung over the master and began to rub his chin. He noted that the dragon's heart had definitely taken its place in it. Bennion looked at the huge hat in fear and did not understand anything. The man put his arm around her shoulder. He smiled and suggested that they go further, changing the environment. Firstly, he would like to check the level of mana use. The dragon couple went further and further. Hector said that they needed to practice the dragon language and check the level of communication with the spirits. They had a lot of things to do, so they needed to hurry. The classmates looked at them in confusion. Hector kept asking how the mistress felt about discussing all the details in his workshop. Both immediately realized that he was going to make her a model for the golem. Frey and Nora meanwhile looked at each other. The boy looked away and said that he was going to visit Straw Necklace. The master also looked forward and asked what was the reason why he was telling her this. The mage looked at her and offered to go together. The mistress smiled softly and decided that the circle's leadership should recognize her face. She believed that he was going to use her to show them the power of the Trowman circle. Isabella leaned towards her and asked if she could really help. The master thoughtfully looked away. The couple looked at her and received an affirmative answer. Nora went ahead and added that she just had an unpaid debt to Straw Necklace. The party arrived at a luxurious house. Frey's mouth was open in surprise. It turned out that this house belonged to Isabella. They stood in front of the multi-story handsome mansion. The girl noticed that although the hero said that they did not need such a large shelter, he had said that it was impossible to meet and leave launders in the house of an ordinary member of the circle. The one who had returned stood with his mouth open, while the red-haired woman said that, moreover, at any time when he returned. She covered her blushing cheeks and finished by saying that the house should be suitable for them to spend time alone. But the hero asked who said so? Someone came up to them from behind and explained that this was the decision of the members of the circle. Giselian smiled and asked to accept it with joy. The Archmage turned and thought that even if so, wasn't it too big? How many rooms were there anyway? The man smiled and said that there weren't that many. Tea and desserts were set on the table. The couple went inside and saw old friends there, a vampire and an elf arguing over which room to take. Frey's face immediately twisted from what she saw. Snow was lying on the couch with a piece of fruit in her hands and said that this place was too shabby for her, but that room was the most spacious and she liked the view of the forest, which she could take in at a glance. Charles sighed and started screaming, asking if she hadn't heard that she was taking it for herself. The mage approached the vampire and asked why they were all here. Isabella explained that they were his guests, so it was ordered to accommodate them here for a while. Snow turned around on the couch and declared that she was not rude, but the queen of the elves. But the guy reminded her that she had left everything there. Charles winked and asked what kind of amazing coincidence this was. In fact, she was also a queen, but of vampires. The red-haired girl was trembling while everyone was arguing. She realized that the longer they talked. Suddenly she shouted that if they continued to quarrel, they should go away to another place and sleep there too. Did they really think that they were invited only because someone liked them? The interlocutors frowned at the man. Snow raised her eyebrows in displeasure and asked what was happening to a human woman. Did she really want to measure her strength with her? Then Charles joined this dispute. After a while, everyone gathered in the meeting tent. Everyone was sitting around a long table. Someone said that the demigods showed their true colors. Benian clenched her fists in anxiety. One of the warriors looked at the table and said that this happened in just one night. Frey stared at him, not understanding why everything was happening now. His eyes began to glow blue. He remembered that Ryarin had fallen into hibernation, and the Lord was concentrating on curing the 3 apocalypses, now in such difficult times that they had never had. For what reason were they so impatiently showing themselves? The man looked around the council and said that the countries were demanding an explanation from the circles, and they in turn could not sit back and just watch indifferently. The man nodded and said that in 3 days the Casco Empire would hold an emergency meeting. He heard that it would be necessary to have not only the heads of the 3 strongest circles, but also other influential people. The mage looked at him and asked what the exact location was. The red-haired warrior explained that everything would be in the June family estate, located in the capital, Cosmphonia. The hero frowned and began to think. Benian stood up abruptly and angrily declared that if this happened in 3 days, they needed to set out immediately. The Archmage glanced at her. He knew the coordinates of the June family's ancestral estate, and they would not be late even if they went out on the day of the event. The girl stared at her friend in surprise. She straightened up and asked if the gentleman really had any business for these 3 days. She frowned and suggested postponing the trip in that case. The other leaders were also suggested to prepare in advance and enjoy their rest to the fullest. So the returnee left the council tent and headed to the village. There was a secret laboratory in one of the houses. Diablo turned to the man and asked him to repeat what he had said. Frey looked at him seriously. He repeated that he needed to reach 9 stars. Smoke came out of the creature's mouth. The hero added that he needed his help. Red eyes shimmered with terrible energy inside themselves. The monster turned away and noticed that the white-haired one was talking as if he knew what he needed to do to become a 9-star. The archlet straightened up and walked around his hut. The man carefully followed him with his gaze, but the creature asked him to follow her, because they needed to go somewhere together. The monster's hand was covered in blue fire. A portal to the northern lands of permafrost opened on the floor. There they would need to meet with Elia. Her image appeared in his head. Diablo ordered to get her consent to cooperate. This was a condition for his help in becoming a 9-star. Frey folded his arms on his chest and thought. Diablo blew smoke from his mouth and asked why he hesitated. Wasn't he himself going to go to her someday? The guy smiled and said of course. A magic circle appeared on the floor. If we talk about those lands, he just had a suitable friend to show the way. He thought that he should ask him to become an escort. So the squad found themselves in the northern lands. The magician was blowing an icy wind. Snow was walking ahead of everyone. The hero took a few steps forward and asked if they were going in that direction. The elf turned around and asked who he took her for. These lands were just like the front yard of a private house for her. She led everyone further and told them that although they were not in the full region, blizzards never stopped here, and because of the impossibility of finding out the reason for this since her childhood, entry to these lands was prohibited. But, hearing the words of the magician, she immediately remembered this place. Fry covered himself from the wind with his hands and demanded that the elf queens speak louder. Snow White stopped and reported that the blizzard was gradually getting stronger, and this should be proof of their approach to the center. Suddenly the entire blizzard disappeared like a light breath of wind. The squad looked around, the blizzard stopped. Snow looked around and assumed that they had reached the very center. The eyes of the one who returned opened wide. A stranger stood among the ice growths. Everyone stared straight at her. Everyone already had an assumption. Elia turned around and looked at them coldly. She took a step forward and said that this was a terribly cute lich who once refused her incredible impressive offer. The girl's hair began to rise with the help of magic. A powerful wind hit the crowd. Elia gritted her teeth in anger. She believed that Diablo was very unhappy with the fact that she left him alive. Now she would kill him the way he wanted. Huge ice chunks appeared in the air near the goddess. Diablo took out his staff and assumed that there was nothing more to talk about. Ice fragments rushed towards the squad. Suddenly the hero shouted that he came after listening to Ricky's will. Elia bit her lips and bulged her eyes. With an effort of will, she forced the ice attack to go around the target and pierce the snow near them. The goddess's hand, covered in bluish mana, slowly lowered. She looked menacingly forward and demanded that the gray-haired man repeat what he said. The one who returned stood with a raised block. Elia looked menacingly at him. He conveyed what Ricky said before his death. Fry slowly lowered his hands and finished by saying that she would become their strength. Elia looked ahead in fear. The squad looked at her with apprehension. The goddess asked the magician Ricky's name again. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's face. The ice woman burst into laughter. Then she looked at the people with tears in her eyes and said that he did whatever he wanted until the very end. She screamed and icy waves began to fly from her body. Fry covered himself with his hands. He noticed the surrounding barrier. Elia began to talk about the capture of the continent, which the Lord dreams of, or how they are floundering despite the inevitable death. She ordered to give it all to the dogs. The Archmage shuddered because this cannot be a sufficient reason for Ricky to lose his life. After that, he looked in surprise at the sorceress, who promised to get rid of all of them. Tears flowed from her eyes and she screamed that they would all disappear in this place. Suddenly, Agnias woke up. He sat up and looked at his hands. His fiery eyes began to look around. Someone immediately noticed this. Apanta and Nasdaq were looking at him. The demigod stood up and asked how much time had passed. He had only been lying down for a few months. The Lord of Fire looked at them in surprise and asked again. He began to examine his hands again. The wounds were not such that they could be restored so quickly. A glowing rift appeared above the ground. A thin white creature came out of it and said, "Rejoice." A smile appeared on its flat white face. The creature said that it was time to start acting. Fiery tongues surrounded the gods. Agni shook his head, not understanding where they were going. There was an explosion and the flames scattered to the sides. In one of the cities, it was already sunset. People were going about their business and did not suspect anything. The earth trembled and everyone looked at the sky. The sky was cut by glowing cuts. Black shadows began to crawl out of them. Agni looked down and noticed that they were in the capital of Silkid. The Lord carefully examined the surroundings, while they demanded an explanation from him. He handed Nasdaq a magic stone. The monster took the stone in surprise and asked if this was really an Illumininium. Agni glanced at it. The Lord said that it was an Illumininium, which Riiran desperately protected until the very end, so he ordered to use it sparingly. There was a bang and smoke filled the air. The cannon was belching smoke, aimed at the sky. The guard pointed his finger at the sky and asked menacingly why the great demigods had invaded their airspace. The man gritted his teeth and thought that the rumors that they were concentrating on destroying the countries connected to the circles were true. The smoke cleared, showing that the gods had suffered no harm from the shot. Nasdaq grinned sarcastically and called the humans a bunch of bugs. The soldier turned around in horror and ordered the evacuation of civilians. After a while, the gods were walking on the ruined land. Corpses were lying everywhere. The Lord of Death admired the sight and laughed that their leader finally had the desire to clean up the pathetic insects. Behind them, a wounded soldier lay behind the ruins. The white creature looked at him, although it had no eyes. The path to the man was blocked by Agnias. The Lord calmly stopped and looked at him. The white creature bowed its head, realizing that they were in Agnias' territory. He asked if he wanted to stop him. Fire flashed from the god's eyes. He said that if the leader wanted to destroy Silkid, let him do as he pleases. But before that he wanted to ask something. The Lord froze from the question of where Riiran was now. An orange eye opened on the white face. Agnia calmly looked at him. The boss asked what Agnia was talking about. Riiran was here. He poked him in the chest with his finger. He ran his finger a little higher and said that it had become a strong energy circle and was flowing in the bodies of him, Apanta and Nasdaq. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have been able to recover in such a short time. The Lord looked frighteningly calmly into the servant's eyes and said that he had absorbed it and shared this power with them. The Fire Lord looked at the leader in shock. His hand trembled. He asked the Lord to leave this place to him. A nervous smile appeared on his face. He added that this place belonged to him. He asked to let him at least finish. The white creature looked at him silently. After thinking for a while, it nodded. It turned around and went into the portal, ordered to do as he knew. Agni lowered his hands and turned to the head of the combat squad behind him. He ordered to gather all the inhabitants of the country who remained alive and leave here. The man looked at him, breathing heavily. The demigod said that if he had the courage to become a soldier and choose death, then let him protect people, being the head of the troops. The Fire Lord looked far ahead. He ordered to disappear now, until he changed his mind. So the fire god was left alone in the middle of the burnt ruins of his country. A girl appeared and asked if he really disobeyed the order of the Lord. The unknown stood behind, crossing her arms. The demigod turned around and said that if she was going to report this to him, then let her do it. The girl sighed and said that she was not such a cruel person. She came closer to the fireman. Apparently, what happened to Ryiran was an incredibly strong blow for him, although it seemed to the girl that there was nothing strange in it. She stood behind him and said that the Lord, even knowing about Ricky's betrayal, decided to just turn a blind eye to it. The demigod thoughtfully looked down. He himself guessed this, but he does not know about what happened after that. The girl moved away and said that the Lord even prepared another demigod, with the help of which he covered up Ricky's sins. Agnias turned around abruptly and asked to repeat what she said. The stranger said that this was a warning that she could give him as an apostle lord. In his love for his brothers there is an unambiguous order. Behind the interlocutors, the cities were burning. The apostle warned that Agnias would do well to beware of this unconscious order of the Lord. She looked at the smoke and told him that the Lord wanted to forgive Ricky, even if it meant creating sacrifices. The apostle closed her eyes. Ricky resisted his will until the very end. In the end, the Lord had no choice but to kill Ricky with her own hands. Was this done from the very beginning for the sake of great principles? She noticed the corpses impaled on the trees. It seemed to her that the primacy of the disobedient Ricky had supplanted the principles that the Lord spoke of. Agnias looked at the apostle and hesitantly asked what she was thinking. The girl turned around. She did not intend to incite chaos, but she too was confused from the impossibility of understanding the man she obeyed. She imagined the cosmos and said that all demigods were equal, and this great principle was the reason why all demigods called him Lord and followed him. The Fire Lord glared at the man who asked if he could continue to call him Lord even knowing all this, but he told her to stop. A shadow fell on his face. He warned that if she continued to blab, he would smash her head. The apostle glared at the fire deity. Then she closed her eyes and silently walked away through the smoke. Agni stood in thought, blown by the smoke and wind. Meanwhile, Snow swung her sword. Her blow destroyed the projectiles flying at her. Several ice arcs jumped out from under the snow. The elf immediately recorded their appearance with her gaze. An ice deity was hiding inside the protective sphere. The ice was too strong. The hero pointed a finger covered in fire. Fiery arcs began to bend around his hands and he fired. Snow's sword was covered in flames, and her eyes flashed yellow. A hot blow rushed into the cage. The force of the fire was enough to create an explosion that destroyed Elias's cage. She smiled madly, noting the power that was capable of penetrating her forces, and at such a distance, and only with a special weapon. She attacked again, smiled and found this situation very interesting. Huge blocks of ice flew at the elf. Nora's fist was covered in mana. She managed to stand next to the swordswoman and used her technique to destroy the flying piece. A huge stream of mana rushed towards the enemy. The demigod found herself surrounded by the residual projections of the martial artist. She closely watched the original, who was already delivering a kick to her head. She swung and dodged, the blue arc piercing the yellow one. The deity's eyes opened wide. Something vile was holding her hand. From under the snow, bone hands continued to jump out and grab Ellie. Diablo kept his arms outstretched and continued to cast the spell. At that moment, Nora jumped and raised her leg for a crushing blow. Huge ice blocks rose into the air and a bright flash was heard. The master looked ahead in surprise, while shards of ice flew past her face. She stood alone in the middle of the created crater. Elia rushed through the snow a little further away from the squad and laughed at their minimal skills to show their impudence. Her gaze became gloomy again. The squad members looked at her in surprise. She noted that the Lich and the warrior mage had excellent vessels. Nora in response looked ahead intently, while the goddess said that she, as a human, had risen very well to a level where she could compete with someone. In an instant, Elia found herself in front of Snow. She looked at her carefully and recognized her as the Apostle Ricky, because she senses his habits from her sword. The elf looked askance and noticed how quickly she guessed. She did not even use her divine powers, and she saw right through her. Everyone stopped and began to talk about how Snow did not use them, but was unable to use them, because after Ricky's death, all his powers were supposed to go to her. Ellie turned away. In other words, these were no longer the forces capable of playing the role of a mediator with Ricky, because if she did not become stronger than now, then someday this power would strangle her. The demigod approached and pointed at the hero, because she was most perplexed because of him. Fry glared at her. He, according to her, had terrible magic, and the divine power he received was incredibly weak Indra's abilities. The goddess put her hands to her sides. It seemed to her that despite this, he had a huge amount of combat experience, and if you judge only by strategy and command, he was so perfect that it was impossible to think of him as a greenhorn who had lived a little over 20 years. Elia stroked her fingers and asked, "Who is this guy really?" The hero grinned, because sometimes it happens to him too. That he does not know this. The ice warrior was wary. She ran her boot through the snow and decided. Finding herself behind the boy, she decided that she had to make him a 9-star. She smiled. Her eyes lit up. She said that the boy should be happy, because if she hadn't liked him, she would have killed him right there. Fry, without turning around, began to tease and say how unusual it was. He didn't think he would hear the word 9-star from the lips of a demigod. He turned and asked how she, a demigod, knew how to achieve 9 stars? The woman looked at him intently and added that she didn't know. There was an awkward pause. Everyone looked at each other. The hero said that if she didn't even know him, how was she going to make him a 9-star? But then the goddess explained that she had experience. The boy shuddered. Elia had seen several guys who had achieved 9 stars during battles with her. The Archmage looked at the silent demon. The woman clarified that he was just one of those guys. Diablo nodded and said that it was true, and that was partly why he brought the hero here. Fry looked at him and sighed. The Lich said that although he could not find out what exactly it takes to reach the level of 9 stars. The demigod smiled and said that there was one common similarity. The guy turned to her and asked again. The woman put her hand on her chest and clarified that they all almost died at her hands. The returnee wilted, realizing the whole situation. Suddenly, the hand rushed straight to his face. Elia forcibly sits the mage on his knees and asks if this all seems like a joke to him. Fry writhes in anger, while the goddess says that this means that from now on he will find himself on the brink of death over and over again. His whole body was shaking. Elia leaned towards his head and said that there are only 2 ways to end this. A pale blush appeared on her face. Either the hero becomes a 9-star or he will die for real. She smiled and asked him to remember this well. Diablo approached them and reminded them that in 3 days there was an important meeting and they needed to start training a little later. Elia gave him a cold look. She let go of the man's head and said that he would have to become a 9-star within 3 days. She asked if the kid was confident in himself. The young man stood up and replied that it was definitely not enough time. The Archmage looked under his nose and noted that it was not little. The goddess smiled and noted that this was exactly what he should have noticed. She turned around. No matter what the situation was, without reaching 9 stars he would not be able to keep up with everyone in the next battles. The hero looked at her with confusion. She decided not to let him die a dog's death. The woman walked on, surprising the one who returned more and more. Elia stopped and looked ahead. She would not be able to forgive the guy who accepted Ricky's will if he died without her permission. Ricky was involved with a woman who was causing a lot of headaches. 3 days later, the day of an emergency meeting at the June family estate came. Tables were rolled out into the Great Hall. Shepard studied the documents. He was asked if he wasn't looking forward to it. A servant came up and reminded him that this was the day when the renewed Trowman Circle would show itself for the first time at an official meeting. The master looked at the guy sternly and replied that now the capital was completely destroyed, so he asked to be careful with statements. Steve apologized and said that, according to rumors, the circle had changed a lot after Fry joined them. Had Honor met him? The master took the piece of paper in his hands, mumbled and replied that although it happened long before he joined the circle. Honor smiled and said that he had also seen him when he went to lure them to them, but, in truth, he did not seem such an incredible guy to him. The guy wanted to continue, but froze. The detachment was led into the hall. They said that even a tiger would come if you talked about it. The estate was met by the Trowman Circle. The members of the circle looked around the room with a wary look. Giselin looked at someone from the crowd in amazement. Launder Sven looked at him proudly. He corrected that he was now an honor. The man approached an old acquaintance, who was a scumbag who conspired with other circles to destroy them. The men began to talk, recalling old grievances. Giselin was about to make a scandal, but Bennian stopped him. She looked coldly at her interlocutor. She approached him and replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she was also glad to meet him again. Sven laughed sarcastically and noted that she had grown a lot, but suddenly the girl decided to warn him. A shadow fell threateningly on her face. She warned that the person standing in front of the man was the master of the Trowman Circle, and he thought that it would be better for him to watch his manners. The girl's eyes suddenly flashed green. Of course, if Sven did not want to be disgraced right here so much that he would never forget it in his life. Honor was all twisted in surprise. The master walked forward and said that he would forgive him once. After all, once upon a time they were comrades sharing the same will. So Trowman walked forward, leaving Sven trembling with fear. The partner looked at the head and noticed that she really had become stronger. But the girl replied that such words embarrassed her. Bennian looked forward and asked if Fry had contacted them after that time. Everyone sat down at the tables. The answer was negative. It seemed that they would still have to resolve all the issues at this meeting without Launder Fry. The circle stopped. The master suggested trying anyway, because they had already accepted too much from him. Expensive dishes were on the tables. The dukes and high-ranking officials looked boredly at the glasses of wine. The knights drank slowly and stately. The Alton Circle had already taken their place. Shepard went to the window and announced that they had been waiting for this for a long time, and announced the beginning of their emergency meeting. He spread his hands and said that first he wanted to thank everyone for responding to the sudden invitation and coming. Someone asked to spare them useless introductions. The warrior with the scar looked at him intently and said that now was not the time for this. The master nodded and noticed that Master Jacket was right. He snapped his fingers, using the visualization mirror. An image of a destroyed state began to appear around the tables. Corpses lay everywhere. Honor said that now the advisors see what is currently happening in Jayathanbal. Fires were spreading everywhere. The country was a sea state, properly caring for its defense capabilities, due to which it was included in the list of the strongest, but such a country was destroyed in just one day. Shepard looked menacingly forward and announced that the demigods began to act. He showed a picture of their appearance. They no longer intended to hide themselves. He constantly received reports from members of the circle who had witnessed the events, located on different continents. Gomez raised his hand and asked why they suddenly started behaving so extreme. The tower master looked at him and replied that they were still determining the cause. One of the old men adjusted his cap and explained that this had been bothering him for some time, and he still could not concentrate. His hand pointed to the Trowman Circle. He found it hard to believe that such an important meeting would include people hiding themselves in robes. Banyan looked at Master Rizil and explained that she was responsible for their status. The old man looked at her, smirked and declared that her responsibility was useless. He frowned and ordered them to take off their cloaks. He decided that he should take them off himself and make a decision. Nora pulled off her hood and noted that he was still suspicious. She calmly looked ahead. Many were amazed, not understanding what she was doing here. The master's partners began to whisper. The master looked at the warrior mage and asked why she was with the Trowman Circle. The old man spoke calmly. He agreed that they had surprised them with this, but he still suggested looking at the second man in the robe. Nora looked at him sternly and suggested stopping there. The man slammed his fist on the table after saying that they were not obliged to continue answering their dirty intelligence questions. The masters began to look into each other's eyes and Rizil was the first to look away. He opened his mouth and asked if she really wanted to say that she liked living in this mortal world again. Nora smiled and explained that she had not joined the Trowman Circle, but she supported their Londera Fry. The old man trembled with anger. The warrior mage hoped that he would remember that tactlessness towards the Trowman Circle was tactlessness towards her. Steve approached the magician. He could not believe that even the last successor of the warrior magician, who had already left the mortal world, had united with the Trowman Circle. At that moment, an unknown person in a black cloak arrived at the estate. It was becoming more and more interesting. Steve was talking about a man named Fry. Shepard clapped his hands and suggested returning to the main topic. Gomez leaned forward and loudly asked if they were talking about those damn demigods running around here and there now. He leaned on the table and said that they needed to go and stop them right now. What were they doing here? Nora noticed him and noted that there were adequate people in the circles too. Banyan looked at him and said that this was a man named Gomez. He was Master Gauntlet. This circle was the strongest of the medium and small circles. Jacket carefully pointed his finger to the side. It was impossible to say that the correct answer would be actions without a specific plan. Gomez gave him a displeased look. The knight began to ask what level of their strength, what their numbers were, and why they suddenly started acting. They still do not know anything at all. The man clenched his teeth and hissed. Are they really suggesting that they sit and suck their thumbs before they determine all this? Jacket flexed his fingers and asked why he accepted it this way. He was only suggesting that they observe the changes. The master jumped up and demanded to be spared his pathetic speeches. How dare he say such things after Jayathanbal turned into this? The warrior calmly looked at him and asked, does he really not understand? The master sat straight and said that the circles were the last fortress on the continent, capable of stopping the demigods, and the destruction of the circles would mean the destruction of the continent. Rizil smiled contentedly, nodded and said that Jacket was right. Gomez trembled with anger. The others began to agree with the knight. The big man asked, are they saying all this in their minds? He extended his hand and asked if they would continue to talk this nonsense even after hundreds of thousands of people died. Rizil only smirked. He looked sternly at the master and replied that they would not act even if millions died. The red-haired man screamed in rage. He hit the table and it broke like a house of cards. Rizil looked back with restraint. Giselian looked at the circle master. Although he was just a nasty old man, but he was not so stupid as to make senseless noise. The man looked ahead and thought that he was deliberately stimulating the opposition of the circles, but what was his goal? The second man in the robe began to remove the hood. She listened to his position perfectly. Black hair appeared from under the fabric. Everyone present opened their mouths. Rizil took a short look, mumbled and noted that this was very surprising. Sadhna smiled at them. Steve approached Honor, surprised that he did not see Fry among the guests. Sadhana looked at those present and reminded that he said that he would not act under any circumstances until he found information about the demigods. What did he intend to do with the circles that did not follow his will? The old man nodded quietly and objected that there would be no such circles. Everyone looked at him carefully. The man reminded that Straw Necklace, Rushid, Fistban, Namlet, their opinion of these three strongest circles is equivalent to the great truth. Gisellen looked sternly at the old man. He said that if someone dissents, he will need to be properly set on the right path. Rizzo continued to sit with a sad face. While Gisellen thought that this man's goal is to find dissenters and repress them, he intends to use this crisis as an opportunity to strengthen his power. Sadhana looked at the master. She did not think that the opinion of the three strongest coincides. Rizzo turned back sharply. Jacket nodded silently to him. Alton noticed this short episode. Both masters turned to him and asked what about his circle. Leader Fistban looked at them silently, saying that only if Master Alton agreed, this discussion could be finished. Suddenly, he turned to Banyan and asked what she thought. The one-eyed warrior just laughed at this and decided that the master was confused and asked the wrong person for an opinion. But suddenly he was told to sit quietly. Alton looked at him sternly and explained that now he was interested in the opinion of Master Trowman. Is there any problem with that? Astonished, Jacket averted his face in fear and answered that there was no problem. Subordinate Gomez approached the leader and reported that the rumors about the alliance between Fistban and the Trowman Circle were true. The green-haired girl looked at Rizil's table. Then she looked in front of her. She thought that the most important thing now was to stop the demigods first. Gomez smiled nervously. Rizil placed his hand on the table and asked them to be careful with their words. Had they learned nothing from the death of their ancestor? Suddenly, Giselian jumped up and asked what this meant. He himself was told to be careful with his words. The men looked at their leader in surprise. She coolly thanked the master for the advice and stated that she never forgot the death of her ancestors. She looked angrily ahead and added that, apparently, he had forgotten the purpose of creating the circles. The man continued to sit straight, while the girl explained that the circles were organizations created to suppress the demigods and protect humanity. It was not a fortress that needed to be protected by hiding behind a human shield. Rizil glared at her and asked if she was really going to lecture him now. Banyan did not look away. She only corrected what he had been mistaken about. Giselian softened and managed to smile, noting that the master had indeed become very strong. Meanwhile, purple mana was hovering around the old man. It barely noticeably enveloped his interlocutor, causing her eyes to flinch. She looked at the terrifying figure of the old man, who was mentally telling her how rude it was, reminding her that having the same status did not mean that they were equal. The girl was shaking and sweating. Although the old man was right, you can't be polite only on one side. She was under psychological pressure. Gisellen stared at his leader in confusion. No one noticed how he was spreading his mana. Rizil smiled menacingly. He thought that he could not pass by such childish, vile behavior. His eyes filled with a purple haze. Suddenly someone said that it was so disgusting that he could not look at it anymore. Everyone turned to the figure at the far table. The servants did not understand how this person ended up here. He was sitting in a black hood. No one understood who it was. He suddenly stood up on the table. He also immediately knew perfectly well that the circles were rotten. The stranger walked up to Rizil's table and said that watching such a spectacle literally brought tears to his eyes. Turning to the old man, he said that he was one of the worst scum he had ever met, which he could count on his fingers. The members of the Trowman Club began to guess who was causing this scene. Sadhana smiled sarcastically, asking what kind of vile boy this was and how he came here. The blond youth took off his hood. He found himself right in front of Rizil. The old man raised his hand. He did not know who he was, but for such a young man he was incredibly impudent. Apparently he wanted to die. Then the magic showed Frey's natural appearance. He explained that every word now belonged to him. The master's eyes opened wide. The hero first promised to repay him for the rudeness committed towards Master Banyan. Suddenly an unknown force pressed the old man to the floor. The members of his circle jumped up in fear. The man was trembling, pinned to the floor. The one who returned said how nice it was to see how deeply he bowed in apology. The Archmage's eyes flashed, and he said that the old man had no right to bear the name Straw. How could he leave his place? Smoke rose around Elia. The demigod raised her head. Putting her hands on her hips, she said that she did not think that she would be so amused by a boy who had one foot in the grave. Looking at the sky, she said that Ricky had found such a funny boy too well. Now she understood why she treated him so special. Cold swirled around her as she said that all such infinite qualities as experience and reputation were in no way connected with the common sense of a dying man. Looking at the destroyed land behind her, Elias said that the boy was able to reach the level of a 9-star in just one day. Rizzo gritted his teeth and asked if he really thought he had the right to take the future of the continent upon himself. The protagonist, sitting on the table, looked at him. Charles and Amlet stood to the side, observing everything. The vampire frowned, mentally saying that the only person who had any rights was Lucas. Looking at the bowed Rizil, she mentally said that he was talking nonsense only because he did not know who was in front of him. Suddenly, the man released mana from his body. A sphere of mana formed in the air. A moment later, the mage, standing up, formed the magic of the 5 elements. Gomez and his men gaped at this. Snow, grinning, said that it was not even the same magic, all the spells were different. Nora, rubbing her chin, said that he was able to use dozens of different types of magic even without preparation. Benian, opening her mouth, said that the power of Master Rizil was amazing. Glass shattered in all directions. Some of the mages, dodging the streams of magic, screamed, asking Rizil to stop, otherwise this estate would be destroyed. The protagonist sat quietly, doing nothing. Smiling, the man said that it seemed he needed to be properly educated. Lucas chuckled, saying that they might even get along. Raising his hand, he said that he was just thinking about it. The old man's eyes widened. All the spells dissipated, shocking the old man. He raised his head and froze. The mages, mouths agape, tried to understand what had happened. One of them realized that the mana had been mutually compensated. Looking at the young man's back, they realized who had done it. Banyan looked at Nora in shock when she said that Lucas had destroyed the spells. Opening her lips, the girl asked when he had managed to do it. Snow, who was standing next to him, said that Lucas had indeed returned as an Archmage. Rizil, who was kneeling, said that it was impossible. He began to sweat heavily and asked how he had achieved this at such a young age. The young man, moving his lips, said that he was disappointed in him. Rizil froze, sitting on the floor. He did not understand why he, being the same 9-star mage, felt superiority that could not be described. His hand trembled from the realization of the difference between them. Lucas, who was sitting in front of him, said that no matter what path one takes, if one does not have firm confidence, drama will never open that solid door, be it magic or the art of warriors. The old man frowned. The protagonist was a giant to him, who said that he would not be able to see this drama. The boy stomped on the floor. Then he turned around and left. Rizil gaped and froze. Lucas stood in the middle of the hall and asked everyone why they had entered the circles. Benian couldn't help but gape when the boy said that the circles were not shields, but to protect their lives. If there were any scum here who thought like that, they should leave this place. Snow closed her eyes, silently saying that this young man was still meticulous. Looking at his back, she realized that there was a reason why he was secretly hiding. He was probably waiting for Rizil to take over this place. Then she looked at the trembling old man and silently said that he did it to surpass Rizil, who had captured everyone, to be able to persuade in an instant. Lucas bowed his head and said that the demigods had already begun to act. One of the warriors at the table asked if he meant that since it was not a shield, they should step forward and fight. Frowning, the man said that their opponents were gods. Afterwards, he crossed his arms over his chest, saying that these were not the kind of people who could be defeated by a simple counterattack. If that were possible, they would have done so already. The young man stepped towards him and asked if he really thought that demigods were gods. Approaching the table, he said that these scum were not that perfect, they thought. They were angry and trembled with fear. Leaning over the warrior, he said that this fear was the reason why they had started to act so hastily. Afterwards, he walked away from the table, saying that the goal of the demigods was to exterminate those who should be exterminated. This was literally a cleanup, after which not a single person should remain. Such a situation could not be easily ended by retreating and doing nothing. Raising his hand, Lucas said that the only way left for them to survive was to fight and win. Clenching his fist, the boy said that today he came here to find people who shared his opinion. The members of the circles froze. They had a choice whether to fight for survival or to wait for death for the sake of being wounded. Everyone in the hall was alarmed. Alton raised his hand. Opening his lips, he announced that Fizz-Span Amlet fully supported his decision. Gomez grinned and raised his hand, saying that finally a meeting had begun in which they could normally understand each other. The nobles looked at each other, starting to whisper. Soon they raised their hands. After them, the rest raised their hands. Everyone in the hall stood with their hands raised. The warrior clenched his teeth. Rizil was shaking with anger. He thought that he could easily lead the flow of this meeting, but Lucas ruined everything. The protagonist turned and looked at him. A bright moon shone in the sky. A huge crowd had gathered near the estate. The people frowned, not understanding if this was all. Rizil himself frowned, walking through his subordinates. Approaching the boxes, he asked what the Rashid-Saad circle had decided, whether Master Jeket had come. The old man slammed the box, saying that it was all because of that brat. Trembling with anger, he said that the boy had ruined his game. Gritting his teeth, Rizil said that demigods were not beings that could be resisted. The man shouted, saying that demigods were equivalent to the sun. No matter how much humans swung their arms and legs, they would not be able to escape from the demigod's hands. This was the conclusion he had reached after obtaining the 9 stars. Gritting his jaw, he said that they would leave the circle today. His subordinate, surprised, asked where he was going. Frowning, the old man said that he would go to the place where the Lord was. One of the men, raising an eyebrow, asked if he had a connection with him. The man narrowed his eyes. Turning to his subordinates, he said that initially it was necessary to grow the circle's strength a little more, then the Lord would be more pleased with their surrender, and would promise them more care. One of the mages standing behind asked if this meant that from today on he was throwing away the name of the circle. Hearing confirmation, the mage asked what he would do if the demigods gave an order that had no logic. Rizal, turning to him, said that he must obey. The subordinate, after thinking, asked if it was really any order. The old man frowned and shouted, asking how much longer he wanted to make him answer the same thing. The boy began to take off his hood. The protagonist, parting his lips, said that he hoped that he would dodge as much as he thought. The old man's eyes widened. The people around the boy were surprised. Lucas frowned. An earthquake began, disturbing the people. Mana burst out of the boy's body. Lucas, frowning, said that he was very sorry. Rizal shouted in anger, saying that he, being stronger than others, did not notice what was happening around him. The people rushed straight to the boy. The warriors clutched their weapons in their hands, saying that it was his mistake to come here alone. The boy, parting his lips, said that he really wanted to come alone, but he was not allowed. The wind around him raged. A huge fist rushed towards the warrior. The explosion scattered the bodies of the warriors. The blades glint past near a couple of people. A moment later their bodies were cut apart. Some of them clutched their throats. A moment later their bodies dried up, becoming living dead. The bodies of Rizal's subordinates began to fall. The old man's entire body began to tremble. Raising his hand, the boy told the Archmage that he was probably glad that his friends listened to him, but his friends were known for not listening to him at all. Scattered body parts fell to the ground. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere. Rizal gritted his teeth. The protagonist, standing in front of him, said that this was the end. The old man himself frowned, realizing that he was completely unable to resist his opponent. But why was there such a huge difference between them? Looking at the young man who released mana, he asked himself if it turned out that he was nothing more than a dropout. Clenching his fist, he told the boy that earlier he said that demigods were not absolute power. It seemed that he really was like his older brother. Lucas shuddered. He frowned, realizing that Rizal's older brother was Cairo. Bowing his head, the man said that his brother was the most capable person in magic of all those he had ever seen. He said the same thing as him. Demigods are not absolutely perfect creatures. The boy, parting his lips, said that it was all true. Moving his lips, the old man said that in that case, he would ask him one question. Imagining the Lord, Rizal asked if he was sure that he could defeat the head of the demigods. Seeing how the protagonist frowned, the Archmage chuckled. Then he frowned, looking intently at the boy. No one moved as Rizal spoke, that as he said, the demigods were not an absolute power. The circles also attacked them from time to time, but the Lord was different. Opening his mouth, the old man said that the Lord was a perfect being, a god himself, and if he decided to destroy them all, they would be finished. Snow crossed her arms over her chest and thought. The protagonist parted his lips and asked if that was why he was going to flirt with him personally, to become a slave. Clenching his jaw, the Archmage said that all of this was just a precautionary measure for survival. Throwing up his hands, he asked why neither he nor his brother knew this simple truth. Charles, approaching, said that they did not want to save their lives, casting aside their pride and becoming livestock upon hearing her words. Rizal said that they only said that because they had not seen the Lord. The protagonist, frowning, said that he had seen him. The old man's eyes widened in shock. The young man, standing before the Archmage, said that he knew the Lord so well that it disgusted him. Once they even clashed, and he lost. The man's mouth was open in surprise. While the amazed old man looked at him, Lucas said that he was locked in the Lord's abyss and for 4,000 years he thought of only one thing. Remembering how he was locked, the protagonist said that all his thoughts were only about destroying the Lord. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he was Lucas Trowman, the Archmage who 4,000 years ago clashed with the head of the demigods in battle. Snow and Nora gaped. Charles frowned. The old man's eyes were wide open. He involuntarily imagined the image of the legendary Archmage next to the young man. Snow, opening her mouth, asked what he was talking about. Charles, who was standing next to them, answered for Lucas, saying that the master was a hero of the Age of Light, who returned after 4,000 years, borrowing the body of a man named Fry. Everyone stared at the boy's back. The elf smiled and said that all the questions she had been wondering about until then had been answered. Rizal, who began to tremble, asked why now. The boy narrowed his eyes, but did not answer. The old man, lowering his head, said that if he had come earlier, he would have been with him too. Bowing down, he said that now he did not think that he was wrong. The boy, parting his lips, said that in that case he had no regrets. When the mana struck his head, Rizal said that he was glad to meet the legendary Archmage. A beam of mana pierced his head. The old man, whose eyes were still open, could admit to himself that he did have regrets. As his blood spurted, he asked the world for him to be wrong and Lucas to be right. The body of the 9-star mage fell. The protagonist turned around. He involuntarily glanced behind him. Cairo approached the boy. The man crouched in front of his brother's corpse. There was no emotion on his face. The protagonist approached him and asked for forgiveness. The gray-haired man objected, saying that he was the one who killed Rizal. Snow and Nora, who were standing to the side, listened as the old man said that if the younger one took the wrong path, it would be the elder brother's duty to stop him, even if it meant half-killing him. Cairo began to cry, saying that he should have properly guided him before things turned out like this. The protagonist, looking at the corpse, said that if they hadn't stopped him at least now, Rizil would have sold his soul to the Lord. The boy was sad, looking at the corpse. Cairo, who was sitting in front of him, thanked him for letting Rizil die as a human. The young man gaped and froze. The girls behind him stared at him. Thus, the 4 humans waited without moving while the 2 brothers said goodbye. The warrior sat in the room and meditated. The candle was wrapped in a mana barrier. Suddenly, the barrier dissipated. The meditating warrior did not move. He raised his eyelids. Lucas was standing right in front of him. Opening his mouth, he asked what had happened to Rizil. A shadow covered the Archmage's face. Understanding everything without words, the warrior stood up. Jacket, turning around, asked what he was going to do now. Did he really want to be repressed if he did not follow him? Lucas, looking at his back, said that he did not want to control a puppet. He must act according to his own thoughts. He parted his lips and said that if he decided he was wrong, he could stab him in the back at any time. Jacket turned around. He created a barrier around the candle and said that he would look forward to the future. The next day, the protagonist called an emergency meeting and gathered everyone. Frowning, Lucas said that at the moment, the demigods were in a critical condition that they had never experienced before. In other words, for them, this was a lucky moment that had never happened. Banyan slightly inclined her head. Lucas, raising his hand, began to tell things he had never said before, just like a wandering poet telling stories little by little to children who were unable to sit still in their seats. People's mouths dropped open when they heard that one of the 5 apocalypses was dead, and the other had completely gone into hibernation. Jacket looked at the boy warily as he said that a hibernating demigod could be easily defeated. Taking the ball of Illumininium in his hand, he told about how the demigods could escape divine supervision with it, and even that they used it to kill those awaiting inevitable death. The members of the circles could not hide their defeat from the information they had heard, because before that they did not even have a way to find out about it. They froze with their mouths open. As if the argument from yesterday had not happened, the leaders of the circles frowned, feeling the same thing. Looking at the coats of arms on the wall, they realized that the unification they had dreamed of for a long time had finally become a reality. The hall was buzzing, whispers and conversations of people were constantly heard. One of the people asked the protagonist on the stage if it was true that if the demigods began to commit indiscriminate murders, they would be destroyed thanks to the order of this world. Alton, clasping his fingers, asked if this was the same fear of the demigods that he had mentioned. The young man looked at him and said that it was like that. They call this order God. The man frowned. The boy turned to him and said that from now on they should find the apostles of the apocalypses and get rid of them. After thinking about it, Alton asked if he knew the identity of the apostles. He answered by saying that he knew at least 2. One of them was a hired killer named Genta, and the other was a demon named Kaltud. Jacket sharply drew his eyebrows together. Alton narrowed his eyes. Charles, however, did not hide her surprise and opened her mouth. If the demon and the killer were killed, then the 2 apocalypses would fall into hibernation. Then changing the current hopeless situation would not seem like a dream. Jacket, who was sitting at the table, assumed that when he said the name Genta, he meant the king of assassins. Genta was a legendary man who killed not only aristocrats but also members of the royal family. People barely managed to get their hands on the witness evidence and the contract, a few papers, and also found out that the king was not a fictional character. Frowning, the head of Rushidsad said that if their information was correct, he should be a native of Hitomikaris. It would be better to look for his traces there first. The protagonist turned around abruptly when Charles said that she knew a little about Kaltuda. The girl, parting her lips, said that it was a demon who had made a contract with her in the past. Imagining a summoning circle, the vampire said that it was theoretically possible for a high-level demon to appear on the continent, but if he suddenly performed such a ritual, then tens of thousands of lives would have to be sacrificed. Lux's eyes widened in surprise. Turning to the girl, he asked her if she could track him. She answered, saying that she could, because the special energy of demons cannot be hidden. Closing his eyes, Alton said that they will take over tracking Kaltud. The protagonist froze. He was thinking. The guy returned to the level of 9 stars and realized the unification of circles, gathering them all. He also now had loyal allies, like Snow and Nora. There were comrades who shared his will, like Charles and Alton. Lux clenched his fist. The war had begun, and he understood it. Raising his clenched fist, he wished everyone good luck in war. Benian screamed, releasing dragon mana. Powerful gusts of wind spread from her body. The protagonist covered his ears. Even from this distance, it felt like the whole world burst into screams. Isabella covered her ears with her hands. A weak wave of mana spread throughout the area. Benian was breathing heavily. She was already at the level where she could use the dragon spell twice a day. She really had good potential. Hector approached the boy. The protagonist, parting his lips, said that it was only twice. When Isabella approached her friend, He said that the Master's dragon spell was a weapon they could not be left without during the destruction of the demigods. He would like a little more possible spells. Hector frowned, asking if this was not the destruction of the apostles. The boy's shadow lengthened. He remembered Nyx, who followed Agnes against her will. She became an apostle because of threats, having no other choice. Imagining the face of a demigod, Lucas said that he should kill Agnes with his own hands. Clapping his hands, Hector said that it was too late. Smiling, he said that she was finally ready, their goddess of victory. The gray-haired battle doll lay unconscious. Hector cried with happiness, saying that it was too beautiful, for it was a masterpiece created from the raw material of dreams by the combined efforts of 3 top masters. Cairo and Diablo, who were standing aside, decided to keep quiet. The dragon himself approached his creation, saying that it was a masterpiece of the entire life of Shuhei, who lived in the era of light. In the future, no golem would be able to compare even with her little finger. The protagonist held out the core at the dragon's request. Like a pervert, the man approached the puppet. He inserted the core. A moment later, the cell closed. The puppet's body flew up from the release of mana. Lucas and Isabella opened their mouths in shock, saying that 1 million mana is shocking. Hector chuckled, saying that this is not that level. Pointing at the floating girl, he said that the power of this girl, born in the best body, was at a level that could not be measured by the methods available in their time. The protagonist's mouth dropped open. This mana energy that went beyond common sense amazed him. Looking only at the original value, he naturally thought that it surpassed Diablo. The dragon, spreading his arms to the sides, declared that this was the best work of his entire life. Gradually, the mana began to fade. The girl's eyes opened. A moment later, her entire body glowed from the excess of mana. The protagonist covered his face with his hands. The puppet landed next to him. Her eyes were open. Crying, Hector said that he had already changed his mind and found a more beautiful name for her. Lucas was surprised by his changes. The guy frowned, seeing something. The girl, looking at herself, tried to understand where she was now, and why her arms were so thin. The Archmage's body began to tremble. He abruptly grabbed the girl. He held it with both hands, trying to say something. Isabella, who was standing behind him, asked him what he was doing. Her pupil widened when Lucas called the puppet Shuhei. The youth, trembling all over, asked if it was him. Cairo was horrified and stepped forward, asking if he was talking about the great sage. Opening its lips, the puppet said that 4,000 years, 7 months and 23 days had already passed. Shuhei in the puppet's body abruptly hugged Lucas, asking if it had taken too long for him, a kid. Cairo frowned even more, asking what the hell it meant that he called Fry the Archmage, Lucas Trowman himself. Isabella stared at the puppet while it told the protagonist that even though he looked like this, he could recognize him at a glance. While they had not met, he had become very young and handsome. Isabella remembered how they were in the cave of Shuhei. It itself was a message for only one person, Lucas. This cave was the last hope and the last wish of the sage who hugged his friend. Smiling, he said that he thought that someday, when he opened his eyes, he would definitely be standing in front of him. The red-haired girl smiled and closed her eyes. The protagonist, frowning, said that he had become too soft. Now he was too disgusted. At that moment Isabella realized that appearance was the wrong choice. Pulling away, Shuhei said that he thought he had become hoarse from not being able to speak for so many years. Looking at his hands, he said that his body was strange. It was thin and white. The sage, waving his hand, created an illusionary mirror. In it, he saw his new appearance. Then he told his friend that while they had not seen each other, his taste had changed a lot. Lucas immediately pointed at Hector, saying that it was not his taste, but that of that dragon. Cairo approached and asked the sage if he was really Shuhei. Smiling, the homunculus said that it was indeed he. Hector stepped forward and said that he could not even imagine that the soul of the creator himself would be in the core. Putting his hands behind his back, Shuhei said that this was not quite so, there was only a copy of the memory and personality. The dragon, raising his eyebrows, asked if such a thing was possible. Opening his lips, the homunculus said that he himself did not expect it to work. Cairo frowned at the protagonist, asking if this meant that he was really the Archmage Lucas Trowman. Everyone in the hall froze. Isabella, smiling, answered for the guy, saying that Fry was the Archmage who disappeared without a trace 4,000 years ago. The old man, frowning, said that it was hard to believe. The girl leaned over, saying that he should feel better because all the questions they had up until now were gone. She, for example, felt like that. The man stared at Isabella in surprise. Smiling and closing his eyes, he said that this was truly the best feeling. Everyone stared at Cairo when he said that he couldn't believe that he was in the same place as the heroes of the era of light. The Paragon base was in the middle of the mountains. The head of the Paragon, sitting at the table with Snow, said that he still couldn't believe that the heroes of the era of light were here. When Isabella and Diablo sat at the table, he said that everything became clear now. It was hard for him to understand how such a skill could be possessed by a young man who had only recently crossed the line of 20 years old. Isabella, who was sitting next to her, said that Fry was originally her classmate at the academy. She did not know for what reason the master ended up in the same body with him. Opening her lips, she said that according to Lucas, he was locked in the abyss for 4,000 years, when one day he heard Frey's voice. Snow, with her hands folded on her knees, said that she had also heard about the abyss. As the word implies, it is a place where there is absolutely nothing. Moving her lips, she said that living in that place while conscious is an even greater torture than death itself. Cairo, slightly bowing his head, said that in any case, they too began to see a chance of success, since they had two heroes with them who knew the Lord well. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Shuhei stood at the parapet. The elf narrowed her eyes. She stood up, saying that it would be better not to speak about it so thoughtlessly. Raising her hand, she said that she would continue to treat the boy like Fry, and they should do the same. The two friends silently looked at the moon in the sky. Shuhei turned his gaze to his friend as he said that her Hyrule showed him his memories. Opening his lips, he said that he saw the moment Iris took his life. The witch simply turned around, stabbing a pair of bayonets into the sage. As if stroking his beard, the sage said that he had expected this outcome. Almost waving his hand, he said that his memories were records copied in advance before his death. The protagonist tried to understand what those hand movements were, while Shuhei himself said that it was all very strange. Even though Iris was a rude girl, she did not betray them to save her life. The boy looked down sadly. Shuhei stared at Lucas in shock when he said that Iris was now the Lord's apostle. Staring at his friend, the homunculus asked what an apostle was. The protagonist immediately realized that he was in for a long conversation. The sage chuckled, saying that he thought there was a lot to learn. Looking at the moon in the sky, Lucas said that it was a very long story. Ivan laughed, clutching his bandages on his hand, while the orc told him that he was incredible, he was a great warrior. Crossing his arms over his chest, the orc said that if it weren't for him, they would have been destroyed already. The boy frowned. He didn't understand what was happening to this world. More and more settlements were becoming completely destroyed and deserted in just one day. The centaur who entered told the great warrior that someone had come to see him. The orc and the boy turned around. Fiery hair was writhing in the air. Nyx entered the tent. Taking off his mask, Torkuda, who had taken control of his body, introduced himself. Ivan frowned when the former King Drake asked to kill him. Shuhei, parting his lips, asked how a demigod could betray the Lord. Lucas, lowering his head, said that he seemed very impressed by Rashid. Starting to wave his hand again, the sage said that it was really hard to believe. The protagonist frowned and asked what he had been doing with his hand for some time now. The homunculus answered by saying that it was just a habit of stroking his beard when he thought. Looking at his hand, he asked if he should glue the beard on. Since it was missing, it felt empty. The boy turned his head when his friend said that he had survived quite well. Putting his hands behind his back, Shuhei said that he had even managed to reach the 9 stars again, starting from the very beginning, but his stubborn will was still the same. Lucas turned around and said that he had not achieved this alone. The boy narrowed his eyes, saying that he owed a lot to the people living in this world. Meanwhile, the group of 4 people were chatting cheerfully. The protagonist looked at his friend when he said that these were also his abilities. Leaning on the parapet, the sage said that the most important thing now would be to determine the Lord's actions, but that was the problem. They were moving freely in time and space. Looking at the town below, Shuhei said that there was one way to find him. He smiled. Lucas, looking at him, asked what he wanted to do. His pupil widened when Shuhei said that they would use Iris's help. If he asked her, she would tell him everything right away. The boy turned around and shouted, saying that he had already said that she had betrayed them and killed him. The homunculus, grinning, said that she had saved him. Looking into the distance, the sage said that this girl might be rude, but she would not betray him. The events take us to the mountain range of Spain. Streams of wind passed between the mountains. Standing on the edge of a cliff, the two friends enjoyed the view. Shuhei put his hands behind his back and said that everything was exactly the same here, as if time had stood still for 4,000 years. Turning his head, he asked why they came here, if there was any business in his cave. The protagonist standing next to him said that one of the Lord's elite army, Agnias, who controlled the power of flame, made one phoenix an apostle, and he met him. Opening his lips, he said that Nyx was the savior of his life. While putting his own on the line, she is also his friend, so he must at least destroy Agnias with his own hands. Shuhei turned his gaze to his friend. Turning around, the guy said that something was strange here, because previously they could meet at any time, whenever he came here. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the forest. A huge monster landed in front of the friends. The troll opened its mouth. Shuhei, looking at the monster in front of him, asked his friend if it was his girlfriend. He answered, saying that it was someone unknown. The guys, raising their heads, tried to understand who the big guy was in front of them. Opening his mouth, the troll called Lucas the master of the master. The boy parted his lips and asked if he was Nyx's subordinate. The monster did not answer and looked at the boy and said that the master said that a dangerous situation had arisen and that it was impossible for her to hold on. Shuhei raised his eyebrows and said that if they wanted to convey something, they could have asked someone who was better at speech. Lucas winced when the troll said that his master had entered the crack that had appeared. He frowned as he said the name of the Silked Desert. The shadow of the beast covered the boys. The homunculus looked at the Archmage when he said that he was sure of only one thing, that they should go to Silked. The events take us to a city in the middle of the desert. An oasis is visible in the desert. Nasdaq approached the demigod and asked him about what he wanted to discuss in private. Nasdaq looked at him in surprise, because Agnias asked his opinion. Agnias turned his gaze to him and said that he was talking about Raren's disappearance. Nasdaq's eyes widened in surprise. Then he turned away and said that she had sacrificed herself to save the three of them. Agni looked at his back and asked if that could be considered a sacrifice if she had not even wanted it. Nasdaq kept his back turned and asked him what he wanted to say. Agni lowered his head and said about the Lord. He narrowed his eyes and said that the Lord had never demanded a sacrifice from them before, so he might be changing. Nasdaq turned around and said ominously that the Lord's will was equal to the will of the demigods. The demigod looked at him in surprise. Agni looked at the water. Nasdaq said that he seemed to be worried about many things. The Lord of Death lowered his head and warned the Lord of Fire not to follow in the footsteps of Ricky's failures and not to do stupid things. Agni looked at him. Nasdaq said that one disgusting incident was enough when they had to fight their own. The action shifts and we see Phoenix fighting someone. She attacks a man with fire. The man was enveloped in fire. Then he was right in front of her. He hit her, and a blast wave was created. Phoenix opened her mouth wide in pain. With incredible speed she flew back. The girl hit the ground, thinking at the same time that Ivan was not using all his strength, but only irritating her, thereby forcing her to attack him, and therefore this is an unusual way to die. Ivan was standing in the middle of the fog. Phoenix attacked from the air. Then she hit him with fire. They were right in front of each other. Ivan threw the girl forward. Then he kicked and a blast wave was created. Then the man grabbed her by the throat. He swung and said that this is the end. His fist looked huge. Agni opened his eyes in surprise, and Nasdaq asked him about how he was watching his apostle. They were both standing in front of the water and the Lord of Sports was saying that it was bothering him. He looked ahead and said about the protagonist. Both demigods were looking somewhere into the distance. Nasdaq was saying that at the last meeting that bastard had figured out all their apostles, and besides, he was a pretty smart guy, so he wouldn't leave them alone. Agni looked at him and asked if he was really watching this, and he replied that his apostle was such that a person wouldn't even dare touch him. Agni looked ahead and said that the devil was the apostle of the Lord of Death. Nasdaq was standing next to him and was saying that Ananta's apostle seemed to be very good at hiding his body, and there was no need to worry about the Lord's apostle. Agni lowered his head. Nasdaq said that he was most worried about him. The Lord of Death opened his eyes in surprise, because Agni said that he thought that if they were talking about it, he was one step ahead of him. The Lord of Fire looked at him and asked if he would just appoint a phoenix he picked up off the street as an apostle. He looked into the distance again and said that the very fact that an apostle was needed in the first place, which was a huge weakness, did not make any sense. The demigod looked at his palm and said that he intended to completely get rid of this disgusting weakness. Nasdaq looked at him in surprise and asked about the weakness. Agni opened his eyes wide. He looked at his reflection in the water and said that the phoenix harmonized very well with him, and then if only certain conditions came together, he might not need an apostle anymore. And then we see the explosion from the blow again. Ivan grabbed the girl by the throat. Then he let her go and told her to get lost. She opened her mouth wide and began screaming for him to kill her. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Ivan stood with his back to her and said that the enemies were advancing again. A bright light was visible in the distance. Many monsters appeared from behind the horizon. The monsters were blazing with fire. Ivan said that they were the creatures of the demigods. He looked at them and said that Karanso was in that direction. The girl sat on the ground, and the man wondered how these monsters followed each place they went, and that is why they really do have dog noses. He sniffed himself and asked if he stank, but then he said that he hadn't washed himself yet. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He frowned and said that there might be a traitor among them. Phoenix was still sitting on the floor. She was screaming and asking him to kill her before leaving. The man turned around and said that he didn't know what her reasons were, but he didn't have a hobby of killing people who whine and beg for it. Phoenix's mouth dropped open in surprise. Ivan said that if she wanted to die that badly, she should go somewhere and hang herself. She fell silent and the man left. Phoenix's hand began to tremble. She bared her teeth and said that it was impossible. Meanwhile, the stranger was watching the sunset. He looked down at the city. This man was Lucas. The man went down to his comrades and said that there were buildings left in Renia. Snow crossed her arms and asked about his friend. Lucas also crossed his arms and said that his friend needed to get used to his new body, so he was training, and his friend had said that he would join after he had gotten used to it to some extent. The five of them stood there, looking at the horizon. Nora said that the divine power was scattered here. She said that even though she could see everything with her own eyes, she could not comprehend that this was a time when demigods were acting so openly. Isabella looked at her and wondered why they were heading to Renee City. Nora narrowed her eyes and said that the Paragon members were there, so that would definitely explain the current situation. Lucas nodded his head. They all looked at the sun, and Lucas said that they should hurry before Silkid fell completely. A man slammed his fist on the table. He looked at the papers and said that out of the 17 cities, 7 were attacked and defeated, and 4 surrendered, and therefore Silkid was finished. The man's face was trembling. Behind him, the man was thinking. A soldier entered the tent and addressed the man, saying that guests had arrived. Ura's mouth opened in surprise when the soldier said that they were guests from Paragon. He clenched his fist and joyfully exclaimed that reinforcements had arrived. They left the tent and went to greet the guests, simultaneously thinking that they were Cairo and Diablo. But even if there was only one of them, they could overcome the lack of numbers. Ura's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist squad stood in front of him. Nora smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He approached her and asked if she had been doing well all this time. Ura looked at them silently. He carefully examined the squad. However, after a moment, he lowered his head and sighed heavily, realizing that neither Cairo nor Diablo was here. Nora turned to him and said that they had come to assess the situation of Silkid. He lowered his head and laughed awkwardly. The man turned away and said that it would be faster to see everything in person, so they should follow him. Lucas frowned seriously. They saw ruins in front of them. The medics were trying to save the soldiers, but they were short of medicinal herbs. One of the soldiers was trying to wake up his dead friend. Everyone was running around in a panic and shouting something. Then Nian frowned and said that this was hell, and besides, she couldn't believe that something like this actually happened in just one day. Ura looked up and noted that this was only a small part. Lucas saw a soldier with a wounded arm nearby. Ura looked at the protagonist, because he said that the soldiers were not beaten by demigods, so Ura wondered how Lucas knew about this. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he understood because they were still alive. Ura's mouth fell open in surprise. The medics continued to evacuate the soldiers. Ura sat on a wooden box and said that only one demigod had come to fight the monsters and that he controlled the flames. The man put his hand to his face and said that although he had already faced several demigods, this one was on a completely different level. Ura opened his mouth wide and started screaming when the protagonist said that this was the apocalypse. Lucas fell silent and thought that Agnias had finally recovered. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned and mentally said that according to Ricky's words, a year should have passed, but apparently the Lord had done something. Ura lowered his head and said that out of the 17 cities of Silkid, 7 were destroyed, 4 surrendered, and only 6 cities were still fighting, including this one, Nia. Lucas watched him silently while the man said that in such a situation, even the head of these lands, Lord Sarman, was thinking about submission. Ura opened his mouth wide and shouted that everything would be different if they had at least one great warrior. The protagonist asked about the great warrior, and Ura replied that in Silkid, the only strongest person is called a great warrior. According to him, although now the origin of the great warrior is not Silkid, he is an excellent commander and instantly created the best resistance army of Silkid. The protagonist smiled and said that this must be a great man. The protagonist's eyes opened wide when Ura said that this warrior's name is Ivan. He turned around and looked at the girl. She was smiling. Nora smiled madly and said that this guy still makes a lot of noise. Lucas smiled in horror. Someone rang the bell and began to shout that it was time to evacuate. The warriors turned around and shouted that they were being attacked. An army of demigod monsters was visible on the horizon. This crowd of monsters was burning with fire. Ura smiled and said that it was the end. Lucas looked at the soldier and asked about the demigod. Lucas frowned and asked if the demigod was attacking with them. However, the man replied that there was no demigod. Ura's eyes widened in surprise. Lucas asked about the location. The soldier excitedly pointed out the location and then asked who he was. The protagonist stood next to the squad. He replied that they were reinforcements. He stood on a half-destroyed tower. A hot wind blew on the protagonist. The crowd of monsters continued to run towards them, and Lucas thought that this demigod was a genius. Ura stood behind and wondered if Lucas was really going to stop this huge army alone. The protagonist stepped forward and stated that he wanted to talk about the disappointed face Ura made when he saw them for the first time. Ura extended his hand and was about to start making excuses, because the protagonist assumed that Ura was disappointed, that it was not Cairo or Diablo. He looked at the battlefield through the window and said that Ura should be happy, because he was not someone like their subordinate. Ura's eyes widened in fear and started shouting that now was not the time to bluff. Besides, there were more than a few thousand enemies, and even he would have a hard time facing more than about 100. Lucas turned around and said that considering how much Ura relied on Cairo and Diablo, he somehow knew too little about mages. The monsters continued to run towards the tower, and the protagonist said that for a mage, the number of enemies did not matter at all. It was enough to just lure them to the desired location. The protagonist kicked the floor, and blue flames appeared. A blue aura enveloped the room. Ura covered his face with his hands and wondered in shock if this was actually human mana. Lucas flew out of the tower window. The girls watched him. Ura's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist stood with his back to him. His eyes glowed brightly blue. He said that for a 9-star mage, even coordinates do not matter. The flame monsters continued to run forward. The protagonist said that all the spaces he knew were under his control. There were many monsters in front of him. They continued to run forward. Lucas said that for a 9-star mage, even coordinates did not matter. A wave of energy appeared under him. The protagonist began to gather an aura around himself, and said that all the spaces he knew were under his control. He folded his hands together. His eyes shone. He spread his arms out to the sides and used a snowstorm spell. The monsters seemed to freeze. Another part of the monsters was also frozen. Isabella stretched her arms out in front of her to protect her allies from this magic. The entire battlefield was covered in ice. Fog was flying around. The monsters were defenseless in the shackles of ice. Lucas stretched out his hand in front of him. He clenched his fist. The ice crumbled into pieces. The protagonist cut it into even smaller pieces. The area was shrouded in smoke. Isabella watched silently. Ura opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that in an instant, the protagonist had destroyed thousands of monsters. Snow watched the events, as did Nora. The entire field was covered in ice. In the future, what happened that day was called the Silkid Snow Flower. It became a signal flare telling the protagonist's name throughout the territory of Silkid. After a while, the protagonist happily ate meat. Snow stood nearby and said that it was obvious that such a commotion would reach the ears of the Lord of Fire. Then the girl slammed the table and indignantly asked if he had deliberately drawn attention. Lucas took a bite and said that according to them, Agnias never leaves Talhadon. The girls stood in front of him and listened as he told them that if they didn't get him out of there, they wouldn't have a chance of success. They were already weaker, and therefore they couldn't just break into his city without a plan. The man pointed his finger at Isabella and said that he was going to clean up the entire territory of Silkid with her, even though she would only be a porter. The protagonist turned around and said that even if they met a demigod, he didn't intend to avoid a fight, and Snow looked at him and said that he seemed serious about making Agnias take his heavy step. He stood with his back turned and said that if they were to fight, then now. All the girls looked at him. He said that they would meet with the head of Silkid and propose an attack on Agnias, and besides, it would be better to reunite with Ivan. Nora closed her eyes and laughed, because Lucas said that Ivan was quite an authoritative guy here. The girl opened her eyes and said that she could promise to unite with Ivan, but she could not say for sure whether he would live until he met the local leader. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and asked her to think about not ending his life. Snow put her hand to her chin and said that she still could not agree, because confronting a huge number of monsters without a mage would be an incredible war of attrition. The protagonist pointed at something and said that they already had a mage. Everyone turned around. Benian awkwardly turned around. She dropped all the dishes and screamed that she could not fill the empty place of the protagonist. Lucas looked at her and called her master. The girl's eyes bulged. Lucas asked her to give him some time, because he needed to talk to her alone. The fog was still hanging on the battlefield. The protagonist watched from the tower. Benian smiled and said that because it was a desert, the night wind was cold. She looked at the ice. The scale was really impressive, so she remarked that she was surprised that he actually became a 9-star. She grabbed his hand and said that he always did this, and time after time he turned dreams into reality, like clouds that were impossible to reach. The man stood with his back to her. The girl said that he was really an incredible person. She lowered her head and said that she had been thinking about it for a long time, but she still did not reach the level of the master of the Trowman Circle. The girl frowned and said that he should become a master. The protagonist was still looking at the battlefield, but at the same time, he told her that not long ago, his old friend woke up from a very long sleep. Lucas opened his mouth and said that this friend was much more incredible than a guy like him, because this friend was correct, unwavering and wise. Lucas looked at the moon and said that he always respected his friend's beliefs. Benian smiled sweetly and said that this is what she felt when she looked at him. The man lowered his head and said that she would soon meet his friend. She opened her mouth in surprise, because Lucas said that the guy had no luck with students. The protagonist stood with his back to her and said that they talked about circles and the friend was very interested. Benian opened her mouth in shock, because Lucas said that now, after 4,000 years, there are those who have adopted their will and are fighting the demigods. The girl's eyes widened even more when the protagonist wondered if there could be something that makes them even more content and happy. He looked at the battlefield, saying that as expected, that guy was interested in straw necklance, but Lucas couldn't answer him. The girl extended her hand and asked him in shock what he was saying now. Benian's eyes widened when the protagonist said that the guy's name was Shuhei Straw. The girl approached him. He looked into the distance and said that after all, that kid was unlucky with students. Benian began to tremble, and Lucas began to remember what he thought when he first stepped onto the ground of the Trowman Circle. He was transported into memories, At that moment he thought about how lucky he was. Benyan began to cry. The protagonist continued to say that a long time had passed, as much as 4,000 years. The girl cried even harder. The protagonist said that he was proud that they were the ones who adopted his name, and wanted to tell her these words from the very beginning. The protagonist turned around and thanked her. The girl screamed loudly. Then he hugged him. The protagonist hugged her too. Then he closed his eyes and said that he knew how she endured all this. Their silhouettes were visible in the darkness. Lucas said that she tried hard and he was sincerely proud of her. After a while, they stood by the tent. Lucas again began to call Banyan Master and address her with respect. She looked at him from behind and thought that she knew his secret and was sure that he wanted to protect her nobility as the master of the Trowman Circle. The girl remembered how they hugged. She closed her eyes and mentally said that these words alone were worth giving her whole life for them. The stranger man began to shout that it was the incredible magic of the protagonist. Lucas turned to his comrade and asked who it was, and Ura answered that it was the Sarman, the master of the lands. Sarman took the protagonist by the hands and shouted that after seeing what he had done, he immediately calmed down, because they would not be enslaved after all. The tent was lit by lamps. They all sat down at the table and Lucas said that they would split into 2 teams and prepare to hunt the apocalypses together with the great leader. Then Lucas said that during this time he was going to clean up the entire territory of Silkit to piss off Agnias. Sarman looked at him and said that in that case he advised heading north. The man imagined the ruins of the city and said that almost all the cities in that direction were under the control of the demigods. That is, they belonged to them. Lucas put his hand to his chin. Isabella silently listened to Sarman say that this was a very big risk, because the rules were destroyed, so now these are territories of absolute lawlessness. Lucas sat opposite Sarman and decided to ask a question. He frowned and said that he was looking for a woman. The mage presented a flaming form and said that she looked like she was in her early 20s and had red hair that flowed like flames. Sarman let out a mysterious cry. He then immediately extended his hand and denied having any guesses and said that it was not something that could help them. The man smiled and said that he simply remembered a scary and unpleasant story that everyone had heard of lately. The protagonist narrowed his eyes skeptically and asked about the story. Suddenly, his eyes widened because Sarman mentioned a woman who wanted to die. He presented the form of Phoenix and said that there was a woman wandering around Silkit asking to be killed. Someone pointed swords at her and threatened to kill her. However, the girl opened her mouth wide and started screaming as she burned in flames. Isabella commented that it was indeed a scary story. She looked at the protagonist and said that it was worth checking out this girl. Lucas silently looked ahead. The action moves to the city of Altarha. The men cornered the girl. One of them extended his hand and said that they were not finished talking. The man grabbed the girl and shouted for her to stand still, because he had already paid her husband. Suddenly, someone hit the bandit. The protagonist kicked the villain with his foot. The man flew to the side. The girl stood behind the protagonist and continued to cry. The other bandits got angry at the protagonist. The girl was still standing behind, and Lucas was talking about how, due to the actions of the demigods, these lands remained lawless, but this area was even worse. Suddenly, he noticed something. The bandits were smiling, but he was attracted by the look of their clothes. The girl pulled out a knife, but the protagonist already knew who she was. She swung the knife. Someone immediately caught her hand. The bandit opened her mouth wide in surprise when she saw Isabella. The red-haired girl frowned and said that it was as if they had all given up on being human. Then she immediately threw the bandit to the ground. The woman hit the ground. The other villains ran away in fear. Lucas stood next to Isabel and said that he knew very well that this was an area where no one could be trusted. Then they turned around, hearing someone shouting. They walked towards the light and saw a crowd of people. Lucas walked through the crowd. Isabel was horrified. There were executed people hanging on poles. Crows were sitting on their corpses. There were signs around their necks saying that this was a purge. Isabel opened her mouth wide and wondered what this was. An old man in front of her was talking about how these were the deaths of those protesting against Mild. Lucas asked the old man about this Mild, and the old man turned around and asked in surprise if they were from somewhere else. The man looked at the executed people and said that Mild was the most influential person in Altark, who controlled everything, because even the owner of the lands of Porto could not do anything to him. He raised his head and said that they became like this after they spoke out against the creation of punitive troops organized by that Mild. Isabella looked at him and asked what this punitive detachment was needed for. The protagonist's eyes bulged when the old man answered that the punitive detachment would punish the great warrior Ivan. The old man stood with his back to them and said that they had also heard of him, because this was a man who had recently been wandering around the desert of Silkaida and gaining strength. The man walked further and further away and said that they too should be more careful, because at such and such a time, foreigners could become like those on the pillars. The heroes exchanged glances. Clouds were visible above the city. Lucas was saying that a demigod ruled Altark, but not Agnias, because if it were him, no matter how strong Ivan's power became, he would not be able to think of him as his enemy. The heroes walked down the street. Lucas said that another demigod could not arbitrarily occupy these territories belonging to Agnias Aether. The girl looked at him. He said that this meant that Agnias ruled Silkid, leaving his puppet here. Lucas looked at her and said that this meant that he did not want to move a single step from this place until the very end. They continued walking through the city. From above, the city looked beautiful. The heroes were saying that they needed to at least see this mild. The action shifts. Some stranger opened his eyes. The man woke up in the middle of the desert. The blue-eyed man was looking ahead. He felt himself and wondered what this place was, and then said that the only thing he was sure of was that he had not just been born. Then he stood up. The stranger looked ahead and said that he had no memories now. Only the desert was visible on the horizon. The action shifts and we see the girl under the window. Someone was standing behind Iris and saying that she seemed busy lately. The Lord was standing behind her and she turned around. Iris looked at him and said that she had gone to Silkid, and besides, Agnias had summoned 10 demigods. The Lord stood in front of her and asked about what happened. He opened one eye. Iris replied that she assumed that he was planning something. She lowered her head and looked unhappy. The Lord was at her side and began to talk about the name of the guy she saved. The Lord looked at the light and said the name of the protagonist. He stood behind her and said that he would not ask the reason why she saved him, because there was no such condition. He put his hands behind his back and warned that next time he would kill him at all costs. He looked forward and said that the protagonist would regret not being able to die then. Besides, the Lord was really angry at that boy. Iris began to tremble. The man stood with his back turned. The girl asked if that was all he wanted to say. The witch smiled and noted that he was very strange, because she did not believe that he was having empty conversations with her. The Lord began to evaporate. Then he evaporated and Iris was left alone in the room. Light was shining through the windows. The witch lowered her head. She pressed herself against the wall and said that she wanted to rest at least for one day. The action shifts and we see many soldiers. The heroes looked out from around the corner. The soldiers had their backs to them. Lucas whispered that there was such serious caution here that it couldn't even be compared to what was outside. Isabella lowered her mask and said that it was strange that if they were afraid of something from the outside, the guards should have concentrated on the upper part. But for some reason in this place the lower they go, the greater the concentration of guards becomes. We see that there really were more guards on the lower floor. The protagonist squinted and looked at her. Then he turned away and said that he was surprised that today she suddenly started to think clearly. He frowned and said that what they wanted to hide was below, which meant underground. Lucas looked into the void, saying that they couldn't move noisily, and therefore they would fly further. And the heroes really flew further carefully. They stopped in front of the corner. Lucas looked out from around the corner. Then he immediately pulled the girl to himself. Isabella blushed and asked him excitedly what he was doing. There was a barrier in front of them, and Lucas realized that if they went any further, they would be discovered. Screams could be heard behind the door. The stranger was saying that there were those who were against it. A man was sitting at the table in front of him. He leaned on his hand. It turned out that it was Mild. The stranger went up. Then he stood on the roof. The man looked at the sky and sighed heavily, saying that he almost started to choke. Lucas was already standing behind him. He immediately hit him on the neck. The man immediately lost consciousness. The protagonist carefully grabbed him. He lowered his head and frowned. A moment later, he was already sitting on a chair. The stranger opened his eyes. The protagonist used his magic on him. He extended his hand and asked who this man was. Isabella silently watched him and thought that this mind control technique was giving her the creeps, even though they were on the same side. The man named Porto lowered his head and said that he was the head of the Altarha lands. Lucas had an aura about him and asked Porto how he ended up under the demigod's control. Porto replied that he had to make that choice in order to protect the citizens. The two heroes looked at each other and nodded. The protagonist extended his hand and said that Porto no longer had to be afraid, since he would have help, thanks to which he would no longer have to obey the demigods. Lucas' eyes widened, since Porto suddenly refused. The man's face was not visible, since he lowered his head. Isabella approached him and asked him about it. Mild appeared behind them and said that it was because they could not defeat him. Mild appeared in front of them. The girl opened her mouth wide and screamed. Mild smiled and said that they had guessed that he was a demigod, so it was strange that they thought that he would not notice their presence. Isabella's mouth dropped open in surprise and she asked if he had really used Porto as bait. Mild stood calmly in front of them and said that he knew more about them than they imagined, and that he knew that they were looking for Agnias. The protagonist frowned and asked where he was. Suddenly, Lucas's eyes widened, because the demigod said that 3 of their kind were already chasing that phoenix. Mild looked down at him and said that the last trace she left was found in Nempatala, and that they would soon be able to catch her by the tail. However, Lucas smiled. He immediately pulled Isabella towards him. A moment later they were gone. Malyabog smiled and said that they seemed to think he was weak if they thought they could escape by teleporting. Then he teleported too. He found himself in some kind of desert. He looked around and realized what kind of place it was. Lucas appeared behind him. Mild turned around and the protagonist said that he was very slow-witted. The protagonist frowned and said that he didn't think he could lure him out so easily. Mild pulled out some kind of green weapon. His hand turned into a weapon. The protagonist frowned and ordered Isabella to keep her distance, because he was going to deal with this guy himself. The demigod pulled back the bowstring and said that these were too bold words for someone who would soon be destroyed. Mild fired his bow. The protagonist put his hands in front of him and created a shield. The shot was really powerful. The protagonist flew back, because his shield was destroyed. Then he dodged to the side. He saw many destroyed dunes behind him. With just one shot, the demigod changed the landscape. Lucas looked closely at his opponent and understood that his strength was in the weapon. The protagonist created a barrier around himself again. Mild aimed and said that it wouldn't work. Lucas smiled and replied that this was his charm, because he was not teachable at all. The protagonist carefully watched the opponent's hand. His eyes were very tense. He heard the sound of the bowstring being released 3 times. He created a multi-layered barrier in front of him. The arrow pierced almost all the layers. The protagonist ducked under the first shot. Then he jumped and dodged the second shot. Lucas turned around sharply. He blocked the third shot with his hand. Mild hung in the air and thought about how this pathetic mage was dodging well. Isabella watched from the side and thought that even if she had to help, she would not have the courage to try to intervene. The girl widened her eyes and mentally said that she did not believe that Lucas dodged invisible arrows, assuming their direction and the right time, and therefore this fight was on a completely different level. The protagonist looked at the enemy from afar and thought that it was impossible to reduce the distance with just dodging, because the enemy was an archer. The protagonist looked ahead with a frown, and Isabella wondered what he intended to do. An aura appeared around the protagonist. Ice appeared under his feet. He attacked the demigod with his ice. Mild jumped into the air and grinned. Then he pulled the bowstring. However, there were fire projectiles above him. Many fireballs were flying to the ground. A yellow arrow appeared in front of the demigod. Isabella opened her mouth in surprise and realized that something was summoned. She saw a sharp arrow. Mild prepared to shoot this arrow. He smiled evilly. The demigod shot and a bright beam of light was formed. The arrow flew straight at the protagonist. Lucas crouched and mentally said that this time it was dangerous. There was an explosion and everything around was in a fog. Mild watched everything from above. Suddenly, his mouth opened in shock. The protagonist was completely fine, but a faint red aura emanated from him. He pointed his finger at the demigod. Isabella watched from the side and mentally said that this was black and scarlet mana, which meant he was using absolute magic now. The girl opened her mouth wide and mentally said that this was the first time she saw something like this with her own eyes, so the words about this being a level that could even tear apart space were not a lie. Lucas lowered his hand. The girl could not believe that he was actually fighting a demigod on equal terms alone. Mild hung in the air and praised the protagonist, because, according to him, Lucas was one of the most troublesome people he had fought with in the last 1,000 years. A bright light began to emanate from him. Isabella opened her mouth wide and asked if he really had so many arrows that they could not be counted. Mild turned around and said that he could not live for even 100 years, and would soon be completely destroyed. But did he really dare to think that he could defeat a demigod? There were a huge number of arrows in the sky. Mild said that he had tempered this power for thousands of years. Their experience was different. Lucas smiled and called it nonsense. Mild turned around indignantly, because the protagonist said that the demigod did not look so diligent. The protagonist stood up straight and said that if they had really tempered their powers for thousands of years, this world would have been in their hands a long time ago. The demigod took one arrow in his hands. The protagonist continued to say that they only got absolute divine powers by luck. Lucas frowned and said that the race mired in self-praise and unable to even think about developing these powers, that is them the demigods. There was a great distance between them. Lucas said that if they had mastered qualities commensurate with the time that had passed, he would not have had a chance of success. Mild bared his teeth and called him an insolent scum. Mild started shooting. There was an explosion. Isabella closed her eyes. She was thrown back. She thought about how absolutely nothing could be seen because of the sandstorm. The girl opened her mouth and screamed that she would cover the protagonist. Arrows were visible in the sky, but the demigod was not visible. She ran forward to the protagonist. However, in front of her there was only fog. She saw Mild standing in front of Lucas. The demigod was kneeling. Isabella's mouth opened in surprise, and the demigod wondered how this was possible. He was covered in blood and could not understand how this was possible. The protagonist looked down at him and said that he had actually been tempered for thousands of years. Mild looked at him and asked about these thousands of years. Lucas looked down at him. The demigod said that this was nonsense, because some mortal is not capable of living even 100 years. Suddenly he found himself in darkness. He saw the Lord, who was saying that he would recognize everyone, starting with the human race, as their enemy and would fight them with all his might. Mild stood in the crowd and thought that the Lord had gone crazy, because could not even dragons, but some humans be a threat to demigods? He saw Lucas in front of him and thought that a man cannot defeat a god. This was the common sense that was in him. Mild smiled. He lowered his head and said that he would recognize the protagonist as his enemy. Suddenly, he teleported. Lucas's eyes widened and realized that this was a space-time movement. A light appeared in the fog. He saw a bright flash in front of him and mentally said that now the real fight would begin. The girl turned around. A projectile flew at her. The fog enveloped everything around. The arrow stopped right in front of the girl's face. Isabella looked at the arrow, stunned. The arrow pierced the protagonist's arm. He pulled the object out of his shoulder and asked her not to make a fuss, because for him it was just a fracture. Lucas frowned and said that there was no time to worry. They saw only fog in front of them. Lucas said that the demigod had completely hidden himself, but he must have already disappeared from the side from which the arrow had come. Isabella looked up and said that this was an archery battle and he would shoot from such a far place that he would not even be visible. She frowned and said that he was acting just like a hunter. The protagonist looked away and said that if they could not find his location, their heads would roll. His eyes widened in surprise, because Isabella asked him about using divine power. The girl looked at him and said that she also knew that Lucas was against using divine powers and respected his pride as an archmage, because of which he did so. The girl continued to say that if it was the same divine power, Lucas would eventually be able to determine the location of the demigod. The protagonist lowered his head. Isabella extended her hand and said that she was just talking nonsense. However, Lucas hit her in the forehead with his finger. He turned away and said that it was a great idea. Then the man smiled slyly. Their silhouettes were visible in the fog. Mild said that because of the mana energy, he could see where they were as if in the palm of his hand. The demigod smiled and said that he would make them regret their sin of daring to look down on a god. Then he took aim. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He lost sight of the protagonist. Energy suddenly appeared above his head. Mild looked up and said that it was amazing, because it was so cloudless until now. He immediately lowered his head down. Red energy appeared below him. He immediately dodged the pillar of energy. However, his arm was still hit and cut off. Mild began to scream in pain. The man bent down and began to look. However, he saw only fog below him and wondered how Lucas was so good at hiding his mana. He had to teleport from his current location. He found himself on the other side and wondered how they knew his location. Mild looked one way. Then he turned around and looked at the other side. He saw yellow lightning in the sky. Suddenly, lightning struck him and cut off his leg. The demigod began to scream in pain. He fell to the ground and a shock wave was heard. Mild lay on the ground and thought about Lucas guessing his location with his divine power. He frowned and wondered how a person could use both mana and divine power at the same time, and so freely. Suddenly, his eyes widened, because he remembered Isabella calling the protagonist's name. He climbed out of the crater and mentally exclaimed that this was the same scum. Mild grinned, thinking that he could not believe that there was a guy with godly abilities at the 9-star level. The demigod stood on one leg and was about to leave, thinking of quickly telling Agnes about this. However, a projectile flew at his head. Part of Mild's head was destroyed. A moment later, the demigod's entire head split into atoms. And then the demigod himself disappeared as a whole. The heroes stood next to each other. Lucas grabbed his shoulder. Only a broken part of the demigod's weapon lay on the ground. Isabella hugged the protagonist and said that he was truly incredible. The protagonist turned away from her while she screamed that she would quickly heal him. She approached him and began to heal him, while the protagonist thought that the last attack was mixed with a lightning strike and there could be no mistake. He imagined that projectile and mentally said that he did it unintentionally, as if a magnet, divine power and mana were attracted to each other. Lucas looked at his palm and said that at some point, the mana inside him and the divine power were in harmony. Divine power and mana emanated from his palm at the same time, and so he could not believe these changes happening in his body. Isabella continued to heal him. The fog was still hovering around them. The protagonist thought that the current him had greatly surpassed the level he was at 4,000 years ago. The city of Nempedal appeared. Phoenix was sitting near the fountain. The girl opened her mouth, and a voice in her head said that he should keep his promise, because if he helped her die, she would give him this body. Lowering his eyebrows, the monster of divine appearance replied that he promised. People were walking next to the lady, and it was audible that they did not understand and did not believe that she wanted to take her own life because of some pathetic magician. Then it was seen how the stranger was in the desert. Moving his legs, the traveler muttered that he had no memories, but he knew that in order to maintain life, a person must periodically absorb moisture and nutrients. The night sky appeared, and the guy added that, however, as far as he remembered, he had never done anything like this in this desert. Biting his lips, the young man said that despite this, his endurance did not decrease and did not even feel sleepy, after which he wondered who he was. The stranger narrowed his eyes sharply. Suddenly, the mysterious man noticed a city in the distance. Black clouds were visible. Then it seemed like the man opened his eyes. The old man was lying on the bed, thinking about the beast and the man. A moment later, Isaka removed the mask from his face and recognized the secret dungeon. Looking down, the head of the Blake family thought that he had been defeated by Fry and Heinz's group, and as soon as he united here with the demigod crystal that accidentally fell into his hands, he lost consciousness. Suddenly, the old man opened his shirt. There was an unusual crystal in his body. Grinning, Isaka realized that this was a success, and therefore it was not in vain that he played roulette with a body that would have died anyway. Then, the head of the Blake family extended his palm to the side. A blue aura parried above his hand. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Many fragments fell down. A hole appeared in the ceiling, and at the same time the man muttered that the divine power had become so powerful that it could not be compared to what it was before. Isaka quickly flew up. Hovering in the air, the Lord noted that his current divine power was at a level competitive with demigods. Opening his mouth wide, the head of the Blake family laughed loudly and exclaimed that this was a success. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the old man said that Fry and Heinz should wait for him, because he would kill them all with his own hands. Isaka's hair was visible, and suddenly he was asked not to shout, explaining that it was too noisy. Turning around, the Lord heard a question about why his throat was so big, and whether he had boiled and eaten a pipe. Elia appeared in front of him. Biting his lips, the old man wondered if this was a demigod. The girl's gaze was stern, and the head of the Blake family thought that she had an unfamiliar face, and if she were a demigod, he would recognize her. A second later, a powerful aura swirled around Isaac, and he said that this was very fortunate. The master added that he was in need of an opponent for training, which made the demigod yawn. Baring his teeth, the man exclaimed that she was pathetic, and luck did not smile on her. Suddenly, the head of the Blake family hit the ground. Frowning, the ruler of the snowy lands objected that she asked him not to shout. It was visible how the old man opened his jaw in bewilderment. His pupils suddenly turned white, and the uncontrollable one said that she was curious about what kind of idiot uses someone else's power as he pleases, and that is why she came here, but she was speechless. The lady, with her mouth slightly open, said that it means that all this is the work of Riiran. Elia put her hand on her head and asked when she had managed to steal her samples, and then said that it would be good to go after her and kill her, but since she was already dead, she couldn't do that either. Suddenly, Isaka opened his eyes. The demigod lowered his gaze, and the Lord asked if she was saying that Lady Riiran was dead. A second later, the girl grabbed the head of the Blake family by the hair. Grinning menacingly, the ruler of the snowy lands replied that judging by the way he spoke, he was Riiran's servant. Clenching her jaw, the uncontrollable one exclaimed that she was actually very angry now, and he would become her toy. Suddenly, the Casco Empire appeared. Inside the building, there was a lord. An unconscious knight was lying on the floor. The warriors bent down in fear. The man, sitting on the throne, asked why he was suddenly doing this. The white being held his hands behind his back. Raising his palm, the strongest in the world noted that he felt like he still hadn't made a decision, to which the Lord asked what he was talking about. Sweat was pouring down the emperor's face, and the Lord explained that he had told him to make a choice, namely to obey them, or be killed like a dog in an alley. Opening his mouth, the white being called the man's name. Suddenly, a black rift appeared next to him, and he noted that he still needed help to decide. A moment later, a tied-up girl appeared. Bolia, opening his mouth wide, asked if this was Genya. His daughter, through tears, called out to her father. Unusual hands were squeezing her body. Abruptly standing up, the Lord said that he should let Genya go right now, to which he received the answer that family is an extremely charming concept. Raising his palm, the strongest in the world said that they are able to independently increase the number of individuals of their kind, and this causes envy. The emperor jerked forward and ordered a stop. A second later, muscular arms crushed Genius. Then tears appeared under Balius's eyes. It was visible how the fingers of the unusual creature clenched. Black liquid fell on the Lord's body. Suddenly, the man fell to the ground. The Lord suddenly opened his jaw, and the strongest in the world asked why he was so sad, because their relationship had lasted only 10 years or so. Looking down, the white entity asked if he couldn't just make another daughter. Frowning menacingly, the emperor asked if he thought that made sense, to which he received the answer that they couldn't. Baring his teeth, the Lord explained that they had no way to increase the number of individuals like them. Black liquid was visible on the floor, and at that very moment, the strongest in the world said that therefore each of their kind was special, but they had already lost about 10 of such individuals. Leaning towards Bolia, the white creature added that this was his last chance, and then asked if he would submit to them. Suddenly, Lucas and Isabella appeared. The protagonist took an unusual ball in his hand. Standing next to the protagonist, the girl said that it was the milled crystal, and then asked what he was going to do now. Squinting, the guy answered that he did not know, after which he clarified whether he could ask Shuhei or Ellie, and also said that he also had Ricky's crystal. Suddenly, The young man lowered his gaze in surprise. The magical artifact suddenly began to press on the apostle's palm. In pain, the strongest master of humanity wondered if divine powers attract each other, and why suddenly, and the lady exclaimed that the crystal was penetrating his body. The Archmage asked her to move away, to which she, bulging her eyes, was puzzled. A moment later, a powerful surge of energy appeared. The lady's pupils suddenly turned white. Then Lucas raised his head. A second later, the boys fell into the sand. A stranger could be seen walking across the desert. The traveler was shuffling his feet. His face was serious. The boy approached Iceball and the main character. Suddenly, the young man put them on his shoulder. At the same time, the stranger continued to walk forward. The traveler quickly moved away. After some time, the camp appeared. A belt with a red stone in the center was visible. Ivan, clenching his fist, asked if they said that this was the legacy of Cassigen, called the Giant's Belt, and was one of the 3 wonders. Scratching his cheek, the battle mage said that in his eyes it looked like nothing more than an old belt. The orc, entering the tent, said that a guest had come to see the great warrior. Frowning, the monster explained that they were reinforcements. Feudal Lord Runea thoughtfully turned his gaze to the side. The Lord, smiling happily, said his name. Looking ahead, Sarman said that he had heard a lot about the great warrior's reputation, and 45 of his warriors wished to join his forces. The boy narrowed his eyes sharply. Opening his mouth, Ivan asked where his 45 warriors had gone, that only women were with him. Benian closed her eyes contentedly, and at that very moment the battle mage asked if he was going to open a traditional restaurant near the camp. One of the girls began to take off her hood, and the warrior noted that they looked as if they would break from just one gust of wind. Suddenly, the feudal Lord Runea bared his teeth menacingly. The lady touched her lips with her finger. Snow could be seen winking at the boy. Smiling, the queen of all the elves asked if this was their first meeting, and then said her name. Suddenly, the boy's body froze. Ivan abruptly turned his head to the side. Raising the corners of her lips, the lady repeated the question again and said her name. The battle mage turned away in confusion and said his name. Sweat was running down his cheek, and suddenly it was heard that he was a pathetic bastard. Feudal Lord Runea lowered his gaze. Stroking the girl's head, the boy laughed and said that she was a brat, and also asked if she had told him that. Suddenly, he was hit hard in the stomach. The pain caused drool to fly out of the young man's mouth. The great warrior quickly flew back. Ivan was tearing everything apart in his path. Wooden fragments were visible. Then a white haze appeared. The man, with his jaw wide open in surprise, asked what the sound was, and his comrade asked if it was an enemy attack. The orc, clenching his fist, asked what she was doing, and also ordered all the warriors to take a fighting stance. Benian, raising her palms, asked her to calm down, explaining that she was not an enemy, to which the monster objected that what was she talking about if she suddenly attacked him. The head of the circle, Trowman, said that this was not an attack, which made the monster frown in confusion. The girl added that this was training, and at the same time Nora took off her hood. Ivan was seen lying near the boxes. Then the battle mage opened his mouth in shock. The feudal Lord Runea extended his hand and asked how the master had ended up here, to which he asked a counter question, whether he wanted to ask much. Closing his eyes, the warrior said that she did too, but first he needed to put everything else on the back burner, and today he would be properly beaten. Grinning menacingly, Nora called Ivan a bastard. Sweat ran down the battle mage's face from fear. Suddenly, the sleeping protagonist appeared. A moment later, Lucas opened his eyes. Isabella, wide-eyed, asked if he had woken up. A second later, the protagonist began to get up. Sitting on the bed, the guy was perplexed, and the girl said that when she woke up, they were already here. Many people were visible at the table, and the lady said that she checked the first floor and it turned out to be an ordinary hotel with a bar. But that was not all, because the payment for the night had also already been made. With her mouth slightly open, the lady could not understand who had carried them here. An unusual aura surrounded the young man's palm. The apostle looked thoughtfully at his hand. Turning her gaze to the side, Isabella said that it seemed that he had absorbed Mild's crystal. Squinting, the Archmage noted that this was confusing. Opening his mouth, Lucas said that the divine power had increased tenfold. Turning her head, the girl asked what she was going to do now, to which the protagonist replied that first they needed to find Nyx. Closing his eyes, the protagonist added that according to Mild, 3 demigods sent by Agni were hunting for Nyx. It seemed like the men were sitting at the table, and at that very moment the guy said that if the girl with scarlet hair, who wanted to die and who is told about in horror stories, is Nyx, then her desire to commit suicide is definitely connected with Agni. After some time, the guys were seen walking through the desert. Grabbing his bag, the young man said that their things were the same, and his partner believed that this meant that their goal was not money. Holding her chin, the lady asked who this person was who carried them to the hotel and even paid for it. Suddenly, Isabella's eyes widened in surprise. A stranger appeared in front of the guys. The traveler, turning his gaze to the side, recognized them and said that it seemed to him that they had woken up, and also added that he was glad. Squinting, the apostle asked if he had saved them. Lowering her head, the girl said that she did not know who he was, and then thanked him, and the guy abruptly interrupted, saying that he wanted to ask something. Coming close to the Archmage, the young man clarified what was this disgusting smell emanating from him. A desert was visible from afar, and at the same time, the mysterious man explained that he was talking about a smell similar to that left after vomiting, which covered this entire desert. Looking to the side, the strongest master of humanity asked if he could talk about divine power. Holding his chin, the stranger thought about divine power. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise, hearing the question of whether he was talking about the power that the demigods controlled. Opening his jaw, the protagonist asked if he knew about demigods. The traveler's face was serious. In the past, a tornado appeared in front of the guy, and he said that after he moved them to the hotel, he returned to that place again, and felt a presence there of the same type as he belonged to. Introducing a terrible creature, the young man added that he called himself a demigod. The guys, looking ahead, listened attentively. It did not seem like he would agree to a dialogue. The mysterious man narrowed his eyes and said that he had killed him and had no choice, as he had attacked without warning. The apostle's pupils widened sharply, and he was very surprised that the stranger had killed a demigod alone. Turning around, the traveler said that he felt like he was not a demigod, because he felt magical power along with his divine power. The Archmage, opening his mouth, asked what his goal was. Then the guy raised his head. Sand mountains were visible, and at that very moment the young man answered that he had no memories and did not know the reason, because when he opened his eyes, he was already in the center of this desert. Standing behind the mysterious man, the strongest master of humanity asked if he wanted to return his memories, and he said that he did not know, adding that it seemed like yes, and then it seemed like no. Lucas said that he would help, which caused the stranger to sharply turn his gaze to the side. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips contentedly. Standing in front of the protagonist, the traveler noted that he did not think that it was just out of the kindness of his heart, and then clarified what he wanted. Raising his eyebrows, the apostle replied that, as he said, it was an incredibly disgusting smell, and was talking about the energy of divine power that had spread throughout this desert. Looking into the distance of the desert, the Archmage said that he was going to get rid of all this unpleasant energy, and completely clean this place. Smiling, the strongest master of humanity said that if he helped, the cleaning would be completed faster. Isabella, bewildered, widened her eyes, wondering how he could say such a thing to an unknown person at their first meeting. Looking at the protagonist, the young man said that judging by the guy he killed some time ago, it seems to him that the kind called demigods have the beginning of a thread related to him. Squinting, the guy added that he thinks that if he is with him, it will be easier for him to contact them. Extending his palm, Lucas announced that an agreement had been made and then asked what to call him. The boys were seen shaking hands. The mysterious man called himself Lord, causing the protagonist to open his jaw in surprise. The apostle looked ahead, dumbfounded. Touching his face, the traveler noted that he thought he had been called that. Opening his mouth wide, the girl asked if he had said Lord. Raising the corners of his lips, the Archmage said that he did not like that name. Standing in front of the boy, the strongest master of humanity asked if there was another. The young man's gaze was calm. Opening his mouth slightly, the mysterious man asked to be called Diaro. Looking ahead, Isabella muttered that she thought he did not like to think. The traveler, turning his head, asked what he should do now. Moving his legs, Lucas answered that they were going to Nempedal first, to which Diaro asked him again. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that he would tell the details on the way, because he also needed to learn a lot about the demigods. The guys could be seen walking through the desert. The girl, standing behind the guys, whispered that they had an unusual companion. A bright sunset was visible, and the lady noted that, in contrast to his appearance, which spoke of a lack of interest in everything around him, Diaro was an incredibly curious person. The young man extended his index finger, and then Isabella added that for a quarter of a day, while they continued to walk, Diaro tirelessly bombarded Lucas with questions. The night sky appeared, after which the girl said that he was most interested in the demigods. At night, the guys lit a fire, and at that moment the lady said that Diaro absorbed this information without filtering it, and he was very wise. Suddenly, the traveler, opening his mouth wide, clarified whether he was saying that the bastard's name was Lord. Sitting on a chair, the guy asked what he had just said, and then the companion muttered that he was sometimes very strange. The protagonist looked ahead, and at the same time, the young man asked for forgiveness. Covering his face with his hand, the mysterious man explained that due to the fragments of missing memories, his mind was now full of holes, and asked to understand him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he actually had a guess about who he was. Turning his gaze to the side, the apostle asked if he could check his body a little. Squinting, Diaro replied that he did not care. Isabella watched the guys carefully. Suddenly, the girl stunned, her jaw opened. The Archmage began to touch the naked back of the young man, and the lady asked what kind of shamelessness this was. A large heart was visible inside Diaro's body. The companion of the strongest master of humanity suddenly covered her face with her hands, and then he said that it was a dragon's heart. The traveler looked to the side thoughtfully. The boy's internal organs appeared, after which Lucas explained that he had a dragon's heart in his body. Standing behind the boy, the protagonist said that he might be a dragon lord. Isabella, her mouth wide open, asked again about the dragon lord. The mysterious man looked down thoughtfully. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, said that he would like to hear more about the story of the victory over the demigods. Sitting on a chair, Diaro said that the earth was sad. Suddenly, the traveler stood up, after which the apostle asked where he was going. The guys quickly followed him. Squinting, the Archmage clarified if there was anything here. A desert was visible from afar, and at the same time, the boy said that they had been buried for thousands of years for a very long time. Then the boy snapped his fingers. Opening her jaw, the girl exclaimed that it was an earthquake. A crack in the sand appeared. Suddenly, an unusual artifact flew up. The strongest master of humanity opened his mouth in surprise. Noticing the gloves of King Ho, Lucas noted that this was the legacy of Cassigen. Throwing the equipment to the main character, the mysterious man said that he thought he was familiar with this item, and so let him take it. The lady, smiling happily, said that this was the very legacy of Cassigen that was written about in the books. Putting the artifact in the bag, the apostle asked how he knew, because if thousands of years had passed, then, most likely, they were buried incredibly deep. Diaro's hair was visible, and he replied that the earth told him that the legacy hidden here was looking for an owner. Looking ahead, Lucas muttered that they say that the Dragon Lord is organically connected to the entire continent. Looking at the traveler's back, the protagonist added that in other words, his death meant the death of the continent, and then wondered if this meant that he was actually a Dragon Lord, and at the same time, he suggested moving forward little by little. Suddenly, a bright fire appeared. Suddenly, the entire city of Nempedal was engulfed in powerful flames. Through the sweat on her face, Isabella shouted that the entire Nempedal was on fire, to which the protagonist said that he could see it anyway and asked not to shout. Lowering his eyebrows, the apostle said that there were 3 demigods there. Turning his head towards the fire, the guy said that this was an annoying situation, and the Archmage said that they needed to hurry. Suddenly, the young man exclaimed that he would not go, and therefore let them step alone, which almost made the strongest master of humanity fall off his feet. Blushing sharply, Lucas was very surprised that he would not go. The mysterious man suddenly looked up. Opening his jaw, Diaro explained that they were also approaching from that side, and it seemed to him that there were 3 of them there too. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The traveler's gaze was calm, and he said that he would deal with them, and let them deal with the city. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if he could handle it alone, to which he received a positive answer. A moment later, the guy jumped high, saying that they would see each other later. Looking to the side, the lady noted that she thought that now was not the time to worry about the others, because there were also 3 demigods from this side. Looking down, the protagonist's companion added that she was very ashamed that she could not provide any help against the demigods. The back of the apostle's head appeared, and at the same time, Isabella asked if he could really stand up to all 3 of them alone. The demigods froze in the sky, and it was heard that the girl should not whine so boringly, because if only there was no order from Agni to take and bring her alive, then she would already be dead. The warrior, holding a weapon in his hand, asked if some pathetic apostle dared to violate the master's order and run away. Phoenix's body was covered in scars. The swordswoman, grinning menacingly, asked her sister whether bringing alive meant bringing without a single scratch, or whether it would be enough to just keep her alive. The lady, putting her palm on her side, answered that this would change depending on the situation, and let her think about this herself. The monster of divine appearance, baring her teeth, said that they were bastards who had neither blood nor tears, because in order to catch her alone, they attacked innocent people. Verdandi, opening her mouth, asked why they needed to know whether some people had sins or not. Clenching her jaw, the demigod asked if she cared about every ant she crushed while walking on the road. Apostle Agnias frowned furiously, and replied that she could not forgive them. A moment later, a powerful burst of flames was heard in the sky. Lucas turned his head and realized that it was Phoenix. At the same time, the girl opened her mouth wide and screamed. Releasing a bright force, the divine-looking monster exclaimed that they should all disappear from here. Skuld, dodging the attack, clarified if she was crazy. Apostle Agnias created streams of fire, and the swordswoman said that she was attacking them, shortening her own life, and also asked to stop it, because they were told to bring her alive. Menacingly opening her jaw, the lady screamed that they should die. Suddenly, Phoenix's eyes bulged. Suddenly, her body was pierced through by a spear. It was seen how the demigod was hanging in the air. Placing her hand on her head, the warrior noted that she said that Agni ordered to bring her alive. Smiling, Old replied that she should not worry, because she was called Phoenix, after which she clarified that she really thought that she would die from such a thing. Then the monster of divine appearance began to fall down. The girl's pupils suddenly turned white, and she apologized to Torquata, muttering that she thought that she had bequeathed the sacred body in vain. It seemed as if the body of the Apostle Agni was surrounded by a bright aura. Suddenly, Lucas caught her with his hands. The demigods, raising their eyebrows in surprise, asked who he was. It was visible how the protagonist held Phoenix. Tears flowed down the girl's cheeks. The protagonist, winking, said that he finally found her. Having fallen to the ground, the apostle asked Isabella to heal her, to which she obeyed his request. The Archmage, opening his mouth, added that he should rest here for a while. Narrowing his eyes, the divine-looking monster asked how he came here. Lying on the sand, the lady clarified with what feelings she left him. Raising the corners of his lips, the strongest master of humanity replied that he should simply say that she was glad to see him again. Then it seemed like Phoenix began to cry. Skuld, putting her hand on her side, asked who it was, and whether it was not a human, and Verdandi asked if Phoenix had any dealings with people. It was seen how Isabella was healing the apostle with the help of magic, and she told him that the Nornil sisters were demigods under the control of Agnia, and their goal was to take her to him, and therefore she must die. Raising his head, the guy clarified why she did this. The demigods grinned slyly. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man explained that he simply needed them to disappear. It seemed like Lucas took a step forward. At that very moment, the protagonist noticed creatures flying in the sky. Throwing her sword over her shoulder, Skuld asked who it was, and her sister asked if he knew where he had come. A moment later, the strongest master of humanity spread his arms out to the sides and began to cast a spell. A bright red flash appeared, which the absolute field ability emits. Lowering her hands, the spearwoman did not understand what it was, and then asked if such a greenhorn little boy could activate magic of this level. Smiling, the girl said that it was amazing. Suddenly, the demigod began to jump closer to the protagonist. The tracks from her run surrounded the silhouette of the apostle, and she shouted that if he asked to play with him, they would fulfill his will. At that very moment, the weapons of the servant of Agnia were cloned and flew down. Uld, running through the air, approached the Archmage. Opening her mouth wide, Verdandi screamed for her sister to stop. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in confusion. Her body began to disintegrate into pieces of black matter, and she screamed loudly. The swordswoman's silhouette was illuminated by energy flows. Disappearing into the shadows, the servant of Agnia threw her head back. A moment later, the dark body collapsed to the ground next to Lucas. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips. The Noril sisters frowned menacingly, and were surprised that this was a lightning strike and the power of Indra. Verdandi's eyes were shining brightly with anger, and she did not understand how some person did this. Throwing herself into her sister's arms, Skuld began to loudly call her. Biting her lips in frustration, the girl began to cry. Putting his hand to his face, the strongest master of humanity grinned at the demigod sisters. The swordswoman raised her head and asked what was funny, to which the protagonist replied that it was disgusting. Between the apostle's fingers, his bright eye was visible, and he explained that he was talking about how they were whining now, although they had previously destroyed hundreds of families. Gritting her teeth tightly, the servant of Agni said that he was a bastard, and that she would kill him. Hanging in the sky, Verdandi thought about this enormous divine power, a level that ordinary apostles could not obtain, and this one also controlled human mana, and did not understand who he was. A drop of sweat trickled down the girl's cheek, and she began to realize who this guy was. The protagonist's hair fluttered in the wind, and the warrior mentally said that this was the apostle of the traitor Ricky, whom the Lord had spoken of. Frowning menacingly, Skuld shouted that she would destroy him. Opening her mouth wide, her sister ordered the girl to freeze, and then cried out that she would go forward. Suddenly, a spiraling stream of black magic hit the swordswoman's forehead. The Archmage stopped his rival, holding his finger in front of him. At the same second, a splash of dark energy appeared behind her head. A moment later, the exhausted servant of Agnia collapsed to the ground. Lying on the ground, Phoenix wondered how it could have happened that he was able to defeat two demigods in an instant. Isabella thought about how his divine power was nothing compared to the one he had during the Battle of Mild. But that wasn't all. It seemed like he had also gotten used to combining power with mana. Clenching her hands tightly into fists, Verdandi began to scream loudly. Gritting her teeth in anger, the girl muttered that he dared to touch her sisters. Raising his head up, the protagonist chuckled at her words and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking. Tilting her chin down, the warrior asked about what a pathetic person could know, and then added that she had lived in the abyss of loneliness for thousands of years. Opening her jaws in rage, the servant of Agni screamed that the sisters Uld and Skuld were parts of her. Suddenly, the swordswoman's body began to disintegrate into magical pieces. At the same moment, pieces of unusual matter began to fly into the air. Verdandi's silhouette began to absorb bright magical streams. Looking at the sky, Lucas said that he knew that they were originally one body. The protagonist asked if they wanted to play sisters, and then called them disgusting creatures, to which the girl hung in the air and was silent. Standing on the ground, the strongest master of humanity said that they constantly call people just little humans and treat them like insects, after which he added that despite this, they are obsessed and passionately desire to have comrades and family, and these are the most human things. Isabella looked away while the protagonist asked if she knew what it was called. Frowning menacingly, the apostle explained that it was an inferiority complex. Gritting her teeth, Verdandi muttered that this was complete nonsense, and the Archmage noted that they felt it towards all people and towards all those who were awaiting imminent death. At the same second, the girl swung her magic axe and shouted that her opponent was not even up to the level of an insect. A powerful explosion from the blow was seen. Surrounding himself with a protective barrier, Lucas noticed that she again called the man an insect, and then asked her to stop, because she was pitiful to look at. Slightly lowering his chin, the protagonist said that she also knew that she could not defeat him. Angrily opening her jaws, the warrior ordered him to stop talking nonsense. With one swing of his hand, knocking his opponent down, the strongest master of humanity said that this was a stupid creature. Putting his palm forward, the protagonist clarified whether the girl needed mercy. Pressing her face into the ground, Verdandi screamed that he needed to wait a bit. At that very moment, dark pieces of matter flew in different directions. Black energy appeared in the sky. A cloud of gray smoke swirled around the apostle. Looking at the crater in the ground, the Archmage thought that this was strange, because he got rid of the demigod, but the crystal did not appear. A burst of magic rushed towards Isabella and Phoenix. Turning his head back, Lucas screamed in displeasure. The girl pounced on the heroines, and the protagonist exclaimed that her goal was the apostle Agnes. Opening her mouth wide, Verdandi screamed that everyone needed to get out of the way, because from the very beginning she only needed to take Phoenix. The protagonist's companion instantly covered the divine-looking monster with her body. Bright magical fragments scattered across the sky. The lady's eyes widened in fear, and it was heard as if someone had said that his eardrums would burst. Suddenly, Isabella turned her head back. The warrior's body was covered in ice in an instant. Under the frozen crust, emotions were visible on the demigod's face. At the same second, the head shattered into pieces. The apostle's eyes noticeably decreased in size. Elia appeared in front of him, and the Archmage was surprised at what she was doing here, to which she asked why there were so many loud-voiced guys in these places. The woman asked to explain everything to her later, because they needed to leave this place quickly, to which the protagonist lowered his hands in bewilderment. Slightly lowering her chin, the mistress of the snowy land said that the Lord was approaching. The heroes moved forward through the snowstorm. The strongest master of humanity carried the phoenix in his arms. After some time, a house appeared on the hill in front of them. Isabella's jaw dropped as she realized that the snowstorm had stopped and that there was a hut in the middle of the field, wondering what was in its place. Throwing open the front door, Elia asked if the protagonist's memories were reappearing one after another, adding that they were very good-natured. The guy turned his head away from the woman in disappointment, and said that he had watched the Jordan River here several times. There were huge bruises on Isaac's face. Suddenly, Lucas noticed the old man, who put his hands on his knees and asked if he now called him father. Elia walked forward and said that this was her sofa, which surprised the protagonist greatly. At that very moment, the mistress of the snowy land sat on the man's back. The gentleman stuck his lips out and began to tremble, and the demigod said that it even had a massage mode, so she liked it. The strongest master of humanity lowered the corners of his lips and said in his mind that he understood the feelings of the guy whose body he had possessed earlier without words, and now he wondered what this elegant pose was. Isabella placed her palms on the bed. The protagonist covered Phoenix with a blanket. Grinning, the divine-looking monster thanked them for their care. Leaning her head against her palm, the demigod noted that surprisingly the protagonist also had a caring side, and then asked if he had fallen in love with this girl. At the same second, the apostle turned his gaze to the side. Grinning, the woman reported that the Cast-Caw Empire had submitted to the Lord. The Archmage turned his head to the left, and Elia noted that because of this, not only they, but also the circles were enemies of humanity. Placing her hand on his knee, the mistress of the snowy lands congratulated the guy, after which she added that she was sure that he was the first person to put so much pressure on the strongest in the world. Slightly frowning, Lucas asked if the white entity would come to Silkid. Smiling, the demigod answered that it was true. Looking down, the protagonist wanted to know what was the source of the information. Opening her long eyelashes, the woman said that she learned this from Iris. The strongest master of humanity looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment. Sitting on Isaac, Elia said that this was a disgusting girl who mocked everyone very well with her mouth, after which she added that it seemed to her that she herself was spinning on her palm. Standing in front of the demigod, the protagonist asked her why she was helping him, to which she replied that she had already said that she would not leave him to die a dog's death. Dropping his jaw, the apostle clarified that this was precisely why he was asking the reason, to which the ruler of the snowy lands said that he was still a stupid guy. Getting up from the living sofa, the demigod noted that even with this significant drop in the level of understanding of women, they were similar. The lady added that she was talking about Ricky, when suddenly the young man opened his mouth in alarm. Kicking the old man with her foot, Elia told him to go and peel the apple, and then said that until now she had never seen this demigod open his heart to anyone. Putting her palms to her cheeks, the The ruler of the snowy lands explained that he had a very narrow outlook, because he knew no one except himself, to which the Archmage remained silent. Looking down, the woman remembered that he always took care of everything himself, and did not intend to share his feelings. Lucas closed his lips in confusion, and the interlocutor said that such a Ricky made a person who would not live even 100 years his friend, after which she explained that she was talking about the main character. Approaching closely to the strongest master of humanity, the lady admitted that she could not understand where there was value in him, for which the apocalypse had to sacrifice even his own life. Parting her lips, Elia suggested that she should know something, and then asked a question about why Ricky valued him so much. The demigod did not understand why that swordsman assimilated with a person, while Isabella directed a sphere of healing magic with her palms at Phoenix. The mistress of the snowy lands frowned angrily, and said that until he found out, the protagonist would not be able to die without her permission. Light fell on Lucas's right cheek. Elia looked at him in confusion as he asked if it was true that demigods treated humans like insects at best. The woman grabbed the strongest master of humanity by the clothes when he said that he considered demigods to be pests that should disappear from this world. The protagonist grinned evilly and noted that absolutely everyone should disappear, adding that the mistress of the snowy lands was certainly no exception. Slightly tilting her head down, the mistress said that the apostle did not change, and she liked it, but at the same time she sincerely trusted him. Suddenly, her pupil noticeably enlarged, and she said that Ricky trusted him too. The silhouette of the demigod of swords appeared, and the Archmage explained that although he could not answer why he considered the man a friend, the reason why he considered the demigod a friend was very simple. The boy's eyes shone brightly, and he said that his comrade was capable of respecting other beings. Lucas noted that he was talking about his friends and himself, to which the interlocutor dropped her jaw in confusion. A magical glow was visible behind the protagonist, and he explained that this is why he respects him, and that's all. At the same second, Elia let go of the young man. Turning her back to him, the demigod said that the strongest master of humanity is actually a copy of that idiot. Slightly squinting his eyes, the protagonist inquired about what the Lord was doing. Watching the departing mistress of the snowy lands, the apostle noticed that he was constantly repeating words about love for brothers, and also giving speeches about how his brothers were the most important thing in this world. The woman closed her lips when she heard the young man's question about whether the strongest in the world really respected his comrades more than even himself. After some time, a powerful stone fortress appeared. Agnias approached a small window. After a pause, the demigod lowered his jaw and asked if his interlocutor would already begin to tell about why he came here. The creature called out to the Lord while he was holding an apple in his hand. Throwing one leg over the other, the white entity said that he needed to find something, to which his subordinate was indignant that he was asking what it was. Putting his hand under his head, the strongest in the world noted that this was strange, because no matter how much he searched, it was not there. The Lord said that it didn't matter, because the number of those capable of doing something like that was limited, to which Agnias, tilting his head down, remained silent. Squeezing the fruit tightly with his fingers, the white creature explained that he needed to wait relaxed, until the tail became so long that even when walking calmly, he could step on it. The Fire Lord lowered his chin and asked what they were talking about, to which he received the assumption that the occupation of Silkid was not going as well as he would have liked. Grinning, the Lord asked whether to add some strength to his subordinate. The silhouette of the demigod was surrounded by streams of flame. Gritting his teeth, the Apocalypse muttered that he refused it. At the same moment, Agnias turned his back on the boss, while the latter accepted his answer. Standing on the stage near the fortress, the Fire Lord reported that he learned the next location of the target, and then added that Phoenix would head to the deployment site of the Air Force inside Silkid. Fire appeared from the eyes of the demigod, and he declared that he would unite with the Apostle and deceive the Divine Eye forever. The monsters stood in a crowd while their leader spoke about how they no longer needed to worry about God's reaction, and then added that now was the best time for them to repress the air forces and take control of the target. With his mouth wide open, the Apocalypse shouted for his brothers to stand up. Flying high into the air, the creature created a shockwave. On a snowy hill stood a small house. Lucas walked to the window. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his head back. Humanity's strongest master smirked slightly and asked if the girl was okay now. Phoenix answered affirmatively with her jaw dropped tiredly, and then apologized for making him worry. Coming closer to her comrade, Isabella asked what he was thinking so intently since early in the morning. Looking through the glass, the boy wondered where Diaro had gone. There was a snowstorm outside the window, and the protagonist noticed that the mysterious man had said that he would get rid of the demigods approaching Nempedal and disappeared, after which he added that he had gone missing, and his location had become very vague. Remembering how he had looked around earlier, the apostle asked if Elia was sure that he had come here. The ruler of the snowy lands slightly closed her eyes and answered that there had been no demigods here from the very beginning, and then added that otherwise there would have been a reverberation that could not be missed. Standing next to the Archmage, Isabella clarified whether her partner thought that Diaro had escaped. There was a snowstorm outside, and Lucas explained that they only knew from hearsay that he could easily kill demigods, but no one had seen his abilities with their own eyes. Looking towards the interlocutor, the girl admitted that, on the contrary, she was surprised by how easily the protagonist opened his heart to him. Parting her lips, the companion noted that the extent to which the strongest master of humanity trusted him, having met him for the first time, was not like him. Standing in front of the window, the protagonist said that it worried him, and the interlocutor asked him again. The apostle's pupils slightly decreased in size, and he said that it was a human body with a dragon's heart. Introducing Diaro's silhouette, the Archmage explained that it was more of a body that looked like a quickly created and adjusted shell. The heroes put on warm clothes, and Elia asked where they were going. Grinning, Lucas said that they had found the phoenix, so they needed to unite with their comrades. There were camping tents on the ground, and the protagonist explained that his friend Ivan was currently building up his resistance in Silkid, so he was thinking of heading there. Looking ahead, the ruler of the Snowy Lands asked if the strongest master of humanity was going to fight Agnia. The protagonist lowered her chin and guessed that it would be like that. The apostle of the Lord of Fire tilted her head down, while the woman asked if the Archmage would attack head-on, to which he replied that he would. Suddenly, the demigod folded her arms. Adjusting her hair with her fingers, Elia admitted that she couldn't understand. There was a thick bracelet on her wrist, and she thought about how to express her thoughts, then declared that Lucas had a very annoying character. Turning her back to the protagonist, the ruler of the Snowy Lands noted that even in this, he was a copy of that idiot. The woman's cape had voluminous fur on it, and she said that it wasn't that she didn't have the intention to help. The heroes stood with their lips pressed together, and the interlocutor said that the Lord couldn't ignore Agni's desire to capture Silkid on his own right now, so he was holding back, and if he came out here, he would have to come out in person. Long eyelashes were visible on the woman's face, and she noted that although it was bad, in his current situation he wouldn't be able to defeat the strongest in the world. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that Elia had already helped him enough. At that moment, the ruler of the Snowy Lands turned her gaze back. Waving her hand, the guy admitted that he owed her a lot. The woman clarified whether it was true that the Archmage had apparently absorbed the milled crystal, to which he closed his lips in bewilderment. Turning her head back, Elia explained that the fact that he could remain human even when harmonizing divine powers and mana was only possible because of the supremacy of mana. Isabella's eyes widened in surprise, and the ruler of the Snowy Lands noted that if he absorbed more demigod crystals, the divine power inside him would be able to take over this supremacy. Raising her hand, the girl asked what would happen in that case. Frowning, the woman replied that at the very least, it would not be human. Suddenly, Lucas crossed his fingers in the middle of his hand. Walking through the doorway, the protagonist said that he would remember this. The scene under the tent appeared, and it turned out to be the great warrior Ivan's resting place inside Silkid. The fighters held spears in their hands, and their leader shouted that they were united here with the common goal of fighting the demigods. With his palm outstretched in front of him, Chief Tuareg shouted out that he was declaring that they had not yet surrendered in this battle. The warriors, their mouths wide open, supported the captain's words. Clenching his fist tightly, the leader of the squad exclaimed that their numbers were actually too small to confront a demigod, then added that they would now go around the entire city and gather people who would share their intentions. The leader's eyes shone brightly, and he declared that he believed in the pride of Silkid, which was like a great mountain. The crowd of fighters in front of the stage joyfully rejoiced. Suddenly, Tuareg looked back when he heard the question of how many of them had gathered, and whether there would be about 500 people. Agnias appeared at the side of the man, and said that this was surprising for the lands that would soon be destroyed. At the same second, the warriors flew up from the impact of fire. The bodies of some fighters were torn to pieces. Silhouettes of monsters appeared in the shadows behind. The eyes of the creatures glowed brightly, and the people shouted that they were demigods. Clouds of dust swirled in the middle of the battlefield, and the defenders noticed that about half of them had been destroyed by their attack, and they did not understand whether all these entities were really demigods. The captain of the squad opened his jaw in alarm when he was asked about the whereabouts of the person needed by the apocalypse. Turning his head towards his interlocutor, Agni asked about the whereabouts of his apostle. The man opened his mouth wide, not understanding why the Lord of Fire was looking for an apostle here. Smirking, the demigod assumed that he had arrived here first. Suddenly, the magical entity turned towards the chair. Surrounded by streams of fire, Agni sat down on the chair. Lowering his chin, the Lord of Fire asked Tuareg not to be mistaken, after which he clarified whether he thought that he was wary because of some hundreds or thousands of people. The monsters attacked the warriors, and the apocalypse said that he had long suspected that they were preparing a resistance force, and then added that they were not worth opposing, so he simply left. Raising his hand, Agnias said that while he waited for his apostle, he would have a good time. At that very second, the demigod snapped his fingers. The enraged monsters opened their mouths wide, and the Lord of Fire shouted that the insect-like people must die. It seemed that a hole remained in the body of the city's defender from the demigod's attack. The creatures split another fighter into two halves with blows. The dark monster brought its tentacles closer to the warrior's face. Holding onto the railing on the balcony, Tuareg asked them to stop doing this. With his mouth wide open, the leader of the squad shouted for them to stop. Sitting in a chair, Agnias noted that the man had worked hard, and then added that there were a lot of people here, so it was quite funny to watch. Apocalypse grinned and asked if he had anything to drink. The warrior cried out in alarm, clutching his spear with both hands. The dark creature showed him its huge fangs. Ivan clenched his fists tightly, preparing to attack. The great warrior spread his legs wide and was outraged that these bastards were so strong. Leaning his chin on his hand, Agni said that people were bugs. Nora came up from behind and asked Ivan to be careful, because this fight would be very different from all the previous ones. Dragging the corpse of the monster behind her, the girl said that they were all demigods. The great warrior spat to the side. Taking a fighting stance, the fighter noted that you can see anything if you live a long life, after which he added that the day had even come when he would have to fight with the master. The soldiers' jaws dropped in alarm as the captain shouted that they needed to get their heads straight. The man's mouth dropped open and he asked what the weaklings had learned from him during this time, then shouted that demigods or no demigods, if they were to fight, they could not lose until they died. One of the men bit his lips in fear, and the leader declared that this was the essence of being a silked warrior. The defenders formed a line to repel the enemy's attack, while their leader challenged them to defend their lands, families, and pride. Towering over the men, the monster laughed, and shouted that such insects still dared to crawl. In an instant, powerful blows were dealt to their bodies. Suddenly, Snow's feet slid along the ground. The girl frowned angrily and thought about how her attack had not worked, because demigods were apocalypses after all. The monster folded his arms and noticed that he had just felt a little sting, and his partner asked if this lady was beautiful. Standing in front of a horde of creatures, the queen of all elves realized that it was difficult even with one, and here there was a whole squad of them, after which she remembered that she had heard that there were no more than a few dozen demigods, and then it was unclear who they were at all. The undead's attack left a hole in the fighter's body, causing him to scream loudly. Attacking the warrior from behind, the monster greeted the man. Suddenly, the monster flew back because a protective barrier was put up in front of him. Putting her palms in front of her, Banyan shouted that it was necessary to carry away the wounded and act, putting lives first. Suddenly, the girl opened her mouth in alarm. Looking at the endless sky, the deputy circle master assumed that she was still far away, and every time at such moments, hope for one person appears. Opening her mouth wide, the lady cried out that she was sure that they had hope, and until then, they must stay alive. It seemed as if Ivan had delivered a powerful punch to the enemy. Sitting in the chair, Agni wondered if he had made a mistake when he distributed the remaining aluminum to his comrades. Lowering the corners of his lips, the Fire Lord thought about the fact that Phoenix would definitely come here, and if only he united with her, he could avoid God's judgment. Turning his head back, the great warrior shouted that it was impossible to resist hundreds of such strong guys. Nora swung her leg and declared that her student should hold on, because he had to wait for the right moment. It seemed as if Snow was kicked in the stomach. The queen of all elves flew back. The girl fell to the ground with a crash. The lady cried out in pain, pressing her palm to the floor. The bodies of the wounded fighters were visible on the floor. The surviving warriors tried to attack the demigods from different sides. At the same moment, a huge monster slammed its fist into the hands of the great warrior. Gritting his teeth, Ivan did not understand what moment everyone was talking about, and then shouted that they could die like that. Ivan opened his jaw in shock. Then a powerful explosion was heard. The battle mage, crossing his arms, asked what it was. Nora, raising the corners of her lips, noticed that he had come. Benian, opening her mouth wide, said that it was hope. Human silhouettes were visible in the red aura. It was visible how Lucas hung in the air with his companions. The monsters raised their heads in confusion. The warriors were surrounded by a dark force. Suddenly, the monsters' bodies were incinerated. A huge number of powerful blows were heard. The men were surprised by the unusual aura. A moment later, a red magic shell appeared. Then the magic sphere suddenly dimmed. Feudal Lord Renea, through the sweat on his face, clarified what it was. A white haze swirled around the people, and it was heard that all the demigods instantly turned into ash. Suddenly, the protagonist landed on the ground with Isabella. Snow, with her mouth slightly open, said that while they had not seen each other, it seemed to her that he had become even stronger. The protagonist, helping her to get up, said that for a magician, the number of opponents does not matter. Suddenly, a great warrior, standing behind the apostle, called him an idiot. Smiling, the Archmage noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then Ivan tightly hugged the strongest master of humanity, and exclaimed that he was a bastard and a scoundrel. Agni's eyes widened in bewilderment. A moment later, the Fire Lord lifted the corners of his lips. Phoenix looked ahead, and the Apocalypse said that he had found her. A second later, the unusual creature was behind the girl. The monster of divine appearance opened its jaw in surprise. Clenching his jaw, Lucas muttered that this was a space-time movement. Grinning, Agnias said that he had been waiting for his apostle for a long time. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist ordered him to move away from Phoenix. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared next to the Fire Lord. Then the protagonist jumped back from a powerful explosion. The Archmage quickly grabbed the lady by the hand. Touching her shoulders, the apostle asked if she was okay, to which he received a positive answer. A thick smoke was visible, and a question was heard whether something had fallen. A dark silhouette appeared in the white fog. The strongest master of humanity, lowering his eyebrows, clarified whether he had just finished recovering. Shuhei suddenly appeared. A second later, the golem Anastasia smiled contentedly. Agnias stood in a cloud of smoke. His eyes lit up. The demigod was outraged by the fact that insects were appearing endlessly. The protagonist threw off his cloak and asked his friend to take care of Nyx. Isabella led the phoenix aside and explained that she was the enemy's target. Shuhei looked back and asked if he was too late. Lucas said that he had also just arrived. The great sage looked at the staff in amazement and asked how his friend dared to take it without permission. The boy asked if it was not left in the dungeon for this. The golem pointed at the enemy and asked if this was really the apocalypse. The young man frowned and asked if his friend had been able to get used to this body. The wizard confirmed this. The master squeezed the burning staff in his hands and offered to look at its results. Several ice spikes appeared from under the ground. The deity raised his hand in front of him. The boulders shattered into pieces. The monster asked if his opponent really thought that such a mediocre attribute would work on him. Suddenly, the sorcerer punched him in the face. Shuhei frowned menacingly at the moment of the blow. The great sage made several more attacks and pushed the villain back. The golem jumped into the air. The wizard kicked the enemy in the chest. Such a powerful attack threw the monster far to the side. The Fire Lord landed on the other side of the battlefield. The sorcerer smiled happily. The Archmage narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked if his friend had switched to the side of the physically strong while they had not seen each other. With his legs wide apart, Shuhei replied that there was no other way and explained that he had to choose the fighting style that suited his body best. Ivan opened his mouth in shock and asked how this man knew about the strength of a warrior mage. Nora put her hands on her waist and assumed that Cassijan had been telling everyone about this technique as often as he did his morning exercises. The man asked what he was talking about. The girl stretched her wrists and asked him to get ready to support his comrades. Agnias lay on the ground with his arms outstretched. The demigod rose to his feet. Standing in front of him, the great sage noted that he was fine. Clouds of dust and smoke rose from the battlefield. Frowning, the deity ordered the enemies to step aside and stated that his target was the apostle. The protagonist raised his staff in front of him and said that he would never do that and would not allow the villain to touch even the edge of Nyx's feather. Casting a long shadow, the monster called out to him. The monster with burning eyes was outraged that the enemy had irritated him from the beginning. Fire spread across the ground. The Lord explained that he was going to refrain from killing in order to deceive the eyes of the god. Flashes of flame rose into the air. The apocalypse decided that he had no other choice. His body absorbed all the fire in the vicinity. Lucas's eyes widened and he realized that the enemy had used parts of himself to play with dolls. A fire giant appeared on the battlefield. Ivan opened his mouth wide and asked how they could defeat him now. Nora concluded that this was the true form of the demigod. Standing behind her comrade, Snow asked if the enemy really thought they could fool the eyes of a god by splitting into hundreds of warriors. The boy called it a rather carefree move. The girl frowned and realized the reason for the appearance of hundreds of demigods, of which there were only a few dozen in the entire world. Agnias spread his clawed fingers. A huge amount of energy burst out from under his feet. The man raised his hands in front of him and asked how the enemy could do this with just one movement of his hand. The staff hit the ground. A high wall of ice appeared around the heroes. The warriors covered their mouths with their hands and coughed. They fell to the ground, suffocating from the heat and smoke. The boy covered his mouth with his hand and realized that the oxygen instantly ignited due to the flames of the deity. Squinting, the young man realized that he would not be able to last long in this fight and wondered how he could wait for the right moment. Standing next to him, Shuhei declared that this body did have one advantage. The great sage made a sharp dash forward, straight towards the enemy. The golem swung his fist. The sorcerer grinned and said that he did not need oxygen. The sorcerer delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's leg. The monster opened its eyes wide and called it amazing. Shuhei stood on his foot. The Lord was amazed that there was a body that could withstand his flames. The great sage swung his hand and thanked him for the compliment. The golem began to beat the villain's legs. Ivan's eyes widened in amazement when he noticed that the flames began to disappear. The sorcerer smiled and replied that this was not so. The sorcerer extended one hand forward and swung the other. His forearm opened. Shuhei furiously aimed his fist at the enemy. A powerful whirlwind of energy fell on Agnia. The demigod opened his eyes in horror. A powerful attack knocked him down. The great sage looked back and called out to his comrade. The protagonist raised his hands and summoned an ominous aura. Lucas frowned sternly and thanked his ally. Waves of energy rushed towards the deity. They fell upon the monster from the air. Ash rose up along with the smoke. Benian covered her face with her hands and felt both strong mana and the power of divine power. The boy lowered his hands. The golem standing next to him realized that it was not magic and asked how his friend could combine two completely different energies. Isabella opened her mouth in surprise. The monster rose to its feet and was outraged by the enemy's behavior. The girls looked back as the Lord called out to his apostle. The young man raised his staff and clenched his teeth. Another wave of bloody energy fell upon Agni. The demigod still stepped forward. Ivan called him incredibly strong. The master frowned furiously and ordered the enemy to stop. Another stream of energy engulfed the deity. The woman pushed Nyx away and asked her friend to restrain his powers. The student opened her eyes wide and reminded him that he could not continue to abuse the divine power. The monster extended his hand forward to grab his apostle. The Archmage frowned tensely and realized that if the enemy engulfed Nyx, there would be no way to save her. Bright lightning flashed in the cloud of smoke. Bloody energy struck the ground again. The monster spread its arms and screamed loudly. Numerous wounds appeared on the Lord's body. Running up to his friend, Ivan noticed that his skill was working and asked what this incredible power was. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth in horror. His eyes rolled back. The enemy surrounded him and grinned maliciously. Lucas asked them with the last of his strength to leave. In the memory, Elia frowned and explained that if her ally absorbed the crystal again, the divine power inside him would be able to seize supremacy. The ruler of the snowy lands turned her head and said that then he could no longer be called a human. The boy arched his back and screamed in unbearable pain. The man looked back and asked what happened to him. The boy's eyes turned white. The fighter grabbed his comrade by the shoulders and asked him to come to his senses. Waves of fire swirled around Agnia. A stream of energy enveloped his body. Snow leaned on her sword and coughed. The warrior called out to her. The girl covered her mouth with her hand. The battle mage asked if she was okay, and realized that a creature living in a cold region could not withstand such a temperature. The demigod hit the ground with all his might. The mechanical arms almost broke from such a blow. Shuhei continued to hold back the enemy with all his might. The great sage opened his mouth wide to cast the spell. The deity extended his hand forward and grabbed him. The golem gritted his teeth. The monster asked him not to interfere. The heroes looked at their captured ally from the ground. The monster called them annoying insects. The Lord clenched his fist with force, holding the sorcerer. Ivan's eyes widened in horror. The wizard's body fell apart. It fell down. Holding his friend in his arms, the man realized that things were bad for them. The Lord of Fire towered over him and concluded that the divine powers had gone beyond human capabilities. Agnias opened his eyes wide and explained that a person always remains a person, despite his determination, and that to use divine power, an equally heavy price must be paid. The fighter gritted his teeth and wondered what kind of terrible situation this was, in which there was no other outcome than their complete destruction. Nora raised her eyebrows and asked him not to be so stunned. The girl gave him a stern look and asked him to focus on protecting the Archmage. The main character was shaking. The woman explained that all they could do now was hold on until he came to his senses. The warrior asked what they would do if that didn't happen. The mentor, wrapped in powerful energy, said that their time would end there too. The sorceress rushed to attack. She hit the enemy with her fist. Nora looked down. Her fist was engulfed in fire. The girl realized that she was causing herself more harm when she attacked. The woman clenched her teeth and swung her leg. The fighter delivered a powerful blow. The demigod raised his leg and dodged the attack. The warrior hung in the air, as if split into two. A magic circle appeared in her hand. The mentor hit the enemy right in the chest. She managed to throw the deity back. The monster fell to the ground on the other side of the battlefield. Snow put her hand to her chest and admired her ally's abilities. The sorceress' fist emitted powerful energy. Nora closed her eyes when she felt the impact. The girl fell to her knees and realized that her right arm was broken. The woman looked up and began to breathe heavily. She frowned and concluded that her student was right. The monster approached her. The fighter declared that their opponent was actually too strong. The protagonist was in the middle of space. Lucas looked around and assumed that this was the world of the state of the soul. The guy looked back when someone said that this was his limit. The demigod smirked and said that for a human, this was very good. His eyes lit up. The young man realized that this was the creature that Ricky killed. A bright beam of light fell on him. The master opened his mouth wide and screamed. His body was pierced by several spears. Holding a bow in his hands, the deity said that he would not be able to win this war. The monsters rose above the Archmage and wanted to take this physical body. The apostle grabbed the arrow sticking out of his chest. At this time in the real world, the protagonist was lying unconscious on the ground. Isabella sat down next to him and asked him to come to his senses. Agnias extended his hand to the battle mage. Ivan opened his mouth wide and called out to her. The man ran forward and used a stone shield. The fighter looked back and asked his mentor to at least think about her age a little during the fight. Nyx knelt down in front of her comrade. The warrior explained that they were all very worried about him. Lucas trembled, his eyes were white. The guy frowned sternly. The villain said that his memories were extremely interesting. Standing in front of the demigods, the young man wondered if these were illusions created by his subconscious, or real beings that lived inside him thanks to the crystal. Indra was surprised that he did not give up after 4,000 years of imprisonment in the abyss. The deity grinned and asked if, in his opinion, his body had completely accepted the divine power. The archer grinned and said that it was theirs now. The master, engulfed in a bright aura, understood what Eli meant when he said that the crystals could take away his control over the divine power. The villain raised his hand and decided that he had no reason to feel unfair because he initially had someone else's body. A beam of light engulfed the Archmage. The apostle opened his mouth wide and realized that the enemies were directly hurting his self-consciousness. The villain leaned towards him and was surprised that his mind had not yet turned to powder. The Lord raised his index finger and said that it did not matter because they still had a lot of time. The protagonist fell to his knees due to a new attack. Indra wanted to know how much longer he could hold out. Nora approached her student and asked him to attract the attention of Agnia so that she could break through its source. The demigod frowned sternly. Ivan asked if it would have any effect and explained that the enemy not only had a huge body, but also incredible powers of rebirth. Sternly knitting her brows, the girl asked the student to watch carefully and promised to show him a secret technique. The man opened his mouth in surprise. The fighter stepped forward and asked his ally to stay alive. The warrior looked down and said that he still wanted to learn a lot from her. The woman smiled decisively. Snow approached her friend and asked for her help. The queen stepped forward and asked if she could support everyone with magic, since Lucas had lost consciousness. Benian looked around tensely. Isabella and Nyx leaned over the main character. The head of the circle confidently knitted her brows and answered in the affirmative. The elf picked up the blade and threw off her cloak. Squinting, the swordswoman concluded that it was too hot for her here and wanted to quickly finish everything so she could plunge into the icy water. The battle mage flexed his knuckles and declared that it would be wonderful. The half-breed held her hands out in front of her and cast a spell. Giant blocks of ice appeared on the battlefield. Agnias was approaching the heroes, and they decided to split up. Snow resolutely rushed forward. The warriors attacked the enemy from different sides. The demigod released a wave of fire in their direction. Ivan hid behind an ice wall. Benian opened her mouth wide and asked her comrades to leave the flame for her. The man approached the deity closely. The fighter struck a powerful blow, spilling out a huge amount of energy. A giant hole appeared in the monster's chest. The girl jumped above his head and swung her sword. The woman introduced her mentor and cut the air with her blade. The protagonist looked like a piece of coal. Indra grinned and congratulated him on having managed to withstand a 10,000th lightning bolt. Lucas gaped in horror and wondered how they had even gotten here. The demigod called him a real monster and suggested that they were already approaching his limit. The deity raised a shining hand and decided that this would be his last attack. His eyes shone. The villain wished his enemy a safe journey. The boy opened his eyes wide. Sword marks appeared in the air. The villains' bodies were cut in half. The Lord looked at the bleeding wound in horror and asked what it meant. The boy looked up. Indra asked how he managed to get here. A man walked out of the darkness with a sword in his hands. The master gaped in amazement. Ricky lowered his head. The man sheathed the blade and declared that his comrade looked terrible. A bright light illuminated the heroes. The demigod pursed his lips. The Archmage remembered that he had not yet absorbed his crystal. The deity sat down next to him. It took out an apple and called itself Ordinary Remnants of Thoughts. The Lord peeled the fruit and explained that Mild and Indra were also illusions. Sitting in front of his ally, the Apocalypse added that they would soon come to life again and would not disappear until he killed them himself. The apple slices were on the tray. The apostle trembled and said that they did not have time to sit here because his comrades were even now fighting the Agni. Ricky looked up with a sad look. The man put the apple in the protagonist's mouth and said that this was the moment before his death. Lucas closed his mouth and ate the fruit. The demigod explained that the concept of time in this place is different from the outside world, but even so, they cannot relax. The guy took his former form. The youth looked at his hands. He looked up when the deity asked him to make a choice. The Lord took out his crystal. White smoke emanated from the sphere. The master asked what would happen to him if he ate it. Apocalypse narrowed his eyes and assumed that his comrade would become a demigod. The Archmage opened his mouth in shock. Ricky said that there was no point in doubting this, because otherwise he would die. The apostle closed his eyes and introduced the members of his previous team. The protagonist looked forward. The man flinched when Lucas decided to remind him of something. The boy frowned and explained that he belonged to the Blake family, so he did not have to choose between mana and divine power. Sitting opposite him, the demigod said that he himself told him about this, and added that these two things can no longer coexist in his body. The deity opened his mouth in confusion when the boy said that he was going to combine them. The master took the crystal and decided that it would be the key to reach the 10 stars and surpass human limitations. The Archmage placed the sphere on his chest. The apostle opened his glowing eyes and screamed loudly. His body rose into the air. Isabella asked what was going on. Snow frowned menacingly and rushed to attack. The girl dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. Her sword left a deep wound on his body. The woman stood on Agnia's chest. The queen narrowed her eyes tensely and concluded that this attack worked. The elf looked away in fear when she heard laughter. The demigod raised his head and declared that she had no right to use these techniques. The deity grabbed the swordswoman by the hand. Snow closed her eyes and screamed. The monster explained that her strength should have grown, but did not feel a drop of divine power from her. The monster rose to its feet and asked why this was so. The girl opened her mouth from unbearable pain. The Lord said that she was not good enough to receive divine power. Ivan hit him on the wrist. The man grabbed his ally and asked if everything was okay. The Lord of Fire stretched his hand above him. The fighter looked back and realized that he would not have time to dodge. Benian frowned furiously and let out a battle cry. A powerful gust of wind almost knocked Agni off his feet. The demigod narrowed his eyes and asked what it was. The warrior lunged forward and asked why the enemy's movements had stopped. The woman closed her eyes and answered that it was the language of dragons. The battle mage wondered if they could really communicate in it. The force field around the head of the circle did not allow the deity to move. The half-breed spread her arms. The monster thought that this could not be because all the dragons on the continent were already extinct. The sorceress fell to her knees. She frowned and realized that the limit of her ability was only 3 seconds. The monster tilted its head and assumed that this was not a purebred dragon. Benian's eyes widened in fear. The Lord took a step forward and decided that she would be the most troublesome here. Isabella closed her eyes and asked her friend to come to his senses. The main character's body was emitting dark energy. His eyes were filled with purple light. Lucas sat in the lotus position and began to meditate. The guy closed his eyes and thought that his mana felt very blurry. Ricky stood in front of him. The young man felt that his divine power had become incredibly powerful because of the crystal. The man yawned widely. The young man remembered that the fact that the refined crystal has a strong effect of increasing the amount of mana is already a proven truth. The master frowned and concluded that if he found a way, it would be possible to transform divine power into mana. The Archmage folded his fingers together and realized the peculiarity of his new abilities. Lightning swirled around the man. The divine power denied all energies except its own, not only mana, but also the power of nature and even the heart of a dragon. This was the reason why an ordinary mortal could not simultaneously wield two polar forces. Apocalypse sat down opposite his disciple. The apostle decided that the nature of divine power could not be changed. Clumps of mana appeared in the air. The protagonist wanted to change its nature so that the divine power did not resist, but enveloped it. Spheres of energy shimmered. Lucas was able to recognize previously unseen power and wondered what it was. A powerful aura surrounded his body. Ricky squinted and said that he managed to find a way. The guy smiled and realized that this was it. The young man spread his arms and suggested that this was the mysterious feeling of possessing two different qualities. The man frowned and said that he felt such power for the first time. The master looked at his hands and explained that this was the unification of divine power and mana. The Archmage raised his eyebrows and called it divine mana. The Lord looked at him carefully and was outraged by such a terrible name. The light energy turned into Indra. Melid also appeared. Apocalypse looked away and said that this was to be expected. Rising to his feet, the apostle declared that they had arrived just in time and decided that this was a great chance to test how effective divine mana would be in a real fight. The villains towered over him. Ricky asked if the student needed help. The protagonist, covered in a blue aura, replied that he had to defeat them himself in order to return to the real world. The monsters rushed into battle. Lucas asked his comrade not to lift a finger. The guy spread his arms and used his new power. Agnias extended his hand to Banyan. Suddenly, Nora appeared in front of his face. The girl began to absorb the flames emanating from him. The woman swung her fist and declared that this was the deep essence of the warrior mage's power. The mentor gritted her teeth and thrust her fist forward. A powerful blow created a devastating explosion. The decapitated body of the demigod fell to the ground. His giant hand landed next to the hero's. Ivan grabbed the head of the circle and said that he survived only thanks to her. The dragon looked down and replied that this was not true at all. The flame turned into a whirlwind. The half-breed said that her ability was very limited and did not cause any damage. The fiery energy gathered together and acquired a clear outline. The deity clenched his fists and cursed the insects. Isabella opened her eyes in shock and realized that the enemy had returned to human form, which meant that there was an effect. Nyx decided that this was not the case. Waves of fire swirled around the monster. The sorceress assumed that he had simply decided that it would be a chore to resist them with too large a body. The wounded protagonist threw his head back and decided that this was a shameful defeat. Indra grinned widely and declared that his body belonged to them. Ricky cut the villains in half again. Their bodies dissolved into thin air. The villain was outraged by what was happening. The enemies turned into white smoke. The man concluded that this fight would be long. Lucas lay down on the ground and said that this power was more troublesome than he thought. The boy rose to his knees and thought that divine mana was more subtle, but more ferocious. Sitting in the lotus position, the young man realized that he could not control it, little by little tearing it away from the general mass, and decided that there was no other way than to face the divine power face to face and subdue it. The master put his fingers together. A blue aura enveloped his body. The heroes stood to the side, not taking their eyes off the monster. The monster waved his hand. A wave of fire lifted Nyx into the air. A fiery snake wrapped itself around her body. The Lord lowered his hand and threatened to tear her body apart if the enemy continued to resist. Snow frowned and asked if she was not what he wanted. The snake swallowed the phoenix. Agnia straightened his fingers and explained that he didn't have to leave her alive, which meant he couldn't kill her without suffering. Nora grabbed her wounded hand and called him a real devil. Blood started flowing from her nose. The girl collapsed to the ground. Ivan gritted his teeth and asked his ally to use her ability again. The man stretched his shoulder and said that 3 seconds would be enough to show the enemy everything he had. The fighter got into a fighting stance and decided to repeat all the movements, the way he controlled mana, and even every breath of his mentor. His eyes lit up. The warrior made a sharp dash forward. The battle mage approached the enemy and thought that he couldn't miss a single moment. The demigod summoned fire in his hand and said that it was useless. Suddenly, the deity opened his eyes wide. Benian spread her arms and let out a battle cry. Ivan spread his legs wide and noticed that his enemy had stopped moving. The man clenched his fist and tried to remember the moment when Nora destroyed that annoying flame. The fighter looked to the side and realized that this was the limit that would destroy this scoundrel. The warrior approached the enemy closely and declared that he would do everything in one blow. A huge amount of energy fell to the ground. It threw the heroes back. A gust of wind threw the boys into the air. Isabella bowed to Nyx and asked if she was okay. The head of the circle put her hands on the ground and tried to catch her breath. Her face was covered in beads of sweat. The black silhouette was enveloped in smoke. The battle mage raised his fist up. The monster, having lost the upper half of its body, fell to its knees. Snow's mouth was open in shock. Ivan smiled widely and threw his head back. Nora caught his exhausted body. The girl smiled and said that it was an outstanding blow. The man looked up and asked why she was praising him. The fighter fell to his knees. The woman said that it was the first time she saw such a technique, and asked what it was called. The warrior looked away and said that he named it after himself. The mentor frowned and decided that it was quite good. The monster's body turned into flashes of fire. Standing next to the main character, Snow noticed that the flames were dissipating. The heroes stood in the center of a huge desert when they realized that this was a victory. A giant hole appeared in Indra's body. The demigod's eyes widened in fury. The deities standing in front of Lucas were defeated. The guy was enveloped in a blue aura. The young man looked down and called out the names of his enemies. The master spread his arms and ordered them to obey him. Ricky stood to the side at that moment. The monsters disappeared from the Archmage's subconscious. The man frowned and said that it was finally over. The apostle approached him and asked how much time had passed since he came here. The demigod replied that, if we speak in the understanding of the external world, then about 550 years. Turning his head, the protagonist concluded that in reality, too, quite a lot of time must have passed, and decided that he needed to return as soon as possible. The deity pursed his lips. Raising his hand, Lucas thanked him and said that he was glad to meet at least his appearance in the meditative space. The Lord said that he did not need to rush out. The guy turned to him and asked what this meant. The apocalypse asked if his goal was not to kill Agnia. The young man opened his mouth wide and confirmed this. Ricky explained that this was exactly why he should not rush. The master widened his eyes in amazement and asked what this meant. Clenching his fists, the Archmage asked if the monster had really lost, and concluded that his comrades had managed to kill him after all. The man lowered his head. Waves of fire appeared on the battlefield. Isabella frowned furiously and shouted that this was not the end. The flames gathered together. The monster declared that this time it was in real danger, and that it would have been destroyed if the humans' abilities had been slightly better. Ivan looked forward in horror and said that things were bad for them. A clear silhouette appeared in the fire. Taking a step forward, the demigod decided that there was no point in fearing God's punishment, and wanted to get rid of the enemies, putting all his efforts into it. The apostle's mouth opened in shock when he learned that Agnias had not died. The deity frowned and explained that he would not be able to defeat the enemy in his current state. His body was enveloped in purple energy. The Lord grabbed his sword and said that he could not let go of his comrade until he defeated him. Snow grabbed his shoulder and asked if their opponent had not fought at full strength. Isabella realized that it was done for the sake of disguise and deceive the eyes of the god. The queen frowned sternly and felt a divine power that was incomparable to what she had before. Nora looked at her student. The girl smiled and decided that he had managed to surpass her in some aspects. Ivan's eyes widened in amazement when the woman asked him to look at it carefully. The mentor stepped forward and declared that this was his last lesson. The man turned to her and asked what this meant. The fighter took a fighting stance in front of the enemy. The student asked her not to do this. Agnes grinned maliciously. The warrior tensed her fingers and realized that her comrade was hampered by a loss of strength, and that polarity was how power was transferred to the right place. Her fist approached the demigod's face. The blow generated a huge amount of mana. The battle mage concluded that this was the last part that would bring the technique to perfection. A bright flash lit up her face. Ivan opened his mouth in horror. The deity staggered. The monster swung his fist. Nora realized that it would not work anyway. Benian opened her burning eyes wide and screamed. The monster froze in place. The man rushed forward. The head of the circle frowned furiously and continued to scream. Black blood poured from her eyes. The ruler struck a powerful blow. A wave of fire engulfed the ground. Agni gritted his teeth and expressed his displeasure. The girl narrowed her eyes. The fighter picked her up and tried to shout to her. The woman, having lost her right arm, asked what happened. The dragon approached her and said that she had moved them to another place. The heroes found themselves in the middle of a desert. The half-breed added that they could not move away too far because it happened during the enemy's stop. Holding the mentor in his arms, the warrior asked if everything was okay with her, and remembered that her limit had long been reached. Suddenly, blood spurted from Benian's mouth. The head of the circle covered it with her hand. She looked down and felt as if all her insides had turned over. Isabella raised her eyebrows in fear and called out to her. The dragon bowed her head and declared that they had lost. Agnias walked through the desert. The demigod looked down. The half-breed realized why such creatures were called apocalypses. His eyes lit up. The girl explained that each of them was the destruction of a natural disaster. The deity saw the heroes in front of him. The woman stepped forward and asked her comrades to survive and continue their work. She staggered. Snow asked what her ally was going to do. The sorceress sat next to the protagonist. Banyan called him their last hope and asked her friends to protect him. The head of the circle smiled and asked to convey her gratitude to him. The monster opened his mouth wide and called out to Nyx. The dragon was enveloped in a green aura. Standing behind her, the heroes realized that they had to stop her. The half-breed frowned and ordered them to leave. The monster rushed to attack. It struck the place where the guys were standing. Looking back, the girl asked him to surrender and explained that she sent her friends to a place where he would not be able to find them. The ruler angrily clenched his teeth. The protagonist fell to the ground in front of his mentor. Lucas closed his eyes and began to breathe heavily. Ricky raised his eyebrows and decided that he did not have time to lie down because his comrades were in danger. The guy tensed his fingers and asked how much time had passed since the beginning of their battle. Standing before him, the man replied that it had been 250 years. The youth said that he still did not feel that he had the strength to win. The master frowned sternly. The demigod asked him to remember how he had managed to defeat Mild. Narrowing his eyes, the deity stated that it was not only due to divine mana, and explained that he had gained confidence from breaking through the wall of impossibility. The Archmage placed his hand on his chest and asked what kind of psychological theories these were. The master placed his hand on his sword and reminded him that this was the world of the mind. Apocalypse bowed his head and said that the disciple feared him and defined him as an opponent that could not be defeated. Ricky raised his eyebrows and concluded that the last part that would complete him was not divine mana or its direction. The apostle rose to his feet and suggested that it was a belief. The man lowered his head and confirmed it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about how his training was endless, and realized that he knew this basics, but still, hitting a new wall, he forgot everything. The demigod frowned sternly. Lucas realized that his beliefs, which he adopted from Rashid, were stronger than anyone else's. The guy bowed his head and sighed heavily. The young man looked forward. In the memory, demons tormented him. The master concluded that she could not lose to someone in terms of beliefs. Benian covered her face with her hand to block the blow. Agnias threw her back. Standing in front of the enemy, the deity asked why she was ready to give her life for strangers. The girl rose to her feet and answered that mortals are very weak, so they cannot stay alive if they do not give their lives for each other. The monster frowned sternly. The woman looked at him from under her brows and assumed that the god they feared loved their despair in people. The monster introduced Lord and stated that love was the concept it could not understand the most. The Lord approached the enemy and asked her to state her name. With a stern frown, the head of the circle introduced herself as the disciple Lucas. The dragon pursed her lips. The half-breed opened her mouth wide and said that it was her pride. Agnias looked down and promised to remember it. The demigod raised his hand. Benian opened her glowing eyes and screamed. With a menacing frown, the deity wondered if there was any point in trying to stop him, and decided that this ability would delay her death for 3 seconds at most. The protagonist fell to the ground and clenched his teeth. Ricky sheathed his sword and stated that he had 3 seconds. Lucas sat up and asked what that meant. The man replied that it was the time he had left. The boy's mouth fell open in fear when the Lord explained that his friend had squeezed out every last bit of strength from herself, and would die in 3 seconds. Apocalypse narrowed his eyes and added that if translated into the time of this world, it would be about 10 years. The young man rose to his feet. The master, enveloped in blue energy, said that he could knock him down 3 times in that time. The demigod stood in a fighting stance. The monster swung his hand. The force field around the girl did not allow him to move. The woman frowned furiously. In the memory, the Archmage hugged her and said that he was very proud of her. Blood gushed from the mouth of the head of the circle. The monster approached her and declared that this was the end. A wave of fire fell on the ground in front of him. Flames rolled across the entire battlefield. Agnias froze in place, slamming his fist into the ground. The demigod opened his eyes wide. There was no one around him. The deity wondered what happened. The dragon narrowed her eyes and coughed. The apostle held her in his arms. The protagonist was floating in the air. The half-breed could not believe her eyes. Looking at them, the monster wondered if this man had not just been teleported. The monster sternly knitted his eyebrows. Lucas put his girlfriend on the ground. Standing in front of her, the guy praised his ally and asked her to have a good rest. Benian looked at him sadly and realized that she could not lose him. The young man said that everything would be over when she woke up. The master went out to meet the enemy. The Lord spread his arms and felt a dangerous smell emanating from him. 2 fireballs flew forward. The Archmage waved his hand. The enemy projectiles went around him and cleared the way. Agnias opened his mouth in horror. The Lord appeared above the apostle. The demigod wondered if this was really a power that a person could use. The deity raised his hands above his head. A giant fireball appeared in the air. The protagonist waved his hand again. The energy cluster exploded. The monster's eyes widened in fear and realized that the enemy was compensating for its strongest ability with just a flick of the wrist. Lucas approached him closely. The boy held his hand out in front of him. The monster realized that this was his end. The young man raised his hand to his face and wished for him to disappear. A light flick took off the Lord's head. His body turned into tongues of flame. Agni thought that he should have died at the hand of the Lord. Flashes of fire rose into the sky. Benian lay on the ground behind her comrade. Tears welled up in her eyes. The master sternly knitted his brows. The girl realized that their hope had returned. The woman silently opened her mouth and mentally thanked her ally. The head of the circle closed her eyes. The Archmage raised his head and took a deep breath. Ricky's ghost appeared in front of him. The man nodded silently. The apostle nodded back. The demigod turned into smoke. The protagonist thanked him and promised to take care of the rest. The core of Agni lay on the ground. The Lord's eyes widened in fear. The demigod bowed his head, sitting on a rock. His minions asked what had happened. The monster stared at the leader in horror when they heard that Agnias had died. The deity gritted his teeth and said that the Fire Lord had been killed by a man. Throwing up his hands, Apanta said that it made no sense and decided to go to Silkid. The old man turned around when the monster explained that he could not win. Sitting on a rock, the Lord added that they could not win even if they went there together. Nozdok looked back and asked if they could not handle an ordinary man. Apocalypse gritted his teeth and told them that such people who had comprehended the power of the origins appear once every few tens of thousands of years. The monsters frowned and asked what this meant. A bright light illuminated the tree. The Lord replied that it was the source of all nature and limitless possibilities. The demigod placed his hand on the stone and concluded that their enemy could be confident of victory. The deity rose to his feet and declared that even he would not be able to defeat him. His minions widened their eyes in shock. A huge wave of energy appeared next to them. It turned into a rift. The monster realized that this was the only way. Clumps of energy darted from side to side. The monster opened its eyes wide and asked its brothers to give it strength. Nozdok's eyes lit up. The protagonist covered Banyan with a cloak. A teleporter opened next to him. Iris and Diaro came out from there. Lucas looked back. The Black Witch raised her eyebrows and noticed that he had the look of a completely different person. The girl picked up the core and was surprised that he managed to destroy Agni. The guy narrowed his eyes and called their union quite unexpected. The woman looked closely at the crystal. The boy asked what had to happen for them to unite. The man bowed his head and realized that they were facing a dragon. The master looked at his friend and called her a half-breed. Standing aside, the warrior was upset that she had completely lost the abilities of the dragon heart. The Archmage frowned and said that the most important thing was that his ally had survived. The apostle put his hand to her cheek and explained that he was able to show her the world he had created, and that would be enough. The sorceress took a step forward and suggested that he wanted to ask her about many things. The sorceress squatted down and said that time would come soon. Iris handed the main character the core and asked him to make a decision about her when that happened. Lucas frowned sadly. He snatched the crystal from the hands of his old acquaintance. The Black Witch closed her eyes and explained that she had come here only to see her comrade off. The girl approached the portal and promised to see her again. A smile appeared on her face. The guy looked at her indifferently. The rift slammed shut. Dro raised his eyebrows and asked if they were dating. The young man turned away and denied it. The master picked up Banyan in his arms. The man concluded that they were in a complicated relationship. Looking back, the Archmage asked what happened to him and remembered that he had to confront the demigods who arrived with the second group. Squinting, the warrior apologized for the deception and said that it was Iris's order. Standing in the middle of the desert, the fighter said that the Black Witch knew his true identity and his future. Dro turned his head and concluded that he was not the Dragon King. The protagonist smiled and asked if his friend believed the Apostle Lord. The man frowned and asked what about him. The heroes silently looked at each other. Lucas opened his mouth in surprise when the warrior said that Iris was not the Apostle Lord. The fighter looked ahead indifferently. The guy sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that he wanted to know a lot of things, but now he needed to heal Banyan. The young man teleported and asked his ally to follow him. Night fell on the camp. People gathered around the statue. Sitting on boxes, the locals grieved. Isabella was helping Nora heal her wound. The girl grabbed her severed hand. Suddenly, the master appeared right in front of them. The woman immediately ran up to him. The Archmage said that the head of the circle was fine and asked his friend to take care of her. Smiling widely, Tuareg asked what his comrades were doing and ordered them to take the lady to the infirmary right away. The mentor frowned and asked what happened to Agnia. The apostle took out a fire core. The protagonist raised it high above his head for everyone to see. The protagonist narrowed his eyes sternly and declared that this was the crystal of the Lord of Fire. The man cried when he heard that they had won and destroyed the demigod forever. Nora's eyes widened in shock as Lucas explained that Silkid was now completely free of the demigod's dominion. The warrior clenched their fists in joy and began to sob. The locals began to rejoice, as the war that everyone had almost given up on ended in victory, leaving behind a moment of calm and the promise of another, different darkness. The boy lowered his hand. The young man looked away and asked where the rest of the team was. Clutching her wound, the girl told him that her student had gone somewhere, and assumed that he blamed himself for what had happened to her. The master frowned sadly and asked if she was okay. The woman looked away and decided that she should be grateful for being alive. The Archmage winced when his mentor asked him to go to Snow, because the battle with Agni had been more brutal for her than for the others. The queen was sitting in her room. The elf opened her mouth silently. She had a thoughtful look. The apostle entered the room. Without turning around, the swordswoman asked him to leave and explained that she wanted to be alone. The protagonist sat on the window and said that he wanted something completely different. Lucas frowned and said that the demigod was dead. Sitting opposite him, the girl said that she could not help in any way. She shuddered when the guy confirmed this. A smile appeared on his face. The woman trembled. The young man explained that she could not be taken into account as a fighting force even in the upcoming battles. Snow opened her mouth wide and asked if he really came to insult her. The master sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked if they fought only to help, and attacked because they saw a chance of success. The queen stared at him in amazement. The Archmage said that this was not such an easy battle. The locals were helping the wounded in the infirmary. The apostle said that they were fighting because they had no other choice and because they needed to show that they were alive, even if it ended in death. The protagonist looked down and concluded that their battle had been like this from the very beginning. Lucas squeezed the hilt of the sword and said that the only thing that mattered was the presence or absence of desire. The elf looked at the weapon and asked what it was. The scabbard sparkled. The guy replied that it was the thing of his deceased friend, and wanted to give it to his ally. Taking the blade in her hands, the girl asked if it was not a knight's sword, and decided that it would not suit her. The young man stood up and explained that the form was not important, because in fact, the great sword would grow after its owner. The master approached the bed and said that Agnias had won thanks to Ricky, who was his friend and mentor. The woman looked back. The Archmage called her a person whom the demigod had personally chosen. The apostle gave her a serious look and said that he had never doubted his choice, acting together with her. Bowing her head, Snow asked if she herself had to choose to disappear or become stronger, and called her comrade an exact copy of Ricky. The queen looked at the sword. The elf held it up to the light, and asked who it belonged to in the past. The swordswoman widened her eyes when she heard that it was Dukid. Rushid held it in his hands. The protagonist handed his friend the core of Agni. In his hand there was only half. Lucas explained that his ally would be able to increase her power if she accepted the power opposite to it. The girl took the crystal. The guy said that everything would work out if she managed to subjugate it. The woman smiled and took off her mask. Snow put it on the bed and asked if her comrade had become a little stronger, and stopped seeing what was happening in front of his eyes. The queen took the blade from its sheath. The weapon in her hands turned into a katana. The elf put it aside and introduced herself. The swordswoman looked away slyly. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Ivan was standing under a waterfall. The man folded his palms together and began to meditate. In Nora's memory, she lost her arm. The fighter closed his eyes and pursed his lips. The girl went into the water and called it warm. The warrior opened his mouth angrily and asked what was going on. The woman asked if they hadn't agreed to wash in cold water after sparring. The battle mage raised his hand and shouted that he didn't mean that they should do it together. Snow said that for mutual love between comrades, people were used to washing together in the river. Blushing with embarrassment, Ivan said that only representatives of the same sex can do it there, and called his ally an adult unmarried woman. The man clenched his fists in displeasure. The queen realized that he was talking about the physical differences in their bodies, and said that elves do not have such boring traditions. The heroes sat silently in the lake under the waterfall. The swordswoman looked down. The fighter frowned menacingly and wondered at what point everything went wrong and turned out like this. The warrior looked forward when he heard that Lucas destroyed Agni. The girl closed her eyes. The battle mage turned away and was indignant that they had prepared everything, and the guy simply delivered the final blow and took all the honors for himself. The woman said that this was not true at all. Frowning, Ivan replied that he knew this, and said that he was just irritated by it. The woman narrowed her eyes. In the memory, they were attacked by a bone dragon. Snow admitted that she had no idea that they would become good friends and support for each other. The man looked at her askance and said he agreed with that, and explained that at some point the boy had reached a place they couldn't reach. Sitting in the water opposite him, the queen asked if that was why their lives were saved. The fighter closed his eyes and promised to save everyone next time. The warrior frowned tensely. The elf shuddered. Looking away, the warrior was outraged that he couldn't hear anything because of the waterfall and decided to look at the distant mountains. The swordswoman began to cry. She covered her face with her hand. The girl bowed her head and burst into tears. Sitting under the waterfall, the woman said that next time it would be her turn to save everyone. The battle mage asked why his ally was sobbing and suggested that she was cold. Shuhei put his hands on the railing and was glad that his comrade had returned alive. The protagonist went out onto the terrace. Lucas approached his friend and asked why he was so easily destroyed. The great sage replied that he was going through a period of adaptation. The boy looked down. The golem stated that he did not feel magic at all and asked what happened. The sorcerer looked away when the boy replied that he had found a way to combine divine power and mana in the world of images. Looking at the forest, the master added that this new ability allowed him to completely master these powers without having to give up anything. The wizard raised his eyebrows and suggested that he had managed to surpass the 9-star level. The Archmage frowned and stated that he was only able to know this level thanks to Freya's body. Shuhei closed his eyes and concluded that this was fate, in which everything was predetermined. The apostle looked at his hand and said that the Lord must win. The great sage stepped aside and decided that he could not remain like this to continue to be near him. The protagonist smiled and asked if his comrade really considered himself so weak. The golem turned to him and told him that his blood was boiling and that for the first time in a long time there was a reason to cross his limit. Isabella looked at him in surprise. The sorcerer explained that the course of events was clearly different from what it was 4,000 years ago, and suggested that the ending would also be different. The wizard confidently frowned and suggested that his friend destroyed the Lord. The heroes looked at each other, like in the good old days. The girl closed her eyes and smiled. There were various dishes on the table. The warriors were sitting in the dining hall. Tuareg shouted that they won the most serious battle in the history of Silkid. The man frowned sternly and said that many gave their lives, and there were those who turned away from them. The fighters lowered their eyes. The leader of the squad said that he was grateful that there were people who survived. The soldiers looked at him. The commander was proud that everyone fought with the same intentions and did not lose them now. The main character began to eat meat. Isabella opened her mouth wide and asked him to wait a bit. Lucas offered her to try the local food. Tuareg looked down. The girl asked if her friend didn't feel sorry for him. The guy called her ill-mannered. The young man pointed at Ivan and Nora and asked why his friend didn't yell at them too. Blushing, the woman decided that he couldn't be compared to a frivolous warrior, and was indignant that a 9-star mage was behaving like a child. Ivan slammed his fist on the table and asked who she called frivolous. The sorceress shuddered in fear. The master praised his comrade. Scratching the back of his head, the man remembered that the student had healed his mentor's hand, and thanked her for it. The battle mage complained that she couldn't get used to eating with her left hand. The squad leader smiled broadly and decided that it was rude of him to give a speech in front of exquisite dishes. His comrades smiled. The commander asked them to forget about everything and start eating. The people raised their mugs above the table. It was a meeting where laughter never stopped. No one spoke of the dead or the betrayed. The fighter put his hand on his friend's shoulder, as if everyone was deliberately postponing the time when silence would return, eating, drinking, laughing and making noise so that what had happened would finally go away. Nora handed the student an apple and asked him to peel it, but there was no one here who did not know that once the sound of laughter ceased, there would be no more opportunity to laugh. Islands floated under the red sky. The demons gathered in one place and asked why they had been summoned. Lucifer narrowed his eyes and told them that the demigods were coming to these lands. Barbados frowned menacingly and called them fools. Beelzebub opened his eyes wide and asked if the continent was not enough for them. Japar lowered his head and declared that their world was of no value to the deities. Rilla smirked and asked if it was that important, and said that she had always wondered what demigods tasted like. Azura crossed his arms and asked them to think for a moment, and asked how they could exist without a head on their shoulders. The Prince of Hell looked away and asked if he really wanted to argue with them that much. The man placed his hands on his waist and asked who they thought had dug up this hell of despair. The demon turned his head and asked why they needed to talk about it again. His eyes lit up. The monster looked at his leader. The devil looked down and Barbados asked if he was the one who had summoned the demigods. The fallen angel looked at him from under his brows and confirmed it. Japar placed his hand on his waist and asked how he could summon those who were putting their world in danger. The hammer hit the ground. Azura took out his weapon and said that he didn't like it. The Prince of Hell raised an eyebrow and asked if their commander had lost his sight after they had placed him in the position of overlord. The man pointed his swords at his comrade and said that if the demigods set foot on these lands, they would die at his hands. The demon looked back and decided that this was very much like him. Rillis concluded that his fists were faster than words. The demon gritted his teeth and said that he knew about their friendship with Iris. Lucifer pursed his lips. The monster was indignant at him chasing them back and forth, hiding what he himself knew. The succubus pouted and asked if they were really going to fight. The devil bowed and apologized for upsetting his friend. Azura opened his mouth wide and asked what he was planning. The fallen angel raised his eyebrows and explained that the demigods wanted to explore the hell of destruction because of the body of the Dragon King buried there, so this was not a situation where they should make a fuss. Beelzebub flew up to him and asked what that meant. The Lord explained that the Dragon King was sealed here 5,000 years ago after he lost the battle with the Lord. A white haze fell on the rocks. It turned out that the Dragon King was connected to the continent, and with his death, the continent would die, which was the reason he was sealed instead of killed. Rillis raised her head and asked what the Lord was going to do once he got his hands on him. Lucifer turned away and remained silent. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. The demon approached him and declared that he would step down from the Lord's seat once this battle was over. The succubus opened her mouth wide and asked if that was true. The devil swore on his name. The heroes stood in the mountains. The devil explained that he would go out to fight for the last time and was going to divide his lands equally between the 5 lords who were there. The Prince of Hell kicked the ground and said that he did not need it. The monster spread his arms and asked the leader to tell everything that he and Iris had agreed on when they destroyed all the demigods. The girl closed her eyes and called the Black Witch very clever. The black sun was shining in the sky. The woman was outraged that some person had shaken the entire demon world. Isabella was seen healing Banyan with magic. At the same time, the head of the circle, Trowman, was lying on the bed. Diaro, looking down, said that a significant number of demigods, including the Lord, had crossed over to the demon world. Opening his mouth, the guy added that they intended to get the Dragon Lord. Lucas, turning his gaze to the side, asked what the Lord wanted to do after he got his hands on the Dragon Lord. The young man replied that he was not sure because he had not heard of this either, after which the protagonist looked straight at him and asked him again. The protagonist's expression was thoughtful, and he muttered that he was sure that this was all Iris's idea. Standing next to the bed, the apostle said that if they had a good fight and quarreled with each other, he would have less to do, which was definitely a good thing. Inside the tent, the man with the dragon's heart noted that Iris also said that this was a chance, because in the demon world, the great princes could clash in battle depending on the state of the crystals. Imagining several demigods, Diaro thought that it would be difficult for them to defeat the great princes in the demon world. Opening his mouth, the guy added that this was strange. It was visible how a green aura was circling around Isabel's palms, and at that moment the young man said that the Lord could not know this, because he went to the demon world, despite such great danger. Looking down, the man with the dragon's heart explained that this showed the great value of the Dragon Lord. Then it seemed like the Archmage bit his lips. Turning around, the strongest master of humanity said that no matter what, they can be sure that now is their chance, and thinks that they need to find the apostles Nazdak and Ananta. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Lucas said that now these two are the only apocalypses, and then asked if he thought that if they were put to sleep now, the battle in the demon world would go in an interesting direction. Turning his gaze to the side, Diaro asked in return if he knew where they were. The protagonist's back appeared, and he whispered that Kaltuta was pursuing Charles, and she would contact him as soon as she found a clue. The protagonist's hair was visible, and at the same time, he was sure that Genta was being followed by Rushid. Looking down, the apostle said that he thought he needed to meet with Master Rushid. The boy, squinting, asked if he was talking about Jacket. Keeping his hand in his pocket, the Archmage noted that he was well informed, and then the boy explained that Iris had given him information about everything that was happening at the moment. Raising the corners of his lips, the strongest master of humanity said that he had an incredible memory. Looking forward, the man with the dragon's heart answered that it was true. Lucas abruptly turned his eyes back. Disappearing in the rays of teleportation, the protagonist said that he would go ask about Jacket's location. After some time, a huge estate appeared. Stars were visible in the sky. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself inside the building. Then the guy was climbing the stairs. Shepard was sitting at the table. Father Pierre was writing something on paper. A young man entered the room, and the head of the June family recognized him. The apostle, with his mouth slightly open, said that he wanted to meet with Jacket, and also specified what he needed to do. It was seen that the Archmage was standing opposite the man. The gentleman, taking off his glasses, asked him to wait a little. It seemed as if the strongest master of humanity leaned on the table. Entering the room, the 7-star. The mage apologized for keeping him waiting. Holding a scroll in his hand, the master of the 4th tower explained that it was an item left by Master Jacket. Handing the document to the protagonist, Shepard added that it was a scroll with a method for entering Haidam written on it, after which he asked if he was talking about the Eastern Island country. Father Pierre, looking forward, said that not long ago, Master Jacket entered Haidam, after which communication with him was still not restored, and therefore thought that he was still there. Lowering his gaze, Lucas asked him again, and then the gentleman noted that such a situation was foreseen. Frowning, the man said that Haidam was an incredibly closed country, and even one of the 3 strongest masters, Jacket, had to try hard to get there. Standing in front of the head of the June family, the protagonist asked if this was because of the greedy hands of the demigods, to which he received the answer that it was rather the opposite. Presenting the map, the 7-star mage said that this island country was completely untouched by the evil hands of the demigods, and therefore they were maintaining the isolation even more strongly. Holding his chin, the boy repeated his words and said that it all smelled strange. Sitting at the table, the master of the 4th tower clarified why he suddenly wanted to meet with Master Jacket. A second later, one of the 5 outstanding people of the Empire raised his glasses to his face. The apostle, biting his lips, muttered that it would be better if the circles also soberly assessed the current situation. The night sky was visible through the window. Suddenly, Shepard opened his jaw. Surprised, lowering his eyebrows, Father Pierre asked if he had destroyed Agni. Leaning on the table, the head of the June family laughed, and noted that there were only 2 apocalypses left, and this could not be. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the man exclaimed that this was an achievement that they could not even imagine. Opening his mouth, the Archmage asked what was the reason for the connection with Jacket to be cut off, to which he received the answer that he believed it was because of the spell. Raising his eyebrows, one of the 5 outstanding people of the Empire explained that this was an ability that was skillfully used by the magicians of the East, called spellcasters, and it was also a power similar in essence to magic, but with a different basis. Biting his lips, the strongest master of humanity thought that 4,000 years ago this did not happen, and added that this was an unknown technique to him. Clenching his fist, the 7-star magician said that he could not calm down, because hope was finally beginning to appear. Stretching out his palm, the master of the 4th tower shouted that if they found the apostles and got rid of the remaining 2, then the Lord would literally be alone, and they had a chance of success, and there was also an opportunity to return the continent to them. Lucas, raising the scroll, said that he would take advantage of the moment well. A moment later, the protagonist disappeared in the beams of teleportation. Sweat was running down the shepherd's face. A bright moon appeared in the sky, and it was heard that now was not the time for this, and it was necessary to tell the entire circle. Then it was seen how Isabella was healing Benian with magic. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind Shuhei. Golem Anastasia, turning around, said that he went somewhere, but returned quite early. Looking at the girl, the guy clarified what was the condition of Benian. Rubbing her chin, his companion answered that the blood vessels had difficulty resuming their condition, and after rest, her energy would return. The head of the circle Trowman lay with her eyes closed, and at that moment Isabella added that, however, the damage to the heart was too severe, and most likely she would not be able to use not only the powers of dragons, but even just mana. The copied personality of the sage, opening his mouth, explained that this meant that her life as a mage had come to an end. It was obvious how he lowered his gaze. Turning his head, Shuhei thought that she was a very special person to him. Benian's face appeared, and the apostle said that he was not just special. Then the Archmage bit his lips. Squinting, the strongest master of humanity said that she was his only disciple. Isabella bit her lips from sadness. A triangle-shaped earring was visible on Lucas's ear. Benian was lying in bed with her eyes closed. Suddenly, Shuhei put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. After a pause, the strongest master of humanity lowered his chin and replied that he knew it. Lowering his hands, the protagonist said that self-flagellation only weakens the mind. The apostle lowered the corners of his mouth, while the golem Anastasia explained that this would not make the sacrifices made disappear. The guy turned his gaze back, and his interlocutor noted that there was no way to deny sadness. The copied personality of the sage opened his mouth, and said that there was a poison more terrible than self-flagellation, and that was addiction. Looking straight ahead, Shuhei said that there was no need to try to become peaceful, because people were not made to be so. The heroes continued to stand inside the white tent. In the clearing in the forest, the silhouette of Phoenix glowed. The hair of the divine monster fluttered in the wind. Approaching her from behind, the young man noticed that the night wind was quite cold. Confused, turning her head to the side, the girl greeted Lucas. The interlocutors stood by the riverbank under the moonlight. Looking down, the protagonist said that she was just in time, because he needed to give her something, to which she asked him again. The strongest master of humanity placed the magic stone in the palm of the apostle. The object emitted a fiery glow, and the protagonist said that it was the Agneus crystal, and then added that it was also a snare that had been tormenting her for a long time. The guy advised Phoenix to decide for herself how to use it, to which she angrily frowned. The door to the tent at the halt was wide open. The team of heroes stared at the map. Looking at the drawing of the area, they tried to find Hitum. Putting his elbow on the table, the apostle suggested that apparently it was a very closed country, after which he added that even the check at the entrance was very meticulous, so it would take at least a month to pass it. Turning her head towards the guy, Snow asked if there was another way, to which he replied that one could receive an invitation as a guest from a member of the royal family or an aristocrat. Approaching her comrade, Isabella clarified whether he had connections, to which he answered negatively. Tilting his face down, Shuhei noted that this meant that there was only one way. Running his finger along the text on the paper, Golem Anastasia said that they needed permission from the great shaman. The team of heroes stood around the table. After a pause, the copied personality of the sage put his fingers to his chin and asked if she would give permission since they were from the same alliance of greats. Looking at his partner, Isabella clarified what they were talking about. Pointing his finger at the people sitting at the table in turn, Shuhei began to list that there was a great sage and a great mage here. The heroes bit their lips in alarm and remained silent, while Golem Anastasia began to laugh at the great shaman and the alliance of greats. Lucas admitted that he had been feeling something for a while, to which he smiled broadly and asked him again. The protagonist raised one eyebrow and explained that the further he went, the more he became like a girl. Lowering the corners of his lips, the copied personality of the sage wondered if this idiot had completely lost his mind. Folding his arms in displeasure, Ivan was surprised that the strongest master of humanity was a great magician, and his master asked if he did not know this. At that moment, the great warrior opened his jaws wide. Falling down from his chair, the man shouted that in front of him sat the hero of the Era of Light, which was 4,000 years ago, namely that same Archmage Lucas, while he remained silent. Sighing heavily, Nora closed her eyes and said that she had been thinking all the time about why her student was talking to him so thoughtlessly without due respect. Grinning, Lucas said that now was the last chance for the little boy Ivan to apologize for all the rudeness he had done so far. The great warrior furiously frowned and shouted that the protagonist had lived for a very long time, to which the protagonist asked if that was what surprised him so much. Tilting his head down, Shuhei asked how they would be able to find the great shaman, then added that he did not think it was possible to say something as stupid as entering a country for permission to enter it. Placing his palm on the table, the strongest master of humanity stated that the great shaman was outside the island. Pointing his finger at a small area on the map, the protagonist explained that she was on this small island of Riska, then added that it was said that she always lived in this place. Folding her arms, Snow asked if the country's authority resided outside its borders. Looking at the apostle, Isabella noted that the great shaman was nothing more than a symbol, and then reported that they said that her firm rule was not to participate in the politics of the country. With her head slightly tilted down, the queen of all elves suggested that in that case, if they went there, then anyone would be able to see her, when she suddenly said that it was somehow too easy. Nora, dropping her jaw, explained that even if she went, they would not be able to meet. Standing in front of the interlocutors, the girl said that if the great shaman did not personally give permission, then according to rumors, they would not even be able to notice the road. Turning his gaze to the master, Ivan noted that this story resembled a legend, to which she replied that this woman had been alive for more than 200 years. Grinning, the lady explained that even so, according to rumors, she was a young girl with an appearance that took your breath away, and then added that there was a rumor that she was not human. Turning his head to the side, the great warrior said that his mentor was also about to turn about the same age very soon, but outwardly she looked like a girl in puberty, to which she remained silent. Rubbing his fist into his palm, the fighter shouted that it was great and suggested that they all move out right now, because wouldn't they only know if she would give permission when they went there? Snow closed her eyes and grinned, then added that because of the words about what a beauty lived there, he suddenly became very decisive. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Ivan asked what the girl was asking for and whether she wanted to fight. The queen of all elves smiled and advised him not to freeze like a stone when he saw the great shaman. Putting his hand on his side, the great warrior was indignant that when had that ever happened, because now, even when he saw her face, everything was fine with him. The man clarified whether his interlocutor thought that the woman could be more beautiful, to which she embarrassedly widened her eyes. Snow sadly hung her head down while the fighter shouted about being angry, and the realization came that if this was an eastern country, then they shouldn't eat only grass like last time. Slamming his palms on the table, Ivan shouted that they were taking meat with them, and the others thought about how he made the queen of all elves' ears turn red. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she was going to focus on training for some time. Holding the magic stone in her hand, the girl asked if she would be ashamed if she couldn't make the gift she received her own. Grinning, Lucas advised her to do what was best. Pointing his finger at Phoenix behind him, the protagonist asked her to take her away and train together, which surprised her greatly. The monster of the divine race opened her mouth in bewilderment, and the strongest master of humanity explained that there would be no better opponent for Snow to overcome the weak ability of fire, after which he added that Phoenix was also in the position where she needed to absorb the same crystal. Looking ahead, the Queen of all Elves noted that Lucas was right, and then added that she would count on the apostle. Shaking her head up and down, the girl muttered that she would do the same. Ivan carefully looked towards the master. Nora was holding her shoulder in confusion. The girl's eyes widened when she heard that it was time for her to retire. Putting his hand on his side, the great warrior advised her to leave everything to the student and finally rest in peace. The lady indignantly closed her lips. Swinging her limb, the master noted that although she had one hand, she could definitely split his head. It seemed as if Nora put her fingers to the man's dark hair. Stroking his head, the girl wished him a good journey. The fighter opened his mouth in bewilderment. A tent appeared in the middle of the camp, and from it the student could be heard telling the master that he would be back soon. In the darkness, a cliff on a high rock was visible. The heroes walked forward one after another. Slightly lowering her gaze down, Isabella noticed that Genix would be coming very soon, and assumed that since it was a port city, it would not be easy to enter it. Turning her head back, the girl asked everyone to get all their fake documents in advance, to which Ivan asked her again. Opening their mouths in bewilderment, the partners answered that they did not have documents, and Lucas said that he did, but they were someone else's. Angrily frowning, the lady explained that as far as she knew, Mr. Eisnig should have taken care of this. Shuhei asked if they were fake documents, and the protagonist admitted that he thought it was money for treasure expenses and that he himself was having a hard time, so he decided to be polite and leave it with him, while their ally bent her body in anger and asked him if he was kind but stupid, or stupid but kind. Putting her hand to her mouth, Isabella did not understand what to do in such a situation, because they would not be able to pass the checkpoint without documents. Diaro asked if they could just quietly and unnoticed pass, and the strongest master of humanity turned his head in his direction and clarified what would happen if they were caught doing this. The great warrior came up from behind and asked if it would be enough to shut the guards' mouths, to which the protagonist replied that it sounded good, so they would do so. With her mouth wide open, the girl suggested not to live like that, when suddenly the fighter asked if she always yelled and stuck her nose up, to which she shouted that she only behaved like that towards them. Guards were sitting at the open gates. One of the guards was holding a bottle in his hand and drinking. Looking ahead, Isabella said that the guard had gotten drunk while working. A moment later, the heroes passed through the gates. Ivan did not understand what it was, because they were letting them through just like that, while the girl pressed her hands to her chest in fear. Houses in the port city of Genix appeared. A man was lying on the ground near a broken wall. The team was walking along the street. Looking to the side, the lady said that it was strange, because not only at the checkpoint, but also in the entire city there was no lively activity. The great warrior looked to the right and clarified whether they were really in a port city, after which he added that it looked like real slums. The apostle turned his head back when he heard Diaro say that the demigods had influenced this. The Archmage slightly closed his eyelids. The exhausted townspeople lay on the ground, while the boy said that he could feel the fear, emptiness, and despair they were experiencing, and then added that they had lost confidence that tomorrow would come, so their life energy was exhausted. The heroes were approaching the city port. The team approached the edge of the harbor of ships and boats, and one of them was heard to say that there were no ships visible on the water. Turning her head from side to side, Isabella noted that it was just like a dead port city. The man dangled his legs over the edge of the platform. The citizen looked away when they wanted to ask him something. Lucas approached him and said that they were looking for a ship that was sailing to Wise, to which he remained silent. The citizen bowed his head and said that he was not there, to which the protagonist asked him again. A bright crescent moon was visible above the sea horizon, and the man explained that a sea monster had appeared, and because it had taken over the entire place, ships could not even move in that direction. Lowering his jaw, the strongest master of humanity asked if it was a kraken, to which he received the answer that there was no kraken in such a shallow sea. Placing his palms on his knees, the citizen wondered if it could be called a sea serpent, and then called the name Sophont. The sinister monster appeared, and the citizen said that it was so huge that it could reach the sky, and also had 2 mouths that spit fire, and for several decades no one had seen or heard anything while swimming in the sea. Holding a map to the stranger's face, Isabella asked if he could tell where the sea serpent would appear. Pointing his finger at the drawing of the wave on the paper, the man replied that it would happen around this spot. At the same moment, the girl and Lucas looked at each other. There were burning lanterns hanging in front of the entrance to the building. Tables and chairs were visible inside, and someone said that it was the first time they had seen such a bar in a port city where only flies were flying. Holding a roll of paper in his hands, the protagonist asked if his interlocutor thought the place of the sea beast's appearance seemed a little strange. Shuhei opened his mouth and asked if the strongest master of humanity thought that this monster was protecting Hitum. Diaro lowered his jaw and explained that with 2 heads and a body so huge that it seemed like it would touch the heavens, it could be a demigod. The team was having dinner at a large table, and one of them wondered if a demigod was protecting Hitum. Closing his lips, the protagonist wondered why they were blocking entry from the outside. Folding the map, the apostle stated that they needed to find out about it. Placing her palm on the table, Isabella asked if the Archmage would personally check the place of his appearance. Smirking, Lucas asked if his partner thought that he would find out everything if he tormented him even a little. Leaning on the table, the girl explained that if they approached him too quickly, he might run away, so it must be assumed that all the demigods knew about how Agnias was destroyed by him. Clasping a large mug with his fingers, Shuhei said that everything was as the lady said, and then added that if they went, it would be better to hide the mana and approach him on his ship. The protagonist took a sip of drink from the cup, while Isabella noted that ships were not sailing now. Wiping his mouth with his hand, the strongest master of humanity said that it was possible to buy one. The girl, her eyes wide in bewilderment, asked where they got such money, to which the protagonist replied that they had it. Opening the bag, the apostle said that his friend gave him one gift to use in a similar situation, so such a wonderful friend. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the golem Anastasia asked him to wait a minute. The magic stone was shining brightly, and the interlocutor noted that it looked very much like the ruby that he had left in the cave. Smiling broadly, the Archmage said that he was imagining things, to which he chuckled and said that it meant that he was imagining things. The heroes looked at each other and were silent. Suddenly, Shuhei pounced on Lucas and shouted that he was a damn thief, although he cried out that the crystal was left by him so that he could take it himself later. Isabella folded her hands under the table, while the golem Anastasia shouted that he did not do it for further sale, and this was very cowardly, and his body and soul were like a girl's, but he would not tolerate it a second time. A drop of sweat ran down the lady's cheek, and she thought about the fact that in front of her now were the heroes of the era of light. A large ship moored to the pier. With her eyes widened, the protagonist's ally said that this was really very cool, to which he replied that money is good. The strongest master of humanity wrapped his fingers around the bag of coins and gave the copied personality of the sage to change. The man turned around in confusion when the protagonist asked if he could take them to our YSHCH. The navigator raised his head and said that if they tried hard, they could use the outer sea route and not encounter the sea serpent. Clenching his hand into a fist, the citizen asked how much they could pay him, to which the protagonist asked him how much he needed. Lowering his chin, the citizen replied that it was worth 30 gold. The apostle stood before him with his hands folded. The stranger raised the corners of his eyebrows in alarm and said 20, then abruptly lowered the amount to 15 gold. Tears flowed from Shuhei's eyes and he muttered that the ruby filled with his mana was sold for such a pittance. Throwing the bag towards the man, Lucas asked him to take it. The navigator gaped in surprise and was told that there were 50 gold pieces there. Grabbing the main character by the clothes, the golem Anastasia shouted that he had neither shame nor conscience. Covering his face with his hand, the citizen said that his daughter was sick and that her treatment required a lot of money, so they had already half given up. The heroes turned their heads towards the citizen, while he thanked them profusely and declared that if necessary, he would put his life on the line to take them to our YSHCH. A crescent moon was shining brightly in the sky, and someone could be heard asking about what was said there about shame and conscience, because they were pouring out of him. The navigator closed his eyes and exclaimed that the crew members could be left with him, because he would bring capable guys who would sail with them into the sea of death. Raising his hands high, the man ran away. Looking to the side, Diaro noticed that, as Lucas had said, he clearly felt the divine power. Looking at the endless sea horizon, the guy assumed that it was certain that there were demigods here, and the other noted that he thought that was not all. The protagonist looked at his companion. Lowering his chin, the man with the dragon's heart said that he also felt the presence of his fellow tribesmen. The clouds in the sky seemed very dark. Moonlight was shining through the round window onto the bed. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. The lady lifted her body from the bed. The lady scratched her head under the hair with her hand. A bright silhouette of a man appeared, and words were heard that this was a replacement, and the one who would prevent the destruction of the world, and this would be the last battle. Looking through the round window, the woman did not understand why the words were arranged so strangely in the revelation. At that very second, the lady inserted a hairpin into her hair. The lady was sitting in front of the mirror in an elegant robe. The great shaman turned to her subordinate with her head slightly bowed down. Jose was squatting while the woman said that they would have guests coming so they needed to prepare, to which he replied that everything would be done. The lady looked out into the vast sea horizon. The crescent moon was shining brightly, and the lady was asking the great Downs what his intentions were in using her. 3 days later, the great ship set out. Standing on the edge of the vessel, Lucas asked his companion if he was sure that there was a dragon in this sea, to which he answered uncertainly. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered the corners of his lips. Looking at Diaro, the strongest master of humanity thought about his words about his fellow tribesmen being present here and wondered if he had regained the awareness of being a dragon. Streams of blue energy were flowing from the protagonist's shoulder, and the man with the dragon's heart asked why he had been spilling mana for some time. The apostle grinned, understanding what was being said. Traces of magic remained in the air behind the ship, and the Archmage explained that it was some kind of bait, adding that if the one called the sea serpent was actually a demigod, he would definitely react to this. Suddenly, the men on board opened their mouths in fear. The ship began to crash against large waves, and everyone was surprised at the sea suddenly becoming furious. Holding a telescope in his hand, the navigator did not understand whether it was vibration, and another was indignant that the dragon had not yet appeared. With his jaw lowered, the man ordered everyone to open the valves. While the apostle and his companion stood at the edge of the ship, the rest of the crew cried out that the waves were too big, so the ship was not responding, so they needed to hurry, because they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Putting his palm on the railing, Lucas said that it was a bait in the shape of a gate. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Ivan asked if a sea beast had appeared, to which Isabella replied that it certainly had. Suddenly, the water in the sea rose very high. People flew in different directions and began to scream. Grabbing the ropes, the men did not understand what it was. The head of the sea beast appeared, and everyone wondered what these unimaginable dimensions were. Putting his hand in his pocket, the main character wondered if it was a demigod, because he definitely felt divine power. Opening his mouth wide, the dragon exclaimed that they dared to swim across his sea without permission, and that they were very brave. The heroes opened their mouths in alarm as the monster asked if they were scared, then said it was logical. The sea serpent's eyes glowed brightly, and he asked everyone to calm down, because they wouldn't even have time to feel pain, then added that only if their bodies didn't get stuck between its teeth. At that very second, the monster approached the ship and began to roar loudly. Raising his head, Ivan noticed that he had been told about a demigod earlier, but this was not at all charismatic. Holding onto the deck with his hands, the man did not understand who these people were, that their charisma was simply pouring over the edge. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the strongest master of humanity called out to the serpent, and said that he had heard that it had 2 heads. Rising above the ship, the sea beast said that there are such crazy people. A moment later, a fiery sphere appeared inside his mouth, and he screamed that he would roast him and eat him. With one powerful blow to the jaw, Ivan slammed his mouth shut. A shockwave began to emanate from the great warrior's fist. Raising his head up, the dragon cried out that he had bitten his tongue and that the entire sky was burned. The fighter landed with his feet on the side of the ship, and his opponent exclaimed that he was a hasty idiot with a bad character. Angrily frowning, the man asked why someone who lived in the sea would turn everything into a fiery place. Opening his mouth wide, the sea serpent screamed that he should shut up. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred on the surface of the water. Lucas and Shuhei's pupils noticeably shrank from anxiety. Suddenly, a second head of the monster appeared high in the sky. Golem Anastasia opened her mouth wide and began to realize who it was. After a pause, the copied personality of the sage looked at the shining eye and asked if it was Lady Isala. Isabella's eyes widened and she asked who it was. The girl's jaw dropped in shock when she heard that it was Mentor Lucas. The protagonist's hair was fluttering in the wind, and the lady asked her interlocutor again. A moment later, her partner stretched her head forward. The monster's fangs were drooling, and it was clear that she was unconscious, but no one understood what had happened to her. Leaning over, the sea beast laughed, and noted that the strongest master of humanity was surprised by his nobility, and then asked not to worry, because he would deal with everyone well. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist asked what she had done. The monster's pupils noticeably decreased, and it asked him again. Suddenly, the eyes of the second head of the sea serpent began to glow brightly, and it began to make sounds. Isabella raised the corners of her eyebrows in confusion, while the apostle ordered no one to touch her. The back of the Archmage appeared, who said that he would deal with her alone. Folding his hands behind his back, Shuhei asked not to kill her, because he needed to ask her a lot. The guy surrounded himself with a protective barrier and ordered the creature to speak. Clenching his fist tightly, Lucas asked what happened to that head. Towering over the protagonist, the dragon noted that he was an insolent bastard. Moving his muzzle towards the ship, the sea beast exclaimed that it would be interesting to see how long his insolence would last. At the same second, Lucas spread his fingers wide. A moment later, the monster screamed from the magical wave that hit him. With his pupils bulging, the dragon did not understand who this guy was. Opening his mouth wide, Soften screamed that he was in pain. The protagonist waved his hand through the air. A magical barrier hovered near the second head of the monster. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred near his neck, causing him to scream loudly. Falling closer to the water, the dragon did not understand why only he was being attacked. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Ivan muttered that this was the current power of the strongest master of humanity. The light of the sunrise was reflected on the surface of the water. The sea horizon began to move away. The snake began to cry and say that he was wrong and that it would not happen again. Angrily frowning, the great warrior asked if he was really a demigod, to which the protagonist replied that he was definitely not. Bulging his eyes, the monster was indignant at his words and exclaimed that he was not a demigod. Putting his hand on his side, the fighter asked him who he was in that case. Squeezing his eyes shut, the dragon said that his name was Neptune, to which the man shouted that he was not talking about his name and asked if he wanted to die. Lowering his head, the monster asked him not to speak so frighteningly, because he had a weak heart. A drop of sweat was running down Ivan's cheek, and he did not understand how best to deal with him. The navigator frowned in fear and admitted that he could not believe that the Sea Lord who held the entire region in fear had become a meek sheep, and his partner asked what kind of people they were. Looming over the ship, the monster explained that he had originally been a very strong sea serpent, when he was suddenly ordered to speak to the point before he was properly punched. Recalling how someone had hovered in the air in front of his face, the dragon said that a demigod had once come to him. Ryiran's masked face appeared, and the creature said that it was a girl with blonde hair, after which he added that although she had come in a form that resembled a human, he had not recognized her at first. A memory of the sea beast being chained in iron appeared, and it said that it had been attacked and knocked unconscious, and when it came to, its body had been torn to pieces and thrown away tied up in a dark and unfamiliar place. Tears were streaming from Neptune's eyes, and it said that blood had flowed from between the torn scales, and that she had torn out his flesh and was picking at his insides, so that for the first time since his birth, he was begging for a quick death. The heroes raised their heads in disbelief and thought that this was disgusting, while the monster noted that after this hell in the real world ended, its neck had become like this. Looking straight ahead, Lucas realized that it was Ryiran. A white mist was visible above the water, and the dragon said that the demigod had given it only one order, to sink all the ships that were sailing to hide him. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought about Ryiran ordering the ships heading to hide him to be sunk, and he didn't understand what was wrong with this island. The dragon's green head's eyes glowed brightly, and it began to make sounds. The crew looked at their captain as he ordered them all to head to Wise, and then added that he would soon follow them. The white tail of the strongest master of humanity fluttered in the wind. Isabella, turning down the corners of her mouth, replied that they would do so, while Ivan ordered the navigator not to waste time on nonsense, but to take the ship away. It seemed as if the protagonist climbed onto the head of the sea serpent. Putting his hands in his pockets, the apostle said that they would go to the land, which surprised him greatly. The monsters' heads began to spin, and one of them screamed that it agreed to everything, just so that it would not be beaten. White rocky mountains were visible. The monster climbed onto land. The Archmage waved his magic finger upwards. The dragon rose up from the ground and exclaimed that Lucas had said that he would not hit, and promised that he would not do it, to which he asked him to be quiet, otherwise he would definitely cripple him. Suddenly, limbs began to crawl out of the sea serpent's neck. At the same second, the eyes on its body began to increase in number. Looking at the threads, the protagonist thought about the traces of cuts and seams left here and there, and did not understand how many living creatures they had united. The second head of the monster dropped down. A moment later, the dragon crashed to the ground with a roar. Squeezing his eyes shut, the monster began to grin. Suddenly, a powerful magical blow flew at him from behind. Opening his jaws wide, the dragon said that the strongest master of humanity said that he would not hit. It seemed as if the body of the sea beast was enveloped in clouds of dust. Standing on the ground in front of the dragon, the protagonist thought that although Neptune had passed out, he was still in himself, and the consciousness of the two was not united. Putting his palm on the creature's body, the apostle felt that there were two hearts inside it, which meant that the master's heart was fine, but the divine power added by Ryiran was suppressing the master's essence. Magic flows began to form around his hand, and he decided that he would suck out all the remains of this divine power and introduce his mana. Suddenly, the Archmage waved his palm from top to bottom. At the same second, the head of the sea beast opened its mouth. A moment later, its eyes turned green. Opening its eyelids, the entity did not understand where it was at all. Lucas lowered the corners of his mouth in confusion. After that, the protagonist bowed his head down. The master asked who it was in front of her, to which he knelt down and said his name. The protagonist humbly placed his palms on his legs. From the Rocky Mountains, a dragon could be heard suggesting that many things had happened, and then asking him to tell it. The creature's head hung over the strongest master of humanity. Opening its jaws, the monster noted that there were indeed many things that were hard to believe. The sea serpent added that it had suffered greatly because of its foolish master, to which the latter closed his eyes and declared that the interlocutor was exaggerating. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, and it said that unfortunately it did not have much time left, and it had something that it must tell him. The apostle looked up in confusion, while the dragon explained that the one who could be the Dragon Lord, if he actually turned out to be one, then he could not be trusted. The Archmage asked the master again, the corners of his mouth lowered in fear. The silhouette of the sea beast's face was illuminated in green. The yellow and blue auras began to intertwine, signifying the Lord of the Demigods and the Lord of the Dragons respectively. The white being and the traveling companion appeared to be standing with their backs to each other, and the dragon declared that the two were literally brothers. Standing on the cliff, the heroes announced that they had come to the island of the great shaman Riska. Looking at the foggy space, the man said that the island was Riska. Ivan frowned angrily, not understanding what was happening, since he couldn't see a thing because of the fog. Isabella lowered her hands and explained that if the great shaman's permission was given, a path would soon open up before them. Suddenly, a road appeared in front of the heroes. The lanterns emitted a bright light, and someone noticed that the fog had cleared. There were decorations on the houses, and someone was heard talking about a specific energy here, wondering if this was the so-called spell. Having lined up, everyone decided to go forward. The road led the heroes to a high staircase. Ivan, slightly tilting his head forward, asked if it was necessary to climb up the mountain to the very top, after which he said that he was a little lazy, and the girl noticed that there was someone there. The great shaman and her servant came down to them. The girl's lips were plump and red. Jose clenched his fist and asked the guests to observe manners when they were in front of the great shaman. The eyes of the great warrior lit up brightly. Looking at the eastern warrior, the fighter mentally said that in such a place there was such a strong warrior. The lady greeted our ISCH's guests with her jaw dropped. Looking up, Isabella realized that this was the great shaman, who possessed amazing nobility. Diaro closed his lips in bewilderment, when suddenly he was noticed. Folding his hands in front of her, the lady explained that this was a creature from Foresight, which is connected with the end of this world. Putting his head on the ground, the dragon began to breathe heavily. Opening his eyelids, the sea beast said that while he was fighting the demigods, he could not get questions out of his head, and then suggested that dragons were not as correct a race as he had previously thought. Lucas placed his palms on his legs. The wind flew between the rocks, while the monster admitted that he no longer knew with what intention Iris created Diaro, but he was sure of one thing. Narrowing his eyes, the sea serpent declared that now the Lord wanted to get his hands on him. The protagonist looked straight ahead, and his master said that he had become so strong that he could no longer be considered doomed to death. Raising his head, the dragon said that this was both joyful and equally worrying. The strongest master of humanity lowered the corners of his lips, and his mentor said that if he stumbled even a little, he could become the second lord. Closing his eyes, the protagonist promised him that he would be careful. Disappearing in the rays of teleportation, the sea beast noted that time was over, after which he thanked the boy. Streams of magic surrounded the monster's face, and he explained that thanks to the apostle, the second death he encountered was not so bad. A tear flowed from the Archmage's eye, and he said that he hoped his master would sleep peacefully. Pieces of magic pollen flew through the air, and words were heard that by becoming rain, wind, mountain and sea, the mentor would always be with the young man. Destroyed buildings could be seen in the night. Water was trickling down the steps. The man was twirling a knife in his hands when he was suddenly addressed and informed that the foggy path had opened. Genta was sitting on a concrete block and noted that this meant that the great shaman's permission had been given. Bending his arm at the elbow, the apostle inquired who it was this time, to which the subordinate replied that he suspected that these were reinforcements for those who had come earlier. Jacket, who was the master of the Russian circle, closed his lips. In the shadows, the silhouette of his deputy, named Hart, was visible. A magic seal appeared behind the backs of the 7 knights and 1 magician. A white scarf was tied around the head of the spellcaster from Hicham. A magical glow surrounded the blade of the hired killer, and his servant said that with such reinforcements, the annoying idiots from the circles had apparently arrived again, after which he inquired about what they should do. Suddenly the man thrust his weapon forward. His pupils had noticeably shrunk, and he declared that they needed to be crushed before they merged. Diaro stood on the balcony. Bright stars were visible in the sky, and the man with the dragon's heart could be heard being asked if he liked the room. At that moment, the boy turned his head towards the woman. Lowering her jaw, the lady asked if she could sit down for a while. A moment later, both heroes sat down on the carpets. The wanderer lowered the corners of his lips when the great shaman told him that God had sent her a revelation that morning. Opening her mouth, the lady explained that it said that her interlocutor was deeply connected with the end of this world. Placing his palms on his legs, the young man asked what God was doing that she had come, to which she replied that the revelation had been fragmentary. The girl said that it was about the one who would prevent the destruction of the world and stand on top, about the last battle and about the replacement, to which Diaro's pupils bulged in fear. A drop of blood fell down. A mirrored silhouette of a man with a dragon's heart appeared. His image began to blur. Suddenly it seemed like the girl was bringing a finger to her mouth. Winking with one eye, Iris asked him to be quieter. The guy opened his mouth in bewilderment. The great shaman looked straight ahead and noticed that her interlocutor apparently guessed something. Getting up from the floor, the lady said that she did not intend to interrogate him, after which she added that her role was over. Slightly raising the corners of her eyebrows, the lady remembered that the young man told her that he would go to hide him, after which she added that she would notify. Suddenly her pupils noticeably dilated. The woman spread her arms out to the sides and wondered why her barrier had broken so easily, and who had done it. The lady cried out in pain, closing her eyes. At that very moment, Diaro caught her in his arms. The great shaman turned her gaze to the man with the dragon's heart and thanked him. It seemed as if a huge creature towered over the people, and they shouted that it was a sea serpent, and that its appearance meant that the great shaman's barrier had been broken. Looking out the window, the lady exclaimed that it was a sea beast that had been wandering around all these territories, and then was surprised that it was he who had broken her barrier, although that was impossible. The guy dropped his jaw and said that there was someone up there. Lucas was standing on the monster's head. The protagonist frowned angrily. The lady opened her mouth wide and wondered if it was Mr. Downs. The strongest master of humanity walked down the street, putting his hand in his pocket. Eastern warriors surrounded him and asked who he was. Approaching from behind, Ivan called out to his comrade and asked if he had just arrived, when suddenly the warrior was surprised that it was his companion. It seemed as if someone was taking quick steps forward. The great priestess approached the protagonist, and her subordinate did not understand why she was barefoot. After a pause, the girl lowered her jaw and asked if he knew Mr. Downs. The guards began to approach the stranger and asked the lady what they were talking about. Putting his fingers to his chin, the great warrior did not understand what was happening, and Isabella explained that they were talking about the creator god, whom Haydam worshipped. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter was surprised that Lucas was the creator god, although this was impossible, and everyone should be quieter. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he thought the lady had confused him with someone else, and then gave his name. The lady's eyes widened as she thought about the fact that she was facing someone who was not affected by divine providence, and someone who was able to enter our YSHCH without even receiving providence. Bowing her body before the apostle, the great priestess asked him to forgive her, because she had probably made a mistake, and she thought about how this man was like a thick fog through which nothing could be seen. The Archmage lowered the corners of his lips, and his interlocutor realized that she felt a power emanating from him that could only be called divine energy. Shuhei suggested that Lucas had finished with everything, to which he turned his head back and replied that it turned out that the master was still the same master. Closing his eyes, the golem Anastasia laughed and noted that this was pleasing. Standing directly in front of the woman, the strongest master of humanity said that she was a great shaman, and then added that he would also like to visit Haydam, like these people. The lady's eyes noticeably increased in size. The endless sea horizon was visible, and the lady said that she would inform Haydam and make sure that they could go there tomorrow morning. The protagonist closed his lips in confusion when the great priestess clarified that he would have to stay here. Slightly lowering her eyebrows, the woman explained that there was one place he needed to go with her. 3 days later, a small ship appeared at the port of Luda in Haydam. Eastern structures appeared, and someone was heard saying that foreigners could only use one port. Scratching his head, the navigator said that this was the last place he could take them to which Ivan replied that they were greatly in his debt. The great warrior, with his hands on his hips, did not understand why the woman did not let only the Archmage in, to which Isabella explained that the great shaman had said that there was a place they should definitely go to together. The man, dropping his jaw, asked if the lady was really going to give the delicacies to him alone, since the great shaman's gaze was not so simple, to which the girl remained silent. The arrivals suddenly stopped in place when they were greeted in Haydam. Putting his fist to his palm, Basra said that in front of them was the warrior of Latahi, and then gave his name. Standing in front of the stranger, Ivan asked what a warrior was, to which he replied that it was the same position as a knight, only in the east. Smiling, the warrior said that they had received a notice from the great shaman, after which he added that he would personally accompany them from here. Isabella thanked him, when suddenly he closed his eyes and suggested that they go straight away. National decorations hung between the roofs of the houses, and Basra said that as they knew, Hatum was working hard to isolate the entire country, because of which the roads inside could not be freely used. Walking in front of the team of new arrivals, the warrior noted that due to this, they should move on foot, and then asked if they did not mind, to which the girl replied that there was no need to worry about it. Turning his head to the side, Shuhei thought about how this was a specific village, like a country that had been creating a unique culture for 4,000 years. Turning back, the Eastern Knights said that they should first greet the king, and they would arrive before the sun set. Standing behind the others, the great warrior thought about the warrior. Angrily frowning, the man realized that he was like that guy from our YSCH named Jose, and yet there were many high-level warriors in the eastern part. The copied personality of the sage closed his lips. After some time, the heroes entered the forest. Closing her eyes, Isabella noted that this was an incredibly deep forest, to which Basra replied that it was called the Forest of Darkness. The sun's rays were shining through the lush foliage of the trees, and the warrior explained that if a stranger got lost even once, he would never be able to get out again, and then added that this was also one of the main reasons why Hatum was able to maintain her isolation for a long time. Lowering his chin, Ivan did not understand why he was so tired, although he had slept enough. A drop of sweat was running down the girl's face, and she thought about how she was getting tired too quickly, although she had been walking for only a few hours. Suddenly, the lady began to fall down. At the same second, Shuhei grinned. Golem Anastasia asked how about stopping joking already, to which Basra turned his head back and asked him again. With his hands behind his back, the copied personality of the sage asked if the warrior had said that they would get there before sunset, when Isabella suddenly asked what his companion was talking about, since the sun was still at its zenith. His partner said that 2 days had passed since they entered this forest, to which the others opened their mouths in bewilderment, and were surprised by what they heard. Spreading his fingers on his hand, the Eastern Knight said that he did not understand what was being said, and then added that they could continue walking after a short rest if they were tired. At the same second, Shuhei pounced on the stranger. Clenching his fist tightly, the golem Anastasia prepared to attack. A moment later, the copied personality of the sage hit the enemy in the head. The hero's eyes noticeably shrank from fear. It seemed as if their partner's hand stopped at the trunk of a tree. Raising his legs from the ground, Shuhei was surprised that there was a log in front of him. Golem Anastasia closed his lips when he heard himself called a clever girl. Basra raised his fist to his palm and admitted that he could not believe that he had recognized the illusion that did not allow one to feel the flow of time, and then asked how he had managed to find out. Grinning, the copied personality of the sage explained that his illusions did not make any sense to him, because inside his body there was an absolutely accurate clock. A small piece of paper fell to the ground, and the warrior chuckled at them. A funnel swirled high in the air, and the Eastern Knight said that although he could not lead them deep into the forest, it did not matter. The heroes began to turn around and shout that they did not see anything, and the fighter declared that they would all die here. Leaves rose from the ground in a stream of air, while the wanderer wondered if this was his illusion, and then exclaimed that due to the inability to sense the flow of time, he could not find the guy. A magical glow appeared from Diaro's eyes, and he ordered the enemy to freeze. At the same moment, Basra pounced on Ivan from behind. With his mouth wide open, the warrior did not understand why his body did not obey. Gritting his teeth, the great warrior noted that the dragon's tongue was beautiful. A moment later, the fighter dealt a powerful blow to his opponent. Saliva flowed from the mouth of the Eastern Knight. Jumping on him from behind, Shuhei asked him not to worry, because they would not kill him. Grinning, the golem Anastasia said that they needed to learn a lot from him. Suddenly, a bright trace of the blow rushed through the air. The copied personality of the sage flew back and cried out indignantly. After that, it seemed like the main character's partner landed on his feet. Isabella sighed heavily, her mouth wide open. The metal object in her opponent's neck was shining brightly, and someone noticed that it was a poison needle. A moment later, Basra fell to his knees, and the wanderer said that he was dead. Suddenly, Ivan took out a small needle. A scar remained in the warrior's neck. Shuhei, raising his eyebrows, explained that it was a potent poison, and judging by the fact that it felt like divine power, it could also be Ananta's poison. The battle mage, standing next to the Eastern Knight, asked if he wanted to say that this was the work of a guy named Genta, after which he added that this was his follower, and he had no shame or conscience. Tree trunks were visible, and it was heard that some kind of barrier was placed throughout the forest, and this was a spell, and it was very unusual, and therefore even he would have spent a lot of time removing it. Opening his mouth, feudal Lord Renea asked Diaro if it would be possible to do this with his dragon language, to which he replied that the spell was directly connected to the forest, and if it was removed by force, the entire forest could be destroyed. Turning his gaze to the side, the great warrior noted that the fox was not guilty of anything. Then the boys turned around abruptly. Golem Anastasia, raising his eyebrows, said that there was someone here, and Ivan said that this was wonderful, and suggested that this time they should definitely catch them alive. Suddenly, Jacket and his team appeared. The battle mage lowered his eyebrows, and at that very moment, the copied personality of the sage asked if he knew them. It was visible how Hart sighed heavily, and feudal Lord Renya said that he saw the man on the left once, and added that he was the deputy master of the Circle Rushid, and his name was Hart. Shuhei bit his lips and thought that they were the members of the circle who had come to hide him before them. The wounded man closed one eye. The great warrior extended his hand and said that he should not worry because they were Lucas's comrades, after which the master of the Circle Rushid asked why they were here. The boy grabbed the gentleman and asked if he was the master of the Circle Rushid, to which he received a positive answer. Looking down, Jacket said that they had become prey in a hunt in such a place, and therefore he was very ashamed. The young man quickly looked to the side. A dense forest appeared, and it was heard that this country was dangerous. At the same time, the protagonist kept his hands in his pockets. Following the great shaman, the protagonist muttered that there was such an underground space under the island. A small structure was visible, and the apostle believed that this was the temple that the great shaman spoke of. The priestess, raising her eyebrows, explained that this was sacred land, entry to which was allowed only to the great shaman. Opening his mouth, the Archmage asked if it was possible to bring a person from outside to such a place. The girl's hair appeared. Unusual decorations hung above the entrance to the building. The lady said that if he really had the right to do so, he would be able to meet with Mr. Downs. Suddenly, the strongest master of humanity entered the room. The candles emitted a warm light. The guy raised his head in surprise. In front of him was a huge statue in the form of a man. Looking at the sculpture, Lucas asked if she said that it was Downs. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist noticed that he was just like the Lord. Then there was a bright flash. The protagonist found himself in a bright space. It was possible to see how the apostle hovered in the air. The white creature, smiling, greeted the Archmage. The guy sharply clenched his fists. Downs's face appeared, and he said his name and explained that he was the creator god of this world. The young man lowered his eyebrows in confusion, thinking that although they looked alike, this was not a lord. Lucas was standing in front of the god. Sweat was running down his cheek. Looking at the protagonist, the creator of the world said that it seemed to him that he did not believe, to which he replied that he was an atheist. Passing by the protagonist, Downs said that the god did not interfere in the affairs of the world he created himself. Turning his gaze back, the white creature added that he only supported him. Opening his mouth, the guy clarified that even if the world was destroyed, after which he received the answer that the world was not destroyed, but only mortals were destroyed. The body of the god appeared, and he said that just as he created them, the demigods were his creations. Frowning, the young man said that then he would have continued to watch indifferently, and also asked why he had called him. The apostle's pupils narrowed, hearing that it was because his abilities had gone beyond human. Moving in an unusual space, the creator of the world said that he wanted to watch the resistance of mortals a little longer. Closing his eyes, the Archmage muttered that he really wanted to hit him. Downs' head was visible, and at that moment he asked that didn't he want to know who the real lord of the demigods was. Then Lucas' pupils quickly dilated. After introducing several planets, the white entity explained that it had created 3 worlds, namely the ordinary world where they were located, and the lands of the devils. The sun's rays broke through the clouds, and the god added that it had created the lands of angels, calling them the heavenly world. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if this was the place where good and correct souls go after death, to which he received the answer that heaven was only an idealistic hope created by mortals. Looking ahead, the creator of the world noted that if everything went according to plan, then perhaps this place would become similar to heaven. Downs added that in the heavenly world there were also beings similar to the 6 lords from the devil world, and it was planned that they would be there, and at that very moment, the protagonist, raising his eyebrows, wondered if he was now listening to the truth about this world from the creator god himself. The white being, standing in front of the boy, explained that the heavenly world had been destroyed, and the souls in it had been swallowed up by the whirlpool of aspirations. A bright glow appeared, and it was said that a long time had passed, and the souls of the heavenly world that had fallen out and left the whirlpool of aspirations could not return to the heavenly world, lost all their memories, and then fell into the ordinary world. The boy opened his jaw in surprise. Frowning, the creator of the world exclaimed that these were demigods. Deserted mountains were visible, and the god said that the Lord was supposed to be the leader of the heavenly world, and loved him more than anyone else, and gave him a special name. Downs presented the body of the Lord. The strongest in the whole world raised his head, after which the white being said that the closest to God, the head of the angels, Michael, was the Lord. Michael moved his legs, and then the god said that this was a story about something that happened much earlier, tens of thousands of years ago, and after a long time, the Lord developed an ego, which is why he began to clash with the dragon lord who controlled the ordinary world. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. The apostle's eyes widened in shock. Stretching out his palm, the Archmage noted that it was difficult for him to keep track of the information, because there was too much of it, to which the creator of the world replied that there was nothing complicated about it, because everything that he already knew happened after that. Downs added that a war between dragons and demigods began, as a result of which the demigods won, and at that moment, Lucas, opening his mouth, asked what a manager was. A bird was seen sitting on a branch, and the white entity explained that a manager is someone who has the same fate as the world he owns, and the dragon lord, although he lost, still has a connection with the fate of the ordinary world, but the Lord wants to break this bridle and become the manager of the ordinary world on his own. Looking forward, the protagonist said that he did not understand, and added that it must only cause headaches, and then clarified why the Lord was so obsessed. Smiling, the god said that perhaps he had another goal. Contentedly closing his eyes, the creator of the world said that, for example, retribution for abandoning him. Grinning, the protagonist laughed at the revenge on the god who abandoned Downs. Crossing his arms, the boy asked if he was saying that the goal of conquering the world was to resist his father. The white creature asked if he liked riddles, to which the young man, blushing, asked him again. The apostle lowered his eyebrows and heard that there was only one person who knew everything he had just said and had already mentioned him. Opening his mouth, the Archmage asked who it was, after which the god replied that he would give him another hint. Looking ahead, the creator of the world exclaimed that this was the most arrogant person in the world. Suddenly, Beelzebub Castle in the demon world appeared. The monster, sitting on the red carpet, addressed the Lord and reported that Jebel and Noctis had been defeated. It was visible how the monster sat on its throne. Red light illuminated the room, and it was heard that this was a battle in the demon world, but 2 high-ranking demons were sacrificed, and the opposing side received no damage. Slightly opening his mouth, the Prince of Hell said that it smelled disgusting. His henchman, raising his head, asked him again. The dark world appeared, and Beelzebub said that they had skipped the confinement territories located in the domain of Azura and were moving towards the lands of Black Dreams of Rilis, which were easier to conquer, and such a strategy could not be developed without knowing all the details of the geography of the demon world. The undead, looking at his assistant, asked if the Lord's traces were still unclear, to which he received a positive answer. Then the monster leaned back. Clenching his jaw, the monster said that he was a traitor among the highest-ranking demons. The Prince of Hell asked Helfer to check the demons that had been hiding for the past several decades, after which he, placing his palm on the floor, obeyed the request. Beelzebub's mouth opened in surprise, hearing that there was no need for this. Lucifer, closing his eyes, said that someone fell under his suspicions. Turning his head, the demon asked Halifer if he had been doing well. The monster's head appeared and he asked if he suspected anyone. The boy frowned and replied that one of his subordinates had been hiding for a surprisingly long time, and at that very moment the undead asked who it was. The red devil grinned menacingly, and the boy said that it was Kaltud. The Prince of Hell, raising his paw, remembered that red devil. Climbing the stairs, Lucifer said that he had disappeared several decades ago, and the moment was just right, although he assumed that he had escaped to the world of people. Slightly opening his jaw, Beelzebub listened to the demon not even think that he would serve the demigods, and also muttered that he spoke as if he had not only guesses, but also confidence. Sitting on the throne, the boy asked if the monster knew about Satan, after which he objected that he was crossing the line by sitting on the jade throne. The monster bared his teeth and asked if he was talking about the Demon King, then explained that he was not interested in the past. Smiling, the boy said that he thought he did not know about his last moments. Turning his head, the Prince of Hell asked what he wanted to say. Suddenly, a purple aura surrounded Lucifer's body, and he remarked that he thought he needed to look for traces of Kaltud, and at that moment, Beelzebub asked why he was not finishing the sentence. The demon abruptly kicked his foot. Descending the stairs, the boy addressed the monster. Raising the corners of his lips, the boy said that something was going to happen, and it was obvious. Sitting on the throne, the monster could not understand what was wrong with this idiot. The head of the undead appeared. Suddenly, Lucas opened his mouth in surprise. Hovering in midair, the protagonist asked if he wanted to say that Lucifer had absorbed the ruler of the demon world, and if that meant that the one he had mentioned was Lucifer, to which Downs replied that he had been talking about a riddle. Then the white creature snapped its fingers. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him, and at the same time, God explained that he had given him all the pieces of the puzzle. A bright flash appeared, and the creator of the world added that it was his task to connect them. Opening his mouth wide, the guy asked to wait, exclaiming that the conversation was not over yet. Suddenly, the young man found himself inside the room. Turning around, the apostle said that he had disappeared as soon as he had said everything he wanted. The great shaman was seen standing near a small structure. The girl looked ahead in surprise. A moment later, the Archmage opened the door, and the priestess asked what had happened. The strongest master of humanity widened his eyes in bewilderment, hearing that he had left immediately after entering. With his hands in his pockets, Lucas muttered that it was the same situation as in the world of reason, and apparently the flow of time there was different from here. Sighing heavily, the lady believed that Downs did not react in any way. Looking at the protagonist, the lady said that she hoped that it might be him, but apparently she was mistaken, to which he replied that he should not be too disappointed. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist asked if she would send him to hide him now. Opening her mouth, the great shaman asked a counter-question, if she could ask the reason why he was going there. The girl's pupils dilated sharply, and the guy said that there was an apostle in that country. Moving his legs, the young man added that his name was Genta, and he was a man who was called the King Mercenary, after which he asked if she knew him. Raising the corners of her lips, the priestess replied that they were the exiled royal family. The apostle turned his head to the lady, and she said that he was a very ambitious child, and did not choose the means and methods for his goal, and he was also a child who would not hesitate to cut down even a relative. Looking up, the Archmage said that he thought that he needed to meet the king first. The lady, standing next to the strongest master of humanity, noted that if Genta was involved in this, she could not help but help, and personally escorted him to the castle. The feet of the great shaman appeared. Suddenly, a purple aura surrounded her body. The girl stretched out her palm forward. Then a magic portal appeared in front of the guys. Smiling, Lucas said that it was an interesting spell, and then asked what it was called. Standing in front of the magic passage, the priestess explained that it was the gate of a god, and the protagonist exclaimed that it was a great name. The lady's hair was visible, and she said that the current King Muljid was a rather strict person. Closing her eyes, the lady said that if the protagonist behaved as rudely as he did when talking to her, his head would fly off his shoulders, and then he noted that if he was polite, then of course he would be too. Suddenly, the great shaman turned to the guy. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl said that even someone like him would choose his expressions in front of the king of an entire country. Crossing her palms, the priestess suggested that they go. Suddenly, a splash of purple aura was heard. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man muttered that this was definitely different from teleportation, and felt more like moving at a very high speed than moving in space. A small rift appeared, and at that moment the apostle added that it seemed to him that the spells of the East were even deeper knowledge. Opening her mouth, the lady said that they had arrived. A huge structure was visible in the distance, and the Archmage asked if this was Hitum Castle. Turning her head, the lady asked him to wait here for a while, and also explained that he would come to an audience after receiving permission. Then the great shaman walked towards the arch. The strongest master of humanity thoughtfully bit his lips. Suddenly, the protagonist's body disappeared in the rays of teleportation. Suddenly, it seemed like King Hitum was sitting on the couch. A moment later, Lucas found himself inside the building. Looking to the side, the protagonist heard a question about who he was and how he appeared here. The warrior frowned, calling him a burr and asking where he thought he was. A second later, the boy raised his hand. Suddenly, all the swordsmen fell to the ground. The fighters, lying on the floor, exclaimed that the ruler should quickly get out of here. Maljid opened his jaw in bewilderment. Lowering his eyebrows, the man asked if he was a demigod. The expression on the young man's face was serious. Holding a small bag, the apostle explained that he had come to take his life, to which the master asked why. The Archmage replied that he knew the reason better than anyone, causing sweat to run down King Hitum's cheek. Then the ruler stepped over the table. Falling to the floor, Maljid began to beg for mercy. Squinting, the strongest master of humanity thought that the king was begging the demigod to spare his life in front of his subjects, and therefore he was sure that this idiot was completely subordinate to the demigods. It was clear that the warriors continued to lie there. Suddenly the protagonist's pupils turned white. Leaning down, the gentleman exclaimed that if he died now, this country would come to an end. Opening his mouth wide, the man said that right now in this place, brothers were fighting each other for royal power. Lucas, standing next to him, listened attentively that he did not regret his life, but if he died, his younger brother, Genta, would receive royal power, and this kid was not at all interested in the well-being of the people, and he would turn all citizens into slaves because of his ambition. Lowering his hand, the protagonist clarified whether he wanted to say that he did not. Opening his jaw, King Hitum asked him if he really said that he did not know his feelings when he lowered his head in front of him. Suddenly, human silhouettes appeared on the ceiling. Then a bright trace appeared. The guy quickly created a protective shell above himself. A small needle bounced off the shield. The ruler looked at her, stunned. A second later, the sharp object fell to the floor, and the young man wondered if it was a poisonous needle. With his hand in his pocket, the apostle realized that they were not aiming at him, but at Maljid. Warriors with sharp knives appeared. With his palms spread out in different directions, the gentleman shouted that they were hired killers, and also added that Genta's minions had reached the inside of the royal castle. Suddenly, the Archmage's pupils lit up blue. Suddenly, a strong aura appeared under him. Then many lightning bolts struck the enemies, causing them to scream sharply. The eyes of one of the hired killers quickly turned white. Sitting on the floor, the man said that this was the power of a demigod, because he did not even lift a finger. Grabbing one of the opponents by the hair, the strongest master of humanity noted that they were just in time, after which he clarified where Genta was. Frowning, Lucas explained that it would be better to say it nicely. The warrior's tortured face was visible, and the protagonist realized that he had lost consciousness. Suddenly, a purple light appeared behind the protagonist. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy heard that she thought he had at least a drop of common sense. Crossing his palms, the great shaman asked what he was doing now. Opening his mouth wide, Maljid recognized her and asked what she was doing with the demigod. Keeping his hand in his pocket, the young man answered that these idiots were going to kill Maljid, namely the followers of Gent. Looking at the girl, the apostle asked if she knew where he was. Raising her eyebrows, the priestess asked in return what he was going to do if he knew. Looking down, the Archmage said, "Of course, kill." Closing her eyes, the lady noted that he really made people speechless. King Hitum frowned in confusion, and at the same time, Liji said that some time ago he wanted to kill the king, and now he decided to finish off Genta, after which she clarified whether she was crazy about killing. Turning his head, the strongest master of humanity said that he only wanted to use Maljid to check the reason for their submission to the demigods, and if this reason was greed, he would kill him. Through sweat on his face, the ruler asked if he was a demigod. Lucas thoughtfully bit his lips. Then the master opened his jaw in confusion. Standing in front of the great shaman, the protagonist explained that anyone could say that he submitted to the demigods for the sake of the people of the country, having no other choice, and he only made them consider him a demigod in order to check if it was true. The man was seen sitting on the floor, And at that moment the protagonist said that as the great shaman said, this guy is not an outstanding king, but he believes he is not an evil ruler either. Opening her mouth, the priestess said that Genta is in Farini. Raising his eyebrows in shock, Maljit asked again about Farini. Turning her gaze to the side, the lady answered that this is true, and added that his younger brother is now in the city of Karuki. Looking at King Hitum, the lady said that the one who was cultivating Genta's powers and planning to pull him from the royal throne was Karuka. Maljit bowed his head, not believing that Karuka conspired with Genta just for some power. The protagonist and the priestess looked at the man. The events take us to hell. The Lord stood by the cliff, his hands behind his back. Looking into the distance, he said that this land was very bad. He asked Iris, who was standing behind him, for her opinion. The girl did not answer, looking at the demigod. She closed her eyes and smiled, asking why he called her. When the girl approached, the Lord said that even a demigod could not move between the demon world and the mainland. Turning his head, the demigod said that only he and she could do such a thing. Iris's eyes widened. She was horrified when the demigod bowed his head, saying her name. When he turned his head, he said that when the tail is too long, it is impossible to walk without stepping on it, even if you really wanted to. The witch's eyes widened. The events take us to the port of Farini. A young man suddenly appeared in the middle of the port. People stared at him, asking who this young man was. Walking through the streets, Lucas thought that he could feel the divine power of Ananta here. A particularly damp energy suppressed even the wind. The boy looked at the dark alley. He entered it. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped. He stood in the pitch darkness of the alley. Looking at the end of the alley, the boy said that he did not think that he would come to him personally. A moment later, a figure of a man appeared. Genta, smiling, said that he should tell him this. A huge crowd of killers surrounded Lucas. All these killers were assassins. They were sitting, waiting for the moment. Genta, who stood at the head of the killers, said that he himself came to them. Thanks to this, they had fewer worries. The crowd of killers rushed towards the boy. Lightning struck the alley. The roar frightened all the people on the main street. Looking at the rising smoke, they did not understand how thunder struck in the middle of a clear sky. Genta frowned and gaped. The corpses of his people lay on the ground. Looking around in horror, he said that it was impossible. The protagonist shifted his gaze. The king of assassins clenched his teeth in anger. He instantly appeared above the enemy. The bomb hit the young man in the face. Genta, taking advantage of this, flew over the guy. The assassin landed behind the enemy. He immediately released mana from his body. Finding himself near Lucas, he said that he was too arrogant. Suddenly, lightning struck the assassin's head. His body began to fall. A second later, the corpse fell to the ground. The protagonist looked back and said that because of this, Ananta had fallen into hibernation. The Lord could not help but foresee this situation. Looking at the corpses in front of him, he asked if the Lord was focused on fighting in the demon world and could not think about what was happening here. Lucifer suddenly appeared, frightening the Archmage. He turned around abruptly. The guy opened his mouth in shock. He was completely unable to sense the presence of the demon. Smiling, the demon introduced himself as Lucifer. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He asked why the master of the fallen lands was now on the continent. Most likely, the monster world was now very busy fighting with the Lord. The demon in front of him laughed, saying that he was well informed, but he came here to make him an offer. Opening his lips, the young man asked what kind of offer it was. Smiling, the demon offered him to go to hell with him. Closing his eyes, Lucifer said that he would make him the strongest. The boy chuckled and said he didn't want that. Lucifer walked past the boy and said he knew he felt hostility towards super beings. Quite reasonable for someone like him who had observed the forms of demigods until now. They really had no dignity. Lucas looked back as the demon said that for an infinite amount of time they had been breaking down haphazardly, relying on their own abilities and going down the path of collapse. The protagonist turned around when Lucifer said he was different from the demigods, and that showed the path he had taken so far. The demon turned around when Lucas said he suddenly remembered his friend's advice. Smiling, he said that when the devil was trying to talk, you had to do the opposite at all costs. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Turning to the boy, he said that they considered him a comrade in arms who had a common enemy. Opening his lips, the protagonist said that for him, he and the Lord were the same if they were considered a threat. Closing his eyes, Lucifer said that he couldn't even use his power while on the mainland. He couldn't pose a threat to him. Opening his mouth, Lucas said that the demigods were able to avoid the gods' rules. There was no guarantee that he didn't have the same trick. The protagonist frowned. Lucifer smiled. Approaching the Archmage, the demon said that Iris had been captured by the Lord, and he had lost contact with her. The protagonist's eyes widened. Smiling, Lucifer said that the Lord no longer needed to keep her alive. The demon's whole body trembled sharply. Passing by the guy, he said that he thought he needed time to think. He would leave today. Smiling again, the demon said that time was running out, and he'd better make a decision quickly. Lucas stood frozen in place, feeling horrified and devastated. The events bring us to the Lord. Nasdaq approached him, saying that Ananta had fallen into hibernation. The demigod's eyes gleamed as he said that it seemed that his apostle who was in Haidam Icarus had died, and that this fate had befallen him sooner than he thought. The Lord, without even turning around, said that it was a great pity. Nasdaq froze. He could not believe that their leader was reacting like that. The demigod in front addressed the demigod of death, saying that of the 5 representatives of their kind, the most precious to him, only he remained. Nasdaq, standing behind, was taken aback. Earlier their leader had said that all demigods were equal. Nasdaq bowed his head, saying that Ananta had only fallen into hibernation. Suddenly, an eye appeared on the Lord's face. When the eyes disappeared, he said that now was not the time to disturb his heart with meaningless suspicions. Nasdaq, embarrassed, tried to say that he meant something completely different. Turning around, the Lord ordered Nasdaq to go to Haidam Icarus and take the man with the dragon's heart. Opening his lips, the Lord said that he could not kill him, only capture him. Turning around, the demigod walked away. Thus, the head of the demigods was left alone. Looking at the wasteland in front of him, he said to someone that his plan was starting to lose its certainty. Grinning widely, he said that the end was already near. The events take us to the forest. The group of Ivan, Shuhei and Isabella, along with others, were moving through the forest. The girl, supporting the man, tried to help him. Diaro, who was walking behind, said that he would go away. Ivan was puzzled by his words. Opening his mouth, Diaro said that he had business. The warrior frowned, asking what other business in the forest, from which he did not know the exit. Shuhei turned around. The sage understood everything. He looked closely at the man's face. Shuhei closed his eyes and told Ivan to follow him, and he would catch up with them. Jack had coughed on Ivan's shoulder. Looking back, the warrior asked him if he was sure he would be able to catch up with them. After receiving confirmation, the squad headed forward. Lucifer came out from behind a tree and said that he had good friends. Smiling, he said that even though they were simple people, they were not able to even notice his presence. Frowning, Diaro said that the golem girl knew about everything and simply avoided the meeting. But what business did he come to him for? The demon laughed and asked if his memory had returned. Diaro answered by saying that everything was too vague. Opening his lips, he said that he remembered something that he could not be trusted. Smiling, Lucifer asked for the reason for continuing to follow Iris. The man in front of him said that it was because she was the one who created him. The demon laughed, asking if he was always this naive or if he had become a child with the memory loss. Parting his lips, Diaro asked what that meant. Baring his teeth and releasing his mana, Lucifer said that he should not trust that woman, but him. His mana roared out of his body. He grabbed the man's shoulder harshly. Diaro's eyes widened in shock. He screamed in pain as Lucifer poured his mana into him. Grinning widely, he said that he should remember the true meaning of his name. Diaro's eyes glowed brightly as he screamed in agony. A weak stream of dark mana passed through his body. The man's eyes flew open. Lucifer dissipated his mana. The man bowed his head and said that he was not a dragon lord. The demon closed his eyes and said that he never was. He lifted his eyelids and told Diaro that he was not something so mediocre. The tree was pierced in many places. Rilis dropped to one knee. Looking at the demigods in front of her, she said that they were disgusting scum, who smugly came into someone else's house and made a mess in it. The demigods, smiling, said that she was weak for a lord. One of them remembered, said that the Queen of Dreams' specialty was not in combat. The old demigod, stepping forward, said that it was time for them to finish. The succubus gritted her teeth. Although she did not regret anything, she never thought that she would die at the hands of demigods. The crowd rushed straight at her. Suddenly, a huge portal appeared above her. The demigods looked up, not understanding what was happening here. Seeing a figure in the sky, they began to assume that it was one of the demigods. Rilis frowned and said that it was the one who came when she never imagined. The human's foot stepped onto the land of hell. The protagonist stood before the ruler of hell. Covering his mouth and nose, he said that hell smelled rotten. Pointing at the demigod, he began to count them. Counting to 4, the young man said that there were too many, and it was the first time he had seen so many demigods gathered together. The demigod's eyes turned red when he asked who he was, if he was their kin since he had godly power. The protagonist, putting his hands in his pockets, said that it was partly true. Smiling and releasing mana, he said that if they got rid of those present here, it would be much easier in the future. The demigods perked up, realizing that the boy in front of them wanted to fight them. Opening his mouth, the old demigod told the young man to stop, while calling his name. The demigods began to exchange glances. The old man stepped forward and said that they had no intention of fighting him. Hemdal smiled and introduced himself, then said that the Lord had asked him to escort him if he came. One of the demigods turned around, asking if he was sure he needed to be escorted. Hemdal replied that he did. The demigods turned around and froze in shock, for Hemdal said that the leader had told them to respect this boy as one of their own. The youth chuckled, asking what kind of crazy nonsense that was. Raven screamed, asking what kind of heresy that was. Pointing at Lucas, he said that he should know how many lives this bastard had taken. They would feel no relief even if they killed him 100 times. Walking up to Cullis, Hamdal told him to calm down, for he was not someone they could defeat. Approaching the boy, the old man said that he also had a reason to agree, because he came looking for Iris. The protagonist frowned, saying that they were bastards who made him sick. Looking at Rillis behind him, he told Hamdal not to touch her. Cullis wanted to object, but Hamdal, smiling widely, said that they would do so. Then he turned around, telling Lucas to follow him. Rillis, looking at the boy's back, asked what he was doing. The protagonist, turning around, said that he did nothing wrong, because she was Charles's friend, and he could not allow a friend of an acquaintance to be beaten. The demonist's mouth fell open in shock. The boy, looking into the distance, said that he had a request. Turning his head, he said that if she met Azura, she needed to know something. He shouldn't trust Lucifer. Then he followed Hamdal. The girl frowned, saying that the bastard had said everything he wanted and left. Looking at the tree, she asked why he was so cool. The protagonist stopped. The Lord turned his head. Turning to the boy, he said that he was expecting him. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that he didn't like hell at all because of its gloom and stuffy air, so he added a little bit of a continent feel here. The demigod snapped his fingers. A chair appeared in the air. Sitting on one of the chairs, he offered the protagonist a seat. Lucas frowned. He saw how the demigod was showing off his ability to manipulate space, but out loud he asked where Iris was. Smiling, the Lord said not to hurry. Because he could become their kin before that, he still got his hands on the power of the beginning and therefore could no longer remain human. The protagonist, standing in front of him, froze. The demigods, standing to the side, were taken aback. Hamdal and the others frowned, listening to the Lord say that he felt very strange, this loneliness, a feeling as if he was left alone in the endless universe. Smiling, the demigod said that he would fill this loneliness. The protagonist, grinning, said that he had no words, because he came here literally right after hearing the most absurd thing in his life, and offered to become a demon. Frowning, he said that he had not thought that on the same day he would hear even more absurdity. The Lord closed his eyes, saying that he still resembled Ricky. Raising his head, the demigod said that he believed that he had met Lucifer, but he was dangerous. Lucas, with his hands in his pockets, asked if he was saying that to make him laugh. The Lord looked up and said that Lucifer was far more dangerous than him. Looking at the wastelands of hell, he said that Lucifer would soon destroy this place. The demon planned to abandon it and start dominating a new world. Lucas frowned, asking what new world. Wiping the smile off his face, the Lord said that he was talking about the continent. This world was bound on both sides. Lucifer was going to turn the continent into hell. His smirk was haunting everyone. The demigods gritted their teeth in anger when the boy said that after listening to him, he realized that all this was just nonsense. Smiling, he told the Lord that he was just afraid that he would take away his property. The demigod's eyes disappeared while the boy said that he said the same thing to Lucifer. In his opinion, both he and Lucifer, they were disgusting. The Lord parted his lips and said that he was less knowledgeable than he thought. Lucas, standing in front of the demigod, said that he himself had defeated the former Dragon Lord 5,000 years ago and taken power from him. Frowning, the boy said that he still hadn't been able to take the continent. Even now the continent was tied to the Dragon Lord. Stroking his chin, the Lord asked if he thought it would have been better if the dragon hadn't lost. He chuckled and said that was why he called him ignorant. Raising his hand, he asked Lucas if he even knew how humans lived long before the dragons ruled the continent 5,000 years ago. When the demigod's eyes disappeared, the boy said that even children knew that humans didn't even exist before that. The demigod interrupted him, saying that they did exist. The Lord crossed his legs and said that there were no records of this, since the history of slaves was not recorded. The boy's eyes widened. Mana flowed into the eyes of the demigod, then he said that humans were slaves of dragons. The protagonist screamed, saying that it was nonsense. Suddenly his eyes widened, struggling with the demigods. He could not get rid of the thought. He remembered how the teacher, lying in front of him, said that dragons may not be as kind and correct creatures as he thought. The boy froze with his mouth open. The Lord, sitting in front of him, said that those who freed humans from the status of slaves and gave them freedom, were they, the demigods. Opening his lips, the Lord said that now he was pointing a knife at the savior of people. The young man frowned. Closing his eyes and smiling, he said that he should not continue to talk such nonsense. Opening his eyes, he said that he met the Creator. The Lord's eyes widened as the boy said that he heard the God tell him about the three worlds. The normal world they called the continent, this place, the demon world, and the place he was born in, the heavenly world. The demigod frowned. The story of what had happened, from his birth to how he rose to his current position, and even how there was a meaningless battle going on for the position of ruler of the normal world. Releasing his mana, Lucas said that if he wanted to mix in lies, he had better use his head more carefully. The demigod's shoulders twitched, laughing at the fact that a human could meet the Creator. Standing up, he said that his time in the abyss had not been in vain. The boy's mouth dropped in shock as the demigod told him to take off his disguise, as the smell of illusionary magic was really annoying him. It is impossible to enter the demon world in a physical human body, so Lucas entered by separating only his mind, and now his soul stood in front of the Lord. The demigod chuckled and said that the mind-body shows the true appearance of the soul, but he used illusion magic on it again. The youth frowned deeply. Suddenly, the boy's appearance changed. Putting his hands behind his back, the Lord said that they had not seen him for a long time. The boy chuckled, saying that he knew everything. The head of the demigods, smiling, said that he was special, because people like him do not appear often, and Iris, he knew that this woman was planning something using him as an intermediary. The protagonist in his new appearance stared at the Lord intently. Moving his lips, he said that they with difficulty returned to the conversation about Iris. Turning around, the demigod said that the girl is now in the abyss. Standing by the tree, he said that the girl interacted too deeply with Lucifer, but hid too much. The guy frowned and asked if he really decided to use her as the last card against Lucifer. The Lord did not answer and just stood there. Lucas closed his eyes, saying that he would go in there. The Lord grinned widely. Spirits were always near Iris even in infancy. The girl played with them and had fun. These clots of energy were her friends, but none of the people saw them. When the girl was reading, one of her friends offered to go with him, because it was very fun there. As she grew older and older, the outlines of her friends became clearer. Iris raised her head, staring at her friends who asked her to pronounce their names, then she realized that they were demons. It was on this day that she saw the true appearance of her friends. People lit a fire. Having tied Iris in the square, they burned the witches one by one. The girl cried, seeing the torment of another woman. She screamed, asking her mother to save her. The woman looked at her daughter in horror. Opening her mouth, she said that the witches must die. The man, approaching Iris, said that the witches must die, only then can this village survive. The torch reached for the boards. The girl screamed, ordering her to go away. At that moment, a wave of mana threw the man away from her. People grabbed their ears. The fire went out. People began to look around, not understanding what just happened. The executioner of the village screamed, seeing something in front of him. Right above Iris stood a demon. His eyes lit up when he said that this girl belonged to him. Soon the entire village was destroyed. Skeletons were scattered everywhere. The little girl stood in the middle of the ruins. Soon she settled in a small house by the river. In her house there was a cauldron for brewing potions. The girl happily took care of flowers and seedlings. Iris shuddered when someone opened the door. She turned around, asking who he was, and he didn't answer, saying that he had finally found the Black Witch. Iris became wary, looking at him with fear. The young man parted his lips, saying that he had come after seeing the western forest, a cruel sight. Hundreds of trees had been torn out by their roots. Had she done that? The witch frowned. Suddenly, her eyes widened when the boy called her a good witch. Holding his staff, he said that the forest was already dead, most likely due to the actions of the lich who had been active in the area recently. But if action had not been taken faster, the entire forest would have rotted due to the curse. Imagining the torn-out trees, the mage told Iris that the forest had asked him to convey its gratitude to her. The witch gaped and froze. The mage, noticing this, also froze. He took off his hood, saying that there really are good witches. Suddenly, the girl began to cry. Lucas smiled and asked what the name of such a kind witch was. Iris was sad, remembering the past. While chained in the abyss, images appeared before her eyes that she did not want to see, but she could not do anything about it. She was overwhelmed with guilt and self-loathing. When she lowered her eyelids, someone asked her if this was the repentance she had chosen. Raising her head, the witch saw Lucas in front of her. When he approached, she said that she really only saw what she didn't want to. Tears rolled down Iris's face, and Lucas said that he remembered their first meeting. Smiling, he said that she had also cried with such an innocent face. The witch screamed sharply, asking if he was really Lucas, but how did he end up here? The Archmage standing in front of her said that he had met the Lord in the demon world and that he had sent him here. Raising his hand, he said that it was only a separated soul, since Frey's body would not be able to withstand the movement between dimensions. The girl, opening her mouth, asked how such a thing was even possible. Opening his lips, the young man said that he had an assistant. The witch was puzzled and thoughtful, while lightning flashed around her. The events return us to Shuhei's group. Ivan, frowning, said that no matter how long they walked, the exit did not appear. He glanced sharply to the side. From the formed portal came Lucas together with the great priestess. Isabella, looking at the protagonist, asked if he was okay. Shuhei, turning his gaze, said that it was not Lucas. The guy himself looked like a baby in an adult's body. Ivan, looking at the guy, said that he was so similar to Lucas that he could not even be called his son, and besides, he had no relatives. Shuhei closed his eyes and said that he could not even have descendants. Ivan immediately asked why he was so sure of this. The sage, opening his eyes, said that his friend was still a virgin. Isabella opened her mouth and screamed. Smiling, Shuhei said that this was something like the fate of the Archmage, If you reach the limit of the teachings of magic, then, one can say, castration of the mind occurs. Ivan, opening his mouth, told Shuhei that he was castrated physically. A fist struck the guy's face. The sage threw the warrior back with one blow. As he began to kick the air of Cassigen, he said that he had already told him that he would not tolerate this twice. Isabella, who was standing aside, said that she could not believe that they had wasted so much time on such empty chatter. Raising her head, she said that it seemed that Lucas was very interested in women. Remembering how the young man had picked up the teacher at the beginning, when the boy had just been reborn, she was sure that he went crazy as soon as he saw women. Shuhei, Ivan's soul, asked if it was a coincidence. When he had just entered a new body and the level of magic was still very low, then most likely he wanted it. The girl lowered her eyelids, saying that she had previously tried to understand why he had not been like this lately. The great priestess parted her lips, saying that the master had now gone to hell. Ivan frowned sharply, asking how he died. The sage, looking at him sadly, said that she meant something completely different. Looking at the boy's body, the priestess said that Lucas had disconnected his soul in order to go there, and she had temporarily placed a fake soul in this empty body. The sage, approaching his friend's body, said that there really were many unusual abilities in the Eastern world. Grabbing the boy by the jaw, the warrior asked if it was really just a shell now. He suddenly bared his teeth widely. Isabella screamed in anger when Ivan began to beat Lucas. The girl froze when Shuhei joined the warrior, saying that they would not be able to experience it if they did not try it now. Even the priestess began to kick the boy, saying that although they had not met him for long, she would also contribute. Isabella joined them with a smile on her face. The protagonist frowned sharply and clenched his teeth. Iris asked him in front of him what was wrong with him. He, trembling, said that he just had a sudden chill. The witch bowed her head and said that he should go back, because this place was not for him. The boy raised his head. He came even closer to Iris, asking if she really would not tell him anything, if she was afraid that if he knew everything, he would forgive her. The girl raised her head sharply. Lucas, frowning, said that she did not want his forgiveness, because she had come here to punish herself. Looking at her sad face, he said that if this was the repentance she had chosen, then he respected her choice, but she had made a mistake in the way. The girl's eyes widened. The boy, without moving, said that this would not atone for her sins. This place was not that human, and he said this as someone who had spent 4,000 years here. Frowning, he said that if she really wanted to take responsibility for her sins, then she needed to be with him. His pupils sparkled when Lucas said that he needed her. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She trembled and cried again. In her restraints, she said that it would not help her to repent. She smiled, saying that she wanted it very much. The protagonist frowned deeply. Suddenly, his body flew away. His eyes widened. He realized that it was the same feeling as then. The feeling that appeared when he and Freya first resonated. Looking again at Iris in front of him, he asked if it was really her. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if she had made it so that he could get out of the abyss. The boy's eyes twitched when the girl said that she knew that someone like him could stand. The boy, raising his hand, asked him to wait. Smiling happily, the witch said that she was happy to meet him. The events take us to the castle. Nazdak, holding out his hand to the king, demanded to know where the great shaman was. The demigod who killed everyone said that if he did not tell him everything, he would die. Maljid, gritting his teeth, said to kill him, for he was the king of this country and would no longer give in to some monsters. Nazdak stood with his hand outstretched. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind him. A priestess came out of it. The demigod turned around. The priestess, who was standing at the head of the group, demanded that the demigod remove his hands. Frowning, the demigod realized who was in front of him. Ivan, drawing his eyebrows together, asked if there was an apocalypse in front of him. It seemed that he had the same effect as Agnia. Shuhei, who was standing next to him, said that in front of them was a demigod who possessed the power of death. Opening his lips, he said that this guy's power was not in simple attacks. He takes away the very soul of those he touches. The warrior, looking at the enemy in front of him, said that he did not particularly want to be friends with such a person. Nazdak himself stepped towards the priestess, asking if she knew where the man with the dragon's heart was. Here they called him Diaro. The priestess moved her lips, saying that she was not obliged to answer. The demigod, narrowing his eyes, said that in that case, he should first make her obliged. Ivan clenched his fists. Releasing his mana, he said that the priestess had already told him that she did not like him. Shuhei, looking at the girl, said that she should step back. The demigod extended his hand. Streams of mana rushed towards the group. The priestess waved her hand. The resulting barrier blocked the demigod's attacks. Nazdak's eyes flashed. The girl began to chant, mana accumulating between her palms. The members of the group began to look around, while the priestess said that his power was being used for other purposes. The true human abilities that a living organism possesses, he exchanges its very existence for death. The stream of light made the demigod bend over. The girl put her hands in front of her, saying that it wouldn't work on her spell, based on the harmony of male and female principles. Ivan chuckled, saying that he didn't know what she was talking about, but she was incredible. Shohei frowned, mentally saying that using all the power of nature in the opposite direction was an accessible method that he had never even thought of. Isabella, who was standing behind him, said that they didn't have time to admire, they needed to finish him off before he stopped moving. Frowning, she said that their opponent was a demigod, and they should fight with the thought that he was either the same level as Agnia, or even higher. Ivan suddenly appeared in front of the enemy. Gritting his teeth, he said that he was no longer the same as before. A moment later, he delivered a powerful blow to the enemy. Nozdok's head fell back. He did not believe that this was the power of an ordinary person. Suddenly, the fire in his eye sockets flared up. Shohei, with all weapons open, appeared above him. He grinned and said the name of the attack. A powerful stream of fire enveloped Nozdok. A beam of fire pierced the palace. The Lord bowed his head. Suddenly, a barrier formed behind him. The protagonist flew out of it. Turning his head, the demigod said that he returned too quickly. The youth straightened up and stood in front of the Lord. Turning around, he asked where the others went, why he was alone. Smiling, the Lord said that they all returned. Looking at the Lord again, he asked if they went back to the human world during the war. Putting his hands behind his back, the demigod said that only his decision remained. Opening his lips, he offered to become his comrade. The boy, moving his lips, said that he already knew his answer. The demigod's eyes widened and he asked him if he really thought he could stand up to him and Lucifer alone. The boy narrowed his eyes, saying that he would be grateful if they fought and the one left would be all wounded. Closing his eyes, the Lord said that humans were simpletons after all. Imagining the battle, he said that his battle with Lucifer would not end with the simple death of one of the parties. The defeated would be absorbed by the winners, and eventually they would become one body. That is, the fact that he did not take any side meant that he would have to resist their unification. Lucas frowned. The demigod, shrouding himself in mana, said that he would not be able to win in the end. The guy, grinning, said that he was terribly grateful for the warning. Passing by the demigod, he said that he would take care of his own affairs. After that, he began to leave. The events take us to the tree where Rilis lives. The demoness was sitting on the ground. Seeing a man in front of her, she asked him who he was. Frowning, the guy asked where Azura was. Standing up, the succubus asked what kind of incredible divine power he had. The young man, not answering, asked if she really did not know Azura. The girl trembled and pursed her lips. This Lucas always talks about him. Imagining his castle, she said that this guy is most likely in Beelzebub's castle, because the Black Dream territories were broken. So he is probably taking countermeasures, not only Azura, but all the lords. Lucas, after thinking, asked if Lucifer was there. Rilis, crossing her arms under her chest, said that he was there. If he did not manage everything, these problem children would not be able to hold a meeting, she should go too. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He would like to meet Azura without Lucifer. Frowning, he asked to be taken to Beelzebub's castle. The events take us to the hell of burning blood. Numerous flies were flying in the air. Rilis, standing on a ledge, said that Beelzebub's castle was below. There was also flaming blood and demonic flies below, and if he jumped there in a human body, he would instantly turn into a piece of meat. Lucas did not listen to her anymore and jumped. The flies immediately rushed towards him. The Archmage created a zone of lightning around himself. Flying after him, Rilis said that she did not like all this at all. Soon the young man was able to break through a huge swarm of flies. He and Rilis landed calmly. The demons immediately stood in front of them, asking who he was. Opening their mouths, they recognized the mistress of hell, then asked her what was going on here. Raising her hand, the succubus said that this was the guest she had brought with her. He said that he wanted to meet Beelzebub. The demon standing in front of them said that this was not possible, for he was a demigod. One of the demons attacked. The protagonist cut the whip. The pieces of the fiery whip fell. Rilis, frowning, screamed, asking if he really came to fight. The guy, jumping up, said that they attacked him first. Lucas kicked the demon. The second one immediately attacked him from behind. He squeezed the guy between his palms. The demon's eyes widened and his face twisted. The protagonist, doing the splits, opened his palms. Then he kicked the demon. As he fell, he raised a pile of dust. Rilis, standing below, asked who he was, to deal with two high-ranking demons so easily. Beelzebub, suddenly appearing near the succubus, said that she brought a guest who would give them more headaches. A huge fly looked closely at the enemy. Looking at his subordinates, he realized that Lucas did not kill them intentionally, but only neutralized them. And if you look at it briefly, it is a divine power, but it is different. The protagonist, stepping onto the ground, said that he was glad that these billions of eyes were not just decoration. Opening his lips, he said that he now understood who was in front of him. Beelzebub, hovering in the air, asked what his goal was. The young man in response asked if he had gathered all the lords for a meeting. Was Lucifer there? The demon was in no hurry to answer. He carefully studied his possible enemy. The protagonist raised his head. While Beelzebub was flapping his wings, Lucas said that he already knew that he had some claims to Lucifer, the king of flies, the most perceptive of all the lords of hell. He did the right thing by believing in his reputation. Beelzebub, wary, asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. The protagonist's pupil sparkled as he said that he had a lot to tell them about the war that was starting now and about Lucifer. The king of flies glanced at the succubus and said that she had brought a guy who would really cause trouble. Looking at the guy in front of him, he said that the most mysterious person right now was neither the Lord nor Lucifer. Opening a mouth, Beelzebub said that it could be because these were the times. In fact, this mysterious factor added credibility. Looking at his palace, he said to follow him. Azura gaped at the sight of the Archmage. The four-eyed demon lord asked who it was. Beelzebub, entering the hall, said that a special guest had come to see them. The eyes of the Lord of Hell sparkled. He asked the King of Flies if he had gotten involved with demigods. Suddenly, Azura, who was standing in front of him, said that this guy was not a demigod. He crossed his arms and said that the person in front of them was a human, an Archmage named Lucas Trowman. As the youth stood next to Rillis, the other lords of hell argued, not understanding how a human could even enter here, and his divine power was clearly not fake. The girl, with her hand on her hip, said that she could vouch for the fact that the Archmage was a human. Raising his hand, the two-horned demon lord asked why Lucifer had not arrived yet. Beelzebub froze and said that Lucifer would not come. Azura and Barbatos quickly turned their heads. Azura shifted his gaze. The youth, stepping forward, said that he would tell them Lucifer's plan. Standing in front of the three titans, he said that after that, each of them would decide for themselves whether to believe his words or not. Then he raised his hands and began to tell. Japar's mouth dropped open in shock. Barbatos frowned, asking if hell would really be destroyed. Azura pursed his lips, clearly not in the best mood. The boy standing in front of the titans said that Lucifer abandoned hell, which was heading for destruction, after planning to become the ruler of the ordinary world. In order to become the ruler of hell, he had already absorbed Satan's core. Beelzebub turned his head and said that he was sure that Lucifer had absorbed Satan's core, but in the end, he was unable to become the ruler here. While he was absorbing the core, in the state it was in now, hell could only barely maintain its form. Azura stared at the Archmage in front of him. Lucas frowned and said that there was only one way to save hell. They needed to kill Lucifer. They needed to pull out Satan's core from his body. Barbatos, who was standing to the side, laughed, saying that they had truly gone mad. Turning his gaze to Beelzebub, he asked how he was deceived by this man's one word. Then he called them to make a plan to kill Lucifer while he was away. Looking at Beelzebub, he said that his plan was obvious. In the end, he wanted to get the core himself. Beelzebub replied by saying that he did not take up gambling with a small chance of success. Raising his head, the King of Flies said that even Lucifer could not handle this core. Of course, he believed that no one present here could handle it. Barbatos turned around and asked how he could believe this. Azura narrowed his eyes. The protagonist raised his head and looked at him. Beelzebub was going to place Satan's core into the physical body of the Dragon Lord. His body would definitely be able to withstand it. After that, they planned to place this body in an unknown deep part of hell as a totem, thereby prolonging the existence of hell. Barbatos stomped the ground, telling Lucas that he didn't understand, that this wasn't a place he could interfere with. Releasing his aura, the Lord said that he seemed to want to die right here. The boy frowned. Azura raised his hand, telling Barbatos to step back. Opening his lips, he said that the greatness of hell had fallen to the lowest point. He stood up abruptly, releasing his mana. Enveloping himself in demonic mana, he told Lucas that he had crossed the line. Gritting his teeth, he said that they had a lot in common, so he would kill him painlessly. The protagonist calmly looked at the titan in front of him. Releasing mana from his body, he said that he could not win. Then the boy chuckled. Japar's mouth opened in shock. Azura crushed the man with his hand. The shockwave spread to the sides. Beelzebub complained that these guys were destroying someone else's castle. Rillis waved her fist, saying that they were idiots. Mana began to escape from under the palm of the Lord of Hell. Azura gritted his teeth. The protagonist pushed his hand away. He grabbed his finger. The titan's body was thrown back. The Archmage immediately rushed away. He landed with a crash in the thicket. The youth froze in the air. Barbatos, who was watching the battle, saw that he did not have a single wound. Azura, setting his finger, said that this impudent man broke his finger. In the demon's hand, his weapons formed. Laughing, he said that he was very surprised. At the same time, Lucifer and Dro were watching the battle. Lucifer's eyes were shining. He easily announced Azura's defeat. Dro, who was standing nearby, asked him why he did not decide to intervene. Seeing the boy dodging, the man asked if he shouldn't go out and reconcile them so that the lords wouldn't be convinced. The demon chuckled and said that it was very funny. Dro turned his head and said that he was a man who could not be understood, even if he knew him well. The protagonist managed to dodge two of Azura's weapons. Japar opened his mouth and said that this man was fighting Azura on equal terms. Barbatos thoughtfully said that this idiot could have given in. Beelzebub next to him immediately refuted him, saying that he was probably mocking him. Turning his head, the Lord realized the absurdity of his words. The King of Flies raised his head. His mesh eyes looked into the distance. Looking at Diaro and Lucifer, he said that he had found out about everything and was now watching, but it was unclear who it was next to him. However, this man had the same triple wings as Lucifer himself. Beelzebub froze, realizing something. He abruptly rushed away. Rillis turned around and shouted, saying that if he decided to fly, he should warn them first. Lucifer narrowed his eyes and told Diaro to return to the normal world. Looking at Beelzebub, he said that a fly was flying towards them. Diaro disappeared in a flash of light. The events returned us to the normal world. Shuhei's group waited, not understanding if they had won. Clenching his fist, Ivan asked the homunculus why he looked cute, but more extreme than him. The priestess parted her lips and said that Nozdok's trace had disappeared. Isabella, surprised, asked if he had died. Shuhei, raising his head, said that it was not so. A whirlpool of energy was gathering right above the heads of the group. Nozdok, gathering his body, began to curse. Falling to the ground, the homunculus said that their enemy simply could not be weak. Ivan frowned and said that they seemed to be doing good damage anyway. Isabella, with her hands wrapped in mana, said that they needed to push this energy away. Her mana smoothly enveloped Shuhei and Ivan. The warrior, smiling, said that he felt his body become lighter. The girl herself frowned. She could do nothing but cast spells and heal. Only Shuhei and Ivan could attack, if Lord Diaro was with them at that moment. The half-demon himself appeared above Nozdok. Opening his mouth, he said that they were holding up better than he thought. However, no one had yet realized that Nozdok was death, and death was fate, which was why this demigod could so easily enlarge and dissolve his body. The people could not go against fate. A huge vortex of energy gathered above them. The priestess raised her hands, starting to cast the spell. She formed a barrier around the group. Everyone looked at her as she said that there was an incredible death energy around them. They couldn't leave the barrier at all. She frowned and said that if they went out even one step, they would die. Ivan turned around and shouted, asking how they could beat this idiot without leaving the barrier. Looking at the barrier, the girl said that life and death were opposite things with equal strength. They were currently in a tug of war. Perhaps if the barrier was destroyed with other opposite forces. Shuhei moved his lips and said that this meant using opposite magic, such as earth and wind, ice and fire. He raised his hand and said that with his body, he couldn't use mana. Then he asked Isabella if she could. The girl formed ice and fire on her hands. The sage smiled, mentally saying that she was using magic of this level simultaneously, and without slowing down. After all, there was a reason why Lucas always brought her along. While Isabella was mixing fire and ice, Shuhei mentally said that the level of the 7 stars at such a young age was amazing. Because of constantly watching Lucas from a close distance, it seemed that she was not very confident in herself, but in fact, Isabella was an unusual genius. The girl raised her hands. Ice and flame immediately rushed upward. A moment later, the spell struck the energy of death. Ivan covered one eye because of the bright light. It was as the great shaman said, although small, a gap appeared. Ivan immediately rushed to attack. Finding himself in front of Nozdok, he said that he had been hit before, so he would recognize this feeling. His fist rushed towards the enemy. A bright light flooded the sky from the use of Ivan's fist. Shuhei and Isabella raised their hands. The warrior himself frowned and breathed heavily. The head of the demigod in front of him was destroyed. The humanoid screamed, demanding that the warrior return to the barrier immediately. The energy of death rushed towards Ivan. Isabella gritted her teeth, creating flame and ice. With a wave of her hand, she sent her spells to attack. The spells passed near Ivan. The warrior turned over, falling into the barrier. As soon as he landed, Shuhei began to scold him, saying that he should only attack after he thought about what to do after the attack. Nozdok, having regained his head, said that they were very annoying. Isabella raised her eyebrows, asking what they should do, since thanks to her magic, they were only able to open a gap for a short time. A stream of death energy rushed towards the group. The entire barrier was enveloped in this energy. The priestess frowned and screamed, saying that they needed to use a mind attack, so they must gather all the strength of their minds. Seeing the death energy enveloping the barrier, the priestess said that there was a limit to how much she could block it. Its power was breaking the will to live. Nozdok would destroy their souls with feelings like regret and guilt, but the stronger their convictions, the easier it would be to break them. Ivan turned around and asked if those with strong convictions and ego would be the first to be killed. Shuhei and Ivan opened their mouths at the same time, saying that they would be the first to die. Then they looked at each other. Maljit suddenly stood up and screamed. Isabella walked up to him, asking what was wrong with him. He suddenly ran away. He broke out of the barrier. A moment later, his body began to dissolve. Ivan ran towards the man. He grabbed his clothes. A moment later, the warrior threw Maljit into the barrier. Isabella screamed, asking the heir of Casagen to come back quickly. The homunculus frowned and screamed. Ivan himself cried and screamed. His pupil shrank. He imagined the master standing in front of him. The girl's arm was destroyed. Then Nora screamed in pain. Turning around, Nora said that all this happened because of his weakness. The young disciple cried listening to her. Then Shuhei and Isabella appeared in the warrior's mind, saying that even having risen to the place of a great warrior, he was worthless. Then he imagined the bloody Benian. She asked him why he told her to use the language of dragons. Ivan ran. He stopped abruptly. Then he fell when a figure appeared in front of him. The elf, parting her lips, said that there was no use for such a large body. Fire and ice appeared. Isabella, covering her face from the bright light, asked what happened this time. Nasdaq, hovering in the air, sensed the divine power. 2 wings made of ice and flame dispersed the energy of death. Ivan froze with his head raised. He involuntarily called the girl an angel. Snow stood right in front of him. Snow, smiling, said that while they had not seen each other, he had learned to chat a little better. Isabella raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked the elf what she was doing here. When the wings dispersed, she said that Benian had woken up. Moving her lips, she said that the girl had sent her here with the help of the dragon language. Approaching the barrier, Snow said that Benian had told her that the dragon's heart was beating and that eventually something unexpected would happen to the man traveling with them named Diaro. Diaro, hovering in the air, heard the elf. He realized that they resonated with his heart. He covered his body with his wings. Ivan, looking around, said that the man had gone away on business, but it turned out that he was not far. The warrior frowned sharply. Isabella, seeing Nasdaq reform the energy of death, said that they would talk later. They should quickly enter the barrier. Suddenly, someone walked past the demigod. The sword left its sheath. Snow, using the power of ice and fire, threw 2 sickles. Her magic hit the target and exploded. The darkness completely dissipated. Nasdaq crossed his arms over his chest, saying that she had absorbed the divine power of Agnia. He opened his jaw sharply and screamed, asking how she dared to absorb the Agnia crystal. The elf frowned, saying that in order to make it hers, she had to endure such pain, as if her bones were being planed. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in front of the demigod. The priestess lowered her hand, saying that the light of life will make his heart beat again and return life force to his dead eyes. Many talismans bound the demigod. The priestess raised her hand. Opening her eyes, she said that he was death itself, so for him this was nothing more than a denial of his existence. So be destroyed forever, Nasdaq. The protagonist jumped up, dodging the blade. Azura grabbed the hammer tighter. The hammer's blow shattered everything around the youth. The youth stepped on the hammer. A moment later, he kicked the demon in the body. Azura's body flew off and crashed into a pillar. A huge gap appeared in the pillar. The demon's hand peeked out from under the rubble. Standing up, he said that he must admit that he was strong. The protagonist, who stood in front of him, asked why he became small. It was quite convenient to hit a larger target. Barbados, who was standing to the side, said that Azura had simply shrunk to make it easier for him to defend himself. He had not become weaker simply because he had shrunk in size. The demon took a bow in his hand. An arrow flew out of the bow. It was near the guy in an instant. Lucas leaned back to dodge. Azura, taking advantage of this, was above him. A hail of blows rained down on the place where Lucas was. The ground gave way under the demon. The protagonist, who was standing slightly to the side, was surprised. He smiled, saying that he had managed to use all 6 of his weapons to block his escape route. Not for nothing was he the strongest demon. Gritting his teeth, the demon himself asked how this had happened. Lucas began to dodge each of the enemy's attacks. Azura frowned, not understanding why he could not reach the enemy with a single attack. Rillis, approaching the 2 titans, said that Azura was losing tactically. In terms of strength, they are on completely different levels. Dodging, Lucas is just playing with the demon. Sweating and starting to breathe heavily, the demon has already started cursing. He dropped his weapons. All 6 weapons fell to the ground. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking how much his weapons even weighed. Suddenly, the demon was in front of him. He struck the boy's body. Lucas's face twisted in pain. The demon's other hand grabbed his ankle. He lifted the boy. A moment later, Azura threw the boy to the ground. The strongest lord of hell began to beat the Archmage. Japar, smiling, said that it was a chance. Barbados next to him said that the moment Azura struck, he won. Rillis, parting her lips, asked if he was sure about it. Azura's face was twisted with anger as he continued to hit. The protagonist took the blows, unable to do anything. His pupil flashed. The demon's mouth fell open, seeing the bright light. An explosion of lightning threw him back. Azura crashed into the rock with a roar. Barbados leaned slightly, not understanding what happened there. Japar, opening his mouth, said that this could not be. Even after Lucas survived all of Azura's attacks, he stood on his feet and looked as if nothing had happened to him. The demon himself clenched his teeth. He chuckled, saying that he seemed to be going crazy. Looking at the Archmage's face, he asked what kind of strange expression he had. The boy's pupil shrank while he cursed in his mind, not understanding how an insignificant demon dared to mock him. Looking at Azura getting up, he was going to make him kneel. The boy's eyes began to blur. He was going to subjugate the demons, to make even them serve him. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He raised his head sharply and roared. The boy lowered his head and caught his breath. He looked down sadly when Azura said that he was still human after all. Tapping his head with his finger, the demon said that he apparently still heard whispers. Standing in front of the boy, he said almost the same thing that the demigods whispered to the young man. Narrowing his eyes, Azura said that this was a test that one must go through in order to take the step from a human to ascension to divinity, for when you receive the ability to create anything, it begins to force you to bring this anything to life. The boy parted his lips, pronouncing the name of the enemy. The demon standing in front of him said that his greatest enemy was not the Lord or Lucifer, he himself had always been his own greatest enemy. Smiling and standing in a stance, Azura said that now they can finish the sermon and start all over again. The youth enveloped his body in mana. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. A bright explosion occurred from the collision of the two opponents. Rilis gaped at the sight. Japar, with his mouth open, asked if he was sure he was not dreaming. Azura was lying on the ground after the battle. He smiled widely, saying that he was now trying to remember the last time he lost a fight. The protagonist extended his hand to him, saying that he did not feel like he had won at all. Barbatos and Japar shuddered when Azura said that he would follow Lucas and kill Lucifer. After all, he lost to him in battle. Turning around, he asked what they intended to do. The two lords of hell looked at him and said that they would follow Lucas. Looking around, the demons tried to find Beelzebub. The protagonist frowned, examining the surroundings. Raising her hand, Rilis said that he had just flown away from here. Raising his head, the boy said that he had a bad feeling about this. The events take us to the demon tree. Blood spilled on the ground. Lucifer, wiping his chin, said that his blood smelled terrible, probably because he was a fly. Looking at the dead and hanging body, Lucifer said that this is why he warned him. Smiling, he said that accidents happen quite regularly. Rilis, flying up, complained that this fly did not warn them. When Lucas appeared in front of her, the demoness said that she used all possible means of searching, but did not find a trace. The boy, frowning, said that they all knew very well that Beelzebub was not the type of demon who would fly away in the middle of a war. Looking at the forest, the girl asked where the others were. Blood burst from Barbatos' mouth. The Lord pierced his chest. The body of the Lord of Hell fell to the ground. The Lord lowered his hand and said that the life of a demon was useless. Someone approached him, asking if he was finished. Holding Japar's head in his hand, Lucifer said that it seemed that he was one kill ahead. The head flew off. Lucifer stepped on it and crushed it. Looking at the Lord, the demon said that he saw that all his powers in this world were not available to him. Closing his eyes, he said that this man was quite an odd person. Passing by the Lord, he said that despite the fact that they both offered him an alliance, he decided to form his own coalition, and something told him that he did not even imagine that they were acting in concert with him. The Lord, moving his lips, said that he had a guest. Azura froze when he arrived. He screamed, asking Lucifer why he was calmly talking to this divine spawn. Looking at the two lords of his world, he asked if they had killed everyone. The demon smiled, saying that he knew what the right tactics were to be used against them. Looking around, he said that he knew perfectly well that they would rush to look for Beelzebub if he suddenly disappeared. Moreover, he was sure that they would act separately, and since they had come here separately, it would not be difficult for him and the Lord to deal with them. Azura gritted his teeth. Lucifer in front of him said that the existence of the demon world had been maintained by a fragile balance of power all this time, but their foolish actions had destroyed it. He chuckled, saying that he doubted that the wound he had received in the fight with Lucas had healed yet. The strongest of the lords appeared in front of Lucifer. Raising his hand, he said that in his current state, he was able to kill him with one hand. With a stream of mana, he threw the demon back. Azura crashed into a rock. A huge amount of smoke rose into the air. Lucifer frowned. The protagonist and Rilis managed to save Azura. The Lord of Hell gritted his teeth, saying that it was exactly as he said, that traitor was in league with the Lord. The boy, frowning, said that it meant that the two of them had been in league all this time, and he was wondering why he was getting that picture. Rilis, crouching down, said that the three lords of hell were already dead. The Lord, smiling, said that they had saved him the time and effort of searching for them. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that he was truly grateful to them for coming together for him. The protagonist, straightening up, told Rilis to take Azura and run. Without turning around, he said that since the two of them had teamed up to outsmart him, he would give them a proper response to that. Azura rebelled, waving his arms, saying that he was fine. Rilis, who lifted him into the air, told him to calm down. The Lord waved his hand. A barrier formed around the demons. The protagonist turned around. The barrier began to crack, like the universe itself. A moment later, it shattered into pieces. The protagonist, having formed a barrier to protect his friends, saved them. He spread his arms to the sides. He saw how space shattered into pieces, like glass. This was the power of the Lord. The two demons opened their mouths. Lucifer, smiling, asked them where they were going. His figure appeared in the air. Suddenly, a huge sun appeared right in front of him. The protagonist stretched out his arms. The sun he created exploded with a roar. A bright disk of plasma appeared at the site of the explosion. Soon, Lucifer emerged from the crater unharmed. The guy hit the ground with his hands. Lightning passed along the ground, rushing towards the demon. Arcs of lightning enveloped his legs. Lucas, waving his hand, said that the enemy was caught. The demon's figure was hit by dozens of shells. A moment later, an explosion thundered. The protagonist stood with his hand outstretched. Lucifer held Barbato's body in front of him. He protected himself from the man's magic with it. The Lord, moving behind the Archmage, said that this was quite annoying. With a wave of his hand, he cut off the guy's hand. Blood spurted from the wound. While his blood was gushing, the young man screamed. He grabbed his shoulder and quickly stopped the blood. The guy jumped back from where he stood. The Lord, looking after him, said that he was mistaken. Lucas, stopping, shouted, asking what kind of nonsense this was. Lucifer frowned. Looking into the distance, he said that this succubus had no equal in her ability to escape. The Lord, approaching him, said that the target had eluded them. Closing his eyes, the demon said that it did not matter, they would just have to spend a little time searching. The protagonist began to gather mana in his shoulder. A second later, a new arm formed. The young man, breathing heavily, stared at his enemies. Lucifer, raising his eyelids, said that his will was impressive. Perhaps his physical body was now controlled only with her help. Approaching the guy, Lucifer said that they had better get rid of him now. Smiling sweetly, he said that if they were not careful about him, then perhaps the third absolute truth would have appeared. The demon's eye flashed. The Lord, whose hand was bloodied, said that 3 incarnations of balance were too many. The head of hell, looking at the Lord's hand, asked what kind of stupid joke this was. He dodged and said that he shouldn't be so surprised. He himself should have expected this outcome. Turning around, Lucifer asked if he really thought he could defeat him. The demigod answered by saying that now was the time to test if that was true. Clenching his fist, he said that there was no essence in his body. Wings burst out of Lucifer's back. The protagonist gaped at what was happening. A pair of wings threw him back. The guy, trying to stay in place, asked what that was. Covering his body with his wings, Lucifer said that it seemed like he didn't plan to find out from the beginning. Frowning, Lucifer said that he was even more arrogant than him. The Lord, smiling, said that they call this being satisfied with one's own existence. His eyes and mouth disappeared as he said that from the beginning, he had no intention of cooperating with anyone other than his brothers. The protagonist frowned as the demigod told him that his words should now clear up the misunderstanding between them. He extended his hand, offering to join him in the battle against Lucifer. Nasdaq was bound. All of his power and his essence was being absorbed by the priestess. Ivan, opening his mouth, said that the priestess was absorbing the essence itself. Shuhei, raising his head, said that death itself gives life to Nasdaq, but this gives rise to a paradox. It turns out that death negates itself. The demigod opened his jaw. The priestess covered her face from the energy of death. Her body was thrown back. Ivan caught the girl. Raising her head, the priestess thanked him. Black smoke began to come out from the demigod again. The priestess ran forward, saying that they needed to suppress his divine power. They needed to wait for her spell to end. Ivan nodded. Snow, looking at him, nodded back. She grabbed her blade. Streams of ice and flame rushed towards the demigod. They exploded, hitting his chest. Ivan immediately appeared in front of him. He struck Nasdaq at the head. Then he kicked him. The warrior clasped his hands in a lock and raised them. The powerful blow made Nasdaq fall to the ground. When the smoke cleared, his body appeared. Shuhei was already above him. A moment later, he fired, exploding the entire space in front of him. The sage turned sharply. Nasdaq ran straight to the priestess. Ivan grabbed his hand. He grappled with him. The warrior's body trembled from the effort. The demigod, having begun to suppress the youth, said that he would not be able to suppress him with blunt force. Isabella gathered mana in her hands. Her mana enveloped Ivan, giving him strength. The boy grabbed his hand tighter. He knocked the demigod down. Holding the enemy by the throat, he said that he does not fight alone. There is always a comrade in arms behind him, who will help at the right moment. Pointing at Isabella behind him, he asked Nasdaq if he would trust the Lord to cover his back. He grinned, saying that this is the difference between a man and a demigod. The demigod, opening his jaw, said that he did not know the answer to that question, but he knew one thing, that they must destroy them. A sphere of darkness formed on the tip of his finger. A moment later, the projectile hit the girl's chest. Isabella froze with wide eyes. Ivan, turning around, screamed. The girl began to fall. Snow and the priestess were horrified and opened their mouths. They ran to Isabella's body. Sitting down next to her friend, the elf said not to lose consciousness and to listen to her voice. The girl barely opened her eyes. She looked to the side. There she saw Lucas lying in the barrier. His body was shaking periodically. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lucas roared, pouring mana. Lucifer and the Lord turned around, not understanding what was wrong with the guy. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was reborn as a transcendental being, and now he will make them surrender. Lucifer, frowning, said that it was impossible. The Lord, standing to the side, said that their friend joined an elite club of incomprehensible entities. His lips stretched into a grin. Lucifer, rushing to the attack, said that he should have finished him off at their first meeting. One of his wings was torn. A huge hole appeared in the rock. The demon arched and screamed in pain. Looking at the boy in front of him, he asked how such an insignificant soul could take his wings. Smiling, the Lord greeted Lucas. The Archmage charged. He ran straight at the Lord. Suddenly, he hit the barrier. Looking at the boy trapped in space, the demigod said that he was like a wild animal, and such should be kept in a cage. Lucifer, who was behind Lucas, understood what he wanted to do. Gritting his teeth, he said that from the very beginning, he wanted to absorb him. Looking at the forest in front of him, he said that there was something strange. He felt how the traces of the demigod's presence disappeared. It was impossible that he would return the demigods to the human world, because Diaro would definitely notice it. This meant only one thing: the Lord absorbed all of his blood brothers and was now grinning. Snapping his fingers, the demigod destroyed the demon's wings. The wings fell to the ground. Starting to approach Lucifer, the Lord said that by absorbing others, he gained access to their memories. Looking at the trapped Lucas, he said that when he absorbed Riiran after she went into hibernation and began healing the other demigods with her powers, he suddenly realized something. Standing in front of Lucifer, he said that he didn't just get Riiran's memories, it was his own memory that was erased at someone's whim. Then he realized that each demigod was just a piece of him, and in order to restore all of his memories, he raised his hands and said that all he had to do to achieve this was gather all of the brothers together and trap them in his body again. Lucifer, frowning, continued for the Lord, saying that this was why he kept Lucas, who was just a distraction. Turning around, the Lord said that he had made the right choice. The greatest part of him was contained in the boy, but messing with him, when he was human, had only caused inconvenience. That was why he had planned to awaken his powers and bring him to this level. Now he was a simple beast beating in a cage. Lucifer, holding his shoulder, listened to the Lord say that he had previously thought that his actions would be the trigger for this awakening. Approaching the barrier, the demigod said that he would never have thought that the trigger for Lucas's transformation would be a girl from this world, who in fact was nothing. The Lord bared his teeth. Lucas's body was shaking. Snow, sitting next to Isabella, asked her to wake up. The priestess, pushing her away, told her to leave everything to her. The yin-yang symbol began to form. The priestess formed a huge symbol, starting to heal Isabella. Snow smiled, saying that if he could ward off death from her, as she had done with Nasdaq, then everything would be fine. Closing her eyes, the priestess said that the nature of people was different from others. He could not do the same trick on her and reverse death. It was only a temporary solution. Ivan swung, saying that in that case they would have to break the skull. The tentacle grabbed his neck. Getting up, the demigod said that he was going to kill the wrong person. Ivan grabbed the tentacle. The spell was broken. Now he could not fight the enemy with full force. The energy of death burst out of Nasdaq. When it began to circle, he said that it was time for them to die. Smiling, the Lord said that it was time for him to return to his normal state. Lucifer gritted his teeth as the Lord said that now he had the one who possessed the body of the Dragon Lord and the body of Lucas himself. With these pieces of the puzzle together, he would complete his plan. Looking at the demon, he said that this match was his. Frowning, Lucifer shouted, telling Diaro to return to the demon world. His pupil shrank when Diaro refused. Moving his lips, the man asked for forgiveness from the demon. Holding the Apostle Nasdaq by the throat, he said that everything was going according to Iris's plan. Frowning, he said that the witch warned him that the Lord would try to offer him service, and that he should take advantage of this to destroy an important part of Nasdaq. At this time, the demigod of death fought against the group. The demon's body trembled as Diaro said that he knew that he was the one who had planted Kalthid as his informant to the demigods, and even allowed him to become an apostle of one of them, so he played a little trick to find out his location. Lucifer screamed, calling Diaro a bastard. He clenched his jaw again and asked why he had fallen for this creature, even betraying her. Opening his lips, the man said that even if he specialized in intercession, he was far from Iris. The demon's head shattered into pieces. Nasdaq's entire body shuddered. The black fog began to dissipate. Ivan freed himself from the bonds, and the demigod fell. Holding his throat, he asked what happened. Everyone, looking at Nasdaq, realized that he had fallen into hibernation. The Lord, approaching the demon, said that his friend seemed not to hear him at all. Lucifer released his aura. He suddenly took off, running away. The Lord extended his hand. A barrier formed around the demon's body. The demigod clenched his fist. Lucifer screamed in pain, cursing Iris. A moment later, he exploded, shattering into pieces. Ivan bowed his head, not understanding what happened. Nasdaq in front of them fell asleep. The man approached said that he killed the demigod's apostle. Holding the demon's head in his hand, Diaro said that their enemy would sleep for at least 100 years. Shuhei, approaching, asked how he knew where the apostle was. He simply raised his hand, hinting that this was an inappropriate question. Then he lowered his hand. Crouching next to Isabella, he said that he would take care of her. He reached out to the wound. A moment later, the wound on her chest disappeared. The priestess screamed in shock when Diaro said that he reversed time inside her body. She would gradually recover, although she would be unconscious. The priestess opened her mouth and asked how he could do something like that. Shuhei put his hands behind his back and said that their friend must have remembered who he really was. Turning around, the man said that he had the core of the Dragon Lord inside him. Lucifer had absorbed the Devil's core to become the ruler of the demon world, but he had not been able to tame it completely because the Devil's core had conflicted with the Dragon Lord's core that he had already absorbed. Straightening up, Diaro said that the demon had found nothing better to do than split himself into two separate parts, and he had placed the Dragon Lord inside his second self. Shuhei frowned. Diaro turned to him and said that he was the other half of Lucifer. Ivan frowned and shouted, asking if that meant he was working for Lucifer. The sage standing next to him asked the man why he had decided to help them since he had remembered everything. Diaro looked calmly at his acquaintances. Looking up at the sky, he said that Iris had told him everything that had happened in the world since he had come to that world after losing his memories, and she had said that it was an important part of her long game. Shuhei's eyes widened. Looking at the girls off to the side, the man said that his empty self had met them soon after, and through his time in their company, his mind had been filled with different ideas and desires than what Lucifer would have wanted. With his back to the group, he said that for that reason, he had thought it would be more correct to stay on the side of the humans. The sage stepped forward a little, asking what the reason was. Diaro responded by saying that it was simple. Lucifer had imposed his will on him, but Iris had left the final decision to him, giving him the freedom to choose. Shuhei's mouth dropped open, frozen in shock. Remembering the girl, he said that she had expressed one thought: choosing your own path was a very human thing to do. The sage closed his eyes and said that it was amazing. Despite this, he still had a bad opinion of her. Suddenly, Lucas stood up. He was moaning while the others asked him how he was feeling. Ivan frowned and said that whenever trouble started, he always slept somewhere. Steam came out of the boy's mouth. Shuhei frowned sharply, saying that something was wrong here. The boy's eyes lit up. He roared sharply. The boy struck the homunculus. The golem's body was thrown back. Ivan turned around and asked what he was doing. The boy stood hunched over. Looking at Ivan in front of him, he said that he would destroy him. Lucas opened his mouth. Fighting off the boy, Ivan asked him if his dog, sick with rabies, had bitten him. Diaro, who was standing to the side, shouted, saying that Lucas had entered the divine world. He could not keep his sanity, only the instinct of destruction was speaking in him. The whole crowd ran towards Lucas, wanting to stop him. The hand rushed towards the priestess. The boy pushed it away with one blow. He shouted again, raising his head. The young man rushed at Diaro. He slammed him into the ground with a kick. Ivan, swinging his arm to strike, told him to stop. The boy moved behind him. Then he landed right on the big guy. The entire city was reduced to rubble. Nil was lying on the ground. Even Ivan and Diaro, having been defeated, were lying on the ground. The homunculus, who could not be made to tire, was lying, having been damaged. The protagonist, standing in the middle of them, said that he would destroy them all. Bowing his head, he repeated the same thing. Shuhei, raising his head, told Lucas to wake up. The sage's eyes widened. The Lord said, smiling, that he thought he had returned safely. Shuhei froze in horror, his mouth open. The Lord stood right in front of Lucas. The protagonist roared, releasing mana from his body. The sage screamed, asking Lucas to stop. The boy rushed at the demigod. Shuhei opened his mouth wide, demanding that he stop. Blood splattered onto the ground. The Lord, having pierced the boy's body, said that he would take what belonged to him. Shuhei was horrified. He frowned, realizing that everything was exactly the same as then. No strength, talent, courage, or faith helped them stand in the face of the absolute being. Even the Archmage was now kneeling. Grinning madly, the Lord began to laugh. The nightmare of 4,000 years ago was repeated. Everyone lay defeated again. The third season is over, to be continued.